In the Marvel Universe, a spoiler live streaming room has unexpectedly emerged. The live stream selects guests to answer questions, rewarding those who answer correctly, causing chaos throughout Marvel. Falcon, sweet-talking Captain, let me reiterate, I am not Black Hawk, nor will I pick Khan. Black Widow, Hulk, don't look at me like that, it frightens me. Iron Man, you ask what it means to shed my armor? I am a billionaire, a philanthropist, the master of the 10 rings, the contractor of Tomcat, the creator of Cybertron Transformers. By the way, have you heard of mechanized deification? Captain America. All right, you useless lot. Watch me take down that purple sweet potato with my big move. Thor. I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods. Deadpool. Everyone, focus on me. I'm about to snap my fingers, so let's start with 5,000 Mexican chicken wraps. Only when I'm full can I take on Thanos. Loki. Even the god of stories must return to the 9 realms at times. Thanos. Can someone tell me how to battle when the Avengers possess the power of demigods? Chapter 1. The spoiler live stream successfully activates. Stark Industries building. Sir, I cannot locate the source of this holographic projection. Jarvis's familiar mechanical voice echoed. What an amusing little trick. Tony Stark lazily reclined on his luxurious leather sofa, casting a disinterested glance at the floating screen, a hint of helplessness curling at the corners of his mouth. He then closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the holographic projection that piqued none of his interest. Because he was on the verge of death. The palladium elements in his chest reactor had thoroughly seeped into his body, hastening his life to its end. Suddenly, the projection began to flicker. The image gradually became clearer. Do you yearn to understand the essence of life? Do you desire to truly live? Yes, no. Tony raised an eyelid, glanced at the screen, and without hesitation, selected the no option. SHIELD headquarters. Truly live? The meaning of life? Nick Fury stared grimly at the screen, scrutinizing the words that appeared. The elite team of SHIELD was utterly unable to decipher the source of this enigmatic projection. Is it a hacker's ploy, alien technology, or perhaps the fabled sorcery? Coulson, Fury bellowed. You have 2 days to uncover the origin of this damned holographic projection. Kamar Taj, within a classical chamber. Supreme Sorcerer, what on earth is this? It doesn't appear to be magic, yet how can it infiltrate Kamar Taj? The astonishment of the Sorcerer Mordo was palpable as he fixated on the seemingly beguiling text, an unease rising within him. Could it be magic from the dark dimension? Or? The bald sorcerer, Ancient One, raised her hand to halt Mordo's conjectures, her brow furrowed slightly, clearly unable to discern the nature of this sudden projection. She closed her eyes, her hands forming a gesture before her. The eye of Agamotto at her chest began to rotate slowly, casting an ethereal green light. Ancient One's expression tightened further. The future was shrouded in mist since the appearance of the projection. The currents of time had been thrown into chaos. Magical energy shifted its focus, seeking the source of the projection. The force of some ominous presence bore down, instantly reversing the eye of Agamotto's function. Ancient One felt a sweetness in her throat, a metallic taste of blood filling her mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. Facing Mordo's worried yet hopeful gaze, she shook her head helplessly. I cannot glimpse the existence behind this. I can only pray that this force does not consider Earth as its target. How could this be? Even the Supreme Sorcerer cannot contend with it, Mordo gasped in disbelief, glancing at the seemingly innocuous projection. He found it hard to fathom that a power existed capable of rendering Ancient One powerless. In Mordo's mind, Ancient One was an invincible entity in the universe, with few capable of standing as her adversary. Let us temporarily seal this projection. Ancient One feared that the screen might serve as an anchor for an unknown entity's arrival on Earth. Basic, white magic suppression ineffective. Complex mirror space sealing ineffective. Otherworldly magic sealing ineffective. Dimensional power banishment ineffective. All methods exhausted, yet the projection remained suspended, unyielding. Asgard, one of the 9 realms, within a resplendent temple. Odin sat upon his high throne, his golden eyes deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving all truths of the world. At this moment, Odin's focus was drawn to the projection hovering above the hall. A look of gravity crossed his face. The eternal spear Gungnir in his hand trembled slightly, as if sensing a threat. In the next moment, the spear pointed directly at the projection, ready to declare war against this blasphemous display of power. Standing beside Odin, Thor gazed at the projection with excitement. Though oblivious to the identity of the foe, he was well aware of one thing: another battle awaited. In contrast, Loki's expression was far more complex. He bowed his head, lost in thought. Just then, a blinding light flashed. The restless Thor vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Odin was taken aback, his remaining eyes pupil constricting. As the supreme being of Asgard, he had failed to discern how his son had vanished. Yet there was no doubt that Thor's disappearance was linked to the mysterious projection. The abduction of the Suntob-crowned new king in the temple was tantamount to a declaration of war against all of Asgard. Loki's anxiety surpassed his shock. He conjured 2 daggers, alertly surveying his surroundings. Inwardly, he couldn't help but scoff. That fool Thor, getting captured without a word, truly useless. Queen Frigga could no longer remain seated. Her son had vanished without a trace, leaving his fate uncertain. She immediately employed sorcery to seek his whereabouts, but to no avail. At that moment, the projection in the temple transformed, revealing the silhouettes of 6 individuals. In an unknown space, 5 men and 1 woman stood at various positions, each displaying a look of bewilderment. Tony immediately focused on the red-haired woman. Dressed in black silk straps, she appeared quite scantily clad, yet he felt an uncanny familiarity with her. To her left stood a middle-aged man, unkempt and appearing as if he had emerged from a slum. To her right was an unremarkable man in a jacket. His gaze then shifted to his left, where a man clad in silver armor held a hammer. His attire was exceedingly peculiar, reminiscent of a film set. Lastly, his attention fell on a muscular, golden-haired man with a notably prominent posterior. Tony recognized that face from the photographs left by his father. He had often heard tales of that man, Captain America. All right, everyone, let me guess, you've all come here because of that projection? Don't kid around. Such childish tricks should not be used to embarrass yourselves, Tony replied with an air of arrogance, shrugging. With so many intricate designs and advanced projection technology, although I have no idea how you brought me here, let's get straight to the point. What do you want? Stark Industries? Or do you need me to help you manufacture missiles again? Natasha Romanoff and Clinton Barton exchanged glances, remaining silent. Bruce Banner made a strenuous effort to suppress the behemoth within him, leaving no energy to attend to other matters. Steve Rogers meticulously observed those around him, bewildered as to why he had awakened in this peculiar place. Cowardly little man, if you dare, face the great Thor in battle, Thor bellowed, brandishing his hammer toward the sky. At that moment, the others noticed a raised platform in the unknown space, upon which stood an enigmatic figure. The person was shrouded in light, their features obscured. The scene was simultaneously broadcast to the outside world on a luminous screen. A mechanical voice resonated in the air. A colossal screen materialized in 3 dimensions before the 6 individuals. The spoiler live room has been successfully activated. Current universe, Earth. This live room will broadcast spoilers related to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Special guests. Iron Man. Tony Stark has accepted the invitation to enter the live room. Captain America. Steve Rogers has accepted the invitation to enter the live room. The Hulk. Bruce Banner has accepted the invitation to enter the live room. Thor. Odinson has accepted the invitation to enter the live room. Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff has accepted the invitation to enter the live room. Hawkeye. Clinton Barton has accepted the invitation to enter the live room. All guests are requested to focus intently on the video and respond to the system's questions accordingly. Correct answers will earn live points, redeemable for items in the system's store. Incorrect answers will incur a random penalty from the system. The live content of the Avengers will officially commence in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. 30, 29. Note: for better program effects, the live room will amplify all guest emotions. Tony's gaze fixated on the flickering red numbers, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He could hardly believe the reality before him. Thor, however, was undeterred, his gaze locked onto the figure bathed in light, exhibiting no fear of the invisible presence. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Cease your trickery and submit to the great Thor. With that, he swung his hammer with the force of a tempest toward the mysterious figure on the platform. The display suggested an impending shattering of this illusion. Chapter 2, The Exiled Captain. Spoilers? Cinematic Universe? These concepts, when considered individually, are familiar to all, yet when intertwined, they present profound implications, inviting deep contemplation. The Ancient One scrutinized the live broadcast on the screen, her brow furrowing slightly, as if pondering something significant. Such a grand endeavor, gathering a group of pivotal figures from the timeline, was certainly not merely for casual viewing and QA. She had once harnessed magic to glimpse into the future, foreseeing the inception of the Avengers and the fate of the next Sorcerer Supreme. These spoilers undoubtedly offered a tantalizing glimpse into a fragment of the future. But what, indeed, was this cinematic universe? Was it merely a fabrication of cinematic creators? Mordo, not one to be easily misled, quickly grasped the essence of the situation. Supreme Sorcerer, could it be that this so-called live room possesses powers akin to the Eye of Agamotto? Utilizing foresight to divulge future events through spoilers. Yet, before he could fully articulate his thought, the Ancient One interrupted. No, you are mistaken. It may be more formidable than we can imagine. Even I can only glimpse potential futures through the Eye of Agamotto, unable to ascertain definitive outcomes. She paused, but this live room seems capable of presenting an unequivocal future. In the image, Thor appeared suspended in midair, as though bound by an unseen force. The voice from the platform carried a hint of mockery, sounding to be in their 20s. Greetings, everyone. Long time no see. As the words echoed, Mjolnir transformed into stardust and dissipated. Thor's actions reversed, as if time itself flowed backward, returning him to his original position. Unfazed, he attempted to leap again, only to find himself ensnared in an endless cycle, akin to a circus monkey. Heimdall, I command you to locate Thor's position. Witnessing this scene, Odin's single eye erupted with brilliant golden light, his divine power reverberating throughout the hall. The entire hall trembled, seemingly resonating with his fury. Yes, Heimdall knelt, swiftly departing the hall upon receiving his orders. He understood that the king of Asgard, who had once conquered the 9 realms, had returned. Loki lowered his head nearby, secretly reveling in the moment while maintaining an outward calm. This affair appeared to have little to do with him, allowing him to breathe easier. The Avengers. Why are Natasha and Barton involved? Wait, how is Steve there too? The morning report indicated he was still unconscious. Director Fury's complexion darkened considerably upon seeing the 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the luminous screen. His expression turned as grim as a boiled egg. The Avengers remained a theoretical plan, sealed within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidential files. The inclusion of the 3 individuals in the peculiar space could only imply one thing. There was a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. leaking secrets. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the luminous screen, Fury, with a darkened expression, concluded with certainty that someone was plotting against S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, investigate how those 3 went missing. Coulson pondered who Fury's superior was, as he felt like he was being treated as less than human. As the luminous screen flickered to life, Thor, exhausted and breathless, was abruptly frozen in place. No matter how he struggled, his body remained motionless, as though control had shifted to another entity. Cowardly scoundrel, release your sorcery and face me. Woof. Yet, in the next moment, his voice transformed into a bark. A jolt of realization coursed through him, and he quickly closed his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to concede, cautiously attempting to vocalize again. Woof? The others stared in astonishment, baffled by the giant's antics. Since the hammer had vanished, he had been bouncing around, and now he was barking like a dog, clad in ancient armor, leading them to suspect he had just escaped from an asylum. At that moment, the cold, mechanical voice reverberated once more in the air. The live chat has been activated. Guests may seek assistance from the audience when answering questions. In the lower left corner of the luminous screen, a translucent panel appeared, revealing a flurry of text messages. Phil Coulson, damn that black egg, why does every task fall to me? I want to file a complaint. Nick Fury, could this be the handiwork of Hydra? How could my thoughts be displayed automatically? Carl Modu, is this a matter of projecting thoughts to launch barges? Pepper Potts, Tony, where are you now? Nick Fury, projecting thoughts? I must tread carefully. How did it appear again? Phil Coulson, oh no, the petty egg has seen it. What should we do now? Nick Fury, damn it, never mind. Coulson, if you have an issue with me, just say it outright. Loki Odinson, Thor, while you mimic a dog's bark quite well, you ought to choose a more opportune moment. In an instant, the content of the barrage flowed like a waterfall. However, Odin and the Ancient One did not appear among the messages. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, the countdown on the luminous screen reached its conclusion. The screen, suspended in midair, suddenly illuminated, beginning to play footage as if it were a cinematic presentation. Thus, the tale unfolds, commencing the screening of the iconic moments of Captain with the Sweet Lips. The video officially begins. First, a male voice emerges, accompanied by stirring background music. He embodies valor, a superhuman leader in the hearts of warriors, a nightmare to foes. He is none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. The scene abruptly flashes, revealing a short and frail soldier. He stands out conspicuously at the rear of the line. A high-ranking officer paces back and forth with hands clasped behind his back, seemingly delivering a pre-battle mobilization speech. "Officer, we have the tallest soldiers." Upon saying this, his gaze falls upon Steve, who barely reaches his shoulder. Momentarily taken aback, he struggles to avert his eyes and continues with his motivational words. "Officer, we have the strongest soldiers." Once again, his gaze lingers on Steve, whose standard military uniform hangs loosely on him, reminiscent of a schoolboy. Officer raises his fist. "We possess invincible soldiers. Victory belongs to." His gaze remains fixated on Steve, his words faltering, unable to escape his lips. Soon, the officer silently lowers his encouraging hand. Turning to the captain beside him, he bellows, "Sergeant Robin, what in the world are you doing? We seek elite forces, not mere children. Do you think I am here to tell them bedtime stories?" Standing ramrod straight, Steve retrieves a rifle from behind him, swiftly chambering a round in preparation to aim. "I'm giving you a chance. You can go back and ask your mother if I'm a child." The ranks descend into chaos. Some attempt to restrain the shouting Steve, while others shield the cowering officer. The scene shifts, revealing Steve clad in civilian attire, standing by an office desk with a bag in hand. Another person slams a not qualified stamp heavily onto a document. "Regrettably, we inform you, Steve Rogers, that you have been discharged from the military." Silence. The entire space felt eerily quiet, the atmosphere suffocatingly still. Only Steve, his face flushed, pointed at the elevated figure. "This is slander. The truth is not as such." Chapter 3. Answering questions. The scene before him felt as if it had been conjured from yesterday, leaving Steve momentarily bewildered. The image of his former frail self began to crystallize within his mind. The films of that era had accompanied him before he enlisted, and he recalled being assaulted for watching them, fortunate to have had Bucky come to his defense. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, films are meant to capture the essence of moments through the lens. He had never witnessed anyone filming him from such proximity, let alone a film directed so intimately at his face. Upon seeing the diamond-shaped tear on his sleeve projected on the screen, he immediately recognized it as himself. This screen astonishingly played back scenes from the past in real time. Although the content differed from reality, it was enough to leave Steve astounded. If what was depicted was indeed accurate, it meant even a mere kiss could have been captured. Fortunately, that was not the case. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and Steve gradually regained his composure. Although he understood that all of this was fabricated, he felt an irresistible urge to justify himself. Under the scrutiny of those around him, he awkwardly explained, "I recall there was a training scene prior to my enlistment. The subsequent image, marked without a stamp, depicted my fourth attempt to join military. I was turned away due to asthma. As for the segment depicting a conflict, I am unsure how it was portrayed, as it did not actually occur." In this confined space, others paid no heed to Steve's explanation. They neither cared nor had the inclination to do so. How could they? Director Fury's single eye widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. He could not fathom why scenes from wartime would be resurrected in this enigmatic place. All historical records are traceable. Even the super soldier program from those years had some documentation preserved within SHIELD. Yet, those records consisted merely of a few black and white clips and photographs. In contrast, this so-called film meticulously recreated everything from that time. The figures of Colonel Ross, Howard, and Carter, who had just appeared in the video, were indeed the founders of SHIELD. Though their images flickered briefly, Fury was certain it was them. This suggested that during that period, they had been under some form of surveillance, completely unaware of being filmed. One could only imagine the profound secrecy surrounding the organization that had seized SHIELD agents. Even the mightiest organization on Earth, SHIELD, had not gleaned a shred of information about them over the years. This realization stirred a tempest within Fury. He knew that if this organization harbored malicious intentions, no one could thwart them. With this thought, beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead, and he urgently shouted at the dazed Coulson beside him, "You must dispatch someone to investigate this organization immediately. Do you wish to find yourself dismissed?" With a guilty conscience, Coulson suppressed his thoughts to avoid drawing attention. He promptly turned and exited to mobilize agents for an investigation. Meanwhile, the livestream space fell into a profound silence. The most reckless among them, Thor, attempted to make a sound, but only succeeded in barking like a dog. Subsequently, he withdrew in his silence, entirely disinclined to speak. Natasha and Barton, both agents, decisively chose to remain silent in the face of such uncertainty. In unclear circumstances, speaking recklessly often makes one the target of scrutiny. Natasha discreetly checked her equipment, only to discover that her listening devices, communication tools, and non-lethal weapons had all become inoperative. Though internally shaken, she maintained a facade of composure on her face. Simultaneously, Tony Stark gazed intently at the screen, fixated on the man serving as the backdrop, his father, Howard Stark. He was oblivious to his own display of emotion. The familiar visage overlapped with childhood memories, albeit appearing slightly younger. Who are you? How can you possess footage from decades ago? Tony furrowed his brow, directing his inquiry at the figure illuminated by light. This question resonated in the minds of several present and the viewers beyond the screen. As his words lingered, the live stream space was filled with the sound of several intensified breaths. At that moment, the comment section at the bottom of the screen began to scroll. A shimmering name entered the live stream. Ancient One, far-off Eastern deity, what is it that you seek? Another gleaming name followed. Odin Borson, who are you? What is your scheme in invading the Nine Realms? Loki Odinson, my dear brother, father will soon find you. Do shut your mouth and do not disgrace our divine lineage. Carl Mordo, the Asgardian Pantheon? Have some of you been taken as well? Nick Fury, what is this Asgard and Pantheon? Is this some extraterrestrial civilization? Loki Odinson, pitiful mortal, close your mouth, or I swear you shall only bark from now on. Pepper Potts, Tony, Rhodey is looking for you. This light screen has appeared as place 2. James Rhodes, hey, Tony, I see you. Is that projection at my house you're doing? Sigh, what reality show are you participating in now? It wouldn't happen to be that late-night Risku one you took me to last time, would it? Tony caught glimpses of the rapidly passing comments from the corner of his eye. If this were not a fabrication, then the mysteries of this world surpassed anything he could have ever imagined. Terms like divine beings and the Nine Realms were entirely foreign concepts to him. However, with his mind preoccupied by questions regarding his father, Tony found himself too disoriented to delve into these intriguing matters. Years ago, Tony's parents, Howard and his wife, perished in a tragic car accident. At that tender age, he was unable to witness the event firsthand and could only glean the details through the accounts of others, which instilled within him a profound skepticism regarding the veracity of the incident. After all, assassinations were not uncommon during that era, and the truth might have been deliberately obscured. Such occurrences remain prevalent even to this day, let alone in those earlier times. Tony yearned to unravel the enigma, to at least bear witness to the truth once. The technology of the past could not fulfill his desire, yet this enigmatic live-streaming space offered a glimmer of hope. The individuals on stage evaded all inquiries, languidly responding, "There is no need for excessive questioning. Your curiosities shall soon be addressed." Following this, a mechanical voice resonated. Video playback has been halted. Please begin to respond. Question: based on the video, did Steve Rogers successfully enlist? Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. Each participant has one opportunity to buzz in per round. Should no one respond, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Those who answer correctly will earn live stream points, while incorrect responses will incur random penalties. Please answer with caution. Ding! The system mall has been successfully activated. Feel free to browse. Wishing everyone an enjoyable answering experience. Chapter 4, Clinton Barton, congratulations. After the mechanical voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the live stream room. However, the barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, bustling with activity. Pepper Potts, a mall? Tony, you might consider exploring the mall. It may possess something that can heal you. Carl Mordew, a pie falling from the sky. Where could such fortune possibly exist? This seems more akin to a devil's contract. Once you acquiesce to its terms, you shall find yourself in eternal perdition. James Rhodes, what devil, what deity? Are you all engaging in role-playing? Heh. Loki Odinson, mortal, dare you reveal your location? The comments in the live stream were chaotic, while Ancient One and Odin, seeing that the mysterious power ignored them, chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Tony, guided by the system's prompts, accessed them all. Before him lay an abundance of dazzling merchandise, overwhelming to behold. Within the Marvel Universe section, there were the Infinity Gauntlet, adorned with 5 resplendent gems, the Book of Ashanti, an ancient tome enveloped in a mist of white light and the dark hold. Suspended within a vast expanse of darkness, a blood-red book floating ominously. As he continued to browse, he encountered other enticing and mysterious items, such as the Starstone, Watham Staff, the Eye of Agamotto, Quantum Bands, Zero-Point Bomb, World Ship, and the Heart of the Universe, among many others. This mysterious mall offered a plethora of items. Yet the threshold for exchange was exceedingly high, requiring tens of thousands of points for acquisition. In addition to the Marvel Universe items, there were options from other realms, including those from the Dark Cloak Universe and beyond. Indeed, the marketplace has meticulously categorized the functionalities of various items and offers a search feature. Upon realizing this, everyone eagerly accessed their own marketplace. Among them, Thor unearthed the long-lost Mjolnir, and a surge of fury welled within him, internally exclaiming, "Cursed thieves, return my hammer." Alas, due to prior punishment, he could only emit a barking sound, comprehensible solely to himself. How could this be? Tony observed that a substantial portion of his mark armor existed merely as his conceptual designs. Yet now, they lay within the marketplace, available for him to exchange, even including methods to synthesize new elements to remedy his palladium poisoning. If the preceding occurrences were the result of years of careful plotting, employing special effects to fabricate a narrative, then the current items defied scientific explanation. Faced with the hundreds of mark armors displayed in the marketplace, Tony felt a wave of dizziness, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Could it be that such a godlike creator truly existed? Doctor Strange stood before the marketplace, where the books of Ashanti and the Darkhold were displayed, murmuring in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. These tomes represented the pinnacle of light and dark magic, historically regarded as exceedingly rare and powerful artifacts. Any news concerning them would incite fierce competition and covetousness among the mightiest of beings. Yet here they were, brazenly showcased in this enigmatic marketplace, leaving Doctor Strange in a state of disbelief. Furthermore, the marketplace concealed numerous unheard-of items, described as more potent than the grimoires themselves. Taking a deep breath, she gazed intently at the mysterious figure standing amidst the radiance, their true appearance obscured, revealing only half of a distinctly Eastern visage. This alone hinted at the immense power of the owner of this live stream space, instilling in her a sense of doubt about whether she had previously underestimated this enigmatic force. Simultaneously, she pondered the whereabouts of the Infinity Stone that resided with her. If someone had indeed acquired an Infinity Stone, had been taken from her, or procured from elsewhere. Thus, a question arose in her mind regarding the authenticity of the items within the marketplace, or whether it was all a meticulously crafted deception. Meanwhile, Queen Frigga had intended to speak of Odin's eternal spear, but her words faltered upon witnessing other, even more precious items within the marketplace. Among them were treasures surpassing the value of the eternal spear. Though it was the premier weapon of Asgard, it now seemed trivial in comparison within this marketplace. Surprise flickered in Odin's single eye as he tightened his grip on the eternal spear. As the king of the Asgardian race, who has battled across 9 realms for many years, Odin stands as one of the most erudite beings in the universe. Yet, within the confines of the system's marketplace, there exist artifacts of which he has never heard. Who exactly is this Eastern deity, and what are their intentions in abducting Thor? In the realm of live broadcasting, the audience remains ensnared in a state of profound astonishment. A dispassionate mechanical voice reverberates once more. In the absence of immediate responses, the system shall now resort to a method of random selection for answers. Kindly prepare yourselves. The allotted time for responses is half a minute, and exceeding this limit will be deemed as failure. The countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. As the emotionless mechanical voice intones the countdown, the atmosphere in the venue grows increasingly tense. Nick Fury, Barton, that historical account diverges from the video's portrayal. Steve was not dismissed from the military. Phil Coulson, Fury, that may not be the case. Did you not notice the phrase preceding the question, which instructs us to respond based on the video? Nick Fury, Coulson, why are you still in a live stream? And who permitted you to address me by name? Phil Coulson, I am in Barton's office where he went missing, and I observe a light screen. Besides, aren't you attempting to keep your identity concealed, Director? Nick Fury, the countdown swiftly approaches its conclusion. and a beam of light descends upon Barton. Regrettably, Clinton Barton, you have been selected. Your 30 seconds for a response commence now. Having long played the role of an invisible man, Barton displays a clear look of astonishment. Exposed under the spotlight, he feels a wave of discomfort and, glancing at the vivid countdown on his forehead, mutters, "Why me?" No one can answer his query, and even the commentary has dwindled to sparse remarks. It is evident that everyone awaits his response. Faced with a binary choice, the probability of answering correctly or incorrectly is equally balanced. Regardless of the outcome, it would benefit the remaining 5 individuals in the live stream. Observing the lack of assistance, Barton's gaze sharpens as he meticulously scrutinizes the question presented on the light screen. He recalls the dialogue from the earlier video. The mightiest warrior, the young rooster, questions your mother, Barton muses. Based on the video's depiction, it is clear that Steve is destined for dismissal. Yet, does this disqualification negate his successful enlistment? He strokes his chin, turning to the commentary. Coulson makes a valid point. The question is unlikely to be straightforward. After all, Steve's ascension to Captain America is a well-known tale, celebrated in numerous memorials even to this day. Barton reassures himself. If the answer to such an evident question did not harbor any traps, there would be no need for inquiry. As the countdown approaches its final moments, in the last second, Barton clenches his fist and confidently declares, "I choose option 2. No, according to the video content, Steve did not successfully enlist." Ding! Clinton Barton has successfully provided his answer. Congratulations! A faint smile graced the corners of Barton's lips as he reveled in his secret delight. He sought no reward, only the absence of punishment. However, the voice resonated once more. Incorrect answer. The emotionless mechanical voice declared. Clinton Barton was subjected to a random penalty. Chapter 5, Captain America. I never curse, for goodness sake. How could this be? Upon hearing the system's notification, Barton's expression froze, as if he had not comprehended the message. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Was the answer truly as straightforward as it appeared? Was the system playing tricks on him? Having received congratulations, how could he ultimately fail the question? The penalty took effect, erasing Clinton Barton's skill in firearms mastery. No sooner had the mechanical voice concluded than Barton abruptly sensed a void. He could recall the existence of firearms, yet he could not remember any related operations. Even mundane actions, such as loading a magazine or disengaging the safety, had slipped from his mind, let alone the intricacies of long-range sniper targeting or any associated tasks. It was as though he had never encountered a firearm at all. Natasha, noticing Barton's bewilderment, exchanged glances with him and received a confirming answer. This spoiler system was indeed authentic. The mechanical voice interrupted their conversations, announcing that the random selection of participants would continue. This time, there would be no respite. As the beam of light fell directly upon Tony. "Tony Stark, you have been selected. Please provide your answer." Without hesitation, Tony chose the first option. After all, it was a binary choice, and the other option had already been selected. If he were wrong again, it would only serve to confirm that the individual above was toying with him and the others. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Tony Stark earned 200 points. This time, the mechanical voice no longer gasped for breath. In the upper right corner of the shop interface, a point display had appeared. He cast a skeptical glance at the figure on the platform, increasingly curious. Did that person know him? It was not mere vanity on Tony's part. The antidote he wished to purchase was precisely worth 200 points. According to the shop's description, this potion was said to neutralize all known toxins. Tony had assessed his health condition, and given his palladium poisoning, he would not survive for more than a month. With death looming, he could afford no further deliberation. He promptly chose to exchange for the antidote. As the ethereal starlight converged, a syringe filled with a dark green potion floated before Tony. Witnessing such a miraculous spectacle, he inhaled deeply and cautiously grasped the syringe, injecting it into his arm. As the antidote gradually entered his system, Tony's expression softened, and he involuntarily let out a contented sigh. To an outsider, this scene resembled that of an addict in the throes of ecstasy. It has been a long time since I have felt such comfort. This antidote cannot possibly be some form of psychotropic substance, can it? Tony could hardly believe the rapid efficacy of the serum. He sensed that the moment the injection coursed through his veins, his body began to mend itself almost instantaneously. Of course, he harbored a flicker of skepticism, suspecting that perhaps some illicit substance had induced his mental exhilaration while he overlooked the physical discomfort. Regrettably, the technological devices he had brought with him had temporarily ceased to function. Otherwise, he could have conducted a self-assessment. Compared to his bodily sensations, he placed greater trust in the capabilities of machines. "Mr. Stark, your complexion appears remarkably improved," Natasha remarked, her enhanced senses surpassing those of everyone present, save for a certain aloof deity. She swiftly discerned the subtle black lines beneath Tony's skin fading away. Initially, SHIELD had intended to exploit Tony's palladium poisoning to gain leverage over him, but it now seemed their plans were destined to unravel. Simultaneously, Natasha felt a mix of fear and reverence for the figure on the dais. The ability to conjure matter and erase memories transcended her understanding of superhuman powers. She had thought that beings like herself were formidable, yet in comparison to these capabilities, they seemed trivial. Uncharacteristically, Tony dismissed the flirtation of the beautiful woman and instead directed his intense gaze upon the silhouette atop the platform. He sought the development data for those new elements, and the nano-armors, the blood-edge armors, and so forth. Should he acquire them, the technological iteration could advance by leaps and bounds. Naturally, Tony was confident in his ability to actualize the ideas swirling in his mind in the future, yet that did not preclude his desire to take a shortcut to success. At that moment, the video on the screen interrupted their thoughts once more. The video continued with the title captain's iconic scene with honeyed words. "Slander, nothing but slander. I have not uttered a single curse," Steve lamented, unable to quell his unease upon seeing the phrase honeyed words. The film proceeded. Clad in a striking red and blue uniform, adorned with a star on his chest, Steve raised his dazzling Edelman metal shield with one hand and burst through a grand door. Behind him marched a battalion of soldiers in khaki uniforms. Countless gun muzzles erupted in flames, firing into the building. Simultaneously, the half-meter-wide circular shield seemed to possess some enchantment, as the retaliatory bullets from within the house rained down harmlessly upon it. A grand score played in the background, accompanied by Steve's authoritative voice. "I am the embodiment of justice, Captain Steve Rogers, no matter where the enemy hides in the cosmos. My shield shall bring him to justice." As his words resonated, Steve hurled his shield, which darted through a hail of bullets. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed sharply as the scene shifted. The shield pierced through Peggy Carter's abdomen, embedding itself into the wall with a resounding thud. Blood dripped rhythmically down the smooth surface of the shield. Peggy's expression froze, and in the blurred haze, her upper body separated from her lower half, collapsing to the ground, blood splattering around her. The camera zoomed in on Peggy's face, her pupils gradually dilating, losing their luster. Steve's eyes widened in horror, as the visage he had longed for now lay devoid of life's brilliance. Upon regaining his senses, he recalled that there was still a dance left to share with Peggy. Had it not been for that tragic incident, they would have been but a step away from the altar, underscoring the profound significance she held in his life. How could he possibly bring harm to the one he cherished most? The sight of Peggy's demise ignited an inferno of rage within Steve. In an instant, he lost all semblance of reason, clenching his jaw as he glared up at the platform. "FCKU squid," he began, but abruptly his furious tirade was reduced to muffled sounds, his hand instinctively reaching for his mouth. Soon, his fury morphed into terror as he realized his lips had completely vanished, sealed shut. This horrifying spectacle sent those around him fleeing in fear. The video continued to play. The scene shifted to a solemn church, where Steve, clad in a black suit, along with 6 others, bore a black coffin upon their shoulders. His expression was grave and sorrowful, his gaze lost in contemplation of the ground. As the camera panned, a black and white photograph of Peggy Carter appeared at the front of the coffin, surrounded by an array of floral tributes. The priest on the dais intoned loudly, invoking peace for the departed, wishing her swift passage to the heavenly realm. The congregation wept heart-wrenchingly, with some fainting from the grief. Steve, too, bore a countenance of deep sorrow, seated in the front row with his head bowed low. At that moment, the priest concluded his sermon, and a girl claiming to be Peggy's daughter, Sharon, ascended the stage. Chapter 6. Did Captain America kill his mother-in-law for a date? Steve, rendered mute by the physical constraints, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him at the sight of Peggy's daughter. He could not ascertain how long he had been frozen in time, but it was evident that it had been an extensive duration. It was only natural for Peggy to seek new companionship. But wait, this video was fabricating an absurd narrative. Suddenly, a twisted thought crossed his mind, causing veins to surface on his forehead. Would you dare? Of course, such words could only be spoken in the confines of his own mind. The video continued to play, the images on the screen unwavering. As Sharon recounted Peggy's life and deeds, Steve, seated in the front row, found himself lost in a haze of memories, seemingly recalling something significant. As Sharon concluded her tale, the audience erupted into applause, not in honor of her, but in reverence for the heroic figure she had depicted. Steve, adorned with a subtle smile, joined in the clapping, his gaze towards Sharon imbued with a radiant sense of pride. The scene shifted to a desolate parking lot where two vehicles stood in opposition. Between them, Steve shared a kiss with a blonde woman, and as the camera zoomed in, it became evident that the woman was none other than Sharon herself. In the live broadcast space, a sound of disapproval echoed, piercing Steve's ears. If I ever catch you, he thought, I'll make certain your head meets your rear end. Within him, an instinctual ferocity awakened. Even a paragon of virtue like himself found the art of cursing to be almost second nature. His eyes, ablaze with fury, fixated on the figure atop the platform, his fists clenching with an audible crack. Yet, the video continued. The camera panned to a silver sedan behind Steve, revealing two individuals inside, one dark and one light. They remained silent, their expressions reflecting a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a proud father witnessing his child's growth. Steve's pupils constricted as he took a couple of steps closer to the screen, his heart racing with excitement. Bucky? He thought, in the tapestry of his life. The two individuals he cherished most were Peggy and Bucky, one a beloved kin, the other a brotherly companion. Yet, Bucky had plunged from a train during a fierce battle, falling from a cliff hundreds of feet high. Surely, survival was an impossibility. Shaking his head in disbelief, Steve muttered to himself that it could not be true. This cinematic portrayal must be fabrications from that scoundrel, akin to the preceding scenes, devoid of any semblance of reality. I told you this guy was no good. Look at him. He even killed the girl's mother just to win her over. How can those federal agents protect him? Tony remarked to Banner. For reasons unknown, he harbored an inexplicable disdain for Steve, a feeling that had lingered since their initial encounter, perhaps influenced by the ambience of this realm. Tony did not dwell on it further. With the toxins purged from his system, his spirits lifted, and he became more loquacious. Concurrently, the barrage of comments began to flood in. Nick Fury, Steve, remain calm. Peggy Carter has not perished. She is still in Brooklyn. Do not let anger consume you. Phil Coulson, Barton, you also need to stay composed. Your lack of firearms proficiency merely risks expulsion, especially with a callous superior. Nick Fury, damn it, Coulson, have you completely lost your mind? Pepper Potts, Tony, how are you feeling? Has the medication taken effect? James Rhodes, Pepper, don't fret over that guy. His expression now resembles that of someone who just charmed a flight attendant, much improved from his previous state of impotence. He appears to be on the mend. Carl Mordo, does this system truly allow for the exchange of items? However, redeeming such trivial items is hardly impressive. Show me the ability to exchange for something as powerful as the Tesseract. Nick Fury, Steve, listen to me. The girl in the footage is not Peggy Carter's daughter, but rather her niece. You have been frozen for over 60 years, making it impossible for you to know her, let alone kiss her. Therefore, this footage can be deemed entirely fabricated. Carl Mordo, the director, is it? Allow me to kindly remind you that the future is indeed predictable. These events may only transpire later. Nick Fury, where did you even come from? Care to disclose your location? I'll send people to investigate. Due to the nature of the comments being heartfelt, many individuals inadvertently reveal their true thoughts. An ordinary person may have unwittingly sent a message without the option to retract it. Pepper, I feel quite well now. It seems the palladium has been expelled. As for the specifics, I must await further tests upon my return, assuming I have the opportunity to do so. Tony is acutely aware that relying solely on his intellect in such a place offers little chance of escape. If that being above is indeed some sort of deity, such actions would only provoke them, proving utterly futile in the current predicament. Moreover, escaping now without a new element to replace the reactor in his chest would lead to his demise. Wait I will exchange for the information on the new reactor element. I must ascertain its authenticity, Tony proclaimed confidently. He believes that once he acquires this information, his scientific expertise will enable him to discern the truth of the new element. In stark contrast to Tony's unwavering confidence, Steve found himself engulfed in profound confusion. The image of his dear friend Bucky echoed incessantly in his mind. He wished for the footage to be real, yet simultaneously hoped it was fabricated. After all, moments ago, he witnessed Peggy's demise upon his shield, only to later receive news of Bucky's survival. He could not discern which was more significant. As for the black egg, he scarcely paid it any heed. Who is this mysterious figure? What year is it? Awakening to such a barrage of explosive revelations is overwhelming. Furthermore, among the 6 individuals present, why is he the sole target? All these questions remain unresolved as the second query on the screen appeared. Question: with whom will Steve spend his life in the future? Option 1, Tony Stark. Option 2, Bucky Barnes. Option 3, Peggy Carter. Option 4, Sharon Carter. Each round, every participant has one opportunity to buzz in. If no one buzzes in, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer carefully. Wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. Tony furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at Steve's exaggerated physique before quickly averting his gaze. Upon noticing several inscrutable stares directed at him, he gritted his teeth in irritation and exclaimed, "What does that have to do with me? I am Tony Stark, the epitome of integrity and the most renowned playboy. Why would I associate with someone prancing about in a costume?" Chapter 7, Fury. I am your new boss of the 21st century. Were it not for Steve being physically muted, the live stream would undoubtedly be bustling with activity at this moment. Bruce Banner successfully buzzed in. You have 30 seconds to respond. The sudden mechanical voice shattered the silence, drawing everyone's attention to Dr. Banner. He scratched his head, donning a sheepish grin. At this point, there's no need for internal strife. If we answer the question promptly, perhaps we can leave this place sooner. With that, he raised his hand and declared, I choose the 4th option, Sharon Carter. Banner was acutely aware of the immense threat he posed to humanity. Years prior, he had attempted to end his own life to prevent the Hulk from wreaking havoc and harming the innocent. One must ponder, how could a man unafraid of death fear the random penalties of this system? On the contrary, he even harbored a desire to accumulate points through correct answers, hoping to discover a means to suppress the Hulk in the marketplace. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The cold mechanical voice resonated once more, accompanied by the announcement of a random penalty. Penalty activated, depriving Bruce Banner of his biological knowledge. Dr. Banner felt as though a portion of his mind had suddenly vanished. Without a second thought, he recognized that it was indeed the biological knowledge the mechanical voice had referred to. He did not react excessively. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the illuminated screen ahead, contemplating the ease with which memories could be erased. This transcended the realms of science, igniting a curiosity within him about the entity on the high platform. What manner of life form possessed such supernatural abilities? The beam of light directed at Dr. Banner shifted, landing on his left side. Steve Rogers successfully buzzed in. You have 30 seconds to respond. Instantly, all eyes converged on Steve, as no one anticipated he would choose to respond. As the crowd's gaze fell upon his sealed lips, concern began to ripple through them. In this manner, how can one audibly respond to inquiries? Steve, with his mouth sealed, gazed upwards at the looming figure, his eyes a tumultuous blend of anger, confusion, and sorrow intertwining. Just as the onlookers presumed he was destined to fail in his answer, the mechanical voice of the system resounded once more. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Steve Rogers has earned 250 points. Congratulations, you have triggered a random reward. Release from negative status. With the conclusion of these mechanical announcements, Steve's mouth reappeared. He excitedly touched it, confirming its presence before cautiously uttering a sound. Having regained the ability to speak, no, to articulate, Steve looked up at the figure on the platform, his throat quivering, yet he hesitated to offer a greeting. What if he were to be silenced again? His illustrious reputation would be shattered. Really? This is possible? Thor, noticing that he was the only one rendered mute on the stage, couldn't help but feel anger simmering within him. Simultaneously, he pondered answering the question. There was no shame in bowing his head now. If he were to exit only able to bark, where would that leave the great Thor? Casting his gaze around at the assembly of mortals, he mused, lowly humans. With the great Thor present, you shall not entertain the notion of answering any question. Steve, which answer did you select? Natasha leaned in, unable to restrain her curiosity. Steve, arms crossed, an expression impassive, disregarded her inquiry. Honestly, I believe it should be Bucky Barnes. The two of them are quite the passionate pair. They share an uncanny resemblance of a couple, Tony whispered, covering his mouth as he spoke to Dr. Banner. Yet, their stance was essentially oppositional, and whatever Banner heard, everyone else could hear as well. Little mustache, what are you pretending to be? Steve, already on the brink of eruption, found his anger further ignited by these words. He could do nothing to the impertinent figure above, yet surely he could deal with this seemingly debauched individual. As soon as the words left his lips, Steve surged forward, but after taking only 2 steps, time itself seemed to reverse, pulling him back to his original position. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Coulson had returned to Nick Fury's side. His left eye was bruised, and fresh wounds marred his face. He had been ambushed and beaten on his way, yet he had been aboard the Flying Fortress during the entire ordeal. It was clear who had dealt the blows. Agent Coulson, it appears we have been infiltrated. There is a spy aboard the mothership who has managed to leave you in such a state, Director Fury remarked. His countenance slightly less grim than before, though still dark. Yes, whatever you say, sir, Coulson replied. Despite being a level 8 agent, he had been caught off guard amidst the crowd, yet he had keenly recognized a few familiar faces among the assailants. However, when one is under the eaves, one must bow their head and accept this silent grievance. He astutely shifted the topic. Director, the Avengers initiative is set to continue. It appears that Mr. Stark and Mr. Rogers are not exactly on cordial terms. If brought together, I fear the plans laid out on paper may already be gradually unfolding. S.H.I.E.L.D. has commenced efforts to engage with these individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Alas, we shall observe further what the enigmatic figure behind this spoiler system truly intends. Fury's singular eye fixated on the screen, his thoughts veiled in uncertainty. With this mysterious individual at play, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s subsequent strategies may very well be thrown into disarray. At that moment, the live feed resumed, showcasing a video. Continuing with Captain's sweet moments, music gently began to play, the scene returning to a hospital room from the mid-20th century. Steve, clad in an old-fashioned hospital gown, sat quietly at the bedside, gripping an antiquated radio. A commentary on a football match resonated from the device. His brow furrowed, as if straining to discern a vague voice. Suddenly, he set down the radio and glanced around, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, as if sensing something amiss. The door to the room creaked open, and Natasha, dressed in a nurse's uniform, entered with a tray. Captain, here are today's medications. If you require anything else, please do let me know. Steve slowly rose, clenching his fists as he approached Natasha step by step. Where the hell am I? He demanded loudly. Captain Rogers, I don't understand what you're saying. Natasha replied, maintaining her composure, a bemused expression gracing her face, yet her hand concealed a high-tech pen behind her back. I will ask you one last time. You wretch, where exactly is this place? Steve's patience had evaporated, standing merely a step away from Natasha. Captain Rogers, Natasha pressed the button on the pen, attempting to persuade him verbally. However, Steve was no longer receptive to her explanations. He suddenly shouted, Who the hell are you? Natasha instinctively adopted a defensive posture. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Steve shoved past her and dashed for the door, bursting through a wall made of foam. Steve was then confronted by numerous individuals in black suits, surrounded by an array of high-tech gadgets. Suddenly, several black-clad figures rushed toward him, calling out Captain Rogers. Damn Hydra, you want to lay a finger on me, Steve declared, knocking out several assailants with swift punches before sprinting toward the exit at an astonishing speed. The scene shifted, depicting Steve racing down a modern street, flanked by speeding vehicles, yet his pace surpassed that of the cars, allowing him to vanish without a trace. Ultimately, Barefoot Steve found himself in a square, gazing bewilderedly at the towering billboards, the soaring skyscrapers, and the sharply dressed office workers around him. Just as Steve was enveloped in confusion, Director Nick Fury, clad in black, made his way through the crowd towards him. Captain, welcome to the 21st century. Who are you? Steve's gaze fell upon the armed personnel trailing behind Fury. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, your new employer in this century. Fury raised his hand. signaling his subordinates to halt as he approached Steve alone. Noticing the bewilderment in Steve's eyes as he scanned his surroundings, Fury's tone carried a hint of pride. What? Are you astounded by the technology of the future? Not quite. I just didn't expect my boss to be a black man. Steve sighed deeply, hands on his hips, fixing his gaze on Fury's reflective bald head. Fury's expression darkened, his forehead veins bulging like worms, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. Agent Coulson subtly turned away, wishing to spare Fury from witnessing the smirk that was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Meanwhile, as a loyal subordinate, he politely interjected, "Director, that video is undoubtedly fabricated. Please don't take it to heart." He added, "Steve is a superhuman. It won't be easy to take him down." Chapter 8. The overpowered Odin. I have no intention of confronting Steve. Rather, I am pondering the true intentions of those behind this. Fury's voice was gravely low. He could no longer recall the last time someone had dared to address him so disrespectfully. He understood clearly that the room was arranged by S-H-I-E-L-D for Steve. The setup mirrored the video scene, albeit with subtle discrepancies from reality. This morning, Steve remained frozen in ice, yet to awaken, and it would take time for his consciousness to return. The scenario in the video aligned precisely with Fury's deductions. The future would likely unfold as such. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to believe Steve harbored any racial prejudices. The absurdity of the video had long been evident. Fury was merely contemplating the system's intentions. What elaborate scheme lay behind this? In a live broadcast space, Tony observed Steve's ashen complexion and felt a surge of mockery. Truly, you're a relic of your era. But I must remind you, information spreads rapidly now. The world has changed. If you continue to spout racial slurs, you may find yourself unfit even to be called Captain Brooklyn. Tony's nonchalant words grated on Steve's ears, filling him with irritation. You little mustache, once we're outside, you'll regret not having grown a couple more legs. In the live broadcast, unable to take physical action against one another, the two resorted to verbal sparring. After the video on the screen concluded, a question and answer segment resumed. Question: what position will Steve hold after being recruited by S-H-I-L-D? Options 1. Nick Fury's new Master 2. Nick Fury's new Lackey 3. A member of the Avengers 4. The Master of Sarcasm. Each participant has one opportunity to answer per round. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn live broadcast points, while those who answer incorrectly will face random penalties. Please answer carefully, wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. As the question was posed, Director Fury's eyes seemed to blaze with frustration. It became evident to him that the individuals behind this live broadcast system were intentionally targeting him, having no prior grievances with them. He wondered why they consistently sought to embroil him in their schemes. Director, does this person have a vendetta against you? Coulson inquired, glancing at the figure on the elevated platform within the light screen, his voice laced with caution. If not for the apparent bias against Fury, why would the remarks be so laced with mockery? Coulson mused, one hand cannot clap alone. The lowly black egg has offended countless individuals. It is only natural for someone to seek revenge. Coulson, your words are becoming rather excessive today. Fury's rationality regained its foothold as he contemplated sending a message to Barton or Natasha. According to their plan, Steve was destined to join the Avengers, making the correct answer the third option. However, at that moment, the beams of light in the broadcast space suddenly cascaded down upon Thor. Thor Odinson, you have successfully buzzed in. You have 30 seconds to answer. With unwavering confidence, Thor, despite his brashness and straightforwardness, was not entirely foolish. Observing the previous rounds, he noted that although the video content was absurd, the questions were rather serious. Excluding the three seemingly nonsensical options, the correct answer was all but obvious. He raised his hand in imitation of others. Yet, as 3 seconds elapsed without the mechanical voice announcing a verdict, several question marks floated above Thor's head. What did this mean? Hadn't the one with the silver tongue merely thought of the answer and been granted approval? Did he need to bark like a dog in front of so many witnesses to receive a judgment? In the previous, less informed moment, barking might have been bearable, as few had paid him heed. However, the current situation was drastically different. The remaining 5 individuals were fixated upon him, and countless others were observing from beyond the screen. Given the number of messages flashing by, the audience was certainly not insignificant. The prospect of the great Thor having to bark like a dog was more unbearable than death itself. Yet, refusing to answer the question posed a dilemma for his future. He could not possibly pretend to be mute for the rest of his days. A deep-seated intuition surged within Thor, warning him that if he could not break this dreadful barking curse here, he would have even less chance outside. Moreover, Heimdall had yet to locate him after all this time. It is known that with Heimdall's insight, he can perceive the flutter of a butterfly's wings in any realm among the nine, regardless of where the denizens of Asgard may find themselves scattered. He can locate them in an exceedingly brief span of time. Yet, since they entered this enigmatic space, nearly half an hour has elapsed. All signs indicate that his father is not to be relied upon in the immediate future. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Odin's muscles twitched, his teeth clenched tightly. His eyes radiated a brilliant golden light, piercing the shimmering screen suspended in the air. Heimdall, have you yet to find Thor's whereabouts? Heimdall knelt on one knee, speaking each word with solemnity. Forgive me, O All-Father. I have surveyed the entirety of the nine realms, and Prince Thor does not exist within them. I suspect he may have ventured to another place or perhaps to another universe. The tip of the eternal spear emitted a dazzling brilliance, its golden glow imbued with an immensely terrifying energy, seemingly potent enough to pierce through all that exists. Odin's gaze, aglow with golden light, focused on the figure atop the platform within the screen. He could not tolerate the thought of the future God King, the future king of Asgard, enduring such humiliation. With the eternal spear in hand, he cast it forth as if it were a meteor streaking across the sky. It tore through layers of space, striking the floating screen above. The eternal spear was endowed with formidable attributes. Once thrown, it would inevitably hit its target, and any being struck would meet their demise. Since its inception, this principle had never been faltered, until now. Ripples spread across the surface of the screen, the oscillations transmitting to the shaft of the eternal spear. Suddenly, fine cracks began to creep across the golden shaft, radiant light escaping through the fissures. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Odin trembled, disbelief flooding his eyes, his gaze wide with astonishment. The eternal spear, sculpted from the world tree and inscribed with a sacred oath, was meant to be indomitable, impervious to any force in existence. Yet, as it merely pierced the illusory surface of the screen, the shaft of the world tree began to shatter, the sacred contract entirely rebuffed and erased. The ripples on the screen surged forth, causing the space to ripple in return, akin to tumultuous waves. The eternal spear was contorted and squeezed by the shifting space, resembling a solitary sail barely holding its ground amidst a stormy sea. With a sharp crack, the eternal spear fractured in two, golden energy bursting forth in all directions. As the ripples surged once more, the once magnificent eternal spear was utterly obliterated in midair. Odin, seated upon his throne, suffered a backlash from the shattered contract. Painfully coughing up blood, Loki's amusement gradually faded, his anticipation of seeing Thor humiliated dissipating entirely. Should this matter be mishandled, the repercussions could be endless. A wave of worry surged within him. The others remaining in the temple turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The mighty God King had suffered a grievous blow without even glimpsing his foe. Moreover, the eternal spear, which had conjured countless miracles, was utterly obliterated. The goddess Frigg hastily supported Odin, her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked towards the now normal light curtain, instinctively guiding Odin a few steps back, distancing themselves from the seemingly ordinary barrier. Assisted, Odin retreated until he sat upon his throne, closing his remaining eye as a profound sense of defeat washed over him. Perhaps he truly had aged. The twilight of his years had stripped him of the vigor and strength of his youth. The invincible king of gods had been vanquished, undeniably casting a heavy shadow in the hearts of all within the temple. He had been their sole pillar of hope, and now, with their king fallen, what were they to do? Fear and dread permeated the hearts of everyone in the grand hall. The king could no longer safeguard Asgard. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, the consequences were all too clear. The twilight of the gods might arrive sooner than anticipated. Additionally, how would the formidable, unknown master behind the light curtain perceive them? The terror of death swiftly engulfed everyone within the hall. Chapter 9. Captain America. My pension can buy S.H.L.D. In the halls of Asgard, worry spread like a chilling mist. Even you, your majesty Odin, cannot conquer that mysterious deity? What shall we do for Asgard? The voices of the court echoed with concern for Asgard's fate. Faced with the anxiety of his subjects, Odin opened his solitary eye, his mouth slightly agape before closing it once more. He could offer no promises to his people. The enemy's strength exceeded his imagination, far surpassing even that of the king of gods. His silence cast a pall over the hall, suffocating the air with a heavy sense of despair. Meanwhile, Thor's throat constricted as he gazed upward at the crimson countdown, his resolve beginning to waver. Time slipped away gradually, and failing to provide the correct answer would undoubtedly lead to a misjudgment. He could only dread the random punishment that awaited him, especially given the whims of the one on the high platform. It was not inconceivable that he could be transformed into a true hound. With this thought, Thor clenched his fists tightly, the muscles in his face twitching slightly as he watched the countdown dwindle second by second. Regardless of how he conceived an answer in his mind, that seemingly omnipotent system remained indifferent. As the countdown neared zero, Thor's gaze fell, his clenched fists relaxed, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "Woof, woof." This sound reverberated throughout the hall. In an instant, humiliation, resentment, shame, and utter mortification surged within him. Thor vowed that if he ever found a way to rise again, he would devote his life to mimicking the incessant barking of that figure above. Congratulations, you answer correctly. Thor Odinson gains 200 points. Congratulations, Thor Odinson has triggered a random reward. Talking collar. Two mechanical voices echoed in succession. Upon hearing the trigger for a random reward, a look of joy initially illuminated Thor's visage. Yet, as he discerned the nature of the reward, his expression swiftly crumbled, revealing a countenance most dismal. A collar? A collar is an adornment designated for pets. The great god of thunder, Thor, had no desire for such a trinket. What he yearned for was the restoration of his voice. However, a radiant light rapidly coalesced around his neck, imbued with energy both pure and formidable. An unsettling thought surged within him, prompting Thor to frantically slap at his neck in an attempt to dispel the encroaching luminosity. He vehemently rejected this malevolent gift within his heart. Alas, his efforts proved futile. When the light dissipated, a leather collar, inscribed with runes, was firmly affixed to his neck. No matter how fiercely he tugged, or even summoned his divine power, it remained unyielding. The collar left no trace, nor could it be destroyed or torn asunder. In his struggles, Thor inadvertently brushed against the runes, and a voice of calm authority emanated from the collar. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." In a fit of rage, Thor grasped the collar, pulling upwards with all his might, striving to remove it entirely. Regrettably, his head was too large, and all the sorrow and fury he felt transformed into a singular exclamation, "Woof! I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. I shall not relent, regardless of the nature of this divine collar." The collar emitted another sound, this time seemingly resonating with Thor's innermost thoughts, vocalizing according to his will. A flicker of astonishment crossed Thor's face, and in his surprise, he hastily covered the portion of the collar that had spoken. He then turned away from the onlookers, his body quivering, accompanied by the mechanical voice of the collar. Hey, I can speak again." The others were left speechless. This was the great Pantheon, yet he appeared as a bumbling oaf. Tony silently dismissed his previous notions of anti-god armor, realizing that his earlier thoughts of an alien invasion were tainted with malice. It was a blessing that Earth had not become the aggressor. At that moment, a new scene materialized on the screen. The video resumed. On the deck of a celestial battleship, a helicopter descended slowly, and two figures emerged from the cabin. Steve, clad in a jacket, exuded a carefree charm. Natasha, in a form-fitting battle suit, radiated elegance. Natasha wiped her mouth and remarked, "Captain, welcome to our Isle detour. You can purchase some souvenirs here." Steve adjusted his belt and surveyed his surroundings, responding, "Oh, has funding become so tight that even SHIELD has ventured into the tourism business? Do not take offense. We were like this during the war as well. Do you know that after I became a superhero, my first task was to don that restrictive costume and perform everywhere? You cannot fathom how excruciating it was with my posterior so uncomfortably constrained." Steve placed his hand on Natasha's shoulder, his words flowing ceaselessly. "Every day, Upon awakening, I find myself donning that infernal uniform, performing feats reminiscent of shattering boulders with my chest, using my shield to cover grenades, all in an effort to recreate the valiant moments of saving my comrades during training. In response to Natasha's puzzled expression, Steve elucidated I utilized that damned vibranium shield to shield the grenade, subsequently pressing it down with the shield. That sounds quite amusing. Natasha replied with an awkward smile. Such a unique endeavor surely has a thriving market. But why did you later switch to performing aerial crashes? On one occasion, I failed to secure the shield, and shrapnel ended up taking out General MacArthur's son, which led to my reassignment to the front lines, Steve recounted, frowning and spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. How unfortunate, Natasha consoled him. Yet, it has its silver linings. At least General MacArthur has passed on, and with his son gone, no one is left to trouble you. Indeed, however, given the lack of funding here, how do you intend to recruit personnel for the establishment of a Women's Alliance? Are you planning to enlist a cadre of unpaid interns, or perhaps a group of dismissed older female workers? The two exchange banter, swiftly arriving at the command control room of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wow, this place is magnificent. Could my retirement and pension fund purchase this? Steve exclaimed, pulling out his wallet from his jacket, his eyes wide with astonishment at the opulence of the sky carrier. The scene shifted to Director Fury, whose gaze at Steve's rustic demeanor revealed a hint of pride and arrogance on his face. He extended his right hand for a handshake and spoke in an unremarkable tone. Hello, good to see you again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director here. Steve stepped forward, opened his wallet, and retrieved a solitary $1 bill, placing it in Fury's palm. Hello, I'm your long-awaited master. Fury's expression abruptly froze as he stared at the $1 bill in disbelief. The scene shifted again to Banner, who was rummaging around in a corner, looking up in astonishment, while Agent Hill, engaged in a conversation, had her hand resting on her sidearm. Is it not sufficient? Oh my, the prices here are exorbitant. Steve observed the surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the unusual reactions of those nearby, before finally noticing Fury's grim expression. He extracted another dollar from his wallet, placing it into the still-stunned Fury's palm, while continuously commenting, in our time, $2 could procure an entire ship in the cabinet. It appears my pension will scarcely suffice. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you not offer any benefits for veterans? Can't you extend a discount? The more, the better. I could easily bring back 2 ships to Europe. Steve continued unabated, ignoring Natasha's frantic gestures. And as for that girl called Black Widow, and the one over there, I'll take them as well. I won't purchase any other souvenirs. I still need my pension to buy a farm. Steve pointed at the bewildered Natasha and Hill, then walked out of the command room with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an officer on inspection. The scene shifted again, revealing Natasha bidding farewell to Steve as he boarded the helicopter. You must be cautious. Director Fury's face is black with anger. He won't let you leave so easily. Amusing. Do you think I am someone of little consequence? I have defeated the little mustache Hiller over 200 times during the war. Who can truly restrain me? Steve replied nonchalantly as he stepped onto the aircraft, although he still held Natasha's hand firmly. I have found a splendid estate. Won't you come to take a look? Perhaps you could also deliver the souvenirs I purchased. Good luck with that, sweet talker, Natasha retorted. Upon hearing the commands through her earpiece, she withdrew her hand and forcefully closed the cabin door. The scene returned to the command control room. Director Fury, Steve has disembarked. Do you have any instructions? A bald man reported, listening intently to the pilot's announcement. Fury clenched his palm, crumpling $2 into a ball, gritting his teeth, and said, Get the aircraft up and make sure he doesn't survive. Chapter 10. Nick Fury's descent into darkness. The scene shifted dramatically as Steve rode a motorcycle at breakneck speed along a wide road. Suddenly, a sleek, high-tech warplane emerged, hovering just 10 meters above the ground ahead of him. The cannons beneath the aircraft began to whirl, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets that struck the concrete below, pockmarking the once smooth surface. Steve maneuvered his Harley with remarkable agility, weaving effortlessly through the hail of gunfire as he charged towards the hovering aircraft. When he was within 20 to 30 meters of the plane, he hurled his shield. Damn it, some people have become far too complacent in their positions. The shield spun and struck the plane's tail, instantly disrupting its balance. The aircraft could no longer maintain its hover, tilted to the side, and subsequently crashed onto the road. With a triumphant shout, Steve lifted the front wheel of his motorcycle, soaring through the flames and landing skillfully on the ground, catching his returning shield with ease. I've already paid my deposit. You think you can double-cross me? Not a chance. With the roar of his motorcycle, Steve sped away, disappearing into the distance. The image gradually blurred, ultimately freezing on the silhouette of Steve as he departed. In the live-streaming space, Steve found himself devoid of words for sarcasm or justification, simply resigning to the situation. Meanwhile, Tony stroked his chin, gazing at the still image of the helicarrier as the video concluded, murmuring to himself, HLD, is this the mysterious organization behind you? He then shifted his gaze from the screen to Natasha and Banner. Despite filtering out the excessive elements in the video, one could still glean a wealth of information. Natasha, clad in her uniform, was unmistakably a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. To Tony's astonishment, the seemingly humble and impoverished Banner turned out to be a covert operative as well. Reflecting on his vague familiarity with Natasha, it dawned on him that this so-called S.H.I.L.D. had long been monitoring him. What is it that you desire? Tony could not restrain himself from inquiring. Is it my reactor technology or my Iron Man suit? I have already declined the invitation from that eye patch-wearing man to join the Super Baby Alliance. Why do you continue to send people to approach me? 6 months prior, Tony had encountered Nick Fury, who had infiltrated JARVIS' system and stealthily entered his villa. Fury had elaborated on the various threats besieging the world and subsequently invited him to join the Superhero Alliance. However, Tony had rebuffed the offer. He had no inclination to collaborate, especially with a cadre of self-serving politicians. His piercing gaze fixed intently on both Banner and Natasha. I am unaware of any dealings between you two, nor do I understand why I found myself aboard that anti-gravity aircraft carrier. This matter does not concern me. Banner, unable to bear the scrutiny, blinked innocently and replied, before I was brought here, I was hiding in the slums of Mexico. As the conversation continued, comments flooded in. Nick Fury, Mr. Stark, do not fret too much. S.H.I.L.D. is not coveting your technological innovations. Coulson, the director, speaks truthfully. Nick Fury, I have previously explained that Earth is facing unprecedented threats, and should any supernatural forces arise, humanity's current technological prowess would struggle to cope. Coulson, the director, is indeed correct. Nick Fury, look at the alien beside you. If he harbors ill intentions towards Earth, our existing weaponry would be woefully inadequate. Coulson, the director's foresight is commendable. Loki Odinson, nonsense. You filthy, insignificant pests. Only a dog would wish to venture to your forsaken land. Nick Fury, with the same surname, are you related to that mutt from your planet? Do you expect us to believe your fabrications, when you might lead an invasion of Earth one day? Coulson, the director's wit is unparalleled. Nick Fury, enough. With your flattery skills, you shall never sit in my position. Loki Odinson, enough. That sycophant should silence himself. Nick Fury, Mr. Stark, it is imperative for Earth's superheroes to unite. Observe this projection of the future. The Avengers will undoubtedly come together. Nick Fury, if I am not mistaken, the 6 of you are destined to become members of the future Avengers, which is the very purpose for which the system has brought you to this realm. Pepper Potts, Tony, a group claiming to be from Homeland Security, is seeking you. Doctor Strange, the future holds countless possibilities. Your statement seems rather absolute. Nick Fury, Mr. Strange, which side do you represent? Are you an ally of Dr. Banner? The barrage of comments ceased, and Master Strange fell silent. Meanwhile, Loki seemed oblivious to the unfolding events, abandoning his banter with the one-eyed warrior. The Avengers? Perhaps the Super Baby Alliance would be more fitting. Tony shifted his gaze to the video, maintaining his previous skepticism towards the one-eyed, dubious figure. A new round of questions appeared on the screen. Question: which true adversary instigated the formation of the Avengers? Option 1. Corrupted Nick Fury. Option 2. The Destroyer. Option 3. The Ultron Crisis. Option 4. The Chitauri Army, led by Loki. Each participant has one opportunity to buzz in per round. Should no one respond, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer wisely. Wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz. Upon the appearance of the question, not only did those in the livestream room fall silent, but viewers at home also became quiet. Before the S.H.I.E.L.D. screen, Only Fury and Coulson remained. "Director, shall we proceed with the formation of this alliance?" Coulson wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his brow, having witnessed far too much today. Moreover, if the events in the video were to manifest in reality, it was not beyond reason that the director might turn dark, despite already being rather brooding. "Coulson, I neglected to inform you that the janitors and the agency will collectively take leave tomorrow. The restrooms at S, H, L, D are now your responsibility." "That is an order." Director Fury's gaze grew heavy as he focused on the mention of the Chitauri, before shifting to the terms Destroyer and Ultron Crisis. Although he was not well acquainted with the latter two, their association with the Chitauri indicated they were certainly no benign entities. At the same time, Fury's resolve to establish a superhero alliance solidified further. As for Loki, the godly trickster, he was indeed no ally. The first option was swiftly dismissed. The notion of his own corruption was absurd. Within the halls of Asgard, Odin's one eye flickered dimly, the recent backlash having inflicted significant harm. Coupled with his advanced age and frailty, recovery would not come swiftly. Yet, even in his weakened state, he steadfastly gazed at the question on the screen, the four options weighing heavily upon him: the Destroyer, Loki, and the Chitauri. Two of the four answers were tied to Asgard, and regardless of which was correct, it boded ill for the realm. The Destroyer, crafted from URU metal in his celestial forge, required a wielder to operate effectively. If it were to oppose the so-called Avengers, who could possibly wrest control of the Destroyer from its grasp? If the answer were Loki, then what would compel him to ally with the Chitauri? Observing the unfolding narrative, Loki's countenance turned pale as his name emerged within the plot, a cold sweat trickling down his back, and anxiety began to gnaw at his heart. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a tumultuous vortex of trouble. Meanwhile, as Odin pondered the complexities of the situation, the discord within the live stream intensified. Chapter 11. The new Eternal Gun. "Hey, muscle alien, aren't you going to buzz in this time?" Tony jested, waving his hand at the dazed Thor, playfully urging him to rejoin the fray. This round presented four disparate answers, each unconnected, leaving success dependent solely on chance. Furthermore, a wrong answer would incur a random penalty. In summary, whoever was next in line was in for a stroke of misfortune. The later one answered, the greater the likelihood of being correct. Tony furrowed his brow slightly, tilting his head as he lowered his voice. "You and that Loki must be kin. Why not inquire if he has any plans regarding a Chitauri assault on Earth?" "Mortal, I am Thor, god of thunder, not some muscle alien. Were it not for this setting, I would surely silence your insolent tongue with my hammer," Thor replied, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding a calmness that was almost unnerving, with only the collar around his neck producing any sound. An immense divine power radiated from him, instilling a sense of awe in ordinary mortals. Had this occurred outside, Thor might have truly intimidated them. Unfortunately, within this live stream space, his divine presence dissipated almost instantaneously, as if it had never existed. Coupled with the somewhat cartoonish sound of the collar and Thor's stoic demeanor, he appeared as a petulant child, sulking in silence. "Time is of the essence. If anyone has insights, speak now. What is the Destroyer? What the Chitauri? What is the Ultron Crisis?" Dr. Banner urged, his face a mask of confusion, as if he had just awoken from a deep slumber. He perceived that they might all become members of the Alliance in the future, and withholding information now could jeopardize the unity of the team. On another note, the penalties for incorrect answers were random and could potentially cost someone their life. If they were to become future allies, losing one among them in this mysterious realm would indeed be a lamentable fate. However, 30 seconds swiftly elapsed, leaving little time for further discourse. Moreover, aside from the haughty Thor, the rest had only the faintest knowledge of the first option, with the others being entirely unfamiliar, devoid of any information to exchange. As for Thor, he deemed it beneath his dignity to converse with mortals. "Regrettably, Natasha Romanoff, you have been selected. The 30-second answering period begins now." As soon as Natasha heard her name called, a sudden jolt ran through her, and she stiffly raised her head to gaze at the shimmering countdown on the luminous screen. Her eyes then shifted to Barton beside her, seeking an explanation, but all she received was a shake of his head. With no other recourse, she could only rely on her instincts to respond. Once Natasha was chosen, an unspoken agreement fell upon the group, and silence enveloped the entire live broadcast space, punctuated only by the ticking of the countdown on the screen. I choose the third option, Ultron Crisis, Natasha declared, raising her hand. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in response. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is now selecting a random punishment. The punishment was enacted, stripping Natasha Romanoff of her mastery of postures. Hearing this, Natasha's expression turned somewhat dazed, reminiscent of Barton's earlier demeanor. With no one else daring to answer, the beam of light continued its random selection among the six, ultimately landing on Tony. Regrettably, Tony Stark, you have been chosen. You now have 30 seconds to respond. What a shame, Tony remarked, glancing at the screen without the hesitation that gripped the others. I choose the second option, Annihilator. After all, it's all a guess. Whether I answer early or late, the outcome remains unchanged. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is now selecting a random punishment. The punishment took effect, erasing Tony Stark's Mark II armor. With that proclamation, the silver suit, located in the underground garage of his Malibu mansion, vanished into thin air, leaving only its base behind. That was my most sentimental armor. Couldn't I at least have a different one? The system paid no heed to Tony's lament, and the beam of light resumed its rapid rotation among the six. Thor Odinson successfully buzzed in. You have 30 seconds to respond. The light gradually coalesced, and Thor glanced at the long quiet barrage of messages, noting the absence of Loki's commentary. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to resolve himself, and the voice of the caller announced, the answer is 4, the Chitauri army, led by Loki. Out of pride as a god, should he truly join this so-called League of Mortals in the future, Director Fury would undoubtedly be no match for him, let alone a true adversary. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Thor Odinson earns 250 points. A random reward was triggered, the Spear of Eternity. A brilliant golden light descended from the screen, coalescing before Thor into the form of a long spear, as if bestowed by the gods themselves. Witnessing this spectacle, Thor's pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a few steps back. A tempest surged within him, rendering him unable to achieve tranquility. After a considerable pause, he murmured to himself, "This is impossible. It cannot be. The Spear of Eternity, in his father's possession. How could it appear here?" Thor could instantly discern that the spear birthed from the light was no mere imitation, but a genuine artifact of divine power. The sacred covenant gleaming upon the gun beckoned him, fervently yearning to forge a pact with him. Even more astonishing was his ability to sense divine power, surging like a relentless torrent, resonating and echoing in response to his call. All of this irresistibly tempted him to grasp the eternal spear with his own hands. Unable to resist the overwhelming allure of such divine might, Thor inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of his godly essence to coalesce within his palms. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Asgard, all present, including Odin upon his throne, were rendered speechless. Gazing at the pristine eternal spear, he disregarded his injuries, abruptly rising from his seat and pushing aside the support of Queen Frigga. His eyes widened in disbelief, remaining fixed on the spear, utterly oblivious to Frigga's murmurs at his side. While he could comprehend the creation of something out of nothing, the conception of such a godly weapon transcended his imagination. This realization solidified the legitimacy of the items within the system's marketplace, dispelling any notion of their non-existence. Heimdall, observing this miraculous spectacle, cast aside all decorum, his heart numb from the extraordinary sights unfolding before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he voiced the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Respected King Odin, can you discern the authenticity of this eternal spear? The inquiry echoed the curiosity of the crowd. As his words settled, all eyes turned expectantly toward Odin. A flicker of relief crossed the aged features of the All-Father, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing as he stepped back 2 paces to reclaim his seat. With a long sigh, he spoke in a surprisingly calm tone. It is real. Yet, it is not entirely so. I sense that my own eternal spear has perished, and this is a brand new eternal spear. When the disparity in power between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth, the desire for conflict dissipates. This was Odin's current state of being. His declaration sent a wave of astonishment throughout the hall, expressions of disbelief and shock etched upon every face. A new eternal spear? How can this be? One question perplexed. Could it be a gift from that existence to Thor? Speculated another. What if he decides to assault Asgard? Shall we merely await our doom? Voiced a third, laden with concern. Loki, fixated on the luminous display, fervently hoped that the eternal spear would not fall into Thor's hands. He understood all too well that should this artifact come under Thor's control, his own schemes would unravel. Chapter 12. Your weapon is small and adorable. The tip of the eternal spear shimmered with resplendent divine light, its suffocating aura unmistakably genuine. Thor shared this sentiment, a smile involuntarily curving his lips, unable to contain his excitement. With MJ, Lnir now absent, he required a fitting weapon as a substitute. It was not a matter of fickleness. It was simply a matter of necessity. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Thor could hardly contain his eagerness to respond to the summons of the sacred covenant, his hands gripping the gun with fervor. A vast reservoir of divine power surged within his godly form, releasing a torrent of thunderous energy. In an instant, Thor's eyes ignited with the brilliance of lightning, as countless electric arcs danced across his body, sending crackles of thunder through the air and producing resounding booms. At that moment, he resembled a majestic and inviolable deity, rather than a simple-minded giant wielding a hammer. The great god of thunder, Thor, rises once more. I shall sweep across the 9 realms, and all my enemies shall tremble beneath my feet, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with confidence and strength. Those nearby, witnessing the uncontainable arcs of electricity, felt a sense of relief as they remained at a safe distance from Thor's formidable presence. They beheld him, arms firmly grasping a spear, poised before him, embodying the divine essence of thunder, leaving them in awe. Even Dr. Banner began to doubt whether the raging beast within him could stand against such a Thor. However, at that moment, a cartoonishly lighthearted sound broke the tense and solemn atmosphere. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Tony silently revisited the conceptual draft for the anti-Thor armor, placing it back on the research agenda. Meanwhile, Steve focused his gaze on the marketplace of the light screen, realizing that to confront such a formidable foe, the super soldier serum was becoming increasingly inadequate. To regain his strength, he could only place his hopes in the system's marketplace. Simultaneously, in Asgard, Loki observed Thor wielding the eternal spear, and his complexion paled to a ghostly hue. His heart felt as heavy as if it were filled with cold lead. Sinking deep within him, what is the most excruciating pain in the mortal realm, if not witnessing one's brother prosper? With Thor's newfound power, what fate awaited Loki? He had intended to persuade Odin to reclaim the eternal spear upon Thor's return to the realm of gods. Yet, when Loki glimpsed the radiant joy on their mother Frigga's face, his mouth, which had opened to speak, closed instinctively, as jealousy and resentment surged within him like a tidal wave. In the live-streaming space, the light screen transitioned to the next segment of video. The tale of the second member, Thor, the god of thunder, begins, showcasing the iconic moments of the Ironhead simpleton Thor. The video officially commences. In an unknown location in the wilderness, Thor, clad in a snug athletic outfit, is drawn towards a luminous source, staggering towards it. The light source rapidly magnifies. Bang! A vehicle comes to a screeching halt, and Thor is propelled several meters away. The occupants of the car hurriedly exit. 4 figures, 3 men and a woman, armed with flashlights, illuminate the direction from which Thor was thrown, evidently an elderly professor accompanied by 3 students. In the next moment, Thor, disoriented and unrecognizable, stumbles from the shadows, slowly emerging into the light. The beam of the flashlight illuminated Thor's face, its intensity rendering him nearly unable to open his eyes. He could only shield his gaze with his hand, and, with a tone laced with impatience, demanded, "Mortals, tell me, to which realm do I find myself in?" The 4 individuals before him appeared utterly bewildered, exchanging glances before shaking their heads in unison. Observing their confusion, Thor squinted slightly and inquired, "Near Valley? Vanaheim?" His words dripped with fury, and his stance swayed as if he had indulged in dubious spirits. He was on the verge of launching himself at them. A warning voice pierced the air. A woman among the 4 raised her firearm, aiming it steadily at Thor. "This is New Mexico," she declared. The laser sight danced across his forehead and chest. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Thor gestured emphatically at the woman. Incredulity etched across his features. "You dare threaten the great god of thunder, Thor, with such a trivial weapon?" With that, he took a few steps forward, intending to impart a lesson upon these oblivious mortals. However, the woman resolutely pulled the trigger. A hook tethered to a metal cord struck Thor's chest, and a powerful jolt surged forth from the weapon. The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as Thor's body convulsed, standing frozen in place before collapsing to the ground. Muscles spasming violently, froth forming at his lips, and his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The video footage faded to darkness, leaving only fragments of dialogue resonating. What kind of fool stands in the presence of a gun? It's only natural. Who in their right mind would rush in front of a speeding vehicle? I spotted a mental institution to the north on a map. Perhaps he escaped from there. With that level of intellect, escaping seems implausible. Who knows? Maybe he suffers from intermittent episodes. Tony's eyes crinkled at the corners, lines forming as he struggled to suppress a grin. However, upon witnessing Bruce Banner also teetering on the edge of restraint, they exchanged glances, unable to contain their mirth any longer. Huh. The god of thunder has been rendered unconscious by electricity. This must be a ruse, the handiwork of that individual above. Thor, clutching the eternal spear, aimed it toward the figure atop the platform, only to recall previous events. He quickly stifled his thoughts, wary of expressing his sentiments through the collar. His complexion darkened with suppressed frustration, a tempest brewing within as he grappled with the absurdity of being incapacitated by a mere weapon. I am the deity who commands thunder. It is preposterous to think I could be felled by such a diminutive contraption. Thor slammed the eternal spear into the ground, unleashing a cascade of thunderbolts that illuminated his formidable presence. We believe in the great god of thunder. Do take care not to be overwhelmed by the system. Tony managed to utter, stifling laughter as he fought to keep the corners of his mouth from betraying him. As the formidable presence of Thor loomed, a mere glance at a certain figure diminished his fury considerably. The prospect of being chastised and becoming the subject of ridicule was not appealing. The luminous screen began to present the current round's inquiry. Question: why has Thor arrived on Earth? Option 1. Banished by Odin. Option 2. Seeking refuge. Option 3. Asgard is on the brink of destruction. Seeking a solution on Earth. Option 4. Intent on invading Earth. Each participant is granted a single opportunity to answer, should no one respond. The system will randomly select a guest to reply. Those who answer correctly will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. All participants are urged to answer with caution, wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. The occupants of the livestream space fell into a contemplative silence, each person deep in thought. Tony stroked his chin, his gaze flitting among the various options as he began to engage in meticulous reasoning. He recalled every detail from the video, endeavoring to unearth clues. If the footage were authentic, albeit with the voiceover carelessly altered. The initial question posed by the so-called electric god, "Where is this place?" proved particularly pivotal. This suggested that the entity was unaware of his surroundings, thus rendering the final option of invading Earth improbable. Although he outwardly scoffed at the brash individual claiming to be a deity, a sense of vigilance lingered within him. After all, an entity deserving of divine reverence must possess extraordinary qualities. Yet, it was perplexing that such a being could be rendered unconscious by a stun gun. It is known that even ordinary individuals, weighing 200 to 300 pounds, can barely withstand the effects of such an assault. How then could a god be so incapacitated? This could only imply that the brash individual had either lost his superhuman abilities or sustained grievous injuries, rendering him no stronger than an ordinary person. The third option could also be dismissed. Thus, only one possibility remained. He had come seeking refuge after being wounded or had been stripped of his powers for some reason. Tony's finger hovered over the answer button as he took a deep breath, steeling himself. Chapter 13. Thor, remove your hand from my backside. Tony was not alone in his deliberation. Each individual contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to answer and which option to select. However, a crucial point lingered. The video on the luminous screen was exceedingly implausible, particularly the scene depicting Steve slaying Peggy Carter with his shield. The visual seemed untrustworthy, just as the group weighed the merits and drawbacks of responding. A beam of light suddenly illuminated Tony, who promptly declared, "I choose the first option. Thor was banished to Earth by Odin." Congratulations, your answer is correct. Tony Stark has earned 400 points. A random reward was triggered, doubling his current points. Tony's total score momentarily soared beyond 900. a sum ample enough to procure many of his current necessities. The methods for manufacturing new reactor elements demanded 100 points. Type 3 armor required 50 points. Type 6 armor was priced at 150 points. Type 7 armor at 170 points. And Type 44 armor, anti-Hulk, at 330 points. The nano battle armor, Type 50, called for 900 points, while the Blood Edge battle armor and symbiote armor each cost 1,200 points, alongside the entirely new and distinct armors, among others. With a slight tremor of his hand, Tony nearly selected the exchange for the Mark 50 armor. However, he quickly reconsidered. Addressing the reactor issue at his chest was of utmost importance. Furthermore, even if he were to acquire new armor, without the appropriate materials and technical support, harnessing its full potential would prove exceedingly difficult. It would be far wiser to exchange for the technical data he currently needed, thereby shortening the time required to develop his armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony opted to exchange for the data on the new reactor elements. In an instant, a radiant light descended, enveloping his being. Suddenly, a new memory surged within his mind. Tony's pupils constricted as his consciousness was drawn into the illusion constructed by this memory. In a sealed room, Howard was pointing at a model of a building on the table. "Tony, you are still young and do not comprehend all this, so I wish to record it for you." Tony found himself in this very room, observing a younger Howard Stark speaking to a camera. The walls were adorned with diagrams depicting the trajectories of protons and other micro-level phenomena. Tony stood in awe, gazing at his father, who had passed away many years ago, now vividly alive before him. In that moment, he could not discern whether he was in an illusion or reality. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward, lamenting to his father. Was it truly the accident, or was there another reason? Yet, Howard seemed oblivious to Tony's presence, continuing to address the camera and gesturing toward the architectural model behind him. "This is what I designed for you. One day, you will understand that everything here represents not merely human invention, but the masterpiece of my life. It is a key to the future, my most glorious achievement." His words reverberated in the air, transcending the barriers of time and space, striking at the very core of Tony's being. Howard continued, "I am constrained by the limitations of current technology, but you are not. When you unlock it, you will be able to change the entire world." At that moment, the sound of a child's cries from the adjacent room shattered the tender, yet solemn atmosphere. Howard set aside his task and hurriedly exited the room. Tony reached out, attempting to grasp his father's arm, only to find his hand passing through Howard's body as if it were merely a specter. The harsh reality struck Tony, awakening him to the truth. This was merely an illusion, a message from his father. He lowered his gaze to the sand table model on the desk, memories from his childhood flooding his mind. This model had accompanied him through countless nights and days, yet he had never truly paid attention to its intricate details. Until now, he had never perceived anything extraordinary about this sand table. Could the secret of the new element be concealed within? Tony meticulously observed the arrangement and positioning of the buildings on the sand table, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The proton number of the new element differed from all known elements, as did the isotopes of known elements. So that was it. Tony murmured to himself, hastily jotting down the locations of the structures within the sand table. Upon returning, with Jarvis's supercomputing capability, he was confident he could create the new element. Outside the door, Howard entered the room, cradling 5- or 6-year-old Tony in his arms, soothing him by patting his back as he walked, again standing before the camera. "It's been over 20 years since I passed, yet here you are, returning to teach me." As Tony beheld his father's silhouette, an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. "Throughout my life, I have created many things, yet the greatest creation of all is you." Howard, holding young Tony, spoke to the camera. In that moment, a knot in Tony's heart unraveled, and his furrowed brow relaxed. "Thank you, Dad." As the words left his lips, the scene shattered like fragile bubbles, and he found himself back in that enigmatic live broadcast space. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor's emotion stood in stark contrast to his. "Impossible it cannot be. How could I possibly be exiled by my father?" He would occasionally clench his jaw, casting glances at the luminous screen, while at other times, he struck the ground with the eternal spear. In any case, he found it utterly inconceivable to be cast away. "I am Thor, soon to be crowned, and to be banished to such a desolate place. What difference does it make from being a prisoner cast into exile?" Those around him, listening to his mutterings, could easily connect the dots to the reckless nature of this dim-witted giant. It was clear that the reason for his banishment was undoubtedly tied to his temperament. He must have caused a ruckus. Thor bit down on his jaw, forcefully pounding the spears but against the ground, relying on this method to vent his frustrations. Simultaneously, the luminous screen resumed its display. The video continued to play. The first image that met the eye was that of a psychiatric hospital, as an ambulance carrying the unconscious Thor drove in. The scene shifted, revealing Thor lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by several uniformed security personnel and doctors clad in white coats. A middle-aged doctor, wearing glasses and holding a syringe, slowly approached Thor's arm. It seemed that the pain awakened Thor from his unconscious state. Seeing Thor open his eyes, the doctor quickly donned a friendly smile, saying, "It's all right, just relax. It's merely a blood draw, and you will be fine soon." However, Thor furrowed his brow, looking down at the syringe inserted into his arm, unable to contain his emotions. Struggling to rise, he forcefully pushed away the doctor before him, exclaiming in fury, "Oh heavens! How dare you assault the great son of Odin? Your fate is sealed." The scene erupted into chaos as medical staff retreated while security personnel advanced, intent on subduing Thor. They quickly restrained him, all joining in the effort. A throng of individuals surged forward. One directly leaped towards Thor, only to be deftly evaded. Thor effortlessly dodged the attack and turned to face another burly man charging at him, taking advantage of the element of surprise. Thor delivered a powerful punch to the man's face, sending him crashing backward. With a proud roar, Thor declared, "Ha! No one can rival Thor. Get away from me." In the next moment, a security guard, positioned behind Thor, stealthily rose from the bed and lunged at his back. Caught off guard, Thor was swiftly embraced from behind. Due to the momentum, he was shoved against the glass wall, held firmly in place. He struggled, but more security personnel surged forward to secure him. The camera shifted to reveal Thor's face pressed against the glass, distorted and fearsome. "Mortals, remove your filthy hands, especially that one on my rear," Thor shouted in anger, unable to break free. "Otherwise, when the god of thunder regains his powers, you shall be doomed." The doctor, unhurried, produced a sedative and administered it into Thor's system. Moments later, Thor's gaze became vacant, and he lost consciousness once more, his twisted face sliding down the glass. Truly a severe case. "It seems we need to increase the dosage," the doctor sighed, shaking his head. "Is this the god of thunder? A member of our Super Baby Alliance?" After watching the footage, Tony couldn't help but speak up again. "Speaking of which, what exactly does our Super Baby Alliance do? Is it merely an enhanced version of playing house? We already have Captain Honey Lips, Iron Head, and Electric God. Could the next character be something like Speedy Kid?" "Shut up, you little mustache. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Chapter 14. Thor's true love. The 30-second countdown loomed over everyone like the sword of Damocles, urging them to hasten their search for the correct answer. Question: who is the only true love that Thor finds in this narrative? Option 1. Sif, Thor's beloved before his exile. Option 2. Jane Foster, the first to electrify Thor. Option 3. Daisy Louise, Jane Foster's best friend. Option 4. Eric Selvig, the wise doctor who aids Thor in reclaiming his powers. Their bond seemingly transcending ordinary limits. Each participant has one opportunity to answer during each round. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn live broadcast points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer carefully. May everyone enjoy the challenge of answering questions. Soul pointed to his own nose, as if he had just heard a rather dark jest, and with a wide grin exclaimed, "Me, true love? How is that even conceivable?" He had scarcely emerged from the shadow of having been bested by mortals on 2 occasions when he was once again taken aback. The mighty god of thunder. How could he possibly be ensnared by the emotions of mere mortals? Moreover, who was this last fellow? The name sounded distinctly masculine, and he might not be young anymore. "Hey folks, let us not dawdle," Natasha interjected, casually tossing her hair, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. She slightly turned to the side, her posture a blend of grace and a hint of seduction, presenting her exquisite form to the audience. Collaboration leads to mutual victory, does it not? Share your thoughts. Let's not squander any more time. "I believe it should be Sif," Dr. Banner proposed. There's an ancient saying in the East. True feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Only through trials can one truly attain love. In his view, there is a foundation of emotion between the two. Furthermore, given Sol's misfortunes, Sif's unwavering presence might very well capture his heart. Dr. Banner continued, from a psychological perspective, individuals often reassess their values and relationships after experiencing significant setbacks. For Sol, Sif might be the emotional anchor he needs at this pivotal moment. Fairy tales often present scenarios, such as Snow White falling for a corpse-loving prince or the Frog Prince enamored with a girl who adores slimy toads. These serve as perfect archetypes. Barton hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. I think it could be Jane Foster. Some men are drawn to women who can conquer them. When the Thunder God first met her, he was struck dumb, perhaps awakening a unique, proclivity within him. You're talking nonsense. Sol slammed the eternal spear into the ground, thunder crackling around him. I assure you, no one can conquer Thor. The atmosphere grew tense, leaving everyone hesitant to speak further. At that moment, Tony suddenly chimed in, I think it might be Daisy Louise. Did you notice that the system prompt used the term best friend? I believe that holds significance. Having discovered a new element, Tony was in high spirits, and his words flowed more freely. Under Sol's icy gaze, he elaborated. What I mean is I just think that could be the case. You're free to disagree. But you do well to consult Captain Honeyed Lips. Both are muscular men, perhaps sharing a similar inclination. Tony's gaze shifted to Steve's well-defined physique, and he smirked. There's a saying, moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex, excessive exercise attracts. And Einstein once remarked, choose the longest among 3 short ones, that doctor. Eric is also under suspicion. The recently unearthed antique evidently failed to grasp Tony's intent and solemnly declared, I believe option 1 is correct. True feelings are most readily revealed in times of hardship, and that is when one is most likely to encounter genuine love. Upon encountering this query, Steve could not help but reminisce about Peggy, the impoverished youth meeting the affluent beauty. This experience bore an uncanny resemblance to the first option's description. The dance he owed from years past remained unfulfilled to this day. Yet now all seemed too late. From the conversations of those present and the images projected on the screen, it was evident that the world outside had advanced at least 50 or 60 years. Peggy had been nearing 30 back then, and by now, she must be approaching her twilight years. A fleeting vision of himself carrying a coffin crossed his mind, darkening Steve's countenance and plunging his spirits into despair once more. However, when he recalled the answer regarding the person who would accompany him throughout his life, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Gazing at the time-traveling capsule before him, Steve felt he might have the opportunity to complete that long-overdue dance. In Asgard, Queen Frigga observed the live broadcast, her pallid face regaining a hint of color. Her seemingly clumsy yet deeply affectionate son, Thor, might finally discover a true love with whom to share his life. As a deity, she transcended the capricious emotions of mortals. Yet as a mother, she could not escape her concern for her son's marital prospects. Thor had remained oblivious for over 5 millennia, while her other son, Loki, flitted about like a carefree heir, showing little interest in women and exhibiting a peculiar attachment to his brother. Such matters inevitably caused her distress. Though the lifespan of gods is extensive, they too cannot withstand endless delays. Previously, she had painstakingly identified a suitable daughter-in-law, the warrior Sif of Asgard, and had implored Odin to place her in Thor's company, hoping for opportunities to nurture their bond. King Odin harbored high hopes for Sif as well. Unexpectedly, Thor turned out to be as Loki had described, his head filled solely with muscle. He took Sif and his companions into battle daily, behaving like a fool, causing chaos and treating the goddess as if she were merely a Valkyrie. Frigga felt on the verge of tears. Even Odin believed the royal lineage would perish in the next generation and ceased his attempts to unite the two. Little did they know, they were now hearing such wondrous news. My king, do you not see? Thor is destined to find his true love. Could it be Sif? Frigga whispered to Odin. The others were mere mortals. This choice could only be Sif. Odin's single eye narrowed slightly, his tone laden with significance as he replied. In Asgard, lineage and status held paramount importance. Were it not for Sif being the embodiment of the goddess of harvest, she would not even qualify to be Thor's wife, let alone a mortal from Earth. They are not even worthy to enter this temple. Beneath the temple, Sif's eyes ignited with hope. As soon as she heard the news of Thor's abduction, she rushed over. Initially engulfed in the panic of the Divine King's defeat, she was now greeted with this monumental piece of good fortune. Her affection for Thor was unreciprocated, as he remained as oblivious as an unchiseled stone. Stubborn, arrogant, and straightforward. He knew nothing of romantic affairs, and even recoiled from the most elementary physical gestures. Sif had prepared herself to melt Thor's impenetrable heart over the span of millennia. Little did she expect to receive such wonderful news at this moment. Exiled Earth, Sif mused over this revelation, realizing she must seize this opportunity. Thor's true love. My foolish brother now possesses yet another vulnerability. Loki, standing nearby, subtly bit his lip. His eyes glazed over, yet his mind was secretly devising a scheme. Loki had always coveted the throne, and at this moment, he perceived a possible opportunity to exploit Thor's exile and usurp the throne as the new king of Asgard. Loki believed himself superior to Thor, the simpleton who could only wield a hammer. Why should the throne belong solely to Thor? Clearly, Loki, was the more fitting choice. Had it not been for this unexpected disruption in the light curtain, the coronation ceremony for Thor would have already commenced. In that event, Thor would be the undeniable king of Asgard, and Loki would have no choice but to bow in deference. Contemplating these thoughts, Loki's gaze grew increasingly sinister. Fixated on the wounded divine king, Odin had always favored Thor from childhood to present. Loki dared not stare at the frail king for long, swiftly averting his gaze. Thor, just you wait. Loki slightly bowed his head, his fists hanging naturally at his sides, yet clenched tightly, creaking as if to release his inner fury. He silently vowed that one day he would prove to everyone that he was more deserving of the title of king of Asgard than Thor. Chapter 15. Thor, am I dead? With only 3 seconds left in the countdown, the live stream remained eerily silent, no one daring to respond. Thor recalled how he had not only been subjected to an arranged marriage, but now, even love was being dictated to him. Although he scoffed at this forced sentiment, he still remembered the powerful divine items available in the marketplace. Observing the fervent discussions among the crowd, yet finding no one willing to step forward, Thor resolutely decided to answer. The great Thor chose option 1. Sif, true love is Sif. Upon completing his answer, the system's judgment echoed forth. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is now selecting a random punishment. The cold voice reverberated throughout the live stream. Thor was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He widened his eyes, staring at the penalty displayed on the light screen, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. The punishment took effect, amplifying the emotions of arrogance and pride within Thor Odinson threefold. As the declaration resonated, Thor's emotions erupted uncontrollably. His face flushed crimson, and hot breath billowed from his nostrils. There was no conceivable way he could be at fault. With those words, he brandished the eternal spear, sweeping it in a furious arc. Unleashing a tempest of thunder that surged from its tip, aimed directly at the luminous screen that proclaimed the verdict. There's a dark curtain. I shall not respond. Release me. In the next moment, like a dragon of thunder, a bolt of lightning ricocheted back, striking Thor with tremendous force. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, his golden locks transformed into a wild explosion of curls, while his robust physique convulsed in the act of wielding his spear. A puff of smoke erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. What a fool, daring to strike at the system. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony placed a hand to his forehead, shaking his head gently. The thought of teaming up with this imbecile in the future filled him with unease. Though he did not fully comprehend the hierarchical division of divine powers, any discerning eye could see that this system far surpassed the so-called gods. Not to mention the unpredictable puppet master behind it. In such circumstances, it seemed there was no recourse but to obediently answer questions, playing the fool. I choose option 2. Jane Foster. Tony seized the moment while everyone else's attention was fixated on Thor, raising his hand to answer. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Tony Stark earns 300 points. The system's voice echoed, though this time no random reward was triggered. Stark, didn't you claim you would choose the third option? Steve, unable to outpace Tony, clenched his fists tighter upon witnessing the latter's smug demeanor. Previously, he had spoken with such conviction, claiming, "We'll all be in the same alliance. No need for falsehoods." Such duplicity made Steve resolve that he could never collaborate with him in the future. Who knew when he might be sold out? There's no law in the Federation against boasting, is there? I was merely speaking casually, Tony replied, scratching his nose, not even glancing at Steve. his expression devoid of emotion. Just as tensions flared among them, the question on the screen vanished, giving way to a video presentation. The video continued to play. Inside a hospital, several medical personnel lifted Thor onto a bed, expertly removing his constricting athletic attire. Thor lay bare on the hospital bed, the camera panning to the outside where people passed by, some stopping to take photos with their phones. The sound of giggling girls echoed. The weapon is small, yet quite adorable. After some time, a middle-aged doctor arrived with a hospital gown for Thor to don. The blue gown resembled a dress, and when draped over Thor, it appeared somewhat small, barely covering his upper thighs. The screen flickers, indicating that half an hour has elapsed. As if marking a swift transition, Thor gradually opens his eyes in the hospital bed, surveying his surroundings only to find the room empty. He tumbles out of bed and, flinging open the door, dashes outside. Thor sprints through the corridors and bursts through the hospital's main entrance. Standing in the street, he laughs heartily towards the sky. Ha ha ha. No one can capture the great Thor. No one. From behind, his stark white posterior, accentuated by the blue hospital gown, stands out prominently. Suddenly, a vehicle screeches to a halt, and Thor rolls across the ground multiple times. I apologize. I truly did not mean to hit you, Jane exclaims, hastily exiting the car to assist the dazed Thor. In the next moment, familiar security faces reappear at the entrance, pointing at the sprawled Thor and declaring, "Hey, that lunatic is over there. Don't let him escape." The scene shifts. A despondent Thor is being restrained, his limbs held awkwardly as he is escorted back to the hospital. Jane, left behind, watches with a mixture of embarrassment and disbelief as Thor's white backside disappears from view. The camera cuts to Thor, now clad in casual attire, having somehow managed to escape. He stealthily approaches a pet shop, where a lone male clerk is grooming a puppy. "Hey, mortal, bring me a horse," Thor commands boldly, glancing around with an air of arrogance. The clerk hesitates, wide-eyed, and steps aside to reveal the cages behind him. Their eyes meet. Thor's serious demeanor suggests he is not jesting, prompting the clerk to meekly respond, "We are a pet shop, and we do not sell horses." The animals in the shop, including a parrot, an orange cat, and a poodle, collectively turn their heads. "Anything will do. Just give me something I can ride," Thor insists, nodding nonchalantly. "Please wait. I will contact the company to send someone," the clerk says, eyeing Thor with suspicion as he dials the number for the mental health facility. The scene changes again. Thor's head is pressed against the wall once more, as he roars defiantly, "I am Thor, the god of thunder. You will never capture me." The conclusion shows the hospital vehicle speeding away. Poor Thor, captured 3 times in a mere minute of footage by the mental health facility. "I have noted the name of this hospital, and upon my return, I shall purchase it and take charge of capturing individuals myself," Tony remarks, glancing at Thor to offer some comfort. Thor, still dazed from the electric shock, sits on the ground, bewilderedly touching his once coveted, now tangled hair. Apart from Mjolnir, Thor treasures his long, braided locks above all else, which are now in disarray. Options: Destroyer, Loki, Sif, Psychiatrist in each round. Each participant has 1 opportunity to answer. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn live streaming points, while incorrect answers will result in random penalties. Please answer with caution. Wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz. The countdown begins now. Am I dead? Thor stared wide-eyed, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the text on the screen, convinced he was not misreading the information. After rubbing his eyes several times, the words remained unchanged. He could not help but gasp, utterly astonished, rendered speechless as if he had lost his voice. In Asgard, Loki beheld his name among the options. Instantly, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had only just formulated a plan, and now the future's outcome was laid bare before him. Was he, the god of mischief, to be rendered powerless? What schemes could he conjure when the result was so brazenly thrust into his face? Although he had occasionally entertained fleeting thoughts of what he might do to Thor, particularly when Thor incessantly struck his own head with a hammer, it was understandable. Who wouldn't he occasionally have a moment of brilliance? Once, Loki had even contemplated usurping Odin from his throne, proclaiming, "Old man, it is time to step aside." No one could guarantee how future events would unfold. If the one destined to slay Thor were to be him, it was clear he would be condemned to a life of imprisonment. His complexion fluctuated between pale and ashen, his palms slick with sweat. This scene did not escape the notice of the others present. Chapter 16. The Destroyer is equivalent to 3 security guards. Impossible. I would never harm Thor. Sif sensed the skeptical gazes surrounding her and vehemently shook her head in denial. No matter the circumstances, she could not fathom herself raising a hand against Thor. However, mere words could not absolve her of suspicion. Some in the hall remained dubious of her innocence. Simultaneously, Loki became the focal point of scrutiny. Given his notorious past, the people in the hall had nearly concluded that he was the most likely culprit. In his youth, he had once stabbed Thor with a dagger when Thor was merely 8 years old, a memory that lingered in Thor's mind even after 4 millennia, frequently recounted. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Loki to be the first suspect, despite maintaining a seemingly obedient demeanor in recent years. The sons of kings battling for power and turning against one another was not an uncommon tale. The assembly understood all too well the allure of ruling over all of Asgard. They found it hard to believe that Loki would remain unaffected by such temptation. Though he often appeared timid, facing a Thor stripped of divine power and vulnerable to the grasp of mere mortals could ignite a lethal ambition within him. It was not me. I never contemplated the act of killing Thor. Loki sensed several piercing gazes directed at him, and a fierce anger ignited within his heart. Undaunted, he met Odin's gaze upon the throne, his eyes brimming with a mixture of indignation and fury. At first glance, it was difficult to discern Loki's true thoughts. Queen Frigga rose, her voice resonating throughout the hall. Both Loki and Thor are my children. I know their natures well, and they would never commit such an act. She paused before continuing. Even if that mysterious, powerful figure provides an answer, we must not accept it blindly. After all, who knows the true intent behind their arrival in the 9 realms? Her words thickened the atmosphere, plunging all present into deep contemplation. The implication was clear. Even if the answer pointed to Loki, she would defend her child. Hearing his mother's words, a flicker of emotion crossed Loki's eyes. He fought back tears and softly called out, "Mother." Meanwhile, in the live streaming space, Thor struggled to accept this grim reality. He stared at the words on the screen, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. He had never imagined that he would meet his demise in his youth, let alone at the hands of someone familiar. Whether it was the Destroyer, his brother Loki, or his longtime comrade Sif, none had reason to turn against him. The Destroyer was Asgard's guardian armor, controlled solely by its sovereign. Thus, it could only mean that his father, Odin, was behind this. Thor felt as though his mind were ablaze, his gaze shifting towards the doctor of the psychiatric facility who had provided the final answer. A chill swept over him as he grappled with the absurdity of the thunder god's demise at the hands of a mere mortal. The situation was growing increasingly convoluted. "Captain, do you have any suggestions?" Tony asked, devoid of thoughts. He let his gaze fall upon Steve. Steve shot Tony a sidelong glance and coldly replied, "I do not wish to converse with you. Keep your distance." His eyes returned to the answers on the screen. The options presented were all known to him only through the display and the comments. Loki, this relative with whom Thor shared a profound blood bond, and Sif, who had once been Thor's beloved, though he had since fallen for another. Steve had limited information at his disposal. He was unaware of who might desire Thor's death. Could it be a case of love turning to hatred, and Thor falling victim to his former lover? Many speculated that Sif was the answer, as such stories were not uncommon, ex-lovers often turning against one another after a change of heart. "Clinton, what do you think?" Natasha inquired, her gaze flitting about as she observed the perplexed expressions of the others. Unable to glean any insights herself, she chose to consult her old flame. Barton and Natasha were kindred spirits in their predicament, possessing virtually no information to share. What knowledge could they possibly exchange? He gazed at his stagnant score, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Natasha, we can no longer continue down this path. The rewards of a correct answer far outweigh the consequences of a wrong one. The items within the marketplace possess the potential to propel the advancement of our world." Barton spoke with unwavering resolve. "If we merely exchange a few items and submit them to S.H., we could secure a life free from the burdens of being agents for the rest of our days. You too, do you truly wish to live your life as a mere undercover operative?" He had grown weary of his current existence. It was time for a change. With that, Barton swiftly pressed the buzzer, seizing the opportunity. "I choose option 2. Loki is the one who killed Thor." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible," Thor retorted, his emotions surging as he vehemently countered, "Loki is my brother. he would never take my life. To him, despite Loki's penchant for mischief, their bond forged through years of brotherhood could not be severed. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed Loki would never bring him to such a dire fate. Meanwhile, Loki, watching the live broadcast, felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his throat. Although he bore no malice toward Thor at present, the future remained uncertain. He merely sought to usurp Thor and claim the throne of Asgard, proving himself a more suitable ruler than his dim-witted brother. Naturally, he would employ various schemes to diminish Thor's standing in Odin's eyes. Loki contemplated ensnaring Thor, instigating a confrontation between Odin and Thor to undermine him. However, none of these machinations could prevent Thor's coronation from proceeding as scheduled, which filled Loki with jealousy, a sense of threat, and urgency. Initially, Loki had planned to introduce the frost giants to disrupt Thor's coronation, but the sudden emergence of the screen thwarted his plot. A whirlwind of guilt, anxiety, and indignation surged within him. Thor's demise is in no way my doing, Loki stated, fixing a penetrating gaze on Barton, committing his likeness to memory. Should he suffer for this, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon this individual, exacting a brutal reckoning. Loki, remain calm. If you harbor no intent to harm your brother, then simply observe in silence. There is no need for such premature declarations. Although Odin remained skeptical, he could not ignore the peculiarity of his second son's actions, which starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor, causing him great concern. Within the live space, Thor continued to echo, "It is impossible." The system had already rendered its verdict. Congratulations. Your answer is incorrect. The system is initiating a random punishment. The punishment took effect, stripping Clinton Barton of his proficiency in throwing knives. Upon hearing the outcome, Thor felt a weight lift from his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. He would rather believe in his own demise than accept that his brother could ever kill him. Did you see that? I told you Loki would never kill me, yet you did not believe me. Now look, he has been punished. Thor cast a glance at the bewildered Barton, then proceeded to mock him with scornful derision. Immediately, he eagerly responded, "I choose the first option, the Destroyer. Only the Destroyer possesses the capability to slay a powerless Thor." As his words echoed, the system's voice reverberated. "Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Thor Odinson has earned 300 points. Random reward activated, Truth Serum Potion." A glass vial materialized in Thor's hand, and he suddenly received an instruction in his mind. Anyone who consumes this potion will answer any question truthfully for 10 minutes, with no concealment whatsoever. Tony stroked his chin, surprised that Thor had indeed answered correctly. Estimating, he concluded that 3 security guards could subdue Thor, while the Destroyer could kill him, thus equating the Destroyer's strength to that of 3 guards. Chapter 17. Nicknamed Iron Man upon realizing that the reward lacked practical application, Thor's smile instantly vanished. He intended to voice his grievances against those above for seemingly targeting him. Yet his cowardice restrained him from speaking out. A cloud of despondency enveloped his heart. It was evident that after being banished to Earth by his father, he had inexplicably lost his divine powers. This unfortunate fate could lead to his demise at the hands of the Destroyer. Thor swiftly resolved to tackle the root of the problem. "Upon my return, I shall dismantle the Destroyer and see how it can kill me. I am truly a genius." At that moment, the screen flickered and transitioned to a new video segment. "Damn it, do not malign me further, or I shall dismantle you." Thor, fearing a repetition of past humiliations, hastily reprimanded the luminous screen, attempting to avert a potential reenactment of the psychiatric ward scenario. However, the next moment, the screen displayed fresh content. The story of the third member, Tony Stark, is about to unfold, presenting the iconic scenes from nicknamed Iron Man. It seems you have some sense. Thor, seeing that his narrative had been bypassed, could not restrain himself from taunting. Otherwise, prepare to be dismantled. It is well known that those who perish in films no longer possess any narrative. Do you still not comprehend? Tony kindly stated the truth. Neurotic giant, your scenes have concluded. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of anxiety. After all, those who preceded him had not met favorable fates. At best, they faced disgrace, which was indeed worrisome. Furthermore, he had no desire to have his private life scrutinized by so many. You have no idea who stands before you. Otherwise, you would surely regret it, you insignificant, feeble monkey. Upon hearing this, Thor's expression darkened. If the subsequent narrative continued in this manner, bypassing him would only further solidify his impending demise. The screen began to unfold new visuals. A luxurious convoy halted in a plaza, escorted by a dozen bodyguards in black suits, guiding an individual to the fleet. The escorted person was none other than Tony Stark. From behind the camera, an urgent voice called out, "Mr. Stark, please wait." The camera shifts to a striking blonde in her 20s. "I am Christine, a journalist from Time magazine, and I have a few questions I would like to ask you." Tony, without turning, proceeds to enter the car that Happy has opened for him. It is only when Happy glances back and whispers, "She is quite alluring," that Tony's demeanor changes. He turns around, a smile gracing his face. "Hello, beautiful miss, of course, I have no objections. Please go ahead." As he speaks, he strides towards the reporter, closing the distance to merely a step away. "What are your thoughts on your moniker, the Merchant of Death?" The reporter raises her recording device, positioning it near Tony's lips. "Merchant of Death, huh? The world is far from perfect. We have no choice," Tony replies with an air of arrogance, gazing into the distant horizon. "I assure you, should a day come when peace reigns and weapons are no longer necessary, I would invest every penny of Stark Industries into building children's hospitals worldwide." "You've rehearsed that for quite some time, haven't you?" The reporter crosses her arms, her confidence radiating. "Naturally, I practice it nightly before bed. If you'd like, I can give you a private rehearsal tonight," Tony says, removing his sunglasses to fixate intently on her. The scene shifts to a plush bed, inappropriate visuals unfolding. Upon closer inspection, the protagonists are indeed the two conversing moments ago, every detail visible. "That isn't me. I don't possess such an American dairy. This must be a doctored video," Tony thinks, an uneasy premonition rising within him from the moment the female reporter exited. He anticipated such boldness. The footage was being broadcast live, without any censorship. Though Tony is known as a playboy, with the world aware that 8 out of 10 cover girls from Time have graced his bed, he does not engage in the adult film industry. Nor does he share such experiences. As he observes everyone engrossed in the screen, a chilling sensation envelopes him, as if he were devoid of trousers. The parasites of this era, how are they still thriving? "In our time, you would have been strung up from a lamppost," Steve remarks, swallowing hard before casting a glance at the visibly uncomfortable Tony, seizing the opportunity to retaliate after previously enduring the latter's barbed jests. "Well, it appears that the illustrious Mr. Stark, despite his wealth, cannot escape certain troubles," Natasha observes, her gaze lingering on the now-finished broadcast, her crimson tongue gliding over her red lips. Her eyes slowly drifting towards the vicinity of Tony's legs, tinged with a hint of sympathy. "This damn footage. No wonder others are slandered. For me, it's live-streamed," Tony laments, realizing the severity of the situation as time seems to have accelerated, compressing his anguish into mere moments. Regrettably, he had already refuted the matter previously. To advocate for it once more would be to unwittingly incriminate himself. Is there not a modicum of respect for personal privacy in this insidious projection? Concurrently, the screen flickered, revealing yet another conundrum. Question: who was the lifelong companion of Tony Stark? Option 1, Steve Rogers. Option 2, Happy Hogan. Option 3, Pepper Potts. Option 4, J.A.R.V.I.S. Artificial intelligence in a mechanical form. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. As the mechanical voice ceased, Tony seized the opportunity to respond. Beams of light converged upon him, and all awaited his reply in hushed anticipation. Tony swiftly dismissed the first two options. The notion of falling for the foul-mouthed Captain America was utterly implausible. Even if one were to flush his brain down a toilet, such a possibility would remain unfathomable. Happy, despite being unmarried and devoid of a girlfriend, shared a straightforward sexual orientation, as he was a man of integrity. Regardless of what the future held, that option was untenable. In all honesty, Tony's primary choice was Pepper Potts. Yet the subsequent mention of J.A.R.V.I.S. sowed seeds of doubt within him. Although J.A.R.V.I.S. spoke in a male voice, the transition was merely a matter of command. The idea of having a robotic girlfriend was not entirely outlandish. Little mustache. I believe you, and that blue-clad fellow would make a splendid pair. Perhaps option 1 is indeed your answer. So consider wisely, Thor remarked, leaning on his eternal spear, half crouching in amusement. Why are you squatting there, you giant of the neurotribe? Surely, you're not crouching to conceal your embarrassment from viewing this video. Tony retorted casually. Without hesitation, He continued, I choose Pepper Potts. She is my future beloved. The prodigal son often returns, and Tony recognized that one day he would embrace a life of matrimony and fatherhood, bidding farewell to the debaucherous lifestyle of Playboy. To share one's life with a singular partner is indeed the wisest course. After all, children are greedy, desiring everything, while adults understand the limits of endurance. Especially as one approaches middle age, Tony felt the weight of his diminishing vigor. Following palladium poisoning, his health had sharply declined, and he would need to learn the ways of wellness. Happy had discovered a secret remedy in another country, and after personal experimentation, its efficacy was reportedly commendable. Tony had requested the formula, though the specifics shall remain unmentioned. May it prove useful. Chapter 18. The death of Iron Man, the system's mechanical voice resonated coldly and clearly. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Tony Stark has earned 300 points. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Tony's face. It was overshadowed by a deeper sense of disappointment. With the acquisition of these 300 points, the days of frivolous revelry amidst a throng of admirers would soon be but a fading memory. It appeared this was the price of his servitude. Meanwhile, in the command center of SHIELD, Director Fury stared intently at the screen, his eyes glimmering with anxiety. As he witnessed Tony repeatedly answering questions with precision, his unease swelled like a snowball rolling downhill. Their two operatives were still scoring 0. Although a nagging premonition lingered in Fury's mind that the individuals in the live stream might one day become members of the same team, he still believed that rewards should be firmly in the hands of his own people. If others were to gain too much power, how would SHIELD position itself in the future? Contemplating this, Fury irritably rubbed his temples as frustration surged forth like a tidal wave. What was going on with Barton and Romanoff? Why had they yet to answer a single question? Others had already amassed thousands in reward points. He might as well have taken the stage himself. He could have already answered several questions correctly by now. Director, perhaps we should consider bringing in some agents for assistance. They might uncover relevant questions, suggested Coulson, proposing that they could find pertinent information, such as that Thor is a deity from Norse mythology, and perhaps there were folktales that held some truth. Not for now. Too many voices can lead to leaks. Those politicians will only complicate matters, Fury replied with a grim tone, his single eye betraying a profound disdain for those politicians. Should this miraculous projection be discovered, he feared they would swiftly be ousted. The projection would then fall into the hands of those individuals. Allowing them to wield power for a few days could result in everything being settled before they knew it. Our search for external help would be of little value unless Barton and Romanoff are forcibly selected. Otherwise, if I disclose information, everyone will see it, and they may not outpace others, particularly that self-proclaimed god. Fury's eye flickered with an unusual light. If he was not mistaken, significant events were surely on the horizon. The formation of the Avengers might need to be expedited. Simultaneously, the projection displayed a new video. On a private plane heading to the Afin military zone. Tony, can this Jericho missile really strike targets within a 1,000-meter radius? Colonel Rhodes, clad in his Air Force uniform, sat alongside Stark. Both men's gazes were fixed on the screen ahead, which showcased detailed parameters and performance testing results of the Jericho missile. It appeared they were headed to test yet another new weapon. Hey buddy, don't be so tense. Have a glass of red wine to warm up. We have a tough battle ahead, Stark lazily remarked, gesturing to the flight attendant for a glass of wine, showing no interest in the weapon testing discussion. Tony, I speak to you with utmost seriousness. Observe the attire I don, and you shall see that I would never dare to let a drop of alcohol touch me. Colonel Rhodes, with a grave expression, firmly rebuffed the flight attendant who was pouring drinks. As the scene shifted, the airplane cabin was illuminated by dim, mysterious neon lights, reminiscent of a vibrant nightclub. Colonel Rhodes, appearing quite inebriated, clutched his equally intoxicated friend Tony, stammering, wait a moment, let me tell you something. What followed was a lengthy tale of his arduous experiences in service, with Rhodes narrating through tears and sniffles. Meanwhile, Tony remained fixated ahead, utterly indifferent to his friend's struggles. As the camera pulled back, 3 alluring flight attendants performed a sultry pole dance before the two men. You have no idea how much admiration and respect I have garnered since donning this uniform. It is a testament to my sacrifices, Rhodes declared, gripping Tony's collar and leaning in closer, nearly kissing him. In the next moment, Tony forcefully pushed him away. Rhodes, let us not squander time on frivolities. Tony's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. I must inform you that at our 3 o'clock position, 3 enemy aircraft armed to the teeth are approaching, setting the stage for a perilous aerial battle. It is time to attend to serious matters. As a flight attendant settled onto Tony's lap, they left the scene in a playful manner. Rhodes, watching Tony's retreating figure, instinctively cautioned, Tony, do not forget we have an important mission tomorrow. In this uniform, I must honor its responsibilities. However, his gaze shifted as he spotted 2 more enemy aircraft swaying towards them, instantly silencing his voice. Darling, shall we go take a look at the F-13 fighters? What responsibilities? My sole duty now is to bring down those enemy planes and send them fleeing in disarray. The scene transformed once more, revealing vivid and captivating imagery. I knew it, Tony murmured, closing his eyes to avoid the sights before him. Dismissing the gazes from beside him, he whispered to himself, if you wish to broadcast such things, then let it be your burden. These images merely scratch the surface of the past year. Even 3 days and nights would not suffice to share them all. Tony had hoped to showcase some of his heroic deeds, such as the valor displayed after developing the Mark armor, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, or infiltrating terrorist organizations to obliterate their tanks. He envisioned moments of brilliance where he outsmarted adversaries like Ironmonger and other villains. Instead, he was met with a barrage of crude, visceral combat scenes. Aerial combat expert, it seems your physique leaves much to be desired. Each time, you cannot match my speed in shedding my trousers. Do you require electric shock therapy to revive your prowess? Thor brandished the eternal gun, lightning crackling from its tip, casting a mocking glance at the scowling Tony. Now, it is his turn to witness the spectacle of others, and he surely will not let this opportunity slip away. The Boy of Thunder, you ought to focus on your own affairs, first resolving the matter of the collar. Tony, pinching his throat, mockingly mimicked the cartoonish mechanical voice of the collar, proclaiming, I am the great god of thunder, for the glory of the northern deity. Aerial combat spécialiste. Wait for my return to Asgard, for I shall summon the Rainbow Bridge and descend upon your doorstep like a bolt of lightning, making your insolent tongue pay the price it deserves. Upon hearing this, Thor's expression morphed into one of furious embarrassment, his face turning a vivid shade of red as his eyes twitched with indignation. Ah yes, I am Thor, the god of thunder, destined to eradicate all who disrespect me. Tony, however, regarded Thor's threats with disdain, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The current score belonged to him, and if necessary, he could don a new set of nano armor. After all, it was uncertain who would strike whom in the end. What kind of thunder god? Merely a mediocre alien, reduced to crying out in pain, now attempting to flaunt his might before him. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed. Question: what will lead to Tony Stark's demise? Option 1. For constantly nicknaming people, offending too many individuals. Option 2. In pursuit of the truth behind his parents' deaths. Perishing in the quest for vengeance. Option 3. By launching a nuclear bomb to obliterate Thanos' spacecraft. Option 4. To save all living beings in the universe. Willingly sacrificing himself. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Chapter 19. Dog Talisman. The instant Tony beheld the answers, his pupils constricted sharply, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. This query unveiled many truths to him. Beyond the grim realization of his inevitable demise, he bore the weighty responsibility of avenging his parents. Indeed, they had not perished by chance. Although the preceding options seemed absurd, each pointed towards figures and events grounded in reality, such as his penchant for bestowing nicknames. I am destined to die. Yet who is Thanos? Why would I detonate a nuclear bomb against a ship? And what does it mean to save all living beings? Am I truly so noble? In an instant, Tony's heart brimmed with confusion and disbelief. He had little time to ponder further, as the arrogant and insolent voice of Thor interrupted his thoughts. Aerial combat spécialiste. I believe you should select the first option, for soon enough, your foul tongue will bring me to your doorstep seeking vengeance, leading to your demise beneath Thor's hammer. Thor proclaimed, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Huh, Tony scoffed, dismissing him. Rather than squander time with someone as simplistic as Thor, he preferred to contemplate his own predicament. Just wait. When I return, I shall drop the Rainbow Bridge upon your head. Upon hearing this retort, Thor's defenses crumbled instantly. Compared to a fierce rebuttal, the power of being ignored was far more devastating. As a few individuals pondered the situation, Dr. Banner suddenly interjected, declaring, "I choose the fourth option. Tony died to save all living beings in the universe." Huh, him? How could he possibly save others? Relying on his meager, half-minute aerial combat skills? Upon hearing this, Thor's face contorted with disdain. He simply could not comprehend why such an absurd answer would garner any support. Just then, the voice of the system resounded. "Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Bruce Banner has earned 350 points and triggered a random reward, the dog talisman. A small object, resembling a metallic artifact adorned with a dog motif, emerged from a radiant light and settled in the palm of Banner's hand. In the next moment, the information about the talisman materialized in Banner's mind. Dog talisman, one of the 12 magical powers belonging to the Lord of Fire Demons. It grants the holder infinite lifespan and eternal vitality, rendering the bearer ageless and immortal. A dog talisman? The Lord of Fire Demons? Banner gazed down at the talisman resting quietly in his palm, unable to believe that such a diminutive object possessed such formidable power. Immortality and eternal life. No one or nothing in the realm of contemporary science could achieve such heights. Huh, what? Thor's smile faltered, replaced by a look of incredulity. His gaze flickered between Tony and Banner. He then grasped the eternal gun and forcefully struck it against the ground, the collar emitting a sound. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This mere mortal possesses no ability to save others. There must be some hidden agenda. I refuse to believe it. Upon hearing the system announce the correct answer, Tony, striving to maintain his composure, felt a tempest raging within him. Earlier, he had contemplated dying in pursuit of avenging his parents, perishing while detonating a nuclear bomb against an alien spacecraft, or even succumbing to enemies provoked by his own sharp tongue. Yet he had never considered the final option. In Tony's perception, he was merely a mercenary arms dealer, having indirectly taken countless lives. Despite announcing his retirement from such endeavors months ago, the innocent souls haunted him relentlessly. He once believed that palladium poisoning was his retribution, an unavoidable fate, the price he must pay for his transgressions. How could he deserve to conclude his life in the guise of a hero? He felt unworthy. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner clutched the dog talisman tightly, his heart racing in astonishment, oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him. As a man nearing 40, his physical prowess had significantly diminished, while the creature within him was undeniably powerful, impervious to blades and possessing immense strength. Capable of single-handedly toppling an army of tens of thousands, the passage of time remained unstoppable. Wrinkles had quietly crept into the corners of his eyes, and strands of white hair had unwittingly appeared. However, the moment he encountered the canine talisman, he felt an immense surge of magical energy wash over him, akin to a nourishing rain revitalizing parched earth. In that fleeting instant, Dr. Banner seemed to transcend time itself, returning to the pinnacle of his youth. Not only did his physical prowess rejuvenate, but even his breath became effortless and refreshing, as if he were atop a mountain, inhaling the purest air. Was this the sensation of immortality, of eternal existence? Dr. Banner marveled, caressing his cheek in search of the marks of time. Yet, the wrinkles remained unchanged. It appeared that the talisman did not revert him to his younger self, but rather transformed his body through that so-called magical power. This extraordinary experience ignited a profound curiosity within Dr. Banner regarding the talisman. Without hesitation, he placed the canine talisman on the ground, eager to unravel its mysteries. The moment the talisman slipped from his grasp, he was assailed by a heavy pressure, as if bound by an invisible shackle. A wave of fatigue washed over him, nearly rendering him breathless. Dr. Banner quickly realized this was the talisman's unique effect. He began to scour the system's marketplace for pertinent information about the talisman. Aside from various other charms, he easily discovered details about the talisman. There were a total of 12, including the one in his possession, each priced at 1,200 points. In an instant, any thoughts of redemption vanished. He lacked the requisite power. Meanwhile, within the temple of Kamartaj, the Ancient One observed through the luminous screen, her gaze fixed upon the canine talisman that Banner had placed on the ground. She sensed an otherworldly magic emanating from the talisman, distinctly unlike any existing form of sorcery, even deviating fundamentally from the most basic constructs of magical energy. Could this enigmatic figure from the East truly be entwined with the secrets of the multiverse? This could spell significant trouble. The Ancient One shook her head, withdrawing her gaze, and resolved to enact her plans ahead of schedule. The future was uncertain, and the established rules of the timeline seemed no longer applicable. In such circumstances, adhering to the original temporal regulations appeared unnecessary. It was time for the next Supreme Sorcerer to meet with fate. The Ancient One intended to abdicate, as her original plan should not involve her in unforeseen turmoil. Outside a private hospital in Los Angeles, Stephen Strange emerged with an air of confidence, directly entering a supercar. He paid no mind to the unfamiliar woman waiting nearby, accelerating away with a single press of the gas pedal. Little did he foresee that his destiny had already been sealed, and that the unexpected would soon come knocking, prompted by the unfolding events on the luminous screen. Thus unfolds the tale of the fourth member, Bruce Banner, commencing with the iconic scenes of the Hulk. The video begins to play. On the ravaged streets, the remnants of collapsed skyscrapers lay scattered, while vehicles were rendered unrecognizable amidst the billowing smoke and roaring flames. In the distance, the iconic landmarks of New York, the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty, stand as silent witnesses, starkly illustrating this place, ravaged by apocalyptic calamity. Upon encountering this surreal scene, the individuals within the live broadcast, save for Thor, were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Once a bustling metropolis, New York now lay in ruins. What catastrophe had befallen it? What transpired at the Empire State Building? Even Director Fury, watching the live stream, was taken aback as if struck by a thunderclap, involuntarily gasping in shock. He fixated on the screen, striving to discern any potential clues amidst the devastation. The transformation of a city as significant as New York into a desolate wasteland suggested that the entire nation might have succumbed. The formidable military might that once stood at the pinnacle of global defense had failed to avert this disaster. Fury's mind raced through various possibilities, only to dismiss them. Such cataclysmic outcomes could only arise from forces beyond this world. Chapter 20. Thor, Dullard. Let us engage in battle another day. If I'm not mistaken, this should be New York. Tony mused, stroking his chin as he surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Addressing Banner and the others beside him, he inquired, "Did a little boy bomb this place? Or are those rotund individuals executing some mad plan for human eradication?" The group fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Thor, seemingly indifferent, cast a sidelong glance at Tony, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What is the matter? Is this your home? Are you distressed to see your abode in ruins? How delightful." Tony disregarded Thor's jest, his gaze remaining fixed on the desolation before him. The video continued to unfold. The camera slowly descended, revealing a street marred by devastation, the concrete pavement shattered and pockmarked, with enormous craters every few meters. The vehicles scattered along the road lay cloaked in a thick layer of dust, as if bearing witness to the inferno that once raged here. Banner, clad in a gray shirt, appeared in the frame, striding forward with unwavering determination. Simultaneously, Steve, donning his tight-fitting combat suit, entered the scene, gazing at Banner's retreating figure, remarking, "Dullard, now is the opportune moment for you to grow larger." With that, Steve nodded slightly, his expression conveying a sense of earnest responsibility. The camera returned its focus to Banner, revealing a colossal creature approaching along the street ahead. Its movement and shape bore resemblance to that of a fish. Yet its size was astonishing. The beast was immense, towering at least 3 stories high compared to the surrounding structures, occupying an entire lane of traffic. Its length was difficult to gauge, but from the distant, barely visible tail, it appeared to stretch nearly 100 meters. This monstrous entity was clad in high-tech armor, gliding through the air with the grace of a gigantic fish. With each swing, it unleashed a cataclysmic force, shattering the glass facades on either side of the street, obliterating parked vehicles into mere rubble, and even turning the concrete pavement upside down. The mere enormity of its form instilled an indescribable sense of oppression among the onlookers. Yet, facing the colossal beast, Banner abruptly halted, turning back to Steve with a tranquil gaze, entirely disregarding the impending threat before him. At that moment, the monstrous creature loomed less than 20 meters away from Banner. With a mere shift of its body, it could crush his insignificant form, akin to those vehicles reduced to a mere tire or two. Banner gazed at Steve with deep affection and, in an intimate tone, declared, "Captain, as long as I keep my eyes on you, I feel immensely powerful." No sooner had he spoken, the beast surged forward, encroaching upon Banner. Instantly, rage surged across Banner's face. He swung his fist and turned, and in that fleeting moment, his skin transformed to a vibrant green, his physique expanding rapidly, tearing apart his gray shirt to reveal his sculpted muscles beneath. In an instant, Banner morphed into a towering green humanoid creature, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Yet in the presence of the beast, he still appeared like a mere toy. He then unleashed a thunderous punch, striking the beast squarely in the face. The immense force erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, creating ripples that shattered the surrounding glass. The concrete beneath Banner's feet crumbled like tofu, his legs sinking into it as inertia propelled him backward, causing the road to fracture with each inch. In the next heartbeat, the nearly 100-meter-long beast, akin to a high-speed train colliding with an obstacle, lifted its tail off the ground and barreled forward. "Wow, it's you, the one the military chased 2 years ago," Tony remarked, witnessing Banner's transformation and recalling the events broadcasted years prior. A green behemoth and a gray, fish-like creature had wreaked havoc on the streets, culminating in the Green Giant's victory. He had sought out General Ross, who was responsible for that incident, in hopes of uncovering this mysterious and formidable entity, but alas, the pursuit had yielded no results. "I have been searching for you. Regrettably, those individuals refused to divulge any information regarding you," Tony observed Banner with a serious expression, his eyes scanning him in awe. "I have studied footage of your transformations. Even a simple punch can exceed 100 tons. Judging by the video where you felled that 70-meter creature, your strength has evidently amplified since then." Tony shifted his gaze to the screen, analyzing. "However, it seems that once transformed, you lose all rationality, resembling a beast devoid of control." Banner, reluctant to delve further into the subject, responded to Tony's incessant chatter with only silence. "Hulk, you seem quite formidable. We must have a sparring match someday," Thor interjected, speaking with an air of arrogance. To him, despite Banner's impressive display, he remained merely a mortal. One can only contend with oneself for a fleeting moment. The victor shall undoubtedly belong to Thor. Banner inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions in an effort to suppress the inner Hulk. Observing others being the subject of ridicule is an entirely different sentiment compared to experiencing it oneself. He had initially believed that after extensive meditation in the slums, he had acquired adept control over himself, yet he was surprised to discover he still had much to learn. At that moment, the screen's video vanished and a question emerged. Question: what are the physical characteristics of the clumsy turtle? Option 1, an electrically charged yellow-skinned rodent. Option 2, an electrically charged blue-skinned sea turtle. Option 3, a green-skinned ninja turtle wielding twin blades. Option 4, a green-skinned two-faced turtle fond of licking jellyfish. Wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz. As the question became clear, an eerie silence enveloped the live stream. It was Tony's voice that shattered the stillness. "Have you all heard of the clumsy turtle? What on earth is an electrically charged yellow-skinned rodent?" The aerial combat expert, take a glance at me, if you will. Thor, filled with indignation, voiced his discontent through his collar, brandishing the eternal spear towards Tony. Were it not for their presence in a live stream, he would ensure this insufferable fellow experienced what it meant to face 100,000 volts. All right, I never mentioned the collar around your neck, and besides, rodents and dogs have no relation whatsoever, Tony mused dismissively, completely ignoring Thor's expression, which resembled the darkness of a pot's bottom. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, Coulson, you have merely 10 seconds to ascertain the details regarding the clumsy turtle. Director Fury, having pushed aside the documents on Banner, reiterated through his earpiece. They were simply searching for the clumsy turtle's appearance. As long as it existed within SHIELD's records, this question was bound to be answered correctly. SHIELD employed the most advanced technology on Earth, enabling data retrieval speeds measured in milliseconds. Thus, Fury felt no trepidation regarding the time allotted. In less than 10 seconds, Coulson entered briskly, holding an electronic screen. Director, after a systematic search, there are only 8 individuals globally who use the name Clumsy Turtle, and all are Earthlings. However, Our collected data on extraterrestrial life forms reveals no entity by the name of Clumsy Turtle. Instantly, Fury's expression darkened to resemble the shade of a pot's bottom. He raised his gaze towards the live stream, where the light indicating a random selection illuminated once more. A wave of profound unease swelling within him. If this continued, two of his most capable agents would surely be irreparably compromised. Chapter 21. The ancient winter coffin. The beam abruptly halted, and a mechanical voice reverberated through the air. Regrettably, Steve Rogers, you have been selected. Your 30 seconds to answer now commences. The spotlight cruelly illuminated Steve, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of pressure, as though he were once again thrust into that awkward moment of singing and dancing on stage. That memory lingered like a shadow, undeniably a specter that accompanied him throughout his life. Tony observed from the sidelines, a faint smirk playing upon his lips, seemingly reveling in the misfortune. Fortunately, the term humble tortoise, as articulated by Old Popsicle, should have conveyed its meaning to him. However, when these words reached Steve's ears, they ignited his frustration further. At that moment, he had no time to engage in banter with Tony. His mind was racing, meticulously weighing every conceivable answer. From a biological perspective, the humble tortoise was evidently a member of the turtle family, thus eliminating the option of a rat. Considering the color, each option was associated with hue. Upon transformation, Banner became green, thereby dismissing the blue turtle from consideration. This left only the options of the Ninja Turtle and the Two-Faced Turtle. After a brief moment of hesitation, Steve gritted his teeth and made his choice. I select the third option, the Ninja Turtle wielding dual blades. As he delivered his answer, it felt as though something within him shattered. In his quest to return to Peggy, he had long since abandoned any concerns about his image. That had ceased to exist long ago. The system detected Steve's response and began to assess its accuracy. In less than a second, a mechanical voice reverberated through the air, cold and unyielding. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system initiated a random penalty, amplifying Steve Rogers' anger threefold. At that moment, Tony, after eliminating one incorrect answer, quickly interjected. I choose the fourth option, the Two-Faced Turtle that loves to lick jellyfish. In his view, the most salient characteristic of Banner's monstrous transformation, aside from his muscular physique, was his green skin. If he were to bestow a nickname, it would be something akin to Green Fatty or the Hulk. The same logic should apply to the video. Thus, it could be inferred that the humble tortoise was likely a green turtle, making the answer quite evident. The system's adjudication resounded once more. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. Tony was taken aback, unable to fathom what he had just heard. He had deduced his answer based on Banner's transformation traits. Why? Then, was it still wrong? The system initiated a random penalty. The mechanical voice coldly announced the activation of the punishment. Tony Stark's sharp tongue ability was now supercharged. Confused, a series of question marks materialized above Tony's head. He had merely spoken the truth, albeit bluntly. How had his straightforwardness been transformed into a flaw by the system? It would have been better to be sweet-tongued, as it sounded far more pleasant. I choose the second option, the blue-skinned turtle. Thor chuckled, leveraging his extraordinary reflexes to quickly respond to the system's prompt. The mechanical voice echoed once more, this time delivering good news. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Thor Odinson earns 300 points. A random reward was triggered. Humble Turtle, Enhanced Version, and Cold Resistance 99. The radiant light bestowed by the system descended upon Thor, enveloping him gently. The glow gradually melded into his being, imparting a comforting warmth devoid of anything else. At his feet, a blue turtle coalesced into form, standing at the height of Thor's knees. Its appearance, however, appeared incongruous with the atmosphere of the live stream, resembling an entity birthed from a three-dimensional animation. Adorned in a yellow vest and trousers, it presented an oddity. Thor gazed down in astonishment, locking eyes with the turtle's bewildered expression, its collar reflecting its inner thoughts. Having lived through the 9 realms for millennia, he had never encountered such an extraordinary creature. It was entirely understandable that his composure faltered in that moment. The turtle hastily clarified its identity. I am not a lizard. I am the humble turtle from Transforming Star. Despite its resemblance to an upright lizard, it defended itself in a rather endearing tone. At that juncture, a flood of information surged into Thor's mind. Name, Humble Turtle, Enhanced Version, Origin, transforming star, possessed items, lightning hammer, gateway to heaven, contractor, unique Thor Odinson. Snapping back to reality, Thor noticed the turtle making a move to embrace his thigh. This sudden action startled him, causing him to instinctively retract his leg in one fluid motion, sending the turtle sprawling away. In the next instant, time began to rewind. The turtle was pushed back frame by frame to Thor's feet, as if nothing had transpired. It squatted on the ground, tears streaming down its cheeks, with its sobs echoing through the vast hall. Thor remained unmoved, gripping his eternal spear, silently observing the shimmering screen, awaiting the arrival of the next query. Meanwhile, within Asgard, Queen Frigga gazed at the pitifully squatting turtle, feeling a soft pang within her heart. Yet, reason swiftly reclaimed its ground, leading her to whisper her inquiries into Odin's ear. "My lord, have you ever encountered such a peculiar creature during your battles across the 9 realms? Its appearance, both grotesque and endearing, seems out of place in the cosmos. Furthermore, Thor's temperament has become unrecognizable. I hardly know him anymore." Odin gently shook his head, a flicker of perplexity crossing his deep-set eyes. He had traversed every corner of the 9 realms with the warriors of Asgard, yet had never witnessed a creature as bizarre as the humble turtle. Not even a close resemblance had ever graced his sight. This unknown deity from the east might have ventured into the realms of the multiverse, bringing forth such an array of artifacts and enigmatic beings. The humble turtle could very well be a cosmic entity from another universe, and it was entirely reasonable that we had not encountered its kind before. Asgard could not afford to provoke such a formidable adversary. The light within Odin's single eye dimmed, and in a tone steeped in despondency, he uttered, "Should my previous transgression against the barrier have summoned him, I shall take my own life in atonement. My queen, the fate of Asgard shall rest upon your shoulders henceforth." Odin harbored no thoughts of resistance. To him, opposing such a formidable adversary was but a futile endeavor. Indeed, such an act might very well draw all of Asgard's denizens into the abyss. Frigga, wishing to offer solace to the seemingly decrepit god-king, found her words stifled by the chaotic sounds emanating from beyond the temple. Though faint, the noise was not lost on Odin's keen ears. Once more, his lone eye ignited with golden divine light as he turned his gaze towards the source. There lay the vault of Asgard, housing countless artifacts plundered by Odin in his earlier conquests. Within the vault, the ground was encrusted with frost, the icy tendrils rapidly spreading. Several Asgardian guardians lay upon the ground, devoid of life. Meanwhile, a number of towering frost giants, armed with ice blades, advanced deeper into the vault, heading directly towards the location of the ancient winter coffin. This artifact had been seized by Odin during his earlier campaigns in the frost giants' realm, Jotunheim. Thus, the situation became glaringly clear. The frost giants sought to reclaim the ancient winter coffin. Such an affront undoubtedly ignited Odin's wrath. Seated upon his throne, he let out a cold snort, and his divine power surged forth from the temple. With a resounding crash, a segment of the metallic wall within the vault vanished, awakening Asgard's guardians. A silver metal giant emerged, its eyes aglow with crimson light, and in an instant, it charged towards the frost giants attempting to seize the ancient coffin. The 4 frost giants, already on high alert, could not overlook the commotion. They raised their gaze to see the metallic giant materialize before them. The leader of the frost giants trembled in fear, hastily raising the ancient coffin in an attempt to unleash its terrifying energy capable of freezing time. Yet, it was too late. The red light within the giant's head flared violently, unleashing a searing beam, as its gaze swept across the scene. The frost giant who sought to claim the coffin was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. Only the ancient coffin remained, quietly resting on the ground. Upon witnessing the annihilation of the intruder, the silver giant turned and returned to its original position. This was the destroyer armor of Asgard's guardians, forged from silver metal and crafted with the precious URU metal of the Celestial Palace, possessing an almost indestructible quality. Its continuous high-temperature beams held the power to obliterate all that existed. The energy of this armor was derived from Odin's might, capable of executing commands autonomously, as well as responding to external control, serving as the ultimate bulwark of Asgard. The frost giants of Jotunheim have unilaterally torn apart the peace treaty. Odin's gaze, like a blazing torch, fixed upon the direction of the treasury. Before he turned to the assembly and solemnly issued his command, "Relay my orders to thoroughly investigate all of Asgard, ascertain whether any remnants of the giants are lurking, and determine how they infiltrated the realm of the gods." His voice resonated within the temple, imbued with an undeniable authority. Beneath the temple, Loki trembled at the words, hastily bowing his head to conceal his inner turmoil. A tumultuous blend of anger and fear surged within him, and he yearned to eradicate the frost giants at once. A group of mindless fools. They were summoned by him, and he guided their path. Yet, since the incident with the live broadcast, Thor's coronation had been postponed, and Loki had originally arranged for them to hide and await the opportune moment. Unexpectedly, they had stealthily chosen to infiltrate the treasure vault. Now, Loki could only hope they had left no trace behind, lest he find himself ensnared in their misdeeds. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Thor on the screen, where the heroic figure wielding the eternal spear shone with a dazzling brilliance, and a strange emotion flickered in Loki's eyes. He seemed to realize that his plans might need to be expedited. Chapter 22. The iconic scene of Hulk and Black Widow, the video in the live streaming space, resumed its play. The screen remained fixed on the battlefield of New York. Once a bustling metropolis, it had now crumbled into ruins. The camera tilted upward, capturing the silhouette of the Hulk, standing solitary amidst the debris. At that moment, Steve's voice echoed from outside the frame. "Hulk." Upon hearing the call, the Hulk abruptly halted, turning his head with an expression of sheer fury. To describe his visage as fearsome would be an understatement, as if his fist might descend upon the crowd at any moment. However, as he beheld the scene before him, the anger in his expression vanished in an instant. The perspective shifted, adopting a bird's-eye view, seemingly from the Hulk's vantage point. Natasha, clad in her black combat attire, sensed the Hulk's gaze. She looked up, her eyes wide with bewilderment. It appeared she had witnessed something extraordinary, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. The camera shifted once more, focusing on the Hulk. The rage that once consumed him was now absent. His eyes narrowed, and a peculiar smile played upon his lips, emanating an eerie charm. If one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be a sinister smile. In the next moment, as a gasp resonated, an indescribable scene unfolded once again. Compared to what Stark had previously experienced, the visual conflict of the current imagery surpassed it by countless magnitudes. "Wow, are you all playing this big? This is truly an unprecedented spectacle," Tony exclaimed, his mouth slightly agape, fixated on the unfolding drama on the screen. "This is preposterous." Hulk merely rampages about and would never engage in such antics. Banner, feeling a wave of embarrassment, lowered his head and shielded his face with his right hand, not only to avoid gazing at the screen's display, but also to conceal himself from the inquisitive glances of others. This system is utterly reprehensible, tarnishing the reputation of an honest man like him. Assigning such a role to Stark would be forgivable, as he is notorious for his debauchery and flamboyance. He is the true protagonist of this farce. Yet, how could Banner, a man dedicated to self-cultivation and a life of seclusion, possibly be implicated in such disgraceful behavior? On the other side, Natasha stood aghast, her mouth agape as if an egg could fit within. As an agent, she was no stranger to the complexities of her profession. But the thought of intimate contact with a beast whose fist dwarfed her entire being was beyond her wildest imaginings. Meanwhile, Barton felt paralyzed, acutely aware of the tangled connections he had with the situation unfolding before him. What was the intention behind presenting this tableau to him? Alliance? Nonsense. It was already established that his arrows despised the color green. Be quiet. This is a fabrication. Though I have undergone modifications granting me extraordinary physical abilities, I could never do such a thing, Natasha snapped in irritation, her patience wearing thin as Barton's incessant chatter continued. Her gaze then shifted towards the figure on the elevated platform, grappling with the enigma of why they had been brought here. Was it merely for amusement? Steve, having been the first to endure the brunt of this farce, chose to remain silent, his heart unfazed by the spectacle before him. In fact, a rather twisted notion took root in his mind. Perhaps the system should ensnare even more individuals. It was akin to having experienced the rain and wishing to break others' umbrellas. Huh, you pitiful humans, your entanglements are truly chaotic, capable of such actions. Unlike us, the divine, noble and pure, Thor exclaimed, his laughter booming as he reveled in the disarray surrounding him. Though disinterested in the absurdities at hand, he recognized that the scenes on display were profoundly damaging to one's dignity. At that moment, Tony, inadvertently caught in the crossfire of the chaos, felt his smile evaporate, replaced by a furrowed brow and an insatiable curiosity. Oh, is that so? Noble deity of thunder, in myth, Zeus and his wife Hera are siblings of the same lineage, correct? And Zeus, being the god of thunder, are you perhaps his son or a descendant of his bloodline? Modern science suggests that such a relationship between your parents would undoubtedly result in some abnormalities. Tony deliberately interrupted Thor's defense with a loud exclamation, speaking at an astonishingly rapid pace. I suppose it's true. The way you were swinging that hammer around like a child with a learning disability is likely the cause of your predicament. He scoffed. You pitiful humans are perpetually envious of our divine strength and wisdom, fabricating such slanderous lies. At last, Thor seized an opportunity to retort. Although his voice was restrained by the collar, the disdain and arrogance in his tone remained undiminished. He could only wait for Tony to cease his incessant chatter before articulating his thoughts. Moreover, my father is King Odin, not your trivial Zeus. Noticing the commotion, Tony waved his hand dismissively and turned his attention to the screen, ignoring the irate Thor beside him. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, all right, you need not argue with a child. Whatever you say goes. He added, if you have the gall, tell me your location. When I return to Asgard, I shall use MJ Lnr to shatter your very teeth. With no outlet for his fury, Thor lifted his foot and kicked the bumbling creature away. This is all your fault, you squat, rotund lizard. You look so unfortunate. It infuriates me. Engaging in a childish brawl? I'm worth millions. I have no time to play with you. Tony, laden with points, showed no fear towards Thor. The haughty demeanor of his opponent was even more infuriating than his earlier self. How could Tony Stark tolerate this? Naturally, he was compelled to respond in kind. In his eyes, regardless of whether the adversary was a god or an extraterrestrial being, they were ultimately mere mortals. A few missiles would bring them to heel. Not to mention, the system boasted numerous future models of armor. What of gods? When the time for bloodshed arrived, they too would bleed, especially if they were mere aliens. At that moment, the unsightly scene came to an abrupt end. The image shifted, revealing Hulk, brimming with vigor, smashing the flying extraterrestrial beings. He then made a powerful leap, breaking free from Earth's gravitational pull, soaring skyward. The camera pulled back to reveal the green figure barreling towards a towering skyscraper, prominently displaying the name Stark. The top glass of the building shattered as Hulk collided with it, sending a figure hurtling against the wall, the speed rendering them a blur. What has become of Stark Industries? Tony exclaimed upon witnessing his still-under-construction skyscraper becoming a casualty of this catastrophe. With his wealth, he certainly wouldn't mourn a mere city center edifice. Rather, he was perplexed as to why his home had been reduced to such a state while he remained absent. Could it be that his sacrifice occurred during this tumultuous period? Had such powerful technology and beings existed in the past, the war would not have been so devastating. Steve gazed upon the ravaged city, reflecting on the past battles that had shaped their history. Upon hearing his words, Thor merely curled his lip and, in an arrogant tone, remarked, the Hulk is nothing more than a brutish mortal. When I venture to Earth, I shall seek you out for a proper duel, to demonstrate the stark disparity between mortals and gods. Chapter 23. Loki rubs Hulk to the ground. The video continues to play. In the frame, the figure clad in green is violently slammed against the wall, then slowly slides down, dust swirling around. The scene shifts, and Hulk lands like a furious gorilla, shaking the earth with a thunderous roar as he charges towards the figure that had been flung away. Enough! The thrown figure quickly rises, shaking off the obstructive cloak, and, flushed with anger, bellows at the approaching Hulk. The camera focuses on his face, revealing none other than Loki. The video abruptly halts. The mechanical voice of the system reverberates once more, and a question materializes upon the luminous screen. Question: in the confrontation between Loki and Hulk, who shall emerge victorious? Option 1. Loki triumphs by cunning, narrowly defeating Hulk. Option 2. Loki, with overwhelming strength, defeats Hulk openly. Option 3. Loki is humiliated and defeated by Hulk. Option 4. A draw. Thor, who had been laughing arrogantly, was abruptly silenced as he witnessed this spectacle. The smugness on his face froze. Alone, standing awkwardly, he cleared his throat a few times. Rubbing his eyes to confirm the scene before him, he turned towards the barrage of comments, questioning, Loki, how did you come to be here? Meanwhile, within Asgard, Loki, upon seeing the question, felt his mind go blank. He had always preferred to keep his clandestine actions out of the public eye, yet now they were being brazenly exposed. A wave of unease washed over him. He had long cultivated an image of a refined and rule-abiding individual in the eyes of others. If this screen were to unveil certain secretive endeavors of his, it would be nothing short of disastrous for his current standing. It is worth noting that many of Loki's undertakings were of a dubious nature. Should they come to light, not only would he face repercussions from Asgard, but even his father Odin would likely not spare him. Gazing at the video content, Loki suddenly contemplated a rather disconcerting possibility. The architect behind this chaotic scene was none other than himself. After all, he had no reason to venture into such a forsaken place and end up in such a dire predicament at the hands of a mere human. Just as Loki was engulfed in worry, Odin's voice shattered his thoughts. Loki, why have you ventured to Earth and engaged in conflict with those savages? Your questions are as foolish as Thor's. Who queries? I ask, who else? Loki mused silently, though he dared not voice such sentiments aloud. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he discovered that all eyes were upon him. In an effort to maintain a positive image, Loki reluctantly forced a smile and bowed respectfully to Odin, saying, Father, perhaps it was my intervention that saved Thor. You must have seen how he was captured by those natives 3 times. Had I not acted swiftly to rescue him, who knows what fate might have befallen him? Even in this precarious situation, Loki could not resist a jibe at Thor. Look at that green monstrosity and that bearded fellow. They seem quite fond of such antics. What if someone were to take a liking to Thor in such a state? Wouldn't that bring disgrace upon the realm of the gods? Nonsense, Odin thought, for since it was I who exiled him to Earth, I would certainly not allow him to be placed in such perilous circumstances. A frown creased Odin's brow as visions began to form uncontrollably in his mind, leading him to sternly reprimand Loki. He had previously predicted future events and knew that Loki's assertions were far from the truth. Exiling Thor was merely a means to temper his character. After all, from any perspective, Thor was not yet worthy of being a true king among gods. What then was the purpose of it all? Loki stirred the waters of the conversation and tossed the question back to Odin. Strangely, Odin found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Thor, witnessing the prolonged silence in the live broadcast, called out to the screen, Loki, while your cowardice may be tolerable on ordinary days, can you not muster even a shred of divine dignity in the face of a mere mortal? Why the delay in your response? His words provided a timely reprieve for those gathered in the Asgardian hall. Odin seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, inquiring, Loki, what are your odds of defeating that fellow? Answering the question would yield rewards, and for them, aiding Thor was undoubtedly a venture with nothing to lose. The seasoned king of the gods, having faced countless trials, was keenly aware of Loki's true capabilities. He understood that while Loki might appear delicate, he concealed immense potential and strength beneath the surface. In contrast, the Hulk displayed formidable might. But his brief appearance and singular victory over a Leviathan merely scratched the surface of his true prowess. After all, in the heat of battle, strength alone is insufficient. Loki, even with a touch of magic, could confound him completely, not to mention the other means at his disposal. Loki's thoughts aligned with Odin's. With remarkable confidence, he declared, Perhaps I cannot best Thor, but vanquishing a monster should pose no challenge at all. The only question remains, by what means shall I defeat my opponent? Through cunning or brute force? Loki tapped his head thoughtfully, leaning toward employing strategy, as it was his forte. However, the term trickery carried a somewhat pejorative connotation, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Odin, upon hearing this, nodded slightly before turning his gaze to the screen, conveying his thoughts through a mental message. Meanwhile, Thor observed the barrage of comments beginning to respond. Odin Borson, Thor, select the first option. Nick Fury, king of the Norse gods, are you truly the legendary figure? Karmid, I advise you to show some respect. Do not, by any means, summon formidable foes to Earth like that Stark did. Nick Fury, where have I shown disrespect? Moreover, from which realm do you hail? Nick Fury, I have reviewed everyone's profiles, and your name does not appear among their acquaintances. Nick Fury, Could you possibly be one of the divine beings? Odin and Karmid, having sent their comments, ceased further replies, leaving Fury alone to flood the screen. Fortunately, there were no moderators in the live stream. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been ejected long ago. Father, I believe the second option is the correct one. Despite Loki's almost non-existent combat skills, it seems rather presumptuous to employ cunning against mere mortals as a prince of Asgard. Thor stood atop the clumsy turtle, refusing to cast a glance at anyone else. He embodied arrogance to the fullest extent. The eternal spear, gripped firmly in his hand, pulsed with immense divine power, almost causing him to disregard even Odin. I choose the second option. Loki, with overwhelming strength, will triumph over Hulk in a fair confrontation. Thor remained resolute, unwavering in his chosen answer. Odin, witnessing Thor's smug demeanor, felt his anger flare, a twitch at the corner of his eye, his white beard swirling restlessly under the influence of divine power. All signs indicated that this king of gods had truly lost his temper. Finally, the system's verdict was announced. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is currently imposing a random penalty. The penalty takes effect, stripping Thor Odinson of 1/3 of his divine power. Upon hearing the announcement, Thor's triumphant expression froze, and he felt his immense divine energy abruptly diminish. His body also experienced a sensation of weakness, a noticeable reduction in strength and speed. How could this be? Is it possible that Loki cannot even contend with this human monstrosity? Observing Thor's predicament, Tony could not resist showcasing his own abilities, shaking his head and remarking, "Arrogant individuals ultimately face dire consequences." Impossible. There is certainly something sinister afoot. Thor gazed at the figure atop the platform, wielding the eternal spear, his divine power surging once more. Just when everyone believed he was about to challenge authority again, Thor raised the eternal spear and struck the turtle's forehead with the butt of the spear. The sound was crisp, leaving the bewildered turtle cradling its head. Squatting in the corner, oblivious to its surroundings, under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Thor disdainfully retorted, "What are you all staring at? Have you ever witnessed a superior reprimanding a subordinate?" The randomly selected beam began to rotate, incessantly circling around the 6 individuals. Ultimately, it came to rest upon one person. Regrettably, Clinton Barton, you have been chosen. Your 30 seconds to respond begins now. Barton's expression instantly fell. Why was it always him who bore the brunt of such misfortunes? Still reeling from the shadows cast by Natasha's earlier scene, he now found himself once again in the spotlight. Analyzing the situation, he believed that Loki, who had been abruptly struck aside, was no match for Hulk, the colossal adversary. Simultaneously, he could not abide Thor's arrogance and had no intention of bolstering another's bravado. I choose the third option. Loki was defeated by Hulk. Upon detecting Barton's response, the system swiftly announced the verdict. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Clinton Barton has earned 300 points. A random reward was triggered. Skill, rapid archery. As the system's voice faded, Barton felt a surge of information in his mind. Lacking a bow and arrow, he became increasingly anxious, yearning for a bow to be at his side. Rapid archery permanently increases the speed of archery by 10-fold based on the original bow. After Barton's correct response was validated, Thor could no longer remain composed. He cried out about foul play and injustice, unable to believe that Loki could be bested by a mere earthling. Resolute in his determination, he resolved to train Loki rigorously upon their return, ensuring he would no longer slack off during battles, hiding away instead. It was unacceptable that he could not even defeat a simple turtle. With this in mind, the turtle became the target of Thor's frustrations, as he repeatedly struck its head with the eternal spear. Naturally, Loki of Asgard was loath to accept that he had been vanquished by Hulk, particularly in such a humiliating manner. He muttered to himself, "Impossible. I am a god. How could I be defeated by a lesser being?" Meanwhile, the video on the screen resumed its normal playback. The video continued. Loki's furious voice indeed managed to halt Hulk. Hulk appeared somewhat bewildered, lowering his raised fist slowly. Upon witnessing this, Loki grew even more smug, locking eyes with Hulk and declaring, "You are merely the lowest of creatures." Loki's pride swelled, his tone rising. "I am a god, foolish green fool. I cannot be defeated by you." Just as he finished speaking, Loki's pupils suddenly constricted. As if caught by an unseen force, and he toppled backward. The scene shifted, revealing Hulk seizing Loki's leg and swinging him like a hammer against the ground, creating a crater with each impact. At the first blow, the sound of Loki's anguished cries filled the air. By the second and third, he lay limp, as if lifeless. After 3 strikes, Hulk paused momentarily, peering down at the Loki in his grasp. It seemed as though he were pondering whether he had perished. Then, with renewed vigor, he once again hurled Loki downwards. After a couple of strikes, the Hulk lost interest and released his grip, leaving Loki sprawled in the deep crater formed beneath him, his handsome visage marred by numerous wounds. His eyes were vacant, filled with terror as he gazed at the ceiling, caught between a state of shock and a surreal sensation of dreaming. Simultaneously, a sound reminiscent of a deflating tire emanated from his slightly parted lips. Without a backward glance, the Hulk turned away, muttering dismissively, a pathetic weakling. He could not even compare to the other fool filled with muscle in his brain, who had only a hair on his leg. A weakling? Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a ludicrous defeat, nor the humiliation that followed. Just as he resolved to return to Earth and seek vengeance upon the Green Giant, that thought was swiftly extinguished. Observing the grim scene of his own misfortune, he was reluctant to hasten the narrative. At the very least, he would ensure he was fully prepared before confronting his adversaries. Alternatively, he could usurp Thor and ascend as the ruler of Asgard, wielding absolute power before embarking on his quest for retribution. Surely, the destroyer could prevail over that foolish creature. Meanwhile, Thor was not faring much better. The bravado he had previously displayed, claiming Loki could easily defeat the Hulk, had completely reversed. Loki had been vanquished in a most pitiful manner, unable to muster any resistance, left questioning his very existence. This was not merely Loki being rubbed into the ground. It was as if his face had been repeatedly ground into the earth. Furthermore, the words spoken by the Hulk echoed in Thor's mind, a nagging suspicion that the fool referred to as none other than himself. Bruce Banner, I shall hunt you down, no matter where in the cosmos you attempt to hide. I will find you. Thor yearned to vanquish the Hulk himself, ultimately returning the insult to its origin. Banner was currently troubled, responding only with a dry chuckle. Paying no heed to Thor, he possessed a remarkable tolerance for those he deemed foolish, including the one within him. Just wait, I shall remember all your faces, Thor thought, feeling an immediate sense of disdain from this reaction, and he once again vowed fiercely. The screen flickered and the narrative shifted. The tale of the 5th member, Natasha Romanoff, began to unfold, as the scene transitioned to showcase the widow's notable moments. The video commenced. The opening shot revealed a high-tech chamber, where rows of individuals sat before futuristic computers, engaged in discussions. As the camera panned out, it became clear that the setting was aboard DS airborne aircraft carrier, with Fury standing in the familiar command control room. A series of mechanical voices echoed forth. The Han series has been replicated. The Mace series has been replicated. The Uma series has been successfully transferred. Seated before the computer, an agent of SHIELD wore an expression of utter bewilderment, prompting immediate reports to be filed. The scene shifted to a dilapidated warehouse, where a woman clad in a black camisole and stockings found herself bound, her hands restrained behind her on a wooden chair. Before her stood an elderly man in formal attire, flanked by 2 men who appeared to be bodyguards. From any angle, the tableau conveyed an unmistakable sense of impropriety. As the camera zoomed in, the woman's identity became clear. It was Natasha, her attire mirroring that of the live stream. The old man approached her with a smug demeanor, declaring, "Agent Romanoff, your legend circulates widely, yet outdated intelligence has led to your predicament. The renowned Black Widow, in my eyes, is merely an exquisite vase." He instructed her to relay to Nalesha that they had no need of her espionage skills in their affairs. The old man exuded an air of self-satisfaction, as if he held dominion over the situation. He then nodded at one of his subordinates, who advanced with purpose, gripping Natasha's jaw to force her mouth open. Natasha's eyes widened in alarm, her chest rising and falling dramatically, the seductive camisole struggling to contain her impressive figure. Meanwhile, the old man approached the interrogation table, grasping a cylindrical mechanical device, and slowly turned to face her. With a press of a button, a drill bit emerged from the device, emitting a disconcerting were akin to a power drill. He gazed at Natasha, still bound and restrained with malicious intent, remarking, however, "I fear you may need to resort to pen and paper upon your return, as your ability to speak may soon be compromised." At that moment, a phone rang from the pocket of another bodyguard, interrupting their perverse game. The bodyguard handed the phone to the old man, whose expression shifted as a crisp voice on the other end declared, "Joseph, the 31st floor of the Silensky building. Our sniper has equipped a rocket launcher. Aimed squarely at your 36-year-old son and your 18-year-old wife. They seem to be enjoying themselves, unaware that the next moment may bring their demise. Hand the phone to the lady before you. I have urgent matters to discuss with her," the voice continued. Joseph's face paled upon hearing this, and he reluctantly placed the phone near Natasha's ear. "Hey, that scoundrel Hawkeye stole my footage and deleted everything. I had just finished downloading it yesterday." The frantic voice on the line echoed his distress. "Can this wait? I'm currently in the middle of something important." Natasha's earlier panic dissipated as she glanced at the bewildered old man, speaking with an air of nonchalance. The scene shifted once more to Coulson within S.H.I.L.D., who held his phone and spoke in a hurried tone. "This is a blatant act of emotional infidelity. Aren't you going to confront that wretched man? As I engage in my duties, I have now hooked a significant catch and am currently unavailable." Natasha released her phone, which she had been wedged between her head and shoulder, and cast a mischievous glance at the three individuals before her. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our turn to partake in some amusement." From the shattered screen of the phone on the ground, Coulson's voice emerged, teasingly remarking, "You two truly are the model couple. How do you intend to explain this?" Barton gazed at the video with a hint of despair, feeling an acute pang of anxiety, convinced he was yet again being deceived. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his inquiry towards Natasha. "Coulson above mentioned that you pilfered his footage. Do you believe they can be trusted?" Natasha lowered her head, a sense of helplessness swelling within her. In their line of work, who could assert their innocence? To accommodate the feelings of her former flame, she patiently replied, "That incident involved my interrogation of Joseph regarding arms smuggling. Subsequently, I managed to resolve the situation. I had scarcely exited the warehouse when I was transported here. As for that phone call, it was Coulson, instructing me to seek out a fellow named Bruce Banner in the slums of Mexico." Upon hearing their discussion, Tony's interest was piqued, and he impulsively interjected, "Wait, could you elaborate on the interrogation process? Bound and only able to speak, how did you manage to extract information from them? Also, could you detail the resolution process?" "I simply incapacitated them with a few well-placed strikes. How do you suppose I resolved it?" Natasha promptly retorted. Her gaze, imbued with danger, gradually descended toward Tony's midsection, as if to suggest he might benefit from a first-hand experience of her methods. With her enhanced physical prowess, subduing a flamboyant individual without armor would pose little challenge. "All right, widow, I understand. No need for further details. But perhaps you should be referred to as the living widow instead," Tony remarked, retracting his gaze. He deemed it prudent to maintain a safe distance from such a perilous woman, especially one entangled with official matters, lest he encounter the prickly allure of a rose with thorns. In that moment, the system's voice interrupted their unfinished dialogue. Question: in which year was Natasha Romanoff born? Option 1, 1928. Option 2, 1984. Option 3, 1990. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience answering the question. "I must protest. There is a clear bias in this question," Tony exclaimed indignantly at the screen. He harbored suspicions that the questioner had perhaps been charmed by Natasha, as otherwise. It seemed absurd to pose such a simplistic query regarding her age. The third option, Natasha is 20 years old. Before anyone could fully process the situation, a despondent Barton raised his hand and responded loudly. "It's a joke. I have long memorized this question. Natasha's birthday falls on March 1st. She has a penchant for donuts, and her favorite color is green." To test this, Barton is confident that no one present, including Natasha, knows her better than he does. However, just as he is about to assert this, he catches a glimpse of Natasha's hesitant demeanor, and a sense of foreboding suddenly wells up within him. The system provides no opportunity for Barton to reconsider, promptly declaring the outcome. "Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. A random punishment is being selected. The punishment takes effect, and Barton is awarded the Joker makeup. Joker makeup automatically applies a circus clown makeup to the face, which cannot be removed for 3 days. In an instant, white foundation appears on Barton's face, accompanied by red paint forming a smile on his lips, two inverted triangles adorning his eyelids, and a red ball perched on his nose. No matter how he tries to pull it off, the red nose remains stubbornly attached, as if it were glued to his face. Although his lips are painted with a smile, his expression is more sorrowful than ever. Unable to remove the makeup, he casts a resentful glance at Natasha. "Did you not tell me 2 years ago that you had just turned 18? Allow me to explain," he stammers. Natasha interrupts, raising her hand. "System, I choose the first option, 1928. At that moment, Barton is left utterly dumbfounded. He had assumed Natasha was merely concealing a few years of age. But it turns out she had been hiding decades. At this age, she would be older than his great-grandmother, had she still been alive. He would have had to address Natasha as Annie. The audience in the live stream, except for Thor, collectively gasps at this revelation. Steve is equally astonished to learn that Natasha is only 1 year younger than he is. After all, he has been frozen in ice for an indeterminate number of years, preserving his current appearance. No wonder she exudes such depth. There's a saying that goes, "Women are like fine wine, becoming more exquisite with age." Tony shakes his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness I only drink the 1988 law fight at most. No wonder you never mention events from the past. They must be too distant to recall." Barton pinches his red nose, then squats down in disappointment, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, the system's voice chimes in at an inopportune time. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Natasha Romanoff has earned 300 points. A random reward has been triggered. Brain Domain Development 20. As the system's voice fades, Natasha experiences a transcendent sensation flooding her mind. Her superhuman senses are once again heightened, allowing her to discern the intricate foundation on Barton's face, the dark patterns beneath Stark's skin, and even the divine energy surrounding Thor, who stands not far away. In the next moment, she instinctively looks up towards a figure on the high platform who has been observing them intently. The radiance surpasses that of the stars, piercing her eyes and compelling her to lower her gaze. She was unable to see anything, nor could she feel anything. For Natasha, the vast and majestic power before her surpassed the limits of her imagination, akin to the sun suspended in the sky, impossible to gaze upon directly. Chapter 26 Question: What is Hawkeye's superpower? Tony murmured about brain domain development. Although he had not delved deeply into this concept, he possessed a modicum of understanding. The prevailing notion is that humans only utilize a fraction of their brain's potential, with the majority of brain cells remaining dormant. Countless billions of brain cells often see only a portion actively engaged. All human actions rely on this limited segment of the developed brain domain. This gives rise to a theory. If one were to develop their brain domain to 100%, could it lead to the emergence of superpowers? Or perhaps even transform one into a superhuman? However, this remains merely a theoretical conjecture. Tony, a paragon of wealth and status among the global elite and a technological prodigy, was acutely aware that no one had yet made any groundbreaking advancements in the realm of brain science, let alone put such theories into practice. Now, a living example lay before him, and unable to contain his curiosity, Tony inquired, "Ahem, Ms. Romanoff, what effects does brain domain development yield? Does it enhance physical capabilities?" Without hesitation, he received only a beautiful eye roll in response. Thor, on the other hand, was indifferent to the entire matter. In his view, no matter how much mortals struggled, they remained mere mortals. When compared to the millennia-long lifespans of gods, these few decades of human existence seemed as insignificant as ants upon the earth, with nothing to worry about. He could not comprehend why the others were making such a fuss. Within SHIELD, Coulson gently scratched his slightly balding forehead and turned to Fury, saying, "Does Agent Barton not know Natasha's background? Did you not inform him when the mission was assigned?" "I assumed he was aware," Fury replied with a stoic expression. "When you sent him to apprehend Romanoff, did you not provide him with the necessary information?" Coulson awkwardly touched his nose. "I thought you had informed him." However, he acted on his own accord and disregarded orders, allowing the Black Widow to escape. "I suppose I was his just deserts." The screen flickered once more, revealing the unfolding story of the sixth member, Clinton Barton. As it began to play the iconic scenes of the mascot Hawkeye, the video commenced. Familiar urban landscapes came into view once again. Countless towering skyscrapers appeared precarious under the onslaught of gunfire. In the sky, a swarm of bizarre extraterrestrial beings had piloted flying devices resembling jet skis. patrolling the city in droves. On the ground, innumerable alien creatures donned unfamiliar armor and wielded beam-emitting weaponry, mercilessly pursuing fleeing civilians. A colossal portal of light hovers above the city, through which an expanse of boundless starry skies can be glimpsed, resembling a gateway to the cosmos. Several Leviathan beasts emerge from the portal, and as the camera zooms in, one can discern that they are laden with a multitude of troops and weaponry. The scene shifts quickly to reveal Barton atop a skyscraper. He stands resolutely, gripping a recurve hunting bow, his keen gaze surveying the chaotic battlefield below. Suddenly, Steve's anxious voice crackles through the earpiece. "Clinton, where the hell have you gone? Hurry up and lend a hand." Amidst the sounds of explosions and combat, Steve's voice resurfaces. "These damned bastards outnumber Peggy's crow's feet by a mile. I'm barely keeping up. Captain, I've done my utmost. My bow is fully loaded." Barton presses the earpiece, patiently explaining. "You must understand, a quiver can only hold 12 arrows. What in the world are you saying?" Steve's tone grows irate. "There are at least tens of thousands of these alien creatures here. Don't tell me you've only taken out 12. Indeed, I have slain 12. But there is no need for gratitude. It is my duty." Barton glances into the distance, where a red Iron Man is being pursued by a swarm of flying soldiers, heading straight towards him. Without hesitation, he turns and flees. Meanwhile, Steve's roar echoes through the earpiece. "Damn it, Hawkeye! Couldn't you bring more arrows?" As Barton runs, he replies, "Captain, the quiver can only hold 12. Carrying more would be unsafe. Can't you recycle them? Those extraterrestrial beings might carry viruses," Barton explains. "With my salary of $3,000 a month, what am I risking my life for? I recall that your bow is capable of melee combat. With a simple adjustment, blades can emerge from either side." Steve's voice comes through the earpiece. Barton glances at his bow and responds with resignation. "Apologies, Captain, but this bow is personal property. If it gets damaged, Fury will not reimburse me. I still own the loan." Barton slips through the rooftop door, casting a final glance at the smoking Iron Man before resolutely closing the heavy iron door behind him. "Yes, time to clock out." The video fades to black, leaving only the sound of a leisurely whistle. Before anyone can react, a question appears on the screen. Question: what are Clint Barton's superpowers? Option 1. Guaranteed victory in team battles. Option 2. Super dynamic vision. Option 3. Perfect archery accuracy. Option 4. No superpowers. Wishing everyone a pleasant time answering. Do you have superpowers? I wasn't aware. Natasha refrains from answering, instead turning to glance at the dazed Barton beside her. Although she had not spent a considerable amount of time with him, she had managed to grasp the depths of Clinton Barton. Startled by the question, Barton glanced around and realized that those present were no ordinary individuals. There stood an arrogant alien, a detestable green giant, a zombie resurrected after decades of frozen slumber, a wealthy man with a lamp embedded in his chest, and a superhuman with exceptional technical prowess. Meanwhile, Clinton Barton, was merely an ordinary man, a secret agent who relied on his intellect and skills for sustenance. He had never undergone any form of bodily enhancement, had not injected himself with super serums, nor did he possess a colossal fortune bequeathed by his ancestors to squander. Coming to this realization, Barton shot an annoyed glance at Natasha and declared loudly, "I choose the fourth option. Clinton Barton's superpower is the absence of superpowers." As his words echoed, the system's verdict promptly followed. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Clinton Barton receives a reward of 350 points. A random reward was triggered. Aura, guaranteed victory in team battles." A brilliant white light enveloped Barton's body, and the description of the reward naturally appeared in his mind. Guaranteed victory in team battles. Once the number of allies exceeds 5, the aura will activate, ensuring that the team will ultimately triumph over the opposing side. The method of victory may vary depending on the circumstances. What is this? If the team exceeds 5 members, victory is assured. Barton's gaze lingered on the figure atop the platform. If he deduced correctly, their team had now reached 6 members, thus fulfilling the aura's criteria. Did this imply they could confront the individual above? The subsequent nearly 20 chapters that return the characters to reality serve to depict Thor's transformation into the 10 cool Thor, Loki into the god of stories, Captain America first becoming the Hydra commander and later the Honey Captain, as well as the tale of the elderly Captain America, alongside a prelude to the Transformers narrative. Readers may skip to chapters 40 or 50 for these developments. Chapter 27. Spoilers of the first phase achieved. Return to reality. Spoilers for the first phase have been completed. The system space will close in 10 seconds. Guests, please prepare. The system will transport you back to your original locations. During the closure of the spoiler live space, the points earned in the shop remain valid. Guests can interact with the system shop through the wristwatches they possess. Any rewards or penalties obtained within the space will remain effective upon exiting. Items summoned, pets, and other living entities redeemed by guests will be stored within the system space and can be summoned at any time. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the Crimson Countdown concluded, everyone felt a momentary blur before the surroundings transformed into an entirely different scene. Asgard within Odin's hall. Thor found himself momentarily disoriented. The unfamiliarity of being transported from the live space, rendering him unable to regain control of his body or suppress the urge to vocalize his astonishment. Gazing upon Odin, whose countenance bore the weight of solemnity upon his throne, he grasped the eternal spear, attempting to conceal his turmoil. Yet, the collar around his neck chimed inopportunely. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods." Loki's eyes darted nervously, haunted by the fear that the frost giants might expose him. Seizing the opportunity to stir chaos, he deliberately wore a sullen expression and vociferously rebuked Thor. "Enough, Thor. You have brought disgrace upon Asgard." By redirecting the blame onto his foolish brother, he hoped to gain ample time to rectify the calamity left by the frost giants. At the very least, he must not allow his status as a traitor to be revealed. "Loki, I am the king of Asgard, and you have no place to interject here." Thor raised the eternal spear, pointing it directly at his cowardly brother. The terrifying divine power emanating from its tip sent tremors through Loki, a visceral dread that emanated from the depths of his soul, an unassailable fear. In this moment, Thor possessed the capacity to end his life. "Thor, you are yet to be crowned. You are not the king of Asgard. Show respect to your brother." Odin, witnessing Thor's volatile arrogance, had indeed forgotten the matter of the frost giants and abruptly rose from his throne. The brilliance of his single eye illuminated Thor. Though the All-Father was aged and had recently been gravely wounded, he remained a deity of unparalleled might. The longer the Asgardians lived, the stronger their divine powers became, and Thor, wielding the eternal spear, was still no match for his father. It is precisely because of your indulgence that Loki has become what he is. Thor, silence yourself. Queen Frigga, still reeling from the joy of Thor's return to Asgard, witnessed the escalating conflict between father and son. Rising from her seat, she chastised Thor with a stern expression. I shall seek out Heimdall." Thor, unwilling to speak harshly to his mother, merely huffed and planned to depart. Intent on seeking vengeance on Earth, at the very least, he aimed to deliver a thorough reprimand to that accursed aerial combat expert. Suddenly, a majestic chorus resonated throughout the hall. Imprisoned, the resplendent golden divine power immobilized Thor's steps. Deprived, the eternal spear, clutched tightly in his grasp, vibrated violently, as if battling against the encroaching force. Alas, Thor's own divine power paled in comparison to this foreign might. In an instant, the sacred bond established by the divine contract was forcibly severed. The next moment, the eternal spear slipped from his fingers, returning to Odin's grasp. "Thor, you must now learn how to be a true king." Odin regarded his despondent son, his tone laced with disappointment. He tentatively communicated with the eternal spear, and upon contact, he could ascertain with certainty that this artifact was not the same as the one he had once known. Immediately, Odin turned his gaze once more towards the defiant Thor, stating, "The power of the eternal spear is beyond your current grasp. Power attained too easily will lead to the erosion of your wisdom, the deterioration of your spirit, and the corruption of your character, ultimately guiding Asgard towards the abyss. This eternal spear was earned through my toil. You cannot, under the name of the All-Father, strip me of my weapon." Thor struggled relentlessly, yet bereft of the eternal spear and Mjolnir, he was rendered an ordinary deity. Aside from his robust physique, he was incapable of wielding the might of thunder, making it utterly impossible to escape Odin's divine confinement. Loki, observing Thor's predicament from the sidelines, found himself delightfully amused. With Thor having lost a third of his divine power, and now deprived of both his hammer and the eternal spear, this turn of events pleased Loki immensely. He could hardly wish for more. Should his brother be reduced to a useless nuisance, he would inevitably ascend to dominion over Asgard. With this thought, he further stoked the flames of discord, suggesting, seeing as your eternal spear has been destroyed, why not utilize Thor's eternal spear henceforth? As anticipated, Thor's face flushed crimson. His fists clenched tight, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, "That is mine. You are unworthy to wield it." No sooner had he uttered those words than Odin's golden divine power sent Thor hurtling through the air, casting him out of the grand hall before the gathered assembly. With a stern countenance, Odin, leaning upon the eternal spear, gradually took his seat upon the throne, issuing a decree. "Let my command be known. Mobilize all forces to pursue the frost giants within Asgard and uncover how they infiltrated our realm. Every soul must be dispatched." His authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, leaving no room for dissent. Upon receiving the command, the courtiers promptly chose to take their leave, exiting the hall one by one, unwilling to acknowledge Thor, who remained barred from entry, opting instead to feign silence as they departed. The affairs of the All-Father were not for mere subjects to meddle in. Even if both princes had committed grave transgressions, the most severe consequence would merely be a period of confinement. Should they speak out of turn, who could say what fate awaited them, perhaps finding themselves entombed in concrete barrels along the banks of the Norsel River come dawn, observing the throng avoiding him, with some even employing their divine powers to distance themselves as if fleeing from a plague. Thor seethed with vexation. Yet, he found himself powerless to pursue them, left to continue blocking the entrance in vain. Before long, clad in green, Loki emerged from the temple, whistling cheerfully, striding past Thor with an air of nonchalance, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Thor could hardly contain himself. The brother who typically trailed him like a shadow now treated him with such disdain in his hour of misfortune. It was well known that Thor rarely employed his intellect. Without a second thought, he charged forward, exerting all his strength to shove Loki from behind. However, his hand merely passed through Loki's form, as if he had touched nothing but air, causing Thor to stumble and fall unceremoniously. Loki, still whistling, transformed into a radiant green light, gradually dissipating into nothingness. "My dear brother, you have become significantly more foolish since entering that enigmatic realm." Upon hearing Loki's voice, Thor abruptly turned, only to find Loki quietly standing at the entrance of the temple. It dawned on him that the earlier events had merely been an illusion. "You wretched Loki, once I reclaim the eternal spear, your fate is sealed." Loki chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. "To think you could retrieve the eternal spear on your own is nothing short of a daydream. Given your status as my brother, I may assist you, but you must accompany me." Chapter 28. Captain Rumlow, a figure we can trust within the halls of Asgard. Silence reigned, broken only by the breaths of Odin and Frigga. Everyone had departed, leaving only the two of them to confront one another. Thor, with a voice laden with concern, inquired, "Is the curse truly beyond your ability to lift?" Frigga sighed, her hand resting against her forehead, worry evident in her eyes. Moreover, his current temperament renders him unfit for responsibility. How shall this be addressed? She then cast her gaze towards Odin, only to notice his complexion was far from favorable, flushed with an intense crimson. Suddenly, Odin relinquished the eternal spear, allowing it to tumble down the steps. Simultaneously, the palm that had clutched the spear bore marks as if seared, emanating a steamy imprint embedded in his hand, which trembled slightly. Frigga, witnessing this, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Odin's outstretched palm, questioning, "Even you cannot wield the eternal spear?" She had presumed that Odin's act of stripping Thor of his divine weapon was a means to restore his peak combat prowess. After all, Thor's current emotional state and mindset were profoundly detrimental. Entrusting him with such a perilous weapon would undoubtedly be a dereliction of duty to Asgard. To deprive him of the eternal spear was, in fact, for his own good. On the other hand, the king of Asgard could not afford to lose the might that instilled fear across the 9 realms. Otherwise, disaster would inevitably befall Asgard. It was a strategy with dual benefits. Despite Frigga's deep affection for her son, she recognized that this was indeed the correct course of action. The eternal spear had been altered. It had become intricately linked to Thor, and none but Thor could wield it. Should another attempt to seize control, they would surely face the spear's formidable backlash. Odin waved his hand, conjuring a box with divine power, and subsequently sealed the eternal spear within it. He then gently stomped his foot. A resplendent golden light enveloped the container, swiftly transporting it to Asgard's treasury. Seated upon his throne, Odin slowly closed his solitary eye, declaring, "Only when Thor matures into a true king shall the eternal spear be returned to him." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Asgard, the two brothers leaned against a wall, the sound of rushing water echoing around them. "The eternal spear has been taken by our father, and if you wish to reclaim it, there is but one path to tread," Loki whispered conspiratorially. "What path?" Thor inquired loudly, plotting. As Loki encountered Thor's naivety, he shook his body slightly and leisurely adjusted his belt, stating, "With you stepping into our father's shoes as the king of Asgard, the rightful ownership of the artifacts naturally belongs to you." Thor's eyes shifted, glimmering with an inscrutable light, as he seemed to grasp the implication, and he lowered his voice in protest. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? He is our father, and such an act would be tantamount to regicide." Loki replied, "Where on earth are you going with this? I certainly did not incite you to slay our father." His expression faltered, clearly taken aback by Thor's peculiar line of reasoning. Faced with Thor's candid yet somewhat foolish gaze, Loki felt a surge of caution within him. He had initially presumed that the brawny Thor was a simpleton, yet he realized that Thor's inner darkness rivaled even his own as the god of mischief. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Loki spoke slowly. "Thor, please listen to me. During your absence from Asgard, the frost giants seized the opportunity to infiltrate, seeking to steal our ancient winter sarcophagus to incite war. Fortunately, they revealed their presence and were discovered by the guards during their theft. Otherwise, we could have faced unimaginable calamity." A hint of anxiety crept into Loki's tone. "Those accursed frost giants must have learned of my absence from Asgard, emboldening them to commit such audacious acts. I must confront them," he resolved. Thor, fastening his belongings and securing his belt, turned to leave the alleyway. The enmity between Jotunheim and Asgard was long-standing. Although a non-aggression pact had been signed, bringing a period of peace, minor skirmishes had persisted over the last century, resulting in frequent casualties. The anger on both sides had accumulated for millennia. Thor, with his combative nature, could not tolerate the thought of the frost giants infiltrating the treasures of Asgard. "Wait, are you planning to go empty-handed, as if to defect?" Loki scowled, for the first time addressing Thor with a tone of reprimand. The fish had just bitten the hook. He could not allow it to escape. "I am going to reclaim the eternal spear from our father and lead the charge to level Jotunheim," Thor declared indignantly, striding purposefully toward the temple. Though reckless, he believed he was not devoid of intelligence. His brother's meaning was crystal clear. If he could achieve a significant victory before ascending the throne, his claim would be indisputable. Should Thor conquer Jotunheim and eliminate this persistent threat to Asgard, Odin would have no choice but to grant him the throne, not to mention the ownership of the eternal spear. Our father, in his time, lacked the swiftness and ruthlessness needed, allowing Laufey to blind him in one eye. Over the years, while his divine power has grown, his courage has waned, Thor asserted confidently. "Today, I will make it clear to him that mere retreat and cowardice will not secure peace for Asgard." Sighing deeply, Loki conjured several illusory duplicates to block the overly confident Thor. "Do you truly believe you can reclaim the eternal spear from our father? I must inform you, it is utterly impossible. Just moments ago, within the sacred temple, our father has firmly resolved to confine you. He believes it prudent to prevent you from venturing out and causing calamity. Presently, you are incapable of even reaching Earth." Loki's fabrications flowed effortlessly, a skill honed through experience. He scrutinized Thor's expression, estimating that the time was ripe to stir the pot. He then deftly redirected the conversation towards the watch adorning Thor's wrist. "The enigmatic realm has indicated that you may exchange resources for the system's marketplace here. I believe the points you have accrued are now ripe for utilization." As Loki perceived a flicker of hesitation cross Thor's countenance, he lowered his voice. Infused with an almost enchanting allure, "The points stored within the system belong to the system. Only those expended are genuinely yours. To reclaim the eternal spear, these points are essential." "What nonsense is this? Those points are mine. Do not covet them." Thor suddenly awoke to the realization, shielding the watch with his hand to ward off Loki's fervent gaze. A premonition gnawed at him, suggesting that Loki was ensnaring him in a trap. Loki stepped back, his lines delivered, aware that further persuasion might prove excessive and potentially jeopardize their scheme. Watching Thor hasten away, Loki stood in contemplation, fingers stroking his chin. a flicker of doubt igniting within him. Could the fool ever attain enlightenment? Meanwhile, aboard the skyship over Earth, in a conference room. Can we truly place our trust in them? Director Fury sat firmly in the innermost seat, flanked by Coulson and several familiar faces. Coulson's gaze swept over the individuals behind him. These are seasoned agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If we cannot trust them, then there exists no one in this world worthy of our trust. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Ramlow? The tall, lean white man clad in tactical gear responded with a hearty smile. Indeed, that is most assuredly true. Chapter 29. Thor is, in fact, the prince of the frost giants. Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms. Here, time is ensnared in eternal frost. As far as the eye can see, endless expanses of ice stretch forth. Innumerable ironwood forests enveloped in a thick layer of ice, resembling colossal giants standing tall and proud, piercing the heavens and connecting earth and sky. The biting winds, laden with unending snow, ravage this land with reckless abandon, and not a glimmer of light graces the horizon. This realm is perpetually shrouded in darkness. At first glance, it appears to be a desolate wasteland, inhospitable to any form of life. However, the reality is far more complex. Jotunheim, a chaotic nexus of slaughter and sorcery, is also the birthplace of countless giants. The inhabitants here are not solely the frost giants. Rather, they each occupy their own domains, maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Yet today, the stillness of this lifeless realm was shattered by the arrival of a solitary figure. Atop a towering ice peak, a man clad in white strode gracefully through the howling winds, making his way directly into the vast cavern nestled within the mountainside. In the depths of the cave, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the echo of a man's footsteps resonating within the vast expanse. He ventured deeper into the cavern, his gaze fixated on a colossal ice pillar. The pillar, crystalline and translucent, seemingly imprisoned some profound power within. Laufey, it is time for you to awaken. A calm voice reverberated throughout the cave, echoing far and wide. As the words faded, a shadow within the ice suddenly opened a pair of orange eyes, deep and luminous, as if capable of discerning all illusions. Immediately, fine cracks began to spread across the ice, rapidly advancing outward, accompanied by a surge of intense cold. A figure approximately 5 meters tall emerged from the ice, bowing down to regard the diminutive being before him. Laufey, the chieftain of the frost giants. The very giant who had once blinded Odin. He scrutinized the seemingly frail creature with keen interest, curiosity igniting within him. I am familiar with you, the humans of Midgard. Laufey's voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind. I once intruded upon your realm, only to be thwarted by an ancient wretch. He circled the young man clad in white, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. I recall your kind is quite weak, easily extinguished with a mere breath. Yet, how is it that you find yourself in Jotunheim? As the last word left his lips, the cave erupted with the sound of shattering ice. Countless layers cracked open, unleashing a multitude of giants and monstrous beasts. These creatures swiftly filled the cavern, imposing a formidable sense of oppression. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 1,000 of them. Towering in stature, they nonetheless stood half a head shorter than Laufey. The young man, undaunted, regarded Laufey coolly, declaring, "The crown prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson, is your stolen lineage, and he shall soon come to seek you." At these words, Laufey's eyes widened in shock. The frost aura emanating from his being surged forth like a tempest, freezing the surrounding air. As the eternal enemy of Asgard, it was a place he had vowed to conquer in his lifetime. Now, he was informed that Thor, the heir apparent of Asgard, was the child he had lost thousands of years ago. Memories of the ancient battle flooded back, his defeat, the plundering of the ancient winter sarcophagus of Jotunheim, along with his own flesh and blood by Odin. By all accounts, that child should have perished long ago. Whether as a mere casualty of war or as a means to humiliate the enemy, there was no hope for his child as survival. Naturally, Laufey was disinclined to believe this, slowly advancing toward the human before him. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me? The young man merely curled the corners of his lips into a slight smile and replied coolly, "Leave." After all, Laufey was a being who commanded legions of frost giants. He had never before been so disparaged. Anger flared within him at those words. He lifted his massive foot, poised to crush this audacious human, for with a single step, Lao Fei could reduce him to mere pulp. Suddenly, a dazzling and blinding radiance erupted. Confronted by this brilliance, Lao Fei was instantly overwhelmed by an intense aura of death, compelling him to conjure an icy defensive spell with utmost urgency. In a realm shrouded by darkness, Jotunheim was illuminated for the first time, as a kaleidoscope of divine light unfurled, piercing the night and dispelling the shadows. Even from thousands of miles away, Utgard beheld this celestial spectacle. Towering frost apes, with their dual horns reaching hundreds of meters, could do naught but kneel and cower beneath the celestial glow. Countless giants gazed vacantly at the distant brilliance and the harrowing presence, as if an apocalyptic calamity were imminent. Shifting our gaze back to the desolate land, the heart of the frost giants, the eternally frozen ground, now transformed into a vast ocean, where countless corpses floated upon the surface, save for a few iron trees atop the peaks that still harbored some frost-laden beings. In this boundless expanse, a blue figure suddenly emerged from the depths, gasping for breath as it broke the surface, blood of azure hue spilling from its lips. This figure was none other than Lao Fei, his visage pale, frozen in horror as he beheld the lifeless bodies adrift in the water, panic seizing him. He was uncertain of what had transpired, only feeling the overwhelming shockwave of brilliance that had obliterated all in its path. This was a power he had never witnessed before, instilling in him the conviction that no deity existed in this realm that could rival the might of the being from Midgard. In mere thought, it had decimated much of Jotunheim. He pondered which god in the cosmos could wield such power, suspecting only the legendary creator deity of Jotunheim could possess such capabilities. Abruptly, a voice pierced through his reverie. I almost forgot to mention, the second Prince Loki is also a descendant of the frost giants. This nonchalant remark struck him like thunder from above. In a state of semi-daze, Lao Fei stiffly turned his head. The familiar Midgardian, standing lightly upon the water-esque surface, faded into a myriad of starlight after delivering this message. Lao Fei desperately reached for the dissipating luminescence, wishing to apologize for his previous recklessness. His thoughtless words had led to the deaths and injuries of countless kin. He was willing to pay any price for redemption. In the next moment, a chorus of gasping and struggling sounds erupted upon the water-esque surface as the frost giants, once devoid of life, opened their eyes in unison and began to thrash about in desperation. From the depths of the water, numerous figures surged upward. As Lao Fei surveyed his surroundings, he marveled at the creator deity's power to reverse life and death, feeling a profound gratitude for the fortune of his frost kin. He swiftly cast an icy spell to freeze patches of land, allowing his kin to ascend and breathe. As the scarred frozen world transformed entirely into an ocean, Lao Fei sighed deeply, finally contemplating the matters concerning Thor and Loki. He bore no resentment towards the recent actions of that deity. The vast chasm between their realms obliterated any lingering aspirations he might have harbored. As the saying goes, a beggar does not envy a millionaire, yet he may harbor animosity towards another beggar who earns more than he does. Had it been Odin who trespassed upon his territory, Lao Fei would not have been so easily placated. The two heirs of Asgard, both of the frost giant lineage, what could this possibly signify? Lao Fei had listened intently and understood clearly. Thor was his lost child, while Loki was the offspring of an unknown lineage. He pondered the implications. Could it be that Frigg had strayed, cuckolding the aged Odin? No, that seemed implausible. A sudden epiphany struck Lao Fei. Thor was indeed my flesh and blood, and at this critical juncture of conflict between Asgard and the frost giants, Odin had chosen to elevate him to power. That deity even mentioned that Thor would soon venture to Jotunheim. Realizing this, Lao Fei gasped in horror. I understand now. Odin intends for us to turn against one another, allowing Loki to ultimately benefit and ascend the throne. No wonder the vast expanse of Asgard produced a foolish prince. It turns out Thor is not of Asgardian blood at all. With his orange-yellow eyes transformed into a crimson hue, Lao Fei gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, Odin, you truly are a ruthless one. Fortunately, the frost giants have divine favor. Ha ha ha. The frost giants, having struggled to ascend the shore, observed their leader's state and began to exchange furtive glances. Could it be that our chief has lost his mind? I believe there's a strong possibility. I nearly soiled myself in fear. A frost giant cannot be without a leader for even a day. I am willing to step forth and dedicate my youth to the rise of our kind. You should first clean yourself up before speaking of valor. Chapter 30. Loki. Why does Laufey give me such a paternal vibe? Asgard, a bridge seemingly woven from streams of light, stretches across the boundless southern sea. This bridge is the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. A few riders atop steeds clad in golden armor traverse the bridge until they reach the metallic spherical edifice at its end. Before the opulent golden gates stands a figure, resplendent in golden armor, awaiting with a sword in hand. "You are not dressed warmly enough," he remarked. Thor and his companions dismounted from their horses, attempting to feign ignorance. Yet in the next moment, the man in golden armor opened his eyes, revealing a galaxy of stars within. He shook his head and declared, "My eyes can see all. You cannot hide from me." "Oh, is that so? Have you discerned the visage of that god in the live broadcast?" Thor idly twirled the hammer he had just acquired, casually inquiring. "Heimdall, you can observe all occurrences across the 9 realms. Discerning a deity's appearance should be a trivial task for you, no?" As a mechanical sound emitted from the collar reverberated through the air, a profound silence enveloped the scene. After a brief pause, Heimdall slightly turned aside, granting passage to the interior of the building, while cautioning, "Jotunheim is an exceedingly frigid realm, eternally encased in ice and snow, making it one of the most perilous places." Thor, undeterred by Heimdall's words, led the group forward, which comprised 6 individuals, including himself and Loki. The interior of the structure was neither spacious nor lavishly adorned. The entire space was circular, with a pedestal standing half a meter high at its center. As Thor and his companions positioned themselves before the pedestal, Heimdall ascended silently and embedded his sword into a groove at the center of the pedestal, resembling a key. Instantly, thunder and lightning erupted, converging upon the sword's blade from all directions. Grasping the hilt with both hands, Heimdall declared impassively, "I am the gatekeeper of Asgard, and I shall uphold my vow to protect it. I warn you, should you carry any threats to the realm, the Rainbow Bridge shall not open for you, and you will await your demise in the eternal frozen wasteland." Upon hearing the peril of being unable to return, Loki hastily inquired, "Is it not possible to keep the Rainbow Bridge open for us?" To be candid, he was not particularly keen on embarking on this adventure with Thor. Maintaining the bridge would unleash destructive forces potent enough to obliterate all of Asgard. Heimdall, with an expressionless demeanor, forcefully plunged his sword downward. A kaleidoscope of vibrant lights enveloped the group before swiftly launching them into the vastness of the cosmos. In an instant, Thor beheld a cerulean expanse, the radiant light guiding their descent to the ground. With a resounding splash, 5 figures broke the surface of the water sequentially. "Damn Heimdall," Thor thought. "This is his form of retribution." As the mechanical voice of the collar activated, Thor swung Mjolnir, propelling himself from the water back into the sky. The others, employing their own methods, briefly escaped from the boundless ocean. Have we arrived at the wrong place? Jotunheim is a frozen world, devoid of vast oceans, Loki mused, observing his surroundings, questioning whether Heimdall had indeed erred in transporting them to an unfamiliar planet. Or perhaps, he pondered, Heimdall's clandestine machinations had aroused suspicion. Just as Loki was about to call for Heimdall to lower the Rainbow Bridge once more, he heard Thor's collar declare, "No need for that. We have not gone astray." The frost giants over there seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Following Thor's gaze, the group beheld a large ice floe in the distance, upon which stood a multitude of frost giants, who had also noticed their presence. After all, they were not blind. The earlier spectacle could be seen from miles away. With an abundance of confidence, Thor disregarded any other considerations and swung his hammer towards the ice floe. Mere seconds later, the ice was struck, creating 5 substantial craters right before the hundreds of frost giants. "Where is that fellow Laufey? I come on behalf of Asgard," Thor proclaimed, standing tall. Yet all he could see were countless nostrils. Even the shortest of the frost giants towered over him by at least half a head. Witnessing Thor's arrogance, Loki grew alarmed. Surrounded by so many frost giants, one of them could easily crush them to oblivion. His brutish brother, oblivious to the peril, risked provoking the enemy, which would surely lead to Frigga being informed that there would be no supper for the 2 brothers tonight. Who on Midgard had said that Jotunheim was merely frozen wasteland, where frost giants lay in slumber. What was this gathering if not a grand assembly? Loki quickly seized Thor's arm, offering a disarming smile. "We are but messengers here to negotiate. It seems we have had a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he nudged Thor, eager to flee this perilous locale. However, given the current circumstances, it is indeed a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, coward. You are unworthy to lay a hand on me. Thor scoffed at Loki's display of submission. He forcefully shoved Loki aside, brandishing his mighty hammer, threatening, "Wise ones, clear a path for me, or I shall summon lightning to smite you all." Upon hearing this, Loki felt a chill of despair and swiftly conjured his most refined magic. With outstretched hands, he transformed them into two daggers, ready to flee at a moment's notice. He had no desire to engage in a deadly confrontation with a horde of filthy, barbaric creatures. As he saw Thor swinging the hammer, he genuinely pleaded, "Thor, could you lower your head and listen for the sound of water?" "What'd he say, Sif?" Thor appeared not to have heard Loki clearly, casting a puzzled glance at Sif, who stood poised with her shield and sword. "Your brother inquired if, during your descent, water had accidentally entered your head." Upon hearing this, Thor turned to the encircling frost giants, disdainfully smirking as he declared, "I have seen Lao Fei. You have two choices, clear a path or perish." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the next moment, numerous frost giants exchanged glances and parted to create a passage. Witnessing this, Thor laughed heartily, his pride swelling. Meanwhile, Loki's heart sank, and he gripped the daggers with increasing intensity. He did not believe that a simple-minded Thor could intimidate such a multitude of frost giants, especially not one who had once blinded the Allfather. In the next instant, a towering giant, standing 5 meters tall, emerged from the parted ranks. The aura emanating from him instantly overshadowed everyone present. Loki's orange eyes swept across the scene, and he felt as though he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, a primal fear gripping him, causing him to freeze in place, his body trembling involuntarily. The presence of Lao Fei was akin to that of an enraged Odin. In this singular moment, Loki acutely recognized that he and his companions were far from being capable adversaries. Conversely, Thor found his emotions ignited, his eyes ablaze with a fervent spirit of battle. Lao Fei, the legendary 3-headed and 6-armed creature of Asgard, known for frightening children, was to be eradicated today, and Thor intended to use the creature's severed head as a stepping stone to his ascendance. Just as Thor was poised to unleash a torrent of bravado, Lao Fei unexpectedly spread his arms wide, slowly approaching them with a grotesque smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests. My sincerest apologies for the less than grand reception." Thor, Chapter 31. Lao Fei. "Thor, I am your father." Lao Fei's overly cordial gesture left Thor momentarily bewildered. This was in stark contrast to the anticipated demeanor of the frost giant. Logically, despite the existing agreements between Asgard and Jotunheim, the enmity between the two factions ran deep. Lao Fei would not recklessly harm them, yet neither would he treat them as honored guests. Given the historical animosity, the likelihood of reconciliation appeared negligible. Ultimately, a war of annihilation loomed on the horizon, one that would lead to the complete eradication of one side. Have we come to the wrong place? Something feels amiss. Loki pondered, surveying the vast ocean surrounding them and the peculiar shift in Lao Fei's demeanor, which seemed anything but benign. As he beheld the ever-increasing throng of frost giants, a sense of trepidation began to envelop him. Should hostilities erupt here, they would forfeit any hope of a peaceful accord, as the frost giants could easily rend them to shreds. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Loki, with a humble demeanor, approached. "Gracious monarch, we thank you for your leniency towards us intruders. Surely, the previous incident was merely a trivial misunderstanding. We shall take our leave and report back to our father with the utmost honesty." With that, Loki attempted to usher Thor away from this foreboding locale. However, flattered by Lao Fei's overtures, Thor's arrogance swelled. Upon witnessing Loki's submissive posture, he was filled with indignation. "Loki, it seems your cowardice has dulled your memory of Asgard's glorious conquests across the 9 realms. Do away with your insipid flattery." After chastising Loki, Thor turned his steely gaze back to Lao Fei. "I stand as the representative of Asgard to interrogate you regarding how you infiltrated our realm to pilfer the ancient winter coffin." Meanwhile, the surface of Thor's hammer crackled with arcs of electricity, enhanced by the live-streamed upgrade of Mjolnir. His combat prowess had surged beyond previous limits, inflating his arrogance further. At this juncture, the atmosphere was palpably charged, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. However, in the face of the relentless interrogation, Laufey maintained an unruffled demeanor, smiling as he spoke. It is well known that the frost giants are not a monolithic entity. There are always those who defect. I sincerely regret the matters concerning Asgard. It is indeed a disgrace to the frost giants. Nevertheless, I am profoundly grateful to you for ridding us of those traitors. With a sudden clap, Laufey summoned forth several diminutive frost giants, clearly still in their youth. These were the offspring of the defectors, and in an act of atonement to Asgard, I present them to you for your discretion in their fate. Loki's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively pinched his thigh, questioning whether this was a nightmare. The mightiest among Jotunheim, the king of the frost giants, had capitulated, and all before his foolish brother. Yet the pain he felt affirmed the reality of the situation. Thor's hammer hung, suspended in the air, neither raised nor lowered. This was not the expected script. Shouldn't there have been a back-and-forth exchange of taunts before chaos ensued? The submissive demeanor of the frost giant chieftain was irksome. I, on behalf of the frost giants, extend my apologies to the princes of Asgard, Laufey stated, turning his gaze towards Thor's companion. I possess a secret I wish to share with you. May we speak privately? Laufey believed that the enigmatic deity had no reason to deceive him, yet he was eager to verify personally. He pondered the notion that the divine words were not mere fabrications, wishing to ascertain whether it was indeed true that both were descendants of the frost giants. This secret bore significant implications for the future of the frost giants in Asgard and must not be divulged to others. According to intelligence from a certain individual, Thor's combat partner, or rather his attendant, had been designated by Asgard. With the information at hand, Laufey was 90% certain that this was a spy planted by Odin to monitor Thor's every move. Such political machinations were not uncommon. Be wary of treachery, Thor. Loki felt the weight of Laufey's gaze, and his instincts heightened. He grasped Thor's arm tightly, urging caution. Now is not the time for heroics. It would be prudent to return to Asgard and devise a plan. A fleeting expression of displeasure crossed Laufey's face as he wondered which cowardly descendant of the frost giants stood before him. Such a disgrace tarnished the reputation of their kind. Meandering and foolish, unfit for significant responsibilities. Odin must have been blind to think that such a treacherous individual could be his own son. Observing Loki's continued interference, Laufey's tone grew firmer. Prince, between the three of us, there is no need for concern about ambushes. If such were the case, would it not be better for us to charge forth together? Laufey gazed into the distant horizon, his voice laden with significance as he remarked, I believe this secret will pique your interest, dear second prince. Though Thor could not decipher the underlying implication of Laufey's words, Loki, burdened with guilt, instantly grasped their meaning. Laufey was subtly threatening him with his collusion with the frost giants. With a swift motion, Laufey conjured a staircase of ice and snow, ascending towards the heavens. Without a backward glance, he began his ascent, leaving Thor and Loki with no choice but to obediently follow the headstrong Thor. When the trio reached a lofty ice platform suspended above the ground, Laufey finally came to a halt. Speak your mind, Laufey, Thor challenged, his gaze fixed upon the colossal figure brimming with martial fervor. In this moment, it was a confrontation of kings, just the three of them. If he could vanquish the leader of the frost giants, his claim to the throne would be solidified. 2 against 1 seemed a surefire victory. Thor, I am your father. Laufey slowly turned, his lips moving as he uttered those fateful words. Loki's anxious thoughts dissolved in that instant, and he swiftly turned to avert the impending conflict. Yet, with no hesitation, Thor raised his hammer, summoning the thunder that lay dormant within the clouds, ready to deliver a devastating blow to the one who had mocked them. A being from Midgard informed me that thousands of years ago, when Odin took the ancient winter coffin from Jotunheim, he also took my child with him. Laufey made no attempt to resist, his gaze fixed on the hammer as it descended toward him. And that child is you, Thor Odinson. As the arcs of electricity from the hammer grazed Laufey's bald crown, it halted mere inches from his forehead. Midgardian god? Thor pondered, recognizing Midgard as the realm of mortals. A terrifying figure flashed through his mind, accompanied by a mechanical voice echoing in his ears. Laufey's gaze surpassed Thor. Standing elevated, he possessed extraordinary vision, allowing him to see far beyond. Within his sight, the frozen land transformed into vast bodies of water, stretching for more than 1,000 miles. In his eyes, a mix of reverence and dread emerged as he recalled the past. He appeared to be an ordinary human, yet in a fleeting thought, He had obliterated much of Jotunheim and slain countless frost giants. Yet with but a word, he resurrected the fallen frost giants. The eternal frost was a fundamental law of Jotunheim, akin to the laws of time and space, a cornerstone of the universe. Yet this law was now violated. The frozen ground turning to water, devoid of any inclination to solidify. A chilling breeze swept through, rousing Thor from his stupor. Such an audacious act. Such a ludicrous jest. He could already surmise the perpetrator's identity. Soon after, self-doubt crept in, questioning the veracity of Laufey's claims. After countless years of disuse, his mind ached at the slightest movement, and he decided to cast the inquiry back. How can you prove the truth of your words? Chapter 32. The two princes of Asgard are traitors. Loki stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderbolt, having overheard something utterly astonishing. Was it permissible to utter such words in his presence? If Thor were not his biological brother, but rather adopted, then why had Laufey taken them to this secluded place to disclose such a secret? What was his ulterior motive? Surely he did not intend to silence him permanently. Loki stealthily retreated, casting furtive glances around in search of an escape route. Laufey, of course, noticed Loki's silent retreat behind Thor and felt a surge of disdain for this cowardice. He could not fathom why such a timid character had never aroused Odin's suspicions regarding his lineage. How could the valiant king of the gods father a coward, and yet harbor no doubts? Perhaps Odin had sensed something amiss, but chose to remain silent for the sake of his reputation. As Laufey pondered this, he raised his hand towards Loki, smirking as he declared, "I forgot to mention, Loki, you are also a frost giant. Do you not wish to prove it? Allow me to demonstrate the innate resistance of your kind to ordinary ice magic." With that, a swirl of azure light coalesced in his palm, forming an icy magical ring that shot forth towards the retreating Loki in an instant. Once the spell took effect, its victim would be encased in frost, transformed into a mere ice sculpture. Loki's heart sank, feeling utterly hopeless, as if he had been dealt a cruel blow. The provocateur was Thor. The one who demanded proof was also Thor. Why was he the one subjected to this trial? In a flash, Loki conjured 3 illusions of himself, darting in different directions to confuse the magical targeting. Alas, it was all in vain. The freezing spell locked onto his true form the moment it materialized. No matter how many illusions he created, he could not evade the rapidly approaching magical assault. Witnessing this unfold, Thor was consumed by fury. No one would harm his brother without facing his wrath. This wretched frost giant dared to attack Loki before his very eyes, and regardless of the outcome, he could no longer endure it. Thor retaliated with a mighty blow, striking Laufey in the abdomen, sending the colossal figure hurtling off the platform. Meanwhile, after sprinting a few paces, Loki sensed the imminent magical threat behind him and realized he could not escape its grasp. With a swift motion, he conjured 2 daggers. Relying on his instinct, he turned and struck the incoming spell with his blades. Upon impact, a burst of blue light erupted, obscuring Thor's vision. He quickly shielded his eyes, and only when the radiance began to fade could he discern the scene before him. To his astonishment, frost had crystallized on Loki's daggers, spreading visibly along his arms and enveloping his chest. In mere moments, Loki was entirely encased in ice. However, before Thor could fully immerse himself in the depths of sorrow, the frost enveloping Loki gradually melted away, and in an instant, he returned to his former state. Gasping for breath after the thaw, Loki stared in disbelief at his hands, which had miraculously reverted to their original form. It was inconceivable. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to grasp the reality that he had indeed been rendered immune to the frost magic, despite sharing an uncanny resemblance with a band of blue-skinned beings. He felt as though he bore no relation to them whatsoever. The disparity between being a prince and a mere lowly creature was a notion he could scarcely accept. How could this be? Who are you, and where have you hidden my brother? Thor raised his hammer, fixating an ominous glare upon Loki. Thor pondered the events that had transpired. Loki had always been a mischievous scamp in their youth, seizing any opportunity to strike at him. At the age of 8, Loki had once sneakily delivered a vicious blow to his kidneys during their playful antics. Subsequent calamities had followed in rapid succession. It was unclear when exactly Loki had undergone such a transformation, becoming unexpectedly mature, eschewing conflicts, and adopting an elegant demeanor. He had become like a timid shadow, trailing obediently behind Thor. This drastic metamorphosis was not a mere change of character, but rather a case of having been replaced. Thor smacked his forehead, never before feeling so astute. In an instant, he unraveled the secret that had eluded all of Asgard. Laufey, I see through your ruse. Surrender my brother at once, or I shall take the life of this impostor. Thor bellowed, confronted by the hammer pointed at him. Loki mused, sometimes I feel that not being true brothers might be advantageous. At least it alleviates the concerns of genetic defects. Laufey ascended the icy steps, one deliberate stride at a time. Addressing Thor, do you still fail to grasp reality? From the very beginning, Odin never truly intended to elevate you as the king of Asgard. All that has transpired was merely to pave the way for Loki. With his hands clasped behind his back, Laufey gazed into the distance. A true king requires great wisdom, immense perseverance, and fortuitous destiny. Lacking any of these, you deem yourself worthy? A reckless, irascible, arrogant fool can only serve as a stepping stone. Thor's face flushed with indignation. Every accusation was a blatant affront to him. Moreover, what king truly required such attributes? His father had conquered all 9 realms. Who dared to challenge him? Out of the corner of his eye, Thor caught sight of Loki, who appeared lost in thought. Further fueling his ire, a successful god king needs only to be valiant in battle, ensuring no one dares to raise their head within the 9 realms. There is no need for your fanciful notions. Loki, let us depart from here. Upon our return to Asgard, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed, Loki urged. He understood that there was an object capable of confirming their identities. Do not touch me. You have yet to absolve yourself of suspicion. Thor turned aside, evading Loki's outstretched hand, and remarked, do you truly believe that Asgard would elevate a coward, one who shrinks from battle, to lead them as king? This is the most amusing jest I've encountered in 5 millennia. Not necessarily, Loki mumbled, lowering his gaze. In Asgard, he played the role of the obedient child while secretly inciting Thor to wreak havoc, merely to prove to their parents that he was more deserving than Thor to ascend the throne of Asgard. The notion of cowardice was but a misunderstanding of Thor's character. Reflecting on Laufey's earlier words, Loki found merit in them. A ruler of that realm would be arrogant and self-important, much like Thor, lacking genuine ability and causing considerable chaos. Thor required Odin's intervention on multiple occasions to resolve his blunders, all while believing himself to be exceptionally skilled. If he were ever to ascend as king of Asgard, the twilight of the gods would be imminent. Currently, Loki's greatest concern was his own identity. Could it truly be, as Laufey suggested, that the 2 heirs of Asgard were both traitors? Yet if that were not the case, how could he explain his immunity to ice magic? My son, you too are a frost giant. If you remain unconvinced, you shall soon understand. Laufey raised his arm once more, the familiar magical aura glowing from his palm. Chapter 33. Exile of Thor upon the ice floes. Sif and her companions were embroiled in a fierce battle with the frost giants. After Thor and Loki departed with Laufey, they observed from a distance the intertwining of thunder and magic. The unfolding events were all too evident. They had been deceived. Naturally, they could not remain idle. After being obstructed by the frost giants from ascending the staircase, the conflict escalated into a desperate struggle. On the frost-coated platform, Thor grasped his hammer, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he beheld the frozen thunder. His reason quelled his fury. Laufey's mastery of ice magic exceeded his wildest expectations, even freezing the thunder summoned by Mjolnir. This technique surpassed all opponents he had encountered throughout his life. Originally, he had assumed that the frost giant, having lost the ancient artifact that provided him power, would be significantly weakened compared to millennia past. To his surprise, the friliest camel is larger than the strongest horse. Although Thor's resistance to ice had been enhanced to 100 points, rendering him immune to most ice magic, Laufey's sheer physical prowess was enough to force Thor to retreat. Were it not for Laufey's restraint, he might have already met his ancestors. My son, observe yourself, Laufey said, delivering a powerful blow to Thor's abdomen, sending him stumbling to the ground. The people of Asgard cannot be immune to frost magic. A gleam of astonishment filled his face. Thor's immunity to magic only served to affirm the divine will. Thus, the day when the frost giants would rule Asgard was surely not far off. Laufey sought to engage in further verbal sparring, attempting to persuade the 2 princes to cease their feudal resistance and to recognize their true identities. Yet at that very moment, a chilling aura surged from the heavens above. Following his instincts, Lao Fei looked up, his right hand raised to shield himself with a frost-forged barrier, vigilantly observing the increasingly ominous sky overhead. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder, and in an instant, the world around them shifted in hue. The radiant light of the Rainbow Bridge descended, slicing through the firmament from above, crashing onto the frost-congealed platform below. The standoff between the two armies was abruptly cleaved in two. The golden-armored knights emerged, bathed in a resplendent glow, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The sound of hooves echoed across the skies. Upon witnessing Odin's arrival, Thor's excitement surged. "Father, you have finally come. Let us vanquish this rabble together." However, Odin did not acquiesce to Thor's eagerness to engage in battle. With a cold glare directed at his son, he rebuked sharply, "Silence, Thor, you disrupt the peace. Who permitted you to bring an army to invade Jotunheim? We have established a peace treaty with the Frost Giants. Why would you seek to breach it?" A barrage of questions swiftly extinguished Thor's arrogance. "Father of the gods, you have aged, and you bear wounds, but where is your eternal spear?" Lao Fei tilted his head, scrutinizing the once mighty god king who had subdued the Frost Giants millennia ago. His restless heart began to race anew. Perhaps now was the opportune moment for him to advance and assault Asgard, without the need to rely on his son's identity. "Lao Fei, I express my regrets regarding Thor." Odin replied, steadfastly maintaining eye contact with Lao Fei, unwilling to show any sign of weakness, for he knew that failure could spell doom for all present in Jotunheim that day. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Thor continued to shout for a charge against the Frost Giants. Not even Odin could bear to witness such folly. How could his own son be so foolish? Once the deed was done, the first to be eliminated would be this reckless child, lest he bring calamity upon himself. "Father of the gods, Asgard possesses the Rainbow Bridge, and I know you cannot be detained. However, I will not let today's events pass without consequence." Dismounting from his steed, Odin approached Lao Fei and said, "Our two races have forged a peace treaty. Let us not allow the antics of children to result in a river of blood. Upon our return, I shall confine Thor as a form of punishment." Laufey's gaze fell upon the warhorse. The light of the Rainbow Bridge illuminated Asgard. Odin's gaze swept over the wounded Sif and others, and those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads. All except Thor, who remained defiant. In his view, it was better to perish in Jotunheim than to return to Asgard like a beaten dog. Millennia ago, Odin had bested the Frost Giants, who had been unable to lift their heads. The Asgardians grew stronger with age. Thus, they should not fear the Frost Giants. In an assertive manner, Thor fixed his gaze upon Odin, brimming with anger as he exclaimed, "Father, why did you not take action just now?" To Thor, the Frost Giants were currently facing calamity. Their dominion had transformed into a vast ocean, presenting Asgard with an opportune moment for annihilation. As for Laufey's claim regarding his abducted son, Thor dismissed it entirely. His immunity to ice magic was merely a reward acquired within the confines of the system, granting him 100-fold resistance to the icy arts. Odin, however, chose to disregard Thor's accusatory stare. He cast a glance at Sif and the others, who were battered and bloodied. Were it not for their divine constitutions, they would likely have perished by now. Unable to contain his fury, Odin turned and delivered a resounding slap to Thor's face. "Do you realize the folly of your actions?" Stunned by the humiliation, Thor had never before encountered such indignity. Instinctively, he raised his hammer, intent on summoning a thunderous strike upon Odin. Loki, quick to react, seized Thor's arm and positioned himself protectively in front of his brother, turning to Odin and imploring, "Father, Thor's actions stem from that space. Enough." Odin interrupted Loki, his forehead lined with veins of ire as he addressed Thor. "You arrogant and foolish boy, you dare to raise your hand against me." Initially intending merely to chastise Thor, Odin now realized that his son, having gained a modicum of power, had grown insufferably proud. Such behavior could not be tolerated. Those present, possessing even a modicum of intelligence, could discern that Odin was genuinely enraged. In such circumstances, acknowledging one's faults was the only recourse. After all, despite the king's advanced age and waning strength, he remained Asgard's mightiest. To provoke the king of gods would yield dire consequences. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Thor, consumed by rage, blurted out, "You are nothing but an antiquated, cowardly, and ineffectual old man. Under your leadership, Asgard shall surely meet its demise." An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Even Odin, who was seething with anger, found his expression shifting from rage to a profound sense of loss and regret upon hearing Thor's retort. He spoke softly indeed. "I am but a useless old man who has raised the heir of Asgard to such a state." His words conveyed deep remorse and sorrow, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Heimdall, stationed nearby, lowered his head slowly, recognizing the chill in Odin's voice. He understood that the king had truly been provoked. It seemed that Thor's fate was perilously grim. At that moment, Odin reached out and pressed his hand against Thor's chest, effortlessly sealing away his divine power and snatching the hammer from his grasp. "Thor Odinson, due to your arrogance and folly, you have brought calamity and war upon Asgard. I shall strip you of all your divine power." As the words fell, Thor's armor disintegrated into ashes, and he faltered, rendered unstable by the loss of his divine strength, thankfully supported by Loki's grip on his arm. Odin gently beckoned, and Heimdall promptly offered the golden sword that unlocks the Rainbow Bridge, thrusting it into the Earth's core without hesitation. Heimdall. The memories of Thor's banishment surged forth like a haunting nightmare. Instinctively, he felt compelled to rebuke, not wishing to be confined to a psychiatric ward, nor to be rendered unconscious time and again by mortals. Yet, Odin's resolve was unyielding. With a thunderous roar, the Rainbow Bridge unfurled behind Thor. "In the name of the All-Father, the Supreme God, I cast you out." "Loki, Loki, save me," Thor gasped, glancing back in terror as the radiant light of the Rainbow Bridge loomed, seemingly poised to consume him. He instinctively clutched Loki's arm, his last lifeline. Perhaps, if Loki interceded, their father might relent, offering him a chance of salvation. However, the truth was stark. Loki bit his lip, shaking his head in distress, and gradually pried Thor's fingers apart. "Loki, you dare!" Thor's threat hung unspoken as the bridge's pull intensified, swiftly drawing him into its embrace. In a heartbeat, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a mournful cry that made Loki's eyelids twitch. Odin averted his gaze, grasping Mjolnir, proclaiming, "Whosoever wields this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of the Thunder God." He then cast Mjolnir into the brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Director Tony Stark adamantly refused to relinquish the latest technology during a congressional hearing, revealing the military's covert robotics program in collaboration with Hammer Industries. Accompanied by Coulson's calm voice, the profiles of prospective Avengers illuminated the command room screens. A brilliant inventor, radiant with the glow of a triangular reactor, contrasted sharply with the reclusive Dr. Banner, hiding in Mexico, whose eyes betrayed both vigilance and confusion. In a hospital room, Steve awakened in a daze, medical equipment beeping steadily as it recorded his vital signs. Natasha hurried back, followed by a man adorned with clown makeup. Only the hammer wielder was conspicuously absent. After reviewing all the materials, Fury rose to depart. "Where is Stark now? I need to speak with him." Coulson replied succinctly, according to his schedule, he should be at the Speedway. Chapter 34. Fury. I despise those who indulge in frivolous banter. With a deafening roar, race cars sped along the track. The thrill of speed ignited the crowd's fervor as enthusiastic fans, clad in revealing attire, leaned over the barriers, cheering, while others tossed their hats into the fray. The electrifying atmosphere incited a chorus of whistles from the surrounding spectators. Tony piloted a blue race car. Though his driving skills were not exemplary, he relentlessly pursued his competitors, currently ranking fourth on the leaderboard. At this moment, he was closely tailing the red racing car ahead, waiting for the opportune moment to execute a drift around a bend, successfully overtaking the crimson vehicle. Just as Tony pressed the accelerator to the floor, a man wielding dual whips unexpectedly strode onto the track, boldly approaching the speeding cars. The spectators gasped in shock. As the lead car was about to collide with the whip-wielding man, the driver desperately swerved, narrowly avoiding the intruder. However, just when it seemed the crisis had passed, the man's whips lashed out from below, striking the car as it brushed past. In an instant, the whip cleaved the vehicle in two, sparks flying, leaving a deep black mark on the ground. Almost immediately, the car crashed into the adjacent concrete barrier, igniting into a raging inferno. The two following cars were also not spared, With two swift strikes, they too met their demise. What was this? Tony's pupils constricted, vividly reflecting the malevolent grin on the whip-wielder's face. There was no time to break now. Not wishing to meet a fiery end, Tony gritted his teeth and floored the accelerator, charging directly towards the madman. Simultaneously, he communicated with his system watch. Facing the oncoming vehicle, the whip-wielder did not flinch, coldly regarding the loathsome face inside the car before bringing down the electrified metal whips with ferocity. The carbon fiber chassis split in two, the flames from the explosion shooting skyward. The whip-wielder stood firm, a cruel smile on his face, relishing the sight of terrified spectators fleeing in panic. Embedded in his chest was a reactor, though external, with intricate circuitry extending to his arms. With the power supplied by the reactor, the whips wielded formidable destructive capacity. This whip-wielder was Ivan Vanko, son of the former nuclear physicist Anton Vanko. His father had once collaborated with Howard Stark on reactor research. When Tony publicly declared, "I am Iron Man," Ivan harbored a deep-seated grudge against him and the Stark conglomerate. That aura of success had once belonged to him, yet he now possessed nothing. Subsequently, utilizing the materials left behind by his father's passing, he independently developed a miniature arc reactor and powered suit, choosing this location to assassinate Tony. "Damn Stark, this time you're going to die too easily," Ivan thought, not even glancing back as both man and machine were cleaved in half. Tony Stark was not clad in his cumbersome armor this time, and his fate was sealed. Listen well, Stark is a thief. He stole the Vanko family's arc reactor technology, and he deserves to die, Ivan proclaimed, noticing a camera pointed in his direction. Observing the audience pushing to flee, emitting terrified screams, a strange exhilaration surged within him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he lashed out again, striking the barrier, eliciting further cries of fear from the onlookers. However, the expressions of fear on the audience's faces were soon replaced by astonishment. Ivan sensed something amiss and followed their gaze, looking behind him. From the overturned, burning vehicle, a crimson metallic arm emerged, effortlessly pushing the wreckage aside. "How could this be? Just moments ago, you were unarmored." Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head at the sight of the armor emerging from the flames. "Beastmaster, have I inadvertently harmed a family member of your terrifying organization? Why must you strike me upon our first encounter?" Tony was clad in the Mark VI armor, which he had redeemed from the system's marketplace. It was the only armor compatible with the triangular reactor available at that time. Initially, Tony had no desire to squander his points on this current iteration of the Mark VI. Faced with the threat of death, preserving his life took precedence. Naturally, his wrath could only be directed at the clown before him. Had he known better, he would not have met with that foolish assembly in Congress and would have manufactured the Mark VI sooner. While Tony lamented his loss, he also recalled the military that had pressured him for his iron armor that very morning, along with those loathsome politicians. Ivan, wielding dual whips, spat out the toothpick he had been chewing and adjusted the power of his suit to the maximum. He had studied Stark's armor combat methods. Its palm cannon and small missiles posed a lethal threat to him. Only by closing the distance to the range of his whips could he stand a chance. "Beastmaster, drop your whips." Tony raised his arm, aiming at the approaching Ivan, as the palm cannon began to glow ominously. Seeing that the other did not heed his warning, Tony abandoned his intention to play the Good Samaritan and slightly curled his fingers. A beam of blue-white light shot forth from his palm. Ivan swung his right-hand whip, striking the particle beam. What luck! Observing this, Tony muttered a retort and charged the palm cannon once more. Though he felt anger towards Ivan, he did not harbor any murderous intent. However, Ivan was different. He approached with a mindset of mutual destruction. Seizing the opportunity after blocking Tony's strike, he closed in for a closer attack. His left-hand whip swept across, successfully ensnaring Tony's waist. The whip, usually unstoppable, failed to cleave through the Mark armor as it would a racing car. Instead, it coiled around him with inertia, powerful currents coursing through the Mark armor, accompanied by crackling sounds and billowing smoke. With his strike successful, Ivan became increasingly smug, taunting, "Tony Stark, I shall send you to meet Satan. Remember to repent well." The Mark armor's energy surged, with the reactor storing energy at 200%. Jarvis's mechanical voice resonated. Despite being infused with the whip's tremendous electrical energy, Tony remained unscathed within the armor. Instead, the energy stored in the reactor continued to rise, swiftly reaching 200%. Beastmaster, you celebrate too soon. Taste this. The brilliance of Tony's palm intensified, instantly propelling the cackling Ivan several meters away. As the smoke dissipated, Ivan lay sprawled on the ground, eyes tightly shut, with only the faint rising and falling of his chest indicating that he was still alive. The power suit was severely damaged, the whipcord was severed, and the arc reactor in the chest flickered ominously, on the brink of becoming irreparable. Tony strolled over, detached the reactor from its chest, and after a meticulous examination, confirmed it was not one of his own lost reactors, but merely a similar one. Upon seeing the distant flickering of red and blue lights, accompanied by the wailing of sirens, he tightened his grip and instantly crushed the reactor into scrap metal. Suddenly, a black Audi A8 burst forth like a wild stallion, crashing through the fragile barriers of the racetrack and skidding to a halt near Tony. He noticed Happy leaning out of the car window, clutching a metallic suitcase. "Sir, we've come to rescue you. Hold on." But before he could finish, Tony beheld a suit of red and yellow armor standing nearby. "Happy, your timing is impeccable. Just like those sirens." Tony lifted his helmet, his face a portrait of exasperation as he watched Pepper hurriedly exit the vehicle, a warm sensation swelling in his heart. This woman was undeniably different from the superficial gold diggers outside. In times of peril, she always rushed to his aid. Outside the racetrack, at the main entrance, a black Chevrolet was halted by police cars. Upon seeing that the driver was a bald African-American wearing a pirate captain SI patch, the officers instinctively placed their hands on their holsters. "Sir, please exit the vehicle for inspection. I detest those who make jokes at the wrong moment," Fury muttered, rolling his eyes as he prepared to produce his identification to avoid an unnecessary confrontation. In the next instant, Fury's communicator buzzed urgently. "Director, a hammer has fallen from the sky in New Mexico, resembling the one wielded by that alien. Check all newly admitted patients in the mental hospitals," Fury commanded, not wishing for Earth to clash with those deities. He promptly instructed Coulson. At that moment, clad in armor, Tony soared out of the arena, landing in front of the black Chevrolet with Pepper in his arms. He spotted Fury. Chapter 35. Thor was afflicted with 8 mental disorders, having previously slain 200 individuals. In the vast, desolate expanse of the desert, a man lay sprawled out on the scorching yellow sand, and upon closer inspection, it was Thor, clad in a tight-fitting sports outfit. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As Thor opened his eyes, he quickly expelled the grains of sand he had inadvertently swallowed during his descent. Gazing at the desolate wilderness, the collar around his neck emitted a mechanical voice. "Foolish old man, even stripped of my powers, I shall never yield." Thor examined his wristwatch, confirming he could still connect with the system's marketplace, all functions operating seamlessly. Due to having been tricked by Loki earlier, he had exchanged 400 points for the hammer of Thor, leaving him with a meager 650 points. Thus, even devoid of any divine strength, he remained untroubled. A man without wealth is in dire straits. A man with wealth is formidable. Once he procured the means to regain his powers, he would once again be the mighty Thor. At this moment, a low growl emanated from Thor's stomach, a wave of hunger surging within him. Devoid of divine power, his body had become as frail as that of an ordinary man, with feelings of hunger and thirst assailing him in relentless succession. Gazing upon the vast expanse of yellow sands, Thor swallowed hard, mustering the strength to rise, and arbitrarily chose a direction to embark upon. The pressing urgency was to escape this desolate wasteland. Although provisions could be procured within the system's space, Thor was reluctant to squander his points on mere culinary indulgence. As the sun and moon traversed the sky, a radiant moon hung in the heavens. Ah, how delightful! After trudging through the endless sands for a day and a night, Thor found himself utterly exhausted, now resting by the roadside, gnawing on a succulent leg of lamb, while occasionally sipping on a glass of wine. Were it not for the distant howls of wolves and the swirling sands, the scene would have been nothing short of idyllic. At that moment, at the end of the road, cutting through the desert, a flicker of yellow light appeared. As the light drew nearer, it revealed a speeding black SUV. Upon seeing this, Thor was immediately reminded of the scenes projected on the screen. The approaching vehicle was none other than the one that had taken him to the asylum. A tremor coursed through Thor's body, and instinctively he sought to conceal himself. However, reconsidering, he realized that in this desolate wilderness, it could be days before he encountered another soul. To let this opportunity slip by would mean an uncertain duration before he could escape this arid expanse. Thor needed to seek a way to regain his divine powers. He could not afford to waste time wandering aimlessly. After deliberation, he stepped into the middle of the road, waving his arms. The driver, Jane, was struggling to keep her eyes open after hours of driving, the scenery offering nothing but relentless sands, leaving her mentally fatigued. When the headlights illuminated Thor, she was startled and screamed, inadvertently pressing the accelerator instead of the brake, flooring it in panic. The professor in the passenger seat was equally taken aback. No one anticipated encountering a person in the desolate desert at such an hour. Beneath the blinding headlights, Thor forced a friendly smile, attempting to convey his harmlessness. Surely, with such a congenial demeanor, he would not be met with hostility. Yet to his dismay, the vehicle did not slow down. Instead, it accelerated towards him. Watching the oncoming vehicle, sweat broke out on Thor's forehead. Instinctively, he knew he must evade. However, he also wished to appear composed. Overreacting might lead others to perceive him as deranged. He could only hope that Earth's braking technology was reliable enough to stop on command. With a thunderous crash, the SUV collided violently with the outstretched Thor, sending him flying through the air. The tremendous force of the impact hurled him into a ditch beside the road. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, leaving behind 2 lengthy black marks on the ground, accompanied by a pungent scent of burnt rubber. They encountered an eccentric individual who, upon witnessing the car's inability to stop, stood foolishly grinning in front of it. Jane swiftly exited the vehicle and hurried towards the direction where Thor had been flung. On these desolate roads, one often encounters ill-intentioned characters who exploit the kindness of passers-by for nefarious purposes, such as robbery or carjacking. In this uninhabited expanse, spirits outnumber the living. Who would dare traverse the wilderness alone to hail a ride? Thor's robust physique sustained only minor injuries from the incident. At the moment of impact, his consciousness momentarily faded, yet he quickly regained clarity. Before he could fully open his eyes, he overheard a conversation nearby. "Professor, have we killed someone?" The voice trembled with evident anxiety. "Nonsense," the professor replied with unwavering calmness. "You were the one driving, and you pressed the accelerator. If he is dead, it is you who has committed murder." "Oh dear, no need to bury him. He still seems to be breathing." Upon hearing this, Thor could no longer feign unconsciousness and promptly opened his eyes, forcing himself to rise. His sudden movement startled the force surrounding him, causing them to step back. With a magnanimous spirit, Thor chose to overlook their disrespectful behavior. Adopting an air of superiority, he inquired, "Are you aware of a fellow named Tony Stark? I am his creditor, and I have come here to collect my dues." The off-road vehicle continued its journey through the desert, with the 4 occupants, aside from Thor, wearing expressions of discomfort, listening to the condescending tone emanating from Thor's collar. They could only endure, as they were indeed at fault, and none dared to silence him. Their curiosity about the collar around his neck far outweighed their interest in Thor himself. Thor, accustomed to his authoritative demeanor, remained oblivious to his own faults, mistakenly believing others were simply covetous of his perceived riches. Unfazed, he proclaimed, "State your names, and upon my return to the kingdom, I shall bestow upon you endless wealth and glory." Observing this, Thor furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction towards their avarice. The others, however, remained unaware of the depth of Thor's internal musings. As they emerged from the desert, Jane abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the others to lurch forward. Just as the professor intended to comment on Jane's driving skills, he caught sight of an ambulance blocking the road ahead, flanked by stern-faced doctors gripping electric batons, their gazes fixed intently upon their vehicle. Thor's rising ire dissipated in an instant. "Surely, Earth is fraught with peril. I must return to Asgard." "Good day, ma'am." A doctor approached, holding a tracking device, and smiled at Jane. "We have a patient who has fled, and the location indicates he is currently in your vehicle. However, no matter how one perceives it, this individual hardly resembles a reputable physician. In their eyes, the young Asian face, likely in its 20s, embodies a uniformity typical of Asian appearance, as if it had been cloned. The equality device, prominently displayed on his waist, gleaming in the light, seemed almost a desperate attempt to ensure it was noticed. Due to the tinted film on the car windows, only the simplicity of the driver's cabin and the professor could be discerned. "Madam, I implore you not to act rashly, the doctor continued, his tone devoid of warmth. We are here to apprehend a patient named Saul, who poses a significant threat. He suffers from hysteria, anxiety, hypochondria, depressive neurosis, and bipolar disorder. Before being admitted to our hospital, he brutally took the lives of 250 individuals. The doctor's voice carried an icy detachment. Hiding in the corner by the car door, Saul wore an expression of utter bewilderment. How could he be afflicted with so many maladies and have committed such heinous acts without his own awareness? Chapter 36. Arkham Asylum. The two students seated in the back with Saul were instantly struck with terror, their faces paling in disbelief. Saul emanated en un cette ligne. He was both a shrimp fried rice and a lunatic, an unbearable combination. They exchanged a glance, seizing the moment when Saul's attention wavered, and swiftly pushed open the car door to escape. Foolish mortals, I find myself ensnared by you once again, Saul thought as he quickly repositioned himself and emerged from the vehicle. Just as he intended to flee, he discovered that the doctors wielding electric batons had already blocked the rear door. The arcs of electricity crackled ominously, sending a shiver down Saul's spine. Confronted by this malevolent encirclement, his heart plummeted. They were coming for him. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Foolish mortals, I grant you 3 seconds to vacate my path, or you shall incur divine wrath, and no one will save you. Saul leaned against the SUV, adopting a fighting stance. Enough of this nonsense. Apprehend him and increase his dosage for treatment, commanded the Asian doctor, gesturing for everyone to advance. This is what you have forced upon me. The glory of a god must not be profaned. Saul's tone grew increasingly frigid, as if he were concealing a formidable power. At the moment the throng surged forward, he bellowed, "Go forth, my foolish turtle." In an instant of golden light, a blue, upright turtle appeared. New Mexico, Tosca Arkham Asylum. Director, we have located Saul's records. They're within this psychiatric complex. Coulson, clad in a sharply tailored suit, awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Fury, he momentarily disregarded Tony, who was clad in armor, and quickly began to detail the bustling hospital before them. This Arkham Asylum had seemingly materialized in the midst of the urban chaos, eluding all attempts to gather information. Strangely, the residents nearby possessed a vague recollection of the institution, yet could not specify when it had been established. It was as if, in the recesses of their minds, they were destined to exist there all along. Confronted with this peculiar situation, Coulson hesitated to act impulsively, refraining from sending anyone inside, and instead chose to await Fury's arrival at the entrance. Jarvis, scour every detail concerning Arkham Asylum, Tony instructed, his expression grave. Having experienced the previous live broadcast incident, he understood that many phenomena in the world transcend human comprehension. If the middle-aged agent beside him was not mistaken, then Arkham Asylum undoubtedly harbored supernatural elements. Despite the protection offered by his iron armor, the assurance of his own safety remained uncertain. Listening to Jarvis's report of no findings, Tony's brow furrowed slightly before he activated the scanning function. The existence of a deity had been established, referring to the god within the live stream, not the explosive boy. Therefore, demons, phantoms, and spirits must also exist. Institutions like asylums often serve as locales for spectral hauntings in various games. Coulson, venture inside, and we shall provide support from outside, Fury suggested, knowing well that Tony would be unmovable. He then placed a reassuring hand on Coulson's shoulder, nodding earnestly. Me? Coulson exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to himself before vigorously shaking his head. Within Fury's words, he seemed to discern an underlying message. Do not worry. I shall care for your family. Under the weight of Fury's penetrating gaze, he repeatedly protested that his injuries had yet to heal. Furthermore, being in middle age, with an elderly mother and a dependent infant, he was the pillar of his household, and any misfortune was unacceptable. Just then, a white ambulance passed by the trio, blaring its siren to ensure their attention. Fury instinctively turned around, spotting an ambulance entering the asylum, where a face pressed against the rear window was contorted in desperation, wide eyes pleading for help. Fury instantly recognized it as the arrogant northern deity. Simultaneously, a blue, turtle-like visage appeared at the opposite window, mirroring Thor. Stark, it's Thor and the turtle. Hurry and save them, Fury urged, uncertain of the asylum's true nature. If Thor were to be ensnared within, the consequences could be dire. It is known that in Norse mythology, the pantheon consists of numerous deities. If Thor's predicament entangled the earth, the toll in lives lost to conflict could be unimaginable. The child, having received his vaccination, was now on the verge of tears, yearning for his parents. Although Tony often spoke harshly, he was decisive in action, raising his hand to launch a bundle of high-tensile steel cables. The cables ensnared the ambulance's rear wheels, forcibly halting its progress. Inside the ambulance, Thor's eyes brimmed with tears at this sight, feeling a profound sense of camaraderie akin to encountering a compatriot in a foreign land. With this aerial combat expert's intervention, he might avoid being struck in the face when wielding his hammer. "You are utterly useless, turtle. I could easily bring back a lizard from Asgard that would fight better than you. Hanba Gue. Were it not for the constraints of the contract, it would surely have struck that foolish head until it resembled a turtle's." After enduring 8 lifetimes of misfortune, it found itself captured from the planet of transformation to this unfamiliar realm. After 16 lifetimes of woe, it inexplicably entered into a pact with a foolish and arrogant individual. After 32 lifetimes of calamity, 2 wielders of lightning were revealed to be fearful of electricity. The vehicle was compelled to halt, and several doctors disembarked. Upon encountering Iron Man at the entrance, along with Fury, who had his weapon trained on them, their faces betrayed no sign of panic or confusion. The Asian man inspected the ambulance and, meeting their gazes, approached the entrance. "Gentlemen, may I inquire if you have come to stage a prison break?" Multiple question marks floated above Fury's trio. Was it a humorous miscommunication due to the latter's inadequate command of English? Or did they indeed realize they were there to rescue Thor? "Doctor, I advise you to release that extraterrestrial. Otherwise, when he becomes enraged and begins discharging electricity, it will all be over. And let's not forget about that lizard." Fury could not discern the true nature of this Asian individual, and thus refrained from speaking too candidly. Under normal circumstances, had this person dared to converse in such a manner, Coulson would have apprehended him without hesitation. After all, Coulson had long coveted his position and would seize any opportunity to shine. Furthermore, ensuring Fury's satisfaction would bring joy to all within S.H.I.E.L.D. "Sir, are you certain that the individual inside is an extraterrestrial? Will he indeed discharge electricity?" The Asian man pointed towards Thor, pinned against the ambulance door, as if to say, "Look closely." He lightly tapped his temple with his finger and continued, "Sir, please consider that we have summoned a psychiatrist from our hospital, the renowned Yang Yongshin from the East, known as the King of Thunder and Lightning. It is said he excels at electroconvulsive therapy. I suggest you give it a try. Perhaps he might cure your delusions." "Damn it, do you believe I won't eliminate you?" Fury's expression darkened, and he immediately chambered a round in his firearm, threatening the man without hesitation. "It appears that the gentleman is also suffering from bipolar disorder. Which of you two is his guardian? Come forth and complete the prison entry procedures." Tony lifted his visor and stepped forward, intervening to prevent Fury from taking action. The situation was already precarious. If they continued to disrupt it, not only would they fail to rescue Thor, but they might also jeopardize their own safety. As Fury was pulled aside, he became acutely aware, regaining clarity. He realized that the source of his earlier emotional outburst lay with the Asian man before him. "Doctor, I am aware that you are not to be underestimated." Tony gestured toward the ambulance and inquired, "Speak. What conditions must we meet to take that big fool away?" The Asian doctor replied with a smile, "I regret to inform you that we lack the authority to allow you to take this severely mentally ill child. Only his guardian, Odin Borson, may personally come to retrieve him for his release. Alternatively, you are required to bring Thor's identification along with relevant documentation, as well as a comprehensive power of attorney from the guardian, accompanied by a fee of $15. Upon your arrival at our hospital's pertinent department, we shall respond promptly within 15 working days." Tony, now more convinced of the extraordinary nature of the man before him, felt reassured by the adherence to protocol. For soon this hospital would be under his dominion. Standing tall and resolute, he declared, "Summon your director." "I am the director. Bring forth all your shareholders. Inform them that Stark Industries intends to acquire Arkham Asylum stocks at tenfold the price." "I am a shareholder." "So, you resist negotiation, do you? Then I shall simply purchase this land outright and have your hospital requisitioned." Chapter 37. The redemption of Arkham Asylum. Then you may wait as long as you wish. If you seek satisfactory treatment, please dial the number on this card. The Asian man scoffed disdainfully as he casually tossed a business card, then turned with his entourage, escorting Thor deeper into the hospital. Coulson, seething with anger, attempted to follow, but was abruptly halted by an invisible barrier. The hospital's entrance, seemingly devoid of any obstruction, felt insurmountable, akin to an impassable chasm. Tony sensed something amiss. Despite employing Jarvis, he could not detect anything unusual. Yet, upon contact, he encountered a tangible resistance, as though he had brushed against an unseen wall. "Step back. Let me attempt to breach this barrier with my palm repulsor," Tony instructed Coulson in fury, eager to ascertain the material composition of this defensive membrane. He retreated a few meters, arms raised, as the electronic device in his palm began to charge a particle beam. As the particles coalesced to their utmost limit, they formed a concentrated beam aimed at the invisible shield. The palm repulsor, a weapon capable of projecting high-density particle streams, would unleash a repulsive explosion upon impact, inflicting considerable damage. The particle beam struck the intangible barrier, yet nothing transpired. The beam was dissipated by an unseen force. This particle stream, typically capable of shattering several centimeters of steel, proved utterly ineffective. Faced with this startling revelation, Tony, unable to maintain his composure, prepared to deploy the most lethal capabilities of the Mark VI suit. Meanwhile, Coulson and Fury, ensconced within their Chevrolet, observed the proceedings through the window. "This is Stark's armor technology. It appears markedly different from the military reports," Coulson remarked, observing the situation. It was evident that Stark had resolved his palladium poisoning issue and was reaping substantial benefits from this space, leaving the intentions of those individuals likely thwarted. Fury, witnessing Stark for the first time, recognized the armor's distinctiveness from previous iterations. It seemed to be an advanced version, undoubtedly improved upon from earlier designs. Ironically, the members of Congress and the military still harbor delusions of gradually encroaching upon the core technologies and control of Stark Industries as Tony nears his demise. With technological advancements so close at hand, surely we should encounter no issues, right? Coulson observed Tony's half-crouched stance, as if he were preparing to unleash a formidable move. Given his cautious nature, his first instinct was to distance himself. This was a bulletproof vehicle of the highest caliber, constructed with lightweight ceramic tiles and layered with cutting-edge aerospace materials, and it should be impervious to any threats. Fury, however, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his drink. Suddenly, a crimson laser swept through the air, cleaving the black Chevrolet in two, sparks flying from the severed edges, releasing a charred aroma. Coulson's hand froze mid-motion, mere centimeters from being severed by the laser. "Is this what you call an absolute guarantee?" Fury's eye twitched slightly. Reality had just slapped him in the face, leaving him to ponder the implications of his authority as director. He recalled the military's assurances that this specialized bulletproof vehicle could withstand the explosive force of a rocket. Yet here they were, sliced in half as easily as cutting tofu. As the energy of the armor dwindled, Tony deactivated the laser cutter on his arm, turned to see the two inside the vehicle unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. This damned shield could actually deflect lasers. Fortunately, the angle of deflection was not direct, or even the Mark armor would have been unable to withstand such high-powered beams, resulting in him and his suit being bisected. Faced with the impossibility of entering the asylum, the three could only depart in disappointment. "No, come back. Don't abandon me." Thor pressed his face against the window, watching the red armor soar into the distant sky, desperately reaching out with his hand through the iron bars, grasping at the vanishing figures. "Come on, hurry and take me away from this cursed place. I promise. Even if I regain my powers, I won't zap you again." The tortoise, sprawled on the hospital bed, paid no heed to Thor's frantic ramblings. It had long come to terms with reality, wishing to dissuade Thor from daydreaming. Clearly, they were destined to be toyed with, and it would be wiser to await the judgment of fate in tranquility. Perhaps the higher-ups would lose interest and release them both like mere trifles. As hope for rescue dwindled, Thor pressed himself against the tightly shut door, shouting hoarsely, "Anyone! I am Thor, the god of thunder, king of Asgard. Rescue me, and I shall appoint you as a general." His voice echoed through the hospital, yet no response came. Thor struck the wooden door with his fist, but it remained immovable, the force of his blow reverberating back into his hand. "Enough! If you wish to avoid suffering, you should remain obediently in this cage. The tortoise cast a sidelong glance at Thor, who crouched on the ground, nursing his hand, and could only shake its head in resignation before returning to its slumber. It is impossible. Some birds are destined never to be confined within cages, for each of their feathers radiates the brilliance of freedom. Thor raised his foot and kicked the door. So am I. At that moment, the door swung open, and several doctors surged in, pinning him against the wall. An Asian man, wielding a hair clipper, calmly stated, "Patient Thor Odinson, your hair is too long and does not comply with our hospital regulations." Thor's pupils constricted sharply, his flowing golden locks becoming disheveled in the struggle. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of the tool in their possession, the implications of their words were unmistakable. In his life, he held two things most dear: Mjolnir, his hammer, and his magnificent golden hair. No one was permitted to touch either. "Yes, you will regret this." Thor's gaze was filled with lethal intent, unmasked as he glared at the Asian man, his voice cold. In the next instant, his golden hair fell away in tufts, the trembling clippers grazing his scalp. Thor's lips quivered in fury as he began to curse. "Foolish turtle. Why aren't you coming to rescue me? Once I'm out, I shall feast on turtle stew." The foolish turtle replied, "It's male, so there are no eggs for you to stew. Moreover, only a fool would intervene now. After all, it had no hair to worry about." The doctors in white coats filed out of the room, leaving Thor slumped against the wall, the echo of their words lingering in his ears. "Free bird. Your radiant feathers have fallen." He ran his fingers through his bristly hair. Though lacking a mirror, he could imagine his head resembling something chewed by a dog. No, he had no time to mourn his hair. Remaining here could jeopardize his golden locks elsewhere. Thor activated his communicator, initially intending to endure the humiliation in hopes of conserving some points. Yet those wretched souls had gone too far. In the next instant, a small hammer materialized out of thin air. Andy's tool hammer, an unassuming hammer, yet it boasts a glorious history. Endowed with the ability to bore through reinforced concrete structures with remarkable speed. "Thor, I advise you to cease your antics. See how well I am doing without any issues." The foolish turtle spread its hands, observing Thor begin to act up again, and felt compelled to dissuade him. It was not out of genuine concern for this contractual partner, but rather fear of being implicated, as it had no desire to be dragged into a hair removal stew. Coward. Some things exist within the heart. They cannot be taken away or touched, and that is hope. Thor pressed against the door, intently listening to the footsteps outside. Timidly imprisoning the soul. "Hope restores your freedom," he murmured. "But your shimmering golden mane has been cut," the foolish turtle retorted. "I suddenly have an overwhelming craving for turtle stew." Outside, there was an eerie silence. Thor, gritting his teeth, approached the reclining Ha-Ba-Gu-Wei and kicked him away with a swift motion. In an instant, he retrieved his hammer, declaring, "No one can confine me." Chapter 38. Thor. Ha-Ba-Gu-Wei betrayed me on the periphery of Arkham Asylum. Agents of SHALD had meticulously sealed off all entrances and exits. Anyone attempting to enter or exit would undoubtedly be intercepted and subjected to a rigorous inspection. Beyond the encircling line established by SHIELD, a black SUV stood still, within which Jane and her companions were devising a plan to rescue Thor. Their involvement was not born of guilt, but rather from the extraordinary display Thor had presented before them, summoning a talking blue lizard seemingly from thin air. Though Dr. Eric was an expert in astronomy, he had dabbled in extraterrestrial phenomena and powers. He promptly resolved to seek Thor for clarification, especially given that the doctors involved did not appear to be of noble character. No benevolent healer would resort to violence against another. Driven by both moral obligation and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he was determined to retrieve Thor. However, unidentified individuals obstructed their path, and although they revealed no information, Dr. Eric discerned the official demeanor in their trained stances, intensifying his curiosity regarding Thor's enigmatic identity. Among the ranks of SHIELD, Director Fury found himself equally powerless against Arkham Asylum. Despite exhausting every possible tactic, the barrier remained unyielding. The thought of resorting to nuclear weapons crossed his mind, but a deep-seated intuition warned him that even such a catastrophic measure would likely fail to impact the asylum. What was more concerning was the possibility of inciting the true powers that governed this place. rather than risk a rescue that could provoke a formidable and mysterious force. Fury leaned towards a strategy of feigned ignorance, opting to withdraw. Director, perhaps we should remove Thor from the Avengers roster. His issues seem to eclipse those of everyone else combined, suggested Coulson, gazing at the asylum with an inexplicable sense of unease, particularly recalling the footage he had seen on the screen. He couldn't help but question whether that lofty deity, who spoke of humanity as if they were mere insects, truly belonged among the ranks of those meant to safeguard the Earth. At the same time, Eric, leaning against the car window to observe the situation, was suddenly seized by the throat. This abrupt movement startled everyone inside the vehicle. "Don't move, or I cannot guarantee his safety," a voice commanded. Jane turned to see a man standing outside the passenger window, emanating a foul odor. He was drenched, smeared with repulsive black mud, and sported a distinctive hairstyle, bald on top with short hair on the sides. Jane, an admirer of Eastern martial arts films, had only seen such a peculiar appearance on the character Chiao Qianxi. Martial arts masters can effortlessly crush the throats of ordinary individuals, and Jian dared not act impulsively, seeking to ascertain whether the newcomer truly possessed the capacity to kill her mentor with bare hands. "Do not harm the doctor. How much do you want? We can provide it. Take me away from here, quickly." Sol hastily entered the vehicle, sitting atop Dr. Eric, casting a lingering glance back at the asylum. Under the fading glow of the setting sun, the imposing walls could not confine him. Having traversed the filthy tunnels and purged the shame, he was destined for rebirth on the other side. As Sol spoke unexpectedly amidst the confusion of the onlookers, Jian, unable to hear clearly, was about to inquire when she heard Sol urging her to drive. With a hostage in Sol's grasp, Jian had no choice but to obediently press the accelerator, steering the vehicle towards the horizon. "You miserable turtle, remain there and await your demise. I shall carry your freedom until I reclaim the power of thunder. I am still the omnipotent god of thunder," Sol mused silently, recalling the earlier mockery from the foolish turtle, who had stubbornly refused to escape. A sense of relief washed over him. Fortunately, while digging the tunnel, he had filled in the earth to prevent the foolish turtle from taking advantage of his efforts. Seated on Dr. Eric, Sol cast aside such thoughts. His actions were to thwart pursuers, not aimed at that contract beast. His heart brimmed with joy at having survived the ordeal. In stark contrast, Dr. Eric never anticipated facing such a tribulation at his advanced age of 60 or 70. The stench of sweat emanating from above, coupled with the weight of a 200-pound muscle man on his lap, made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain composure. By chance, Eric caught sight of the filthy collar around Sol's neck and scrutinized the young man's visage. "It is you, son of thunder, Sol," he exclaimed, unable to suppress his revulsion, which prompted him to retch. "I am the god of thunder, son of Odin," Sol replied, his brow furrowing as he swiftly moved aside to avoid Eric's vomit. A glance through the rear window revealed a familiar silhouette under the distant sunset, a blue lizard and the one-eyed black man beside it. "Damn it! How did the foolish turtle escape? Could it be that he has betrayed me?" The foolish turtle watched the off-road vehicle depart into the distance before slowly retracting its gaze to look at Fury beside it. The diversity of Earth's creatures is astonishing. Even a black one, which in the night is akin to possessing the ability to become invisible. Could this be the reason for its elevated status? In its original world, the foolish turtle had heard that certain regions of the blue planet distinguished social hierarchies by skin color. "Turtle, where are Mr. Odinson and the others? Why are you the only one who has emerged?" Upon hearing Fury's inquiry, the foolish turtle glanced at the departing vehicle and replied, "He dug a tunnel to escape, claiming he needed to reclaim his freedom." "What does the individual inside mean by that? Is he sending you out to retrieve Sol?" Fury asked, furrowing his brow. He could not comprehend why the asylum had gone to such lengths to bring Thor back, only to release him again. What was their purpose? Han Bagaway pointed at the asylum and remarked, "I cannot say for certain. The director mentioned they had apprehended the wrong individual, which is why I was released." "You were let go?" Fury turned towards the asylum. If Han Bagaway was indeed truthful, it implied that the inhabitants within were willing to engage in peace talks with Earth. Thus, the invisible barrier should have dissipated by now. However, as Fury approached the door, he seemed to collide with an invisible wall, stumbling back a few steps and crouching down, clutching his head in discomfort. It soon became evident that he had overthought the situation. The asylum's master harbored no intention of negotiations and had quietly extended the barrier outward. Moments later, the SHIELD agents blocking the asylum's entrance gradually retreated, commencing their search for Thor throughout the city. While they failed to locate him, they did eliminate a considerable number of muscle-bound blondes engaged in illicit activities. In the western suburbs of Tarsko, an unremarkable public restroom, Dr. Eric held a hammer, unable to fathom the reality before him. You mean to say you used this small hammer to tunnel through the sewage pipes beneath the ground and escaped? The hammer, no thicker than a finger, bore no signs of wear. Eric cast a skeptical glance at the freshly washed Thor, beginning to doubt whether the man before him was truly deranged. Had he really come to deceive them with a hammer purchased from a dollar store? Thor, wrinkling his nose at his own foul odor, felt a surge of disdain for the mortal skepticism. He deemed it beneath him to offer explanations to mere mortals. Simultaneously, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to swiftly regain his divine powers. He had grown weary of this frail form. Thor had once contemplated using his remaining points to redeem another Mjolnir, yet he was the god of thunder, not merely a god of hammers. He understood well that his father had stripped him of his thunderous might. Acquiring another hammer would be of no assistance in his current predicament. For the first time, Thor began to reflect on the events leading to his banishment. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Odin seemed to have placed a spell on the hammer before sending it through the Bifrost. I knew it. The future king of Asgard could never perish in such a desolate place. Thor chuckled gleefully, observing Thor's expression shift from disdain to contemplation and ultimately to laughter. Eric, Jane, and the others instinctively took a few steps back, questioning whether Thor had relapsed into madness. Should we send him back to the hospital? I have a taser, Jane hesitated to suggest. Chapter 39. Odin, what wild tales have you been hearing? In Tarsko, news spread like wildfire throughout the city. In the southern village of Tana, the legendary hammer of the Norse god of thunder, Mjolnir, descended from the heavens. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, regardless of the method employed. Anyone who can wield this hammer will attain superhuman strength. Meanwhile, a more clandestine rumor circulates in the shadows, suggesting that the previous information was merely a fabrication disseminated by a mysterious organization, the Cyclops, aimed at ensnaring Thor. The Cyclops has long been engrossed in the study of supernatural powers, harboring an insatiable desire for the might of the gods. Listening to the radio's broadcasts of this clandestine gossip, Eric and his students exchanged glances, their eyes inevitably drawn to the unconscious Thor. So it turns out this madman is indeed Thor. So, Professor, shall we return him to that psychiatric facility? Jin silently handed the electric shock gun to the bewildered Eric. Noticing the silence from both her colleagues and the teacher, Jin awkwardly lowered her head. It is said that severe head trauma can cause one to lose memories prior to the coma. One cannot entirely blame her. After all, having a delirious Qianxi before you proclaiming you to be their destined love is quite overwhelming. Not to mention, in the midst of her declarations, Qianxi also remarked that he was unworthy of her, neither in appearance nor in wealth. Eric stopped Jian, who was eager to act, snatching the thick wooden stick from her grasp. Enough of this. Let us first bind Thor and, once he regains consciousness, explain that it was all a misunderstanding. He should be able to comprehend that. If he cannot, we shall resort to the stick to induce amnesia. In Asgard, within the vault of treasures, silence reigned supreme, with only Loki in attendance. Before him lay a transparent metallic box, within which floated an ethereal blue glow, the ancient winter casket. Long coveted by the frost giants, Loki's hand hovered hesitantly in midair, his gaze lingering on the winter casket. His expression fraught with indecision as he grappled with the temptation to touch the source of this power. The winter casket is the wellspring of the giant strength, and once engaged, all secrets shall be unveiled. The words of Lao Fei, the leader of the frost giants, echoed in his ears. Thor is my son, and Loki, you two possess the bloodline of the frost giants. Loki recalled scenes from earlier when he had been immune to the frost magic. All signs appear to point towards an incredible truth. He and Thor may not be of Asgardian descent. Moreover, the individual who disclosed this information to Lao Fei, based on the description, resembled the deity who had abruptly intruded upon this realm. Possessing truly miraculous abilities, he had no need to deceive. Compelled by his yearning for the truth, Loki cast aside his hesitation. Enveloping the ancient winter casket in his arms, and lifting it gently. The chilling aura permeated the air, causing Loki's complexion to rapidly shift to a deep blue, while the golden floor beneath him instantly became cloaked in frost, spreading outward. Though he had mentally prepared for this moment, the revelation was nonetheless staggering when the truth finally emerged. Loki, like a bolt of lightning, was utterly stunned. In that moment, he seemed to have lost his voice, incapable of uttering a word, his entire being drained of strength. The anomalies within the treasury had similarly drawn Odin's attention. In the next instant, Odin appeared at the entrance where the ancient winter coffin was stored. Upon witnessing Loki, who cradled the coffin as though he were a soulless wraith, emerging from within, Odin's heart trembled. He found himself at a loss for words. "Why have you deceived us?" Loki set the winter coffin down, and his body swiftly regained its former vigor. Gazing directly into the weary eyes of his aged father, he could no longer conceal his true self or suppress his emotions. "Father, allow me to explain," Odin began, but Loki interrupted, his voice laced with indignation. "Do you still intend to feign ignorance? I seek no answers from you. Thor and I have already uncovered the entire truth." Loki strode purposefully towards Odin, locking his gaze onto those golden eyes. "Thor is Loki's son, abducted by you to Asgard, while I was taken by you during the battle between Asgard and Jotunheim 5 millennia ago." Loki's words struck like a dagger, piercing Odin's heart. Odin struggled to catch his breath, bewildered by this unexpected account. "No, you must listen. You are," but Loki was unwilling to hear more. The fury of being deceived for 5,000 years, coupled with his hatred for his kin, had filled him to the brim. "No wonder you favor Thor," he interjected, his eyes brimming with resentment, as if he longed to seize Odin by the collar. "Is it because of this? Even a frost giant's royal bloodline is superior to that of an ordinary person, is it not? Thor is so foolish. And you," Loki's words cascaded forth like a relentless barrage, denying Odin any chance to explain. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. "You deliberately nurtured Thor's ignorance. For only the simple-minded are easily controlled. Even if you abdicate, the power of Asgard will forever remain yours." Utter nonsense. Odin's countenance was etched with shame. He recognized the flaws in his methods of upbringing, yet he felt no need to endure such humiliation as a father. "Is this how you perceive me? To adopt you is solely for the sake of peace between Asgard and Jotunheim, to ensure that the denizens of both realms would no longer suffer from war. Of course, with both sons being frost giants, Jotunheim would surely cease its assault on Asgard. Yet why do you consistently favor Thor?" Loki's anger intensified as he voiced the betrayal he had endured for 5,000 years, viewing his own kin as eternal adversaries. He pondered the pretense he maintained in Asgard. What purpose did it serve? His identity as a frost giant had predetermined his exclusion from the throne of Asgard. "My child, I am uncertain where you have heard such news." A look of regret and melancholy crossed Odin's countenance. In that moment, he no longer resembled the formidable king who had traversed the 9 realms, but rather a true father. However, Loki, consumed by fury, recalled past events that flashed through his mind, believing Odin's display to be nothing more than a charade. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he exclaimed, "You are not my father. My parents perished in that war, perhaps under your iron heel." Upon hearing these words, Odin's heart trembled, as if gripped tightly by another's hand. Darkness enveloped his vision, dizziness surged within him, and he gradually collapsed upon the staircase, losing consciousness. "Father!" Loki was startled by this sudden turn of events. His expression of anger faltered and shifted to one of astonishment, as he had not anticipated such an occurrence. He immediately called for the guards. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts of the city of Moxij-Tarsk, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, its searing rays scorching the vast expanse of desert. The air was thick with dryness and heat, while the sand dunes undulated in the heat waves, shifting shapes like waves under the caress of the wind. In the distance, the sky met the horizon, forming a hazy expanse of azure, occasionally interrupted by the flight of birds that left behind a melodious chorus. The landscape was overwhelmed by yellow sand. When the wind stirred, clouds of dust erupted, obscuring all visibility. Under ordinary circumstances, this desolate place would be devoid of life. Nevertheless, today, the desert was thronged with people. A multitude of vendors had set up stalls to conduct their trade. All this commotion was incited by the sudden establishment of a camp amidst the yellow sands. The hammer of the thunder god lay at the center of this camp. accessible for all to observe and even attempt to lift. A few individuals, their faces shrouded in black robes with only their eyes visible, cautiously approached to survey the throngs gathered around the camp. In such a dusty setting, their attire was hardly peculiar. "Teacher, could this be a trap aimed at Thor?" Jean inquired quietly, her voice tinged with concern. "I care not whether it is a trap. The moment I seize the hammer, I shall reclaim my divine power, and none shall stand in my way." The mechanical voice of the caller echoed. "You need only assist me in bypassing the inspection and provide cover for my entry." At that moment, several bearded men approached, grumbling among themselves. "Do you think this is a scam? That hammer is likely embedded in the ground. There is no such thing as a divine hammer. Impossible. It is merely our lack of wisdom that prevents us from meeting the conditions required to lift the hammer. I can sense a trace of divine power within. I, too, feel that divine energy." The announcement stated that the bearer of the hammer must possess great wisdom. Only with wisdom can one commune with the power contained within the hammer. Once the criteria of wisdom are met, one can successfully lift it. Indeed, I sense divine power as well. That hammer must be authentic. If you cannot sense it, it simply indicates that you are an irredeemably foolish individual. Laughter erupted among them. The first to speak, upon hearing the words, became agitated. "I refuse to believe it." The rumors swirling about claim that Thor is merely a mindless fool. Yet they speak of grand wisdom. How absurd. A silence enveloped the group for a moment until one of them finally broke the stillness. "Is it not precisely because he is a fool that his hammer has forsaken him?" Indeed, indeed. Lavis, you are as foolish as he, unable to grasp such a simple truth." They brushed past Thor. Eric and the students each grasped one of Thor's arms, urging him to refrain from anger, warning that any conflict would surely attract the attention of the patrolling guards below. Yet, even if they could momentarily restrain Thor, they could not silence the caller's insistent clamor. "You wretched fools, halt immediately." Chapter 40. Thor, woman, you're toying with fire. Dr. Eric cast a long, thoughtful gaze after Thor and the locals as they strolled away, arms linked. In this treacherous land, none wished to invite unnecessary trouble. A few words sufficed to decide on a different venue for their confrontation. Thor, naturally, was undeterred, following them as was his right. A flicker of worry crossed Jane's features as she anxiously queried, "Professor, do you think he will be all right? After all the effort we expended to bring him here, if anything were to happen to him, it would render our endeavors futile." Thor, too, ought to have considered their situation. Could he not perceive their words as mere insults? A small indiscretion could disrupt their grand plans. In this unfamiliar environment, to follow others in a conflict so readily seemed perilous indeed. Perhaps, just perhaps, he would not encounter any grave danger. After all, he was a deity, claiming to have endured thousands of years of battle. Dealing with mere mortals should be trivial for him. Dr. Eric subconsciously believed that Thor would face no dire consequences, dispatching a few unruly individuals before returning. Nonetheless, a persistent sense of foreboding loomed over him, akin to a dark cloud that refused to dissipate. Meanwhile, Thor placed his hands on the shoulders of his two companions as they ventured into the nearest village. Upon entering, they turned into a deserted alley. Thor bellowed, tightly gripping the two beside him, and then kicked at the leader ahead. Mortals taste the shadow of divine wrath. With a resounding thud, a powerful backlash surged through his leg. The one he had kicked stood resolute, while Thor's foot throbbed as if he had struck a solid wall. This is bad. Instinctively, Thor sought to flee. Even with his lack of cunning, he recognized that he had once again fallen into a trap. Yet, his captors offered him no opportunity for escape, seizing his wrists and binding him in place. Thor instinctively struggled, but their grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering his immense strength utterly ineffective. Suddenly, with a crackle of energy, the one he had kicked turned, brandishing a stun gun, arcs of electricity dancing menacingly. "Stop! No! I don't want to play anymore." As a sharp tip of the electric shock device pierced Thor's neck, a powerful current surged through his body. Thor's muscles tensed instantly. His pleas for mercy caught in his throat. His eyes rolled back and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. With the individuals on either side releasing their grip, his limp form gradually descended to the ground. The situation was clear. He could not be allowed to escape so easily, and now the time had come for retribution. A sinister grin adorned the face of a white man as he nodded towards the other two. They understood the unspoken command and swiftly began to remove Thor's trousers. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the clouds were painted in shades of orange and red, casting a golden glow over the vast desert, which appeared strikingly serene and beautiful at that moment. However, the mood of Eric and his companions was far from tranquil. Where was Thor? Surely, he hadn't come to harm. This Thor was truly disappointing. Jane pouted. Had she known, she would have accompanied him. Now he was missing. A god who couldn't even handle a few ordinary men. Perhaps he should just return home and claim his throne. Eric and the others could no longer bear the weight. Having endured a full 2 hours, even a super soldier couldn't fight for such an extended period, unless, of course, it was that boastful blue fellow who claimed he could outlast anyone. The group split up, each heading in the direction Thor had taken. After approximately 25 minutes, Jane cautiously peered into an alley. There a solitary figure lay on the ground, trousers around his ankles. That familiar backside seemed eerily recognizable, and Jane pondered internally. She glanced around to ensure that none of those bearded brutes were lying in ambush before she sighed in relief and hurried towards the person on the ground. From that distinctive hairstyle, even in a state of disarray, Jane could identify him without a doubt. Upon confirming that Thor was merely unconscious, her gaze shifted to the side. Given the more liberal attitudes in America, Jane felt no sense of shame, and there was no need for any theatrics of covering one's eyes to avoid witnessing something scandalous. What stood out most prominently was the dark blue circular stamp imprinted upon his pale backside. Such a mark was something she had only ever seen on certified pork. Judging by the color of the ink, it likely came from the same factory. Upon closer inspection, Jane read the inscription aloud. Arkham Asylum Limited, October 12, 2010, certified. Just then, a faint murmur escaped Thor's lips. In the next moment, a chilling sensation jolted him awake. As his eyes fluttered open, he paid no mind to who was beside him and hastily kicked up his trousers. The action was somewhat clumsy, and the bruises adorning his face caused Jane to frown in concern. Gaining a semblance of security, Thor was suddenly reminded of the ambush from earlier in the day, his rage igniting as he turned to reclaim his honor. However, upon encountering Jane, his expression became exceedingly complex, a blend of relief and trepidation, perhaps embodying both sentiments. Woman, you are playing with fire, attempting to employ such despicable means to obtain me. You are deluded. I shall bear no responsibility towards you. Jane inquired, where's her stun gun? She intends to incapacitate this grotesque individual, compelling him to behold his own disgrace. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Eric and the others arrived. Upon seeing Jane unharmed, the weight upon his heart finally lifted. However, who was the unfortunate soul seated on the ground, beaten to a pulp? As he recognized the Mediterranean blonde hair, Eric incredulously asked, is that Thor? Old man, it appears you are quite oblivious, merely blinking without true perception. Who else could it be but I? Have you succumbed to senility? For reasons unknown, Thor seemed impervious to the pain on his face. Even with his visage swollen and bruised, he remained oblivious. His thoughts lingered solely on the incident of his disrobement. Memories of the mocking faces that haunted him before he was electrocuted resurfaced vividly in his mind. Despite having donned his trousers, he still felt an unsettling chill upon his backside, as though something adhered to him. Glancing at the stern-faced Jane, Thor, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, queried, was that incident truly not your doing? For the sake of his pride, though unspoken, Thor understood that they both were acutely aware of the implications of his inquiry. The others, utterly bewildered, had no inkling of what Thor was alluding to. Just as Eric was about to inquire about the recent events, Jane interjected. You were missing for approximately 2 hours. When I found you, you had been stripped of your trousers. I believe you possess an inkling of what transpired. The others fell silent, casting curious glances at Thor, their expressions brimming with intrigue, as if they were ready to settle down with a bowl of popcorn. Impossible, impossible. I am a man. Thor's countenance shifted to a pallid hue. He was still but a child, and the system had assured him that he would discover true love on Earth, compared to a few bearded men. The prospect of finding a woman here was not entirely unpalatable. Yet the scenario was not his, unequivocally not. Dear Lord of Thunder, perhaps you are unfamiliar with the customs of Earth, Jane remarked, taking a measure of satisfaction from Thor's predicament. She continued, who says only women can be fond of men? Love knows no gender, and there exists a significant community of such individuals. Furthermore, they share a distinctive appearance: buzz cuts, round faces, beards, small glasses. Whether they be portly or muscular, Thor's body trembled as the likeness of those he had sparred with flickered in his mind, each characteristic aligning perfectly. 2 lines of tears streamed down, and Thor felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. In such a moment, even the news of his father's sudden demise would not stir a single ripple within his heart. His spirit lay in utter desolation. At that instant, a deep green light emerged at the street corner, forming a human silhouette. Before the figure arrived, a voice echoed, "Thor, something has happened to Father." Chapter 41. Loki. Have you buried Thor? Then I must extend my gratitude to you. Misfortune begets further misfortune, and calamity often seeks out the wretched. Upon seeing Loki before him, Thor's eyes brimmed with tears of relief. He thought he could finally escape this sea of suffering. However, with a single utterance from Loki, he was cast from paradise into the depths of despair. Loki's ethereal form materialized, and he slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Unlike Thor's arrogance, especially after witnessing his own humiliating defeat in a live broadcast, the contempt and disdain he once held for the world had been thoroughly polished away. On Earth, many still posed a threat to him, including that singular figure, the Ancient One, whose name sparkled like gold, just like his father's. With grand entrance effects, the aura was undeniably impressive. Truth be told, Loki was reluctant to set foot on Earth, but Thor posed a significant risk that could not be ignored. One never knew when Thor might return in triumph. Loki's gaze wandered around. His brother was supposed to be here, yet he had vanished. Furthermore, this group, 4 men and 1 woman, huddled in this deserted alley. What were they up to? Suddenly, Loki was embraced from behind. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a Mediterranean man, swollen like a pig's head, his face streaked with snot and tears. Alarm bells rang in Loki's mind. This was an ambush, and Thor, that fool, had certainly fallen for it. Just as the man's snot threatened to stain his armor, Loki acted without hesitation, delivering a powerful slap that sent the weeping Thor crashing against the wall, only to slide down to the ground. Loki regarded Eric and the others with icy disdain, relishing the performance. Pitiful and weak mortals, who granted you the audacity to ambush me? His voice resonated like the harbinger of death, sending Eric and his companions retreating in fear. Sensing their terror, Loki reveled in his triumph. "Hand over my brother Thor, and I shall grant you a swift demise." Yet, he was met only with silence, as their gazes fell upon the sobbing figure on the ground. It appeared that this wretched soul was the one making the decisions. No words? Loki smiled wickedly, his form flickering as he approached Thor. "It seems you are rather loyal. I surmise this fellow is of great importance to you. Allow me to demonstrate the consequences of inciting divine wrath." "Don't." Upon finishing his words, Loki, disregarding the fervent protests of those around him, placed a foot upon Thor's throat, forcefully silencing the whimpers that emerged from it. This was the designated spot. Unless Thor were to perish here, he would inevitably confront that arrogant fool. Loki had already come to a grim conclusion. It appeared that his brother had met with misfortune. An inexplicable fury ignited within him, and his voice dripped with lethal intent as he demanded, "Speak, where is Thor? I wish to see which scoundrel dares to harm him." To assert his dominance, Loki lifted his foot from Thor's throat and executed a precise soccer kick to Thor's head. "If you do not speak, I shall crush his skull and then eliminate each of you one by one." Several phantasmal doppelgangers, armed with daggers, emerged to block the alleyway, encircling the crowd within. Loki's gaze was icy, as if poised to slit the throats of all present at any moment. Throughout the ordeal, he did not cast a glance at the prone Thor. Mo, struggling to suppress her fear, felt the immense pressure emanating from Loki. She stammered, "Your Grace, might we consider the possibility that Thor lies beneath your feet?" "Beneath my feet?" Loki looked down to see the disoriented figure of a grotesque being, with no one else in sight. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Fuming, Loki exclaimed, "You wretched blasphemers! How dare you bury my brother, the mighty Thor Odinson, in the ground?" With that, he shrugged off his sleeves and strode toward the alleyway. "I shall retrieve a shovel to unearth Thor. If you wish to live, stay put." However, as he stepped forward, his left leg was suddenly seized. "Loki, do not leave. I am Thor." The mechanical voice echoed, and Loki froze, aware that Thor was no match for him in this state. Yet sweat uncontrollably soaked his back. "Brother, you have always been so valiant," he thought, recalling the countless praises he had heard throughout his life. Thor's deep, oceanic eyes radiated compassion and wisdom, as though he could perceive the truths of the world. Loki attempted to extricate his leg from Thor's embrace, but the grip was too tight. He could only implore, "Look at yourself. In what way do you resemble a god?" Noticing the snot smeared on his leg, Loki stifled his disgust and continued, "If I were to resemble you, I would certainly not dare to claim I am Loki." This was no longer a mere hint. It was a blatant declaration. Yet, Thor showed no intention of releasing his hold. Instead, he clung to Loki's trouser leg, wiping his snot and tears on him. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Misfortune comes in droves. I, Thor, have never wronged anyone. Why must calamities rain down upon me?" Loki covered his face with one hand, unable to bear the sight of his foolish brother. In comparison to the present, he found himself longing for the days when Thor was merely a bumbling buffoon causing chaos. After a moment of contemplation, he set aside his murderous intent. Crouching slowly and feigning surprise as he spoke, "Is it truly you, Thor? How have you come to resemble this unfortunate figure? Which audacious scoundrel dared to strike you when you were bereft of your divine powers?" Loki squinted his eyes, unable to confront the grotesque visage that was once his brother's. Averting his gaze in disgust as he spat, "To think they would mar your face in such a manner. It's akin to them kicking me in the backside. Pray tell, who is the knave responsible for this atrocity?" Without granting Thor a moment to respond, Loki continued his tirade. If it weren't for the earlier spectacle, onlookers might have believed in the profound bond between the two brothers. Thor, trembling, gingerly extended a finger, pointing it towards Loki, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. His dear brother's earlier kick had nearly cost him his life. Loki seized Thor's outstretched finger, nodding solemnly, "Brother, I understand. I vow to avenge you. Even if it costs me my life, I shall hunt down the fiend who has turned you into this wretched creature, and I will ensure they pay dearly." Stifling his revulsion, Loki attempted to cover Thor's mouth, but then reconsidered. He knew that Thor's words would merely be a cacophony of barks, and that collar was a creation of the system, impervious to destruction. Thus, he released his grip, quickly rising to escape. As he prepared to depart, Loki added, "Brother, father is in a perilous state, having suffered a heart attack from your defiance. The situation is dire, and the Frost Giants are seizing this opportunity to launch a full-scale assault on Asgard. In the name of peace between our realms, their terms for negotiation demand your exile to Midgard, never to return." For the sake of Asgard's citizens, Loki hesitated, feigning a troubled demeanor. Though he did not articulate it plainly, his meaning was clear to all present. Thor, still engulfed in his pain, felt a thunderous roar in his ears upon hearing this news, as if struck by a sharp needle, leaving him numb. This could not be right. He had done nothing to warrant such a fate. Even if their father was sensitive, surely he could not be so fragile as to falter at mere words. Furthermore, had not the leader of the giants, Laufey, claimed to be his true father? If they were to conquer Asgard, would the terms not include his return? Something was amiss. Profoundly so. Loki dusted off his trousers and vanished into the alleyway. He was acutely aware of the numerous flaws in his narrative. Yet the god of trickery had crafted the script thus. Even a convoluted argument would have to be swallowed by Thor, eyes shut tight. Now, he held the title of King of Asgard, and without his consent, Thor could never return. Moreover, a fool stripped of divine power could accomplish nothing. Loki has pressing matters to attend to. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly ascend to the title of the King of Gods. He has no time to entangle himself with his foolish brother. His only concern lies in the unpredictable variables of the livestream space, which may inadvertently allow Thor to discover the means to restore his divine powers. I must hasten my pace. As Loki descended from the Rainbow Bridge, he cast a glance back towards the alley. "Thor, when we next meet, we shall be foes." Chapter 42. Sweet-tongued Captain aims to steal the Thunder God's hammer. The edge of the meteorite pit, the resting place of Mjolnir, has been heavily secured. It remains as bustling as a marketplace. The crowd is so dense that not a single gap remains. Countless eyes are fixated on the half-meter-deep center of the pit, where a hammer lies quietly, with various individuals stepping forward in attempts to lift it. Clad in a headscarf, Thor hunched his body and stealthily approached the entrance of the newly constructed camp, ever vigilant to avoid the gaze of the crowd, lest his identity be uncovered. Beside him, Eric was at a loss for words regarding this bumbling fool. Anyone with eyes could instantly perceive that something was amiss with Thor. Not far ahead, a long queue endured inspections by the guards before entering the protected meteorite pit. Foolish man, could you not act more naturally? Even your own mother would not recognize you now. Or rather, it should be said, your dear brother. Jin yanked Thor's headscarf off with irritation. My mother would certainly recognize me. As for Loki, I do not acknowledge him as my brother. Thor's face was swollen beyond recognition, his eyes nearly slits, and his right eye socket bruised, all thanks to Loki's kick. He instinctively reached for his headscarf, but, under the watchful eyes of the guards, had no choice but to relent. Eric whispered caution. Remember, when you speak, open your mouth. Otherwise, it will be clear to everyone that you are not quite right. As night fell and the lighting dimmed, if Thor remained silent, even with the collar, he would be difficult to detect. Soon, it was their turn for a body search. Entering an area where weapons were prohibited, and they were to be compared against Thor's high-resolution photograph. Those images were extraordinarily clear, revealing even the faintest lines around his eyes, the source of which was unknown. Cold sweat beaded on Thor's forehead as he surveyed the guards, who were all equipped with stun guns. The weight of dread loomed heavy in his heart. Trembling, he approached for inspection, his expression akin to one facing death. Fortunately, his swollen face concealed his anxiety, rendering even his gaze unnoticeable. Proceed. The guard dismissively patted Thor's rear and signaled for the next individual to step forward for inspection. With such a lackadaisical attitude towards their work, do they not feel any shame when receiving their paychecks? Having successfully passed through, a weight lifted from Thor's heart. Yet dissatisfaction brewed within him. Was it not a slight to the god of thunder that they did not even conduct a thorough check? In an unexpected turn of events, Thor halted his steps, gazing into the eyes of the young guard, and inquired, "Aren't you here to apprehend Thor? Shouldn't you conduct a thorough inspection? In case he has disguised himself and infiltrated?" The guard's hand faltered as he reached for Jan, a flicker of confusion crossing his expression. "Sir, I apologize. May I ask who you are?" He bent slightly, tentatively asking, "Which police precinct do you command?" Thor, utterly perplexed, realized he had spoken out of turn. The guard, possessing a keen ability to read the room, quickly sensed something amiss and pressed on, "Are you the chief of the Federal Bureau?" Noticing Thor's narrowed eyes, he eliminated that possibility and continued, "What about the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics?" "I am not. I merely heard you were looking for this." Before he could finish, the guard interrupted, his demeanor shifting from apprehension to impatience. "Then why are you wasting my time? Get lost. You needn't even go in to retrieve the hammer. The teddy dog that just entered has a higher success rate than you." Upon hearing this, a change flickered across Thor's puffy visage, contorting into a fierce snarl. "Listen well. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Once I reclaim my hammer, I will stuff your head into that dog's rear end." This was troubling. Eric, unable to comprehend Thor's thought process, had come to know him as somewhat arrogant during their time together, yet he had not anticipated such brazen audacity. To taunt a guard so closely was tantamount to inviting handcuffs. "Oh, great Thor, please forgive my disrespect. I have recognized my error. I was blind to your magnificence. I beg for your mercy." The guard's expression became exaggerated as he turned to his colleagues, mimicking the tone of a caller. "Ha ha ha. I am Thor, the god of thunder, once I obtain my hammer." "Well, Thor, are you keen on lingering inside?" The guard erupted into laughter, weighing the silver handcuffs in his hand, ready to adorn Thor with them. Eric and several students rushed forward to intervene. "Sir, this fellow has been somewhat provoked. His mind may not be quite right. Do not stoop to his level." Meanwhile, the queue of people began to voice their discontent, clamoring to have Thor arrested, not wishing to waste their precious time. "Have you heard? You're delaying others. Get inside quickly," the guard commanded. Eric's face brightened, and he gestured for Jan and the others, pushing Thor forward. Just then, the guard called out, "Wait. I only permitted you to enter. I did not allow the god of thunder." He pulled out a sign and pointed to the regulations. "Look at this. Children under 3, seniors over 70, pregnant women, and those with contagious diseases are not allowed inside." With a slight smile, he pointed at Thor. "Intellectually challenged children are not permitted either." "But it doesn't state that the intellectually challenged are banned." Eric firmly grasped Thor's arm, scrutinizing the list of prohibitions. This is incorrect. He is neither a child nor intellectually challenged. Now he is, the guard quipped. The guard retrieved a marker from his pocket and inscribed a new regulation on the sign. The intellectually challenged Thor is prohibited from entry. You, Eric, prided yourself on your commendable temperament. Even when faced with the bewildering antics of Thor, you refrained from genuine anger. Yet at this moment, a desire to deliver a sound thrashing to the guard surged within you. Thor, the man who resolved every issue through brute force, was equally restless, his fists akin to sandbags, yearning for action. Just then, a figure audaciously cut in line, and upon entering, the illumination revealed two individuals. The guard, however, remained oblivious, allowing the duo to pass unimpeded. The newcomers were none other than Nick Fury, clad in black, and Steve Rogers. The latest whispers of gossip had resurfaced once more. It was said that the criteria for wielding Thor's hammer had evolved anew. According to these elusive tidings, only those of Odin's bloodline or individuals of righteous hearts and pure intentions could lift the hammer. The discourse vehemently criticized Odin's questionable favoritism towards his son. Moreover, it hinted at a certain individual, distinguished by an American posterior, donning a blue costume and fond of wielding a shield, who also possessed the capability to lift Thor's hammer. Do not inquire why this singular individual was deemed the epitome of justice and purity. The script simply dictated it thus. When Director Fury heard the mention of the American posterior, he hesitated, uncertain if it referred to the person he suspected. Yet, as the conditions were laid bare, it seemed as though they were reciting Steve's social security number. The spoils should not flow to outsiders. That wretched Thor was likely holed up in some obscure corner. Compared to an enigmatic extraterrestrial, Fury harbored far greater faith in the venerable Steve, despite the honeyed words. After all, he was a battle-hardened veteran who had weathered the storms of war. Who among them had not uttered a few curse words? Fury himself was no exception. For now, let Steve take hold of the hammer and see if he could acquire the fabled divine power. If he failed, Thor, who had been apprehended by a mental institution only to escape, would remain unaware of their clandestine quest for divine strength. In the event that no one could wield the hammer, it would eventually be returned to the alien, who would then owe S.H.I.L.D. a debt of gratitude. Fury could already envision the ensuing events. Thor would reclaim his hammer, regain his lost powers, and subsequently be exiled from Asgard, left stranded on Earth, alone and homeless. At that moment, he, the compassionate director, would swoop in, bearing gifts of allegiance, and S.H.I.L.D. would gain yet another formidable ally. The thought alone was delightful. As Fury and the honey-tongued captain passed, Thor was poised to speak, only to catch the shift in Fury's expression. The countenance of this man did not suggest benevolence. Could it be true that they intended to capture him? No, he needed to observe further. Thor, summon your extraordinary wisdom. What purpose does the honeyed captain serve here? Thor believed his intellect to be sharp. Those who deemed him foolish were merely biased, although he was aware that on rare occasions he appeared rather foolish in his endeavors. It was merely a consequence of his habitual reliance on his own methods of problem-solving. When faced with a challenge, he sought the most suitable solution from his superintellect. Superintellect. Thor, utilize your extraordinary powers to bulldoze through. With his superpowers now exhausted, he could only attempt to deploy his superintellect to find a resolution. As he watched the two figures depart, a startling thought struck Thor. Surely, that one-eyed giant ISNT seeking to enlist Steve through some system artifact to usurp my divine powers. Chapter 43. Carter, I am married to Howard Stark. Steve and Fury brazenly maneuvered through the throng, showing no inclination to queue. The crowd, which had been waiting for quite some time, witnessed this flagrant act of cutting in line, and several irritable individuals were on the verge of voicing their displeasure. However, upon noticing the heavily armed guards following Steve, they opted to silence their complaints. Steve's gaze fell upon the familiar hammer resting on the ground. As a once revered public figure, he was determined to maintain his image and would never stoop to the discourteous act of cutting in line. In truth, he had no intention of retrieving the hammer at all. Had it not been for Fury's insistence, under the pretense of introducing him to Peggy, he would not have found himself in this location. Regardless of the outcome, you must take me to Peggy next. Should you choose to detour further, I will return to Europe. Steve, preoccupied with thoughts of Carter, was unwilling to linger any longer. After delivering this ultimatum to Fury, he stepped forward and grasped the hammer. Your temper seems remarkably volatile. Are you planning to return to Europe to become a farmer? Although Fury understood that Steve was merely jesting, he found it difficult to remain unfazed. Yet, he was powerless, as his lackeys could not subdue Steve, unless he summoned Captain Marvel back. Moreover, who could blame Steve? Emerging from the live-streamed realm, as his anger was subject to the system's punitive alterations, Fury had no choice but to forgive him. On the other side, Thor, relying on his imposing physique, pushed his way in and, without hesitation, seized the handle of Mjolnir. My instincts were indeed correct. They are here for my divine powers. Thor mused to himself, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. How laughable that mere mortals would aspire to lift Mjolnir. The power of thunder is not something you can covet. Such arrogance once again clouded his judgment. Eric, closely following Thor, squeezed through the crowd, and when his gaze landed on Steve, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Isn't that Steve Rogers? Didn't he sacrifice himself decades ago? As his words escaped, the surrounding crowd began to recognize Steve. Memorials dedicated to him dotted the nation, and his story was well known. It could be said that everyone was familiar with him. Among the onlookers were many who regarded Steve as an idol. In an instant, a cacophony of murmurs erupted. To everyone's astonishment, Rogers is still alive. But why has the Federation concealed this information? Was the fabrication of his death merely a ruse to deceive us? Surely, Rogers possesses the strength to lift the hammer. As a super soldier, if he cannot wield it, who else could? Regardless of his identity, I am resolute in exposing him online for his presumptuousness. In a flurry of opinions, some expressed confusion, others voiced their trust, while many simply reveled in the spectacle. Eric quietly inquired of Thor, "What makes you so certain that Rogers cannot lift it?" The answer was straightforward. Thor replied with unwavering confidence, "Because none of them are worthy, Mjolnir will not acknowledge them." Steve firmly grasped the hammer's handle, crouching down with an exceptionally serious expression. He had just witnessed an attempt to pull the hammer with a jeep, which had failed to budge it even slightly, a testament to its extraordinary nature. To lift the hammer, he must proceed with caution. Especially under the scrutiny of so many witnesses, he had to give it his all. Thor, with a smirk, anticipated the unfolding scene. Steve would falter, and he would once again reclaim his divine might. Gritting his teeth, Steve's veins bulged as he exerted all his strength. In the next moment, he stumbled backward, the hammer arcing through the air, ultimately landing squarely on Thor's foot. Despite the casual toss, the sheer weight of Mjolnir was overwhelming. "Ow!" Thor exclaimed, squatting down, immobilized by the hammer's pressure on his foot. Though the pain was excruciating, he could not even stifle his cries. "You insolent wretch, daring to assault the son of Odin." Steve stood, brushing off his pants, exchanging a glance with Fury, both men sharing a moment of shared awkwardness. They had attempted to usurp divine power, only to be caught red-handed by its rightful owner. Even Fury, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After clarifying the situation, Fury departed with Thor and Eric, dismantling the temporary encampment. Thor, despondent, curled up in the passenger's seat, indifferent to his surroundings, uncaring of where the one-eyed man was taking him. "Let all be destroyed. I am weary. Even Mjolnir no longer recognizes me." The sole silver lining was that Steve had not succumbed to the allure of the God of Thunder's powers. His heart was eager to reunite with Peggy, his thoughts not lingering on Mjolnir, merely stating, "This object is of significance to me." As Fury drove, he caught a glimpse of the pig-headed companion beside him, silently lamenting the challenges of managing this motley crew. Steve was off to be with his old flame, Natasha was off to hone her newfound abilities, and Barton, with his face painted like a clown, was too ashamed to show himself, having vanished before his shift ended. Stark was ensnared in his own affairs, facing relentless scrutiny from Congress. Banner, aware of his exposure, had fled the slums after his live broadcast, and A2D had yet to locate his whereabouts. As for the neighboring pig-headed fellow, he is essentially rendered useless. The group returned to New York and went their separate ways. Fury took Thor back to the helicarrier, while Steve was escorted by Coulson to meet Peggy. Notably, Tony, having heard the news from some source, was already waiting at the entrance of the Carter estate. "I've heard you lifted the hammer, Captain," he said, removing his sunglasses with a nonchalant air. The moment the news broke online, he had received wind of it. Despite the authorities swiftly purging the information from the internet, Tony managed to obtain the surveillance footage from that time. In a state of inner turmoil, Steve had no desire to engage with the bothersome Tony and walked directly into the estate. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had already informed the estate's owner. As the butler did not inquire further and simply invited Steve inside, Tony, not wishing to be an outsider, followed suit. An elderly man lay in bed, his cloudy eyes gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the cerulean sky outside. When the sound of Steve and Tony entering the room echoed, the old man remained in his stupor, his vacant gaze fixed on the sky, exuding an air of indescribable bewilderment. Steve knelt beside the bed, his eyes locked onto the familiar yet unfamiliar visage, though time had etched its marks upon her face. It overlapped infinitely with the cherished memory of Peggy Carter's enchanting countenance. He instantly recognized her. Peggy suffered from severe dementia, her ability to communicate diminished, her memory and cognitive skills severely impaired. Her gentle gaze fell upon Steve, but soon drifted away, failing to recognize the young man from Brooklyn standing before her. Nearby, Tony, upon hearing Steve's soft recollections of the past, realized he had intruded upon a private moment. Glancing at the butler stationed outside, he awkwardly scratched his nose and quietly exited the room, leaving Steve and Peggy alone together. Before long, Peggy recognized Steve, tears shimmering in her eyes. You're Steve?" Upon receiving confirmation, Peggy, her voice tinged with emotion, said, You have finally returned." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she shook her head, asking, "Why did it take you so long to come back?" "It has truly been a long time." Steve was at a loss for words, merely nodding in response. "How could I bear to leave my beloved? I still owe her a dance." He gazed at her with a heart full of tenderness, tears glistening in his eyes. He gently took Peggy's hand, caressing her hair as if reminiscing about the beautiful times they once shared. The two conversed for a considerable while, though Peggy's condition fluctuated. At times, she would suddenly fall silent mid-sentence. Recalling the video from the system, Steve casually inquired, "Peggy, I have met your niece Sharon. She is quite remarkable." After his comment, Peggy fell into a long silence, her demeanor again reflecting a distant haze. During the interval, Tony, feeling rather bored, glanced at the table where a photograph of Carter with her 2 children rested. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he inquired, "Is Mrs. Carter married? Where's her husband's picture?" It couldn't he possibly be Steve? Peggy, her eyes clouded with confusion, murmured, "Sharon, my daughter, my daughter. I remember now. I am indeed married." Her gaze fell upon the family portrait as she softly uttered, "Howard Stark." Chapter 44. Loki dominates Asgard and Jotunheim, then invades Earth. Tony's mind was awash with questions as he gently set the photograph down. How did he become embroiled in this drama? He merely intended to observe the spectacle, and yet here he was, caught in the midst of a familial dispute. Similarly, Steve was not faring any better. Howard had once been a part of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, aimed at clandestinely developing the super soldier serum for the nation. The two had forged a strong friendship beyond their military collaborations, with Steve respecting Howard's brilliance and contributions to the free world, while Howard admired Steve's heroic spirit and sense of justice. Thus, they were, without a doubt, brothers bound by profound camaraderie. However, this brother had taken advantage of a precarious situation to steal from him and even fathered 2 robust children. What kind of brotherly conduct was this? Meanwhile, Steve's gaze turned, laden with disdain, towards the bewildered Tony. No wonder this fellow appeared so insufferable. There was indeed a reason behind it. Just as the tension between the two escalated due to Peggy's utterance, the butler, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, "Mr. Steve, Mr. Stark, please understand that the lady's Alzheimer's has progressed significantly, and she often speaks nonsensically." He continued to elucidate, if not for the profound impact of Mr. Steve's plane crash on her, she likely would not have suddenly regained her clarity just now. Noticing that Steve was about to speak, the butler preemptively added, "You need not inquire further about the lady's marriage. Before her illness, she explicitly stated that she could not disclose any information to you." He then added, "As for Miss Sharon, she is indeed the lady's niece, not her daughter." Just as Tony was about to voice his thoughts, the butler interrupted him, saying, "Mr. Stark, there is no need for doubt. Your father and the lady did not share the kind of relationship you might imagine. The mention of your father's name could merely have been a coincidence, sparked by your presence." Tony and Steve exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with perplexity. It seemed the butler possessed an uncanny ability to discern their thoughts, providing answers before they could even articulate their queries. Steve was the first to pose a question. Does Peggy know I am coming? According to the information he had gathered, Peggy had been ill for a long time, far exceeding the duration of his own emergence from the ice. The butler bowed slightly and, with an air of regret, expressed, "I apologize, Mr. Steve." Understanding the butler's implication, Steve refrained from further inquiries. His gaze softened as he looked at Peggy, who had unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. He leaned down to place a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Then, his attention shifted to Tony nearby. "What are you staring at? I certainly won't kiss you. Go find the extraterrestrial." Tony scoffed, casting his gaze elsewhere. Steve struggled to suppress the anger simmering within him. He was convinced that this insufferable individual must have been his nemesis in a past life, perhaps even the reincarnation of the Red Skull. Not wishing to disturb the sleeping Peggy, he lowered his voice. "Aerial combat specialist, could you exhibit a modicum of awareness? I desire to have a moment alone with Peggy." "What purpose do you serve by lingering here?" Tony exhaled in resignation, raised his hands in defeat, and silently exited the estate. At S.H.I.E.L. DS Airborne Command Ship, in a control room, Fury's expression was as dark as a boiled egg. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze to Thor, who was receiving treatment and had divulged the recent events in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Fury found himself at a loss for words. This unfortunate soul had indeed encountered a series of calamities. Since emerging from the live-streaming space, he had been nothing but a victim of relentless assaults, battered by frost giants, struck by his father Odin, assaulted by the doctors at Arkham Asylum, knocked down by Jane's car, electrocuted, beaten by his brother Loki, and attacked by a host of bearded individuals. Had he not arrived at the temporary camp in time, Thor would likely have faced further punishment at the hands of the guards. In any case, I can no longer return to Asgard. Mjolnir can be bestowed upon whomever you please. Thor had long since resigned himself, retreating into a state of despondency. This chaos is of my own making. Let me bear the consequences. To Thor, the sequence of events appeared as follows. Shortly after his exile to Midgard, news of Odin's ailment was leaked by a traitor, one of the deities who had originally assisted the frost giants in infiltrating Asgard, who promptly informed Jotunheim. Surely, Laufey would seize this opportunity to launch an immediate assault on Asgard. Even in the absence of their king, Asgard was not to be trifled with. Both sides had no choice but to negotiate, leaving Thor as the sole victim of this conflict. As for Laufey's eagerness to assume the role of his father, perhaps it stemmed from the traitor's knowledge of Thor's newfound ice resistance acquired in the live-streaming realm, which had overturned previous theories. "How astute I am! How I admire my own ingenuity!" Thor exclaimed, slapping his thigh, as he pieced together the entire scenario from fragmented clues. It turned out he had initially veered off course. His strategic acumen and ability to orchestrate decisive outcomes should have made him Asgard's military strategist. Old Odin was blind to his potential, having deprived him of a promising future. However, Fury, having grasped the full context of events, deduced an entirely different narrative. The discrepancies had arisen even before Thor's exile. Perhaps Odin had not suffered from any heart ailment. Perhaps Jotunheim and Asgard had never been on the brink of war, nor had any peace negotiations transpired, let alone the conditions for Thor's eternal banishment to Earth. Everything is orchestrated by Loki, who simultaneously seeks to usurp the thrones of Asgard and Jotunheim. This is implausible. Loki lacks the intellect for such schemes. Upon hearing this, Thor immediately countered, asserting that the coward could never ascend to the throne. He could not even displace the old king. Fury retorted coldly, reminding Thor not to forget that, according to the system's prophecy, he would be killed by the Destroyer, and Loki would lead the Chitauri in an assault on Earth. By a nonsensical reasoning, none of this would occur. The chilling words extinguished the flames of anger that had ignited within Thor's heart. After seizing Asgard and Jotunheim, Loki would collude with the Chitauri to invade Earth. Fury tapped his fingers on the table, his face a mask of seriousness. First, if the Destroyer fell into Loki's hands, it would signify that he had complete dominion over Asgard. Then, he would use the Destroyer to eliminate you, the last remnant of trouble. With a common enemy, the arrogant and egotistical fool would finally condescend to ally with us lowly earthlings. That makes sense. Fury's words dripped with sarcasm. Yet, we still would not be able to save you. Impossible. With my father around, Loki cannot stir a tempest, Thor replied, his gaze faltering, no longer daring to meet Fury's eyes. I retract that statement. Perhaps your father is indeed in peril, Fury continued. I had initially believed he cast you to Earth to forge your character, but combined with what Lao Fei previously stated regarding your parentage, it becomes comprehensible. Neither of his sons is his true blood. That he did not kill you on the spot is a testament to his mercy. Your unfortunate fate may well owe a debt to him. Fury rose, turning towards the door. It's also possible that this very reason has incited your father's ailment. Chapter 45. Hammer. If you have the ability, then strike me. In Asgard, within the treasury, Loki contemplated all the clues, his expression darkening. He had just discovered that a few of Thor's odious lackeys had betrayed him, brazenly utilizing the Rainbow Bridge to sneak into Midgard. Loki encased the traitor Heimdall in an ancient winter tomb, his murderous intent towards Thor intensifying. The plan was nearing fruition. He would not allow that foolish brother to return and thwart his designs. Since the system had prophesied that the Destroyer could slay Thor, Loki resolved to employ the Destroyer to fulfill this prophecy. When he arrived before the metallic wall that contained the Destroyer, a sinister smile nearly escaped his lips. Thor, blame your lackeys. I have no desire to kill you. With a firm step, he pressed his left foot to the ground, causing the metal wall to melt away, revealing the Destroyer within. However, what lay before him was a pile of scattered parts. The Destroyer was missing limbs, with a charred gaping hole in its torso, resembling a relic struck by lightning. In a high-tech training room, all monitoring equipment focused intently on the figure attempting to lift the hammer. Thor's hands suddenly surged with power, yet the hammer remained utterly immovable. Since his arrival at S.H.I.L.D., 10 days had swiftly elapsed. During this period, S.H.I.E.L.D. provided him with treatment and training, yet he remained unable to lift the hammer. Perhaps you could administer a vial of super soldier serum to me, or procure a suit of armor from an aerial combat expert. I have heard that he delivered a set to you just 3 days ago. Thor had resigned himself to the situation. The hammer, fickle as it was, had forsaken him since Captain America had wielded it, casting aside its former companion. He might as well seek new powers from the system or elsewhere. Lately, that one-eyed black dragon had incessantly whispered in his ear that Loki would come to Earth to slay him. This compelled Thor to abandon his complacency, forcing him to scavenge for a solution to the loss of his divine abilities like a burdened beast of burden. The serum was long gone, and the iron armor belonged to the military, which had already designated its recipient. Fury gazed through the glass at Thor in the training room, his tone laced with a touch of resignation. If you desire the armor, it is presently unattainable. A bit of trouble has entangled Stark. Fury's discontent with Stark was palpable. When he invited him to join the Avengers, Stark had been evasive, yet in a heartbeat, he had bestowed a suit of armor upon a military acquaintance. Tonight in Queens, New York, the Stark Industries Expo was set to commence. Fury had caught wind of a scheme by Hammer Industries to deploy a robotic army, intending to disrupt Stark's event. Behind this endeavor loomed the shadows of Congress and the military. During his time at S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor had learned some earthly knowledge from Jane, and he had begun to comprehend human speech. Naturally, he was intrigued by the troubles of the aerial combat expert and wished to witness the unfolding drama. Fury, for the time being, regarded him as a collaborator rather than a subordinate and thus would not impede his actions. Nightfall arrived swiftly. At the Stark Industries Expo, lights converged upon the stage, where the emblem of Hammer Industries was emblazoned at the center. Below the stage, a throng of social elites associated with the industrial conglomerate gathered, many of them there for networking purposes. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Welcome to the 20th night of the Stark Industries Expo. Tonight's speaker is Mr. Justin Hammer, and his theme is defending peace. Hammer made a flamboyant entrance, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, for countless years our nation has witnessed innumerable soldiers sacrificing their lives to uphold peace. Then came Iron Man, and we believe the era of fearless sacrifice had come to an end." He surveyed the audience below. Sadly, the town has yet to acquire such technology and craftsmanship, which is a lamentable state of affairs and has severely negative repercussions. However, today Hammer Industries has ended Stark Industries' monopoly. Allow me to present our iron drones. With that proclamation, rows of unmanned armor rose from the floor, adorned in silver and classified into land, sea, and air types. The atmosphere was electric, and applause erupted from the hired crowd below. The spectacle was far from over in the next moment. A war machine in a silver-gray hue ascended from the ground. Thor dug into his ear, carelessly smearing earwax on the seat. Is this the armor of an air combat expert for his friend? It hardly seems impressive. It pales in comparison to the destroyer armor from Asgard, which I find myself somewhat nostalgic for, though regrettably I dismantled it. Thor, feeling quite pleased with himself, was no fool. Upon learning of his impending demise at the hands of the destroyer, he had surreptitiously infiltrated the vault before venturing to Jotunheim to avert future calamity. Dr. Eric, standing nearby, distanced himself from Thor in disdain. Were it not for the concern that this fool might lose his way or be abducted, he would have been disinclined to accompany him. At that moment, the radiant light of the Bifrost descended upon the stage, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the swirling haze, a silver armor emerged, its surface marred by signs of repair. Hammer, cowering behind an unmanned suit of armor, mustered the courage to step forward once he grasped the scene before him. With an air of arrogance, he addressed the silver armor. "Tony Stark, your timing is impeccable. We're even off gallivanting to uphold justice this time." As the exhibition commenced, Hammer had already provocatively contacted Stark, convinced that his arrogant rival would make an appearance, presenting a splendid opportunity to demonstrate that Hammer Industries had surpassed Stark Industries. He continued to boast, "Behold the fruits of Hammer Industries. This armor can be mass-produced and operated remotely. Your equipment is outdated." Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes, piloting War Machine, stared at the towering silver armor before him, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. He had not encountered such a type of armor during his previous visit to Tony's residence. Nevertheless, Rhodes endeavored to de-escalate the situation. "Tony, I'm acting under orders. There are many civilians below. Please exercise restraint." On the ground, Thor observed the unfolding drama, fear gripping him as his lips trembled. "Isn't that the destroyer armor? I distinctly dismantled it. How can it reappear here? We must flee." Eric, fixated on the destroyer on stage, turned to inquire further from Thor, only to find the seat vacated. That fool had already dashed to the exhibition's exit. Concurrently, several individuals clad in vintage attire inadvertently obstructed Thor's escape. In the Hammer Industries laboratory, Ivan, observing through the drone's real-time footage, gazed intently at the destroyer armor, muttering to himself, "You thief, from where have you pilfered this technology?" Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded all machines to eliminate the armor before them with maximum force. Meanwhile, Hammer continued to expound. "Stark, you are a relic of the past. The future will be dominated by Hammer Industries." What is the matter? Speechless? Angry? In front of all these people, he spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, "If you have the guts, kill me." Rhodes attempted to quell the burgeoning conflict, but suddenly realized that War Machine's auxiliary systems had completely malfunctioned, leaving only the fatal warning lights flashing incessantly. He lost control and could only shout, "Tony, this is bad." At that moment, the destroyer unleashed a searing beam that completely consumed the provocatively outstretched arms of Hammer. In an instant, only 2 pairs of shoes, still emitting steam, remained on the ground. Rod's words finally escaped his lips, gradually diminishing in tone. "The War Machine has been commandeered. Someone intends to kill." Chapter 46. Tony, I haven't even made a move, yet the villains are all dead. In the wake of this sudden calamity, the audience was thrown into a state of panic, fear spreading through the crowd like a tidal wave. A congressional leader, witnessing Hammer's horrific vaporization, rose in indignation, his voice cutting through the chaos with piercing clarity. "Tony Stark, how dare you commit murder in broad daylight? I assure you, even if you surrender all your technology, the scales of justice will not tip in your favor. You, the murderer, cannot escape the law." In the next moment, the night was cleaved by a red figure, flames erupting from his hands and legs as he hovered above the congressional leader. Tony's voice dripped with mockery. "I've heard someone is slandering me. Where's Hammer? Didn't he tell me he was going to showcase his drone achievements tonight?" The leader, clutching his hat, gazed upward at the metallic armor, his mind swirling with questions. Tony Stark was present. Who then was the killer on stage? A thunderous explosion drew everyone's attention as an aerial combat mech initiated the attack, its shoulder cannon striking the destroyer's chest. With a violent blaze, thick black smoke billowed upward. However, the destroyer emerged from the haze, old wounds still visible, yet no new scars marred its surface. Loki, manipulating it from Asgard, was incensed by the drone's actions and unhesitatingly activated the high-temperature beam in the destroyer's eyes, obliterating the attacking drone in an instant. Subsequently, a continuous stream of high-temperature beams sliced through the air, effortlessly severing a row of drones in half. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer remain seated and surged toward the exits in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Ivan, after issuing his commands, donned his custom mech and flew toward the exhibition hall, oblivious to the chaos unfolding. The remaining aerial combat drones, adhering to their combat directives, ascended and hovered in the air, providing fire coverage over the destroyer's location. Intense gunfire abruptly interrupted the high-temperature beams. The ground combat mechs, alongside the others, armed with various weapons, encircled the destroyer and launched a unified assault. The destroyer, undeterred by the onslaught, slammed its right fist down, driving the head of one mech into its body. Its left fist transformed into a massive blade, cleaving through the encircling mechs, turning them into scrap metal in an instant. Seizing the moment, several ground combat mechs attempted to bind the destroyer from behind. In the next heartbeat, sharp spikes erupted from the destroyer's back, piercing through the attacking mechs simultaneously, seemingly triggering one of the mech's self-destruct sequences. A thunderous explosion erupted from a mech, akin to a spark igniting a barrel of explosives, triggering a series of detonations. Towering flames, intertwined with a mushroom cloud, ascended, nearly obliterating the entire exhibition venue. Although the duration of the conflict appeared prolonged, it spanned merely a few fleeting seconds, during which many were unable to escape the scene. Witnessing the devastation, Thor was engulfed in a cacophony of ringing in his ears, yet he seemed to hear countless wails of despair resonating throughout the hall. Sif quickly assist in rescuing the people. Despite Thor's reputation for recklessness, his heart was not devoid of compassion. Observing the suffering of so many due to his actions deeply moved him, particularly after spending numerous days with S.H.I.L.D. His previous disdain for humanity as inferior beings had begun to wane. The mortals of Midgard were not so different from the denizens of Asgard. Indeed, the Asgardians, bereft of their divine powers, might even find themselves less capable than these ordinary humans. The quartet of companions readily heeded Thor's words and rushed into the inferno to extricate the injured. After escorting Pepper to a place of safety, Tony resolved to return to the chaos. Although his thoughts were consumed with Rhodey's safety, many civilians remained within the exhibition hall, in dire need of his intervention. As he hovered above the venue, scanning for life signs with J.A.R.V.I.S., a pale gray mech surged from the side at high speed, colliding with him and sending him crashing into the ruins of the exhibition hall. Ivan, atop Tony, rained blows upon his visor, shouting, "Tony Stark, I never imagined you possessed such prowess, managing to subdue my drones. Where's your original suit?" En route, he had only observed the rapid decline of the drone signals, and in light of the previous explosion, deducing the outcome was effortless. Listening to the incessant alarms from J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony concentrated energy in his hand, unleashing a specialized bomb. A pulse magnetic field erupted, swiftly stripping Ivan of control over his armor. This mechanism was drawn from the system's reserves and rendered ineffective against the user. Initially intended for Hammer's drone army, Tony was surprised that those underperforming assets fell offline within a minute. Seizing the opportunity, he adjusted his flight posture, breaking free from Ivan's grasp. However, the pulse magnetic field's effect was brief, and in an instant, Ivan inexplicably regained control of his mech. His armor's arms opened, releasing two electrified whips that cascaded down. With a mocking tone, Tony quipped, "Beastmaster, you truly cannot relinquish those whips, can you?" Ivan, uninterested in banter, lashed the whip, ensnaring Tony's ankle. "I refuse to believe I cannot electrocute you. You may not have the opportunity for that." As Tony prepared to ascend and forcibly sever the whips, he caught sight of a large silhouette emerging silently from the billowing black smoke. Ivan instinctively followed Tony's gaze. There, behind him, stood the silvery mech he had just seen on the screen, its hands transformed into colossal blades, poised to strike at his head. The cold, glinting edges seemed to pierce through the helmet's protection, stinging his face. In response, Ivan crossed his arms above his head in a desperate defense. The clash sent sparks flying. As the heavy armor could not withstand the ferocity of the blow, the blade shattered all defenses and struck heavily upon Ivan's shoulder. With relentless force, It tore through his shoulder plate, embedding itself into his flesh. Blood erupted from the shattered armor. The destroyer did not relent. It lifted another massive blade and pierced through Ivan's exposed chest. Then, as if discarding refuse, cast aside the lifeless Ivan. This was dire. Tony's ankle remained ensnared by the whip, and as he beheld the advancing destroyer, cold sweat trickled down his back. At that moment, Thor's voice rang out. "Loki, you come with intent towards me. Why must you slay the innocent?" The destroyer halted its advance towards Tony, its red-eyed visage turning towards the source of the voice. Thor stood tall, sincerity in his gaze as he spoke. "Loki, I know not where I have wronged you, that you would resort to such means to come to Midgard. Let this end. You may slay me, but spare the innocents." Seated upon the throne of Asgard, Loki hesitated, seemingly affected by Thor's heartfelt words. Just then, a peculiar smile crept upon Thor's face. "Loki, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Chapter 47. Confession for Leniency. Sif leapt from the heights, her sword glimmering with cold light. Utilizing her advantageous position, she forced the destroyer to bend, then firmly stepped upon its back, driving her sword towards its neck. Sparks erupted as the sword pierced through. The destroyer appeared severely wounded, its fiery visage extinguished, falling into silence. Victory was hers. A flicker of joy crossed Thor's face, not anticipating that this battle could be resolved so effortlessly. Ironically, he had thought he might perish here, slain by the protective armor of Asgard. Indeed, only his extraordinary wit could serve as the most effective tool to navigate all predicaments. Old Dang has misled me. Just as Thor's triumph began to settle, the destroyer's head swung around 180 degrees, locking eyes with Sif, who stood on its back. The eyes of the mask ignited with flames, and with a sudden shift, the destroyer flipped over. It unleashed a powerful punch, striking Sif in the abdomen. She arced through the air, shattering several marble columns before finally embedding herself into a charred wall, her legs dangling helplessly. Oh no! Thor, intending to flee, saw the destroyer turn without hesitation, delivering a backhanded slap in his direction. If that strike landed on his current mortal form, he would be reduced to mere weight. In that fleeting moment, the astute mind reached its zenith yet still failed to unearth a glimmer of hope. A pang of regret washed over him for not having first exchanged his points for a suit of destroyer armor from the system's marketplace. Initially intending to conserve his points, he now faced the grim prospect of ascending to the heavens with them. Beside him, the aerial combat specialist had only just managed to break free from his bindings, but was too far removed to assist him in this perilous predicament. The remaining entourage had distanced themselves, busy rescuing others amidst the rubble. All paths seemed to lead to dead ends. He could see the palm descending towards his face. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a tempest brewed, accompanied by thunderous roars. A brilliant bolt of lightning tore through the night, striking the destroyer directly. The searing blue lightning struck the chest of the destroyer, sending shockwaves that hurled him backward. The thunder split open the old wounds on the destroyer's chest, from which thick smoke billowed. Caught in the blast, he found his vision blurred and his ears ringing. Lying on the ground, he squinted towards the source of the lightning. A shadow descended from the sky. He speculated that the newcomer might be Steve, for only he wielded Mjolnir, and it was he alone who commanded such formidable lightning power in the present realm. As the shadow descended, he gradually discerned the figure, clad in a yellow short-sleeved shirt, with a bald lizard-like head, blue skin, and equipped with a glider-like apparatus. It was the turtle. Overwhelmed with emotion, he could hardly contain himself. This turtle's prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Could it be that the individual who had previously been unceremoniously kicked by the Mad Doctor was now here to save him? After arriving at S-H-I-E-L-D, he had largely forgotten about the turtle's existence, although he was aware that the creature was also within S-H-I-L-D. He had not had the leisure to seek him out. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki manipulated the flickering light of the destroyer, the visuals intermittent and chaotic. He had contemplated every possible outcome, even considering that the Ancient One might intervene to prevent him from acting violently. Yet he never anticipated that a turtle would come to his rescue. Within the light screen, lightning flashed, and then the image faded entirely. How could this be? This turtle possessed such formidable strength that it could withstand being trampled by a fool. At S-H-I-E-L-D, DS ground base in the interrogation room. The atmosphere was oppressive, the lighting pale and glaring. A pale-faced, anxious white man sat on one side of the table, his hands shackled to its surface, occasionally glancing towards the other end of the room where an assortment of peculiar individuals stood. He recognized only Iron Man among them, a group that appeared as if they had stepped out of a Hobbit film, a pirate captain, and a boy with explosive abilities. By the way, how could a lizard wear clothes? Which fool kept such a pet? Portal Straunt, Fury said with a grim expression, we have thoroughly investigated your background. You provided Ivan Vanko with tickets to the Grand Prix and a flight, and your communications with Hammer regarding Ivan's information have all been verified. Who exactly are you? The Stark Industrial Expo was marred by numerous casualties. Apart from Hammer and Vank, the remaining individuals perished due to self-detonations orchestrated by drone operators. SCAKIELD was determined to uncover the truth, and within half an hour, they had zeroed in on Strong. I shall remain silent, he declared, his legs trembling, yet his jaw clenched in defiance, refusing to divulge any information, instead incessantly demanding that the pirate captain take him to prison. Thor gently placed a vial of serum upon the table. This is a truth serum provided by the system. We shall see whether his resolve is stronger than the effects of the drug. This was an unexpected boon from a previous quiz, now proving its worth. Strong bore the brunt of responsibility for the deaths of over 100 individuals at the expo. Impossible. There is no such thing as a truth serum. Strong scoffed, his face contorted with disdain. You are correct. There exists no truth serum in this world, Fury replied, examining the fine print on the box before extracting a syringe. This is known as the 16 mix serum. It compels the injector to respond candidly to any inquiry under intense psychological suggestion. I maintain that truth serums do not exist. Strong feigned composure in his retort. Fury injected the serum into his arm, murmuring, if something resembles a duck and quacks like a duck, then it is indeed a duck. Yet that foolish creature is called a silly turtle, while I clearly see it is a lizard. Strong's facial muscles quivered with tension, yet he persisted in his protest. Silly turtle. I once believed that showcasing my abilities would free me from obligations, but it seems I cannot escape after all. As the leader of the shapeshifters, how could he find himself in such a predicament? Soon, under the influence of the truth serum, Strong divulged all pertinent information. With his confession, he was taken away to clear the magazines. According to his dying words, he was a high-ranking member of the Ten Rings gang, with their public leader known as Mandarin, who had previously orchestrated the kidnapping of Tony Stark in retaliation for the destruction of their numerous bases by Stark's armored suits. This operation was merely an act of vengeance. Furthermore, he revealed a more clandestine piece of information. Mandarin was merely a puppet, while the true mastermind behind the organization was a figure named Wenwu. Wenwu held the 10 rings, possessing the ability of immortality and unimaginable strength. However, Strong could not provide the actual location or further details regarding him. The conflict between SHIELD and the Ten Rings gang was not unprecedented. In the past, Natasha had interrogated a general from Goose Country, during which smuggled missiles were exchanged in a deal with the Ten Rings. Amidst the sound of gunfire, the crowd dispersed. Thor, accompanied by the 4 warriors, took the silly turtle back to Asgard. Initially, the silly turtle had no intention of returning with the fool. It was a contract-bound entity, not a slave. And aside from being unable to harm Thor, it was not obliged to obey any commands. However, his life was inextricably intertwined with that of Thor. Should Thor perish, he too would be unable to escape death. Meanwhile, Tony embarked on an investigation into the inner workings of the Ten Rings, a terrifying organization lurking in the shadows, making it difficult for him to find solace. Chapter 48. Loki. Your father is dead in Asgard, within the Grand Temple. Loki sat upon the throne, surveying his surroundings. The once resplendent temple now lay shrouded in a thick layer of frost, having lost its former brilliance. Towering golden columns, exquisite reliefs, and floors that once gleamed with golden light were now enveloped in ice crystals, reflecting a chilling azure glow. Within the hall, lifelike frost giants knelt on the ground, all encased in ice, their bodies rigid and faces contorted, forever frozen in that moment. The ice sculpture closest to the throne reached out, yearning to approach Loki. A mere step away, yet now separated by an insurmountable chasm. Loki gazed coldly at the frozen Lao Fei, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The ancient winter coffin was the source of the frost giant's power, containing icy forces capable of freezing entire planets, far surpassing the might of the giants themselves. Even their leader, Laufey, could not escape the fate of being encased in ice. Loki stared intently at the nearby ice sculpture and spoke in a deep, resonant tone. Laufey, remember this. The one who will slay you is not the Frost legacy, but Odin's son, the king of Asgard. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The temple doors swung open, revealing the destroyer accompanied by 4 warriors and the formidable Fandral. Loki's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the newly acquired destroyer. Thor, have you exchanged for the destroyer armor from the system? The destroyer armor possessed transformative capabilities, allowing for remote control and external wear. Among the 9 realms, only the Celestial Palace housed the unique destroyer, making the source of this armor painfully obvious. Loki, you are accused of slaying 103 individuals in Midgard. Thor entered the Grand Hall, his words succinct as he closed the temple doors behind him. Today, he intended to confront his brother. A king cannot be short-sighted. Those who obstruct me shall surely fall. Even your father, Loki declared, lifting the ancient winter coffin, his form instantly shifting into that of a frost giant, while his other hand summoned a short sword resembling a vine, the mistletoe blade. This was Mistiltein, the ominous sword said to herald the doom of Asgard. Sif instantly recognized the weapon in Loki's grasp. It was a primordial treasure born from the mistletoe trees at the edges of the divine realm. According to one prophecy, the twilight of the gods would be brought forth by this very sword, which had long been sealed within the vaults of Asgard. Unbeknownst to them, Loki had descended into madness, daring to wield this accursed blade. He placed the sword's tip against the neck of the ice sculpture of Laufey and calmly stated, "Indeed, the twilight of the gods shall inevitably descend. Asgard, in its frailty, cannot escape the fate of oblivion. Only by defying destiny can we hope to seize a slender thread of survival. Before that, I shall aid Asgard in vanquishing all adversaries, ensuring that the twilight of the gods is stillborn, with the frost giants of Jotunheim as my first target." Loki severed Laufey's neck with a single stroke. The blood from the wound instantaneously absorbed by the mistletoe blade, which transformed into a chilling azure hue. The mistletoe blade possesses the unique ability to inherit a portion of the abilities of its host, allowing the souls of the slain to also become parasitic. Loki crushed the ice sculpture's head beneath his foot, his tone dripping with endless derision. "Thor, your father is dead. Despite the formidable vitality of the gods or the frost giants, as long as their time within the ancient winter coffin is not prolonged, they may yet revive with vigor after thawing. However, should their physical form be destroyed in that moment, there would be no hope of resurrection." The 4 warriors and the simple-minded giant turtle exchanged glances, questioning whether Loki had truly succumbed to madness, for his actions were unfathomably abstract. "Your father is truly deceased. Mine is Odin." Thor, wielding the destroyer, summoned scorching rays of heat directed at Loki, seated upon his throne. Loki remained unperturbed, channeling the power of the ancient winter coffin. A torrent of brilliant blue energy cascading from his throne. The collision of ice and fire erupted in a dazzling display of light, the frigid currents intertwining with the searing flames, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart under the weight of this force, creating violent gusts that swiftly ripped apart the kneeling frost giant ice sculptures. The relentless heat beams could not withstand the onslaught of the icy tempest, sending Thor and his companions hurtling out of the hall. "Brother, I shall now annihilate all of Jotunheim and slay every one of your kin." Loki chose not to pursue further, leaving behind a chilling threat as he used the ancient winter coffin to shatter the temple walls and soared toward the hidden location of the eternal spear. He had not intended to employ the mistletoe blade initially. His focus had been on the eternal spear sealed away from Thor. However, he soon realized its use was beyond his grasp. 5 minutes later, Loki arrived at the Rainbow Bridge, enduring the searing pain as he inserted the concealed eternal spear into its core. The familiar thunder blossomed like a flower, the Rainbow Bridge, imbued with tremendous energy, instantaneously traversed the boundless cosmos, arriving in the waters of Jotunheim. Heimdall, the sentinel of the Rainbow Bridge, had once warned them that the sustained energy released from an open rainbow bridge was sufficient to obliterate an entire planet, whether the target or Asgard itself. Loki cast a glance at the frozen Heimdall nearby. I owe you my thanks. Otherwise, I would not have known how to destroy Jotunheim. With that, he summoned all the energy of the ancient winter coffin, enough to freeze the vast breath of a realm, pouring it into the eternal spear embedded in the core. Loki indeed sought to destroy Jotunheim, yet he did not desire for Asgard to be entombed alongside it. The thunder was ensconced in ice crystals, affecting the energy of Asgard's rainbow bridge, which also began to freeze. Thus, only Jotunheim would suffer the consequences. To annihilate an entire realm via the rainbow bridge would require considerable time. Loki stood upon the shimmering surface of the Bifrost, guarding the rainbow bridge behind him. All he needed to do was buy time to annihilate the enemies of Asgard. The destroyer descended from the heavens, landing before Loki. What are you doing? Where are your little minions? Loki glanced behind Thor, finding nothing but emptiness. Do they also believe that Jotunheim should be destroyed? Thor, unwilling to engage in verbal sparring with his paranoid brother, swung his fist towards Loki's face. The ancient frost coffin was suppressing the Bifrost, and Loki wielded only a mistletoe sword. The battle was no longer one-sided. It evolved into a fierce exchange of blows. Overall, Loki found himself at a disadvantage, for the mistletoe sword lacked armor-piercing properties, relying instead on curses that took effect after breaching defenses. Against the armor of the destroyer, the sword's parasitic ability proved futile. The armor's midsection was dented from the countless strikes, each one landing upon it with force. Thor anticipated Loki's attack trajectory, reaching for the midsection and successfully grasping the blade of the mistletoe sword. Frost spread across the armored hand, yet Thor maintained his grip on the sword, delivering a powerful slap that sent Loki flying several meters away. As Loki rose from the ground, he beheld the destroyer, one arm rendered useless, and conjured two daggers. I could prolong this all day. I fear you might not get your wish. The warriors 3 have brought reinforcements, Thor replied, glancing at the light portal that had appeared behind Loki. Chapter 49. Odin. If you wish to destroy the Rainbow Bridge, you shall not succeed. A familiar female voice echoed behind Loki, sending chills down his spine. He stiffly turned to see his mother, Frigga, standing before a light portal, gazing at him with disbelief. With her arrival, the warriors 3 and the reinforcements stepped through the portal. This was another of the capabilities of the warrior's artifact, the Gate of Heaven, which could create spatial doors that disregarded distance, allowing passage between realms. Loki gritted his teeth, raising the mistletoe sword towards the destroyer's armor. Who in the midst of a deadly struggle would resort to calling for parental intervention? Did they truly believe Loki was merely playing house? Loki, before your mother? Why not reiterate your earlier ambitions? Thor transformed the intact arm of the destroyer into a knight's lance, slowly advancing upon Loki. Though he spoke provocatively, he was inwardly filled with concern. He had hoped the warriors would awaken their father, while he delayed for time. As long as King Odin awakened, Loki's schemes would inevitably crumble. However, he had not anticipated that the warriors would bring Frigga along. If Loki truly lost his mind, it could lead to unforeseen danger for her. Thor had no choice but to approach Loki cautiously, ready to intervene should the situation escalate. Even if you bring your mother, you will not stop me. Loki let out a chilling laugh, his voice as frigid as ice. The history of the divine realm will ultimately vindicate me, Loki, the god of trickery. In the future, you shall all take pride in my existence. With that proclamation, he resolutely leaped high into the air, brandishing the sword of mistletoe, intent on cleaving Thor's head. Thor, too, showed no mercy. The tip of his spear surged forth like a white dragon emerging from the sea, carving layers of frothy waves in the air as it thrust towards the leaping Loki. Enough! A grand divine voice echoed from afar, a golden shockwave sweeping across the battlefield. The two combatants were forcefully pushed apart, crashing into the very heart of the Rainbow Bridge. Observing this, the gentle giant Hrimthurs moved the gates of heaven before the gathered crowd, diverting the oncoming golden light to a distant palace. Beneath the vibrant, shimmering surface of the bridge, the tumultuous waves were silenced by this command, plunging the realm into a moment of profound stillness. Only the resonant roar of the Rainbow Bridge releasing energy persisted. As a beam of golden light pierced the night of Asgard, descending upon the bridge as structure. As the brilliance faded, there stood Odin, clad in a simple nightgown. "Father, I have slain Laufey. I can also destroy the entire Jotunheim," Loki proclaimed, kneeling before Odin, sword in hand, his gaze pleading. "Enough." Odin cast a glance at the eternal spear within the heart of the Rainbow Bridge, its terrifying energy traversing light years, relentlessly striking the other world. The ancient winter coffin, suspended in midair, contained the destructive force escaping from a bridge. Were this during his youth, amidst the conquest of the Nine Realms, he might have found satisfaction in Loki's actions. Even if Loki were not his biological son, he would have contemplated bestowing the throne upon him, allowing this ruthless Loki to succeed him. Yet, in this moment, he could only softly utter, "Loki, you are mistaken." With that, Odin raised his hand, binding the ancient winter coffin with divine power, as the destructive energy broke free from its icy prison, continuing to blossom at the tip of the eternal spear. The anticipation on Loki's face vanished, replaced by boundless sorrow. After all he had accomplished, why did his father remain unsatisfied? "I understand now," Loki murmured, bowing his head, his fingers tightening around the sword's hilt. Witnessing this, Thor, controlling the destroyer, cautioned, "Be careful, father. Loki is concocting another scheme." In the next instant, Loki abruptly stood, leaping into the radiance released by the Rainbow Bridge. His divine form vanished in an instant. It was uncertain whether he had been transported away or torn to nothingness by the overwhelming energy. The sudden turn of events left many in shock, including Thor, who had intended to rush to protect his father, momentarily stunned. Loki, Frigga, witnessing this scene, felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the still energizing Rainbow Bridge. Thor, too, was incredulous, unable to fathom the loss of his brother. "Loki, he has his own path to follow. Let him go." In Odin's golden eyes, a flicker of intertwined green light reflected, prompting him to utter these words without understanding why. Though Thor did not fully comprehend the meaning behind the words, he grasped one undeniable truth. Loki was not dead, but had journeyed to another realm. He repressed the sorrow in his heart and turned his gaze towards the eternal spear, which was still activating the Rainbow Bridge. Resolutely, he declared, "Humble turtle, for the sake of stability between the realms, let us unite our strength to shatter the Rainbow Bridge." With that, Thor's helm began to radiate intense heat, scorching the vibrant surface of the bridge, while in conjunction with the turtle's electric hammer. There was indeed a possibility of obliterating the bridge. Once the surface crumbled and the core lost its energy supply, it would cease to unleash its force upon Jotunheim. "Who permitted you to act?" Odin's cold voice rang out, as he lifted a hand to strike, wielding divine power to interrupt Thor's assault. Subsequently, he reached into the void, detaching the eternal spear from its core socket. In an instant, Thor concocted an excuse, retorting, "I heard from Loki that apart from destroying the Rainbow Bridge, there is no other way to end this catastrophic disaster. You foolish wretch. You have indeed made considerable progress during your sojourn in Midgard." Odin's eye twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that 5 millennia of guidance would fail to temper Thor's reckless nature. In merely half a month spent in Midgard, the lad had become quite cunning. "Your exile is not yet concluded. There shall be no path to the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge." Odin had initially resolved that if Thor truly fell for some Midgardian maiden, he would intervene to sever the bond, ensuring their separation across realms. Now that Thor showed no attachment to Midgard, there was no need for him to destroy his own property. The transportation industry of Asgard relied entirely upon the Rainbow Bridge, which transcended distance and weight, capable of delivering goods to any location across the 9 realms, an unparalleled marvel in the cosmos. Otherwise, how could a pantheon of gods, indulging in every pleasure, sustain the splendor of Asgard? A bitter expression crossed Thor's face as he removed the destroyer and cast a pitiful glance towards Frigga. "Mother, I..." Before he could finish, Odin reactivated the Rainbow Bridge, employing divine force to bind both him and the humble turtle, casting them into the radiant light. "They have their own paths to tread. You need not worry." While Odin consoled Frigga, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned to behold the brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge. Amidst the kaleidoscopic radiance, Thor saw the azure planet drawing ever closer, a profound despair swelling within him. The destroyer lay abandoned in Asgard, and aside from a disobedient upright lizard, he possessed but a meager sum of points. His plight was even more pitiful than when he had been exiled to Earth. He could only silently pray that upon his descent to Earth, no ambulance from a mental institution would await him. At that moment, a luminous screen materialized before him. Spoilers for Stage 2 have been generated. The system space will reopen in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. Chapter 50. Steve, it is the old man and the child. Let me take the lead. The live broadcast room has successfully commenced. Current universe. This live broadcast will unveil significant events from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Special guests. Iron Man. Tony Stark has accepted the invitation to enter the live broadcast room. Captain America. Steve Rogers has accepted the invitation to enter the live broadcast room. The Hulk. Bruce Banner has accepted the invitation to enter the live broadcast room. Thor. Thor Odinson has accepted the invitation to enter the live broadcast room. Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff has accepted the invitation to enter the live broadcast room. Hawkeye. Clint Barton has accepted the invitation to enter the live broadcast room. The live content from the Avengers will officially commence in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. 30, 29. Within the live space, familiar faces abound, yet the atmosphere appears more charged than during their previous gathering, particularly between Steve and Tony, upon entering the live space. Steve's gaze blazes with ire, as if he yearns to dismantle Tony piece by piece. What is the matter? Is it merely the revelation of a son you've never met for 70 years? What is there that is so difficult to accept? Tony, with a resigned gesture of his hands, addressed the assembly. That politician named Din looks like he was carved from the same mold as you. You still claim he is not your son, you cat. You foolish Steve nearly sweetened his tongue anew, the Mjolnir in his grasp crackling with arcs of electricity. While the environment amplified emotions to some extent, the majority of this tension was attributable to Tony's talent for provocation. Steve, you are not to touch her. She is mine, Thor exclaimed upon catching sight of Mjolnir, his emotions bubbling to the surface. They had previously agreed that Mjolnir belonged to him. He would reclaim his right one day, yet he had only returned to Asgard for a few hours, and Steve had already pilfered it away. A radiant figure in the sky spoke once more. It seems your relationships have become quite amicable during this period of reflection. The space fell into an immediate silence, all eyes turning toward the figure on the elevated platform. Which eye of yours perceives this atmosphere of harmony? Perhaps it is the one on your backside? Thor suppressed his inner sarcasm, gazing at the outline of the figure and tentatively stating, "Director, I know it is you. Cease your charade." However, no answer came. Only the cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated. The video is about to commence. Please ensure all guests are prepared. The screen flickered and the imagery shifted. The first battle after the formation of the Avengers begins. The harmonious and friendly Avengers. The video officially commences, accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire. A shell erupted from the bunker, igniting a fierce explosion in the distant jungle. Two armored military vehicles raced through the snow-laden jungle, with Barton leaning halfway out of the window, drawing his bow to shoot an arrow. Suddenly, another armed individual wearing a jetpack pursued him, intent on firing at Hawkeye, when a beam of laser shot down from above, sending the assailant flying. Iron Man descended from above, landing next to two military vehicles. Barton's voice resonated. This is our team's inaugural battle. SHIELD has instructed us to refrain from excessive force. Natasha, seated in the second military vehicle, activated her electrified gauntlet and delivered a powerful punch to the face of a jetpack-wielding gunman. The airborne assailant fell directly under the vehicle's wheels, blood spraying forth. A boisterous laugh echoed Thor's triumphant mirth. The scene shifted to Thor, who, wielding his enchanted hammer, sprinted faster than the military vehicle, brimming with exhilaration. To hell with SHIELD. I shall relish this. He swung his mighty hammer and leapt towards a distant watchtower. Upon the tower, three men clad in white uniforms aimed their firearms at Iron Man in the sky. Thor landed amidst them, proclaiming, "Cowards, are you Hawkeye? SHIELD even expects you to offer up your wife. I've never seen you so compliant." Witnessing their resistance, Thor delivered a swift kick, sending one man plummeting over 20 meters from the tower. One of the remaining men raised his weapon overhead in surrender, pleading, "I was wrong. I shall never shoot at you again." Thor responded with a decisive punch to his abdomen, sending him off the tower, declaring, "I love you, buddy. Don't kill me." The last man cried, pulling the trigger in desperation, bullets ricocheting off Thor before he was struck down by a single blow. Thor lifted his hand to catch the incoming Mjolnir, declaring, "I will annihilate all who stand in my way." A henchman with a jetpack landed on the watchtower, thrusting an electrified baton at Thor. "What do you have against my game? Open up," Thor retorted, delivering a kick that sent him flying into oblivion. The battlefield was rife with chaos, a hailstorm of gunfire echoing all around. Steve, shield in hand, appeared astride the motorcycle that had downed a S.H.L.D. aircraft, seizing a hapless foe by the leg, dragging him along, forcing his face against the ground. He shouted, "Thor, splendid work. Let me go. I'm a fan of Iron Man, and I wish to surrender." The unfortunate soul screamed. Steve discarded him as one would refuse, sending him crashing against a nearby tree. The sound of shattering bones and splattering brains resonated. Wow, brain matter everywhere. Steve maneuvered the bike, leaping over a slope. Let us eradicate Hydra and leave no survivors. Who else remains? Steve revved the motorcycle, sending two individuals sprawling. "Oh, they're elderly and children," he warned, his tone grave. "Do not interfere. Allow me to handle this." The scene shifted again as Steve sped past, closing in on the buildings of the encampment. The old man detonated another watchtower, skillfully maneuvering his motorcycle with one hand while deftly inserting a string of grenades into the entrance of a building. The explosion erupted with a fiery blaze, and Steve surged forth from the flames, his motorcycle landing with perfect stability, exclaiming, "Wow." A confident smile adorned his face as he glanced back at the explosion. At that moment, an anxious voice crackled through his earpiece. Captain, our mother is still inside the watchtower." "Who the hell blew up the building?" "Our mother is gone." "Oh no." Chapter 51. The first team building of the Serpent Shield Bureau, Iron Man swooped down from the sky like a falcon, his shoulder-mounted cannon locking onto the target, unleashing a volley of small armor-piercing rockets that whistled toward a structure. A thunderous roar followed as the rockets detonated just a meter from the building, flames soaring into the sky. Iron Man swiftly adjusted his posture, ascending rapidly. A translucent blue energy shield appeared around the building, rippling in response to the explosion. Tony narrowly avoided crashing into the shield, and witnessing his close brush with disaster, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God." Steve, racing on his motorcycle, heard Tony's words through the earpiece and glanced in his direction, muttering, "Seriously, can you not use such foul language?" He retorted, "What a loser, Tony. Are you such a coward?" The video abruptly cut off. "We truly are a harmonious and friendly group. By the way, are you all this ruthless?" Tony scratched his nose awkwardly, surveying his surroundings and genuinely questioning. "Enough of this nonsense. It's just that little black guy again," Steve thought, straining to suppress his inner fury, still struggling to adapt to the dual surge of anger. "Every time, they have to tarnish my reputation. I could never behave like that on screen." Meanwhile, Thor's gaze shifted from the hammer in his hand to the one held by Steve, inquiring, "By the way, are you not going to explain?" His expression grew increasingly dangerous, shedding any trace of his previous foolishness. "Don't tell me that during my brief absence, you were with Mjolnir the entire time." "Thor, don't misunderstand." Steve raised Mjolnir and, almost involuntarily, replied, "I have indeed spent the whole day with Mjolnir." "No, it has been an entire day. Am I charming?" At that moment, the system's voice interrupted Thor's continued incantation, and a problem description began to surface on the light screen. Question: where is the location of the first team building organized by the Serpent Shield Bureau for the Avengers? Option 1, Strax Hydra Base. Option 2, a barbecue joint on the streets of Queens, New York. Option 3, the Struta Cotton Producing Base. Option 4, a foot massage parlor in the Dominican Republic. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Pleasant? I'm not enjoying this at all. Thor silently scoffed, feeling that this was clearly an affront to him as an outsider. Why not ask about how many eyes Odin from Asgard has? He was unfamiliar with any of the aforementioned places. Was this not a direct affront to him? An aspiring youth from Asgard? The countdown of 30 seconds pulsated ominously on the foreheads of the crowd, appearing particularly glaring. "Hey, system, you've made an error. It's S.H.I.L.D., not Serpent Shield," Barton whispered. However, the system paid him no heed, only responding with a cold, unyielding countdown. Realizing he could not play the role of a concerned citizen, Barton refrained from further chatter, fearing he might be transformed from Barton to a mere shadow of himself, which would spell disaster for New York. Within SHIELD, in the command control room, Fury widened his single eye, scrutinizing the restored holographic display. As soon as Steve wielded his hammer and vanished while practicing his fluid combo, he promptly returned here, and unsurprisingly, the screen displayed the scene once more. The unfortunate sextet was once again ensnared in the system's torment. Fury fixated on the prominent words on the screen, murmuring, "Serpent Shield, Hydra." The seemingly immortal Hydra, which could sprout 100 heads when one was severed, had resurfaced. What could this mean? Did Strucker possess a base of Hydra remnants? Fury, exasperated, rubbed his bald head and then called out loudly, "Coulson, come in here immediately." Coulson, with a donut in his mouth and dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly pushed open the door to the command room. Following yesterday's explosion at the expo, he had been assigned to emergency response, on-site rescue, investigation into the cause of the incident, a press apology, managing the aftermath for the injured, and accountability for the Hammer Industries, all while also investigating the activities of the 10 rings within the country. Coulson suspected that the entire SHIELD was infiltrated, as none seemed capable of anything beyond espionage. All tasks had fallen upon him, a ploy to exhaust the only capable individual, ultimately seizing the organization without any struggle. Fury, reclining in his chair with legs crossed, addressed Coulson, "We have a significant mission for you, one that pertains to the peace and stability of the entire world. This matter is of utmost importance." His eyes gleamed with appreciation as he articulated, "Within SHIELD, I trust you above all others. Thus this task must be entrusted solely to you. Do you have confidence in your abilities?" "No, I refuse to go," Coulson replied, casting a glance at the holographic display, a foreboding feeling rising within him. "Ah, such ambition!" Fury exclaimed, abruptly rising and stepping towards Coulson, patting him on the shoulder. "You truly are my most trusted brother. I knew you could withstand my test. You are certainly no traitor. Work diligently, and when I am promoted next year, this chair will be yours." Fury turned back to his seat. "I have booked you an economy flight to Strucker S location. You may depart at once, and I will send you the mission details in due course." Meanwhile, within the system space, the spotlight focused on Steve. He chose to buzz in, solely to affirm an answer. Strack, a location he was intimately familiar with, was none other than the base of Hydra. It was here that he had engaged in a tumultuous dance of love and rivalry with the Red Skull, embarking on countless adventures together. 70 years had flown by in an instant. One would expect Hydra's base to have been obliterated by now. However, judging by the footage, it seemed that not only had Hydra survived, but its members appeared to be thriving, looking far more robust than he ever did in the past, with their technology having advanced by leaps and bounds. Contemplating this, Steve, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and answered, "I choose the first option." The Hydra base located at Strack. As soon as he made his choice, the system swiftly confirmed the result. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Steve Rogers has earned 400 points. Triggered random reward. Contractor, Deadpool." A look of confusion crossed Steve's face. He secretly wished he had answered incorrectly. The correctness of this answer implied that many had made erroneous choices back in the day. Morocco's pests of this era had evidently not been eradicated. What did they consider our sacrifices? No wonder my pension has diminished. It seems it was used to fund Hydra. And what exactly is Deadpool? A new version of the mercenary? A burst of light descended beside Steve, revealing a figure who awkwardly landed in a superheroic pose. As the brilliance faded, a person clad in red attire emerged, saying, "All right, let's see which world requires Deadpool's affection this time." Chapter 52, Steve. All right. Is this how it's going to be, Captain Telegram? Super American posterior. With a teasing remark, Deadpool made a dramatic entrance, his gaze inadvertently aligning with Steve's posterior, his eyes widening in surprise. "You, delicious pants captain, I must be in the wrong place." He quickly rose, surveying the characters around him. "It seems you haven't reached the timeline of Avengers, Infinity War yet. Keep it up. Do your best to blow up Cable on Titan." Just then, Deadpool turned to leave, but seemed to remember something. He spun back and enveloped Steve in a grand embrace. Still reeling from the shock, Steve found it hard to reconcile the previous summon, which resembled a bumbling turtle, with Deadpool's erratic and nonsensical behavior. As he felt a sudden assault on his rear, he snapped back to reality, hastily pushing Deadpool away, clutching his backside, and stepping back with a frown. "What are you doing? No, wait, who the hell are you?" "Deadpool." mimicking Batman's voice, replied in an exaggeratedly deep tone, "You can call me Batman." Noticing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. This group clearly lacked knowledge. They didn't even recognize the King of Gotham. "Thunderfire, see you." With his back to Steve, he waved his hand as if to depart. Yet darkness surrounded them, save for the glow emanating from the screen. Despite wearing a mask, one could still sense the lewd expression on Deadpool's face. "I can't believe I haven't seen this plotline before. Do I need a membership to watch it?" Additionally, Lucy finds herself in 3 separate locations alone. The remaining individuals in the space exchange bewildered glances, for from the moment Deadpool uttered his first words, none could comprehend him. "He can't possibly be the one plucked from Arkham Asylum as a reward," Barton muttered under his breath. In the stillness of the broadcast space, his voice was distinctly audible. "Arkham Asylum?" At last, someone could engage in dialogue. A flicker of surprise crossed Deadpool's face as he turned to the speaker, Barton. "Hawkeye, who would have thought you concealed your past so well? You too have resided in Arkham Asylum. However, at present, I, the Bat Spirit, must resurrect my beloved and will return to seek you later." Deadpool intended to meticulously excavate Wolverine's grave to bring him back to life, and at this moment, he felt no time to linger. He resolved to depart. Yet, after only a few steps, he was yanked back by the flow of time, repeating the same scenario, utterly unable to escape from Steve's side. A hint of irritation surfaced in Deadpool's tone. "Mystic Sorcerer, I am not Dormammu. Can you not see more clearly? Enough of this nonsense. This is a system space, devoid of sorcerers and Dormammu. You cannot escape." Steve, embarrassed by his contractor's disgraceful behavior, coldly reminded him. "System space? I've never encountered such a thing." Deadpool then noticed the figure atop the high platform, inexplicably feeling a sense of trepidation. However, he quickly realized a more pressing question and turned to Steve. "Chris Evans, how do you know about sorcerers? In your antiquated era, such things did not exist. Have you become aware of your uniqueness?" Deadpool had presumed that Steve had also breached the dimensional barrier. "Fool, The Hobbit was published in 1937. Everyone knows of the existence of sorcerers," Steve replied, arms crossed, his tone exasperated. Just then, the voice of the system interrupted their conversation once more. The screen flickered, revealing new content. In a suspended corridor, an aging Steve, holding a shield in one hand and the Mind Stone scepter along with a suitcase in the other, stealthily advanced. He spoke into his earpiece. "I'm on my way. The Mind Stone scepter is in my possession. Where the hell are you?" Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. "I'm at your place, charming your wife." "Pizza." Steve glanced back, retorting, "Damn you, Tony. I've never encountered someone with a more foul mouth than yours." A voice called out before Steve, and as he looked up, he was met by another Steve, adorned in a similar color scheme, but wearing a helmet. The future version of Steve sighed deeply, "No way." The original Steve, adjusting his earpiece, arrogantly declared, "I've caught Loki. You lot are useless." The future Steve placed his suitcase down with a sense of nostalgia, remarking, "How revolting I was back then." The old version of Steve raised his shield, taunting, "Pizza, you now look as repulsive as I do." The future version of Steve, wielding the Mind Stone, retorted, "To insult me is to insult yourself, little one." The old version of Steve slowly approached. "Oh dear, are you flustered? Sweating profusely, I see, my brother." The future version countered, "You have mistaken your opponent, old man. I am far more handsome than you." With that, the old version of Steve swung his shield fiercely at the other Steve, exclaiming, "What the hell?" The two engaged in a fierce battle, trading blows aimed at each other's vital points, while the Mind Stone clattered to the ground amidst the chaos. In the background, a cacophony of whimsical sounds echoed. The future version of Steve was the first to falter, struck in the abdomen by a powerful kick, sending him flying. "No evil shall evade justice," the victorious Steve smirked. Meanwhile, the other Steve, grimacing in pain, rose from the ground, clutching his abdomen. "All right, you want to play this way? Captain, I will rally the entire Avengers." Both men hurled their shields simultaneously. Upon collision, they fell from the suspended corridor. Seeing this, accompanied by a flurry of whimsical sounds, the two resumed their fierce hand-to-hand combat. During the tussle, the old version of Steve inadvertently tore off a photo necklace from the future version's neck. Upon seeing Peggy's picture inside, he momentarily paused, asking, "How do you possess a photo of my wife?" Chapter 53, Captain America, more voluptuous than our wives. On the suspended corridor, the two Steves stood in confrontation. Although only his chin was visible, the old version's face was flushed with a noticeable intensity. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he clutched the photo necklace tightly, demanding, "Speak. Who on earth are you? Why do you have a picture of my wife?" The future version of Steve did not respond. Instead, his gaze drifted to the Mind Stone on the ground. Suddenly, he crouched down, attempting to retrieve it. "I am your father. It's none of your business." The old version of Steve stepped on the stone, forcing his opponent to withdraw his hand, then shoved him backward. "Ouch! You crushed my hand." Clearly, the old version of Steve was the more skilled fighter. He swiftly maneuvered behind his opponent, executing a chokehold, and the two tumbled to the ground. "Tell me, why do you have a photo of my wife?" he demanded, his voice laced with menace. "Whisper it to me, and I assure you, I won't mention you when I deal with that bastard." "Director, I'm done. This guy is too heated," gasped the choked Steve, his face contorted in agony. Yet powerless, he reluctantly confessed, "I admit it. He was the one who seduced me first." "What did you say?" The original Steve finally released his grip, his face a mask of confusion. The future Steve, panting heavily, swiftly dealt a punch to the nose of the Steve behind him, exclaiming counterattack, "And I'll give you a shot cannon." After knocking the man down, he hurriedly picked up the Mind Scepter from the ground, pressing it against the chest of the original Steve while mimicking the sound effects. Zzz. The Mind Scepter flickered with a blue light. The ethereal glow illuminating the curved blade at its tip. Struck at the chest, the original Steve paused mid-motion, becoming stiff and rigid, before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. The future Steve rose, brandishing the scepter, and glanced around, realizing that no other Avengers had come to his aid. He let out a small sigh of relief. His gaze returned to the alluring figure on the ground, and he couldn't help but muse, "More perky than our wives." With that, he clutched his side and strode forward, leaving behind a single remark, "I'm off to buy some toys. Wait for me." The video abruptly cut off. "Captain, what do you think? Your dad want to buy you toys," Tony quipped, stroking his chin in jest. "Fatherly love is like a mountain. Isn't it?" A heavy gulp echoed through the air. Deadpool, devoid of decorum, squatted beside Steve, raising his hand and declaring, Hello. I want to subscribe. Please mercilessly empty Deadpool's wallet so I can see the next inappropriate content." He glanced up at the brooding Steve, teasingly adding, "Captain, I must firmly criticize your dad. He doesn't even realize you've grown up, no longer the baby in your mother's womb. It's quite forgivable to have accidentally injured you back then." Before he could finish, a shield came crashing down upon Deadpool's face, sending him flying. Subsequently, Deadpool was pulled back to the original spot by the flow of time. He knelt on the ground, his rear end in the air, striking an extremely undignified pose. Yet, he remained motionless, silent, as if he were dead. Even Steve, the instigator, felt a pang of concern. After all, this red-clad jester was a superhero. Surely he could withstand a blow from S.H.I.E.L.D. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. "Hey, you're not dead, are you?" Steve approached cautiously, anxiously nudging Deadpool's rear with his foot. Suddenly, Deadpool let out a loud cry, flamboyantly lifting himself from the ground. "I just remembered something very important." Startled. Not only was Steve taken aback, but even Tony, standing across from him, was startled. As everyone awaited an explanation, Deadpool, with a serious tone, said, "I think I left the gas on when I left the house." Bang! The mechanical voice of the system interrupted the ongoing chaos. The screen flickered, revealing a new question. Question: who is the person fighting with Steve? Options: 1. Skrulls, capable of altering their appearance at will. Can you guess if any of them exist among you? 2. Steve Rogers. 3. Joseph Rogers, the father of Captain Telegram. 4. Loki Odinson. I wish everyone a pleasant experience answering. At this moment, the barrage screen finally began to display comments again. Nick Fury. Skrulls possess the ability to entirely change their form, disguising themselves as others, and even replicating memories. Super Skrulls can even assimilate the abilities of those they mimic. Nick Fury. From the battlefield images, this appears to be the Stark Industries building, where Loki was previously hurled by the Hulk. Thus, we can essentially dismiss the second and third options. Nick Fury. Moreover, that Steve without a helmet is wielding Loki's weapon. Personally, I lean towards the idea that this individual is Loki, but you must make your own judgments. Among the present company, aside from Banner and Tony, the others could be considered prospective Avengers. Naturally, Nick Fury would not withhold information, revealing all that he knew. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Feel free to express them. Steve declared, prying Deadpool's fingers apart and reclaiming his shield, surveying the surroundings before speaking. I believe that when involved with someone else's wife, one ought to wear a helmet. Otherwise, one might get into trouble. Deadpool's mischievous voice chimed in once more. The earlier two Steves, the one without a helmet, suffered a particularly brutal beating. Tony reminisced about the content on the screen, teasingly quipping, "You mean the helmet for that head?" With no discernible clues, he could only eliminate the option regarding Steve's father. Brothers, let's not waste any more time. Make your selections swiftly. The sooner we can depart. Thor interjected after a prolonged silence, feeling a sense of urgency as the 30-second countdown approached its conclusion. He calculated that, without a definitive answer, the probability of being the first to respond was 25%, while the second responder's probability stood at 33%. The longer they delayed, the more advantageous it became for him. Barton added, "Then hurry up and answer. Do you think this person is your brother?" The atmosphere grew tense, until the beam of selection above began to rotate. No one stepped forward to respond. The system's cold voice resonated. "Regrettably, Thor Odinson, you have been selected. Your 30-second answering time begins now." Thor's expression fell instantly, casting a mournful glance at the figure on the platform. "I choose the first option. The one fighting with Steve is a Skrull." Loki's combat skills were even more inadequate, and he could easily envision the scene of his brother engaged in battle, hands spread wide, conjuring two daggers, each poised to strike. The individual above could certainly not be Loki. Thor gazed at the barrage of messages, and a voice emanated from the caller. "Fury, I trust you this once. You had better not disappoint me, or I shall treat you to a punch the size of a sandbag." As his words faded, the system began to assess the outcome. "Congratulations, your answer is incorrect." The system initiated a random punishment. As the penalty took effect, Thor received the character card. Thor, the God of Thunder, Enhanced Divine Power Version. Chapter 54, Captain America, Dormammu. I have come to endure a beating from Hydra. A radiant light gradually descended from the heavens, hovering before Thor. Something felt amiss. Had he not answered incorrectly? As he spoke, Thor took 2 steps back, certain that the voice was not a figment of his imagination, despite having provided the wrong answer. Why did the random punishment seem to present itself as a reward? Barton muttered softly, "System, you've done it again." The previous minor error was inconsequential, but this blatant favoritism is rather too obvious. Is this system still in development, being tested on us unfortunate souls? I must protest. There is foul play afoot. System, I propose that you need not confiscate Thor's character card. Simply compensate those present with some rewards. Do not rush. This character card may very well be a punishment. The live broadcast space erupted into chaos. Only Deadpool remained relatively composed, seated on the ground, lost in thought about whether he had turned off the gas before leaving that morning. "Stop barking. You're just jealous of me. The great God of Thunder is about to return." Thor's mind received the information regarding the character card, and his feigned gravitas could no longer be maintained. The corners of his mouth threatened to stretch all the way to the back of his head. Character card, Thor, the God of Thunder, Enhanced Version. Accompanying weapon, Mjolnir. The Hammer of the Thunder God. Origin, 100,000 jokes. Duration, 2.5 years. Information, a representative of combat prowess among the northern gods. Possessing extraordinary divine power, which will be significantly enhanced with the system's support, albeit with the minor flaw of being unable to speak. Note, once equipped with the character card, it cannot be revoked until the duration expires. During this period, the host's abilities will be replaced by those of the character card, excluding items. After the duration, the host may inherit a portion of the abilities. Extraordinary divine power. But unable to speak? Was this not tailor-made for him? Thor's laughter became uncontrollable. This flaw was inconsequential to him. He would much prefer silence over inadvertently barking like a dog. Before long, Thor concocted a plausible rationale. The previous director and the system had been excessively harsh, and, feeling remorseful, they had cleverly disguised this compensation as a punishment. He cast a triumphant glance at the nearby clumsy turtle and declared, "You all can be envious. You are just jealous that Thor is about to rise again. System, I wish to equip the character card." He exclaimed loudly. In a flash of light, the card suspended before him shed its golden aura, revealing its true nature. A Shiba Inu, brandishing a hammer and draped in a cloak reminiscent of Thor, adorned with a collar featuring buttons in blue, white, and red, stands proudly. Thor gazes as the radiance dissipates before his eyes. The card faces him, revealing even the minutiae of dog fur upon it. No, I don't want this. Help me. System, cancel the character card. Thor's expression shifts dramatically as he repeats his pleas. The others, bewildered by Thor's antics, are about to inquire when suddenly, the hovering card merges with Thor's chest, a beam of golden light piercing through him, intensifying until it envelopes his animated figure entirely. He truly is delighted. This time, he has indeed benefited, Tony remarks unexpectedly. As the golden light fades, an eerie silence blankets the live stream. Thor exclaims, "How has the clumsy turtle grown so large? It stands a head taller than I." He glances down at his furry paws and begins to pat his own furry face in disbelief, instantly immobilized. The remaining spectators witness the bizarre scene of a bipedal Shiba Inu exhibiting human-like terror, only to become a statue of gray and white stone, frozen in place. Cracks begin to form on its head, spreading across its body until, at the critical juncture, the petrified exterior shatters, revealing a bewildered yellow Shiba Inu within. The contrast between the dog and the turtle is stark, as if they belong to entirely different realms. Deadpool sits on the ground, counting on his fingers, seemingly calculating something when he looks up to see Thor's mouth agape. "Oh, how did a dog wander in here? Come here, pup. Deadpool will get you a bone to chew on." While crouching, Deadpool unsheathes a knife from behind him and pretends to chop down with his left hand. At that moment, the lights shift, highlighting Deadpool's raised posterior. "Regrettably, Steve Rogers, you have been selected. Your 30-second response time begins now." Steve diverts his gaze from the Shiba Inu, glancing up at the glaring red countdown. Without hesitation, he responds, "I choose the second option. That person is Steve Rogers, which is to say my future self." He recognizes himself all too well. The stance, the kicks, the shield-throwing posture, and the final display of his backside. The individual he is battling is none other than himself. Had he encountered this system prior, he would have dismissed such notions as absurd. Now, with sufficient points, temporal traversal devices are plentiful. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Steve Rogers earns 400 points. Meanwhile, the clumsy turtle gently lifts Thor's chin, urging him to close his gaping mouth. "Don't let your drool escape. Wipe it quickly." As the question on the screen vanishes, the video replays. The screen is engulfed in darkness. Only Steve's voice resonates. "Dormammu, I have come to endure a beating from Hydra." The elevator doors slide apart, illuminating the surroundings within. Inside the elevator stood a dozen individuals, each wearing a look of surprise. Langlois, with an expression of astonishment on his face, gazed outside the elevator while continuing to speak, "Summon all members of the Special Forces to be on standby. We need to escort the evidence to the forensic department." Steve, bearing a shield and with an impassive demeanor, stepped into the elevator from outside. "Captain," Langlois greeted him. "Don't get too familiar with me, sappy," Steve replied as he positioned himself in the center of the elevator, his expression inscrutable. Langlois licked his lips, lowering his gaze, hesitant to meet Steve's eyes. The others seemed equally reluctant to stir trouble, turning their heads away. As the elevator doors closed, a palpable tension enveloped the confined space. Steve's eyes flicked to a bald Special Forces member who had his hand resting on the electric baton at his thigh. He then shifted his gaze to another individual, a black man whose forehead glistened with cold sweat, visibly anxious. The elevator continued its descent. Casually, Steve scanned the surroundings and declared, "All right, you worthless fools. If you have the guts, come at me. If not, when we meet again, just call me boss." Simultaneously, he turned to the sweating man and added, "You can skip it. You're not worthy." Langlois, nervously licking his lips, forced a semblance of a smile. "All right then, sweet-talking captain. I'll make sure next time. Enough of this. Hydra scum. I won't play with you any longer." "Hand over the Tesseract," Steve proclaimed, crossing his arms defiantly across his chest. In the next moment, the Special Forces members brandished electric batons and magnetic handcuffs, some restraining his neck while others grabbed his legs, collectively forcing Steve against the elevator wall. Beat him to a pulp. Electric batons and fists rained upon Steve, and despite his super soldier physique, a pained expression surfaced on his face. The scene descended into chaos, with only Steve enduring the assault. The video abruptly cut off. What does this mean? Are they Hydra operatives? Steve pointed at the screen, turning his gaze towards Natasha, filled with confusion. During the time they returned, The individual from S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been transitioning duties to him, was none other than Langlois from the footage. Agent Coulson, who claimed to be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s second-in-command, had assured him that Langlois was trustworthy. Yet, the revelations in the footage unequivocally indicated that these individuals were indeed Hydra agents. Faced with Steve's inquiry, Natasha furrowed her brow. Having received a salary from S.H.I.E.L.D. for several years, she recognized some of the figures in the video, even if she could not recall their names. Especially after her neural pathways had been enhanced, her memories had sharpened significantly, allowing her to remember the fine details of each individual S features. These people were indeed members of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Forces. But why would they attack Steve? I'm not sure. Perhaps you should ask Fury about that. Natasha found herself unable to untangle the intricate web of relationships, thus directing her frustrations toward her superior. On the barrage screen, words incessantly appeared. Nick Fury, Steve, calm yourself. Have you forgotten the contents of the previous projections? Some of it was fabricated. Perhaps this is no different. Phil Coulson, yet a portion of it is indeed authentic. Concurrently, within the command room of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's pen was deformed by his grip, his gaze penetrating through the window toward the direction of Bartnett's lounge. He had long been aware that there were one or two moles within S.H.I.E.L.D., and he had dispatched Coulson to start precisely to uncover these matters. As for the number of projections, even he could not ascertain their quantity. According to the information at Fury's disposal, locations such as the slums where Bruce Banner once resided, Stark Towers, H.I.L.D.'s helicarrier, and the abandoned warehouses at Lavisport in Goose Country, all these places where the Avengers had entered the live broadcast space, possessed projections. Moreover, the realm of the Sorcerer and the Asgardian King should also harbor such manifestations. Who could say whether Hydra agents lurked before these interconnected projections? Or perhaps, a specific projection might even materialize within the Hydra base itself. Discussing the issue of moles on the barrage was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. They could only await the return of Steve and the others to S.H.I.E.L.D. for further deliberation. With this in mind, Fury transmitted his thoughts onto the barrage projected before him. Nick Fury, Coulson, if my memory serves me well, you should be en route to the airport, correct? Phil Coulson, Director, in order to expedite the mission, I have requested a fighter jet from the organization, striving to reach the task location as swiftly as possible. I'm currently coordinating the flight path. ISNT this a matter of urgency to serve the organization. Hence, I am here guarding the secret of the projection in Bartnett's room. Phil Coulson, the video must have been edited. The individuals depicted are among the most loyal agents in the Bureau. Even if Steve were to betray us, they would remain steadfast. Phil Coulson, just a few days ago, we were drinking and boasting. Those burly fellows couldn't even hold their bladders, let alone keep such a significant secret. I trust them. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast space, Steve indignantly pointed to his own nose, exclaiming, if I were to betray, I would swallow my hammer right here. The video continued to play. The screen flickered, and Steve's voice echoed once more. Dormammu, I have come to endure Hydra's beatings. Steve re-entered the elevator. Yet this time he appeared somewhat different, bearing a more harrowed visage. Time seemed to rewind, and the expressions of those within the elevator remained one of astonishment, though now accompanied by the bald figure of Alexander Pierce. Captain, I thought you were coordinating the search and rescue operations, Alexander remarked, exchanging a glance with Rumlow before he spoke first. Steve casually walked to the center, indicating a change in plans. The Special Forces member at the forefront slowly moved his hand toward the electric baton, beads of cold sweat forming on the forehead of the black man beside him. Romulo greeted Steve as usual, but this time, Steve did not respond with arrogance. Instead, he replied in a cordial tone. With a blank expression, Steve stated, I just received a call from the minister. I am responsible for the scepter. Upon hearing this, Alexander turned around and said, Commander, I do not understand. I need to call the Secretary General. He then took out his phone and pretended to dial. However, Steve knowingly nodded, No problem, trust me. He leaned closer to Alexander's ear and whispered in a tone audible to all present, Hail, Hydra. This phrase resonated clearly enough for everyone in the vicinity to hear. Alexander looked in shock at Romulo, who was equally astonished. Alexander's gaze returned to Steve, and he enunciated with gravity, "Avengers assemble." The electric batons, elbow strikes, chokeholds, and strong magnetic handcuffs arrived as anticipated. "Kill him." Steve found himself ensnared by a chokehold, his limbs bound, as fists rained down upon him. The video abruptly cut off. "He's playing you, Captain Hydra," Deadpool remarked while squatting on the ground, pointing at the light screen above. "But fret not. The hammer mixed with concrete number 42 is still quite delectable. You should give it a try." Beside him, Steve's fury was nearly reaching its threshold. What was Hydra? They were the ones who had slain his comrades and brothers, torn him from Peggy, devoured his pension and benefits, and ignited that war long ago. Even in death, he could never utter the phrase "Hail Hydra," let alone become the so-called Captain Hydra. The video continued playing. Another flash on the screen revealed Steve's voice, "Dormammu. I have come to endure Hydra's beating." Chapter 56. Steve, am I Captain Hydra? The situation in the elevator mirrored the previous encounter. Steve, expressionless, inquired, "Do you know why the Titanic sank?" Alexander turned back, replying, "Commander, I am not quite sure. It wasn't Timmy who blew it up." Steve surveyed the surroundings before leaning toward Alexander's ear, speaking in a normal tone. "That's because Jack loosened the screws. Kill him." The scene shifted back to the elevator. Steve looked at Alexander and said flatly, "Hey, I suspect you might be a spy for Hydra." As Alexander heard these words, he turned to look back. Steve, brimming with confidence, boldly declared before the crowd, "Every time you go to the restroom, I hear the voices of women from Sakura country. Yet you insist you are not clandestinely reporting to female agents." "I am interrogating the female agents," he retorted. "Blast him to smithereens." The video abruptly ceased. As the footage came to a halt, the gaze of the crowd shifted towards Steve, who felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to divert the conversation. "There is undoubtedly something amiss with Alexander and Rumlow, but why do we end up fighting in the elevator? Since you sincerely inquired, the illustrious Deadpool shall enlighten you. They are Hydra." Before he could finish, Deadpool's words were cut short as he nervously touched the mouth area of his mask. No further questions were necessary. It was evident that this chatterbox had been silenced, akin to the predicament Steve once faced. Concurrently, the first question regarding this video appeared on the screen. Question: what was the reason for Steve being attacked in the elevator? Option 1, shouted "Hail Hydra." Option 2, spoke arrogantly to his colleagues. Option 3, uncovered the identities of several Hydra members. Option 4, made an inappropriate joke, wishing all a pleasant answering experience. I choose the third option. I choose the third option. Before the system's announcement had concluded, Barton reiterated twice, recognizing this question as a mere formality. He would not let the opportunity slip away easily. Without waiting for the others to express their disapproval, the system's judgment was already rendered. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Clinton Barton has earned 400 reward points. A random reward was triggered. Aura, everything you do is expedited. A rush of information regarding the aura flooded Barton's mind. Aura, everything you do is expedited. With this aura, whatever task you undertake is accomplished swiftly, akin to how you answered this question. An unsettling feeling surged within Barton. For a man, being quick at tasks was not necessarily a point of pride. He already possessed a team battle aura, and, to be honest, he would have preferred to forego this reward. However, after an exhaustive search, the system could not locate an option to uninstall the aura. Indeed, Barton, you are quite swift, Natasha remarked from the side, her tone laced with sarcasm, seemingly hinting at something. The system did not grant the group much respite. The screen immediately transitioned to new content. Familiar elevator, familiar faces, yet absent was the customary opening line. Steve, with a stoic expression, proclaimed, "We have a Hydra infiltrator among us. Thus I must now safeguard the Tesseract." "I must interject," Alexander turned, questioning, "where did you procure this information?" The atmosphere in the elevator grew tense. Familiar hands instinctively grasping at their batons, and familiar beads of sweat trickled down foreheads. Steve surveyed the surroundings, wearing an expression of self-assurance as he remarked, "Is there any error in my own thoughts? Listen here, kid. Do you wish to be beaten?" Ramlo retorted, turning his head to face Steve with an air of defiance. Alexander, reaching into his pocket, retrieved his phone, prepared to make a call. "I am about to summon help." "Sweetheart, I advise against that," Steve whispered in Alexander's ear, adding, "I shall leave the door open only for you tonight." Upon hearing this, Alexander's eyes widened in astonishment as he silently tucked his phone away. The elevator doors slid open, and Steve emerged, one hand grasping a white briefcase and the other wielding a shield, a crooked smile adorning his face. Inside the elevator, Alexander and Ramlo watched Steve depart. As the video concluded, Tony inquired, "What has become of that Hydra infiltrator?" He surveyed the faces around him and suddenly appeared enlightened. "Oh, I recall. Steve has mentioned it." He fell silent for barely a heartbeat before exclaiming, "But with so many possible endings, which one is the truth?" Barton interjected, "Forget those trivialities. Have you not recognized the severity of the matter? There are Hydra agents within SHIELD. How terrifying is that?" Tony retorted, "Isn't your reaction a tad hasty? The Earth is on the brink of destruction, and it's only now that you realize there's an infiltrator." Steve disregarded Deadpool, who was idly scraping his lips with a knife, and looked up at the newly appeared question on the screen. A grave expression crossed his face. Question: what does the future hold for Steve Rogers? Option 1. Become the captain of Hydra. Option 2. Return to the past as an elderly version of himself, referred to as Old Steve. Option 3. Snap his fingers for the final time, sacrificing himself. Option 4. Transform into a whimsical version of Captain America. Best of luck to all participants. Note: the answers to this question are not singular. Multiple selections are permitted. Each correct response will yield double points, but only one response can be submitted, so choose wisely. The options presented were all exceedingly explosive, and notably, they were multiple choice. It was well known that in previous inquiries, the answers had been correct. However, Steve began to harbor doubts about their authenticity. Tony recalled the individual who had carried the coffin at Peggy's funeral, slapping his thigh in realization. "Young Steve. I initially thought that fellow was your son, but it turns out he is you yourself. Steve, you have concealed your secrets more adeptly than anyone." "Listen to me, folks," Natasha interjected after Tony finished. "Even if one answer is worth double, if one manages to correctly answer all, wouldn't that propel them to new heights?" At that moment, the answering beam converged upon Barton. With a grimace, he protested, "This is not my fault. It all happened too swiftly." Chapter 57. The Cosmic Cube under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Barton found his composure faltering. This predicament could not be solely attributed to him. After all, the influence of the chaotic atmosphere had ingrained the instinct to buzz in within him, as if it were a physiological reflex etched into his very being. A moment's distraction, and his hand, quicker than his heart, pressed the answer button. It was akin to how, at certain pivotal moments, one's blood surges to specific areas, entirely beyond the control of conscious thought. Natasha, her expression stern, challenged him. "We are a team. What do you mean by repeatedly buzzing in?" If the annotations of the questions held any truth, then each correct answer would yield rewards that doubled. Thus, for this multiple-choice query, answering 2 correctly would grant double the reward, 3 would result in quadruple, and 4 would yield an octuple reward, assuming all answers were indeed correct. The potential gains far surpassed those from the first live streaming session, especially with the recent increase in point rewards. Conversely, selecting merely one correct answer would minimize benefits significantly. Faced with the interrogation from his former girlfriend, Barton found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he reluctantly conceded, "Well, in that case, I'll choose a wrong answer." You all should use this time wisely to deduce the most likely correct answers. Aware of his own misstep, and owing to his inherently honest nature, he did not press further, softly stating, "I'll select the Hydra option. It seems the least probable." He glanced around at everyone, explaining, "What kind of person is Steve? He is the vanquisher of Hydra, a paragon of wartime heroism, a man of justice capable of wielding Mjolnir. How could someone like him possibly be a member of an evil organization?" "That's a fair point," Steve mused, weighing Mjolnir in his hand, casting a steely gaze over the group. "You owe your current circumstances to the sacrifices I made back then. Otherwise, you would be the ones harvesting cotton today." His gaze shifted to Tony, and he declared with conviction, "Barton, I support you. Choose the first option." "All right, sweet talker," Tony replied, "as long as you're happy. Let us hope the Joker isn't eliminating threats for SHIELD. His eyes flicked away from Steve, and he began to pick at his fingernails. Banner attempted to interject, "Hey guys, why not consider selecting all 4 answers that way?" But his suggestion fell on deaf ears, leaving him to swallow his unfinished words. At that moment, the countdown neared its end. Barton raised his hand high, proclaiming, "System, I choose the first option. Steve's future is to become the captain of Hydra." The system promptly assessed his choice. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Clinton Barton has earned 450 reward points." Triggering random reward, Cosmic Cube, incomplete version. A ghostly blue cube slowly descended before Barton, its radiant glow momentarily illuminating the entire livestream space. As the brilliance gradually receded and dimmed, it ultimately revealed a transparent glass-like cube emanating a soft luminescence. Immediately, a surge of information flooded Barton's mind. Cosmic Cube, incomplete version, a unique and sufficiently stable energy matrix, filled with energy provided by extraterrestrial races from unknown dimensions. By harnessing the Cosmic Cube, its possessor can transform their innermost desires into reality, ranging from manipulating elements to altering the fabric of time and space, transcending logic, subject to individual capability. What is this object? Ignoring all else, Barton instinctively reached out to grasp the floating energy matrix. Upon its touch, a ghostly blue light flickered in his eyes, as if he glimpsed something terrifying, causing him to reflexively withdraw his hand. The Cosmic Cube, now unsupported, remained suspended in midair. Motionless. "Barton, are you trying to stir up trouble?" Natasha remarked, her voice laced with disbelief. Rather than steering the situation towards a favorable outcome, he had instead propelled it towards the worst possible scenario. She turned her gaze to Steve, opening her mouth to speak, yet hesitated, words caught in her throat. "Huh, am I the Hydra captain?" Steve exclaimed, pointing at himself, both exasperated and amused. He deemed it beneath him to provide an explanation. The atmosphere in the space grew oddly tense. "Well, it's not worth fretting over. Isn't it all about the future?" Natasha asserted, reminding them that the future could indeed be altered. As the team's mediator, she played a crucial role in this pivotal moment. She gestured towards the still petrified Thor nearby, saying, "Look, the system indicated that Thor would die, yet here he is, still full of life. Isn't he?" Tony also glanced over. Though the stones encasing Thor had shattered, he remained in a half-seated position, lost in thought. "I believe his current state is hardly different from being dead. Aside from his heart still beating, his spirit has perished." An automatic voice from the caller seemed to affirm Thor's vitality. "I am Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of the Norse gods. Hey folks, there's something crucial I think you need to know. This is far more serious than Steve turning into Hydra captain." Barton's low voice interjected. He carefully cradled the Cosmic Cube in his palm and stated solemnly, "There is an issue with the Cosmic Cube. It appears to have developed self-awareness." "So what? Is it akin to artificial intelligence?" Tony inquired. Barton retracted his hand, the transparent cube hovering in the air as he continued. "The moment I made contact with it, I acquired its information. This incomplete Cosmic Cube has already transcended omniscience and omnipotence. It can surpass all human imagination, and I find myself unable to fully control it. In other words, once this consciousness fully awakens, we may either gain an invincible superhero or confront an insurmountable villain." Tony glanced at the Shiba Inu and inquired, "Is this for real? It can't be akin to some thunder god, can it?" Just then, the light screen flickered, revealing new content. The video continued to play. The scene shifted to a rooftop, where a bald woman clad in a flowing yellow garment gazed into the distance. Suddenly, a small green dot appeared in the sky behind her, rapidly enlarging. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed the Hulk leaping into the air, landing precisely on the rooftop, and creating a deep crater in the concrete. This version of the Hulk appeared smaller than the original, with a hint of Banner's spirit on his face, suggesting a certain weariness. The bald woman turned to face Banner, her expression betraying no astonishment. Chapter 58. Hulk. When I have time, I pursue pleasure. Ancient One, with a puzzled expression, addressed the Hulk before her. "What are you planning to do?" "Of course, I have a plan," the Hulk replied as he approached, tearing off his gray tank top with a grin. "I haven't had a go with a monk yet." Before he could finish, he suddenly paused, as if recalling something. "However, my target this time is Doctor Strange. You'll have to wait." "Strange?" The Ancient One's demeanor relaxed a bit as she pointed in a certain direction. "Strange is currently performing surgery outside the 21st District. I believe you may have come to the wrong place or at the wrong time." "You know Strange? That simplifies matters. Are you acquainted with someone named the Ancient One? She has a hairstyle similar to yours, and Strange sent me back to deal with her." The Hulk clenched his left hand into a fist with his right, cracking his knuckles ominously. The Ancient One's expression turned icy as she stood with her hands behind her back, confronting the Hulk. "I am the Ancient One. My apologies, Goddess." Upon hearing this, the Hulk slowly approached the Ancient One. Unfazed by the hulking figure before her, the Ancient One calmly advised, "Big Green, emptiness is form, and form is emptiness. Do not engage in actions that you may later regret. I care not for such notions. When I have time, I pursue pleasure." The Hulk was resolute in ignoring her counsel, and as he drew within a few steps, he reached out toward the necklace hanging from the Ancient One's chest. In response, the Ancient One deftly sidestepped and struck the Hulk's chest with a swift palm. A radiant golden light surged forth, enveloping the Hulk, and shortly thereafter, a spectral image of Banner was expelled from within him, floating effortlessly in the air. The Hulk's massive form collapsed, sound asleep. Banner hovered in midair, incredulously gazing at his hands. "Oh my, Mamma Mia, I've been forcibly separated. Goddess, I find myself out of time now, and I shall no longer pursue pleasure." Banner waved his hands dismissively, explaining, "I confess, this was all strange idea." He claimed to have discovered the identity of the individual who drove that car back in the day, and urged me to return and assist him in seeking vengeance. Ancient One glanced down at the eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck, pondering whether he should drive a dump truck in the future, contemplating if he could send Strange across to another dimension. The video abruptly ceased. Is this fellow Ancient One? And who exactly is Dr. Strange? Tony inquired, pointing at the bald figure frozen on the screen. The impressive names that Odin and Ancient One had invoked upon entering the live stream were etched deeply in their minds. Indeed, the capabilities possessed by Ancient One were beyond anything they could currently muster. Even Hulk could scarcely endure a single blow. Silence enveloped the live streaming space, leaving Tony to turn back to Banner. "Banner, it appears the entity within you has been designated as extremely dangerous by the military, for good reason. With such a formidable presence, are you not concerned others might falter?" Messages raced across the barrage screen. "Nick Fury, esteemed Master Ancient One, please do not take offense. This matter bears no relation to our SHIELD, or the Avengers. It is solely the responsibility of the live streaming system. I hope for your understanding. Nick Fury, Stark, mind your words and actions. Do not let the negative amplification from the live system influence you. If you continue to draw attention, it may lead to dire consequences for your future. Commodore, this matter is in the past. I hope you refrain from bringing it up again. As guardians of Earth, tearing each other apart will only lead to a loss of face. We have already witnessed the system's shortcomings. Phil Coulson, Director, the issue with the screen has been leaked. Congress has sent someone to take over. Damn, don't touch me. I'm a senior agent, and by rank, you ought to address me as Sir. Alexander Pierce, how could such a thing be hidden so deeply? I must inform the Secretary General. These incompetent fools cannot even manage Coulson. Alexander Pierce, oh no, how did my private thoughts end up on that screen? Alexander Pierce, I must control my thoughts. I cannot reveal my secret affiliation with Hydra. Think of something else. Come on, Pierce, you can do this. The comments on the barrage screen were even more riveting than those in the live space, causing Tony to forget his inclination to critique. Barton looked up at the barrage and murmured, "We're in trouble. SHIELD is in disarray, and Alexander is indeed compromised. I've always suspected that old man was not trustworthy." After the fact, Natasha retorted, rolling her eyes. "You've been meeting him daily for 2.5 years when you weren't on missions. Why didn't you expose him then? And what about that Hydra captain beside you? Why didn't you confront him directly?" At that moment, the system's display encountered an issue. Question: why did Ancient One not intervene during the Battle of New York? Option 1. Because Ancient One was not present at the scene. Option 2. They're all minor Karami, disdainful of taking action. Option 3. She needs to create a car accident. There is no time to act. Option 4. Due to timeline issues, she cannot take action. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience while answering. As the surrounding crowd continued to watch the barrage of comments, Tony quickly responded, "System, I choose the fourth option. Ancient One cannot act due to timeline constraints." This was the only answer that seemed somewhat credible, and he naturally opted for it. The system's pronouncement echoed, enveloping the space in silence. "Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Tony Stark has been awarded 450 points. A random reward has been triggered. Megatron body. A beam of light descended beside Tony, and shortly thereafter, a colossal mechanical being materialized. Its exterior was predominantly deep gray or black, adorned with red or yellow detailing. Its structure was immense and robust, the head resembling that of a lion, complete with a pair of sharp horns and piercing red eyes. An energy core was embedded in its chest, radiating a mesmerizing interplay of bright blue and purple luminescence. Additionally, its arms and legs were equipped with razor-sharp claws, and a cannon was mounted on its arm armor. The dark muzzle of the cannon aimed directly at Tony's head, causing him to instinctively recoil in alarm. Only then did he take a moment to appreciate the intricate and towering robot before him. This fellow hardly embodies the essence of a good-natured being, Tony mused, finding something unsettling about Megatron's visage. Suddenly, the crimson glow in Megatron's eyes flared brightly, startling the meticulous observer into a hasty retreat. Chapter 59, Satan, Awakening to find myself second on the kill count leaderboard. Faced with this behemoth, sharing the same space with it, Tony felt an undeniable surge of tension. After all, based on the previous encounters with the bumbling turtle and Deadpool, guests in the same position and the reward creatures could engage in combat. Currently, without his armor and confronted by this mechanical entity, towering nearly 18 meters and weighing several tons, a single step could easily crush him. Fortunately, aside from the ominous glow of its eyes, Megatron remained motionless, as if merely a statue. The sudden appearance of the towering Decepticon also startled the others present in the space. Barton instinctively took a few steps back, gazing up at the six-story killing machine, marveling, what on earth is this creature? Natasha, ever vigilant, regarded Megatron with caution, articulating slowly, Megatron, a highly intelligent robot from the Transformers universe. They possess the ability to transform and wield combat skills, capable of freely switching between robotic and vehicular forms as silicon-based life forms. Her brain's development had reached 20%, not only greatly enhancing her memory, but also elevating her learning and perception to a staggering degree. She was well aware of the myriad entities existing within the system's marketplace. Silicon-based life forms? Tony, in disbelief, tentatively touched the cold, unyielding surface of Megatron's toe, a sensation starkly different from any metal or alloy he had previously encountered. Do they possess consciousness? Are they an alternative form of life? Natasha continued her explanation. It may be somewhat inaccurate to describe them as silicon-based life forms. In precise terms, they are new life forms composed of Cybertronian metal, and this Megatron stands as the leader of the mechanized beings on the opposite side of Earth. She recalled the description from the system's rewards and added, however, the current Megatron appears devoid of consciousness, which could be attributed to its mere corporeal existence. The number of adversaries is indeed escalating. Hydra, Chitauri, the Decepticons, Loki, along with an ambiguous cosmic cube. Can we truly withstand this onslaught? When Barton mentioned Hydra, he cast a furtive glance at Steve before stowing away the cosmic cube, intending to further study it upon their return. As the only ordinary human present, he felt an immense weight of pressure. The image on the screen froze momentarily before shifting to reveal new content. The video continued to play. Skyscrapers lay in ruins, smoke billowing amidst the debris. The streets were littered with rubble and shattered glass, the once pristine pavement now pockmarked and riddled with bullet holes. Officers stood in the street, guns raised, aiming at the sky, as lasers occasionally struck the convoy, igniting explosions. Chitauri flying crafts zipped through the sky. Suddenly, clad in battle armor, Steve plummeted from the heavens, landing with a superhero's grace atop a car. All the police officers aimed their weapons at this figure. Ouch! My knee! Steve grimaced in pain, turning to address everyone present. Listen up, you fools, hand over everything of value along with the flower girls, or if I go berserk, I might even harm my own family. Lower your weapons, not that. The leading officer signaled for the others to lower their guns. He then inquired of Steve, would you mind putting on a little show? At that moment, two Chitauri descended, one on either side of Steve. Steve crouched and struck the left Chitauri in the face with a shield, sending it flying with a powerful blow. Sorry, big brother, I just greened you. Immediately, he raised a shield in front of him, deflecting the Chitauri's laser weapon off his vibranium shield, sending the beam astray. Amidst the background noise, cries of men in agony and explosions could be heard. Steve sent the Chitauri's weapon flying with his shield and delivered a punch to its chest. Sister-in-law. I'm not interested anymore, though your figure remains splendid. The scene shifted. The officer turned his head to the radio and said, calling the hospital, there's a street brawl happening at 23rd block involving big brother and sister-in-law. Send a vehicle immediately. There truly are a multitude of lunatics nowadays. The camera panned to the skyline above. Iron Man, cradling a nuclear missile, soared towards the war-torn city, greeting, good morning, New York. Have you had your meal? He then delivered a takeaway with a cheerful wish for a pleasant dining experience. The video abruptly cut off. If I am not mistaken, that appears to be an 80 model nuclear warhead. Barton's eyes widened as he gazed at the final frame of the video. Could it be that the villains have multiplied? Tony immediately recognized the missile he was holding, murmuring, it's an air-launched cruise missile, Model 86, with a yield ranging from 5 to 15 kilotons. If this warhead detonates, the entire city would likely face annihilation. The resident population of the city is approximately 8 million, and considering the suddenness of the Chitauri invasion, most would surely be unable to escape in time. Tony could scarcely fathom the implications. To personally be responsible for the demise of 8 million lives would be unbearable. Upon awakening, even the darkest demons would yield to him. Barton assessed the 5 individuals present, along with the dog, noting that the villains were now in the majority. He had no doubt that if the video continued, the Avengers would metamorphose into an evil sextet. Regardless of the video's authenticity, it had not yet come to pass. One could treat it as mere fiction. Natasha broke the somber atmosphere, offering a word of comfort. Her gaze shifted to the comment section, where no new messages had appeared for some time. With so many agents in SHIELD, the capture of only Alexander and a few from the Special Forces should not lead to calamity. Should it? At that moment, new content appeared on the screen. Question: how many lives will the nuclear missile in the video claim? Option 1, 200,000. Option 2, 2 million. Option 3, 8 million. Option 4, 130 million. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Tony's heart tightened at the sight of the question, as if gripped by a giant hand. He couldn't help but inquire, what does this mean? Is the nuclear missile truly detonating in the city? Stark, don't panic, Natasha interjected. Do you remember the question about how you died? One of the answers was that you used a nuclear missile to obliterate Thanos' ship. Could this nuclear missile be the same? The previous live broadcast had occurred less than a month prior, and everyone clearly recalled its content. Natasha's reminder prompted the recollection of those events. Tony also remembered and promptly asked, so the question arises, who exactly is Thanos? Chapter 60. My idol Iron Man can smash 10 American werewolf captains. The marketplace regarding the Marvel Universe contained no references to Thanos, merely a single entry describing him as one of the many bearers of the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos. Unworthy even of a name. Natasha was unaware of the connection between the two, and in response to Tony's inquiry, she could merely shake her head, stating, I do not know. Perhaps Thor might possess the knowledge, but alas, it appears he is currently unable to speak. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern deities. The clumsy creature pressed the button on the second collar around Thor's neck. Thor shook off the blue hand, and the collar emitted its mechanical sound once more. Do not compel me to act. My divine power has returned. The device was unaffected by the character card, and the original collar could still function normally. Deadpool, bouncing beside Steve with his hand raised, drew the attention of the crowd. He glanced around, and his gaze landed on Steve's exaggeratedly muscular chest, as if he had something to express. He approached Steve, only to be pushed away when he traced a finger over the contours of Steve's chest. Damn it, man. I'm not into that. Steve, it seems Deadpool knows who Thanos is. He appears to be writing a name. Barton observed with keen eyesight, quickly noticing the details. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, the pitiful Deadpool turned away, avoiding everyone's gaze, as if zipping up his fly. The others could only see his back as he tugged at something, his body shaking, accompanied by indistinct cries of anguish, appearing rather pained. Deadpool triumphantly raised a pair of white underpants, emitting a gleeful laugh. Then, under the expectant yet reluctant gazes of the onlookers, he unsheathed a curved knife from behind and severed a finger to use as a writing implement. He wrote while dodging Steve's scrutinizing gaze. Subsequently, he pulled the corners of the underpants to reveal the content to the crowd. My gas is off. Hit him. Fortunately, The remaining guests in the space were unable to intervene. Otherwise, Deadpool would have experienced firsthand the sensation of Steve being beaten in the elevator. After this interruption, the countdown on the live stream had already concluded. No one attempted to buzz in, leaving the system to select a participant. The spotlight focused on Tony, and soon after, the announcement echoed. Regrettably, Tony Stark, you have been chosen. Your 30 seconds to respond begins now. The astonishment on Tony's face was still evident as he looked up at the screen, muttering, Barton, why are you so slow this time? It's precisely because it was too fast that the cooldown period was also shortened. Barton lacked confidence and had little desire to buzz in, and the aura wisely did not activate. Seeing Deadpool once again raising his rear, placing the underpants on the ground to draw, Tony realized he could not afford to wait any longer. After all, Deadpool's previous antics were witnessed by all, and Tony suspected that Deadpool might attempt to create a rendition of the Mona Lisa's smile on the underpants. Relying on this guy was less promising than hoping that the individual on the podium would show mercy and secretly provide him with the answer. As the countdown neared 0, Tony managed to formulate an answer. I choose the third option, 8 million. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is currently executing a random penalty. The penalty is in effect, stripping Tony Stark of 1/5 of Stark Industries' market value. Upon hearing this, Tony did not even raise an eyebrow. To him, it was hardly a punishment. As long as he was at the helm of Stark Industries, generating profit was merely a matter of course. Previously, due to a brush with death, he had relinquished a significant portion of his assets. At that time, all media outlets reported that Stark Industries was on the verge of collapse due to Tony's departure from the arms trade and issues with Congress, prompting a massive sell-off by retail investors. Yet, when he recovered, he swiftly stabilized the situation. With an impassive expression, Tony remarked, I have eliminated one erroneous answer for you. The rest is up to you. This question, even the unfortunate souls who had been bombed might not have known the death toll, let alone sentient beings. The others present in the live broadcast were equally unaware, waiting for the selection to commence. At that moment, Deadpool raised his underwear high, the crooked letters proclaiming, Trust me. Choose the third option. The nuclear strike claimed 8 million lives, and Deadpool does not lie. Just then, the system announced, Regrettably, Natasha Romanoff, you have been selected. Your 30 seconds to answer begins now. Natasha gazed at the lights converging above and let out a slight sigh. I choose the fourth option. 130 million lives will be extinguished. Uncertain of the answer, she could only make a blind guess, hoping that Lady Luck would favor her. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Natasha Romanoff has been awarded 400 points. A random reward was triggered. Central Nervous System Enhancement Powder, version 4. Golden light descended, and a briefcase appeared in Natasha's hands. Upon opening it, she discovered it filled with packets of white powder. As an agent, she quickly associated it with a type of stimulant. A surge of information flooded her mind. Name, Central Nervous System Enhancement Powder, version 4. Usage significantly enhances the user's intelligence and physical abilities. Side effects, when consumed by a cerebral developer, it will increase the development level of the brain. Note, the enhanced version removes the addictive and lethal properties of the powder. A minimum gap of 2 months must be observed between doses, or unpredictable results may occur. Cerebral enhancement agent? Natasha stared blankly at the powder before her. She had previously encountered this substance in the super body world of the marketplace, but the dire consequences had deterred her from redeeming it. The system's video continued to play. Inside a tactical command vehicle, numerous Special Forces personnel equipped with tactical gear stood. Most notably were Steve, donned in his combat suit, and Natasha, with her striking red hair nearby. A group of individuals gazed at the screen mounted on the vehicle's interior wall. As the camera zooms in, a soldier's information and profile picture appear, while hands continuously tap on the screen. We must rescue the hostages quickly, Captain, Ramlo said, retracting his hand and glancing at Steve beside him. Who is a hostage? Steve inquired. Ramlo opened another person's information, revealing none other than Alexander, whose bald head was particularly conspicuous on the screen. Hesitatingly, Ramlo stated, The hostage's name is my idol, Iron Man, who can crush 10 American werewolves. Chapter 61, Captain America. Tomorrow at 11, no one is to call anyone. The atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly grew silent. The members of the Special Forces discreetly turned away, facing away from the conversation between Steve and Ramlo, and began counting their toes. Natasha pretended not to notice, fiddling with the electric shock bracelet in her hand. Steve glanced at the large photo of Alexander, raising an eyebrow as if committing it to memory, before his expression softened. I'll go down first. As he tightened the sleeves of his combat suit, he continued, wait for my command, you pathetic lot. This innocent hostage is meant for me to rescue personally. Steve surveyed the silent onlookers, his face cold. I never expected that those who adore Iron Man have not yet perished. With no one meeting his gaze, Steve finally felt satisfied as he exited the vehicle, leaving behind a final remark. Wait for my command, you worthless beings. Ramlo lowered his head to adjust his equipment, speaking with a tone of resignation. All right, sweet-tongued captain. The scene shifted. Now on a rooftop, Steve was helping Alexander adjust his collar, then gave a light pat on his bald head. Natasha, dressed in casual attire, stood nearby. With a polite yet awkward smile, Alexander said, Captain, I'm your superfan. Could I please have your autograph? Thank you. Steve nodded slightly, then straightened Alexander's attire, adding, I wish you a life that soars high. Stepping back to clear the way, he remarked, remember to say hello to Satan for me. Off you go. Natasha abruptly kicked Alexander, sending him flying off the rooftop's edge. The scene shifted once more. Now located within S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Tony stood before Steve. Captain, I heard your rescue mission was unsuccessful. Pathetic coward. Do you have an issue with me? Steve tilted his head and retorted, the foolish criminals have been successfully eliminated by me. The mission was a resounding success. Who is spreading these foul rumors here? And how did the hostage die? Tony asked, frowning. Steve sighed deeply. He saw his idol, which led to excitement-induced cardiac arrest, and the marks on his shield. Tony gestured to his neck with his palm. Steve's face contorted with impatience as he remarked, he fainted and crashed into my shield. He fainted 16 times? Tony inquired further. With a finger jabbing at Tony's chest, Steve retorted, shut your mouth, you foul little brat, or I'll show you what it means to be the captain of the American Werewolves. With that, he attempted to bypass Tony and make his exit. One more thing, Tony called out, but Steve's words interrupted him. Clenching his jaw, Steve enunciated deliberately, tomorrow at 11, no one is to bring anyone else. Without a backward glance, he departed. Text on video. The following day, within a derelict building, Tony, clad in armor, found himself besieged by Steve and Bucky. Bucky, on the left, executed a low kick aimed at Tony's groin, momentarily disrupting his balance. Tony staggered back, regaining his stance as he raised his right hand, preparing to retaliate with a repulsor blast. At that moment, Steve swung his shield in a full 360-degree arc, delivering a resounding blow to Tony's face. Do you have a problem with that, Iron Man? Tony's repulsor shot was thwarted, forcing him into a defensive stance as he aimed a left hook at Bucky, blocking the latter's mechanical arm. Bucky, frustrated by his thwarted strike, unleashed a powerful kick to Tony's leg joint, sending him to one knee. One experience, feigning 16 times? Steve observed Bucky's success and, gripping the edge of his shield, momentarily gathered strength before hurling it, exclaiming, you think you can take down 10 more wolves? The vibranium shield struck Tony's chest armor and rebounded into Bucky's hands. Without mercy, Bucky donned the shield and aimed another strike at Tony's groin. Watch my heavy hit. Sparks flew as Bucky prepared to unleash another kick. Tony knelt on one knee, grateful for the durability of his armor, enduring a flurry of attacks. He attempted to counter, raising his fist to block Bucky's incoming kick from the left. One-on-one, come on. Steve leaped and struck Tony on the head, causing it to tilt. The video faded to black, leaving only the sounds of clanging metal and shouts intermingling. As the noise gradually diminished, the screen remained dark. Inside the live-streaming space, a profound silence ensued. After a moment, Tony, furrowing his brow, broke the silence. Captain, do you have a problem with me? Bucky? He was indeed still alive. Steve felt a torrent of frustration surge within him, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, as the joy of his dear friend's survival was momentarily overshadowed. Captain Steve? I know you can hear me. After 11, no one is to bring anyone else. Steve glared at the provocateur Tony with evident disdain, uttering a single remark before lapsing into silence. I shall not partake. Are you planning a mixed doubles match for couples? It seems I am merely the intermediary. Tony shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to endure unwarranted punishment. He possessed a profound confidence. In a duel, none could surpass him. With a missile launched, whether it be a Shiba Inu or a super soldier, they would inevitably be reduced to mere rubble. Yet, Tony had no desire to take a life. Should he lose, his pride would be shattered, and if victorious, he would be burdened with medical expenses for this World War II veteran. Absolutely not. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation. Bucky Barnes, where's your lovely spouse? I have never laid eyes upon her. He teased, are you entangled in a love triangle? Perhaps she has gone off to live with Old Man Rogers, leaving you here in solitary wretchedness. None of your concern, Steve retorted coldly. Memories of the elderly man who had once lifted a coffin together with him flooding back. His features were as if sculpted from the same mold as Steve's. And coupled with the earlier footage of himself battling his own likeness, it reaffirmed the notion that his future self would traverse time and space. To accompany Peggy in a clandestine marriage, to rescue Bucky from the icy abyss, was this series of events not the very reason for his temporal journey? The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Steve smacked his thigh, realizing he is indeed avoiding me. Chapter 62. Rhodey, with a frail constitution, refrained from indulging in stimulating videos. A sudden epiphany struck Tony, who blurted out without a moment's hesitation, during your absence, might your dear brother have strayed? He likely knows he is in the wrong, and thus dares not confront you. Would you kindly silence yourself? Steve admonished. I merely suggested a possibility. If you find it displeasing, I shall refrain from further comment. Tony shrugged, muttering to himself, while it may be uncomfortable for anyone, one could view it from another perspective. After all, your friend's wife. Before he could finish, Steve roared, you insufferable fool. I shall sew that foul mouth of yours shut one day. Nearby, Deadpool's eyes widened in delight, clapping enthusiastically. This world was far more amusing than he had previously imagined. At that moment, a question materialized upon the screen. Question: where is Barton Barnes currently located? Option 1, Strack Hydra Base. Option 2, Carter Manor in Queens, New York. Option 3, a barbecue joint on the streets of Brooklyn, New York. Option 4, Linton Cemetery in Queens, New York. Wishing everyone an enjoyable answering experience. I wish you joy in your Moroccan bread, Steve muttered under his breath, his lips twitching slightly. What did you say? Tony, positioned in opposition, feigned listening intently before suddenly exclaiming in realization. Ah, I comprehend. You were cursing, perhaps even cursing the system itself. Moroccan bread, pizza, shut your mouth. Steve glared at Tony, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Why does this troublesome individual seem to target him at every turn? Does he perceive this honest man as an easy victim? Ladies and gentlemen, would you care to respond? I feel I am on the verge of losing my composure, Barton weakly interjected at this moment. Noticing the lack of attention towards him, he was about to buzz in, only to find the buzzer had been instantly locked, and the spotlight shifted toward a nearby Shiba Inu. I choose the first option. Barton Barnes is indeed within the Hydra base located in Strucker's domain. Thor stood firm, his gaze firmly fixed upon the silhouette on the elevated platform, where two flames danced within his pupils. Just as Barton uttered the words, Thor, the Shiba Inu turned menacingly towards him. Woof! Thor's prolonged tail sound echoed, reflecting Barton's figure in the flames of his eyes, compelling the latter to swallow his words back. Upon receiving the answer, the system immediately rendered judgment. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Thor Odinson has earned 500 reward points. A random reward has been triggered. Character card. Loki. Once more, a radiant light descended upon the platform, and a card-like object floated before Thor, an influx of information flooding his mind. Character card. Loki, accompanying weapon, a fawn capable of severing stone and gold. Origin. Marvel Multiverse. Duration, 2.5 years. Information. This variant of Loki possesses significantly enhanced melee capabilities, with a substantial boost to divine power under the system's enhancement, albeit with a minor flaw of being mute. Note, once equipped, the character card cannot be unequipped until the duration expires. During the period of equipment, all of the host's abilities will be replaced by those of the character card, with the exception of items. After the card expires, the host may inherit some of the abilities. I have had enough. I can finally transform into a human form. Thor was just about to touch the character card to equip it. Even wearing his brother's face would be preferable to his current Shiba Inu appearance. However, just as he reached out, he was halted by the clumsy turtle beside him. What if you wait? What if the system tricks you again? It is true. Yet without touching this character card, the light will not dissipate, and I remain unaware of its appearance. Thor glanced at the furry little paw and withdrew his arm. In another world, Thor is a dog. One cannot dismiss the possibility of what Loki might become in a different realm. What if he turned into a grotesque abomination? That would ruin his life entirely. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the other side as well. So your brother is also with Hydra. It seems the Super Baby Alliance is doomed. Have you all divided your belongings? Each to their own. And when we next meet, we shall be enemies. Tony feigned surprise. Aerial combat spécialiste. There's no need to wait for our next encounter. We are enemies now. Steve's face flushed crimson, steam nearly escaping his nostrils, on the verge of charging at Tony. Stark, do not cause any more trouble. Natasha interjected. Bucky is at the Hydra base, and soon Steve will also become the captain of Hydra. It is quite evident that the two of them will be working together to confront you. Subsequently, Steve is likely to venture to Strucker's location to rescue someone. However, for reasons unknown, he will become affiliated with Hydra, a timeline that seems to fall after the Chitauri invasion of Earth. Natasha gestured for Steve to remain calm. We are well aware of Steve's character. The super soldier serum amplifies the personality traits of its recipient. Those with malevolent intentions will become increasingly wicked, while those with a sense of justice will embody even greater righteousness. He belongs to the latter category, despite his current penchant for cursing. Steve, you must not go to Strucker under any circumstances. Upon hearing her commanding tone, Steve retorted, I will not abandon Bucky. Even if it is a trap, I must go. Barton interrupted their conversation. Have you forgotten about Coulson? His previous message in the comments seemed to indicate he was heading to Strucker. Although the comments did not explicitly state this, their dialogue between him and Fury, along with hints from previous system issues, provided a rough understanding of the situation. Barton glanced at the comments, which had fallen silent for some time, and asked Coulson, Are you all right? Just then, the screen flickered back to life. The video continued to play. Rhodey appeared in a dimly lit basement, suddenly sprinting forward while exclaiming, Oh no, Love Island is on. He quickly helped Stark, who was lying on the ground, to his feet, saying, Buddy, why are you sleeping on the floor? Tony, pale and grasping Rhodey's jacket, managed to sit up with great effort. What the hell, I just passed out. Rhodey assisted Tony, I told you. With your fragile constitution, you shouldn't watch so many intense videos. Tony leaned against the wall, feebly declaring, I swear this is the last time. Chapter 63. The cause of Captain America's crash. The sun shone brightly, bathing the expansive golden wheat fields beneath the azure sky. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the wheat to ripple, while in the distance, a neat fence enclosed a lush green meadow. In a corner of this pastoral landscape stood a quaintly styled farmhouse. The camera slowly zoomed in, revealing Tony standing beside the fence, an imperceptible melancholy etched on his face. What's wrong, buddy? You've been wearing that long face all day, Steve's voice called out from off-screen as he strolled over leisurely. With a light-hearted tease, Steve bent down to collect scattered wood from the ground and carefully placed it atop a tree stump. Tony, gripping the handle of an axe with a stoic expression, asked, Do you believe in love? Steve, hands on his hips and a warm smile gracing his lips, responded cheerfully, What happened? Tell me, so I can cheer you up. Tony raised his axe, striking the firewood on the stump with a force that echoed his frustration. My damned girlfriend has betrayed me, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with resentment. The firewood splintered under the weight of his blow, the axe embedding deeply into the stump. Steve maintained his warm, breezy smile, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. Tony's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with confusion and anger. Are you out of your mind? I Haven T received some commendation. I've been wronged, utterly wronged. Do you even comprehend what it means to be betrayed? His tone grew more urgent, his voice rising in intensity. I've been betrayed, and you're congratulating me? Oh, I forgot. You've also been betrayed, and with a few colorful offspring to boot. My friend, what S done is done. Your only recourse now is to forgive her. Steve's voice carried a note of acceptance. And think about it. This way, you can sleep with someone else's girlfriend. Are you truly at a loss? Tony appeared contemplative. The scene shifted. Inside the seaside villa, Tony passionately kissed a voluptuous female journalist, entangled in sheets until they tumbled from the grand bed. The video abruptly cut off. Not this again. Can't you find a new woman? Tony seemed accustomed to the teasing, dismissing the earlier mockery as if it were invisible. However, he had strong opinions about the final scene. He had been with countless beautiful women, far more appealing than this journalist. Why linger on her? His gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and he suddenly spoke up. By the way, where were we? The issues concerning Captain Wolf and the man with the mechanical arm? Noticing no one was inclined to respond, he turned to pat the imposing figure behind him. Hey, big guy, are you playing dead? He asked so loud. Can't the system mute him too? Natasha remarked with a hint of exasperation, her voice low in a sarcastic aside. In the entire space, only Tony's incessant chatter echoed. After a brief pause, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Question: why did Steve Rogers not parachute from the plane filled with explosives before it plunged into the sea, resulting in his being frozen for 70 years? Option 1. The aircraft was structurally compromised, rendering it uncontrollable and making parachuting impossible. Option 2. It was scripted that way. Option 3. He simply forgot. Option 4. He intended to defraud the U.S. government for compensation. Wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz experience. Steve's gaze froze upon encountering the question, his expression stiffening, clearly unprepared for the scrutiny that had turned upon him. The others simultaneously directed their attention toward him. Even the typically composed Deadpool widened his eyes, fixated on Steve, eagerly awaiting his response. This question had never been addressed in Marvel-esque films or comics. Captain, what were you thinking back then? Why didn't you parachute? Tony inquired with a hint of inquisitive curiosity. Are you out of your mind? Steve, already flustered, found himself further provoked by Tony's incessant taunts. Retorting with a line from their video, think with your rear end for a moment. Why should I tell you? Captain, have you been muddled by the green? We are a team. Do you comprehend the essence of teamwork? Tony proclaimed, perched at the foot of Megatron, lifting his chin as he launched into a philosophical discourse. If we become overly fixated on individual gains and losses, the ultimate cost will be far greater. Unity is strength. Why not share your experiences from that time? Perhaps we can collectively eliminate many erroneous conclusions. Steve averted his gaze, choosing to disregard Tony's lofty rhetoric. He turned to the system and stated, I choose the third option. I forgot to parachute. Despite his uncertainty regarding the answer, he was certain that the aircraft's parachute mechanism had not been damaged. His initial intent was merely to control the aircraft and avert its preordained catastrophic strike. Eventually, as he neared land, he had no choice but to opt for a crash landing. Throughout, Steve had not forgotten the parachute option, though admitting it was somewhat embarrassing. He felt compelled to be truthful in order to respond correctly. Upon detecting Steve's response, the system announced its judgment. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Steve Rogers has earned 550 reward points. This time, no random rewards were triggered. The amount of reward points simply reached a new high. Steve, your actions are disrupting team harmony. This cannot happen again, Tony began, but was interrupted by the system's announcement as new content appeared on the screen. He muttered to himself, seemingly perplexed by the system's urgency. Is this second phase about to conclude? Why does it feel like the system is in a rush? The video continued to play. Text on screen. Strak Hydra Base, a sleek futuristic aircraft navigates through a stormy sky filled with ominous clouds. The aircraft's exterior is crafted from a unique black alloy, rendering it ghost-like amidst the dense clouds. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning intermittently illuminate the scene. The sensors on the aircraft's wings continuously analyze the surrounding meteorological data, precisely adjusting the flight path to deftly avoid turbulence. The aircraft's engine emits a deep, powerful roar, propelling it at supersonic speeds through the tempest. The scene shifts to the ground, where a patch of forest glimmers with tiny lights. The camera returns to the interior of the aircraft's cockpit. Leave no one alive, Steve commanded into the communicator. A familiar voice echoed back, Tony's. Natasha, with her striking red hair, was intently observing the ground situation as displayed by the aircraft scanners. Upon hearing Steve's words, she shook her head, expressing her discomfort. I still believe this approach is rather dishonorable, Director Fury. Chapter 64. Loki enters the dark cult. Steve busied himself adjusting his gear, not sparing Natasha a glance. His expression remained composed as he methodically arranged his earpiece, stating flatly, Come on, one has HOD, not cleaned up our mess. Turning to Natasha, a smile crept across his face, so, relax a bit, this time will be no different. Natasha returned a faint smile, her gaze dropping as she appeared lost in thought, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. In that moment, the voice of the pilot resonated within the cabin. We are about to enter the parachute zone, Captain. Received, Steve replied, casting another glance at the wall-mounted screen displaying the enemy distribution map. He then slung his shield across his back and strode purposefully towards the slowly opening rear of the aircraft. Natasha glanced at Steve's retreating figure, finally urging, "Captain, but there are children among the hostages, and our mom too." Without pausing, Steve stepped out of the cabin, standing at the edge as he gazed at the glowing points below. "I don't know, I didn't hear," he remarked, taking a step forward and leaping into the abyss. His words dissipated into the air. "This is none of my concern." "Whoa." Steve spread his arms wide, plummeting towards the ground, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating." The scene shifted. Encased within his shield, Steve smashed through countless branches, landing forcefully on the ground, leaves scattering in every direction. A faint voice emerged. "Damn it, I forgot about my parachute." The video abruptly ceased. "Look, can you believe he jumped out?" Tony quipped. Frozen for 70 years, and yet his intellect has seemingly improved. "This must be what happened before we reached that Hydra base," Natasha added. This video appeared to bridge the gap with the initial one, creating a seamless connection. With the previous events now aligned, the remaining question was the final query, wasn't it? Tony frowned slightly, surprised at how quickly they were nearing the end. Some had yet to receive any rewards. He refrained from naming names, wishing to avoid offending anyone. Tony's speculation proved accurate. No sooner had he spoken than the system posed another question. Question: during the Battle of New York, which faction will Loki enter? Options: 1. The Avengers 2. The Chitauri Legion 3. The Dark Cult 4. Bystanders wishing everyone the best of luck with their answers. Upon encountering the question, a cacophony erupted within the live broadcast space. Wasn't this a boon for us? It had previously been stated that Loki would lead the Chitauri army to attack New York. Why was this even considered a question for us to ponder? Tony, unable to restrain his chattiness, interjected without hesitation. "I sense that the future may hold changes," Natasha remarked. "Who will answer this question? Let us decide by rock, paper, scissors." Steve declared with an impassive expression. "System, I choose the second option." Barton pressed the buzzer, then, with a pained expression, added, "Apologies, everyone, I couldn't hold back." He repeated his apology, though the sincerity of his words was ambiguous to all. Soon, the system registered Barton's response and began its judgment. "Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is now selecting a random penalty." The penalty was enacted, depriving Clinton Barton of his skill, mastery of combat. Barton's anxious and aggrieved expression momentarily froze as he turned to the others in astonishment. He noticed Tony, who was engrossed in fiddling with Megatron's foot while whistling. Natasha was silently preoccupied with her nails, and Steve was crouched down, polishing his shoes, while Deadpool appeared to have a sudden epiphany. "You all are just acting, aren't you?" Barton's expression shifted to one of anger, gritting his teeth. "Let us determine the answering rights through rock, paper, scissors." Steve, devoid of any shame, rose with a stern face. "Might as well wait for the system to select automatically." "Since none of you are willing to answer," Tony said, bewildered, holding a screw and staring up at the towering Megatron, wondering where he had even found it. No one responded to Steve's suggestion, tacitly agreeing to let the system decide. 30 seconds later, the rotation light reappeared, ultimately halting on the Shiba Inu. "Unfortunately, Thor Odinson, you have been selected. Your 30 seconds to answer begins now." Again, there are still others who haven't been chosen. Thor sighed heavily. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I choose the third answer, the Dark Cult." Thor understood his brother well. There was no way Loki would stand in the same camp as him in such a short time. For Loki to join the Avengers, it would require Thor to turn dark, prompting Loki to scurry over to join the Avengers just to confront him. The other answer seemed even less plausible. Given past events, Loki's ambitions were considerable. Having concealed himself for nearly 5 millennia beneath Thor's nose, he would hardly relish being a mere spectator. He had heard of the Dark Cult, but could not immediately recall which faction it belonged to. However, the name itself suggested something sinister, much like his brother. The system's judgment soon echoed through the space. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Thor Odinson has earned 600 points. Immediately, the light curtain illuminated a message. The spoilers for the second phase of the plot have been fulfilled. The system space will close in 10 seconds. Please prepare, as the system will transport all guests back to their original locations. During the period of closure, the mall points will remain valid. Guests may interact with the system mall via their wristwatches, rewards, or penalties acquired within the space will still be effective after leaving. Any summoned creatures, pets, or other living items earned by the guests will be stored within the system space and can be summoned at any time. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, 0. Chapter 65. Loki has arrived on Earth. Are you saying that during your month-long investigation of the Hydra organization at Strucker, you expended over $200,000, only to discover that Strucker had previously been involved with Hydra? Nick Fury stood in the command control room, holding the report provided by Coulson. He need not even be present to ascertain the existence of Hydra within Strucker. After all, Alexander, under the influence of the truth serum, had already clarified several issues, aiding Fury in eradicating Hydra from the special forces. Why do I say some? Reflecting on this question, Fury felt anger surge within him. In the SHIELD interrogation room, amidst the presence of a dozen senior agents, an unnamed rookie managed to burst in, executing Alexander without a word before taking his own life, thereby severing all leads. The remaining Rumlow belonged to the lower tiers of Hydra, possessing little information, while the other implicated minions were even less informative, only recognizing Rumlow as their leader. Holding the report, Nick Fury took a deep breath, placing all his hopes on Coulson. However, the 20,000-word report submitted by Coulson was filled with nonsense, devoid of any valuable information. Even a random Shiba Inu plucked from a street could produce a more insightful conclusion than this report from Coulson, an elite agent. This led Fury to question whether Coulson himself was an undercover agent for Hydra. Had the truth serum not run out, he might have been able to ascertain the truth. Coulson was aware that the report, which seemed to be a mere regurgitation of online content, was utterly ridiculous. Yet, the actions of Hydra were swifter than an old lady hearing about free eggs at the supermarket. Strucker's Hydra base was left in utter ruin, making it impossible for him to compile a report. When he arrived at Strucker, all he found was a smoldering crater, as if struck by a meteor. Alas, he thought, perhaps when Barton and the others return, they will bring back tools to track Hydra's whereabouts. A frown etched across Fury's face. The live broadcast space had concluded over a month ago, yet the superheroes had yet to return, leaving him in the dark about the unfolding events. As the sound of knocking echoed outside, Director Fury was informed that Natasha and her team had returned, and there were new developments at the Pegasi base. Meanwhile, in the highest office of Stark Industries, Tony Stark had just opened his eyes when he heard J.A.R.V.I.S.'s mechanical voice. "Welcome home, Mr. Stark. During your 35 days of absence, the market value of Stark Industries has declined." J.A.R.V.I.S. proceeded to report a series of recent events. Tony, touching the technological wristwatch on his arm, appeared slightly dazed. 35 days? I have spent 35 days in the system. It feels like no time has passed at all. How can this be? Communicating with the watch through thought, he made his way to the elevator. J.R.V.I.S. No need for further reports. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Simultaneously, within the training room and lounge of S.H.L.D., the figures of Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, and Clint Barton materialized. "Captain Rogers, there is no need to rush to Stark. Your friend Barnes has already left the Hydra base. Your time spent in the livestream space has been rather prolonged. That was a month ago." Steve furrowed his brow slightly, pausing momentarily before resolutely continuing towards the exit. Without looking back, he declared, "Then I shall go to Peggy S. estate. I must find that man." Steve was determined to locate the elderly gentleman who had once helped carry the coffin. Though he had previously been uncertain, he now felt utterly convinced that the aged man was, in fact, his future self. He wished to inquire about events yet to unfold. The meddling of that infernal livestream system had caused a significant divergence in reality. If fate continued to dictate their path, perhaps Bucky would never return. Just as Fury intended to intervene, a portal materialized in Steve's path, revealing a vast, sandy world beyond. Two diminutive figures leaped through the portal. The Hulk grabbed the edge of the portal, which, resembling a gateway to paradise, instantaneously transformed into a small flying apparatus, shrinking until it was tucked away behind him. Thor spat out the sand in his mouth, peering behind the Hulk, yet found no space to store anything. He chose not to dwell on it, reasoning that it was perhaps akin to his own hammer, which he could summon from seemingly anywhere. Such must be the peculiar abilities of their strange kind. Thor. Eric is in trouble. He has been taken along with the unknown objects he was studying, Nick Fury remarked. his face betraying no emotion as he looked at the Shiba Inu on the ground. Eric, that old man, is in trouble? Wasn't he supposed to be hospitalized? Thor's expression shifted slightly. Reflecting on the days when he had lost his powers, he recalled that he had shared a good camaraderie with that old man. There was a term on Earth that perfectly described their friendship, one that transcended age, a normal companionship. This marks the first friend he has made on Earth. However, not long ago, during the exhibition, Eric was caught in the crossfire and should still be lying in a hospital bed. It has been over 30 days since her live broadcast concluded. Nick Fury, noticing Thor's confusion, approached him while explaining, at the time of his disappearance. The surveillance cameras in the secret base captured a glimpse of Loki. Loki? He has come to Earth? Thor exclaimed. Fury continued. I hope you can momentarily set aside your personal grievances and consider the innocent lives at stake, should the system's matters come to fruition. The casualties among civilians would be incalculable. He then turned to Steve, who hesitated in his tracks, and advised, Captain Rogers, you must understand that if that individual truly is a future version of yourself, he will surely seek you out or contact S.H.I.E.L.D. if he wishes to reveal the truth. If he chooses not to disclose it, your efforts will be in vain. Steve pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. All right, I understand. Let us first seek out the foul-mouthed king and give him a chance to sacrifice for his country. Thor's gaze fell upon the hammer that Steve was carrying, feeling that the character card as hammer lacked the allure of the original. Distracted, he remarked, by the way, ISNT, that red-skinned monkey of yours in need of some fresh air? He seems to be in a rather foul mood. Having experienced the system twice, Thor had come to comprehend the nature of these summoned beings and their contractors. There was only one stipulation. The contractor must not allow the summoned entities to harm their original host. Summoning them into a space could only be accomplished within the confines of the system, while calling them forth into the real world could be done at any time. In essence, the system's storage space was a one-way channel. They could summon entities but could not contain them. The same principle applied to items. Once exchanged for reality, they could not be returned, akin to the process of childbirth. This measure likely aimed to prevent them from exploiting potential loopholes within the mechanism. With this in mind, Thor recalled his original character card and immediately glanced at the watch on his wrist. Within the storage space floated a vibrant green card. Thankfully, he had not chosen to equip it directly. Otherwise, he would struggle to even remain standing. Thor gazed at the card, depicting a caiman adorned with a golden crown, internally lamenting the absurdity. Which universe is so ludicrous that one brother is a dog and the other a crocodile? Steve succinctly responded, Yes, too noisy. I wish for a moment of peace. He then followed Fury towards the command center. Gentlemen, I believe this cosmic cube is the most perilous object. We should be cautious. Don't leave yet. Chapter 66. The Massacre of Loki. Hey, buddy, do the pastry chefs at S.H.I.L.D. possess such poor taste? The combination of donuts and coffee proved to be utterly unpalatable. And as for the cheesecake, I scarcely wish to mention it. What value does a cheesecake hold without cheese? Furthermore, I must note that the chef, neglecting hygiene, did not don gloves and never washed his hands after handling the cloth. I watched him for an entire hour. In the conference room, an individual clad in a red combat suit abruptly burst in, carrying a bag of donuts and chattering incessantly. Deadpool's silence had been lifted since leaving the live stream, though the precise moment of its revocation remained unclear. Witnessing this scene, Fury raised a hand to his forehead, regretting allowing Steve to release this character. Initially, he had assumed this individual might be a superhero and could contribute meaningfully to the situation at hand. Fury inquired with a tone of reproach, Mr. Wilson, did you not assert that you had uncovered leads regarding Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.L.D.? How is it that you are now in the kitchen indulging in donuts? Listen here, you must first understand that Deadpool is not your lapdog. Everything hinges on my mood. Deadpool waved dismissively. And how can you be certain that there are no Hydra agents in the kitchen? I merely went there to conduct important business while also enjoying some donuts, chocolate cookies, cherry pie, and brownies. As Deadpool continued to rattle off an extensive list of delicacies, Fury, exasperated, turned back to the projection, stating, let us return to discussing the issue with the Peggy base. The item in question is the Tesseract. Previously, I had invited Dr. Eric to investigate it. The Tesseract was initially discovered by a special Nazi unit known as the Death Soldiers under General Johann Schmidt. who later became known as Red Skull. Red Skull sought to harness the Tesseract to develop new weaponry. However, Steve intervened, causing the plan to fail. After Steve's crash, the Tesseract was located by American agents and ultimately entrusted to Howard Stark for safekeeping. Subsequently, it found its way into the hands of SHIELD. Barton interjected, "I believe the absence of the Tesseract is a more pressing issue. Perhaps we should first discuss the Tesseract." He held aloft a deep blue cube, its dimensions comparable to the Tesseract, though its luminescence was darker and more profound than the azure glow of the projection. Without prior knowledge of the Tesseract, one might struggle to discern the differences between the two. "Barton, let us set your concerns aside for now. Once we address Loki's situation, we can deliberate on this cube." Fury replied dismissively. The matter of the cube harboring a deity, as Barton suggested, had previously been met with skepticism. They had encountered the Tesseract but felt nothing beyond its icy exterior, entirely missing the whimsical experience Barton described of a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl suspended in a void. Tony, summoned in haste, merely scoffed, his attitude unmistakably clear. He was eager to assist in confronting the Shiba Inu and then return to his studies of the metallic life form, Megatron. If this technology could be applied to his armor, he would become the creator of Earth, capable of conjuring a new race, powerful beings dedicated to the protection of the planet. Coulson projected the surveillance footage onto the screen. A figure cloaked in black, wielding a long curved blade, rampaged through the base, slaughtering indiscriminately. Bullets rained upon him, merely sparking against his form. Even when heavy weaponry was deployed and a rocket struck him, enveloping him in a cloud of black smoke, he emerged unscathed, save for the charred remnants of his cloak. With a leap, he surged forward, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he plunged into the crowd of defenders. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, severed limbs littered the ground, and thick rivers of blood began to flow outward. Listening to the harrowing cries emanating from the footage, the assembled individuals in the conference room fell into a heavy silence. The brutality of the scene left no room for frivolous conversation. Dozens of armed personnel were annihilated in less than 5 seconds. As the screams and gunfire subsided, only the figure clad in green armor remained standing. He slowly raised his head. Despite his face being splattered with blood, Thor immediately recognized his brother, Loki. The long curved blade in Loki's hand was not the fabled weapon of Asgard, but a weapon unlike any Thor had ever seen. Although Thor had transformed into a Shiba Inu, a hint of human astonishment could still be discerned on his canine visage. In the video, Loki gazed at the surveillance camera, a cryptic smile curling upon his lips. He then raised his hand slightly, using the curved blade as a javelin, casting it towards the camera's location. No one dared to speak as they watched the flickering screen. After a moment's pause, Fury turned to Thor, stating, "This is the reason I convened you to form the Avengers. Our armed forces are utterly inadequate against the monstrosity depicted in the footage." In this assault led by Loki, the base numbered 320 armed personnel, along with 20 scientists and research assistants were lost. Aside from Eric, whose fate remained uncertain, none survived. Chapter 67. Hell's Kitchen. In the aftermath of Loki's attack, the cosmic cube that Dr. Eric had been studying also went missing. Furthermore, the incident from 70 years prior, when the Red Skull was teleported away by the cosmic cube, was documented by the agents of that time. Subsequently, as Howard was unable to devise a method to activate the cube, this file was transferred to SHIELD. Later on, SHIELD sought to harness the boundless energy contained within the cosmic cube through the development of a second-stage prototype. The convergence of these two incidents, combined with the future visions revealed by the system, makes it clear that Loki's scheme involves utilizing the cosmic cube to summon the Chitauri army. Fury's expression grew grave as he turned his gaze towards Thor, earnestly inquiring, "Thor, do you have any means of locating your brother? If we allow him to continue unchecked, the consequences that may arise are burdens too great for any of us to bear. I hope you can understand our predicament." Fury's expression was grave. His foremost concern was that Thor, due to their blood ties, might shield his brother Loki. Should matters evolve in such a manner, SHIELD would acquire yet another formidable adversary. He would not lower his guard simply because the figure before him resembled a benign Shiba Inu, akin to that orange cat from years past. One must not judge by appearances, whether of humans or animals. Thor's demeanor was similarly somber. for he had just witnessed a gruesome display of Loki's savagery. It was difficult to reconcile the image of his once genteel brother with the brutality displayed. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low tone. Let me clarify one point. I will not fabricate lies to excuse Loki's transgressions. The figure depicted in the footage bears a striking resemblance to Loki, yet he is far from possessing such strength. His speed and power now far exceed what he was a month ago. A month prior, following his coup for the throne, Thor had fully divulged the situation in Asgard, subtly indicating that Loki was not as cruel as portrayed in the video, and that his power was considerably diminished compared to the one shown. Aside from their similar appearances, the individual in the footage is not Loki. Natasha, unwilling to prolong the discussion, interjected, "All right, folks, we must first locate the brute in the video. Regardless of whether he is Loki or not, we can address other matters once this is resolved." Having reviewed all available resources, Natasha was certain that the shop contained no items capable of tracing an individual solely by name. To apprehend Loki, they would need to seek clues in person. At that moment, Coulson entered the conference room, announcing, "Director, Bruce Banner has come forward of his own accord, placing himself under our watch." Fury turned his attention to Thor and the nearby clumsy turtle. In New York City, Manhattan, in the area known as Hell's Kitchen, situated between the Hudson River and Lexington Avenue from 34th to 59th Streets, this notorious locale serves as the epicenter of crime in New York. The malevolence found within these streets could scarcely be rivaled, even by Satan himself. A normal person would avoid this filthy area, even during daylight. Yet today, Hell's Kitchen found itself hosting unwelcome guests accompanied by a group of individuals who appeared quite formidable. The outsiders formed a tight circle around a man riding a Harley motorcycle. Rendring escape impossible. Clad in matching black uniforms, these intruders were nearly armed to the teeth, equipped with standard-issue assault rifles, bulletproof vests, helmets, and tactical gear. They were of a caliber far superior to the scattered thugs that typically roamed Hell's Kitchen. The thugs and gangsters of 36th Street breathed a sigh of relief for not having provoked the seemingly foolish individual on the motorcycle, particularly those who had been poised to draw their firearms for robbery. How could an unarmed civilian, without any merit, dare to confront a throng of armed individuals? All while appearing so relaxed and at ease, Fury led Thor and Deadpool out from the gates of heaven, gazing upon Banner, who sat atop his idling motorcycle. "Dr. Banner," he remarked, "Hell's Kitchen is hardly a safe haven. What brings you here? Let us retreat to a more secure location for our discussion, shall we?" "I am aware you have been searching for me," Banner replied, "and thus I have come on my own accord. Is there not also a superhuman donned in red attire present? I suspected as much. Indeed, your people are still watching." He laid down the newspaper he held and cast a glance at Deadpool, stating coolly, "I was not referring to you, but rather a fellow named Daredevil." Additionally, in a place like Hell's Kitchen, should Hulk become enraged, he could indeed rid the world of its troubles. That jest is far from humorous. Fury shook his head and shifted the conversation. "Loki intends to bring the Chitauri army to Earth. There remains an available position within the Avengers." In the distance, a blind lawyer leaned on his cane, observing the departing convoy with a furrowed brow, lost in contemplation. Banner, a man of profound integrity, had once faced relentless pursuit by the military, ultimately emerging to quell the chaos instigated by them. Later, he sought refuge in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro, practicing mindfulness and meditation to avoid causing harm to the innocent. Upon escaping the live broadcast, he understood that the battle in New York was imminent, and countless lives would be lost. Resolute, he made his way to the base of Stark Tower, hoping to leverage Stark's connections to establish communication with S.H.I.E.L.D. Regrettably, Stark Tower was already besieged by protesters, a reaction to the previous incident involving a robotic uprising at the Stark Expo, which had claimed numerous lives in the ensuing inferno. The culprits, the Hammer Company, had long been held accountable, with some of the blame directed towards Stark. Though Stark was not significantly implicated in the matter, since the explosion stemmed from misunderstandings and mishaps, human nature's propensity for opportunism compelled certain individuals to incite chaos, leading to the encirclement of Stark Tower. While there were hints of congressional and military involvement, the primary instigator remained the Saber organization. Banner found himself unable to enter Stark Tower, and the turbulent crowd was not conducive to lingering. Thus, he sought refuge in Hell's Kitchen, culminating in the earlier encounter. Upon the return of the four to S.H.I.E.L.D., angrily, they were met with the grim news. Stark Tower had encountered crisis. Chapter 68. The deal. Shortly after Tony departed Stark Tower, an intruder breached the premises and abducted Pepper Potts. Coincidentally, it was during Fury's return with Banner to S.H.I.L.D. that J.A.R.V.I.S. notified Tony of the incident. The surveillance footage clearly revealed the assailant's silhouette, none other than the individual clad in green armor. Tony was immediately consumed by rage, turning to Thor and shouting, "If that bastard of a brother of yours dares to harm Pepper, I will not let him off the hook. Take me back at once." "Calm down, Stark," Natasha interjected, positioning herself between Tony and Thor to prevent any escalation. Tony had been transported through the portal while investigating Megatron, and now he desperately sought to return to Stark Industries via the same means. Loki had recently slaughtered hundreds, and now he had taken Pepper. It was impossible for him not to be worried. Thor, aware of his culpability, refrained from retorting to the accusations and gestured for the unwitting Hulk to reopen the portal. At Stark Industries, the streets below the towering edifice were besieged by a throng of protesters, making entry only possible through the underground parking lot, a covert route for the average citizen. However, Tony and his companions traversed the light portal, materializing on the helipad. Thor stood above several large letters, gazing down at the surging crowd, and couldn't help but quip, "Air combat expert, did you get caught sleeping with someone else's wife? Why are there so many people at your door?" With his extraordinary vision, he could clearly see and hear the slogans and protests being raised below. "Ugly capitalists. Reveal the truth behind the hammer incident. Apologize to the innocent. Express remorse to the victims. It was a grave error to allow capitalists to wield extraordinary technology. Death, chaos, danger, all of it brought upon us by you." Tony, preoccupied with thoughts of Pepper, had no inclination to retort. Once Thor grasped the situation, he too fell silent, recognizing that his brother's misdeeds also bore a portion of his own responsibility. Inside Stark Industries, everything appeared orderly. The anticipated bloodshed had not materialized. Aside from security conducting urgent patrols in response to the alarm, everyone else remained at their posts, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Before Tony could even reach his office, he encountered Happy, who rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Sir, something has happened to Ms. Pepper. Someone forcibly entered the 38th floor and took her." Happy's face was etched with guilt. After giving a brief account of the incident, he handed Tony an envelope. "Sir, this is what the kidnappers left behind. It's not your fault, Happy." Tony took the letter, fully aware that Loki's methods surpassed human comprehension. Even if he were present, he could hardly alter the situation, let alone Happy, an ordinary person. He lowered his gaze to the envelope in his hands. The yellow envelope bore no markings, only wet ink scrawled across it, "To the arrogant and presumptuous Tony Stark." Tony opened the envelope and began to read the contents. "Tony Stark, I trust you now understand who I am. You need not fret. Your beloved Pepper Potts is still in one piece. Her head remains attached for now. However, I cannot guarantee that will remain the case for long. Her life hinges upon your decisions. Before noon, I expect to see you alone beneath the Statue of Liberty at Liberty Island, bearing that reactor upon your chest. Do not let me catch sight of anyone else, especially that thunderous companion of yours." Upon perusing the envelope, not only did Tony's countenance darken, but even Fury and his companions shared the same grim expression. Just as they were about to counsel him, Fury interjected, "Stark, Loki is cunning. This is a trap designed specifically for you. It would be prudent for us to ascertain his true intentions first." At that moment, Tony resembled an enraged lion, dismissing all suggestions. "This is my affair. Your interference is unwarranted. Should your meddling lead to any harm befalling Pepper, I will hold you accountable." No one could truly empathize with him, nor comprehend the depth of his bond with Pepper. While platitudes are easily uttered, even knowing it is a trap, he felt compelled to plunge headlong into the fray. It was solely his burden to bear. Watching Tony depart, Fury let out a soft sigh. The system's foresight into future events, while beneficial, also bore its drawbacks. They could prepare in advance, but so too could the antagonist within the narrative. Stark's reputation was well known, and his status was familiar to every American. Coupled with the system's prior revelations regarding his marital difficulties, this rendered him vulnerable to the villain's machinations. New York Harbor, situated at the southern tip of Manhattan Island, is one of the largest and busiest ports in the United States, encompassing several subports. The Liberty Island mentioned in Loki's letter is one such subport, nestled within the Hudson River. Its most iconic landmark is the 93-meter-tall Statue of Liberty, a popular tourist destination during peak season, attracting numerous visitors. By 11 o'clock, Tony had already arrived alone at the foot of the statue, carrying 3 arc reactors. Surrounded by sightseers, he spotted no sign of Loki, while simultaneously maintaining communication with his system watch, prepared to summon his nanotech armor at a moment's notice. His current points were sufficient. The nanotech armor had fewer restrictions and could envelop his body in an instant. As time ticked away, approaching noon without any sign of suspicious activity, on the periphery of Liberty Island, Happy observed Tony seated on a bench. After scanning the vicinity, he spoke into his earpiece. "I see no one approaching, Mr. Stark. Could my presence be the reason?" Meanwhile, across the harbor at Newarkport, Fury led the remaining Avengers, along with Hulk, awaiting Loki's appearance. The 2 locations were nearly 5 kilometers apart, allowing them to glimpse the outline of the other island without fear of detection. With Hulk's presence, they could traverse the distance in an instant to assist Tony Stark. SHIELD's technological prowess had also infiltrated Liberty Island surveillance systems. As Fury scrutinized the incoming footage, he murmured, "It is nearly noon, and Loki has yet to show himself. What is he plotting?" Simultaneously, he addressed his communicator, "Mr. Hogan, perhaps you should withdraw for now. We have taken control of the entire port systems. The individuals targeted by Loki's letter are exclusively limited to the members of the Avengers, and thus Happy is not among them. However, he insists on going to the Freeport to protect his employer, and the others do not dissuade him, believing that a larger group offers better protection. Now, circumstances have changed, and Fury seeks to persuade Happy to leave the island." At that moment, Happy's voice crackles through the communicator. "Wait, several individuals are approaching the Sir." Chapter 69. The Invasion of the Chitauri. Mr. Stark, we are grateful for your selfless dedication. The nation shall forever remember your contributions. The nuclear reactor and the technology of the armored suit must be contained within this box. 2 unfamiliar faces stand before Tony, one Caucasian and one African American. They salute him respectfully, and one of them extends his hand in an attempt to shake Tony's hand. "Wait, who are you?" Tony gasps, immediately rising from the bench and instinctively retreating a few steps away from the 2 men, as a deep sense of foreboding washes over him. "Forgive our impertinence for not introducing ourselves to Mr. Stark first. I am Colonel Roved, affiliated with the 15th Air Force Base Squadron," the Caucasian man states solemnly. Before he can finish, Tony interrupts, lowering his mask. "Wait, I don't even know who you are. I only wish to understand who sent you here to find me. And what do you mean by the technology of the armored suit?" As Tony recalls all the details of this incident, his high intelligence allows him to grasp the crux of the matter with ease. Loki does not require a reactor. Otherwise, he could have easily taken the armored suit along with its reactor and technological components when he infiltrated Stark Industries. Even if the location where these items were stored had high security, it should not have deterred Loki, who was undoubtedly well prepared. Loki leading him here likely indicates he intends to do something to him personally. Thus, during his journey, Tony has been ready to confront any threat, knowing that if Loki truly meant to attack, an ambush during the 30-kilometer journey would be the most effective strategy. The Caucasian man questions in confusion. "Did not Director Bond arrange this with you?" Just then, a portal appears, and Fury steps out with a group, sarcastically remarking, "James Bond. He still hasn't given up." James Bond, the individual who previously conspired with Senator Rand Taylor to coerce Stark Industries into surrendering its core technology during the last congressional session. He is also a former executive of Stark Industries and one of the designers of the military's anti-armor robots. Over the past month, Fury has thoroughly investigated the cause of the explosion at the last exhibition, uncovering that Ivan Vanko was smuggled out of prison. The materials for Hammer Industries armor were supplied, and all of these lead back to Bond's influence. Ignoring the 2 military personnel who were on guard with their weapons drawn due to the sudden anomaly, Fury turned to the pallid-faced Tony and remarked, "It appears that we have both been deceived. Loki has no regard for you or your technology. Luring us to Liberty Island was merely a tactic to buy time for the execution of his plan." As his words faded, a brilliant blue beam of light shot up from the horizon, piercing the heavens and connecting Earth to sky, its azure halo bursting forth in a radiant explosion. Soon thereafter, at the terminus of the beam, the sky warped and twisted, and under the relentless influx of energy, A vortex with a diameter exceeding 100 meters was born. From beneath the blue beam, the cerulean expanse of the sky appeared as if it were a shattered mirror. And within the swirling vortex lay a boundless abyss of inky darkness. The inhabitants of the city halted in their tracks, captivated by the sight of this ethereal portal. However, in the next instant, a colossal mechanical extraterrestrial entity emerged from the temporal vortex. Concurrently, lasers erupted from its armored exterior, striking the skyscrapers above the crowd. And the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions as glass facades shattered, sending the populace into a frenzy of panic and flight. The very spot where the blue beam stood was none other than Tony Stark Industries building. The radiance of the gateway flickered and vanished. Just as the Leviathan-armed beast above had not yet deployed the Chitauri soldiers, a distorted bolt of lightning surged skyward, striking the descending behemoth with ferocity. A powerful current coursed through the creature, causing countless Chitauri soldiers to succumb and plummet from its form. As the terrifying thunder continued to rain down upon the Chitauri forces within the vortex, another bolt of lightning ascended, soon followed by a third. The three bolts intertwined, coalescing into a singular, formidable strike that obliterated the Leviathan creature as it emerged from the whirlpool. From his vantage atop a distant skyscraper, Loki gazed intently at the unfolding events at Stark Industries, muttering to himself, even if Thor were to regain his divine power, he could not achieve such a feat. Has he perhaps exchanged for some artifact from a system? Loki's pupils were unnaturally dark, oblivious to the recent occurrences that had transpired. He was too preoccupied with his own predicaments to grasp Thor's current status. Despite his newfound strength, which far surpassed his previous capabilities, and possessing a protective artifact that ensured his safety, Loki remained apprehensive of unforeseen complications. Just wait, Thor, he thought. Once the temporal vortex is opened, unless the Tesseract's nearly infinite energy is depleted, you shall be unable to close it. Loki was convinced that, without the Mind Scepter in his possession, neither Thor nor those mortals would be able to forcibly deactivate the activated Tesseract. According to the ancient knowledge bestowed upon him, the only means to contend with the Infinity Stones was with the Infinity Stones themselves. No other artifacts, including Odin's vault, held such merit. Meanwhile, the thunder that had once sealed the horizon began to wane, allowing several Chitauri to slip through the cracks, entering the city aboard their flying vessels. Gasping for breath, Thor cast a glance at the nearby clumsy creature and Steve, astonished to find that their mastery of thunderous abilities was nearly on par with his own from years past. He had once sought to reclaim his original hammer from Steve, but alas, the enchantments of Mjolnir still held sway, rendering him unworthy to lift it. Thus, he resigned himself to wielding a diminutive hammer suited for a Shiba Inu's form. Elsewhere, beside the prototype machine emitting blue beams, Pepper and Eric, their eyes darkened, struggled against Natasha's bindings. Despite their restraints, they yearned to lunge forward and bite at anyone nearby. Under the control of another, they could only be contained for the moment, with plans for resolution to follow. Natasha glanced at the prototype with its power source severed, grabbed a hefty tool nearby, and declared, "Stark, you and Barton take them away. I'll see if I can dismantle this machine." Once the four had retreated a sufficient distance, Natasha swung the large hammer towards the machine's center. With a resounding thud, before the hammer could make contact, a blue protective shield flickered into existence, halting its descent. In the next instant, an energy shockwave erupted from the beam, sending Natasha hurtling several meters away, the hammer slipping from her grasp. The shockwave also affected Stark, Barton, and the others who had not yet distanced themselves, propelling them a few meters back. Eric and Pepper, their eyes darkened, clutched their heads, staring blankly at the chaos. Chapter 70. The Avengers of Avengers. Endgame high above. The Mark VI armor jetted through the skyscrapers, leaving a trail of flame in its wake as it employed missiles and energy cannons to accurately strike down the Chitauri soldiers mounted on their flying crafts. Occasionally, flashes of lightning illuminated a yellow Shiba Inu wielding a hammer, chasing after a Leviathan beast transporting troops, while a crimson cape flickered through the lightning below. On Central Avenue, two Chitauri infantry cornered fleeing civilians in an alleyway, one preparing to open fire on the crowd. Suddenly, a figure descended before them, brandishing a shield of blue and red, deflecting the laser fire back at its source, disarming the Chitauri soldier. Steve hurled his shield, which ricocheted off the walls and struck another Chitauri soldier lurking behind the crowd. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he subdued the unarmed Chitauri soldier and threw a crackling hammer at the other, neutralizing it as well, before guiding the civilians to safety. Meanwhile, on the Brooklyn side, the Hulk, seizing a shattered vehicle, crushed the passing Chitauri infantry into fragments, wreaking havoc that far exceeded the destruction caused by the individual Chitauri themselves. Thrilled by his rampage, the Hulk dashed towards another street where sounds of conflict beckoned. As he traversed the street, a radiant glow illuminated the surroundings once more, followed by the sudden appearance of 4 figures clad in peculiar attire. Unlike the previous spatial portal, these individuals emerged abruptly. As they removed their masks, their true identities were revealed. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, and Scott Lang, having traversed back from the universe of Avengers Endgame. The population of the entire universe in that timeline had been halved by Thanos using the power of the 6 Infinity Stones, including a significant number of superheroes. To resurrect those lost souls, one could only harness the power of the stones again. However, the 6 stones had been obliterated by Thanos, leaving them with no choice but to return and retrieve the stones from their original timeline. Observing the Hulk he had just passed, Stark felt an odd curiosity and inquired, "Banner, why do I sense that the Hulk I just witnessed appeared considerably younger than your former self?" "It must be your imagination. Perhaps you have grown accustomed to my current self, making the original me seem youthful by comparison," Banner replied, stroking his white stubble with a hint of self-deprecation. "Come on, let us not lose sight of our mission to save the world. We must prioritize acquiring the stones," Rogers interjected, stepping out of the alley and gazing up at the Chitauri swarming like locusts above them. Such a familiar sight. I can hardly resist the urge to take these rascals down. At this moment, Banner had fully integrated with the Hulk. His physique now bore Hulk-esque strength. Yet his essence remained distinctly his own. He appeared slightly smaller than his former self, his countenance radiating kindness rather than rage. Rogers glanced at the leisurely walking Banner and then at the Hulk wreaking havoc in the distance, tentatively suggesting, "Banner, why not try smashing something to reconnect with that former sensation? You seem rather too relaxed at present." Banner, exuding a sense of helplessness, casually struck a nearby taxi, leaving a noticeable dent, and instinctively wiped the dust from his hands. "All right, gentlemen, let us split up. We shall search for the Soul Stone and the Space Stone. Banner, you will pursue the Time Stone. Let us not dawdle. 2 years have passed, and it's time to bring them all back," Rogers instructed, indicating 2 directions. Stark, adorned in his nano-armor, infiltrated Stark Industries, with the diminutive Ant-Man leaping from his shoulder and returning to his normal size. "Welcome back, Mr. Stark," Jarvis announced, interrupting the moment. "Ms. Potts' health is stable, with no abnormal data detected." "All right, Jarvis, could you keep it down?" Stark muttered, scanning his surroundings and noting that no one had sensed his arrival. He sighed with relief, but then realized, what has happened with Pepper? "I don't recall her undergoing a health check." Jarvis remained silent, and Stark chose to dismiss the thought, focusing instead on the impending moment when Loki would be captured, and the Mind Stone, along with the Tesseract, would return to the original Avengers. Something felt amiss. At this moment, is Loki not being relentlessly assaulted by Hulk? Why then, does the entirety of Stark Industries lie in eerie silence? The deeper Stark ventured inside, the more a chilling sense gripped his heart. This place bore little resemblance to his recollections, yet the chaotic Leviathan beasts soaring above confirmed they had indeed arrived at the right location. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thor had landed on an intact skyscraper, the fierce winds causing his cape to billow dramatically. He spoke into his earpiece. "Gentlemen, have you located Loki?" After Dr. Eric awoke, he disclosed that the item necessary to open the spatial portal was the mysterious scepter held by Loki. It was surmised that only that scepter could possibly close the Tesseract. Thus, all members of the Avengers mobilized to track down Loki. Yet to this point, there remained not a single useful clue. Thor caught a glimpse of a familiar bald figure in the distance, squinting slightly to sharpen his vision. "Gentlemen, I believe I may have found a way to locate Loki. Can you guess whom I have seen?" Immediately after he spoke, a Chitauri soldier lunged down towards the rooftop, its craft unleashing a crimson laser aimed directly at the bald figure clad in yellow robes. The technology of the Chitauri far surpassed that of Earth at the time, particularly in weaponry, making it unfathomably advanced. Should the laser strike the rooftop, it was unlikely that anyone could survive. In the next moment, The air above the rooftop visibly warped, swallowing both the laser and the Chitauri soldier from hundreds of meters away. The soldier vanished without a trace, leaving no ripple behind. Thor swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "Now I understand why there are no signs of battle here." Chapter 71. Little Shiba Inu, I have a friend named Thor as well. Thor descended onto the rooftop, his gaze fixed upon the bald woman before him, her visage remarkably aligning with that scene in the videos. He had not forgotten that she, like his father Odin, was a figure of considerable renown, as evidenced by the golden comments in the live stream. She was certainly no ordinary person. Before Thor could voice his thoughts, he saw the Ancient One raise her cup filled with orange juice and say, "Downstairs, there's orange juice, watermelon juice, and mango juice, along with grilled steak. If you're hungry, feel free to indulge. As for the remaining matters, I fear I cannot assist you." "Ancient One, I merely wish to inquire about Loki," Thor replied, shaking his head. The current situation was dire. He had no inclination to sip juice and savor steak while watching Tony display fireworks above. The troubles Loki had stirred up were now his responsibility to resolve, lest Loki wander further down a treacherous path. "You should not be here. At this juncture, you ought to be attacking that monstrous creature alongside that green giant." The Ancient One gazed towards the distant horizon, seemingly reluctant to address Thor's question. "At this moment, should I truly appear as I do now?" Thor moved his short legs, then extended his arms and spun around, allowing Ancient One to clearly see his current Shiba Inu form. For a moment, Ancient One was at a loss for words. After taking a sip of orange juice from her cup, she continued, "The original timeline was not meant to unfold this way. However, it has been interfered with, resulting in a bifurcation into a new timeline. I cannot prevent this change, but can only strive to maintain the timeline stability." Thor's canine visage grew serious. He could not comprehend the intricacies of the timeline, but he grasped the underlying implication of Ancient One's words. She could not thwart the chaos brought forth by the interloper in the live-streamed space. Yet she possessed the ability to prevent further turmoil. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Thor recognized his lack of chances for victory and understood that assistance from her was an impossibility. He chose not to elaborate, turning to depart. Suddenly, a green figure crashed onto the rooftop, creating a deep crater. "Hulk? No, you're not Hulk." Thor noticed the grayish hair atop Banner's head and his shrunken physique. Coupled with the video he had seen in the live stream, he deduced that this individual was likely another version of Steve, having come from the future to confront Steve. Banner lifted his gaze, immediately focusing on Thor, for Shiba Inu capable of walking upright and wielding a hammer was far more captivating than the bald figure beside him. Nevertheless, he paid little mind, assuming that the canine was merely a product of technological enhancement akin to Rocket Raccoon. Subsequently, Banner inquired about the whereabouts of Strange and was informed by Ancient One that the current Strange was merely a surgeon and not yet the Sorcerer Supreme. Banner then turned to Ancient One, demanding the Time Stone, only to be met with refusal. Undeterred, he attempted to seize it by force, only to have his soul expelled from his body by Ancient One. Throughout the encounter, Thor remained a passive observer, not shifting his position even slightly, as he had anticipated the outcome and refrained from offering assistance to Ancient One. "You know, I expected you to come to my aid," Ancient One remarked, her demeanor unfazed, as she looked sideways at Thor. "Perhaps if you had assisted me just now, I would have revealed the location of your brother. Regrettably, you have missed that opportunity. Ancient One, you truly possess a sense of humor. Even if I subdued Hulk for you, you would not help me, would you?" Thor shook his head, chuckling softly. "Moreover, collectively, we would not stand a chance against you. You certainly do not require my assistance." Drifting in the air, Banner, finding no success in returning to his body, turned to the casually conversing Ancient One and said, "Supreme Sorceress, I mean no harm. We merely need the Time Stone to save the future of our world. The universe relies on the 6 Infinity Stones to maintain a relatively stable state. If you take the stones away, our universe will face innumerable troubles and dimensional invasions due to their absence. I'm sorry, but we cannot sacrifice our universe to save yours." Upon encountering Banner, who seemed inclined to dispute, Ancient One gestured, conjuring a projection of a timeline that illustrated the future where the Infinity Stones were taken away. "This is our universe. The absence of a single stone signifies a divergence. While this may benefit your universe, it will undoubtedly bring about adverse effects in ours. In the newly diverged timeline, the power of the Infinity Stones will be absent, leaving our world vulnerable to the encroachment of dark forces. People will be displaced. Our world will stand on the brink of disaster, and all will face annihilation. Thus, Doctor, I implore you to tell me, what reason do I have to relinquish the stone to you? Nearby, Thor listened intently to their exchange, his canine expression rife with confusion. Hey, fellows, we're currently engaged in saving New York, and now you wish to save the entire universe? Could we not first resolve the issues at hand? Are you referring to those flying nuisances above? Fear not, little pup, just wait for Stark to carry a nuclear bomb to obliterate the mothership in the cosmos, and all problems will be effortlessly resolved, Banner remarked, gesturing towards the distant vortex in the sky. Ancient One interjected, Doctor, the situation is somewhat complex to elucidate. Let us redirect our discussion to your predicament. You are fated to return empty-handed. Destiny has decreed that I cannot assist you. Otherwise, I could readily aid you in vanquishing Thanos, and all future calamities would be averted. She continued, rest assured, the current Thanos is far from the formidable opponent he was when he possessed all the stones, yet I am unable to support you. From the future, Banner responded, I am Thor, and I can be of assistance to you, provided you can help us capture Loki. Whichever Infinity Stone you desire, I can procure it for you. Thor approached the two, speaking earnestly. Listening to Thor's words, Banner furrowed his brow, inquiring, is this little dog named Thor? I have a friend named Thor as well, though his veins are filled with cheese and his belly brimming with beer. However, you do share a trait. Both of you are quite fond of boasting. For the first time, a smile graced Banner's face as he gestured towards Thor's beer belly, adding, if he were to learn that there is a little dog with his name and similar inclinations, perhaps you two would become great friends. Thor hurled his hammer into the distant sky, inadvertently striking down an unfortunate Chitauri, while bellowing, Banner, I am the mighty Thor, and I do not boast. Chapter 72, Loki's defeat of Hulk. Tony, piloting the Mark 6 armor, hovered above the solar energy dome, addressing the communication channel. Thor, where are you? We have located Loki's whereabouts at the Central Park Future Technology Center. You must hurry. He observed the two titans clashing below, his heart troubled. For Loki was far stronger than his video portrayal, holding his ground against Hulk with remarkable prowess. Below, a fierce contest of strength and speed unfolded, compelling Tony to utilize his repulsor beams and other weaponry to strike from the air, containing Loki's movements. Loki struck Hulk's abdomen with the hilt of the unparalleled blade, unleashing tremendous force that caused Hulk to smash through several columns and break down a wall, subsequently burying himself beneath the rubble of the collapsed structure. This damn mortal, Loki thought. I tried to avoid him, yet he still managed to discover my true form and pursue me. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. Loki had no intention of engaging in battle with Hulk. Had it not been for the desire to comprehend the unfolding situation, he would have fled to another location. However, he did not anticipate that this green behemoth possessed a nose sharper than a hound's, relentlessly pursuing him amidst the chaos. Even his use of illusions had failed to deceive this mindless creature, leading Hulk to this technological center. When the real confrontation commenced, Loki soon realized that the green monster was not as terrifying as depicted in the videos. Perhaps it was due to his own significant enhancement. Armed with the unparalleled blade capable of slicing through atomic structures, he could breach the defenses of most formidable beings. Thus, Loki's intent to slay Hulk emerged. Unexpectedly, after Hulk unintentionally sustained a wound to his arm, he exhibited a remarkable increase in cunning, tearing a nearby column apart and engaging Loki once more. The commotion attracted the attention of Iron Man above. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki surmised that his opponent had called for reinforcements. Desiring to escape, he found himself ensnared by the airborne adversary. After narrowly repelling Hulk, he was suppressed by artillery fire, rendering escape impossible. In that brief moment, Hulk resumed his pursuit. Just as Hulk was momentarily repelled, Loki turned to sever an incoming small missile with the unparalleled blade, only to be confronted by a barrage of bullets in hot pursuit. Quickly, Loki unsheathed the mistletoe sword from his back, plunging it into the ground, whereupon an ice shield erupted, shielding him from the relentless artillery barrage. Behind the ice shield, a thick green mist emanated, cloaking the exhibition hall of the technological center. Hovering in the air, Tony Stark lost sight of Loki and had no choice but to amplify the output of his armor, unleashing beams that pierced the dense fog. At that moment, Tony heard a whoosh from his left. Instinctively turning, he saw that Loki had somehow taken to the air, closing in on him to within approximately 5 meters. The cold glimmer of the blade, reflecting ominously. Observing Loki slice through a support pillar as if it were mere tofu, Tony realized that even the reinforced alloy of Mark 6 would not suffice against such an onslaught. In this perilous moment, the weapon system had no time to react. As he braced for the blade to pierce his chest, he could only attempt to angle his body, praying that the strike would not land on a vital area. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the ruins, colliding with Loki and sending him flying. The immense size of the figure also ensnared Tony in the ensuing chaos, and they both tumbled into the debris. Before Tony could express his gratitude for Hulk's timely intervention, he struggled to rise in his armor, glancing toward Hulk's position nearby. His visor flashing with urgent red alerts as he momentarily struggled to comprehend the scene before him. As Tony's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricted sharply, and he murmured in disbelief. How can this be? Before him lay the legendary blade, plunged deep into Hulk's heart, the emerald blood staining the hilt. Hulk knelt, propped up by the extraordinary sword, his eyes wide and lifeless, an embodiment of defeat. The unparalleled blade could effortlessly pierce vibranium. For instance, vision was rendered incapacitated with a mere thrust. In the films, Hulk never clashed with the General of the Deadly Blade. Yet in the comics Infinity, the General's weapon could easily cleave through Hulk, as well as the body of one of Marvel's superhumans, Hyperion. At that moment, a faint cough roused Tony from his stupor. Ahem, Tony Stark, do not be too alarmed. It is now your turn. I had no intention of provoking you, Loki declared, wielding the mistletoe sword, which he dipped into the pool of blood left by Hulk. A concoction stained with the essence of numerous formidable beings he had hunted across the cosmos to acquire their powers, leading him to his current prowess. After absorbing Hulk's blood, the sword's color dimmed further. Tony cautiously retreated, casting a sorrowful glance at the still Hulk, tears brimming in his eyes. With a determined grimace, he turned and soared into the sky, intent on retrieving powerful artifact from the system's realm to avenge Hulk. Suddenly, a shard of ice erupted from the ground, striking the airborne Mark 6 armor with blinding speed, disrupting its balance, and sending Tony crashing into a nearby pillar, followed by a heavy fall. Listening to the blaring alarms, Tony, with his dwindling energy reserves, struggled to rise. The propulsion system in his legs was damaged, extinguishing any hope of escape. As Loki approached menacingly, Tony retreated while muttering, "Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Far more formidable than any of us who entered the system. I hope Captain Cold can avenge us." Simultaneously, he attempted to communicate with his system watch, searching for a glimmer of hope for a comeback. With the Mark armor now unreliable, his only salvation lay in summoned items. However, Loki, keenly aware of Tony's intentions, had no desire to grant him any chance of recovery, remaining vigilant throughout the battle against the Avengers, all of whom possessed access to the system's marketplace. In the instant Tony turned his head, Loki closed in at superhuman speed, delivering a powerful kick to Tony's chest, sending the armor crashing against the wall, shattering it. This blow thoroughly incapacitated the armor's power system. Bound by the remnants of his suit against the wall, Tony watched as Loki pressed his foot onto the core of his chest, forcibly tearing away his faceplate, before raising his gnarled sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, a beam of light struck Loki's face, propelling him several meters away. A mech hovered in midair, a curved panel rapidly constructing a floating propulsion device behind it, swiftly concentrating the energy field of the proton cannon. Bambi, raise your hand. Chapter 73. The Final Battle of the Avengers, Part 1. Loki lay amidst the ruins, exhaling dark smoke. He lifted his gaze towards the direction from which the beam had shot, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Not again. Another troublemaker has arrived. Let me guess who you are. My brother, stripped of his divine powers. With great effort, Loki extricated himself from the cement ground, unsteadily rising to his feet, eyeing the advanced armor above him. Tony also looked up, spotting a fully encased power exoskeleton, the Mark 50 mech, hovering in the air. He had seen this suit in the system store and was certain he could not mistake it. Simultaneously, a question arose in his mind. Who could possibly have exchanged for a Mark 50 to come to his rescue? I despise superhero-style interventions, Loki quipped, brandishing the sword of mistletoe, propelling himself towards the armor above like a cannonball. He would never surrender, with his current strength. He believed no member of the Avengers could contain him. Meanwhile, Stark, piloting the Mark 50, had fully charged the energy amplification cannon behind him, his armors forming into a claw shape, with a launch port appearing beneath his wrist. The weapon system locked onto the leaping Loki, and as Stark activated the shockwave beam cannon, the energy amplification cannon emitted a blindingly bright white light. In the next moment, a torrent of shock particles surged towards Loki. He leaped in midair, unable to evade. Although the attack did not hit, he could feel the intense energy scorching his face. Even with just a moment's contemplation, he understood that should he take the full brunt of that blast, his current physical resilience would fare him little better. In this critical moment, he could only brace himself with the sword of mistletoe, forged from the body of the mistletoe tree king. While it was a divine artifact, its strength paled in comparison to that of the world tree and other such cosmic entities. Its primary function lay in its ability to parasitically absorb the powers of other beings and slay gods. Much of Loki's current prowess was derived from this weapon, which had slain various deities. Should it break, there would be no doubt that he would revert to being the brother who could not even best Thor. Drawing upon the frost powers of Laufey with the sword, he momentarily conjured layers of ice shields before him, a suit of icy armor enveloping his form, even a thick layer of frost accumulating upon the sword of mistletoe. With a resounding crash, the shock particle beam pierced through the numerous thick ice shields Loki had constructed in an instant, the energy being significantly diminished as it struck the sword, propelling Loki, who had braced himself with the sword, crashing down into the exhibition hall of the Technology Museum below. Stark retracted the energy amplification cannon from his back, utilizing the visor to scan the building and effortlessly pinpoint Loki's location. The adversary, attempting to employ the same trick, left behind an illusion while concealing his true self on the opposite side, poised for a surprise attack. Stark was bewildered by the tumultuous events unfolding in this world, perplexed by the plethora of anomalies that should not exist. Yet, one thing was certain. Loki was undeniably a formidable villain at this juncture, and confronting him was a decision that could not lead astray. Initially, Stark had no intention of intervening. His plan was to secure the Space Stone and promptly return to his original realm. However, the alterations in this world were staggering. The fact that Hulk could perish at Loki's hands left Stark with grave concerns for his own fate should he remain passive. What if Loki annihilated the entire Avengers team? Would such actions summon Thanos prematurely? And what repercussions would that hold for the future? Stark kept the amplification cannon on his arm active, modifying the existing structure to create a lateral launch mechanism at the wrist, rapidly firing multiple small missiles toward the concealed Loki. The missiles detonated, causing significant destruction in the exhibition hall. At that moment, a Shiba Inu soared through the skies, hovering beside Stark. "Aerial combat expert, have you located my brother?" it inquired. Upon catching sight of Hulk's lifeless body on the ground and the incapacitated Tony, the dog realized, "Wait, you are not the Tony Stark I know. You have traversed from the future." Having experienced countless trials, Stark's mindset transcended that of the present-day Tony. Though he found it peculiar that Thor had been transformed into a dog in this world, he refrained from probing further. Many questions remained unanswered, to be addressed after the battle. He stated decisively, "I will restrain Loki. You must escort my counterpart to safety." At the pinnacle of Fisk Tower, a robust figure exceeding 6 feet in height leaned on a cane, surveying the chaotic city below. His gaze drifted towards Stark Industries, specifically the towering beam of light emanating from it. Dressed in a bespoke black suit and adorned with a distinctive top hat, he tightened his grip on the gilded cane, causing it to creak ominously. Just then, a mechanized soldier descended upon Fisk Tower, brandishing a weapon aimed directly at the rotund figure. A series of clashes echoed through the air as the hefty man gradually retreated, leaving behind a lifeless Chitauri soldier, its bones shattered. A voice resonated with authority and detachment within Fisk Tower. "Bring me Stone, Scorpion, and Hawkeye. I have nurtured them long enough. It is time for them to contribute. I detest superheroes. They invariably disrupt the order." Hell's Kitchen, 15th Street. Clad in a crimson battle suit, Daredevil deftly evaded the oncoming lasers, his staff sweeping through the air to obliterate the grotesque creature before him. He raised his gaze to the airborne soldiers hovering above, his voice icy as he declared, "Hell's Kitchen does not harbor extraterrestrial refuse. You would be better suited to descend into the depths of hell." With that, He leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding a laser attack from behind, his body moving with the grace of a feline as he bounded off the walls, vanishing into the shadowy alleyways. Several Chitauri soldiers piloted their unwieldy craft into the labyrinthine darkness of the alleyways in pursuit. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, 2 aircraft carrying tactical nuclear bombs ascended from the deck. A mechanical voice resonated within the cockpit, announcing Director Fury has been stripped of command authority. Proceeding with Proxy Order 711. Upon receiving the directive, the pilot initiated the aircraft's launch, responding, Proxy Order 711 confirmed. The aircraft is taking off. In the operations room of the helicarrier, Agent Hill observed her authority had been revoked while aircraft began to ascend from the deck. She promptly reported to Fury, Sir, an aircraft has taken off without authorization from the deck. Fury, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly turned and raced toward the deck. Hill broadcasted to all personnel, attention, an aircraft has taken off without permission. I repeat, unauthorized takeoff. Fury realized with horror that the nuclear missile intended to obliterate New York had been launched right under his nose. By the time he reached the deck, he had already armed a rocket launcher, targeting the aircraft that had taken off ahead of the others. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, striking the wing of the aircraft with precision and destroying it while it was still taxiing. In that moment, another aircraft seized the opportunity and soared skyward. Fury attempted to contact Stark, but received no response, his mind conjuring the image of a turtle. Meanwhile, Loki, pinned down by suppressive fire amidst the ruins, wielded the sword of mistletoe in his left hand and the scepter of mind control in his right, depleting his divine energy to conjure a frost shield to block the barrage raining down from above. Contemplating retreat, Loki ceased his attempts at ambush and began to seek alternative escape routes within the exhibition hall. With his fighting spirit waning, the balance of victory inevitably tilted in favor of his adversaries. Just as Loki entered the secure passage behind the technology pavilion, he glanced back to find the spacious exhibition hall devoid of pursuers. He exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that his foes too harbored a fear of him, wary of falling into a trap where he might strike from the shadows. You shall wait, he thought, for when the Chitauri army and the forces of the Dark Order arrive, I will ensure that you all pay the price. Loki resolved to hide for the time being, biding his time to reclaim the fabled blade, a weapon of utmost importance in his current predicament. Much like the legendary sword of mistletoe, the acquisition of greater power binds one with even more shackles. The unparalleled blade is intrinsically linked to his very existence, rendering it impossible for him to relinquish this weapon lightly. Loki gazed ahead, the exit of the safe passage within his grasp. All he needed was to distance himself from the pursuer behind and board the chariot's aerial vessel, fleeing towards the gathering place of the Chariot Legion. Even clad in that peculiar armor, Thor would find it impossible to catch up with him. Suddenly, the floor beneath him was shattered. A yellow Shiba Inu draped in a crimson cape kneeled, striking the ground with such force that it cracked, creating a depression several centimeters deep. Loki, enough. Return to Asgard with me to face judgment. You're Thor? Loki observed the adorably daunting canine before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. First you barked like a dog, and now you've transformed into one. Asgard will surely remember you with shame. Your name will forever be inscribed on the pillar of disgrace. I will ask you only once. Will you return to Asgard to atone for the sins you committed today? Huh, Thor, you remain as obstinate and arrogant as ever. Even if I refuse, what can you possibly do? Loki scoffed, positioning the sword of mistletoe defensively before him. I am now far stronger than you can fathom. Perhaps you should consider how to preserve your own life in my grasp. No sooner had he spoken than a bolt of lightning surged upward, striking between Loki's parted legs with tremendous force, propelling him violently against the ceiling. His head lodged within it like smoked meat. Witnessing this, Thor did not hesitate. He raised his hammer, summoning a massive lightning strike aimed directly at the ensnared Loki. The lightning struck true, sending Loki hurtling once more, the force far exceeding that of the previous strike, propelling him back into the exhibition hall. Nevertheless, Loki never let go of the sword of mistletoe, clutching it tightly. His wounds visibly mended at an astonishing rate. Thor observed this and shouted towards Stark in the sky. Aerial combat specialist, seize that sword from Loki's grasp, or we will struggle to subdue him. Stark, suspended midair, recognized Loki's predicament. His feet merged, extending into a cylindrical thrust engine, propelling his armor to reach first cosmic speed. With remarkable swiftness, he grasped the blade of the sword of mistletoe, his right arm's armor extending to encase it securely. Stark's attempt to seize the sword was in vain. Loki's strength rivaled that of the Hulk. In an instant, he concentrated a multipolar impact beam cannon in his right hand, enhancing his melee strikes with a combination of mechanical force and energy dispersal, converging to unleash devastating damage. Stark had once shattered Thanos' defenses with this very technique. However, Loki's physical prowess at present paled in comparison to Thanos, especially one wielding several Infinity Stones. In this swift and formidable strike, he could no longer grasp the sword of mistletoe, which was forcefully sent flying by an overwhelming blow. Stark cast the ensnared sword of mistletoe towards Thor while simultaneously glancing at the flung Loki. As expected, the rate of recovery for Loki's wounds began to slow, indicating a rapid depletion of his innate powers. Witnessing this scene, it was evident to all that the source of the problem lay with that very sword. Thor caught the thrown blade, caressing its hilt, feeling the immense power within. Yet he felt no attachment. He murmured, "The sword of mistletoe, the fabled cursed blade, the harbinger of Ragnarok. It is clear that your existence cannot be permitted in this world." With that, he drove the sword of mistletoe into the ground and stepped back to create distance. He turned to Stark and said, "Future Stark, assist me in obliterating this calamity of Asgard. And you, Fat Turtle, cease your hiding and join in our efforts." At that moment, Fat Turtle leapt down from the ventilation shaft. Had he not unleashed a bolt of lightning at Loki's previous position, Thor might not have easily succeeded. A fierce battle with Loki could have ensued. Stark said little, for matters of Asgard should rest with its guardians. His sole objective was the Infinity Stones. Everything else was secondary. Since Thor had spoken, he was willing to lend a small hand. Stark constructed an energy amplifier cannon behind him. Simultaneously, Thor and Fat Turtle raised their hammers, their target being the sword of mistletoe embedded in the earth. Chapter 75. The Final Battle of the Avengers, Part 3. Just as the particle beam and two bolts of lightning, comparable in scale, were about to strike the sword of mistletoe, Loki bellowed, stepping forth to shield the sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, bracing against the impending onslaught. The particle beam struck Loki first, followed closely by the two lightning bolts, resulting in a violent explosion that enveloped Loki in a cloud of debris. Witnessing this, Thor's pupils contracted, and he hastily ceased his electrical assault. Stark gazed at the green rags fluttering in the sky, realizing that this time, trouble had truly arisen. Based on Loki's physical condition during the battle in New York, surviving the combined attack of the three would likely prove fatal. Thor plunged into the dust storm, and moments later emerged with a charred and shattered corpse in his arms. His eyes were vacant, lost in despair, regardless of Loki's antics. The bond forged over 5 millennia between the two brothers was not feigned. There was no sign of life remaining in Loki, although he still clutched the sword tightly. It was evident to anyone with eyes that he was beyond saving. Thor removed the Mind Stone and the sword of mistletoe from Loki's grasp, carelessly discarding them upon the ground. Stark remained vigilant, discreetly utilizing his armor's scanning capabilities, confirming that what Thor held was merely a lifeless body. "Thor, this is an unexpected turn of events." Stark's words hung in the air, interrupted by a sudden rustling sound near Hulk's lifeless form, reminiscent of the sounds made while donning garments. Turning to look, Loki appeared unscathed beside Banner, his bare body manifesting an exquisite suit of green armor. As Hulk perished, his form gradually regressed to that of a mere human. Loki, with a shadowy expression, seized the legendary blade and, with a vigorous motion, flung Banner aside, oblivious to the amulet hanging from his neck, which bore a glowing canine insignia. "Loki, how is it that you have not perished? Is this corpse but an illusion?" Thor, cradling the tattered body, witnessed it abruptly disintegrate into sand, cascading to the ground. Beyond astonishment, a flicker of joy crossed Thor's face as he forced a grim smile. "Loki, I offer you one last chance to return with me to Asgard and face our father's judgment. I shall plead for your mercy." Loki's gaze fell upon a sword carelessly discarded in the distance. He could not divulge the secret of his resurrection to Thor, for it relied entirely upon this fabled blade. Transported by the uncontrollable Bifrost to an unknown planet, he had, through through a series of events, vanquished the general of the fallen blade, and seized the legendary sword, which could anchor the soul of its wielder. As long as the blade remained intact, the holder could be reborn without limit. However, the original soul tethered to the weapon belonged to the general of the fallen blade. While Loki had merely deceived the artifact through the mistletoe sword, inadvertently nullifying the general's resurrection abilities, the mechanics of this phenomenon eluded him. The weapon came without an instruction manual, relying solely on his instincts. In essence, the mistletoe sword replicated the resurrection capabilities of the fallen blade, with the authority of revival resting above its original master. In other words, to possess the power of resurrection, one must wield the mistletoe sword. Thor, since your arrival on Earth, you have increasingly strayed from the path of a king. The outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. Loki brandished his weapon, confronting the three others. I fear you may have run out of opportunities, Stark suddenly declared, removing his helmet and directing his gaze behind Loki. What? Loki felt a shadow loom beneath him, and his vision darkened significantly. He sensed an overwhelming heat and the furious breaths emanating from behind him. This is bad. Before Loki could pivot and retaliate with the legendary blade, a powerful hand grasped his ankle, and a fierce sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Stark wore a pained expression as he observed Hulk seize Loki's foot, wielding him like a hammer against the ground, each impact sending tremors through the earth. Mr. Stark, a tactical nuclear missile has been detected at 12 o'clock, traveling at hypersonic speed. Stark gazed at the Chitauri in the sky, resembling locusts, and recalled the Mark 6 armor nearby, now devoid of energy. He let out a soft sigh. Who would have thought I would have the opportunity to unleash another assault on Thanos' fleet? In an instant, he soared into the heavens, following the trajectory of the tactical nuclear missile. Simultaneously, the lovable Hulk transformed the gateway to heaven into a flying apparatus, accompanying him on this venture. Thor deftly caught the legendary blade that Loki had dropped, making no effort to impede Hulk's vengeful actions. At Stark Industries, Natasha utilized the Mind Stone scepter to deactivate the prototype, releasing gemstone energy. Stark, clad in casual attire with slightly soiled hems, bore the tattered remnants of his clothing, his face smudged with soot and marred by several cuts. Hey, buddy, this nuclear missile was supposed to be your burden to carry into that wormhole. Consider yourself fortunate this time, lying low until the chaos in New York concluded. He never anticipated a day would come when he could converse with himself. But with the lovable Hulk around, there seemed little need to venture into that realm. Dusting off his head, he gazed at his somewhat aged reflection, feeling an indescribable sensation within. There was an undeniable sense of difference between them, as if only that face connected them. Stark pursed his lips, refraining from retorting. He never imagined a world so bizarre, where that blue lizard had somehow conjured a portal akin to Doctor Strange's, directly shoving the nuclear weapon into the Chitauri mothership's command room. He vividly recalled the incredulous expressions of those creatures upon sighting the missile. Meanwhile, Banner, clutching the dog talisman around his neck, remarked, "If it weren't for this talisman, I would have perished. However, the described immortality seems peculiar. When subjected to fatal attacks, I cannot resurrect myself." After being pierced through the heart by the legendary blade, his consciousness had plunged into the void, utterly detached from his physical form. Additionally, the dog talisman could only ensure he would not truly die, yet it could not heal his injuries. He had to rely on Hulk's innate regenerative abilities to mend his wounds, highlighting the fundamental distinction between himself and Loki. At that moment, Steve also arrived, securing Loki with high-strength alloy handcuffs before entrusting the Cosmic Cube and Mind Stone Scepter to SHIELD personnel to wrap up the remaining tasks. He then turned to Natasha and inquired, "What about that Deadpool fellow?" Chapter 76. The clash of two captains. Barton interjected promptly. Deadpool just had to showcase his dual-wielding skills against bullets, but since the Chitauri wield lasers, he was blasted down to the floor below. It may take him some time to return. The Avengers were well aware of Deadpool's immortality, thus showing little concern for the Chatterbox's fate. It was merely a passing remark. Steve turned to see two Tonys approaching simultaneously, instantly realizing that this was the future version of Tony Stark, having traversed time alongside the Rogers he had fought against in the footage. In a recent team channel, he gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Steve approached, inquiring, "Mr. Stark from the future, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. On behalf of all Avengers, I extend my heartfelt thanks. By the way, what about my future counterpart, Rogers? Tony, somewhat perplexed, noted how this Captain America, typically sharp-tongued, had suddenly adopted such a courteous demeanor. After all, Stark had saved him, not the other way around. He quickly surmised that Steve harbored some ulterior motive. Surely, he must have returned with Banner and Ant-Man. We are in search of a method to confront Thanos. What exactly has transpired in your world to lead to such a dire state? Stark remarked, his eyes darting about as he spoke in a relatively calm tone. Returned? Steve felt a pang of disappointment, a sudden emptiness washing over him. However, recalling the content of the live stream, he soon sensed something amiss and was about to question Stark. Locking eyes with him, Tony interrupted their exchange, draping an arm around his future self's shoulder and steering him toward the elevator. Hey, buddy, never mind that for now. I have something to show you. Believe it or not, there exists a metallic life form. Trust me, you will be utterly fascinated. Perhaps together we can uncover a way to deal with that entity known as Thanos. Stark exhaled in relief, hastening his pace even more than Tony, exclaiming in wonder. Is there really such a thing? Metal with life? How can I possibly believe that? I knew you would be intrigued. Come on, you are about to be astounded. Tony pressed the elevator button, leading him to the basement, harboring his own intentions. The future version of himself would undoubtedly be a treasure trove of information for the present Stark. As for Steve, who seemed hesitant to speak, he could go to hell. Stark had yet to benefit from this encounter, and he certainly would not allow that annoying fellow to gain any advantage. On the 23rd floor, in the suspended corridor, Rogers observed the Steve before him, silently lamenting, "How absurd is this? I have been captured by myself. I should have been enjoying a barbecue at this very moment." Moreover, what was it that his past self was holding? A toy from Thor, perhaps? That rascal Tony. I had suggested we negotiate with our past selves to procure the Infinity Stones, yet he insisted on thievery. This truly cannot be allowed to pass without consequence. Originally, Rogers had intended to negotiate for a loan of the Infinity Stones, and given Stark's earlier assistance, this should not have been insurmountable. After all, their time-traveling escapade had already been exposed, so there was no need to furtively acquire the stones. The timeline had long since become a tangled mess. The battles they faced back then were far less chaotic than the present, and the timing was all wrong. The Battle of New York was nearly a year away. However, Stark insisted on adopting a method of acting first and reporting later. Fearing unexpected complications, he was determined to seize the gem and flee. His motives were threefold. First, he was wary that former Avengers might adhere to the timeline, striving to protect their original world. Second, he feared that Hydra or the government might obstruct their efforts, bringing about unnecessary troubles. And third, the chaos of this world was overwhelming, with everything imaginable present, leading them to desire to leave without delay. In summary, rather than engaging in polite negotiations, resorting to direct action was the most expedient and straightforward approach. Meanwhile, Steve removed his helmet, fully aware that the figure before him was himself, not Loki. He intercepted the individual at Stark Industries merely to clarify a singular matter. "Captain, you ought to be escorting Loki to confinement, so what brings you here to skulk about?" Rogers fastened his shield, realizing he might be on the brink of a formidable confrontation. In a standoff of equals, who among them would prevail? "I have another matter of utmost importance to attend to, one that surpasses the significance of escorting Loki. Besides, I trust Natasha and the others can handle this minor task." Steve approached slowly. "What has transpired in your world? How is it that Thor's hammer rests in your grasp?" As Steve advanced, Rogers retreated slowly, maintaining a safe distance between them. Steve halted, declaring, "For the sake of fairness, I shall answer your question if you answer mine. What has happened to Bucky? Why is he within Hydra's base, and how can I locate him?" Rogers was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such an inquiry. Given the current timeline, he had only been resurrected a few months prior, and even in his original world, a year after the Battle of New York, he remained unaware of Bucky's survival. Although Rogers felt a pang of uncertainty, he was reluctant to disclose information about Bucky. According to the narrative, they would inevitably reunite, with Bucky seeking him out. Revealing this to the present Steve could have unforeseen consequences, and he did not wish to endanger Bucky's existence in this world. Noticing Rogers' hesitation, Steve pressed on. "I understand you have come to this realm for the Tesseract contained within your box, as well as the Mind Stone in your hand. If you divulge information regarding Bucky, not only will I answer your question, but I shall also grant you your freedom. Rogers set down the box containing the Tesseract, removed his shield from his back, and brandished the Mind Stone, assuming a combat stance. All I can say is, if you encounter a masked assassin with a mechanical arm in the future, do not strike to kill. As for the rest, I cannot divulge further. You truly are a classic old stick, both ancient and frigid, utterly lacking in warmth. Steve tightened his grip on the hammer, tilting his head. Then let us see if I can knock you down and extract the truth with a truth serum. In the next moment, both individuals charged towards each other, each harboring a desire for swift resolution. With fists and feet directed at one another, and knowing that they were essentially reflections of each other, neither dared to unleash their full power. Steve's combat prowess slightly surpassed that of Rogers, propelling him backward with a powerful kick that sent Rogers flying 10 meters. Rogers landed and rolled to dissipate the force, swiftly rising to hurl his shield in an attempt to impede the advancing Steve, who, in turn, cast his own shield. The two vibranium shields clashed, altering each other's trajectories. One shield embedded itself in a fence, while the other vanished into a fleeting yellow portal. Had a sorcerer from Kamar Taj been present, they would have recognized it as a conjured gateway. Chapter 77, Steve. The youth is indeed too young recently. Strange felt as though misfortune had become his constant companion. During his leisure, he received a lucrative invitation to perform a heart transplant at a hospital in New York under the auspices of the esteemed elders. To be candid, Strange held little confidence regarding this procedure. The patient, advanced in age, presented a grim prognosis. Based on his expertise, the likelihood of survival post-surgery was less than 10%, a statistic not mitigated by technical skill alone. Alas, the patient belonged to a prominent local family, their network vast and intricate beyond ordinary comprehension. Despite Strange's extensive experience saving lives, with connections reaching from high-ranking officials to the emperors of the underworld, no one was inclined to provoke an ancient and formidable clan on his behalf. Reluctantly, this world-renowned physician honored the appointment. The surgery proceeded remarkably well, so smoothly that Strange found himself contemplating lunch when an explosion 10 kilometers away severed the power supply to the hospital. The blackout was instantaneous, and the frail old man immediately exhibited no signs of life. Even Strange could not fathom why the old man had so abruptly departed for the devil. But this was of little consequence. All blame was thrust upon him, jeopardizing not only his career but his very existence. Fortunately, it was rumored that internal strife had erupted within the family, temporarily diverting their attention from him, perhaps rendering them indifferent to the fate of this insignificant cardiologist. As they quelled their familial discord, his survival became a matter of mere whim. Strange found himself unable to escape, as several bodyguards kept a vigilant watch over him. He had previously sought assistance from his connections within the council, but the only response was a mere apology. Strange suspected foul play, convinced that the old man's demise was orchestrated by his own kin, who then framed him for the crime. Were the members of that family truly so foolish? As he sped down the highway in his luxury sports car, Strange pressed the accelerator, refusing to await his demise in a city engulfed in chaos. With extraterrestrial beings seemingly vanquished, he hastily departed New York, uncertain whether his captors had perished in the turmoil or merely gone into hiding. Regardless, they were now preoccupied with their own survival, leaving him momentarily unscathed. Departing from New York, or even leaving the country altogether, could perhaps offer him a glimmer of hope. Remaining in this bustling metropolis, however, would lead him down an inevitable path of demise. Despite the recent onslaught by the Chitauri, much of their military focus remained fixated on the towering skyscrapers and crowded locales, leaving some peripheral neighborhoods relatively unscathed. In an effort to evade detection and circumvent the omnipresent surveillance, Strange chose to navigate through more secluded routes. On rural roads, a crimson sports car sped along the highway, having distanced itself from the urban sprawl of New York. As Strange gazed at the lush scenery surrounding him, his taut nerves began to unwind. Simultaneously, he contemplated his escape plan. At that moment, in the blind spot of Strange's vision, a red shield shot forth from a suddenly materializing portal, striking the left front tire with precision. A shield capable of obliterating multi-million-dollar aircraft effortlessly severed both the left front and rear tires of a mere sports car. The vehicle continued to race at high speed, and before Strange could react, the scene before him began to spin violently. The expensive automobile contorted and emitted a cascade of sparks as it rolled, marking the last memory Strange would have of this harrowing accident. In the wake of the battle in New York, with countless casualties, no one came to the aid of a misfortunate soul like him, especially in such a remote area. At Stark Industries, despite Mjolnir's possessiveness towards certain individuals, such as in the original narrative where Thor and Jane wield the hammer to summon the armor of the God of Thunder, instantaneously elevating their mortal forms to divine status. Others who obtained it could merely summon lightning without any enhancement. Even so, Steve maintained the upper hand against Rogers, excelling in combat skills and weaponry. After enduring a minor jolt of lightning, Rogers was ultimately subdued. As Steve raised his foot to stamp on Rogers' handsome face, Rogers immediately cried out, "Stop! You've won. I promise to divulge everything, but you must allow me to keep the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. Otherwise, I will abandon them and return to my original world, and you will gain nothing." "Really?" Steve halted his foot, gradually retracting the raised hammer, and replied, "Rest assured, once you speak, the Tesseract and Mind Stone will be yours. You are me, and I am you. You know my thoughts, and I shall not go back on my word." "Oh, buddy, you certainly hit hard," Rogers gasped, clutching his chest and coughing a few times. He struggled to rise, but seemed to lack the strength to do so, collapsing back down. Taking another deep breath, he extended his hand towards Steve. Without hesitation, Steve lowered his guard, grasping Rogers' hand with a gentle pull, attempting to lift him from the ground. However, he did not anticipate that Rogers would exert a sudden force, fiercely gripping him and pulling him down towards the ground. Simultaneously, Rogers entwined his legs, effectively ensnaring half of his body. Before Steve could resist, Rogers had already brought the Mind Stone staff to his forehead. Steve's body immediately stiffened, and as Rogers released his legs, he succumbed, collapsing weakly to his knees. His upper body pressed against the ground. Rogers picked up the box, and with the staff in hand, departed while remarking, "I understand you, but you do not comprehend me. You're still too young. Yet, your methods are far darker than mine, especially when you know I am you." "Tony, I've succeeded. We must leave." Rogers communicated through his earpiece, entirely oblivious to Steve, whose eyes had rolled back, revealing a glint of darkness in his white irises. "Moments latte." Stark appeared on the first floor of the tower, clad in his nanotech armor, effortlessly incapacitating Tony and awaiting Rogers to descend with the two stones. At that instant, Natasha and her team, escorting Loki, also completed their tasks and took the elevator down to the ground level. Unaware of the theft of the Mind Stone and Tesseract, responsibilities not under their purview, she and Barton remained oblivious, while the one privy to the situation lay sprawled on the suspended corridor. The special operations personnel stationed at the entrance, upon seeing Natasha escorting Loki, maintained their formation, advancing with weapons drawn. As they passed by Stark, their expressions seemed slightly off. In the next moment, a dozen Special Forces soldiers abruptly turned their firearms towards Stark and simultaneously pulled the triggers without hesitation. Chapter 78. The birth of Captain Sweet-Tongue despite Stark's remarkably swift reflexes. Activating his nanotech armor as the Special Forces turned, he was already too late. The armor required a brief moment to envelop his body. Lacking any ability to transform into an invincible state, he found himself on the brink of becoming a target. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a blue figure leaped down from above, shielding Stark with a shield. All the bullets struck the shield, as Rogers successfully intercepted the barrage. Although the defense lasted less than half a second, it was sufficient for Stark to don his nanotech armor. In the next moment, an alloy-long shield materialized in Stark's hand, allowing him to deflect all bullets aimed at Rogers' legs. The sudden turn of events caught the remaining individuals in the hall off guard. They were bewildered by the confrontation between Iron Man and the Special Forces. Stark, though unaware of the underlying cause, did not let that hinder him from neutralizing those who had nearly taken his life. The nanotech armor faced the well-equipped Special Forces with the same ease as Hawkeye confronting Thanos without his bow, effortlessly subduing the dozen or so adversaries. As Rogers was about to urge Stark to depart, a grenade suddenly flew towards their position. Although he reacted swiftly, curling himself behind his shield, he was still lifted off the ground by the shockwave. In the chaos, he lost his grip on the Mind Stone scepter and the box containing the Tesseract. Both items slipped from his grasp, with the box sliding directly to Loki, who was observing the scene from a distance. Those with keen eyes could discern the swirling golden energy enveloping the briefcase as it weaved through the legs of many, eventually coming to rest at Loki's feet. The golden glow conveniently unlocked the case, allowing the Tesseract to roll out effortlessly. Anyone who had witnessed the moment in Asgard's Great Hall, when Thor was stripped of the eternal spear and sealed away for storage, would recognize the divine energy emanating from the case, reminiscent of the handiwork of the All-Father Odin. Unfortunately, Loki, engrossed in Stark's misfortune, paid no heed to the lingering divine aura surrounding the box. Upon discovering the Tesseract at his feet, Loki instinctively seized it and teleported away. Meanwhile, Rogers watched as a figure emerged from the smoke, clad in an iron arm and black mask, wielding a grenade launcher. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Bucky, how did you end up here?" "Mind your language, Captain Rogers," came Stark's retort. Despite being at the epicenter of the explosion, Stark remained unscathed. The grenade had not even marred the paint of his armor. He observed Bucky, still under the influence of mind control, and felt a sense of calm wash over him, even finding the time to banter with Captain America. As Bucky charged at him with a firearm, Stark couldn't help but chuckle. Just 2 years prior, Thanos had hurled planets at him, and now Bucky, armed with nothing more than a mere stick, believed he could take his life. Was this not akin to showcasing speed in front of Kato? In that fleeting moment of recognition, both Stark and Rogers understood the gravity of the situation. Hydra feared that their secrets about SHIELD, having transformed into Snake SHIELD, will be divulged by these future individuals, prompting them to eliminate witnesses. According to the original narrative, Hydra had only recently resurfaced, with most of their clandestine schemes yet to be enacted. Should the future heroes expose any of this, Hydra would find themselves at a disadvantage, better off defecting to the government than continuing in the shadows, thus avoiding any upheaval in their positions. Rogers remained unfazed, directing his gaze toward the Tesseract and the Mind Stone scepter he had just relinquished. SHIELD has indeed been thoroughly infiltrated. It's only been a short while since our information leaked, and they've already sent assassins after us. Stark swiftly subdued Bucky, only to hear Rogers' voice call out, "Tony, we're in big trouble. Loki has escaped with the Tesseract through a portal." Stark turned to look at the spot where Loki had stood moments before, now devoid of any presence, save for the open briefcase. A well-played hand had been squandered. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the scanning function of his helmet, peering through the entirety of the building to track the energy emitted by the Tesseract. As Stark locked onto the source of energy, he disregarded Bucky lying on the ground and, with one hand grasping Rogers, seized the scepter before shattering the glass and soaring upwards. "We must hurry. Loki is still above." Loki was hammering away at the alloy box, the sword of mistletoe imprisoned within. If he could obtain this artifact and reclaim the unparalleled blade with the Tesseract in his possession, he would have the chance to reverse his fortunes. Just as he was fervently striking the box, a voice echoed from behind. "Hey Loki, hand over the Tesseract, or you will suffer the consequences." A beam of crimson laser light aimed at Loki's forehead, compelling him to raise his hands and turn to see Stark's arm had activated the laser-cutting device. At that moment, another voice emerged from behind Stark. "Hey, you 3 imbeciles, surrender the stolen goods, or face the repercussions." Steve stood at the doorway, swinging his hammer. Without awaiting a response, he hurled the weapon, its immense force sending the unsuspecting nanotech armor flying. He then advanced, delivering a powerful kick to Rogers' abdomen. Seizing the opportunity amidst their scuffle, Loki lifted the alloy box containing the sword of mistletoe and activated the Tesseract to open a portal for his escape. It was over. He had truly eluded capture. As Stark rose, he glimpsed Loki entering the portal, too late to intervene. Without a backward glance, he aimed at the 2 combatants, unleashing a palm repulsor that sent Steve crashing to the ground. "We must depart. Loki is already far ahead, and I cannot trace his whereabouts." Stark cast a glance at Steve, who, despite being curled up on the floor, continued to utter a string of expletives. He swore he had never encountered anyone capable of such prolonged profanity without repetition. "Tell me where the hell Bucky is, or I will end you." "You're not supposed to curse, are you? Why is your mouth full of filth?" Stark shot a sidelong glance at the equally bewildered Rogers, who shook his head. Deciding against further inquiries, he gathered his people to leave this place of strife and seek a way to retrieve the Space Stone. Perhaps it was the influence of the Mind Scepter. After a good beating, one often regained clarity. As they departed, Rogers left a parting remark. "Bucky is downstairs. You should see him shortly. Do you take me for a fool? Steve Rogers. I swear if I catch you, your lies are as transparent as a fart." Steve clutched his abdomen in pain as he struggled to rise. Chapter 79. Steve, my shield has been stolen by certain groups. Behold, the magnificent arrival of yours truly. Cheer for me. Deadpool dragged the corpse of a mechanized soldier, making his entrance at Stark Tower. However, the scene before him diverged from his expectations. As the soul, being able to breach the dimensional barrier, he was acutely aware of the outcome of the New York battle. The result was preordained. No amount of theatrical performance would yield chocolate ice cream, so he simply went along with the charade. As the spacecraft of Thanos' minions was annihilated by nuclear ordnance, the Chitauri army lost its central command, marking the conclusion of this grand spectacle. The current situation is abundantly clear. The streets strewn with Chitauri corpses serve as undeniable evidence that Thanos received the mighty missile sent by Tony. Yet, what transpired at Stark Tower is perplexing. Its lobby appears to have been ravaged by artillery fire, littered with bodies in disarray. Moreover, Captain America finds himself embroiled in a heated dispute with a contingent of soldiers. My shield has been pilfered by certain factions. You are aware that this is emblematic of their inherent deficiencies, Steve asserted, jabbing a finger at the leading black captain, his complexion flushed with indignation. Captain Rogers, we are here on the orders of General Luther of the Air Force to provide support. I implore you to exhibit a modicum of respect, the black captain retorted, retreating slightly, yet maintaining his composure. Let me clarify once more. Our airborne team has just arrived at Stark Industries. No one could have absconded with your shield. If you suspect us, present your evidence. Otherwise, kindly refrain from obstructing our mission. With so many present, if it was not you who stole it, could it possibly be me? Steve's demeanor softened somewhat, yet he remained unyielding. Natasha, unable to remain a passive observer, interjected, Captain Rogers, it is entirely plausible that you might have taken it yourself. Have you forgotten the version of yourself that traversed from the future? From Steve, they also learned of Stark's and Rogers' escape with the Mind Stone. Meanwhile, in the basement, Tony was discovered unconscious. During this tumultuous episode, a group in armored vehicles stormed Stark Industries, liberating the subdued Hydra operatives. In the ensuing skirmish, further casualties were incurred, with some severely injured individuals being executed on the spot. Banner, having been revived from death, was whisked away for a health assessment, while Thor accompanied Steve in pursuit of the future versions of Stark and Rogers. In this brief interlude, Natasha and Clint found their equipment depleted from the conflict with the Chitauri. Facing overwhelming firepower, they could only watch helplessly as the convoy made its escape. It was only during the subsequent tallying of losses and casualties that a comprehensive inventory was compiled. The items reported missing included the Tesseract, the Sword of Mistletoe, the Vibranium Shield, and the Cosmic Cube. The whereabouts of the Cosmic Cube were particularly enigmatic. It had originally been kept on Clint's person, but fearing it might be lost in battle or inadvertently mishandled, he had secured it at Stark Industries, believing it to be a safer haven for such artifacts. Once the battle concluded, its absence was noted. Clint had yet to summon the courage to test its power and, upon realizing it was missing, promptly reported the matter. When Director Fury heard Clint suggest that the Cosmic Cube might have simply fled, he nearly suffocated in disbelief, nearly succumbing on the spot. However, Barton was utterly convinced of this speculation. He had witnessed the creature within, and even if it fled in front of the entire Avengers assembly, it would pose no insurmountable challenge. The remaining items, including the unparalleled blade and the second prototype, were to be returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded, where Steve harbored suspicions that the newly arrived Sam Wilson, a paratrooper of African descent, had absconded with his cherished vibranium shield. He distinctly recalled that the shield had plummeted from the elevated corridor above, leaving no trace of impact upon the glass wall. Therefore, it could only have fallen to the first floor. As for Sam Wilson, he was the captain of the Air Force Parachute Rescue Team, who had received orders from his superiors during training to parachute ahead of his squad into New York City. By the time they arrived, the battle had concluded, and further orders directed them to Stark Tower for assistance, where a new assault had ensued. Upon arrival, the individual he idolized and revered, Captain America, brazenly accused him and his team of thievery concerning the shield. He had harbored dreams of heroism, aspiring to stand alongside his idol as a true superhero. Now, an opportunity presented itself, the Falcon Confidential Project. Little did he expect that his idol's reputation would shatter so completely. Surely, he was more deserving of the mantle of Captain America. Returning to Steve, upon hearing Natasha's conjecture, he immediately dismissed it, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." That old fellow wielded the shield in one hand and the Mind Stone scepter in the other. I saw it clearly. There was no way he could conceal a 25-foot shield within his attire. Likewise, they could not have hidden it. Natasha pulled Steve aside while instructing the others to secure the area. "What is wrong with Captain Pants?" Deadpool quipped, sidling up to Barton as he transported items. "I have no idea. Perhaps he was provoked. Regardless, a return to SHIELD for inspection will reveal the truth. It's a chaotic mess now, and as long as he hasn't transformed into Hydra Captain, we lack the energy to concern ourselves with him." Barton placed the items into Deadpool's hands, releasing them just as Deadpool let go, causing the equipment to tumble to the floor as he ambled forward. "Hey, how does it feel to be a capitalist lugging a nuclear bomb?" Barton observed Deadpool's retreating figure, shaking his head slightly before departing. They were not of the same ilk. Communication was futile. Tony, rubbing his neck, staggered against the wall as he emerged, already informed of the unfolding events by J. Herves. His future self was truly insufferable, employing nanotech armor for ambushes. No wonder he had been so evasive and distracted when discussing the matter of Megatron. His opinions and insights were painfully superficial. He had failed to realize that Stark's true objectives had always centered on the scepter and the Tesseract. Upon encountering Deadpool, he greeted him with a jest. "Oh, the identity-less, impoverished lad. Next time you wish to indulge in the exhilarating thrill of free fall, Stark Industries would be more than willing to sponsor a parachute for your escapades. Let us avoid you scattering yourself all over the ground. Even a janitor's life is precious. Deadpool, please contain your malice. My fragile heart cannot withstand your barbs." As Deadpool stepped aside, allowing Tony to pass, he continued, "Mr. Stark, surely you wouldn't want the headlines tomorrow to accuse you of belittling the less fortunate, would you? Spare me the pleasantries. If you have something to say it quickly. I devoured 2 Mexican chicken wraps and a chilled cola without paying, though the cashier fled. I am a principled superhero." Chapter 80, The Source of the Flames, Sokovia. A landlocked nation in Eastern Europe is characterized by its rugged terrain and impoverished turbulence, bordering Slovakia and the Czech Republic. To outsiders, it appears as a war-torn, destitute country, with no nation willing to intervene in its civil strife. Yet unbeknownst to many, beneath this small nation lies the most significant base of HYDRA. Humanitarian peacekeeping forces occasionally safeguard local refugees, including agents from SHIELD. Ironically, to facilitate the earning of dual salaries, the bases of SHIELD and Hydra are merely a layer of ground apart. Above ground, SHIELD's peacekeeping forces monitor the tumultuous situation in Sokovia. Recently, they received orders from headquarters to investigate their jurisdiction for any signs of Hydra's presence. Meanwhile, down in the underground base, Hydra requires no technological means for eavesdropping. They simply await the return of the peacekeeping personnel after their daytime shifts to glean information about SHIELD's recent movements. Within the research laboratory of the Hydra base, a blue cube hovers within a monitoring zone. A dozen individuals clad in white lab coats observe the cube through glass. This is the Tesseract, the cosmic cube we have lost for over 70 years. What immense power it possesses. The agents of SHIELD are a bunch of fools, possessing artifacts that far surpass human technology by centuries. Yet they choose to confine it. How wasteful. Now, they only bring it out for study because extraterrestrial beings are on the horizon. It's a case of too little, too late. If this had been in our organization's possession, we might have already conquered the world. But wait, why does it feel amiss? The coloration seems slightly different from the Tesseract. This is indeed the Tesseract, stolen during the battle in New York. It is a cube radiating boundless energy. Blue, there is no mistaking it. The laboratory is in disarray, staffed by researchers of all ages, young, middle-aged, and elderly. The older ones may have encountered the Tesseract before, while the younger ones might have only graduated recently. Despite the lingering doubts, they swiftly cast aside their questions as scientific eccentrics. What could be more alluring than the mysterious and formidable unknown? A group of individuals swiftly commenced their exploration of energy composition and analysis, embarking on experiments utilizing data from 70 years prior. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the war-torn city of New York began to regain its former splendor. Despite the undercurrents of clandestine organizations, the daily lives of the populace remained largely unaffected. Recently, Stark had not exchanged any armor in the live broadcast space. Instead, he meticulously crafted each design based on the descriptions available. With templates at his disposal, the creation of armor resembled mere imitation. Whenever he encountered obstacles, he exchanged for the requisite technological data, effortlessly producing the 44 anti-Hulk armor. This particular suit was designed with Banner's assistance, specifically to address the potential for Hulk's rampages. In contrast to the original armors, this anti-Hulk suit was equipped with the unparalleled Blade of Destiny. Currently, Stark was engrossed in the study of the 50 Bloodline battle armor. After conquering all prior technologies, he discovered that this armor represented a revolutionary transformation built upon its predecessors. The vast quantities of vibranium, combined with technology that transcended contemporary nanotechnology, meant that even with all his accumulated points, he could only hope to produce a rudimentary version. Consequently, Stark opted not to continue his research on the 50 Bloodline battle armor, and instead turned his attention to the long-abandoned Megatron project. During this period, Dr. Banner found himself without a refuge. Once he had hidden for years in the favelas of Rio de Janeiro due to Hulk's uncontrollable nature. Now, with the backing of S.H.I.E.L.D., he returned to the city of New York. Before being irradiated by gamma rays, it is essential to remember that he was a scholar with accomplishments across various fields. After Stark promised to establish a fully equipped laboratory for Banner, along with an inexhaustible supply of experimental materials and funding, Banner wholeheartedly aligned himself with Stark's cause. Perhaps it was the mutual recognition of genius, or perhaps due to Banner having once saved Stark's life, their relationship swiftly blossomed into a profound friendship. Although Banner's live broadcast points were limited, after conferring with Stark, he decided to exchange for the horse charm. The two intended to transcend the realm of technology and delve into the study of magic, which posed one of the formidable challenges within the Megatron project. Horse charm, capable of eliminating all anomalous external forces within the body, achieving miraculous effects that cure all ailments. By expelling harmful external forces, it restores the body by removing all interferences and returning all damaged items to their original state. Banner's choice to exchange for the horse charm was not solely for its perfect immortality when combined with the dog charm. He harbored a personal motive as well. If it could eliminate all anomalous external forces and restore his body to its original state, then what exactly did the Hulk represent within him? An anomalous external force? The Hulk possessed immense strength, but brought Banner endless anguish, prompting him to contemplate their mutual destruction on more than one occasion. Stark has also analyzed the Hulk, positing that his second persona is a result of gamma radiation, suggesting that this dissociation is a form of mental illness. He speculated that the talisman might hold miraculous potential for healing. However, it became evident that after Banner received the talisman, although his previous injuries were healed, the Hulk within him remained unbanished. Even the talisman lost its efficacy, plunging Banner into a prolonged state of despair. Subsequently, the two attempted to employ the talisman to cure Megatron, believing it could restore damaged entities to their original form, yet, regrettably, this endeavor also proved futile. Thus, they were left with but one final recourse, the Allspark. The Allspark is a cube adorned with unknown linguistic symbols and pictographs, serving as both the origin and the resting place of the Transformers' life force. The sparks derived from the Allspark bestow Transformers with souls and extraordinary abilities. However, Stark and Banner are not reckless mad scientists. The allure of creating a new form of life is indeed difficult to resist. Yet, they must also bear responsibility for the planet's indigenous inhabitants. The prospect of conjuring an uncontrollable, unrestrained, and ambiguous entity strays far from their initial intentions behind the Megatron project. As Stark and Banner ponder the risks of attempting to resurrect the first prototype of the Megatron project, Jarvis's mechanical voice interrupts their contemplation. Mr. Stark, Director Fury has a communication request. Since the onset of the battle in New York, the Avengers have been tentatively formed, despite some underlying disagreements, such as certain members being reluctant to accept DS orders and preferring to operate independently. This issue remains unresolved due to the lingering remnants of Hydra within Stark finds himself among those opposing the orders. Nonetheless, the situation is manageable. Fury has granted them considerable leeway and has not pressed the matter. Should any challenges arise that Earth technology cannot surmount, they will be contacted immediately. Recently, Steve, Natasha, and Barton have been dispatched to investigate Hydra's bases. Notably, Steve's propensity for coarse language has not diminished. Yet medical assessments indicate that aside from his fondness for profanity, he does not exhibit any antisocial tendencies. He still garners a measure of trust, particularly because of his heightened concern regarding Bucky during the Hydra investigation. Stark has not seen him in quite some time. Even Fury is elusive, occasionally sending a message every 10 days or so. Shortly after Steve embarked on the pursuit of Hydra's remnants, Fury sought him out for communication, prompting Stark to speculate whether Captain America had found himself in a predicament due to his charm. Jarvis, allow the connection. As Stark issued the command, Jarvis activated the holographic projection, revealing the image on the other side. Director Fury found himself enveloped in complete darkness. Fortunately, his skin tone was not entirely obscured, allowing him to discern some outlines. A set of white teeth hovered in midair, partially open and closing. Stock. We have identified the culprit behind the explosion at the Stark Industries exhibition. Their level of danger has escalated beyond our control, and I require your assistance along with Banner S. Fury succinctly articulated the problem. The Ten Rings? Stark recalled the horrific scene from a year ago, where countless lives were lost in the inferno, many gravely injured, and those who survived with severe burns were left clinging to life in hospitals. Reflecting further, he remembered his entrapment in Afghanistan, besieged by insurgents who coerced him into manufacturing missiles. He also thought of the professor who had sacrificed himself, perishing amidst the insurgents' gunfire. This event was pivotal in his decision to become Iron Man. Subsequent investigations revealed that the Ten Rings were indeed behind all. Upon receiving confirmation, Stark immediately set aside the arc reactor he was working on and summoned Banner to accompany him to the location Fury had mentioned. In Washington, D.C., on Theodore Roosevelt Island in the Potomac River, within the confines of a dimly lit SHLD base, Fury and Coulson occupied the main seats, briefing Stark on the projected content. In the Santos region, a series of bomb attacks had recently occurred, each striking without warning, and local surveillance footage revealed no evidence of potential explosives. SHIELD agents determined that these attacks were orchestrated by the notorious terrorist leader, Mandarin. We cannot discern their motives nor understand why they are targeting civilians, but we have identified the mastermind behind Mandarin, the infamous Mandarin himself. Fury continued. Indeed, he is the individual mentioned by the last captured operative. His shadow looms over terrorist organizations globally. Terrorist organizations? Surely SHIELD can manage them. Banner interjected. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics claim to protect the world from supernatural incursions, possessing technology and capabilities far superior to conventional military forces. As a global peacekeeping entity bridging the mundane and the supernatural, confronting groups armed solely with firearms should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Why seek their assistance? Banner questioned. Indeed, we have dispatched numerous agents and deployed extensive equipment for investigation, yet they have all fallen at the hands of these terrorists. Currently, we are still unclear on how they managed to eliminate our agents, Fury lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Director Fury projected the video footage from the agent's body camera onto the screen and continued, I initially intended for Agents Rogers and Romanoff to investigate this matter, but they are currently unavailable, so I must request your assistance. The video depicted agents aiming their weapons at an individual amidst a cacophony of shouts, calling for an ambush and urging the suspect to raise his hands. Suddenly, the screen flickered and a blinding flash erupted, plunging the footage into darkness. Fury swiftly adjusted the display with a remote, revealing a photograph of a man alongside his details. Here is the situation. We have traced a certain Mike Fernal, who has been present at several explosion sites. He elaborated, Mike Fernal, a former serviceman of the Navy's Third Fleet, lost a leg in an accident and subsequently retired. However, from the footage, he appears not to have any prosthetic device. After a moment of silence, Stark finally spoke up, Send me this man's information. I will apprehend him. With that, he rose immediately and strode towards the exit. The 10 rings must be eradicated. He was prepared to pay any price for vengeance. At that moment, Coulson glanced at the communicator, his brow furrowing. Director Fury, Mr. Stark, it seems an unexpected incident has occurred. He activated the live broadcast function of the projector, displaying a television program on the screen. The Mandarin, the leader of the terrorist organization, boldly declared a challenge to the U.S. government, announcing that they would orchestrate bombings unpredictably across the nation in the coming days. Following this, a disturbing clip showed a group of masked gunmen in a desolate location, employing brutal methods to decapitate several suited captives with blunt instruments. Coulson explained, the television station was hacked. Although the breach was quickly patched, the video has already spread. Fury's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the Mandarin's audacity to escalate to such heights. Just then, Stark's phone rang. It was his private number, known only to a select few, and typically, no one would call unless it was of utmost importance. Upon seeing that it was Pepper calling, Stark answered without hesitation. Tony, Happy's been injured. Chapter 82. Happy severely injured in Manhattan's Upper East Side, at Harlem Hospital. Stark arrived to find personnel waiting to escort him directly to the surgical area where Happy was being treated. Pepper had been there for quite some time. Ordinarily, the injury of a Stark Industries bodyguard would not disturb the upper echelons of Stark Group, but Happy was no ordinary guard. He was Stark's most trusted confidant, akin to family. Had it not been for Pepper, the discovery of new elements may never have occurred, and Stark might have transferred all shares of Stark Industries to Happy. This illustrates the profound bond between the two. Stark approached the door, peering through the glass window at Happy, who was undergoing surgery, displaying evident signs of anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired of Pepper, what has happened to Happy? Why has he suddenly entered the operating room? The last message he sent to his colleague was a pursuit of Killian, as Happy suspected something amiss with him. Pepper, Zusing stark, softly replied. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Stark's brow furrowed slightly. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Aldrich Killian had visited earlier that morning to discuss a collaboration with Pepper. They had developed a new type of biotechnology and sought to leverage Stark Industries' connections to promote it to the military and arms companies. After all, Stark Industries had its roots in arms dealing and was well acquainted with the intricacies of the field. However, Stark had long since declared his retirement from such ventures. As his confidant, Pepper understood his intentions and promptly declined the proposal on behalf of the company, citing the excessive militarization of the biotechnology. She was unaware of the ensuing events, and Happy had not reported his investigation to her. By the time she received the news, it was already too late. Happy had been severely injured in an explosion and was transported to the hospital for treatment, prompting her immediate arrival. What about Banner? Stark, gripped by despair, suddenly recalled the matter and turned to see Banner hurrying around the corner, colliding with a disheveled man sporting an unkempt appearance and a scruffy beard. The man's hands trembled uncontrollably, suggesting some ailment or injury. After being knocked down by Banner, he said nothing, rising slowly from the ground. His head bowed in silence despite Banner's apologies. Stark, disregarding everything else, urgently called Banner over. After receiving 2 talismans from him, he burst through the doors of the operating room. The surgeons, startled by Stark's intrusion, were quickly approached by assistants and nurses who attempted to block his entry. Sir, you cannot enter here. Please leave immediately. I understand your distress, but to save this patient, you must remain calm. Upon hearing this, Pepper intended to intervene and restrain the seemingly irrational Stark, but Banner stopped her. It's all right. Trust me. Happy will be fine. Stark, thwarted by the two, shouted, I am Tony Stark, Iron Man. Step aside. I can save him. The assistants and nurses exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing him as the formidable superhero from television. Clearly unprepared for such a scenario, as their training had not covered this. Seizing the opportunity, Stark pushed past them, bringing the talismans into contact with Happy's body. The horse emblem in the center began to glow brightly. A miraculous scene unfolded as the wounds on Happy's body rapidly healed. The surgical stitches forced out from the gaping injury. In an instant, the wound began to close and regenerate. The next moment, Happy, gasping for breath. Abruptly, he sat up from the operating table, his eyes darting around. He panted, "Am I dead? No, Mr. Stark, what are you doing here?" As Happy examined himself, he found no trace of injury, not even a hint of pain. Not only was Happy astonished, but the doctor beside him widened his eyes, pinching his own thigh to confirm whether this was a dream. This spectacle challenged their professional knowledge. Were it anyone else stating that placing a stone upon a gravely injured person could restore them to vitality, they would have been met with disbelief. Alas, they were witnessing it firsthand. How could this be possible? This is a world where superheroes abound. That makes it plausible. Happy, are you all right? If so, come with me, Stark said, turning to leave the operating room. Oh, I'm coming, sir. At that moment, a disheveled man, who had inadvertently witnessed the scene, tremblingly approached. Mr. Stark, I beg you, save me. He pushed aside his unkempt hair, obscuring his face, exclaiming, I am Dr. Stephen Strange, the one who had scheduled a heart surgery with you. After the battle in New York, Strange had been involved in a car accident. Though he survived, the nerves in his hands were damaged, leaving him with uncontrollable tremors, making even the simplest task of holding a cup a Herculean effort, let alone wielding a scalpel for intricate surgery. Furthermore, he was being pursued. Time lost due to the accident and subsequent surgery had led to his bank account being frozen by a certain family, rendering him destitute. He could neither afford the surgical expenses nor dare to pay them. Pretending to have amnesia and forgetting his identity amidst the chaos that ensued after the battle in New York, he planned to disguise himself and flee once he recovered. However, the lingering aftereffects of his surgery made mere survival a luxury. Today, he had come to the Elders Hospital upon hearing that a friend would be visiting as an expert. Strange hoped to find a glimmer of healing. Unexpectedly, he found no one, but instead witnessed the extraordinary event before him. Without further hesitation, Strange abandoned his pretense and earnestly sought help from the onlookers, nearly bowing down to them in desperation. Stark's heart vessels still bore remnants of bullet fragments. One of the reactor's functions was to attract these fragments, preventing them from entering the heart with a flow of blood. After receiving the talisman, he had even expelled the reactor from his chest, considering replacing it with an external one. Naturally, he had forgotten the need for surgery. However, Stark recognized Strange. They had met once before. Although he was unaware of why that once loquacious and spirited individual had fallen to such depths, he did not inquire further. Meeting Banner's gaze, he affixed the talisman to the unfortunate soul. In Kamar Taj, Ancient One inquired of Master Mordo, has Strange yet to arrive? Did you not provide him with the clues? Chapter 83. Brain Development at 27 in South Africa. The small nation of Kafraho, which was once a humble agricultural community reliant on fishing, now found itself in dire straits. The land, barren of resources, was more akin to a tribal settlement than a nation. The locals appeared untouched by modern civilization, some clad in grass skirts, while others donned tattered trousers for modesty. At this very moment, amidst the hunting and fishing, the nation was besieged by lasers and high-tech aircraft dominating the skies, while well-equipped soldiers conducted relentless ground searches. Under the cover of night, in a murky swamp, Steve, Barton, and Natasha lay concealed, their bodies caked in mud as they stealthily advanced towards a specific direction. Damn this swamp. How can there be so many crocodiles? Steve grumbled as he pressed on. Remember, leave no survivors, understood? I want those fools who have sullied their minds to repent before Satan in hell for their deeds. How far is that cursed base entrance? This swamp reeks. The ground is littered with animal droppings. I swear if that damn alligator dares to bite me again, I'll shove it right back where it came from. Amongst the trio, only Steve's voice was incessantly murmuring. Captain Rogers, there's still about a mile to go. A lookout is ahead, Natasha reported, glancing at her communicator. All right, I'll go capture him to feed the alligators. Meanwhile, Barton, who had remained silent, glanced at the aircraft soaring overhead, a sense of unease swelling within him. Hydra's technological advancements over the past year had surpassed those of SHIELD, leaving them far behind. From the shadows of those aircraft, he recognized echoes of the Chitauri soldiers from years past. It was well known that following the Battle of New York, SHIELD had cordoned off the site, securing unique alien technologies and Leviathan remnants, all of which were dispatched to their agency. Yet, it was evident that Hydra had acquired a significant amount of Chitauri technology, their research capabilities having eclipsed those of SHIELD at that time. This could only imply that there were numerous traitors within SHIELD, possibly even among its upper echelons, as it would be implausible for a mere handful to abscond with such treasures. Furthermore, an underground organization, while lacking the freedom and resource acquisition capabilities of the globally dominant SHIELD, had managed to achieve tangible results ahead of them. How astonishing was that? Even though the outer agents, along with Deadpool and Thor, had effectively contained Hydra's main force. This allowed the three of them to stealthily infiltrate the vicinity of the Hydra base. Logically, under the condition that the majority of their forces were preoccupied on the periphery, the internal personnel of the Hydra base should be in short supply, with their attention diverted primarily towards Thor outside. Thus, their infiltration should not encounter issues. However, Barton's heart raced with trepidation. He glanced at the fervent Steve beside him, his eyes filled with concern, pondering whether the Hydra captain, as the system had indicated, would indeed manifest. After all, to an unfamiliar observer, Steve would undoubtedly appear as a quintessential villain. As Steve smashed a heedless alligator with a hammer, he was taken aback to find it still convulsing, prompting him to deliver another blow. Barton urged Natasha to close her eyes and tilt her head to sense what lay ahead. Moments later, she pointed in several directions and remarked, there, and there are 4 hidden sentries. Approximately 300 meters behind them, their SA ventilation shaft that connects to the underground base. Barton cast a glance at Natasha, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and instinctively moved toward one of the indicated directions in darkness. Among the current Avengers, he was indeed the only one considered an ordinary human. Aside from possessing a skill for rapid archery, his contribution was limited to providing an amplification aura for his teammates. Although the tenfold increase in firing speed significantly elevated his potential, in comparison to his comrades, it seemed rather insignificant. Natasha's cerebral development had reached around 27, showcasing a remarkable enhancement in her abilities compared to her earlier self. She had even evolved genuine superpowers, including telepathy, spatial perception, and biological control, capabilities far beyond simple physical augmentations. Though still in their nascent stages, her telepathy allowed her to sense the general thoughts of others and engage in mental communication. Her spatial perception enabled her to discern the physical structure and spatial layout of her surroundings, akin to a sixth sense. Natasha identified the hidden sentries in the vicinity through this extraordinary ability. Her biological control granted her the power to manipulate living organisms, including insects and small animals. She had once demonstrated this by controlling an ant in Barton's presence. Of course, no one knew if she was concealing her true limits or whether her displayed abilities were her utmost potential. However, one certainty remained: given sufficient time, Natasha could evolve to an unimaginable extent. Returning to the physical aspect, the enhancement in her physical prowess was a direct result of her cerebral development, manifesting as improvements in strength, agility, endurance, and sensory perception. Previously, Barton had struggled to best Natasha. Now, a single encounter would likely see him swiftly subdued. Most importantly, Barton sensed that Natasha was becoming increasingly detached, as if she were undergoing an evolution towards a state of divinity. A few hidden sentinels were swiftly neutralized. The three gathered outside a ventilation system. Barton cast a glance at Steve. The absence of screams suggested that Steve had not truly taken anyone to feed to the crocodiles, though it remained possible that he simply could not locate the crocodiles. Unaware of Barton's thoughts, Steve instinctively surveyed the surroundings before forcefully prying open the vent cover with a hammer. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down. Outside the perimeter of Carvarojo, Deadpool lay motionless among a pile of corpses. He was utterly exasperated. Recently, he had been engaged only with laser weaponry, leaving him no opportunity to showcase his exceptional skill with blades against bullets. Despite his immortality, he still felt pain. Those wretched laser weapons left craters upon detonation. His flesh might heal, but his suit would not. In the heat of battle, he risked being left in his birthday suit, choosing to remain feigned in death. He observed as a Hydra soldier sprinted past, catching a glimpse of a crimson area with a dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Bang! A gory hole appeared in the soldier's skull, and the unfortunate soul collapsed. The tactic of concealing a weapon in one's nether regions was consistently effective, allowing them to experience the prowess of Little Wade. Deadpool sprang to his feet, nonchalantly blowing the smoke from the muzzle, coolly stashing his Desert Eagle in his pocket. He then stealthily approached to scavenge the bodies. It was time for Deadpool to upgrade his gear. Let them come at him with their heads. Chapter 84. Strange. Have you heard of the Peach Blossom? In stark contrast to the chaotic warfare across the ocean, the atmosphere at the Presbyterian Hospital in Manhattan's Upper East Side was serene. Strange gazed at his hands, restored to their former glory, devoid of pain and trembling. As tears of joy streamed down his cheeks, he had finally returned to normalcy. Previously, he had sought numerous friends, but none offered a glimmer of hope for recovery, all insisting that the nerves in his hands had perished, and that contemporary medicine could not mend them. As a top-tier physician himself, Strange was acutely aware that nerve damage was irreparable. Yet it was this very hope that had allowed him to cling to life. Arriving at the Presbyterian Hospital, he had anticipated a similar outcome. However, he had not foreseen the miraculous events that would unfold. Having experienced tumultuous highs and lows during this period, Strange had long since abandoned his earlier hubris. Especially in the presence of his savior, akin to a rebirth, he extolled, "Mr. Stark, is this your groundbreaking technology? It surpasses the entire medical field. If made public, your achievements would eclipse all heroes in American history. No, the entirety of humanity." Accustomed to flattery, Stark displayed little reaction to Strange's praise. Nevertheless, he clarified, "This is not the power of technology, it is the power of magic. However, I hope you will not divulge this matter. We still have a few matters to attend to. In light of your recovery, you must keep this matter strictly confidential. Understood?" Stark stated before preparing to depart. He had pressing issues concerning the Ten Rings organization to address, and without the talisman today, Happy would truly be in dire straits. The plan to heal those injured at the Stark Industries exhibition would have to be postponed, necessitating S.H.O.D. to locate and treat this group collectively. Thus, Stark had no time to boast with Strange at that moment. At that instant, Strange softly remarked, "Magic? This phenomenon is genuinely real? I had assumed that fellow named Mordo was merely deceiving me." The utterance of Mordo abruptly halted Stark and Banner, who had intended to leave. They exchanged a glance before simultaneously turning to Strange, inquiring, "What do you mean by Mordo?" Strange had not anticipated such a strong reaction from them merely by mentioning a name. However, standing before the benefactor who had granted him a second chance, there was little to conceal, and he recounted the events in detail. Shortly after his car accident, his hands were rendered incapacitated and his life spiraled downward. Just as he found himself engulfed in despair, a figure appeared in his dreams, introducing himself as Karl Mordo, a sorcerer from Kamartaj. According to him, Strange possessed the innate talent for magic, and the only path to restore his hands lay in this direction, guiding him towards Kamartaj. Naturally, Strange scoffed at this notion. Being a staunch atheist, he believed it was merely his desperate longing to regain the use of his hands that conjured such absurd ideas. However, the following day, he stumbled upon a flyer advertising Kamartaj recruitment. This incident began to shake Strange's convictions. While dreams could often be attributed to subconscious thoughts, the convergence of reality with his dreams was far more challenging to dismiss. Subsequently, the Kamartaj sorcerer, Mordo, once again visited him in his dreams, persuading him to study magic at Kamartaj. At this point, Stark and Banner were entirely convinced that this Mordo was indeed the individual who had been communicating incessantly in the livestream chat. Observing Strange's disheveled appearance, Stark inferred that the latter's life had been quite arduous since his arm injury. This was not Myanmar. The effort expended by others was clearly not a ruse to lure Strange into a perilous situation, with neither wealth nor allure. It was highly probable that they genuinely wished for him to acquire knowledge. Stark, perplexed, inquired, "But why haven't you gone to Kamartaj? Why remain in New York in such a state?" Strange offered a sheepish smile. "I can't quite recall who said it, but I believe it was Einstein." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Strange slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is Einstein." In his later years, he delved into theology and spoke of a phenomenon known as the shadow peach blossom, wherein spirits invade one's dreams, enticing individuals to venture to specific locations. Once you succumb to this lure, your fate is sealed. For instance, imagine a beautiful woman who captivates you in a sweet romantic dream. And just as you're on the verge of waking, she beckons you to a certain place. Strange, sensing the atmosphere grow tense, awkwardly scratched his head and confessed. The location mentioned in the flyer is the Pashupatinath Temple in Kathmandu, Nepal. My current circumstances raise some complications, and all my assets are frozen. Am I expected to swim across the sea? He patted his tattered clothing and remarked, I realize this joke falls flat, but look at my current state. There is no way I could possibly reach the Pashupatinath Temple. Are you tempted to hone your magical abilities in the battle armor? Banner glanced at Stark, instantly aware of his silent contemplation. Stark replied, that core is also a magical creation, and we are utterly ignorant of such matters. Their gazes converged upon Strange, who felt the weight of their scrutiny. At that moment, Happy returned, having changed his clothes. At the port of Walia, in an office, a television broadcast displayed the news. Aldrich Killian watched the footage of Tony Stark, whose insufferable visage mirrored that of over 2 decades ago. The wine bottle he clutched melted in his grip, the liquid seeping through his fingers as his hand blazed red, as if scorched by a branding iron. I, Tony Stark, declare war on the Mandarin terrorist organization. Bullying ordinary people is no feat of prowess. My bodyguard lies gravely injured and unconscious. I await you at my coastal villa in Malibu, California, he stated, providing the address as the news concluded, accompanied by an image of Happy, severely injured and on oxygen. Witnessing this, Killian let out a cold, humorless laugh. Chapter 85. Rhodes on the offensive in an instant. Media outlets worldwide erupted with reports. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had declared war on the Mandarin terrorist organization, publicly disclosing his private residence. Prior to this, the Mandarin's notorious reputation had already spread far and wide, being the first terrorist organization to openly confront the state and execute aggressive actions. They had orchestrated multiple bombing incidents, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. These acts of terror were indiscriminate, leaving the populace in a state of dread, prompting many to withdraw from public life. At this juncture, the nation had yet to respond or take any substantial action against the threat. Yet, Tony Stark had already declared war on this terrorist organization, a testament to his commendable spirit. The notoriety stemming from the Stark Industries Expo explosion began to wane in light of these events. It is essential to note that following the recent conflict in New York, public opinion regarding the Avengers has become decidedly polarized. While supporters are numerous and vocal, the dissenters present a myriad of arguments, the most prevalent being the notion that superheroes are ultimately detrimental. They contend that these extraordinary beings may incite further calamities, the origins of which remain ambiguous. It is posited that such disasters are orchestrated by the heroes themselves to enhance their own worth and cloak their endeavors in a veneer of valor, culminating in the emergence of extraterrestrials, sorcerers, and automatons to stage this grand spectacle. Particularly contentious was the beam that opened the spatial wormhole, which originated from the Stark Industries Tower. This has given rise to a new wave of sentiment advocating for superheroes to operate under the aegis of governmental authority, with all actions meticulously coordinated and sanctioned by the state. Should any issues arise, it is expected that the government would bear the responsibility. At this juncture, Stark remains indifferent to these concerns. Heroes are oftentimes solitary figures, and he is determined to safeguard the Earth in his own fashion, even if such actions are met with public disdain and misunderstanding. If all initiatives must be orchestrated by official channels, he might as well cease his efforts entirely. Especially now, every nation, regardless of its stature, is beset by internal strife and external threats, with Hydra's influence lurking from the highest echelons of power to the most junior ranks. Should the state exert control over them, it would not be long before safeguarding global peace becomes a futile endeavor, jeopardizing even the lives of the superheroes themselves. Thus, when Fury's call came through, Tony adopted a rather nonchalant demeanor. Tony Stark, did you declare war on a Mandarin without our consent? I am aware of Happy's injuries, and you should know your own boundaries. The words have been uttered. Can they be retracted? With his legs crossed, Tony instructed Jarvis to terminate the call. That's it. Hang up. Before long, Fury's call connected once more. After several persistent attempts, Stark, finding himself unable to evade the incessant ringing, answered again. Your friend Rhodey has taken to the skies in the war machine to confront those terrorists. I merely wish to advise you that publicly disclosing your personal address could invite trouble for those close to you. Rhodey? Where has he gone to settle the score? Stark mused, realizing it had been some time since he last saw Rhodey. The last encounter had been during the explosion at the expo, where Rhodey had been fortunate enough to be propelled away in his armor, sustaining only minor injuries to the power system and avoiding being manipulated by Ivan to confront the destroyer. Stark was unaware of any subsequent disciplinary actions within the military. The ensuing period had been rather hectic, filled with live broadcasts, Loki's abduction, the New York battle, and his subsequent obsession with developing exosuits. Over the course of a year, he had unveiled more than 40 new generations of suits, all while juggling other distractions. His meetings with Pepper had dwindled to a mere handful. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Fury eventually divulged Rhodey's location. The Mandarins, a notorious terrorist organization, declared war on a formidable nation, and the United States, naturally, could not cower in fear. Upon employing various methods to ascertain the whereabouts of the terrorists' hideout, they promptly dispatched their armored war machinery to that country. Perhaps they sought to replicate Iron Man's earlier operations in Afghanistan, where he dismantled several terrorist nests. A group employing human bombs could hardly intimidate those in power. However, Stark was not so easily swayed. He had long been informed by Happy that these terrorists were anything but ordinary. While tracking Killian, Happy stumbled upon Killian's bodyguard engaging in illicit trade, during which the buyer injected himself with a forbidden substance, resulting in a dazzling explosion. Happy was discovered by Killian's bodyguard before the explosion occurred, and upon confrontation, he was swiftly overpowered and brought to the ground. As the explosion erupted, both men were caught in its violent wake. Happy, though at a distance, sustained severe injuries. The bodyguard, however, was engulfed by flames and shockwaves, losing limbs in the process. Yet, just before Happy lost consciousness, he faintly observed the bodyguard emerging from the inferno, his severed limbs regenerating at an astonishing pace, allowing him to flee the scene. Coupled with Killian and Pepper's previous interest in biotechnology, Stark quickly deduced the sequence of events. His conclusion was that these individuals employed a certain form of biotechnology, granting them an immortal regenerative ability alongside physical enhancements, all while simultaneously seeking military collaboration and declaring war on the military. Their aim appeared to be a theatrical performance of nurturing the enemy while asserting their strength. A cadre of superpowered lunatics necessitated the intervention of superpower enforcers. At this juncture, the enemy's condition remained unclear. Any rash action would only exacerbate the situation. This was precisely why Stark refrained from proactively confronting Killian, opting instead to feign ignorance regarding the unfolding events and choosing to announce their declaration of war through the media. With preparations in place, he intended to orchestrate a trap to ensnare his foes. This strategy drew inspiration from the Batman narrative frequently referenced by Deadpool. The seaside villa was equipped with missile systems, ready to confront any superpowered adversary with a barrage of heavy rockets. However, Rhodey's intervention disrupted his plans. Stark, of course, could not stand idly by while his friend was in peril and promptly relayed the information to Fury on the opposing side. He then heard a frustrated exclamation from Fury before the call abruptly ended, evidently indicating that he was reaching out to Rhodey's commanding officer. Stark turned to the dazed Banner beside him. Banner, it seems we need to embark on an overseas journey. Will you be wearing the Hulkbuster armor, version 20? Chapter 86. Rhodey's predicament. The silver armor soared through the skies, cleaving the azure clouds, before rapidly descending toward the village. The village consists of earthen houses, blending seamlessly with the arid yellow earth, presenting an appearance of considerable poverty. Although wisps of white smoke emerge from the chimneys within the village, the surroundings are devoid of life. There are no children, no elderly, and not a single young laborer can be seen. The silver-gray armor descends upon the ground, surveying the vicinity. The armor's detection system activates, identifying a slight movement of warmth emanating from one of the humble abodes. The arrival is none other than the war machine piloted by Rhodes, constructed from the original battle armor, lacking the perfection of the current Mark III to XL series. The modifications made to the armor primarily enhance its firepower, outfitted with an indeterminate number of machine guns and small missiles, rendering the war machine considerably bulkier than the Mark prototype. However, This level of armament suffices for dealing with certain terrorists, as the heavily armed war machine is indeed a formidable instrument of battlefield carnage. Without a moment's hesitation, Rhodes strides towards the source of heat. The dilapidated wooden door shatters with a single kick, startling the occupants within. The sound of the door crashing open triggers a chorus of panic screams. Ignoring the commotion, Rhodes enters to find 3 or 4 women and children cornered and trembling, held captive by a group of masked gunmen. The terrorists, their faces obscured by sand masks, become increasingly hysterical. Some aim their weapons at the women and children, while others target Rhodes himself. The reputation of Iron Man is resounding, and this armored shell is his unmistakable emblem. To the civilians, in such dire circumstances, Iron Man appears as their savior, while to these desperate individuals, he is akin to an embodiment of death. Rhodes observes the agitated terrorists through his visor. Although he cannot decipher their frantic shouts, it is evident they are demanding his surrender, threatening to execute the hostages otherwise. With hands raised in a gesture of international surrender, Rhodes secretly locks on several of the assailants. As bullets are fired, a few collapse, causing the hostages to scream in terror. At that moment, Rhodes receives a communication from Stark, prompting him to signal for silence among the remaining individuals in the room, which immediately brings about an eerie stillness. "Rhodes, where are you now?" Stark inquires through the image transmitted to the visor. "I'm currently on a mission. What's up, you busy bee? How do you find time to call me?" Rhodes maneuvers the war machine to clear the doorway, simultaneously urging the remaining hostages to escape. "I need your real-time location. What is your armor access code?" Stark's voice echoes once more. With a hint of resignation, Rhodes ponders for a moment before responding, "War machine, shining bright." He encourages the hostages to flee while emphasizing, "Remember," all in uppercase. However, in an unusual turn of events, Stark did not mock him. Instead, he uttered, "I have located your position. Moreover, there is a matter concerning that group of lunatics wreaking havoc with their explosive attacks. They possess unknown superpowers. Wait for my arrival, and we shall act in concert." Rhodes lowered his gaze to the women and children passing by him. Upon hearing that the terrorists wielded superhuman abilities, he instinctively scoffed in his mind. If they truly had such powers, they would not be so easily subdued by a few bullets. Yet at that very moment, an unsettling sensation washed over him. His sixth sense warned him of imminent danger. Rhodes had ascended to his current position not through mere social niceties, but through relentless perseverance. Having traversed numerous battlefields, this instinctive foreboding of death had saved him on countless occasions. He noticed a line of hostages filing out ahead, none wearing masks, save for the last woman lingering within the room, whose face was obscured by a veil akin to that of the terrorists. As the woman approached, her pace slowed. This is not good. Just as Rhodes prepared to act, it was already too late. The woman lunged at him, seizing the war machine's outstretched arms and forcefully pushing him back down. Her entire form turned a vivid red, with crimson light swirling around her. An intense heat began to envelop the war machine. Rhodes attempted to activate the shoulder-mounted automatic gun, but all he could perceive was the AI issuing continuous alarms while the visor displayed the rapid malfunction of the mech's functions. Before he could engage any remaining capabilities, the mech was rendered utterly inoperative. Rhodes found himself engulfed in darkness, with only 2 small apertures allowing a glimpse of the external world. Rhodes is in trouble. How much longer until we reach his location? Stark noted the disruption of Rhodes's real-time position data and the final sounds of communication, swiftly deducing that he had fallen. He was a moment too late. All he could do was hope that the war machine was resilient enough to preserve Rhodes's life. "Banner, monitor a specific location using satellite surveillance. I will send you the precise coordinates." A makeshift pickup truck carrying the war machine traversed a dirt road. The occupants were filled with excitement, particularly the woman at the wheel, who was eagerly gulping down vodka. To their astonishment, they had captured this individual, who had unwittingly come to serve as Tony Stark's scapegoat, an unexpected stroke of fortune. With him, their plan could be executed more effectively. Capturing Tony Stark would pose a challenge, especially with the president nearby. Indeed, how could a merchant reeking of copper compare to a colonel with a distinguished record? Yet, when would they exact revenge on Stark? After all, it was his missile that had obliterated my leg, and I too wished for him to experience such anguish. First, I shall inform the boss of this development. The pickup truck continued into the desolate mountains before ultimately halting at an abandoned military facility. A war machine weighing hundreds of kilograms was carried by a man from a pickup truck as he strode toward an abandoned building. Although the surroundings appeared desolate and long forsaken, a considerable number of guards armed with weapons were vigilantly patrolling the area. Upon witnessing the man disembark from the pickup, the guards posed no inquiries, displaying a semblance of respect. At that moment, a beam of laser light descended from the sky, launching the man carrying the war machine into the air. The vigilant guards simultaneously looked up, directing their gaze toward the source of a laser, where a red suit of armor was seen diving down, accompanied by a massive diamond-shaped object. Chapter 87, Anti-Hulk Armor 2. The guards raised their weapons and opened fire. But the two figures hurtling downwards at breakneck speed were nearly impossible to hit. A scant few bullets struck their forms, merely igniting sparks without breaching their defenses. With a resounding boom, several bullets fired simultaneously from the dome above, and the armed guards on the ground fell in unison, all struck down instantly. A few suspected high-ranking members returning with the war machine also found themselves targeted, and despite their agile attempts to evade the assault, they were taken down by a barrage of fire. With a thunderous crash, the enormous diamond-shaped object plummeted into the crowd, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Its astonishing weight, combined with immense momentum, sank deep into the ground, leaving intricate fissures that spread toward the feet of the high-ranking members. Yet they remained unfazed, indifferent to the demise of their comrades, their gaze fixed resolutely on the hovering red and yellow armor above. Iron Man, Tony Stark. This loathsome figure was recognized by them all. On the ground, one individual whose lower body had been shattered by bullets, blood spraying in a fan-like pattern, began to stir. Even with a significant portion of his body missing, he adeptly rose to his feet. The severed half of his body rapidly reassembled at an astonishing speed, akin to nanobots repairing a form. The pace far exceeded what could merely be termed self-healing. It was more akin to a reversal of time. The speed of regeneration was nearly indistinguishable from the initial destruction caused by the bullets. The high-ranking members remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the red armor above. Gradually, their bodies began to glow with the hue of molten lava, light swirling within them. Banner, this group possesses genuine superpowers. They appear far from ordinary. Exercise caution, Stark thought as he controlled the armor, hovering in the air without descending to engage in close combat. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it was prudent to allow Banner below to test the waters, bolstered by an invulnerable charm and harboring within him a nearly indomitable beast. Stark felt a sense of assurance. Who could possibly contend with Banner? Received. Watch my splendid performance. Banner's voice resonated from within the diamond-shaped structure. However, I must say that this armor feels rather constricting. I feel akin to a sardine trapped in a can. A plume of white vapor erupted from the diamond form, and with a whirring of mechanical structures, the shell opened. A towering suit of armor, nearly 10 meters high, emerged from within. As its eyes ignited with a blue luminescence, the entire suit began to animate. This 10-meter-high armor, towering over 3 stories, exceeded the height of the transformed Hulk by more than double. Originally, the anti-Hulk armor was designed to combat the Hulk, and naturally, Banner envisioned a similarly massive physique to confront him. The larger the mechanical body, within certain limits, the greater the force it could unleash. Stark, inspired by the formidable Megatron, had thus configured the armor to reach a height of 10 meters, striking a balance between material strength and the full potential of mechanical power. Upon witnessing the emergence of the anti-Hulk armor, the group of terrorists felt a momentary tremor of fear. Its imposing presence was even more intimidating than Stark's armor. Humans are visual creatures. Faced with this towering mecha, many had already lost their will to fight. However, there were some exceptions. The woman who had once brought down the war machine now brimmed with unshakable confidence, believing their abilities could incapacitate Stark Industries' armor. The massive anti-Hulk armor appeared formidable, yet she thought it merely a hollow shell. Once incapacitated, its occupant would indeed become a sardine in a can. Without a second thought, she charged towards the anti-Hulk armor. Her sudden burst of speed rivaled that of the fastest land animals, her body darting like a cheetah, reaching the foot of the anti-Hulk armor in the blink of an eye. As a colossal foot descended upon her, she executed a roll, narrowly evading the impact. Immediately, her heated, steaming body exhibited new movement, a flow of molten energy coalescing at her throat. Then, She opened her mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of searing energy, akin to molten lava, directed at the anti-Hulk mech. This intense heat, capable of melting steel, and the explosive energy that could shatter heavy walls, cascaded onto the massive exoskeleton. To no effect, the anti-Hulk mech remained unyielding, barely shifting as it raised a hand to deflect the surging molten energy. It is essential to note that the anti-Hulk mech was designed to counter the rampaging Hulk, having undergone perfect modifications within the system's blueprint. Its capacity to withstand destruction was remarkably robust. An energy output equivalent to that of a small explosive could hardly damage the mech itself, unless one counted the paint being scratched. Nevertheless, the most troublesome aspect for these terrorists was their apparent ability to incapacitate the mech's energy supply, although it remained unclear how they achieved this. Before the anti-Hulk armor was developed, there were no defenses in this regard, which is why Banner decided to test the waters. In the event that he could not manage the situation, he could still rely on the Hulk to confront these terrorists without fear. However, when Banner discovered that the foreign invaders were repelled by the talisman, his face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that the talisman could perform such feats, demonstrating its efficacy even against the armor. This revelation emboldened Banner, allowing him to unleash his full potential and engage in a more vigorous confrontation. Unlike the indiscriminate destruction caused by the Hulk, piloting this mech truly elevated his adrenaline, granting him the exhilarating experience of wielding immense power while remaining lucid. The woman on the ground, oblivious to how the desperate virus within her functioned, only understood that the injector could bestow superhuman abilities, albeit with the risk of self-detonation if one failed to adapt. They had once been disabled, pitiful beings cast aside in the corners of society, long having lost hope in life. The superpower serum, capable of granting them a new lease on life, was too enticing to ignore, despite the inherent dangers. Those who survived were naturally grateful to their leader. With a single leap, the woman ascended to a height of 7 or 8 meters, positioning herself near the exposed reaction core of the anti-Hulk armor, emanating intense heat as she clung to it. She attempted to incapacitate this formidable weapon, believing that a complete anti-Hulk armor was far superior to a disassembled heap of scrap metal. Within their organization, lacking funds and resources, they had to rely on themselves to seize what they needed. Yet, in the next moment, the anti-Hulk armor showed no signs of being incapacitated. Instead, a massive hand seized the woman's body. Like a bowling ball, she was hurled against the wall, causing it to collapse and blood to splatter. Other high-ranking members swallowed hard, exchanging glances and reassuring one another that they possessed regenerative capabilities, making it difficult for anyone to kill them easily. Even a small portion of their heads blown off could be restored normally, and their unique physical structure rendered them resilient enough to withstand bullets. Such confidence was not unfounded. However, it was evident that their adversaries were well prepared, and they preferred not to engage in a direct confrontation. No matter how formidable the armor was, Stark would eventually have to remove it or find himself isolated, at which point it would be their turn to shine as the supervillains. With a decisive nod, the senior members turned and dashed towards the abandoned building. We'll split up. They won't be able to contain us. 2 metallic pillars descended from the sky, embedding themselves at either end of the entrance. The senior members, emboldened by their resilience, charged recklessly toward the space between the pillars. Just as one of them attempted to pass through, an electric net appeared in the middle of the columns, shocking those caught off guard with a cacophony of crackles. Simultaneously, 2 more metallic pillars cut off their retreat. For pillars simultaneously unleashed a high-voltage electric grid, ensnaring these individuals within its confines. As they beheld their incapacitated companion, trepidation etched the faces of the others, who simultaneously cast their gazes skyward towards the hovering steel armor that loomed above. Once the electricity wanes, we shall still be able to depart, one of them remarked. You no longer possess that opportunity, Stark retorted coldly. He raised his right arm, revealing a small aperture at his wrist. Chapter 88, The Deadly Virus 2.0. A few powerful anesthetic darts descended from above, relying on their superhuman reflexes. These enhanced individuals should have been able to evade the incoming projectiles. However, ensnared within the electric grid, their movements were severely constrained. Unsurprisingly, they were all swiftly incapacitated, collapsing in resignation. Among them, the most resilient individual caught a fleeting glimpse before losing consciousness. The Hulkbuster armor had delivered a devastating punch that obliterated a wall, subsequently extracting a mangled body from the debris. This truly marked the end. Stark remained aloft, opting not to descend. He harbored no concerns regarding whether these malicious terrorists would succumb to the excess anesthetics. Stark had never been known for his compassion, particularly when confronting those devoid of humanity. From the moment he donned the armor, he had eliminated numerous members of terrorist organizations, which had incited the wrath of many. Meanwhile, Banner, upon receiving Stark's directive, displayed an expression of reluctance. Gritting his teeth, he swung a powerful fist at the shattered body. Even though Banner had tempered his strength, the blow still disrupted the woman's ongoing recovery. Bones shattered, flesh splattered, and blood sprayed across the ground. Such a gruesome spectacle would undoubtedly lead many outside to perceive Iron Man as the true villain. Stark raised his hand, launching a small device that glowed with a crimson light. It resembled a long-legged parasite, embedding itself within the pool of flesh and bone. To their astonishment, even in this state, the woman did not perish, continuing her rapid regeneration. Banner glanced skyward at Stark and jested, "If word of this spreads, our meager reputation and the pending superhero title will be irrevocably tarnished." This method of slaughter has transcended the realm of justice, morphing into a grotesque form of butchery. Stark replied indifferently, "I am not a superhero. I cannot bear such a lofty title. I merely wish to pursue what I believe to be right." At that moment, the mass of flesh adhered to the ground completed its ocular restoration, its eyes swiveling. Seizing the opportunity amidst their dialogue, she swiftly ascended, her fractured bones propelling her. Limping towards a crumbling wall, Banner pretentiously pursued within, yet seemingly due to his enormous physique, became ensnared within the structure. Stark, on the other hand, dared not venture into the complex, opting instead to maintain a vigilant aerial patrol. Moments later, several unconscious supervillains were transported away to Washington, D.C., specifically to the Theodore Roosevelt Island, where the S.H.I.L.D. base, known as the Triskelion, is situated. This multipolar repulsion force field prison is the apparatus employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to detain superpowered criminals. It was recently developed with Stark's assistance. Its prototype originally intended for the incarceration of the Hulk. However, Loki's interference thwarted its initial efficacy. Those who had been injected with the despair virus were now genuinely trapped within this confinement. The prison's material was not of conventional metallic composition, but rather an energy field. Their so-called extreme heat and magma breath were utterly incapable of breaching this stronghold. Meanwhile, Stark and his companions had begun their analysis of the incapacitated war machine. The armor bore no signs of destruction, aside from superficial scorch marks, indicating it had not suffered any significant damage. Stark scrutinized the wrists of the war machine, which had previously been gripped by a female augment. He had witnessed the extraordinary powers of this group. The extreme temperatures were indeed the cause of the effects observed. "We still need to take the armor back for further study." Stark was about to articulate when Rhodes, unable to interject in time, saw Banner wielding an unfamiliar device. Scanning the mech with fervor, the war machine, manufactured by Stark Industries and subsequently modified by Hammer Industries, was infused with remnants of the despair virus, an upgrade from the original biological virus to nanoscale microbots that could exponentially enhance the host's metabolic capabilities, facilitate self-healing, and significantly amplify physical attributes, potentially awakening various superpowers at random. With a look of curiosity, Banner explained, "This scanner produced by the system is affordable yet remarkably efficient, capable of identifying all items in the universe, akin to a high-tech encyclopedia. As a scientist, I cannot possibly squander my time on ascertaining the origins and quality of materials." Stark retorted, "Had I known such a device existed, I would have suggested it sooner. Can it scan living beings? Scan them." He gestured towards a nearby prison. Simultaneously, he contemplated becoming a test subject, positioning himself in front of Banner. "Humans with a combat rating of 5 are rather unremarkable," he quipped. Chapter 89. The ambition of Killian in the upper-level research lab of Stark Industries. Only Banner and Stark remained. They had returned with some residual samples of the despair virus and a severed finger, taken from the superpower terrorists. Although S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research facilities were advanced, they paled in comparison to Stark's. Furthermore, with the potential presence of Hydra operatives, Fury had shown understanding and permitted the two to take the samples with them. As for War Machine and Rhodes, they do not fall under the jurisdiction of SHIELD, and their commanding officer has already communicated with the commander of the Triskelion base. The military has a research initiative concerning the Iron Patriot, and War Machine must be returned to the armed forces. Thus, Rhodes piloted the reactivated War Machine back to base. The information left by Killian was entirely fabricated. Save for his name, Stark received this investigative outcome from Fury. Previously, when Killian approached Pepper for collaboration, the contact information he provided was also false. SHIELD. Personnel attempted to trace Killian's information, but discovered that it had been blank for over a decade, as if he had vanished many years prior. Before his disappearance, Killian was merely an ordinary researcher in the biological field, without any notable distinctions. The most recent information available indicated he had only appeared once at Stark Industries, and then vanished without a trace. Fortunately, we left a tracker. Let us hope that woman did not employ her extreme heat abilities afterward. Stark instructed JARVIS to activate the tracking system. A small red dot appeared on the map, meandering through various routes until it reached a specific location: New York, Manhattan, at the Whaley port. A full day had elapsed since Stark and Banner's assault on the terror stronghold, given that those terrorists, having been scattered by the regular army, lacked the capability to traverse from a war-torn country to a major city in the United States. It was evident they could not achieve such a feat particularly. Considering her route, the woman appeared to be taking detours, seemingly attempting to evade her pursuers. The actual return to New York had only taken a few hours, far from standard flight. It is worth noting that when Stark returned from that country donned in his Mark armor, he was similarly detected by American fighter jets and pursued for some time. Now, with SHIELD providing cover, he could fly across the globe. This raises the question, who is backing this woman? Stark voiced his conjecture, and Banner, perplexed, asked with skepticism, Hydra? Who could say? However, upon capturing Killian, we should have an answer. Stark's gaze lingered on the stationary red dot as he spoke. Banner set down the sample in his hand and, frowning, asked, What is our current plan? Your cliffside villa, continuing research on this dire virus, or directly apprehending Killian? After a brief contemplation, Stark commanded JARVIS. Assist me in gathering all available information on Whaley Port and attempt to breach their surveillance system. Meanwhile, at Whaley Port, Killian reclined in a swivel chair, his legs crossed, a cigar perched between his lips. On the desk before him lay a phone, set to speaker mode. Aldrich Killian, I have provided you with the materials you required. Your organization has recently been advised to exercise restraint in its domestic activities, as your movements are becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. The SHIELD and Stark had begun to take notice, and I have heard rumors of some of your members being captured. The voice on the line was tinged with urgency, and there was an involuntary lowering of volume, conveying a sense of unease. Dear Vice President Rodriguez, there is no need for excessive concern. Killian exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking with a languid confidence. During their transformation, they endured tortures akin to hell. I believe that as long as they remain unwilling, no one in this world can compel them to speak. The development of the Cataclysm virus has entered a new phase. I dare say your daughter, Miss Arian, will soon see her severed leg regrow. However, I suspect the real obstacle is not Stark or SHIELD, but rather President Matthew Ellis. What do you think? There was a prolonged silence on the other end before a long sigh was heard. You are right. I will seek an opportunity. I hope, Mr. Killian, that you will also keep your promises. Of course, Killian replied, a sly smile gracing his lips as he stared at the phone until the call ended. If Stark could hear this conversation, he would realize how naive his initial thoughts had been. Killian aimed not merely to sell biotechnological advancements to the military, but to establish a puppet president in collusion with the enigmatic Mandarin, thereby orchestrating his dominion from the shadows. With Vice President Rodriguez covertly shielding him, SHIELD would find it nearly impossible to trace his whereabouts in the short term. What he required most was time for development, the evolution of the Cataclysm virus, with each generation surpassing the last, would provide a solid foundation for his grand design. Alas, his plans were destined for ruin. In the face of absolute power, All schemes appeared futile and hollow. You mentioned that Vivian has returned, correct? The others have been slain by Stark and his associates, Killian inquired, turning to his bodyguard-like subordinate. Yes, boss. Vivian took a long route back to avoid detection. We have verified that there are no tails following her, the bodyguard replied impassively, like a machine. Contact Maya and instruct her to gather intelligence from Stark's side. By any means necessary, delay Tony Stark. Do not allow him to jeopardize our endeavors. After I conclude my current affairs, I will attend to him properly. Killian's eyes glinted with menace, and the mere mention of Tony Stark's name dripped with malice. If not for Stark, he would not be where he is today, and thus he felt compelled to repay the favor. Maya, whose full name is Maya Hansen, is now the owner of Hansen Pharmaceuticals. Ostensibly a company dedicated to developing cancer treatments, it discreetly serves as a research base for the Cataclysm virus, and was his earliest collaborator. The most crucial point is that Maya once had a liaison with Stark, although it lasted merely a night. She can still be considered an ex-girlfriend. This temporal proximity to one another renders her identity less suspicious. Chapter 90. Intercontinental cruise missiles. 3 days have passed since Vivian's return. During this period, Killian and his subordinates have remained concealed in the port of Walia, with no incidents occurring. When Maya approached Stark, she was soon taken to his mansion in another state, the very address Stark had publicly disclosed on television. After Maya discreetly reported this information back, Killian felt an unsettling premonition, as if an impending event loomed. He could not afford to linger on the thought of tormenting Stark. After conferring with Masterman, he coordinated with Vice President Rodriguez to deploy an armed helicopter, equipped with heavy firepower and small rockets, to launch an assault on the mansion. Villains often perish due to excessive chatter. Killian was acutely aware of this truth, and wished to avoid following the path of cinematic antagonists. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate Stark without hesitation. According to the New York Times, at 8:50 this morning, Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries and son of the illustrious military-industrial entrepreneur Howard Stark, was killed in an attack at his coastal villa in Malibu, California. 3 unidentified bodies were also found at the scene. On television, images of a building reduced to ruins played, flames and thick smoke billowing upwards, accompanied by the presence of firefighters and medical personnel. A faint smile curled at the corners of Killian's lips. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, despite his grandiose reputation, could not escape his fate. Years ago, it was a woman who caused him to break a promise, and today, it was again a woman that led to his demise amidst flames. Though he did not exact revenge with his own hands, Killian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The nightmare that had haunted him for over a decade had finally met its end. Now it was time for him to realize his grand ambitions. The Abyss virus, in these days, evolved at an extraordinary pace in light of the meticulously planned blueprint, compressing years of research into mere days. Killian injected himself with the latest version of the virus, feeling as though he had become indestructible. His physical form and abilities were now exponentially superior to the recently surpassed 20th version. He felt confident that he could hold his own against the Hulk in physical combat. When the 30th version is released, even without Vice President Rodriguez's assistance, he would have no qualms about choosing to run for president. As he consolidated power within himself, his confidence swelled immensely. In truth, Killian was uncertain of the full extent of his strength, having yet to encounter any adversaries worthy of combat. The subordinates under his command, each possessing extraordinary abilities, were utterly incapable of challenging him, even for a fleeting moment. At that moment, Killian's phone rang once more. Aldry, I have gathered all the research materials you require. They're all aboard the Saint cruise ship, which will arrive at the coast of Spido tomorrow. Came the voice of Rodriguez from the other end. Upon hearing that the experimental materials were complete, a broader smile spread across Killian's face. The rapid evolution of the Doomsday virus was inseparable from the consumption of substantial resources. Had it not been for the covert assistance of the vice president, he would not have been able to advance the project to its current state. As for why the ship did not dock at his location, it was due to Killian's cautious nature. He had not even disclosed his position to this collaborator. This was his stronghold, where all research documents, virus data, and the sudden appearance of miraculous phenomena were stored. Only a select few of his most trusted subordinates were privy to this location. The researchers and lab personnel were forcibly acquired through Maya's pharmaceutical company, working under strict supervision in a dark, isolated environment. After threatening the families of these researchers, they dared not exhibit any signs of unrest. One must wonder, how could he possibly expose such a crucial location so easily? The following day, a medium-sized cruise ship entered the abandoned port. Killian and his subordinates had been waiting there well in advance. Having secured all advantageous positions and using their extraordinary senses to monitor the surroundings within a several-kilometer radius, they would detect any movement at the first sign of disturbance. After several horn blasts, the ship gradually reduced its speed. Killian frowned. Although he could see numerous containers on the deck, he could not spot a single person. While he had instructed Rodriguez to minimize the number of personnel transporting the resources, it was inconceivable that a ship could have no one on board at all. An unsettling premonition began to stir within him. They had concentrated all their attention on the situation on the shore to avoid being surrounded, inadvertently neglecting the medium-sized cruise ship, which could potentially conceal a considerable number of people. As Killian weighed the option of retreating, he realized that as long as the ship had not docked, they could withdraw without being hindered, even if there were ambushers aboard. In the next moment, standing atop the tower, Killian seemed to sense something above, his gaze shooting up towards the sky in terror. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned a black missile over 10 kilometers away, traveling at an astonishing speed exceeding 19 Mach. In a single second, it crossed a distance of 6 to 7 kilometers. Its target was unmistakably directed towards their position. Jillian had never anticipated that the one plotting against him would be so utterly deranged as to unleash an intercontinental ballistic missile upon him. What merit did he possess to withstand such a missile? Even if it were merely equipped with a conventional warhead, it could reduce the port to rubble. Without a moment's hesitation, Jillian bellowed, "Run!" He disregarded everything else and leapt from the tower, sprinting in the opposite direction of the incoming missile. His subordinates had yet to grasp the situation. Some looked up towards the direction their leader had just gazed, seeing nothing but sensing something was past them. Before their nervous systems could transmit any signals, a towering inferno erupted, accompanied by a shockwave, the terrifying heat and energy instantly vaporizing them where they stood. In an instant, steel melted, seawater evaporated, and a vast crater formed in the ground, with the remaining seawater cascading into it. Neither man nor cruise ship could be seen. They had vanished without a trace. After a long while, when the flames subsided, a collapsed iron-red framework revealed Jillian, whose skeletal form remained. His body rapidly regenerated. During the explosion, he had nearly been vaporized, but managed to escape just in time. Concealed behind the ruins, he had survived. Chapter 91. Nerve Gas. 1323. Jillian's body resembled a formation of countless nanobots, and in an instant his bones, blood vessels, nerves, muscles, and fat intertwined and reassembled. Within mere seconds, he stood restored, bare and exposed amidst the surrounding inferno, where all his subordinates had perished. Were it not for his utilization of a near-infinite version of the Desperation Virus 30, he too would have succumbed here. "Rodriguez, I shall annihilate your entire family." Jillian's voice resonated like a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. By now, he understood all too well who had orchestrated this treachery. Rodriguez had summoned him to this location, and the adversary, possessing the capability to deploy intercontinental cruise missiles, was unmistakably the culprit. Yet, what eluded his comprehension was Rodriguez's true intentions. Did he truly not wish to save his paralyzed daughter? With the Desperation Virus 30 nearing completion, only a few rare elements and materials were required. Once the current president was out of the picture, a mutually beneficial arrangement would ensue. "Rodriguez, you surely never anticipated that I still live. Since you refused to save your daughter, I shall first eliminate her, and then you. Without you, I shall still prevail." Jillian was prepared to vacate this perilous vicinity, feeling no attachment. He was acutely aware that under such an assault, no one else could survive. Lingering any longer might invite further troubles and dangers. Just as he lifted his foot to depart, several sets of red armor appeared on the horizon. As Killian found himself no longer at a high vantage point, his view was obstructed by buildings melting and ignited by flames. It was only when the armored suits soared several hundred meters away that he recognized the formidable Iron Man. Tony Stark's iron armor. Was he still alive? Killian's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting from surprise to indignation. A thought crossed his mind. Stark had faked his death, orchestrating this entire affair from the shadows. Even if Stark had programmed his armor with a directive for peacekeeping, Stark Industries was situated several dozen kilometers away. Given the speed of the armor's flight, It would be inconceivable for reinforcements to arrive in such a brief interval. Unable to find answers after a moment's contemplation, Killian resolved not to squander any more time. Instantly, his entire form transformed into a hue reminiscent of molten lava, with something akin to magma coursing beneath his skin. The extreme heat caused the already cracked pavement beneath him to fissure further with delicate lines. He aimed to dismantle these armored suits. If Stark had indeed made a foolish mistake and was within one of them, Killian could exact vengeance for his subordinates, for his own past. Several iron suits dispersed, then began to encircle Killian's position, further solidifying his belief that Stark was the mastermind behind this scheme. With a thunderous roar, Killian leapt into the air, leaving behind 2 deep impressions in the ground. His body propelled forward like a cannonball toward a Mark XXXI suit. Before the armor could ascend, Killian seized its legs, and together, both man and suit plummeted rapidly toward the earth. The impact of the armored suit crashing to the ground created a deep crater, while Killian stood atop it, the intense heat swiftly incapacitating the suit's functions. A slight smile graced Killian's face as he grasped the helmet of the armor, violently yanking it off. Inside, he found it empty, save for intricate components and wires flickering with blue light. Killian's expression hardened as he lifted his gaze to the hovering suits above. With a surge of strength, he crushed the helmet into scrap metal. Just as he prepared to repeat his previous actions, destroying the suits one by one, the helmet in his hand suddenly reacted. It seemed to be leaking. A colorless, odorless gas began to disperse. This was troubling. Killian glanced down to see the damaged suit emitting gas as well, and the volume far exceeded that of the helmet, forming a dense white mist. In an instant, having inhaled a small amount of the gas, Killian felt a disconcerting shift in his condition. Just as he intended to leap away from the area, the hovering suits initiated their assault. A barrage of fire rained down, the concentrated onslaught forcing Killian back to the ground, pinning him in place. Simultaneously, several rocket-like projectiles struck nearby, embedding themselves into the earth without detonating. Instead, they began to release a similar white mist, swiftly enveloping the area within dozens of meters. A white mist enveloped the surroundings. Julien, enduring the bombardment, covered his mouth and nose while his gaze swept anxiously across the area. He yearned to flee. He could feel the strength within him waning, a profound drowsiness overtaking him. At that moment, 2 armored vehicles, having expended their rockets, plunged into the mist. They landed on either side of Julien, swiftly pinning him down with their formidable arms, which were far more potent than his sluggish reflexes. Simultaneously, the armored vehicles began to release more of the white mist. Julian's body radiated a crimson glow as he struggled, but the intense heat quickly incapacitated the 2 machines. With a powerful tug, he severed their arms. Not wishing to further destroy the armor, he turned and made his way toward the area beyond the mist. His steps grew increasingly heavy, his eyelids drooping, and his body began to betray him. Yet, his abilities remained intact. Bullets could only slow him down, but could not breach his defenses. Just as he was about to step out of the mist, 2 more armored vehicles descended from the sky, one in front and one behind, subduing him. Julien found himself unable to resist any longer. After the extreme heat had successfully incapacitated the armor, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. Neurotoxin 1323, a true testament to the ingenuity of the system's marketplace. Even Hulk would likely struggle against it, Stark muttered while holding an empty canister. This neurotoxin had been exchanged by Barton long ago, designed to subdue certain superpowered criminals, and subsequently entrusted to S.H.I.L.D. Due to its technological nature, after the technicians deciphered its composition, they managed to produce some, albeit limited by the scarcity of materials. It was said to originate from a world inhabited by a black-clad enforcement team, initially intended to incapacitate superhumans. Chapter 92. I will kick its rear end with my boots. Fury's expression had lightened since before. Looking at Julien, imprisoned and isolated due to the neurotoxin, he inquired, "We have finally uncovered the truth. This individual is your adversary. Do you recall in 1999 at the charity gala hosted by Schur, when someone approached you regarding a certain biotechnological advancement?" Stark pointed at himself. Me? Upon receiving confirmation, he delved into recollections of that time. A blank slate, devoid of any memory. He had attended countless charity galas over the years, certainly not fewer than 800, and could hardly recall a particular event from over a decade ago. That day, Jillian approached you, discussing the design of the extinction virus. You expressed interest and told him to wait for you on a rooftop. He waited all night, but you turned around and ended up with a model at a 5-star hotel. Is that so? Stark scratched his nose. It indeed sounded like something he would do. However, he remained perplexed and inquired, is this the reason for his descent into darkness? Simply because I chose to spend time with a supermodel instead of accompanying him. Has he succumbed to jealousy? Fury responded. He no longer wishes to engage with such individuals. Were it not for the desire to avoid further corruption of his current companion, he would have long since delivered a sharp retort. Let us return to the matter of a nerve gas, 1323. This particular nerve agent has already been tested on the imprisoned abomination, capable of easily incapacitating a creature on par with the Hulk in a confined environment. The outcome of Jillian's capture was, of course, anticipated. As a nearly perfected nerve gas product, its efficacy surpasses that of all other nerve agents by several orders of magnitude. Even a mere trace is sufficient to prove fatal to an ordinary person. Yet, for these formidable superhumans, it merely induces paralysis, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. Naturally, due to the rarity of the raw materials, it cannot be squandered indiscriminately. It remains uncertain whether this nerve agent can directly slay those with extraordinary abilities. Jillian is the first unfortunate soul subjected to an unlimited dosage of the gas, likely serving as a test subject for S.H.I.L.D. In any case, it seems he has sealed his fate here. Let's revisit events from a few days prior. Stark was unable to infiltrate the port surveillance system, but subsequently managed to eavesdrop on Jillian's conversation with the vice president through alternative technical means. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Vice President Rodriguez offered no defense. After Banner employed a magical incantation to heal his daughter, he divulged all pertinent information and cooperated fully. Unsurprisingly, Jillian, oblivious to these developments, fell into the trap designed by them, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Maya, Stark's former lover, did not escape S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny of her entire background. Her rise in connections to a biopharmaceutical company quickly raised suspicions in Coulson's eyes. A brief investigation revealed significant issues within her biopharmaceutical research lab and among the recruited biotech talent. When Maya attempted to seduce Stark using her charms, she was promptly apprehended. As an ordinary person, perhaps Jillian's lack of trust in her as a partner contributed to her downfall, or perhaps Maya's reluctance to inject the despair virus played a role. Under the influence of a truth serum, she divulged everything clearly. Later, Stark orchestrated a ruse involving an explosion, allowing Maya to finally see Jillian's true nature. Realizing she was merely a pawn, perhaps she harbored some regret, but it is of little consequence now. Awaiting her is nothing but the judgment of the law. Next came the incident of Jillian being lured away and captured. The initial intention had been to eliminate him entirely, yet his resilience proved unexpectedly formidable. At this juncture, Fury's contingency plan came into play. At the port, there were only 3 individuals injected with the despair virus, tasked with guarding and monitoring the area. Although the Walaya port is not particularly large, it experiences a moderate influx of people and vessels daily. Should conflict arise, it is inevitable that innocents will suffer casualties. This aligns with the strategy of luring the tiger from its mountain lair. The 3 remaining henchmen, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil, were swiftly subdued with tranquilizers and confined alongside their previously captured comrades. Their fate, whether to serve as experimental subjects or to undergo rigorous transformation akin to that of their despised counterparts, no longer concerns Stark and his associates. However, this matter is far from resolved. All research data and materials pertaining to the dire virus acquired from the port, along with 20 evolving viral samples, were confiscated by S.H.I.L.D. Stark's return was motivated by a desire to clandestinely copy the experimental data. He recalled possessing a suit of armor related to this virus, or rather, nanoscale robotics. Despite the availability of such items for redemption in the marketplace, it is said that a skilled craftsman cannot work without raw materials. The data lay before him, yet Stark, now impoverished, found even his precious points insufficient for redemption, especially after the last remnants of his fortune were consumed by the arc reactor. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center, Fury's expression was grim as he observed Stark brazenly infiltrating the agency's confidential data storage system. Could he not at least show some respect for his position as director? Urgency aside, Stark should have waited until he was absent to conduct such an intrusion. After acquiring the newly cataloged information, Stark donned in his dismemberment armor, returned directly to Stark Industries. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Steve and his team returned to SHIELD. Although the Hydra base had proven challenging, it was ultimately eradicated. The team now included one more member while losing another. A stranger, a cold-faced man, was bound tightly, restrained by high-strength metallic ropes, with a particularly striking metallic arm now affixed with a special device that intermittently flashed red. Thor and the ever-enthusiastic Rocket were absent. What transpired? Fury inquired of Steve. That fool fled in the heat of battle. Otherwise, we wouldn't have fought for so long. Damn it. That cursed yellow dog. I'll kick its backside with my boot, I swear I will. Steve rambled on, causing Bucky, who was in custody, to furrow his brow in confusion. What's happening? Fury rubbed his forehead, sighed deeply, and then turned to Natasha. Thor was whisked away by a sudden appearance of the Bifrost, without any warning, suggesting some turmoil in Asgard. Furthermore, this is Bucky, a comrade of Captain Rogers from 70 years ago. His situation is somewhat unique, seemingly connected to Hydra's Winter Soldier program. Additionally, the Cosmic Cube must have fallen alongside Thor, as the two had always been inseparable, their bond growing inexplicably harmonious, being cartoonish creatures. During the teleportation, they were taken together, along with several unfortunate Hydra members. As the words fell, the gates of heaven appeared, and Thor's voice resonated. Gentlemen, I require your assistance. The Nine Realms are in dire straits. Chapter 93, The Ether Particle. Outside the magnificent temple of Asgard, Stark and the others emerged from the gates of heaven. While Steve and Natasha had been waiting for some time, the Avengers assembled once more. Yet the opening remarks were not of nostalgia, but rather sharp rebuke. Our aerial combat expert certainly has a grandiose demeanor, lacking any real ability, yet full of airs. How pathetic. Stark did not need to turn around. He knew precisely who had spoken. Without a doubt, it was Captain America, indulging in his characteristic sarcasm. Aren't you planning to send him to an asylum for treatment? I know a thunder god who could perhaps administer electric therapy to temper the temperament of our icy captain. You insufferable fool. No one is to call anyone else. Steve continued his tirade. All right, gentlemen, Thor brought us here not to bicker, Banner interjected, still clad in a white lab coat, rolling up his sleeves. We were delayed because our recent experiment reached a critical juncture. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods, Thor reiterated, repeatedly pressing a button on another collar around his neck with a resigned expression. Once interrupted by the commotion, he finally revealed the purpose of gathering them all. Before the universe's formation, remnants of matter possessed extraordinary capabilities. In the Dark Ages, long ago, the universe was dominated by the Dark Elves rather than the current Asgardians. The reason is simple. Their leader, Malekith, wielded a weapon forged from the universe's residual darkness, the ether particle. This substance could transmute any material into dark matter, rendering the Dark Elf clan invincible. However, even in such times, the Asgardian king Bor emerged, uniting the powers of the Nine Realms to successfully seize the ether particle. Malekith, the sole survivor of his clan, fled in his ship, fortunate to escape. As the ether particle is composed of primordial cosmic matter, it could not be destroyed and was instead buried deep beneath the realm of Asgard. As long as Asgard endures, the ether particle remains out of reach. Yet, circumstances have changed. Thor elaborated on the properties of the ether particle, which exists in a liquid state, instinctively seeking a host to inhabit and actively siphoning vitality from its host. For years, the ether particle remained stable until it was recently extracted. Extracted? Has there been a traitor in Asgard? Loki? Stark inquired with a furrowed brow. Since Loki absconded with the Tesseract, he has not been heard from again. 2 days after the Battle of New York, the Mind Stone, inexplicably taken by a future Stark, reappeared, while the Tesseract vanished without a trace. Stark immediately connected the dots. Loki must have traversed to the underworld of Asgard with the Tesseract, subsequently dispatching the ether particles. What was his intent this time? Previously, he had led the Chitauri in their invasion of Earth. Now he was at the helm of the Dark Elves? A glance would suffice to reveal the truth. Thor said little, turning to lead his companions toward a modest building adjacent to the temple. Is that a prison? Banner inquired with curiosity. The temple is off-limits to mortals. We can only discuss matters here, Thor replied. Steve pushed the door open, and everyone peered inside. The space, though not small, served as a banquet hall for the Asgardians and could accommodate several hundred guests. However, compared to the grandeur of the temple, it appeared somewhat shabby. At the dining table sat a figure, devouring food enthusiastically, his back to the group, revealing only his busy silhouette. His distinctive Mediterranean hairstyle, snug plaid shirt, and familiar physique prompted a chorus of inquiries. Dr. Eric? The doctor turned, his mouth stuffed to the brim, and suddenly his face flushed crimson, eyes rolling back as if on the verge of asphyxiation. They recalled Thor mentioning that the ether particles absorbed life energy. Could Dr. Eric's current condition be a result of such absorption? No, it was merely that he had eaten too hastily and choked. Thor sighed in exasperation. He strode over and gently tapped Eric's back with his hammer. The food was expelled from Eric's mouth, allowing him to breathe deeply as the redness in his face gradually subsided. The ether particles were indeed within him. Thor glanced at his companions, his expression weary. Have a bite. Eric, now catching his breath, reached for a chicken leg, his greasy hands pushing it towards Thor. Thor, filled with disdain, was about to decline when Eric abruptly withdrew his hand, stuffing the chicken leg into his mouth instead. Haha, no way. The little puppy can't eat at the table. With that, he turned to the Avengers standing by the door. Hey, what brings you here? Care for a bite? It's far better than the S.H.I.E. El de cafeteria. Before anyone could refuse, Eric chuckled, embracing the disappointment before him. You've been tricked. All of this is mine. You can't have any. Since the last time Loki had taken control of him with the scepter, Eric had become somewhat eccentric. Occasionally, he would roam S.H.I.E.L.D. in nothing but white underwear. It was merely a sporadic occurrence. Typically, he behaved quite normally. Strangely, however, Pepper, who had also been controlled by the Mind Stone, showed no such changes. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, with her honeyed demeanor, had lost all sense of decorum. Last time, Barton criticized Steve for crossing the street in Brooklyn on an elderly lady's bicycle. The symptoms of the three individuals vary significantly, and due to the limited sample size, S.H.I.L.D. has been unable to derive any substantial conclusions. Beyond these three, there exists another individual, James Bond, who conspired with Senator Rand Taylor to coerce Stark Industries into relinquishing their core technology. Previously, on the Isle of the Goddess, several of his subordinates received his orders before coming to seize the Iron Man suit and its accompanying data. It was only during S.H.I.L.D.'s cleanup that this individual was apprehended. He directly supplied Loki with the rare elements necessary to activate the prototype, which precipitated the sudden onset of the Battle of New York. The lingering symptom left by Bond is a severe case of delusions. He is currently serving as president in prison. Returning to the present, it seems that Eric's symptoms have worsened considerably. His condition has become more erratic. Thor, aware of the questions on everyone's minds, promptly responded, "It is not due to the ether particles. Rather, he may have been stimulated on his way here." Natasha interjected, "Speaking of which, fellows, shouldn't we first ascertain how Dr. Eric, an ordinary man, arrived in Asgard and subsequently retrieved the gem from underground?" Chapter 94. The conjunction of 9 stars, Thor pondered for a moment before articulating. This matter is related to the convergence of celestial bodies. From behind him, Thor produced an ancient tome and opened its pages, revealing, "The world tree Yggdrasil traverses 9 realms." Banner, intrigued, glanced at Thor's backside. Beneath his cloak was a tuft of fluffy yellow fur, offering no space for concealment. The ancient text depicted a grand tree connecting 9 planetary-like entities, accompanied by annotations. Asgard, also known as the realm of the gods, the dwelling place of the Aesir. Vanaheim, the abode of the Vanir. Alfheim, the realm of the light elves. Jotunheim, also known as the land of giants, home to frost giants and storm giants, as well as lava giants. Muspelheim, the realm of fire, ruled by the fire giants led by Surtur. Svartalfheim, the dwelling place of dark elves, now a fallen kingdom. Niflheim, the realm of the dead, housing the palace of the goddess Hel. Nidavellir, the home of the dwarves. Midgard, also known as Midgard, the realm of humanity. Thor turned to the other side of the tome, which read, "Every 5,000 years, the celestial bodies converge, aligning the 9 worlds in a straight line, thereby opening the boundaries of existence. Here lies the crux of the matter. Thor gazed at the voraciously eating Dr. Eric and remarked, "The celestial bodies are currently on the verge of convergence, with spatial nodes weakened, making it highly likely to prematurely distort boundary spaces, resulting in temporal and spatial anomalies. Eric may have inadvertently wandered into these distorted spaces, accidentally transported to the depths of Asgard, which resulted in the ether particles becoming parasitic within his body. What shall we do now? Is there a way to extract the ether particles from him?" Barton inquired. The others, being acquainted with Dr. Eric, could not bear to witness his life force being drained away. Upon hearing this, Thor shook his head. "I am not entirely certain. The texts do not provide any accounts, and even my father has never encountered ether particles." Noticing the silence among the group, Thor continued, "However, the crucial matter is that, since Loki's departure, the approach of Ragnarok has not ceased. A foreboding sense lingers within me, as I fear a calamity will befall Asgard. In the past, whenever I experienced such a premonition, misfortune or an attack would inevitably follow. After much contemplation, I suspect it may be due to the Dark Elves. With the reemergence of the ether particles, they might have a means to detect its location, and I am concerned they may return." With sincerity, Thor implored, "Friends, for the sake of Eric and for Asgard, I hope you will lend me your assistance this time." "Isn't the God King quite formidable?" Banner inquired, his brow furrowed, only to realize the ambiguity of his words. "What I mean is, the God King is so powerful that the Dark Elves were eradicated centuries ago. With only a few remnants remaining, they should pose no threat, right? By all accounts, the Dark Elves, having ruled the universe for so long, provoked a united front from the 9 realms against them. Their leader, Malekith, fled with a portion of his remaining forces, likely leading a life of hardship in the cosmos. Should any of the 9 realms track their whereabouts, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of many races." Banner recalled that during Thor's more arrogant days, he often lamented how Asgard was the pinnacle of the 9 realms, and as the prince, he was revered wherever he roamed, yet found himself in this forsaken place, where even the living and the dead could ride atop his head without consequence. He often had to evade the madmen trying to capture him, living each day like a battle for survival. Thus, it seemed evident that Asgard should not fear a dying race. Thor sighed. "That was in the past. My father has grown old. Although his majesty and power remain extraordinary, his lifespan is nearing its end, and he may not have many more opportunities to act. It is true that the older the Aesir become, the stronger they grow, even though Odin is nearing the end of his days. His divine strength far exceeds that of his younger self. However, this does not change the fact that he is nearing death. He frequently falls into a deep slumber, and the last time he was awakened was due to the ether particles infesting Eric. It was then that he instructed Heimdall to bring Thor back to Asgard. Now, he has again succumbed to sleep, and it is uncertain how long it will be before he awakens." Just then, Barton suddenly exclaimed, "I have an idea. Is there a solution?" Thor contemplated the possibility of entombing Eric deep beneath the earth, thereby ostensibly resolving the issue of the uncontrollable ether particles. Barton, wielding a peculiar communication device that seemed to be a product of the system, replied, "No, it is the reason for Eric's disappearance." Director Fury received a report from Coulson stating that Dr. Eric had run off to Stonehenge in a state of undress, only to vanish suddenly thereafter. Upon encountering Eric, who was once again at a loss for words, Thor shook his head and remarked, "Eric has already lost his wits. Barton, do not join him in his madness. Let us instead devise a solution." He extended his hand and forcefully struck Eric's back. In an instant, an invisible gravitational force erupted, propelling Thor and the entire Avengers team away. The dining table before them shattered, sending food and wooden splinters flying through the air. Simultaneously, in the Centaurus galaxy, on the planet 321, a ship of obsidian metal, shaped like a cross, hovered in stealth mode, having remained in this location for an unknown number of years. At the moment of the gravitational explosion, a man clad in metallic armor, with a fierce countenance and elfin ears, suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "The ether particles have manifested." As his voice resonated within the cabin, a number of slumbering dark elves gradually awakened. The ship, breaking its concealment, plunged directly onto the desolate planet's surface. The dark elves disembarked from the vessel, numbering only in the hundreds. Leading them was the dark elf chieftain Malekith, who commanded the construction of a vast magical array to siphon the planet's primal energy through dark magic, simultaneously channeling it into the ship embedded in the ground, resembling a crucifix. Next stop, our homeland Svartalfheim. With the ether particles appearing, it is time for the magic stones I have hidden to be put to use. Chapter 95. Seeking aid from the Ancient One Svartalfheim, the homeland of the Dark Elves. Centuries ago, the war that united the powers of the Nine Realms to overthrow the Age of Darkness erupted in this very realm. Numerous races possessed star-destroying levels of power. Naturally, as the primary battleground of that cataclysmic war, Svartalfheim suffered immense devastation. The planet had perished, reduced to a desolate dead world. No life could endure on this planet. The cross-shaped ship made a spatial jump to a node near the planet, then silently embedded itself within. As Malekith led all the dark elves from the ship, their eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Once, the splendor of Svartalfheim rivaled that of Asgard's celestial palace. It was adorned with magnificent palaces, and countless races that bowed before them revered them as deities. Resources from other worlds were required to be submitted to Svartalfheim. The collective power of the Nine Realms fostered the prosperity of one realm. The magnitude of their glory is beyond imagination. Yet, the current state of Svartalfheim is but a desolate expanse steeped in silence. Thunderous gales sweep across the planet's surface, reducing all in their path to nothingness. By this alone, Svartalfheim is rendered uninhabitable. No one wishes for their newly constructed abode to be obliterated by a tempest that leaves neither person nor structure intact. It appears that after our departure, they employed numerous weapons to alter the planet's environment. It is no wonder that no one remains to guard this place. Malekith retrieved a map resembling a star chart. Upon activation, a spectral vision of a prosperous metallic city emerged in his grasp. This was the visage of Ur, and guided by the map, he arrived at a palace-like edifice. However, all that remained was fine yellow sand. Centuries of time had eroded it to the point where even remnants of walls were absent. Dark elves possess an innate affinity for the elements of darkness, making their study of dark magic effortless. Yet, with great gifts come significant sacrifices. Their formidable talent in magic is counterbalanced by their physical frailty. A certain white-robed mage once proclaimed that a mage devoid of martial prowess cannot be deemed a formidable warrior. Thus, the feeble dark elves had to forge alternative paths, augmenting themselves through dark magic to attain a semblance of divinity. However, a certain bald mage once asserted that no power is easily acquired, and such gifts come at a cost. He specifically cited certain dark magics and pacts with infernal demons. The dark elves, bearing the name of darkness, are not spared from fate's harshness. Even Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension and master of shadows, paid a steep price for his immense power. Malekith clasped his hands together and intoned fervently. Beneath his feet, a hexagram rune slowly unfurled, radiating a spectrum of colors that extended outward along the contours of the formation. At the moment the rune solidified, the ground abruptly collapsed. A small pyramid-like box coalesced at the center of the formation, with dark energy rising from the depths, converging upon the box. This was the final treasure, the corrupted stone, buried here by Malekith when he departed Svartalfheim, a crucial artifact for the creation of cursed warriors. Once the ethereal particles were extracted, such a dark matter, compressed and condensed, could never be replicated. This was the last hope for the continuation of their race. Malekith had awaited this moment in slumber for millennia, and at last it had arrived. He raised the pyramid box high and proclaimed, "We need pioneers. For the future of the Dark Elves, blood and sacrifice are inevitable." All the Dark Elves knelt in unison, echoing his cry. At that moment, a dark-skinned elf emerged from among them, named Algarim, the current second-in-command. Algarim did not hesitate. Exchanging a glance with Malekith, they swiftly acknowledged each other's thoughts. Simultaneously, the background and racial details of the Dark Elves were elucidated. Thor turned to the silent members of the Avengers nearby. "Gentlemen, please feel free to express your thoughts." He mused, "I believe it is time for Dr. Eric to make a heroic sacrifice. We shall erect an opulent tomb for him in the cemetery." Steve stroked his chin, and amidst the anticipation of the group, he spoke slowly. Deadpool brandished the two blades from his back, feigning a hoarse voice as he declared, "I shall execute him. Relax. Dizziness is quite normal and will pass swiftly." No, Deadpool's blades do not harm the young or the old. He chuckled heartily, drawing a desert eagle from his thigh holster. Fortunately, I still have my gun. Natasha broke the silence, saying, "Guys, it seems Eric is choking again. Quick, pat him on the back, but not with your hands. Use a hammer." Moments later, observing Eric still indulging in his feast, the Avengers sat at the opposite end of the table, their expressions tinged with exasperation. "You mentioned that the Dark Elves employ dark magic, and that the ether particles are also crafted from dark magic utilizing cosmic energy?" Stark recalled some details, stating, Thor affirmed, "Indeed, according to the records, they utilize dark magic, with numerous accounts of conflict. I believe there is someone who may assist us." Stark's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he rose. "Let us return to Stark Industries. If the quantity and weight of the transport are relatively small, the Bifrost is far more efficient than the Rainbow Bridge. It can be activated at any time without the need to run to that metallic structure and seek Heimdall's permission to transport individuals elsewhere." The returnees to Stark Industries were few, comprising only Thor, Stark, and Banner, accompanied by a rather clumsy turtle. Fearing Captain America might speak indiscreetly and offend someone, they sought to avoid the risk of Eric suffocating to death upon their return. Regardless, with the clumsy turtle present, they could easily return to the dilapidated hall of celebration adjacent to the Asgardian temple. The group soon located Strange, who was meandering around Stark Industries. The latter was evading the pursuit of a formidable force, had they not believed him to have perished in the battle in New York. And considering the aftermath left for that family to resolve, Strange would have long since met his demise. After healing his arm, he accepted Stark's invitation and adopted a low profile, residing near Stark Industries. As Stark continued to deal with the aftermath of the extremist virus, he found himself lacking the opportunity and time to engage with Strange. Upon learning that ether particles were yet another magical creation, Stark could no longer remain seated. All current dilemmas were intertwined with magic. Runes, the Tesseract, Strange, Eric, and the Dark Elves. These were matters destined to collide. It is indeed time to seek out that legendary sorcerer. Chapter 96, the Pashupatinath Temple. When Strange first encountered the Shiba Inu and the whimsical tortoise, his mind was evidently overwhelmed. "Mr. Stark, is this your newly developed technological automaton?" Thor felt a surge of displeasure, raising his hammer in protest. "You are the automaton. Your entire family is robotic." "I am Thor, the god of thunder, master of the storm." Noticing Stark's expression bore no hint of deception, Strange clarified his stance. "Is this the same Thor from the tales circulating in New Mexico? The one who lost his hammer?" Stark nodded in affirmation. "I must admit, it is quite astonishing. The god of thunder appears so formidable, yet commands respect with his presence." Strange remarked with a clap of his hands. "Pray tell, Mr. Stark, what summons me here?" Having witnessed the prowess of the talisman and acknowledging the existence of magic, Strange found no particular surprise in the manifestation of a mythic deity before him. Rather, he was slightly taken aback. If the god of thunder takes the form of a dog, what might the other deities resemble? Is Habatong merely a fish? Or perhaps the tortoise beside him? Is Medusa truly a serpent? And what of the wayward Zeus? Could he possibly be a teddy bear? The relationship between Greek and Norse gods appeared rather convoluted, and he had not anticipated such a chaotic amalgamation. Furthermore, how did they beget offspring? Was there no reproductive isolation? Or was it that amidst all the entanglements, the true paternity remained uncertain, leaving them to casually designate a deity from a similar time frame as a surrogate father? As Strange indulged in these musings, Stark interrupted his reverie, stating, "We must seek out the Ancient One, and I would like you to accompany us." Stark added with significance, "Your future should encompass more than mere medicine." Strange, puzzled, asked, "If not a doctor, what else could I possibly be? A physician, perhaps?" In Nepal, Kathmandu, at the Pashupatinath Temple, 4 figures emerged in an adjacent deserted alley. One figure appeared rather peculiar. Kathmandu, situated in the tropics, retained a sweltering warmth, contrasting sharply with the chill creeping into New York. All around, individuals donned short sleeves and shorts, perhaps draping a lightweight shawl to shield themselves from the harsh sun. Yet, this particular figure was clad in a black trench coat, topped with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured much of their face, and wore a mask and sunglasses. Furthermore, they stood shorter than Stark, Banner, and Strange, resembling a gnome. "Habatong, I warn you, do not pass gas." Thor's voice resonated from the belly of this figure. "Fear not. "I shall inform you when I do," replied the tortoise, perched leisurely on Thor's shoulders. His face bore no hair. Aside from a skin tone that deviated slightly from that of a typical human, he otherwise bore a striking resemblance to one. Indeed, he seemed more suited to masquerade as a human than a canine visage, and thus it was only natural that he found himself atop Thor. Their purpose in coming was to seek the fabled entrance to Kamartaj, although the pamphlet had merely inscribed the location of the Pashupati temple. Little did they know that this temple sprawled across an expanse akin to a large farm, bustling with monks and pilgrims alike. Should the duo, the clumsy turtle and Thor, make an appearance here, they might very well be hailed as demons by the monks, subsequently finding themselves enshrined and offered as sacrifices. To circumvent such an ordeal, they had no choice but to disguise themselves. Of course, they could have donned costumes resembling plush toys. However, the visitors, arriving with reverent hearts to pay homage, would find it quite inappropriate for 3 grown men to clutch 2 large stuffed animals. Thus, they resorted to this rather desperate measure. As the 5 ventured onto the street, they soon realized that they were far from unique. The thoroughfare was teeming with tourists from every corner of the globe, adorned in vibrant garments, some donning headscarves while others wielded cameras. Adjacent to them flowed the shimmering Bagmati River, its waters tinted a deep crimson. The riverbank was strewn with offerings, the smoke from the devotees' sacrifices swirling around, enveloping the distant golden temple in an ethereal haze. Sunlight penetrated the ancient golden rooftops, cascading onto the temple's stone steps and casting a mosaic of light and shadow. The main structure of the temple was constructed from stone and brick, its hues worn by the passage of time, exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. Legend has it that this sacred site venerates Pashupati, the manifestation of the god of destruction, Shiva. Without lingering, the 5 blended into the throng, making their way toward the temple ahead. The vast temple was filled with devout worshippers, their chants of scripture resounding continuously. Stark glanced around, realizing that locating the legendary sorcerers would not be a simple task. Traversing this place for a day would scarcely suffice to explore its entirety. Their gazes naturally fell upon the monks engaged in meditation nearby. Thor recalled that the Ancient One was bald. Regrettably, after their encounter during the Battle of New York, he had been unable to trace her whereabouts. Otherwise, they might not have found themselves in such a predicament now. Stark retrieved a translator, setting it to the local dialect. "Master, might I inquire where the Ancient One resides within the temple?" The yellow-robed monk, eyes closed in recitation, lifted his gaze to scan the assembled group. His attention was immediately drawn to the comically clad turtle atop Thor. In his years here, he had encountered travelers from all over the world, but had never before seen anyone dressed in such a manner. Nonetheless, the monk joined his palms and bowed, addressing them. "Esteemed devotees, we do not have anyone by the name of the Ancient One among us." He then changed his tone, adding, "Is this devotee unwell? Why is he dressed in such a way?" Hearing the translation relay his words, Stark and his companions exchanged glances, their expectations somewhat tempered, yet still tinged with disappointment. The situation was rather urgent, and they had no time to linger. Banner casually explained, "My friend has an allergy to ultraviolet rays. Exposure to sunlight causes his skin to react strangely, if you catch my drift." The monk in the yellow robe nodded in vague understanding. Many who came to the temple sought blessings for healing, so he could empathize. However, at that moment, an elderly monk approached from behind the group. Without a moment's thought, he removed the large hat from the head of the hapless turtle. Upon closer inspection, his hand gesture for prayer froze mid-air. This was bad. Stark and the others felt a pang of dread, realizing an unforeseen complication had arisen. Just as they prepared to flee, the old monk's stiff voice echoed, "Indeed, his condition is rather severe. His skin has turned blue. May Lord Shiva bless you. Poor soul." Chapter 97. Framing the Ancient One. The young monk in the yellow robe was initially taken aback. However, upon hearing the old monk's words, he quickly regained his composure. Bowing his head and performing a gesture of respect towards the hapless turtle, proclaiming, "May Shiva bestow his blessings." Though he was uncertain about what malady could cause such a grotesque transformation, the old monk's extensive experience suggested there was truth in his words. Thor had been prepared to carry the hapless turtle away, but he was taken aback by the monk's remark. It was known that the world was home to many bizarre and mutated beings, some of which were perilous. During his time in New York, he He often read in the newspapers about monstrous occurrences. He had even seen reports of a creature clad in green battle attire, with a scorpion tail, who had ruthlessly killed several during a gang conflict. While Nepal might not have seen similar mutants, it was likely they were aware of international news. Yes, my friend suffers from a severe skin condition. We visited numerous hospitals in our country without success. I heard about a powerful sorcerer named the Ancient One here. So we can try our luck, Banner said, producing the enrollment flyer given to him by Strange to show the two monks. The flyer read, "Do you wish to heal your hand's nerves? Do you long to reclaim the pinnacle of life? Do you desire to become a disciple of the legendary sorcerer, the Ancient One? If so, come to Kamar Taj, located at the Pashupatinath Temple in Kathmandu." The old monk seemed to recognize English. Without a translator, he was able to comprehend the text. Squinting, he leaned in to examine the flyer, bringing his face within 10 centimeters of it. Banner initially assumed the monk's eyesight was failing and did not pay much attention, turning instead to the young monk, ready to inquire further. Suddenly, the old monk remarked, "Did you not notice the small print at the bottom? What does it say?" He continued, "The location is just 100 meters to the left of the Pashupatinath Temple in Kathmandu, right beside the sign in the first building." This time, the old monk spoke with a distinct New York accent. The crowd paused momentarily upon hearing this, and Banner quickly turned the poster over, noticing several minuscule characters on the back. They appeared as if freshly inscribed. Curious, he remarked, "How did we overlook these words before?" He handed the poster to Stark, who confirmed the presence of the text, furrowing his brow. Could it be that we simply failed to see it at the time? Why are these letters fading? Stark lifted his hand from the poster, only to find a smudge of black ink on his fingers. The text on the poster had also faded slightly. "Never mind. Let's head over there first," Stark urged the others. The old monk chuckled, advising, "Gentlemen, let me remind you, faith is faith, but reality must take precedence. After all these years, I have yet to witness Shiva manifesting. Be wary of those who exploit the temple's name. They may be charlatans." Stark and the others were preoccupied with the matters concerning Asgard. According to Thor, when the 9 realms align, the barriers of space would merge, allowing all beings to traverse into other worlds easily. Should the Dark Elves acquire the ether particles, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to conquer all realms, including Midgard. Stark and his companions were not keen on having the main battlefield shift to New York, which had only recently been restored. Another few incursions, and it would be unbearable. They hastily departed, with Stark leading the way, followed closely by Banner, while Thor and the creature known as the Hulk trailed behind, and Strange brought up the rear. As Thor and the Hulk stepped beyond the threshold of the temple, they noticed the surroundings beginning to warp. In an instant, everything returned to normal. A regular person might have believed they were experiencing some form of visual distortion, but they were not ordinary. They immediately became vigilant. Banner secured the 2 amulets hanging from his chest, shielding Stark behind him, aware that without his armor, Stark would be defenseless against any adversary. He spoke, "Thor, keep a close watch on Strange." "Wait, where's Strange? Where'd he go?" The 3 turned to find that the ever-present Strange had vanished. "Damn it, we've been deceived. That old ball man was up to no good." Stark rubbed the poster vigorously against the line of small characters, and the text completely vanished. It was evident that it had only just been written. The owner of this place had lured them out of the temple, leaving Strange behind. The intention was unmistakable. They were not welcome here. Stark and the others, filled with indignation, re-entered the temple with renewed determination. The elderly monk has mysteriously vanished, leaving only the bewildered young monk standing in place. With a dazed expression, he raised a hand to slap himself, confirming that this was not a dream. He immediately knelt down and bowed towards the distant shrine of Lord Shiva, murmuring incantations under his breath. Though Stark had not activated the translator, he could surmise the essence of the monk's words, which likely revolved around the manifestation of the Bodhisattva. It appeared that he was unaware of the situation, that the old monk had taken Strange away. "What should we do? Let us see if we can wreak havoc here and determine if they will come looking for us." At that moment, Thor poked his head out from beneath his cloak, his canine visage contorting as he spoke. "Since they prefer not to escalate matters directly by expelling us, but instead chose to deceive us into leaving, only to secretly abduct Strange, let us then obliterate this place. We shall smash the idol and inform the devotees that we are ancient sorcerers here to disrupt their gathering. advising them to abandon their faith in the destructive deity Shiva and instead pledge allegiance to the Ancient One of Kamartaj. Upon hearing Thor's words, Stark wore a perplexed expression. Is this plan truly viable? Would this not incite enmity with Kamartaj? He glanced at Banner, intending to enlist his support in dissuading Thor, only to find Banner similarly eager. Surely, you too have been possessed by the Hulk? Despite his internal grievances regarding the unprincipled actions of the Kamartaj practitioners, Stark attempted to reason with the group. Gentlemen, let's remain calm. I believe this plan may not be prudent. You wish to frame Kamartaj, but if we act, won't our identities be immediately discernible? Stark gestured towards Banner, saying, Look, once he transforms, he becomes an enormous green giant. The entire world recognizes him as Bruce Banner. He then turned to the figures cloaked in black, saying, And you wielding a hammer, donned in a red cape, alongside a blue turtle. Do you truly believe this combination can be attributed to Kamartaj? Thor was already contemplating retaliation. Not a problem, we'll blindfold ourselves. And the Shanti recognize us. Deadpool once mentioned that the bat-like hero and Superman did precisely that. Chapter 98, White Magic, From Novice to Mastery. Upon hearing this, Stark raised a hand to his forehead, having previously believed that Thor had grown significantly smarter during his time on Earth. To his dismay, he realized that the same old fool remained. A dog cannot change its nature. These individuals could scarcely conceal their identities even if they wrapped themselves entirely. How many beings on Earth can summon thunder and wield hammers? Oh, as of now, only two, precisely those standing before him. So, why not conceal the hammer's identity? Isn't it obvious to deduce? In returning to the Hulk, if he were to unleash his fury, he might well strike down both hammer wielders along with him. If Banner cannot control the Hulk, how can he expect him to hide his identity? Enough. Let me the translator. Thor, bearing the clumsy tortoise on his back, swiftly seized the translator from Stark's grasp. He then approached the kneeling monk and declared, Listen well, I am Karmid, a sorcerer from Kamartaj, here under the command of the Ancient One to disrupt the worship of your deity, Shiva. From this moment forth, you are to abandon your veneration of Shiva and instead follow our Ancient One. Her name is the Ancient One. The young monk, nearly paralyzed with fear, could hardly comprehend the scene before him. How could this blue creature speak from such a peculiar place? Surely, he must be dreaming, a nightmare of the most terrifying kind. In an instant, the monk's eyes rolled back, overwhelmed by the shock, and he fainted. Well, the message has been conveyed. We can commence our actions, Thor proclaimed. He emerged from his black cloak, retrieving a strip of black fabric from behind him, punctured it with 2 holes, and secured it over his eyes. Soon, I shall etch the words the Ancient One was here upon the head of the Shiva statue. Stark, furrowing his brow as he watched the crowd scatter in fear from Thor, felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Determined, he resolved to return and craft a suit of anti-Shiva armor, equipped with specialized dog-catching nets, clamps, cages, tranquilizer guns, and other weaponry. However, at this moment, he was unarmed and utterly defenseless against the Shiva's antics. If he were to be bitten, he would have to return for a rabies vaccine. Stark turned to Banner and cautioned, I advise you not to join in his madness. If you succumb to insanity, it will be difficult to reinstate order. Thor swung his hammer, aiming directly at the grand statue within the temple. Just then, the elderly monk emerged from the crowd. Why trouble yourself? He implored. Strange is destined to become the next supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj. In the original timeline, he would come alone. Why disrupt the natural course of fate? The Ancient One, he continued, even if you have assumed a different guise, I still recognize you. Thor lowered his hammer, replying, I am not the Ancient One. You are merely an unnamed novice of Kamartaj. Do not misinterpret my words. The old monk, with a calm demeanor, responded, Do not forget who I am now. You cannot deceive me. Thor had previously sensed the monk's familiar essence, and upon inhaling deeply, he recalled the Ancient One from the rooftop during the Battle of New York a year prior. The Ancient One murmured, You seem rather proud of yourself. Never have I encountered anyone so boastful of being a dog. However, she maintained the dignity befitting the supreme sorcerer and added, You must understand, I cannot intervene in your affairs. Such actions are destined, where greater dangers will come knocking at our doors. One day, I too may find myself unable to confront those troubles. She had previously conveyed this to the future Hulk, with Thor present at the time. If she were able to intervene, She could have easily slain Thanos right then, to prevent the future annihilation of half the universe's population. However, such actions would inevitably give rise to an unknown timeline, the repercussions of which remain shrouded in mystery. Thor spoke up. There is no need for you to intervene directly. Merely provide us with a resolution to our predicament. Furthermore, we require assistance in deciphering the structure and capabilities of magical artifacts, as we are utterly ignorant in this domain. Stark, harboring his own ulterior motives, articulated his own demands after Thor had finished. Once Strange masters his magic, he'll come to New York to assist you, remarked the Ancient One with a hint of indifference. How long will that take? 10 days or a fortnight is out of the question, even with exceptional talent. It would require several years, the Ancient One continued. Are you jesting? Several years? By then, they might have ventured off to pursue other endeavors. Who has time to wait for Strange to become proficient? Thor turned to Stark and said, as an aerial combat expert, I sense that the head of that statue is rather bare, lacking a line of text for embellishment. What do you think of inscribing the Ancient One visited Camartage? The Ancient One conjured the Eye of Agamotto from the air, stating, the Eye of Agamotto can reverse time. Such threats hold no significance for me. Banner had departed during the climactic battle in New York, only to return moments later, having returned the Time Stone. In their world, Thanos had perished along with many others. The seasoned heroes like Banner had aged or met their demise, paving the way for a new generation of champions. As he took his leave, Banner appeared desolate. Lacking the mood to converse further, after returning the Time Stone, he departed alone. Then I shall come to carve it daily, Thor lamented. Suit yourself, the Ancient One replied, turning away and vanishing within mere breaths. Thor was left dumbfounded. Hadn't the wise sage of the human realm, Einstein, once proclaimed that in a dark room, one should open a window? If no one agreed, they would acquiesce to tearing off the roof. Was he not about to lift the roof? Shouldn't the Ancient One have consented to opening a window? What shall we do then? Dismantle the statue? The dim-witted turtle suggested. Just as Thor contemplated this proposal, a brilliant white light coalesced before them, and a tome thicker than a dictionary fell from the sky. Foundations of Dark Magic, from Novice to Grave. Thor picked up the book, momentarily stunned by its title. He turned to Stark and Banner, exclaiming, Isn't the Ancient One a figure of virtue? No, that's incorrect. I've grabbed the wrong one. It's this one. The Ancient One's voice echoed in their ears. In an instant, the dark magic book in Thor's hands exploded into a flurry of paper scraps. Subsequently, a volume even thicker than Thor's own height materialized out of thin air, nearly crushing him. Foundations of White Magic, from Novice to Master, Simplified Edition. Stark furrowed his brow and remarked, This can't be true. It's so thick. We would need years to finish reading it. The voice of the Ancient One resonated once more. This is, in fact, the table of contents. The book has been placed at the temple's entrance. Turn left and proceed 100 meters to the first room beside the sign. You may take it, but do not disclose its existence. Remember, you may only practice white magic. Never venture into the realm of dark magic. I finally understood why so many were drawn to the allure of dark sorcery. Stark and Banner exchanged glances, expressing their sentiments. If it were me, I too would wish to learn. Chapter 99. The heist at the Celestial Palace, the more ancient a being, the fewer its kind. Similarly, the more powerful a creature, the rarer it becomes. From birth, it is met with the specter of death. Perhaps this reflects certain natural laws of the universe, which largely govern this transformation. Asgard is no different. A prosperous and thriving kingdom, its population barely exceeds a few tens of thousands. However, aside from the longevity of its inhabitants, those possessing formidable combat prowess are indeed scarce. Among the multitude of deities, there exist warriors and residents. The warriors are tasked with defending Asgard from foreign incursions. The residents, lacking combat training, pursue various avenues such as commerce, research, and service. The ratio of warriors to residents is roughly 1:10. Yet, this battalion of around 1,000 warriors can instill fear across the 9 realms. To dominate the 9 realms is not merely a matter of rhetoric. It demands tangible strength. The Dark Elves, having long heard of Asgard's renown, realized that their scattered forces were ill-equipped to confront the sovereign of the 9 realms head-on. Thus, they sought to infiltrate from within. A conspiracy was underway, spurred by the whispers circulating in the cosmos that King Odin had fallen into slumber. The lifespan of a godly warrior was waning, and his heirs were ill-prepared, one having vanished after venturing to Midgard. The glory of yesteryears seemed increasingly unattainable. Moreover, many worlds harbored ambitions of ruling the Nine Realms, but were deterred by the formidable presence of the All-Father, hesitant to act rashly. The Storm King of Jotunheim, Sorm, upon receiving word from an anonymous source about the slumber of the All-Father, disseminated this information. Although he was grateful for Asgard's assistance in vanquishing the frost giants, which had facilitated his effortless dominion over Jotunheim, those races that had once trembled under Odin's might began to cautiously spread the news, hoping to test the waters of Asgard's true condition. The objective was singular: to provoke others to take the initiative and probe Asgard's defenses. Now, the entirety of Asgard's warriors had been mobilized, and the Bifrost, the energy shield protecting Asgard from external threats, was activated. Even a starship would find it challenging to breach this formidable defense, let alone the numerous aerial weapons stationed within Asgard. Presently, aside from treasures like the Rainbow Bridge that could transcend space, no ordinary means could facilitate entry or exit from Asgard. The atmosphere beyond the shield was fraught with tension. Within the protective shield's atmosphere, the air was thick with camaraderie. Oh, esteemed aerial combat specialists, cease your antiquated literary pursuits and indulge in a toast. Slur the intoxicated Shiba Inu, clutching a beer brought from New York. Fear not, this barrier shall remain impenetrable to those dark elves for another century. Asgard is entirely sealed off, and none may enter. The Avengers congregated within the celebratory hall of Asgard, encircling a long table. Stark, cradling a tome of white magic, wore an expression of exasperation. It was difficult to articulate the predicament. While they could afford to wait, Eric could not endure such a prolonged existence. The ether particles occasionally siphoned his life energy, and after a century, Eric would surely perish. Not that it mattered, for even without the parasitic influence of the ether particles, Eric would not live to see 100 years. I loathe the gods. Their lifespans extend beyond the annals of human history, Stark lamented. Thor, quiet down. When a spatial barrier weakens, there exists a chance for beings from other realms to traverse through, cautioned Queen Frigga, seated at the head of the table, gently rapping on the surface. Pay heed, the supreme sorcerer's stripping magic shares a structural affinity with our curses, thus drink, keep drinking. Thor interjected with a hearty laugh. One moment, please. I must address a matter, Frigga announced, grasping the scruff of the Shiba Inu and escorting him to the door. With a swift motion, she delivered a powerful kick to his rear, sending the yellow figure clad in a red cape soaring into the distance. Turning back, she closed the door with a tender smile. Now let us proceed. The group resumed their study of the magical texts bestowed by the Ancient One. Lacking any foundational knowledge, Thor had summoned his mother, Frigga, to impart her wisdom. As a sorceress, her expertise in witchcraft, while distinct from magic, enabled her to comprehend the principles outlined in the texts, thus embracing her role as instructor. However, imparting advanced magic to a group entirely devoid of basic understanding within a limited time frame was a fanciful endeavor. The Avengers gathered here were primarily to identify potential methods to extract the ether particles from Eric's being. The principles governing such magical entities were intrinsically linked to the magic itself. Stark, along with Dr. Banner and others, could contribute significantly due to their intellectual prowess. Natasha, too, was exceptional, her mind rivaling that of a supercomputer. As for the others, they were mere bystanders, contributing little to the endeavor. Particularly the Shiba Inu, who, illiterate and oblivious, had developed a penchant for beer, resulting in the earlier scene. As for the Shiba Inu, after tracing a graceful arc through the air, he landed heavily upon the ground. Yet his grip on the beer remained steadfast. Alas, life had grown exceedingly mundane. 7 days have elapsed since their departure from the temple, and throughout this time, he has remained in Asgard. Due to the internal and external turmoil, no one is permitted to venture outside. Even as the kingdom's crown prince, he is devoid of such privileges. Having grown accustomed to life in the Midgard, returning has proven to be an adjustment. In Midgard, video games, films, and novels abound, providing entertainment, and when boredom strikes, he could engage in thrilling combat, impervious to bullets. After subduing nefarious foes or the chaos of the Hydra, he basked in the admiration and accolades of many. Yet, upon returning to Asgard, he finds himself bereft of such diversions. His former comrades come to seek him, But their gatherings are scarcely more than relentless training sessions, occasionally interrupted by lavish feasts. However, having tasted the vibrant life beyond, Thor finds these days to be a squandering of his existence, a trampling of his youth. Thus, he has brought with him the unfortunate habit of consuming beer. Thor tilts his head back, allowing the last drop of ale to cascade down his throat, his gaze drifting toward the distant palace. He has hoarded beer within his chambers, even using it to construct a makeshift bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he strides toward the palace. Minutes later, as he approaches near his room, having just rounded a corner, he spots a rotund figure lurking before his door. Clad in casual attire, it resembles the garb of Midgardians. Furthermore, the divine kin are seldom found in such a corpulent state, and those permitted within the royal palace are even less so. Damnable thief, he muses. How dare you attempt to pilfer from me? Watch how I deal with you. Chapter 100. Fat Thor and Shiba Inu. Thor, this incarnation of Thor, hails from the timeline of Avengers Endgame. He has separated from his comrades and traversed time to arrive in Asgard of 2013, seeking to acquire the Reality Stone. His current mission involves collaboration with Rocket Raccoon. However, during their journey, his craving for alcohol surfaced, and leveraging his familiarity with the celestial realm, he deliberately shed Rocket in a secluded corner. Trusting Rocket's reliability, he has already informed him of Jane's whereabouts. In his absence, Rocket would undoubtedly utilize his devices to extract the ether particles from Jane's body. Meanwhile, Thor's mind is set on infiltrating his father's underground private vault, which is said to contain several exquisite bottles of wine. Yet, as he proceeds, an unsettling feeling grows within him. The nearby architecture appears dissimilar. In Thor's recollection, certain structures have been dismantled by this point in 2013, yet they remain firmly in place. Moreover, the palace guards seem amiss, all having been dispatched elsewhere, presumably to prepare against external threats. With doubts swirling in his mind and unable to consult with others, he resolves to venture to the prison where Loki is held, eager to inquire what has transpired. One reason for his behavior was his longing for Loki, who had perished at Thanos' hands 5 years prior while attempting to save him. In the days that followed, Thor often found himself pondering whether Loki had once again faked his own death. He imagined that on a seemingly ordinary day, Loki might transform into a serpent, only to suddenly revert to his true form and plunge a dagger into him, just as he had done when they were 8 years old. However, reality had proven that the frequently deceased Loki was truly gone this time. Thor would never again see Loki's familiar visage. Upon arriving at the prison, he was met with emptiness, devoid of any evidence that Loki had ever been confined there. Thor began to question whether the temporal device had malfunctioned, propelling him to an alternate time. After a convoluted journey, he found himself back at the entrance of his own chamber, where he was greeted by the potent scent of alcohol. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have been so sensitive to it, but his craving for drink had intensified, particularly since his companions had confiscated his stash to prevent any mishaps. Consequently, Thor found himself awkwardly wiggling outside his door. Suddenly, a hammer came crashing in from the side, striking Thor and sending him flying. In his former, more agile state, he would have evaded such an attack, but now, laden with indulgence, he was sent tumbling several meters, rolling over a dozen times before gradually coming to a halt. The Shiba Inu, having retrieved the hammer, did not even spare Thor a glance. With just that single encounter, it was clear to him that this adversary was no match for him. No wonder they resorted to petty theft. What kind of nonsense was this? Did the divine halls not prohibit dogs from entering? Thor grumbled as he picked himself up. That blow had nearly knocked the whiskey out of his stomach. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that this canine bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, adorned in a red cape and wielding a silver hammer. Even dogs were now imitating him. Filth of the Dark Elves, speak. How did you breach the protective barrier and enter the divine halls? I can grant you a swift demise, the Shiba Inu barked, glaring at Thor, who was sprawled on the ground like a frog. Filth of the Dark Elves? Me? Thor chuckled, pointing at his own nose in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his face would be mistaken by the divine hall's dog for that of an invading dark elf. Though his handsome visage was slightly more disheveled than before, the innate charm was still unmistakable. This dog was hardly clever, even more so than he had been in his youth. You dare to admit you are the filth of the Dark Elves? It seems you do not regard me highly. The Shiba Inu, having consumed some alcohol, was not entirely coherent. Upon seeing Thor point at himself and claim to be the dark elf as filth, it threw its hammer directly at Thor's face. "Foolish dog, you brought this upon yourself. I shall make you search for your teeth." Thor summoned his storm axe from a distance with a wave of his hand. Immediately, he positioned the axe horizontally before him. The hammer collided with the Stormbreaker, unleashing a cacophony of thunder. The hammer was sent hurtling back along its original path, and Soul, wielding the Stormbreaker, staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. The two stood their ground, locked in a tense standoff. What is transpiring here? How can even a mere dog possess such formidable strength? It seems that in this timeline, I too might struggle against this canine, Soul mused. The Shiba Inu pondered. Who is this rotund individual, and how does he wield such immense power? Could he be an ally summoned by the Dark Elves? Although the Soul from the timeline of Avengers 4, burdened by a body infused with cheese and a stomach brimming with ale, was not as robust as the Thor capable of withstanding 6 Infinity Stones from the timeline of Avengers 3, he was still considerably mightier than an ordinary version of himself, particularly with Stormbreaker in hand. Both combatants, recognizing each other's formidable prowess, hesitated to make a move, standing in mutual defiance. This was their domain. Any destruction would yield little reward for great effort. "Who are you?" the Shiba Inu inquired. "I am Thor, the god of thunder," Soul replied with measured solemnity. "Nonsense. I am Thor, the god of thunder," the Shiba Inu retorted, ready to hurl the hammer and press the assault. Suddenly, his alcohol-laden mind flickered with realization. "Wait. You are from the future version of Thor. Don't tell me your name is also Thor?" Soul's expression faltered, disbelief washing over him. He increasingly suspected that Stark's machine had malfunctioned, transporting him to some bizarre realm. He quickly dismissed the notion, asserting, "Impossible. My past cannot be a mere dog, and my future will not be a mere meatball," the Shiba Inu coldly replied. "Can you stand straight and still see your own toes?" He had tentatively concluded that this seemingly foolish, portly figure was indeed another version of Thor from a different timeline, having traversed through time alongside Stark a year prior, albeit at a different moment in time. At that moment, the raccoon's mischievous voice rang out. "Hey, how is there an adorable little dog here? Thor, you have this character in your realm, and you didn't even mention it to me." Chapter 101. The future must have brought you much hardship when the Shiba Inu accompanied Soul and the raccoon into the celebration hall. Everyone was rendered speechless. "Thor, won't our actions jeopardize the time heist plan?" the raccoon whispered into Soul's ear from his perch on Soul's shoulder. The time heist plan was the predetermined strategy devised by the Avengers for their temporal journey. The superhero alliance relished such flamboyant titles, much like their Guardians of the Galaxy and the Avengers themselves. Everyone was acutely aware of the rule: no interference with events that were destined to occur. No disruption of the original timeline. All actions must be conducted discreetly, striving to avoid any alteration or impact on their past timeline. Otherwise, the butterfly effect could trigger unforeseen events, leaving the future world in uncertainty. Their current reality is unable to withstand any upheaval, amidst countless predictions. Only once did they secure victory in this war. The importance of executing this plan seems trivial now. Perhaps we have mistakenly arrived in the wrong universe. I was not merely a yellow dog in my past, and my companions were certainly not in Asgard back then. Thor felt a twinge of anxiety. He glanced at his mother, Frigga, who occupied the seat of honor at the dining table, and his expression betrayed a hint of confusion. When their eyes met, he instinctively averted his gaze, slightly turning away. Yet, his peripheral vision caught sight of his own substantial belly, and shame washed over him as he tightened the cotton jacket he wore, attempting to conceal this affront to the dignity of the divine lineage. Frigga, upon seeing Thor, wore a look of puzzlement that quickly transformed into understanding. She swiftly approached him, and he awkwardly turned his head aside, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing, almost tearing it in his distress. Frigga scrutinized Thor for a moment before unceremoniously cradling his face, turning it to meet her gaze directly. As he beheld that familiar visage, tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes, a struggle to suppress them evident on his face. His mother, the goddess Frigga, was destined to perish in this impending invasion of dark elves, slain by the hands of a cursed warrior. From the words he had gleaned from the Shiba Inu, he deduced that they stood on the brink of that dark incursion. However, the circumstances had shifted, perhaps significantly. Frigga, unaware of Thor's tumultuous thoughts, looked into his eyes only to discover that one was a replacement. His countenance, now marked by the passage of time, bore a depth of sorrow that starkly contrasted with the once vibrant god of thunder. Even the current incarnation of Thor, the Shiba Inu, seemed a far superior version of himself. Gently tracing the scar on Thor's face, Frigga spoke softly, "The future must have brought you great suffering." Unable to hold back his tears any longer, Thor broke down completely, weeping openly in his mother's embrace. Those around them fell into silence, even the raccoon, who had intended to caution Thor against revealing any future events, withdrew its hand from tugging at his trousers. No one interrupted Thor's emotional release. As his sobs gradually subsided, he moved his lips as if to speak, yet words eluded him. So much weighed on his heart. The experiences he had endured over the years, the mistakes made during the climactic battle, and most importantly, the urgent need to warn his mother about the cursed warrior that awaited them. Yet, all his thoughts were stifled in his throat. Thor longed to express everything that weighed on his heart, yet he was apprehensive that a momentary lapse could lead to irreparable consequences. He recalled the time he had struck Thanos' shoulder with his axe. Frigga, perceiving his turmoil, gazed into his eyes and gently stroked his disheveled, greasy hair. She comforted him, saying, "It is all right, my son. Your mother understands you. Go ahead." Thor wished to elaborate on his current physique. His transformation into this state was not solely due to his own choices. After the death of his mother, he suffered profound grief, followed closely by Loki's demise. In the ensuing turmoil, he was indirectly responsible for the death of his sister Hela, endured Ragnarok, witnessed the destruction of Asgard, and saw his brother Loki, who had feigned death, perish before him once more. After finally forging the Stormbreaker, he faltered at a critical moment, failing to sever Thanos' head, which allowed the villain to snap his fingers, erasing half of all life in the universe. The external blows, compounded by psychological strain, drove him into the depths of alcoholism, resulting in his current state as a 300-pound figure. "I apologize for intruding upon your tender mother-son moment, but surely there are matters of greater urgency at hand," Stark interjected, shattering the gentle ambience. He pointed towards the choking Eric Selvig. "Let's extract the ether particles from him first." Selvig was indeed struggling to breathe. Stark had gleaned much information from the exchange between Thor and Frigga. Firstly, Thor appeared unaware of the events in New York, indicating that they had all traversed time from the same moment. This version of Thor had encountered Stark and Steve from a year prior, during the battle in New York. Secondly, the fact that the previously taken stones had been returned confirmed that their future endeavors involving the stones had been successful. This was an undeniable truth. Thus, handing over the ether particles to the time-displaced Thor and the diminutive bear should pose no issue. Thirdly, this Thor came prepared, as evidenced by the tools he possessed to retrieve the stones or his knowledge of how to do so. Stark rubbed his eyes, weary from poring over the tomes of white magic, feeling as though he were groping in the dark. He had lost the desire to study further. Had they known that future Thor would traverse to the present, they would have spared themselves the arduous effort of engaging in these thankless tasks. Thousands of tomes, resembling dictionaries, lay before them, and who knew how long it would take to peruse them all? Fortunately, the nightmare seemed to be at an end. The dog-like creature struck Selvig's back with the hammer's face, dislodging the food that had lodged in his throat. Though Thor was uncertain why the reality stone resided within Selvig, he refrained from questioning further and gestured for Rocket Raccoon to retrieve the stone. The raccoon held a syringe-like instrument in his hands. This is a gem extractor crafted from Stark's technology combined with strange magic, meticulously designed to cater to the unique properties of each gem. Few comprehend the reality of these gems outside of those from the future. Once transformed into ether particles, the gems fell under the dominion of Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, and were subsequently sealed away by the All-Father Bor in the subterranean depths of Asgard. Very few have laid eyes upon them, let alone grasp their properties or the magic that binds them. Should they arrive empty-handed, the sole means of acquiring the gems would be through Malekith's agency, thus introducing a wave of uncertainty into the endeavor. Stark's conjecture proves to be astute. Chapter 102: Invasion of Asgard in the vast expanse of the cosmos. A cloaked warship lurks in the shadows, belonging to the Dark Elves. Within the command center, the 10 Elder Dark Elves and their 2 paramount leaders convene. They gaze intently towards the distant Asgard, encased in an energy veil that envelopes the realm. Have we discovered a method to penetrate Asgard? Malekith inquired. Asgard has severed ties with all realms, and their inhabitants do not venture forth. Given the circumstances, we are left with no option but to mount a direct assault. One of the elders replied earnestly. Malekith struck the starship's control panel with force. If we could launch a frontal attack, we would not need to devise a ruse of feigned defeat, leading to our capture to transform into cursed warriors. Asgard's reputation is renowned across the cosmos. It is a name recognized by all. This acclaim is not solely attributed to the All-Father Odin, who has refrained from intervening directly as a strategic weapon. Remaining stationed behind Asgard, the warriors within Asgard, divine guardians and soldiers, excel in combat. In terms of martial prowess, the Dark Elves cannot match the Asgardians. Numerically, the Asgardians outnumber them by more than tenfold. In terms of technological superiority, the ancient power that has thrived for millennia could easily crush these corner-dwelling beings, whose technological advancement has stagnated for centuries. Unless they acquire ether particles, they harbor no hope of confrontation. As for allying with other foes of Asgard, the Dark Elves lack the audacity to pursue such a course. The possibility of obtaining ether particles remains uncertain. Those adversaries of Asgard were once victims of their own exploitation, and upon meeting, it is likely that hostilities would ensue. Thus, they merely stir the pot in secrecy, propagating rumors of the All-Father's demise. As the leaders and the 10 elders deliberated their plans, Algrim, the deputy leader of the Dark Elves, found himself in a rather precarious state. Previously, after Malekith procured the magic stone, they had reached an agreement regarding its user, which included a position for the deputy leader. The magical stone lies sealed within the body of Argoylem, and once the seal is broken, he will inevitably undergo an irreversible transformation into a cursed warrior, a formidable force that once dominated the universe under the Dark Elves' reign. Possessing enhanced strength, swiftness, superior defense, and rapid regeneration, he would rival the most powerful races in existence. Thus, by feigning captivity and being captured in Asgard, he could easily unleash carnage once the seal is lifted, coordinating with the warships outside for a seamless assault. Securing the ether particles would become a trivial endeavor. Upon finalizing the plan, the magical stone was sealed within him. However, due to flaws in the sealing magic, the stone began to erode his body. Yet for a brief period, he could endure this affliction. Little did Argoylem anticipate that he would be left waiting for several days. As Asgard sealed its gates, the plan began to unravel prematurely. Observing the others leisurely bickering and debating, Argoylem could no longer contain his frustration. He struck the Starship-S control panel with force. Can you not move any faster? The stone has already taken root within me. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. With a resounding crash, the control panel, towering as high as a man, was shattered in two, sparks flying in all directions, and warning lights on the starship began to flash red. Argoylem, what are you doing? Malekith glared at him, indignation evident in his voice. This is the last refuge and assurance for the Dark Elves. If you damage it, what will become of our vital functions? No, Chief. One of the 10 elders suddenly interjected. That alarm is not indicating damage to the ship, but rather it is a signal from the instruments monitoring the fluctuations of the ether particles. He activated the detection features of the starship. The next moment, the elder exclaimed, "The ether particles are gone." He continued to observe the situation in Asgard. From the instrument readings, the energy levels of Asgard's shield are diminishing. They may have devised another plan, such as hiding the ether particles or transporting them elsewhere. Suddenly, Malekith tapped the elder on the shoulder, interrupting his discourse. The elder turned, puzzled, to see Malekith pointing at the transparent window of the command room. There, a silver planet was revealed, enveloped in a celestial veil, which was gradually becoming translucent from the center and spreading outward. Asgard had lowered its protective shield. A meteor streaked across the night sky of Asgard, crashing into the heart of the highly developed city. The guards swiftly mounted the steeds of the celestial palace and raced to the scene. In the city, a building's top was obliterated, and looking down, the meteor had created a deep crater, black smoke billowing from within, obscuring whatever lay in the depths of the impact site. For a moment, the guards dared only to stand at the edge of the crater, in the face of external perils surrounding Asgard. The reason behind Queen Frigga's insistence on lowering the protective veil remained a mystery. However, These minions could only comply. As the heavens opened, a sudden meteor fell, and it was evident to all that something was amiss. With the arrival of Asgard's firefighting personnel, the flames in the crater were extinguished, and, as the dense smoke dissipated, the guards could finally discern the nature of the meteorite. A solitary airship, circular in form, revealed through its shattered glass window the unconscious figure of a dark elf within. The ominous scent of darkness could not escape the keen noses of the guards on site. Exchanging glances, several guards sent one back to report, while the others cautiously opened the hatch, roughly pulling the dark elf out. In the next moment, a Shiba Inu and a set of armor flew through the sky, while the remaining members of the Avengers quickly approached in the celestial airship. The guard who had reported the situation reeled his horse around and returned. As everyone gathered at the scene, the black-skinned dark elf remained completely still. Banner, armed with a specialized instrument, cautiously approached the motionless dark elf. After scanning, a mechanical voice echoed. The enchanted dark elf harbors within him a dark curse stone, enabling him to transform into a dark curse warrior, currently at a corruption level of 8. A profound silence enveloped the area, all eyes fixated on the inert dark elf. Algrim remarked, "Wasn't the sealing technique supposed to be exceedingly covert? Only a god king like Odin could perceive it. Damn Malekith for deceiving me. I should have realized he harbored ill will toward me." As Algrim saw his plan of feigned surrender unravel, he could no longer pretend to be a wounded man. Seizing the moment before the knives could plunge into him, he sprang up with astonishing speed and seized Dr. Banner, holding him hostage. "Don't move, or I shall kill him." "Stand back," Algrim threatened, constricting Banner's neck from behind. To his surprise, the circle of onlookers erupted into laughter at this spectacle. They had anticipated at least a negotiation, yet the reality was that all their weapons were trained upon him. Stark's laser sight had already locked onto his forehead. The mechanical voice beneath the mask, mingled with Stark's own, declared, "You are holding him. By what right do you demand we stand aside?" Algrim retorted, "These creatures are more akin to dark elves than he is. Even the dark elves who plagued the cosmos centuries ago never displayed such disregard for the lives of their comrades." Algrim had heard that the Asgardians were renowned for their noble virtues. The divine attributes of tolerance, friendship, and unity are most prominently exemplified here, where one finds deities of beauty, love, and wisdom. Unlike the dark elves, who curse and destroy warriors, these gods embody benevolence. Initially, he suspected that his opponent was attempting to deceive him. "I do not believe it." Algrim awakened the magic stone sealed within him, and the dark energy contained within surged through his body, swiftly transforming him toward the cursed warrior. His skin developed a robust, keratinous layer that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Sharp spikes protruded from his hands and feet, and he rapidly grew taller. The time required for this transformation was neither excessively long nor overly brief. Algrim could only hope that his adversary would hesitate, allowing him sufficient time to complete his metamorphosis. In the next moment, Banner raised his blade and slashed at his throat without a flicker of hesitation. The subsequent onslaught of attacks followed in quick succession: thunder, lasers, missiles, hammers, and bullets. "All right, so this is how you wish to play," Algrim exclaimed as he was violently hurled away by the barrage, crashing into the wall of a nearby building. The fully metallic wall buckled under the impact, creating a deep indentation. Algrim was embedded in the wall, with only his legs dangling limply outside. Dust and debris rose high, obscuring the view entirely. Banner stood, unscathed, his body free of any wounds. The magical talisman granted him immunity to harm, pain, and illness, while another conferred upon him eternal youth and immortality. The combination of these powers surpassed even that of Deadpool. Despite his resilience, was not immune to suffering. After all, Deadpool might endure pain from his tight-fitting pants, but he was no stranger to agony. It was akin to him attempting to slice bullets with his sword. Unless struck by a bullet, he wouldn't think to evade, let alone slice them. Although he could not die, he had adopted a rather lackadaisical attitude. The Hulk within Banner had also become complacent, fully aware of his own invulnerability. If not for Banner's desire to release the Hulk, he would not have even considered emerging. With a loud shout, Deadpool charged toward the indented wall, intending to deliver a thrashing to his adversary. Envisioning the prospect of severing his horns and selling them to wealthy patrons on Earth as novelty items. As Deadpool dashed into the smoke-laden area, He was propelled backward at an even faster velocity, colliding with Stark, sending both man and armor tumbling backward. The sound of shattered bones echoed at the moment of their impact. This audacious beetle in black armor dared to ambush me. Everyone step aside. I wish to challenge him one-on-one. Deadpool lay sprawled atop Stark, his lower body nearly reduced to fragments. Blood gushed from his mouth, pooling within his mask due to the obstruction. All right, I can't take it anymore. My ketchup is in my eyes. Deadpool groped around, appearing as if he were blind. Help me, someone. I can't see. The onlookers, however, were too engrossed in the obscured area shrouded in a haze of confusion to pay heed to Deadpool's plight. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a terrifying figure emerged, towering 3 meters tall, clad in a grotesque suit of chitinous armor adorned with irregular, menacing spikes. With each step, the armor clashed, emitting a sharp sound. Boom! 3 bolts of lightning cleaved through the air, rippling like white waves, striking the chest plate of the cursed warrior. In an instant, what appeared to be a formidable armor shattered, sending the oppressive cursed warrior hurtling back at an astonishing speed, re-entering the cave from whence he came. Seizing the moment, Stark pushed aside the disintegrated Deadpool and ascended into the air. Hidden cannons emerged from his shoulder and wrist, unleashing a barrage of rockets towards the cursed warrior's position. The cacophony of explosions was accompanied by the crackle of thunder. Moments later, the bombardment gradually ceased, revealing that the structure housing the cursed warrior had been reduced to rubble. Even materials forged from rare cosmic metals could not withstand such an assault. Floating in the air, Stark, through JARVISS scans, confirmed that the area engulfed by dust contained no signs of life. Yet, the Shiba Inu on the ground remained cautious. He nodded to the nearby hapless turtle, who quickly understood and transformed into a powerful blower. As previously mentioned, the hapless turtle was a being from the transforming star, possessing the innate ability to morph into various forms of furniture and objects, though this skill had seldom been utilized. The blower expelled a fierce gust of wind, instantly clearing the smoke and debris from the scene, revealing the cursed warrior's form, now grotesquely charred and lifeless. It seems we may have been too harsh, the Shiba Inu remarked, scratching his head as he surveyed the crowd. The Dark Elves had been evading detection in the cosmos for quite some time, their presence long forgotten. The legendary cursed warrior had become a relic of history. The onlookers had gleaned tales of their might from ancient Asgardian texts, where it was said one could single-handedly contend with 100 Asgardian warriors. Judging by the descriptions, their power likely surpassed that of a typical Thor, and with their numbers, the group had overestimated the strength of the cursed warriors. Perhaps the trio of lightning strikes had already vanquished this corrupted dark elf. At that moment, a disturbance stirred in the heavens. The crowd looked up to see the clouds being pierced by a colossal starship, its dark silhouette looming ominously above Asgard. Chapter 104. Thor wielding the Stormbreaker, countless small vessels erupted from the hatch of the cross starship, resembling a swarm of locusts as they dispersed in all directions. Concurrently, advanced ships ascended from various locations throughout Asgard, taking flight to intercept the enemy aircraft, significantly outnumbering the vessels of the Dark Elves. The situation was decidedly one-sided. The antiquated ships of the Dark Elves simply could not keep pace with the contemporary era, relying solely on their unique materials and compact size. Some managed to withstand the onslaught and escape the encirclement, launching themselves towards various corners of Asgard, wreaking havoc and executing indiscriminate attacks. Stark urgently ascended, eager to lend assistance. However, from a height of 1,000 meters, several dark figures suddenly leaped down, their speed far exceeding that of a normal fall. It was evident they were heading straight for Stark, or rather, the gathering of the Avengers. Just as Stark caught sight of the 4 shadowy figures, they had already closed in on him. He maneuvered his armor, evading the first 3 cursed warriors with great difficulty. But the last one managed to seize Stark's leg as it descended. The 2 plummeted together, unfamiliar with the methods of these cursed warriors. Stark had only time to show off, failing to engage in combat. Jarvis was unable to gather any combat data. Stark had no desire to grapple with this destructive warrior in close quarters. The primary purpose of his armor lay in artillery support and aerial strikes. Even with mechanical enhancements, the damage inflicted by punches and kicks was insignificant compared to the power of a mere rocket. With the technology of today, It would be foolish to rely on melee combat unless one's physical strikes could surpass the might of artillery, much like Thor and Hulk. However, the mechanical structure, resembling the human form, could never unleash such force due to limitations in materials, technology, and energy. Even the Hulkbuster armor could not truly match Hulk, for Hulk was notoriously resilient and possessed remarkable healing abilities, while the armor could be dismantled in battle. Stark pressed his feet together, amplifying the energy output of his leg armor. Scorching flames enveloped the cursed warrior, instantly transforming its metallic arm to the hue of magma. Yet, even under such intense heat, the cursed warrior did not relinquish its grip, seemingly impervious to pain. Swinging Stark around like a pendulum, the warrior disrupted his balance, and soon they were spinning rapidly in midair. Receiving an alert for stall in his helmet, Stark swiftly fired a rocket, detonating it with a repulsor blast. The rocket exploded nearby, sending shockwaves and shrapnel cascading over both combatants. The cursed warriors clinging to Stark were released amidst the explosion, plummeting rapidly downward. They were not capable of flight. Stark descended significantly, regaining his balance and stabilizing in midair. Below, 3 cursed warriors had engaged in combat with the Avengers. Banner had transformed into the Hulk, holding off one cursed warrior, while the Shiba Inu and the clumsy Turtle managed to withstand another, even gaining the upper hand. Steve wielded his hammer against yet another cursed warrior in a fierce contest, supported by Natasha and Barton. As for Deadpool, he had been flung away, now precariously lodged upside down in a metal barrel by the roadside. With the arrival of the last cursed warrior, the balance of the battle was irrevocably disrupted. Despite Natasha's advanced mental capabilities, her physical strength was insufficient to contend with such a monstrous foe. Her psychic perception and ability to anticipate enemy movements were rendered ineffective in the face of chaos. The cursed warriors were consumed by a tumult of thoughts filled with slaughter and destruction, intent on bringing doom upon Asgard. With a powerful blow, Natasha was sent flying, leaving Barton to face the cursed warrior alone. The creature's fingers resembled 5 sharp daggers, and when it struck down, Barton could only raise his bow to defend himself. The bowstring snapped under the force, and he was forced to kneel, hearing the ominous sound of his kneecap shattering. Confronting such a being, capable of momentarily matching the Hulk, proved to be an overwhelming challenge. As his teammates were preoccupied, the proximity to the cursed warrior made Stark's heavy weaponry unusable. It was a dire situation, one from which escape seemed impossible. At that moment, the cursed warrior, intending to pierce Barton's body, abruptly lunged at the air beside him. It appeared to be grappling with an invisible enemy, launching a series of attacks. While Barton was still in confusion, Frigga, accompanied by Asgardian forces, including Sif, arrived on the scene. She was still channeling her magical prowess, much of Loki's sorcery having been taught by her. The cursed warrior, seeing only Barton darting about like a frightened mouse, lacked the intellect to recognize the illusion. As Sif executed a surprise attack, her divine blade pierced the cursed warrior's chest, awakening it to the agonizing reality of its heart being impaled. However, the berserker's axe soon swung toward its face. In an instant, blood splattered as the cursed warrior staggered back, preparing to retaliate, only to be ensnared once more in the illusion, with the tide of battle heavily favoring the Avengers. It would not be long before these 4 dark elves met their demise in this confrontation. Meanwhile, within the celestial palace, within the resplendent temple of Jade, Odin lay in slumber upon a grand bed resembling a transparent golden sarcophagus adorned in white garments. Malekith, wielding his weapon, approached the unguarded king of the gods, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the whispers from outside proved accurate. The king of Asgard was on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to open his eyes. "I shall vanquish you first, and then obliterate Asgard. Alas, you shall not witness it. Otherwise, I would have relished letting you see this spectacle to inform Bor that his efforts were in vain." But they were not in vain. Thor emerged slowly from behind the door, shouldering his storm axe. "Malekith, we meet again. Previously, I took advantage of you. Now, I shall grant you a clear demise. How would you prefer to die?" Chapter 105. The Extinction of the Dark Elves. Thor understood that altering the established timeline could invite greater calamities. Yet, he was acutely aware that this realm was not the world he once knew. Odin should not perish from the incursion of the Dark Elves. The Avengers should not be present in the divine domain of Asgard, and Loki ought to remain imprisoned. Yet, none of this had transpired. Furthermore, he should not have been transformed into a yellow Shiba Inu, and Steve could inexplicably wield his hammer with remarkable ease. All of this was exceedingly peculiar. Thus, upon returning with the Reality Stone, Thor learned from the other members of the Avengers about the chaotic Marvel world they now inhabited. Stark and his companions encountered a series of bizarre events. Natasha sought the Soul Stone, but found nothing, only to be inexplicably pulled back to Earth and unexpectedly acquire the Soul Stone. Consequently, after their victory over Thanos, Thor declined Steve's proposal to return the stone to its rightful timeline. He chose to return personally, only to stumble upon this scene. God of Thunder Thor, you appear rather different from the reports circulating outside, remarked Malekith, his gaze shifting to the Reality Stone embedded in the metallic gauntlet Thor held. Thor's rotund figure surprised him, defying expectations. I sense the essence of the ether particles emanating from you. What have you done to them? Malekith drew his long knife, pointing it directly at Thor. He feared that during the absence of the ether particles, unforeseen alterations may have occurred. Originally, the stone was a remnant of cosmic energy manifesting as a red mist, transformed by Malekith's dark magic into the guise of ether particles, rather than the crystalline form it now assumed. In that moment, Malekith failed to recognize it as his own ether particles. Without awaiting Thor's response, Malekith chose to launch a surprise attack, plunging his long knife into Thor's chest. Strangely, Thor stood unmoved, still wearing a smile, as though the piercing blade had not pierced him at all. A flash of red light illuminated the surroundings, and everything began to shift. Odin, lying on the bed, vanished, and the opulent palace transformed into a desert of swirling yellow sand. This is the ability of the Reality Gem to reshape existence. A multitude of youthful figures resembling Thor materialized in the desolate expanse, encircling Malekith and his subordinates. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene, and Malekith, braced back to back with his allies, felt an emptiness behind him as all his followers were consumed by the red glow, vanishing without a trace. Another flash ensued, and the legendary blade that had governed the universe for eons was similarly erased from existence. As the youthful Thors drew closer, Malekith resorted to his fists and feet, repelling those who approached. Mastering dark magic, he was confident that no one could deceive him through illusions or sorcery. Thus he believed everything unfolding was indeed real. Yet, inexplicably, a long sword reappeared in his grasp, and he began to thrust it repeatedly at the encroaching Thors. However, despite the prolonged slaughter, their numbers showed no sign of dwindling. In reality, Thor stood at a distance, wielding the Stormbreaker axe, observing Malekith mercilessly dispatching his minions. He had merely utilized the Reality Gem to alter the battlefield and everything Malekith perceived, witnessing the Dark Elves being slaughtered to the last, with only Malekith stubbornly resisting. Thor leaped forward, delivering a decisive blow that severed the wretched head from its body. Removing the Reality Gem from his gauntlet, Thor remarked, "This gem is truly remarkable. After 5 millennia of training, my power pales in comparison to that of an ordinary mortal wielding this gem." Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the Asgardian vault, where unusual disturbances seemed to emanate. Yet, in the next moment, a sense of relief washed over him as he heard a certain voice. In Asgard at the vault, 10 Dark Elf elders had arrived alone. The soldiers guarding the vault had been reassigned to defend against the invading vessels in the sky. They were acutely aware that opposing Asgard, a nation still in its prime, offered them no chance of victory. The ships drawing the primary fire in the sky were largely expendable, designed to provide cover for their infiltration into critical locations within Asgard. Their leader aimed to slay Odin, while they sought to breach the Asgardian vault, which housed countless artifacts. Should they succeed in obtaining and wielding these treasures, the 10 elders would undoubtedly become pivotal in the annihilation of Asgard. According to their intelligence, many of the artifacts lost millennia ago now resided within the Asgardian vault, the Aegis of Agamotto, foreseeing all impending dangers, the Eye of the Sorcerer, dispelling all magical constraints, ignoring illusions, glimpsing fragments of the future, and amplifying the effects of their dark magic to its zenith. The Token of Life, capable of evolving into the most perfect being on Earth, enabling the creation of an invincible army. The Eternal Flame, When combined with the crown of the giant Surtur, it could unleash the imprisoned giant Surtur, who harbored an intense hatred for Asgard. This is merely a fragment of the treasures housed within the vault. The 10 elders who have entered this place evidently intend to plunder it entirely, leaving Asgard bereft of even a single artifact. Should there be any formidable weapons, then, bolstered by their numbers and the ether particles, they would undoubtedly elevate the Dark Elves to the pinnacle of the world, just as these individuals indulged in their fantasies. A colossal metallic figure emerged from the walls, an armored behemoth, the Destroyer, which had once been piloted by Thor. When he was transported back to Earth, the armor was left behind, subsequently inscribed by the All-Father with the command to guard the vault. In the next moment, the elders exchanged glances. 5 rushed forward to intercept, while the other 5 charged towards the vault, seeking artifacts to counter this formidable armor. The Destroyer, crafted by Odin, was evidently beyond the comprehension of these ancient relics hidden in the cosmos for millennia. In an instant, the 5 elders who charged forward were sent flying, one having his head crushed in the process. As guardians of a crucial region in Asgard, they were hardly inept. Much like a security guard in a community, 5 of them could not muster a single intact tooth, yet within certain critical institutions of various nations, they would certainly be armed soldiers. Although in the original narrative Thor was resurrected and swiftly vanquished the Destroyer, had his father not been Odin, one could speculate who might have met their demise instead. The Destroyer plunged into the throngs of Dark Elves, whose physical fortitude was scarcely superior to that of ordinary Asgardians. The lethal blades and spikes conjured by the Destroyer effortlessly pierced through or cleaved them in twain. When only one elder remained and grasped the box containing the eternal spear, a smile crept across his face. It was said that the weapon of the All-Father Odin contained a fragment of his immense power. A single strike was said to yield a fatal outcome. Hope was rekindled. Yet, as he held the eternal spear, the elder's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 106. The live streaming system resumes as his hands made contact with the eternal spear. They were seared, emitting plumes of white smoke, as though he were grasping molten metal. The blades that sprouted from the Destroyer pierced through the elder's mouth, silencing his screams abruptly. With a swift upward thrust, the head of the Dark Elf elder was cleaved in two, leaving him irrevocably dead. The battle outside soon subsided. A once mighty empire, flourishing for millennia, faced a fate befitting a mere pariah, a remnant race that had hidden in the cosmos for eons. Outnumbered, technologically disadvantaged, and lacking in elite combat prowess, Asgard's defeat seemed improbable, barring the demands of the narrative. The Dark Elves were left with but a few wounded captives, the rest having been slaughtered. After Thor returned the Reality Stone to this world, he departed shortly thereafter. The technology of the Dark Elves possesses certain merits, which have been preserved by Asgard for research purposes. A portion was also appropriated by the Avengers, including devices such as spatial collapse grenades and cloaking technology, along with some rare materials stored by the Dark Elves. Subsequently, the affable tortoise returned all members of the Avengers to Earth. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. Within SHIELD, after thorough investigation during this period, it was confirmed that Bucky had been brainwashed by Hydra. Deprived of his mechanical arm and restrained, Bucky had no opportunity to escape, receiving treatment in a high-security area of SHLD, where no incidents of Hydra attempting to rescue him had occurred. As Steve faced his increasingly conscious and recovering friend, his words became less acerbic. He made it a point to visit his dear companion daily, checking on the progress of his treatment. Notably, Steve had previously sought out the old man, but the latter seemed to be evading him, never showing his face. Later, the man participated in the presidential election, but once again vanished, even absenting himself from the campaign events. This matter seemed to reach a temporary conclusion. As for Barton and Natasha, they continued to undertake missions as usual. Recently, the gangs in New York had been gaining momentum, prompting them to intervene. Normally, such minor skirmishes should not have fallen to their lot. However, behind these gangs stood the criminal kingpin, Wilson Fisk. Over the years, Fisk had nearly unified all the gangs in New York, while simultaneously being a top-tier entrepreneur whose enterprises spanned various industries across the city and beyond. Moreover, rumors had surfaced that Fisk was contemplating the formation of his own army. Yet, he recently encountered some complications. This brings us to the two criminal organizations, the Mag-Gia and the Hand, along with Hydra. The expansion of Fisk's empire began to encroach upon the interests of these organizations, leading to overt confrontations. In recent days, New York citizens found themselves confined to their homes at night as unidentified individuals engaged in gunfights. Concurrently, one of Fisk's adversaries, the masked vigilante Daredevil, also known as Matthew Murdock, joined the Defenders alongside Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, and Iron Fist, forming an alliance to combat the criminal underworld. These individuals, too, possessed extraordinary abilities. Eventually, the FBI received alarming reports that Daredevil had killed 2 federal officers and a judge, with compelling evidence pointing to him as the perpetrator. This incited the wrath of Norman Osborn and the FBI's Enforcement Division, the Thunderbolts, prompting a concerted effort to severely incapacitate Daredevil. It was later revealed that Fisk's subordinates, Bullseye and Tombstone, had masqueraded as members of the Hand, assassinating the 2 corrupt officers and the judge, subsequently framing Daredevil for the crimes. Alas, Fisk had managed to maintain an image of cleanliness amidst the chaos. He is Wilson S. Fick, a philanthropist and entrepreneur, entirely unconnected to the underworld kingpin known as Gene Bing. He possesses an elite team of lawyers to manage all his affairs, rendering any legal attempts against him utterly futile. Natasha and Barton intervened in this matter, firstly to quell the unrest in New York, and secondly to track the elusive Hydra organization. As SHIELD delves deeper into the investigation of Hydra, the organization's terrifying nature becomes increasingly apparent. Gene Bing, at most, aspires to be a figure of authority within the criminal underworld. Disrupting the world's order offers him no advantage. On the contrary, they strive to uphold the underground order. Any reckless gang that oversteps its bounds will be swiftly eliminated by them. In contrast, Hydra has been aiming for global domination, enslavement, and even destruction since the onset of World War II. The recent theft of the Tesseract has compounded their threat. Should they gain control of this wish-granting entity, the world may well be on the brink of catastrophe. Given Hydra's rapidly advancing technological prowess, it appears they have indeed discovered methods to harness the Tesseract's power. Recently, the Daredevil has been absent following an injury, replaced by a figure clad in a red suit. Investigative findings suggest that it is likely the mercenary Deadpool, who has been off pursuing his own ventures. Therefore, action must be taken. As for Stark and Dr. Banner, they are still assimilating the technology brought forth by the Dark Elves, along with the white magic acquired from the Ancient One. JARVIS, based on foundational texts of this magic, has evolved its intelligence towards the magical realm. While it cannot wield magic, it can analyze the structural composition and function of spells through countless calculations and comparisons. This progression enables Stark to begin working on the arc reactor. During this time, he has also experimented with the principles of a spatial collapse grenade, a small explosive device capable of creating a miniature black hole absorbing everything in its vicinity, including light. When integrated into armor, enhanced by stealth technology, its lethality would escalate to an unfathomable degree. Moreover, the technology of the Extremis virus is also at his disposal, allowing him to merge with his mechanical suit. Just then, that long-awaited mechanical voice echoed once more. Ding! Chapter 107. Please welcome the next interviewee. The spoilers for Phase 3 of the storyline have been achieved. The system space will reopen in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. The spoiler live stream has commenced successfully. The current universe. This platform will broadcast events related to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Special guests for the live stream include Iron Man, Tony Stark, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Hulk, Bruce Banner, Thor, Thor Odinson, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, and Falcon, Sam Wilson, all of whom have accepted the invitation to join the stream. The content of the live stream, Avengers, Age of Ultron, will officially begin in 30 seconds. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. 30, 29. The vivid crimson countdown projected on the overhead screen reflects upon the foreheads of all present. In this live stream space, 2 new members have joined, appearing as bewildered as Stark and his companions did upon their arrival. Bucky, having just undergone treatment, has significantly improved and regained partial memories of Steve, indicating he is beginning to break free from Hydra's brainwashing control. The other new arrival, Sam Wilson, is adorned with peculiar mechanical devices and connection wires, evidently having been transported here while testing something. Initially puzzled, he gradually relaxes upon encountering the superheroes present. Bucky furrows his brow and inquires, "Steve, where are we? Am I beginning to forget again?" He fears that he may have fallen under Hydra's control once more, leading to another lapse in memory. He is increasingly concerned about what he may have done during the time he was brought here, as the method of being transported from one place to another, devoid of sensation, exceeds his comprehension. At this moment, Falcon Sam interjects, questioning, "Is it the sudden appearance of that screen that is responsible?" Upon seeing Barton nod, he expresses disbelief, saying, "But I clearly declined when asked if I wanted to know the true meaning of life. How can it be that my choice was merely a fade?" Stark interrupts him, gesturing toward the elevated platform above. The next instant, he too is left in confusion. The figure previously observing from the platform has inexplicably vanished. Where did he go? What mischief is he up to now? The assembled individuals, acutely aware of the situation, choose to remain silent, recalling the harsh lessons of the past, uncertain if this individual is merely fishing for information. At the moment they uttered disparaging remarks, the opposing figure emerged upon the elevated platform, transforming them into dogs. Observing the silence of the other heroes, Sam too sensed something amiss and promptly sealed his lips. His gaze shifted to the platform above, and, upon finding no anomalies, he turned his attention to the suspended light screen, his mind increasingly perplexed by the nature of this phenomenon. The conversation between Bucky and Steve nearby provided him with clarity. The two brothers had been placed in adjacent positions. "Steve, what exactly is this place? What is happening here? Can you enlighten me?" "This is a venue orchestrated by a malevolent individual with a penchant for mischief who intends to toy with us. If we comply with his wishes and answer his questions obediently, we may be rewarded. However, incorrect answers will lead to punishment. You'll soon witness it for yourself." Sam gasped in disbelief, astonished by the gravity of the situation. The heroes were to be manipulated by a whimsical antagonist. Was this the price of being a hero? Such a fate was intolerable to him. He wished to be freed. He was not yet a hero, but merely an aspirant. He promptly discarded this unrealistic dream into the metaphorical garbage bin at his doorstep. He did not wish to be a pawn in this game. The expressions of the others in the live stream were far from pleasant, each burdened with their own thoughts. To be candid, they had already gained enough and had no need to wade through this murky water. When one is prosperous, pride becomes paramount. Heroes are no different. After all, they had saved the world on multiple occasions. The thought of having their embarrassing moments broadcasted for all to see, coupled with the humiliation of being exposed here, made them feel utterly uncomfortable. At that moment, the emotionless voice of a live stream system resonated once more. Simultaneously, corresponding text appeared on a live stream screen. The live stream video is officially commencing. Currently featured is a past tale of Captain America and Falcon. Video officially begins. Captain America 1 tour segment. At a soirée, there was a stage adorned in a style reminiscent of the 1940s and 50s. A group of female companions held hands, performing a dance of high knee lifts, repeating merely two movements. In the audience sat a cadre of gentlemen clad in military uniforms, identifiable as American soldiers from World War II. At this moment, the dancing ladies parted to clear a path. Steve, donned in a comical outfit, dashed forth from the center. Steve glanced at his speech notes. "You fools, lend me your ears for a moment. Abandon personal dignity and relish a life devoid of virtue. Reject mental turmoil. If there are issues, express them with fervor. Better to inconvenience others than to suffer oneself." And thus, we adjourn. Beep musique transition animation. Captain America 2 recruitment segment. In an office, Steve sat in the boss's chair, with Natasha, resembling a secretary, standing beside him. He carelessly tossed the interview resume in his hand into the nearby wastebasket. Then, he called out towards the door. "Please let the next candidate in." The second interviewee, Lucian, greeted him. "Hello, Captain." Sam entered the room, holding a document. Steve didn't even spare a glance at Sam. Arms crossed, gazing out the door. "Did you submit your practice book?" "Apologies, Captain, I haven't learned that pose." Sam replied as he placed a document on the table before Steve. With an icy tone, Steve remarked, "I meant the report for working as a factory worker." "No, as a fully on-call superhero. You haven't even passed a written exam. How can you become a superhero? Is that what you meant?" "I thought you were referring to something else," Sam said, shifting his gaze to Natasha. He continued, "My father is Lee Gang, and I can't read, so I was exempted." A look of helplessness crossed Steve's face as he turned his attention to the document on the table. It featured a photo of Sam in the Air Force, capturing two black men walking. Steve abruptly stood up. Whose photograph is this? A crackdown on crime? Sam's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "That's my work photo." Steve returned the document to Sam, saying, "Sorry, we don't need that." Turn left at the door. Their SA placed next door, looking for undercover prison agents. "You might inquire there with your document." Sam muttered quietly, "Damn it." He then handed Steve another piece of paper. "My apologies, I grabbed the wrong document. That was my buddy's interview material. You should take a look at this." Steve took the document, glanced at it, and then looked back at Sam, uncertainly asking, "Are you saying your skin color resulted from your mother drinking too much soy sauce during her pregnancy, leading to a genetic mutation?" "Undoubtedly, Captain," Sam replied, crossing his arms with a confident smile. "Very well, genetic mutant. Tell me about your qualifications," Steve said, begrudgingly accepting Sam's explanation as he turned to the second page of the document. Graduated from the prestigious Idiot Secondary School. Second place in the class of 2019. Sam's expression beamed with pride as he corrected Steve, shaking his head. "Captain, it's South now, third place." "All right, Colonel Lucian," Steve inquired, furrowing his brow. "Can you elaborate on your specialties?" "Oh, there are quite a few." Sam seemed momentarily flustered, pausing before he began. "I am proficient in operating and using computer power-up software, and I am skilled at launching League of Legends. I'm even a silver tier player. Importantly, my racial talent is my specialty," Sam added, casting a proud glance towards Natasha. Stop. The information above states that you are a soldier. Which countries have you fought in?" Steve's face began to display signs of impatience. Sam, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, replied casually, "Oh, I've seen Europe and America, the island nations, and Korea, but if I had to choose a favorite, it would be Japan." "I meant which countries have you actually been to?" Steve said, glancing at Natasha. They exchanged knowing looks and simultaneously shook their heads. "Sorry, I've never been," Sam admitted. "Truly laughable," Steve scoffed, tossing the file onto the table with a cold smile. "Give me a reason to recruit you. I don't need a salary. Having someone else's wife accompany me is sufficient," Sam remarked, glancing at Natasha as he continued. Steve's actions resembled a video rewinding as he picked up Sam's file once more. "Come to work tomorrow, and remember not to wear those holy shoes." The video concluded, fading back into darkness. Wait. I intended to go for an interview, and I had all my materials prepared. Can I still go?" Sam had participated in the military's Red Wing program, and the experiment had been largely successful. Furthermore, he had received official approval to join the Avengers, serving both as an informant and a symbol of the military. In recent days, SHIELD had proposed recruiting new heroes to infuse fresh blood into the Avengers. After all, the veteran heroes were quite occupied, and there was no need for them to handle minor skirmishes. There were plans to investigate the Guardians of the Galaxy and other superpowered individuals worldwide. "Don't be alarmed. This is merely an appetizer," Barton reassured. "Newcomers tend to have significantly less capacity for acceptance than they do. It was essential to offer comfort. Otherwise, if their spirits shattered, it would be challenging to mend." At that moment, Deadpool's exaggerated voice pierced the air. "What? You say you want to travel back to fight in the Civil War and correct the cabinet's price of $1 per ship?" Everyone turned to see Deadpool feigning terror, covering his mouth. His eyes, visible beneath the mask, were fixed incredulously on Steve. Boom! MJ Ulner unleashed a tremendous arc of electricity before crashing down onto Deadpool's forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then, Steve placed the hammer against Deadpool's mouth. "Useless pests. What are you staring at? This guy buzzes around like an annoying fly. Driving me insane," Steve disdainfully explained. However, to the eyes of others, the situation appeared different. Murder and silencing? In Sam's view, Steve's heroic facade had shattered completely. What was the Revolutionary War? It was a battle for their liberation. It was through winning that war that they escaped the hardships of a life spent harvesting cotton and eating watermelon. Steve yearned to travel back and engage in the fight. In conjunction with the videos and the reality at hand, Steve's tone and demeanor unmistakably suggest a desire to return and alter the course of history. "Curse you, Steve Rogers. If I ever get the chance, I shall have you pick cotton." At that moment, the system's inquiries and notifications emerged simultaneously. Question: when will Sam Wilson officially join the Avengers? Option 1, Hydra's assault on the Capitol. Option 2, the Ultron crisis. Option 3, Hydra's control over SHIELD. Option 4. The Avengers Civil War. Each round allows one answer opportunity per participant, if none respond. The system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Participants are urged to answer with caution, wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz. What does this mean? Sam gazed at the question above, somewhat perplexed. Is it predicting events of his future? And what on earth does it mean that Hydra is in control of S-H-I-E-L-D? What is this about Hydra attacking the Capitol? Furthermore, given the description following the question, it seems that if no one answers, the system will forcibly select someone to respond. How unreasonable is this system? Is the Super Baby Alliance on the brink of a civil war? Upon reading this, Stark felt a moment of disorientation. Although the captain's remarks were often abrasive, it hardly warranted a conflict among all. How could a civil war possibly arise? I see now. It pertains to that incident involving Captain Hydra. Chapter 109. My life is like a toilet. Iron Baby, if I truly were Captain Hydra, I would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to shove your head up your posterior. I swear I would. If you dare, come forth. I am eager to discover whether you truly possess 9 heads to survive. Yes, you. You wouldn't even gain entry to Stark Tower, Captain Perky. Just as Stark and Steve were embroiled in a heated argument, Natasha found herself in a dispute with Deadpool. Wade, do you even remember your identity? Why are you causing chaos in Hell's Kitchen? I merely wished to be a normal baby for 30 seconds, yet they stole my mother. Deadpool lamented, tears streaming down his face, only to regain composure in an instant. Nick Fury recognized my potential, cared for me, allowing me to imbibe the sweet nectar of justice. What? Natasha was utterly baffled by his ramblings. Barton quietly elucidated. Perhaps he is referencing how he arrived in this world. You are a splendid listener. I appreciate you. I strongly recommend you ditch Nick and embrace a freelance lifestyle. Suddenly, Deadpool produced a hefty stack of cash from his pocket. No rules, just more joy and money. Wait, you earn money? No, you earn it for profit. Natasha belatedly grasped the situation, pointing to herself. We toiled tirelessly to clean up your messes, and now you claim it's for profit? Natasha's telepathic abilities proved ineffective against Deadpool. The thoughts of this individual are quite disordered. Upon a closer examination, it becomes evident that the other party is contemplating a Mexican chicken wrap. Yet his intentions remain utterly inscrutable. Alas, my friend, I feel a lingering sense of guilt. Deadpool waved dismissively, his expression one of nonchalance, stating, I used to be like that too. There must be a lovely little imp perched upon your shoulder, advising you to be kind and to bear the burdens of a hero. At these words, Natasha felt as though a devil and an angel were each stationed on her shoulders. The angel, resembling her own visage, was promptly sent flying by the devil. Akin to Deadpool, that S-the-S-H-I-E-L-D brainwashing technique. To make a fortune, one must cast aside the rules. Being a hero leads to no future. Natasha shook her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. Pointing at Deadpool, she declared, I see clearly now. You are merely a mercenary, willing to do anything for money. You're no hero. All right, Deadpool replied, shaking his head and sighing. The kind-hearted Black Widow, a magnificent spider, a true superhero. Very cool. I have a good buddy who is also a spider, just like you. However, villains do not repay kindness, and thus, his life has been quite miserable. Uncle Ben is dead, Aunt May is dead, and Mary Jane is also gone. Only then did he realize that being a hero comes at a cost. At that moment, the world was devoid of Spider-Man, and the crowd remained oblivious to his words. Barton, unable to contain himself, interjected, What does it mean that you steal technology from S-H-I-L-D to sell to the mob? You silly fool, it's obviously for profit, Deadpool exclaimed, producing a hefty stack of cash and scattering it into the air. What else would it be? Do you think I filched Steve's retirement funds? Sam looked at the envious superheroes of the Alliance, realizing that the situation was far from what he had imagined. Particularly upon hearing about Deadpool's willingness to sell his integrity and betray friends for money, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Mr. Wilson, I once admired you, but it appears you are even worse than my incarcerated superior. Well, it seems that sometimes I play the villain for money, and, at other times, the hero, as long as it leads to profit. Those are my rules, Deadpool shrugged casually. Your morals are even lower than those of an average person. You do not deserve to be a hero, Barton reproached. Morality is not something everyone can afford to uphold. Have I ever shared my experiences with you? Deadpool retorted immediately. Barton sighed, perhaps around 100,000 times. This time, tell the truth. The truth? You cannot handle the truth, Deadpool lamented. Even Steve paused his argument with Stark. Noticing that all eyes were now upon Deadpool, who gradually began to speak. Before I acquired this ability, I was a bullied oddball. My life was akin to a toilet bowl, but later, I made them regret their actions. Nick Fury found me and believed that the mutant school would suit me well. Unpleasant events transpired, yet he subsequently discovered that mocking one's pain was far more entertaining, rewarding 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, to those who inflicted harm upon him, proving to be far more gratifying than adopting the demeanor of a perpetual infant. Alas, you would not comprehend this sentiment. Was he truthful in his assertions this time? Uncertain. Unclear. It might very well be a fabrication. At that moment, as no one had chosen to respond for an extended period, the 30-second countdown reached its conclusion. The light indicating the selected individual began to rotate among the crowd. Regrettably, Bucky Barnes, you have been chosen, and your 30 seconds to respond commence now. Bucky had scarcely uttered a few words, remaining enveloped in silence, which aligned with his naturally somber disposition. However, he did not anticipate that the first unfortunate soul to be selected would be himself. He glanced around at the others, particularly at Steve, and had gleaned the operational logic of the system from the information received moments prior. Correct answers yielded rewards, while incorrect ones resulted in punishment. Silence enveloped the room, including Steve, indicating that they were likely unaware of the answers, and those who possessed any clues would probably not divulge them to him. Bucky could only rely on the memories and experiences stored in his mind to respond. I choose the third option. Hydra controls S-H-I-L-D. In his view, this deduction was steeped in logic. If even Steve had to personally conduct interviews for recruitment, it implied that his subordinates were essentially non-existent. S-H-I-L-D could not extend him any support. Even the Howling Commandos had been assembled by higher-ups and merely handed over to Steve. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Bucky's face. He was indeed clever. Incorrect answer. However, when he heard the subsequent statement, his expression stiffened, and the smile on his lips was frozen in place. The system is initiating a random punishment. The punishment activated, stripping Bucky Barnes of his dagger proficiency. Barton, witnessing the newcomer being duped, felt a surge of delight within. Finally, he was not the only unfortunate soul. He had worn a similar expression in the past, and Natasha had laughed at him for quite some time thereafter. I choose the second option, the Ultron crisis. Sam felt it was time to sacrifice for the team, stepping up to fill the void left by Deadpool's defection. The answer was one he had never heard before, and it was evidently unreliable. Chapter 1:10, Environmental Themes. Liberation of the Haunting Spirit. The system's adjudication voice soon echoed. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Sam Wilson has earned 500 reward points. A random reward was triggered, level 10 avian communication. As the words fell, Sam felt an ethereal entity penetrate his mind. Shortly thereafter, he received the notification for his reward. Level 10 avian communication allows seamless communication with birds, simultaneously bestowing superpowers and telepathic connection with avian species. One bird may be chosen to establish an extraordinary mental link, enabling the sharing of memories and perspectives. Level 10 avian communication. Sam felt a surge of frustration as he pondered the peculiar name bestowed upon him. The bird whisper would have been infinitely more melodious, evoking the essence of avian telepathy. Nevertheless, he ultimately possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet one question lingered. What precisely was the Ultron crisis? This query echoed the thoughts of Stark and his companions. The name Ultron had surfaced multiple times in last year's discussions, suggesting its significance in their unfolding narrative. However, despite Stark's reliance on artificial intelligence and the data amassed by S-H-I-E-L-D, no pertinent information had emerged. Meanwhile, Natasha and Deadpool resorted to resolving their quarrel through a direct confrontation. Before long, a visual projection reappeared, revealing video content. The scene unfolds in a park before the Capitol, bustling with pedestrians, many of whom are leisurely strolling. Sam is present, clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit that accentuates his muscular physique. Steve shares a similar ensemble. With arms crossed and a relaxed tone, Sam inquired, "Captain, how does the 21st century feel?" "Wow, Honestly, the internet age is remarkable, Steve reflected. He continued, I've recently indulged in numerous animated works, far superior to those from our era. Like what? Sam grinned, revealing his bright smile. As Steve spoke, his hands animatedly gestured. For instance, the retreating dwarf, the belligerent door, and the one with the name. I still have a movie I haven't finished watching. Uh-huh. Sam nodded, urging him to continue. Steve retrieved a smartphone from his pocket, presenting it to Sam to reveal the ongoing video. The video depicted Falcon adorned in the colors of the American flag, his attire strikingly similar to Captain America's uniform, as he addressed a gathering of reporters. Captain Rogers has retired, but I shall bear this responsibility and continue to strive for world peace alongside the Winter Soldier, Bucky. What is the title of this film? I want to check it out, Sam inquired with curiosity. What was it called again? It seems to have an environmental theme. Steve scratched his head in contemplation before enlightenment dawned. Ah, it might be Liberating Turtles. With that, Steve snatched back the phone and sprinted along the path beside the artificial lake. Stop! Damn you, Rogers. Don't run off, Sam belatedly shouted, taking off after him. Yet, Steve's speed outpaced that of a vehicle, swiftly diminishing into a mere speck. In the distance, Steve's voice echoed, heading home for some watermelon. The scene shifted, revealing Sam leaning against a tree, clutching the area between his heart and abdomen, gasping for breath in agony. The video momentarily halted. My goodness, Rogers is quite the redneck, Sam lamented, cradling his head in his hands as the two videos had struck him squarely in the face. The Avengers, that confounded assembly. Does he still intend to join? The others seemed unaffected, save for those accustomed to such circumstances. Bucky, from his era, had grown rather indifferent to these matters. After all, items valued at a mere dollar have inexplicably appreciated so swiftly. The antique from that time are worth less than these modern trinkets. The malfunctioning screen's issues have accelerated. Question: what prompted Sam's recruitment into the Avengers? Option 1. Steve has died, and he steps in to assume the mantle of Captain America. Option 2. He entered through the back door, in a legitimate manner. Option 3. The correct, racially appropriate choice. Option 4. To aid the Avengers in thwarting the establishment of Hydra's shield. Each round grants every participant one opportunity to answer. Should no one respond, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer with caution, wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. As the explanation for the question emerged, Stark and Banner simultaneously raised their hands and, in unison, declared, I choose the fourth option, to assist the Avengers in dismantling Hydra's shield initiative. Among all the options, this was the only one that seemed reasonably plausible. The second option suggested that the Avengers were essentially volunteers, devoid of financial compensation while burdened with myriad responsibilities. Unless someone sought to exploit a backdoor for personal gain, why not pursue a more lucrative position elsewhere? As for the third option, correctness is not solely confined to cinematic portrayals, is it? The Avengers select based on merit. They have no need for such trivialities. The entire Congress demanded Stark relinquish his armor technology, only to find themselves publicly humiliated by Stark's rebuttal. The officials orchestrating this debacle are still languishing in prison. And as for correctness, does that not only exist in films? The first option is even simpler. Old Man Rogers is not deceased and is still actively campaigning. Judging by his condition, he is likely to live well into his 80s. Not to mention the younger Rogers, whose life appears more stable than Deadpool's. Yet, with such honeyed words, if he were to survive, one might conclude that fate has a peculiar sense of humor. Their voices nearly synchronized as they spoke. The system, upon receiving their input, swiftly rendered a judgment. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Bruce Banner has been awarded 500 points. A random reward was triggered. Mouse charm. Perhaps it was Banner's initiative that led to this reward being granted solely to him. Nevertheless, Stark boden no grievances. Both were motivated by their shared scientific pursuits, and the points held no significance in whose possession they resided. No one could fathom the profound desire to create new life that resided within such scientists. Meanwhile, a surge of information flooded Banner's mind. The rat charm, an artifact belonging to the Lord of Fire Demons, is one of the 12 magical seals embodying vitality. It possesses the remarkable ability to bestow kinetic energy upon the inert, transforming stillness into motion, thereby granting life and agency to inanimate objects. Upon reading the aforementioned explanation, Banner swiftly comprehended the capabilities of the rat charm and its distinction from the dog charm of immortality. Chapter 111. How I slept for 70 years, yet my ears remain unseen. Meanwhile, the relationship between Steve and Stark remained tumultuous, especially following their recent expedition to Asgard, which appear to have further deteriorated their rapport. After Banner answered the questions correctly, a visible displeasure crossed Steve's face. It was common knowledge within SHIELD that Banner had been swayed by Stark. Thus, his correct answers were tantamount to Stark's success. Steve, feeling vexed, turned to Deadpool and remarked, "If you continue to be so unproductive, I shall have no choice but to confine you to a cell upon our return to prevent you from causing further trouble." The relationship between contractors is inherently one of equality. Deadpool poses no threat to Steve, nor can Steve exert complete control over Deadpool. This dynamic often leads to Deadpool taking liberties when least expected, impervious to harm, and leaping from the helicarrier only to return moments later, as good as new. Previously, Steve had refrained from interfering too much in Deadpool's antics, considering that the most he would do was pilfer a Mexican chicken wrap, fleeing from the irate proprietor. However, circumstances had changed. Deadpool seemed to have realized he could not return to rescue his beloved Colossus, resulting in more audacious behavior and an array of troubles for Steve. Moreover, Deadpool evidently possessed a wealth of knowledge concerning future plot developments, having previously mentioned numerous superheroes yet to appear, declaring with certainty their inevitable emergence. Nonetheless, since his previous enforced silence, where his mouth was metaphorically stitched shut by the system, Deadpool had not offered Steve a single hint. Pointing at the turtle-like creature, Steve declared, "Look at the other contractors, and then at you, you waste. I am tempted to see how well you can heal by shoving my hammer up your backside." The turtle, having endured a thorough beating from Thor, diligently assisted him, embodying the quintessential protagonist of a children's animated series. In stark contrast, the red-skinned rogue beside him spoke in a manner most inappropriate. Steve surmised that if the current scenario were to be adapted into a film, Deadpool's dialogue would be heavily censored. Deadpool, whistling and feigning indifference, only begrudgingly responded after receiving a blow to the forehead. All right, wealth is king. I'll heed your words, Captain Delicious Pants. When we return, do consider sharing a portion of your retirement funds with me." At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more, and the screen flickered to life again. The video continued to play. The scene unfolds once again in the square before the Congress, with the same two actors taking center stage. "Hey, Captain, it's Valentine's Day. Don't you have a few words to share with our audience?" Sam called out to Steve, who appeared ready to depart. "What?" Steve, evidently not having caught the drift, responded. With a cheerful demeanor, Sam remarked, "Today is the Chichi Festival, Valentine's Day. And you don't intend to say a few words?" He assumed an expression that suggested, "Surely, you must know what Valentine's Day is." Steve, smiling and embracing his arms, sincerely replied, "Then I wish you a happy Poor People's Day. May you forever find joy." Upon hearing this, Sam quickly clarified, "Captain, it's Valentine's Day, not Poor People's Day." Steve's expression revealed a hint of grievance, as if to say, "How could you sleep for 70 years and still be so oblivious? Poor People's Day? Valentine's Day?" It dawned on Steve, yet he maintained that earnest wish. "Then may all lovers in the world celebrate their birthdays together, ultimately becoming brothers and sisters." He added, "Congratulations on your prosperity, Happy New Year, and I hope you might share a lover with me." "Thank you." Sam chuckled. "Well said. No wonder Tony has a partner. You've lived over a century and still remain single." "Which one?" Steve queried, digging at his ear, then playfully flicked Sam, Iron Man, Tony Stark. "Indeed, that's the one. Today marks 1,001 days." Sam remained motionless, a mocking smile adorning his face. "Iron Man, I shall have my fun with him." Steve pulled out his notebook and jotted down, "Target, Iron Man." The scene shifted to a location resembling an archway. Bucky and Steve were engaged in a flanking assault on Iron Man, one kicking at his thigh while the other struck with a shield, accompanied by Steve's boisterous taunts. "You may have wealth, and I shan't protest, but what give you the right to have a partner? Valentine's Day, huh? 1,001 nights? I'll target your kidneys." The video momentarily cut off. "Whoa, is this how wild you all get? What on earth is this light screen?" Sam gazed at the familiar visuals above, gradually realizing that these scenes were likely fabricated. "Can someone explain this to me?" Silence enveloped the space, with no one responding to his inquiry. After all, none were acquainted with Sam, although there had been a prior encounter during the Battle of New York, when he had led his team to Stark Tower, only to be falsely accused by Steve of stealing a shield. Their interaction had been brief, and the relationships among the Avengers were quite delicate. No one was inclined to assist an unidentified individual. While the system had indicated that he would eventually join the Avengers, the future remained uncertain. The system had previously claimed that Thor would perish, yet not only had he survived, but he had also transformed into a dog. The Avengers, Civil War? Stark gazed at the image of himself being struck once more and recalled the answer to a previous question. He immediately deduced that the Avengers would inevitably fracture, with he and Steve positioned as adversaries. This conclusion was unsurprising to him. Stark mused to himself. The Decepticon plan must have been initiated ahead of schedule. Soon, both the Earth and beyond would be swarming with my armor. I wonder how Captain Hydra intends to confront me. Iron Baby? I'll have you crying out for Iron Daddy. Meanwhile, Steve grasped Deadpool firmly and admonished. You must keep a close watch. Once the question arises, promptly inform me of the correct answer. Otherwise, I shall dub you Honeyed Mouth Captain, and you will henceforth be known as Backdoor Train Captain. MJ Ulner trembled incessantly in Steve's hand, clearly comprehending his words and beginning to resist. It had no desire to be advantageous to that red-skinned monkey. If it truly came to blows, its purity would be compromised, and it would emerge as the greatest victim. Deadpool tightened his grip, covering his rear with both hands, instantly drenched in cold sweat. Backdoor Train Captain, I assure you I shall fulfill the task, unless the system silences me. Otherwise, I, the great Deadpool, will benevolently divulge everything to you. Chapter 112. Pikachu. The system's display flickered with issues, followed by a mechanical voice announcing, Question: in which battle will Sam Wilson meet his demise? Option 1. Hydra attacks Congress. Option 2. Ultron Crisis. Option 3. Hydra attempts to seize S.H.I.E.L.D. Option 4. Infinity War. Each participant possesses one opportunity to answer in each round, should no one respond. The system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful responders will earn live stream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer with caution. Wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz. Enjoyable? I find that quite the contrary. Sam stared at the question, nearly dumbfounded. How many chapters has he even appeared in? No, wait. He had only just begun to join S.H.I.L.D. And now he was to be written off? This superhero business was hardly worth it. He might as well return home to sell roasted sweet potatoes. Relax. Every newcomer feels this way, Barton said kindly, considering they were all comrades in the protection of peace. However, this explanation lacked credibility. Sam dismissed it entirely. What did it mean that newcomers are like this? Was he implying that everyone present had perished before, gaining experience from death? In the face of mortality, what distinction remained between newcomers and veterans? I quit. I have an 80-year-old mother to care for and a 3-year-old child who relies on me. Given that the last pilot sacrificed himself, it seems I might as well retire, Sam muttered to himself, expressing his reluctance to continue in this line of work. Earning merely $3,000 a month? What kind of risk was that? Barton self-deprecatingly remarked. You will gradually come to accept it. Fate is a complex matter, especially when there is a dog behind the scenes manipulating it, leaving fate itself in a state of confusion. You might as well resign yourself to it. Meanwhile, Deadpool, upon seeing the question, leaned close to Steve's ear and whispered insistently, Choose the fourth option. I've seen the movie, just pick the fourth. If I'm wrong, I'll owe you 2 Mexican chicken rolls. A wave of frustration washed over Steve as he grappled with whether to trust this unreliable character. Although he had requested Deadpool to provide an answer, he was aware of the latter's dubious nature. Stark, observing this exchange, felt an unsettling turmoil within him. What difference was there between this scenario and an academic competition where one's opponent was accompanied by a doctoral student from a prestigious institution? Deadpool was well versed in the plot, and having him assist Captain America was akin to ensuring everyone else capitulated. Why even attempt to answer the questions when one could simply return home to sell roasted sweet potatoes instead? In an impulsive outburst, he shouted, System, I wish to report a case of cheating. Steve Rogers is exploiting your loophole to obtain the correct answers in advance. You must penalize him. Iron Man, feeling the pressure, muttered, By the gods, you better seal that mouth of yours. Your incessant chatter is unbearable. In an instant, Steve felt a chill. Iron Man was relentless in his pursuit. There was no advantage in tearing the mask off their relationship. Such a character, who once proclaimed unity and mutual support, was truly despicable. Ugh, capitalists are indeed insufferable. They should have been hung from the lamppost long ago. Resolutely, he vowed that if he were ever to traverse back in time, he would wield power to imprison this capitalist. The mere thought of him was irksome. With that in mind, Steve focused on accumulating points for his time-traveling artifacts. System: I choose the fourth option. Sam will perish in the Infinity War. As soon as he spoke, the system began its evaluation. The 30-second countdown halted abruptly. Stark felt a sudden chill. What was happening? The system seemed indifferent to the cheating incident. Did that mean he could summon his future self to answer questions next time? A smirk crept onto Steve's face, seemingly mocking Iron Man's overestimation of his own capabilities. In the next moment, the system's emotionless declaration pierced the air. Congratulations. Your answer is incorrect. Random punishment is being selected. The punishment was enacted, stripping Steve of his new shield. Instantly, the smile on Steve's face froze. Deadpool was indeed unreliable. Even such a straightforward question was answered incorrectly. What use was he? He chided himself for being so naive. Meanwhile, at 3 research bases of S.H.I.E.L.D., an extensive collection of rare items was stored: extraterrestrial meteorites, vibranium, and various alien corpses. Notably, Steve's shield was not crafted from pure vibranium, but rather a vibranium alloy, a new composite created by infusing vibranium with other rare metals. The reason behind this was that Wakanda had not engaged in the large-scale export of vibranium to the world. Even the reserves of S.H.I.E.L.D. are rather meager. Following the loss of Steve's shield, the situation was promptly reported. It was not until a year later that the materials were finally gathered to commence the forging of a new vibranium shield. However, just as the shield began to take form, it inexplicably vanished. Alarmed, the researchers immediately accessed the surveillance to trace its whereabouts. Starks mocking Laukata echot unabatet, slapping his thigh in amusement. Beside him, Banner appeared concerned that Stark might not catch his breath and faint on the spot. In stark contrast, Steve's expression darkened further. Sam remarked, he was so eager to join this alliance, and now it has devolved into this chaos, with his life hanging in the balance. How can these individuals still find joy? Are they all just a bunch of insufferable rednecks from the South? This wretched alliance isn't worth joining. Regardless of the group's demeanor, the countdown continued relentlessly, ticking down to 0. At that moment, Thor began to speak, raising his short, furry hand and declaring in a commanding tone, System: I choose the third option. Hydra attempts to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D. This answer had surfaced most frequently. Thus far, Thor had not witnessed anyone selected, which undoubtedly implied complications. Moreover, as previously mentioned, Sam only formally joined the Avengers after the Ultron crisis. Therefore, that answer could be dismissed. They were not in need of a deceased member to bolster their ranks. Were they? The system's adjudicating voice resounded once more. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Thor Odinson earns 550 reward points and triggers a random reward. Contractor: Pikachu. Although no one occupied the high platform, it still radiated light. A white orb of light coalesced before Thor, transforming into a silhouette matching his height. A cartoonish creature, entirely clad in yellow fur, emerged. It bore 2 brown stripes on its back, a tail resembling a serrated lightning bolt, and red circular blushes on its cheeks. It resembled a large mouse. Chapter 113, Captain America, don't try to get chummy with me, you fool. All right. Another member joins the ranks of Zootopia. Thor gazed at the fluffy yellow creature, its upright ears gradually drooping. Then, akin to a devoted canine companion, he softly encouraged, Little one, please introduce yourself. Noticing the creature's lightning-shaped tail, Thor surmised that this mouse was likely an electric-type creature, similar to him and his friend, the tortoise. However, he remained uncertain if it possessed a companion hammer, akin to his otherworldly version of MJ Lenore and the tortoise's electric hammer. The charming yellow-furred mouse emitted the voice of a red-skinned monkey, exuding an unmistakable aura of middle-aged masculinity. Where am I? How did I suddenly arrive here? I have never encountered Pokemon like you before. Thor. Pikachu deftly turned around, gazing at the luminous screen hovering in the center and the individuals surrounding it. Folks, why have you brought me here? I am not to be trifled with. With that declaration, Pikachu's tail rose high, crackling with arcs of electricity, despite its adorable appearance. Coupled with a voice reminiscent of a certain mercenary, no one took it seriously. At that moment, a surge of information flooded Thor's mind. Contractor, Pikachu, world, Detective Pikachu, species, Pokemon, item, Ash's cap, ability, Thunderbolt. Thor reached out to pat Pikachu's shoulder, both standing at the same height, hoping to ease its tension. However, in the next instant, Pikachu's tail twitched, and a bolt of lightning struck Thor directly. Caught off guard, Thor was momentarily stunned. Yet, the lightning caused him no harm. The contractor was bound by the system's rules to refrain from inflicting injury. Unaware of this limitation, Pikachu was disheartened to find its most powerful attack ineffective. Was this strange place, where even a canine like Pokemon possesses such strength? After being struck by lightning, Thor grew increasingly irate. It seemed this contractor was no ordinary creature. Some discipline was in order, lest it turn into a red-skinned monkey as well. He turned to the sluggish tortoise behind him, who promptly understood and produced an electric hammer from behind. Thor retrieved his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, and together they menacingly approached the helpless yellow mouse. Pikachu then pulled a cap from behind and placed it atop its head, while the others averted their eyes from this scene of animal bullying. Yet Deadpool cheered from the sidelines. Yes, just like that. Get a good kick. Seemingly not satisfied, he demonstrated by mimicking a lifting motion with his hands, followed by a powerful kick forward, reminiscent of a soccer shot. You need to throw a proper punch. Aim for the smoldering flat. In the next moment, Mjolnir sent him flying. The world fell into a hush. Meanwhile, Thor, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced over at Steve. What did this red-skinned monkey think they were, a gang? He had merely pressed Pikachu to the ground with his hammer. Was that truly so exaggerated? Steve remained stoic, showing no signs of remorse. This was Deadpool's doing. It had nothing to do with him, and he was quite eager to take a swing at that creature himself. Moments later, the system screen illuminated once more. The mechanical voice reminding everyone to watch the video echoed once more. The scene continued. It was still the familiar square in front of the Capitol, still that recognizable artificial lake. The two familiar characters, Steve and Sam, remained unchanged. However, this time, the two were not simply standing and conversing. Sam was jogging along the path by the lake when, at that moment, Steve charged past him at an astonishing speed. As he rushed by, he respectfully greeted, "Good morning, Captain." Steve, surpassing him in a flash, retorted, "Don't try to get close to me, you fool." By the time Sam processed this, Steve had already sprinted 5 meters ahead. Sam quickened his pace, calling out, "Hey, I didn't catch what you said, Captain." Yet, Steve's speed was incomparable, and in an instant he had distanced himself by several dozen meters, shouting back, "Time to go home and pick cotton." "Stop, you foul-mouthed Captain." "Ah, your mother." Sam chased for a few meters before his energy waned, his pace gradually slowing. Nevertheless, he persisted in his attempt to pursue. Half a minute later, Steve once again surpassed him from the left without Sam noticing. Before the exhausted Sam could greet him, Steve spoke first. "Sam Wilson, not greeting your superior? Don't want to keep your job?" Maintaining a distance of around 5 meters, Steve continued on. Sam, momentarily at a loss for words, could only grit his teeth and, panting heavily, respond, "Good morning, sir. Don't try to get close to me, you fool." With that, Steve left contentedly, leaving Sam to grit his teeth and muster the last of his strength to chase after him. "Time to go home and eat watermelons." Sam halted, calling out loudly to the distant Steve. The scene shifted. Sam leaned against a tree, hand pressed against the area between his heart and abdomen. The video concluded. "I detest hellish jokes. They're not amusing at all." Sam's face darkened with frustration. He glanced at Steve, who remained indifferent, showing no hint of apology. Moreover, the next moment, Steve remarked, "You little waste, why do you keep staring at me? I can't grow cotton or watermelons." At this, Sam was further assured that the video was not staged. It was a glimpse of the future. These damned southern traits truly are inescapable. Nearby, Barton, witnessing Steve's continuous disparagement of the organization, could not help but clarify, "Mr. Wilson, do not take it to heart." Steve had some issues during the previous battle in New York. His mind was clouded by the Mind Stone. However, he is not malicious. He merely possesses a sharp tongue. Steve pursed his lips and turned his gaze elsewhere. He murmured to himself, "I hope that one day, when you discover your son is mine, you can remain this composed." Barton cast a sidelong glance at Steve before continuing, "All right, I retract my previous statement. His malice is indeed quite substantial. Chapter 114. Soldier Boy Bucky felt as though he were merely a specter. With no role to play and no scenes to capture, his time here had been unremarkable, save for one instance of punishment. Furthermore, the only person he knew, Steve Rogers, had become increasingly unfamiliar. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Steve would admonish him with a gentle, "Don't use foul language" whenever he swore. What a congenial and cultured youth he had been. How had he transformed into this brash individual, quick to hurl personal attacks? On another front, Stark, having little time to engage in their banter, inquired Banner, "How effective is the mouse charm?" "I'm not certain. It only animates inanimate objects, not corpses. I'll need to conduct further experiments," Banner replied, glancing at the mouse charm in his hand. It bore the same size and shape as the other two charms hanging around their necks, distinguished only by their differing designs. Clearly, they were part of a set. "However, I believe it should be capable of reviving that robot. It ought to comprehend what the spark source entails." "Mr. Stark, are you researching that Megatron robot?" Natasha, upon hearing a few key terms, instantly grasped their intentions. Recently, Stark and Banner had been shrouded in secrecy, even from S.H.I.E.L.D., who were unaware of their experiments. All that was known was that they possessed the extremis virus, the magic from Kamartaj, an advanced technology from the Dark Elves of Asgard. Nonetheless, given their status as members of the Avengers, Nick Fury chose not to intervene excessively. The current primary focus remained on Steve, with significant attention directed towards uncovering Hydra's infiltrators. The system had repeatedly foretold that S.H.I.E.L.D. might become a Hydra stronghold, necessitating vigilance. Upon noticing Stark and Banner's silence, Natasha quickly surmised their tacit agreement. Within this confined space, her telepathic abilities were severed, leaving her oblivious to their thoughts. She could only advise, "Stark, I must inform you that I analyzed the Transformers world using items from the marketplace, and it's highly likely that the Megatron robot stands against Earth. If you intend to pursue any groundbreaking research, it is imperative to report to S.H.I.E.L.D. first." Stark and Banner remained resolutely silent, refusing to respond. "What jest? Hydra? Oh no, who knows how many spies lurk within S.H.I.E.L.D.? If they were to present their plans, not only would the military be a concern, but Hydra would undoubtedly covet what they had in their possession. Perhaps the research has only just begun to show promise when a group of unidentified individuals forcefully intrudes upon Stark Industries, demanding control over the project. As for the inherent dangers of experimentation, which endeavor is devoid of risk, is a challenge that these scientists must navigate. Surely two geniuses can manage the life forms they have created? Just as Natasha intended to continue her persuasion, the system's voice resonated once more. Question: at the hands of which character will Sam Wilson meet his demise after joining the Avengers? Option 1, Crossbones, Brock Rumlow. Option 2, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Option 3, War Machine, James Rhodes. Option 4, the vengeful Los Angeles police officer, unnamed. Each round, every participant has one chance to answer. Should no one respond, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn live broadcast points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Participants are advised to answer with caution. Wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz experience. Sam stared at the question, utterly perplexed. Was today destined to be his last? In a war instigated by Hydra's attempt to seize control of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would succumb, and his fate lay in the hands of one of these four. Among them, he recognized two, Colonel Rhodes and the captain with the honeyed words. What the vengeful Los Angeles police officer? Who was this redneck? Meanwhile, Steve sees the seemingly lifeless Deadpool, tugging at his collar and demanding, "You have one last chance." My mighty hammer is itching for action. Mjolnir interjected, "Do not act rashly. Do you doubt my ability to revoke your qualification at a moment's notice? How could such an individual even meet the criteria for the magical seal?" Deadpool shrugged in resignation, gesturing towards Sam. "I've done all I can. This guy is destined to be the second-generation sexy Captain America, and in the original storyline, he never dies." "What? My position has been usurped." Steve yanked Deadpool closer, locking eyes with him. "Easy now. My suit is difficult to repair." Deadpool gently pushed Steve away, feigning shyness. "Besides, we might be moving a bit too fast. Come now. A kiss is all that remains, darling," he cooed as he leaned in. Steve promptly shoved away the advancing Deadpool. To have such a contract partner was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Deadpool sprawled on the ground, striking a sultry pose, his fingers gliding up his thigh. Darling, I believe the fourth option is rather plausible. Los Angeles police certainly enjoy emptying their gun magazines. Ah, understood. Let us eliminate the fourth option, Steve mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Long ago, Rumlow had been imprisoned, leaving only two possibilities. He and War Machine Rhodes typically would not mobilize without military orders. Moreover, the missions to combat Hydra were primarily handled by S.H.A.L.D., with little direct involvement from the military. Most importantly, the circumstances surrounding Sam's prior demise had confirmed that he fell victim while Hydra held sway over S.H.L.D. The answer pointed to either himself or the captain of Hydra. Steve smacked his thigh. Everything suddenly made sense. He quickly raised both hands and proclaimed loudly, "System. I choose the second option. Captain Steve Rogers killed Sam Wilson." The countdown of the system halted, initiating an evaluation. Shortly thereafter, the results emerged. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Steve Rogers has been awarded 600 reward points. Random reward triggered. Character card. Soldier Boy, perfect version. A radiant glow coalesced before Steve, forming the shape of a card. Huzzah! I got it right. I am the greatest, Iron Man. You think you can challenge me? I'll turn you into a tin of sardines when I return. Sam observed this scene, feeling as though his future was shrouded in darkness. Indeed, you are a redneck, and now you intend to kill me. Chapter 115. Forget the aliens. I see a thief. In a live broadcast space, the emotions of all were magnified. Coupled with the various prior punishments, Stark and Steve appeared the least composed. Upon hearing Steve's provocation, Stark retorted, "Old popsicle captain, if you have the guts, come at me. When we return, you in your Iron Arm Tin Man. Let us see who flinches first." Bucky interjected, "Who calls him Iron Arm Tin Man? He has a code name, Winter Soldier. That damned little mustache, if he were in their era, would have long been sent to the front lines for bomb disposal. He didn't need to say a word. He'd get shot just lying there." Steve refrained from accepting the character card, patiently waiting for the surrounding light to dissipate. He feared following in Thor's footsteps. The team had already transformed into a dog, a turtle, and a mouse. He had no desire to become a part of Disney. Simultaneously, Steve did not remain silent. In this space where physical confrontation was impossible, verbal retorts became the best form of resistance. "Iron Man, more like a big pile of dung. Better clean up before you return. I'll be live streaming when I spank you, and don't embarrass your father Howard in the process. Little brat, I'm going to skin you and drape your hide over your Iron Man suit. It's protected you for so long. It's time for you to return the favor." After a barrage of verbal exchanges, the light from the card faded. An olive green card revealed a middle-aged man, wielding a metallic shield with a triangular reactor-like emblem on his chest. Character card. Soldier Boy, perfect version. Equipped weapons. Super alloy shield, strength comparable to vibranium. Special combat knife, capable of cutting through most metals. Origin, the boys. Duration, 2.5 years. Information, a superhuman within the boys universe, possessing superhuman strength, endurance, defense, and regenerative abilities. The 24 drugs injected into him enable the release of powerful energy blasts, which can expel the superpowers granted by the drugs. Note: after release, he will briefly experience weakness, with all attributes diminished to varying degrees. Note: once the character card is equipped, it cannot be removed until the duration expires. During the equipment process, all abilities of the host will be supplanted by the character card, excluding items. After the character card expires, the host has a chance to inherit some abilities. As a person, there is no issue. Steve merely cast a cursory glance before averting his gaze. This individual lacked his charm. Although he resembled a miniature Hulk, he would not recklessly equip this character card unless absolutely necessary. Stark had also heard the previous system announcement, but he only knew that the character card was named Soldier Boy. Consumed by envy, he felt a pang of bitterness towards Captain America for receiving rewards, especially since he himself had been penalized by the system. "Captain Soldier, if you dare to challenge me, refrain from using the character card. Let us engage in a true contest of men. If you don't use your armor, I shall forego the character card as well. But mark my words, should the situation arise, I will bring Hulk and the Sorcerer, and you shall not hold me accountable when I hammer your serum out of you. Beside them, Natasha and Barton had already lost interest in the two. At this moment, the system began to speak. A holographic screen materialized, displaying a video. Brooklyn Shield Base. On a helipad, Steve, armed with his shield and clad in combat attire, sprinted towards a waiting aircraft. Trailing behind him was Sam, also donned in battle gear. A gray bulletproof vest with a metallic backpack strapped to his back. The metallic backpack was integrated with the battle suit. Sam called out to Steve ahead of him, "Hey, Captain, how do I distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys?" Without a moment's hesitation, Steve replied, "Simpleton, those who shoot at you are the bad guys." Did this even require asking? I could simply say we cannot allow anyone to sneak in. He then quickened his pace, leaving Sam far behind as he entered the cockpit first and ignited the engines to depart the base. "Hey, I'm not on board yet." "No, I haven't T-boarded the plane." Sam watched the aircraft soar away, hands raised in exasperation. The aircraft showed no signs of stopping or returning. From the metallic backpack on Sam's back, a pair of metal wings unfurled. With a swift motion, the dual-winged backpack's flame thrusters ignited, propelling him into the sky. The scene shifted to the backdrop of the Chitauri army invading New York. A squad of police officers, armed with handguns, aimed at the airborne Chitauri soldiers. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, a voice cried out in frustration, "I can't hit them. I can't hit them." One officer leaned towards his sergeant, lamenting, "We haven't trained for moving targets. We can't possibly hit them, sir." Suddenly, the officer's peripheral vision caught something, and instinctively, he shielded his sergeant, warning, "Watch out." A laser streaked overhead, striking the hood of a police car, igniting a fierce blaze. The sergeant glared at the Chitauri soldier, who was taunting them from a lower altitude, and, unable to contain his frustration, struck the nearby officer, exclaiming, "Is it just because they can fly?" At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky, "I can fly too. I'm here to assist you." Sam, equipped with mechanical wings, soared through the air, his speed far surpassing that of the Chitauri soldiers. In an instant, he swept across the street. The next moment, the sound of rapid gunfire erupted. Sam let out a cry as he plummeted from the heights, crashing through a glass facade and shattering a newspaper stand, tumbling across the ground before finally coming to a halt. The Winter Soldier, rushing by, quickly helped Sam to his feet, asking, "Hey buddy, what happened?" "I think I've found the villains the captain mentioned." Just then, a youthful and unfamiliar voice resonated from off-screen. "Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can." A red figure launched itself, sending both officers flying. "Got you, thief." Outside, the sergeant, tilting his head towards the radio on his shoulder, commanded, "Forget the aliens for now. I've spotted a murderer." DS fled to the subway. Meanwhile, other officers nearby excitedly chimed in, "I hit him. I hit him too." Indeed, the thief, resembling the mugshot on the target, was easy to apprehend. Now I understand why the silhouette target features a mysterious figure in black. If only the spaceship were black as well. Chapter 116. The reason behind Captain America turning into Snake Captain. The scene suddenly shifted to War Machine. The helmet retracted, revealing the face of the African-American Rhodes, who appeared somewhat exasperated, as if explaining to children watching at home. "Sam is still too green. He needs a full package. Do you think I choose to wear the War Machine suit for no reason? Why does Black Panther wear a helmet? If he exposes his face, who else would he be fighting?" The scene concluded with Rhodes' sardonic commentary. Deadpool suddenly realized, no wonder the Bat Spirit always likes to show off his chin. His entire being is shrouded in darkness, fearing misunderstandings. Sam could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Enough. I've had it with this wretched place. I want to go back. I wish to retire." He turned away, seeking an exit. However, after taking a few steps, he was drawn back by the flow of time. Sam pondered, what is this place, and what is the significance of housing such things? Are we merely the subject of their amusement? Natasha coldly replied, "The situation here is being broadcast live. It is akin to a circus, where we are the trapped animals. Perform well, and there will be rewards. Falter, and there will be punishment." Banner chimed in, "This zoo must have countless creatures eager to get in. Making a fool of oneself comes at a trivial cost. It grants access to unparalleled power in the universe. With but a single individual-esque capability, one could elevate the entire civilization of Earth's several tiers. In comparison, what is this minor price?" Far away on the distant planet of Vormer, at the edge of an abyss, the Red Skull gazed at the luminous screen before him, tears streaming down his face. "You don't want me. Just mock me for my red skin if you wish, he lamented. Let him answer the question. Question: what will cause Steve Rogers to become Captain Hydra? Option 1, the Cosmic Cube. Option 2, the death of Bucky. Option 3, the Mind Stone. Option 4, the Winter Soldier program. Each round, every participant has one chance to buzz in. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer wisely. Wishing everyone a pleasant trivia experience. The question had finally arrived. Stark slapped his thigh and pointed at Steve, exclaiming, "Cherish your remaining days. Sweet talk, Captain, and when you align with Hydra, just watch how I deal with you. Justice may be delayed, but it will never forget to strike you down. You're not the biological son of that fool Hitler, whom I've defeated 200 times. Are you?" Steve felt a pang of anxiety, yet he retorted, "Your words and that damn tone mirror his precisely. Moreover, I assure you that day will never come. For once I escape, I will seek you out to settle the score. You worthless fools, should any of you dare assist Iron Man, do not expect me to show mercy." "Oh, I'm so scared. Please, don't threaten me," Stark replied with a sardonic tone. Bucky interjected, "Does no one care about me? I just woke up and now I might die again." And according to the shows, when the protagonist's friend is sacrificed, the protagonist should unleash a powerful comeback against the villain. In a bewildering turn of events, how could Steve so swiftly align himself with the enemy? With that seemingly virtuous countenance, the prospect of him acting as a double agent seems utterly implausible. Meanwhile, Natasha interjected amidst the heated exchange. "Gentlemen, let us first ascertain the truth before proceeding. Once we can find Steve, perhaps we can avert this impending calamity. You dare suggest imprisoning me? If I manage to evade this predicament, it would be a testament to fate's blindness." Iron Man quipped, "I shall extract your secrets, Bucky." Natasha retorted, "Silence. Allow me to speak. I believe the Mind Stone holds a significant likelihood in this scenario. Previous events have demonstrated its capacity to transform the virtuous into the malevolent, rendering one's actions utterly incomprehensible. It is entirely plausible that Steve has suffered a mental lapse and joined Hydra. The Mind Stone, ISNT, it's securely housed within the S. AKI headquarters." Banner furrowed his brow. If memory serves, that artifact is exceedingly perilous and has been sealed away. Even Steve lacks the clearance to access it. Considering the symptoms exhibited by Eric and Pepper, the direst circumstances arose during their control. Logically, although Steve currently speaks as if he has consumed something foul, he remains a paragon of justice, vehemently opposing evil. It is inconceivable that he would lose his senses and align with Hydra. Natasha's expression betrayed her discomfort. At this juncture, Barton interjected, addressing Banner's query. "The Mind Stone has been stolen, and preliminary investigations suggest Hydra's involvement." Steve, unfazed, chuckled. "The elderly lady who watches over my building has a more reliable toilet than LD. Enough talk. What shall we choose?" Barton pressed. Natasha had formulated a hypothesis. Hydra had utilized the Mind Stone to exert complete control over Steve during some conflict. Bucky, however, held a contrary view, believing the events were intrinsically linked to him. His demise might be the consequence of the malevolent deeds committed during his lost years of memory. Consequently, Steve found it unbearable and succumbed to darkness. Yet, he remained silent. As Natasha urged them forward, a profound silence enveloped the group. Anyone could speculate, but who would dare provide an answer? A wrong response would not only forfeit the opportunity to answer, but would also incur punishment. As the countdown neared its conclusion, Barton gritted his teeth. "System, I choose the third option. Due to the Mind Stone, Steve has become Captain Hydra." The countdown ceased. The system proclaimed, "Congratulations. Your answer is incorrect." The system initiated a random punishment. The penalty took effect, bestowing upon Clinton Barton the Jester's aura. Jester's aura. All endeavors to please one's beloved will ultimately culminate in a farcical outcome. I must report that the system perceives others through a biased lens. I suggest a reevaluation at the factory, as this is a grave affront to the dignity of our esteemed guests. Chapter 117, a new work by Shi Liuxiang. Baron spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. "All right, fellows, I have eliminated one erroneous option for you. The rest now rests upon your shoulders." Natasha stroked her chin, assuming a thoughtful demeanor. "Indeed, I suspected the answer to the problem would not be so simplistic." Baron remarked, I am but a jester. This punishment is quite fitting for me. The mention of the jester reminded him of a prior punishment, when he had to wear a jester's makeup for several days. The outcome was merely an intangible aura and a trivial archery skill. Additionally, there was a dangerous item that had already been misplaced. Recalling this, he promptly interjected. The cosmic cube was also stolen by Hydra. Could this be the root of the issue? After weighing the relationships between several answers, Steve found this possibility more plausible than the others. Seizing the moment while Stark and the others hesitated, he spoke up. System, I choose the first option. It is indeed the cosmic cube's fault. The system responded, congratulations, your answer is correct. Steve Rogers has earned 600 reward points. A random reward has been triggered. Passive, 50-50. 50-50, passive skill in battles against any foes. There's a chance to activate the 50-50 passive. Whether the opponent is a member of the Divine Pantheon or a mere street thug, the chance remains. Once the passive skill is activated, the opponent's strength will be adjusted to match that of the skill's master. Steve regarded the skill description, uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Against formidable adversaries, this skill could indeed be divine. Yet, should he one day ascend to greatness and find himself entangled in a minor altercation, only to encounter a forced 50-50, would that not render his ascension futile? Buck, observing all of this, merely scoffed, secretly contemplating that had he not engaged in the earlier incident, this skill might have rightfully belonged to him. To be candid, he had immediately suspected the cosmic cube. However, Natasha's suggestion had swayed his thoughts. Before anyone in the live stream could utter further remarks, the system's light screen displayed new footage. The video continued to play. In a plaza between towering skyscrapers, countless individuals were sprinting in a particular direction. From the plot of Captain America, The Winter Soldier, Sam emerged from a building, pausing at the entrance, scanning his surroundings with a look of confusion, uncertain of what was transpiring. Many others followed suit, fleeing from the building. Sam, positioned at the door, inadvertently obstructed part of the escaping crowd's path. In an instant, several individuals collided with him, sending Sam stumbling. Get out of the way, you black. Do not obstruct the path. Are you blind? Hurry and seize Captain Schur's new work. Run quickly. If you are late, there will be none left. In the background, a cacophony of different voices arose. Sam, gazing at the throng of people, stood with his hands on his hips and sighed. Captain Schur has released another new piece, and with so many fans, it seems it will be unattainable once again. The scene shifted to a conference room, where only Steve and Sam were present. The atmosphere was rather solemn, enveloped in an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Sam broke the silence with a low voice. Furrowing his brow, I heard you have a new workout? Yes, indeed, $1 per piece, Steve replied, seated comfortably with his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, feigning an air of profundity. What do you think of this pricing? It aligns with your selling price. Sam directly perched himself on the table before Steve, casting his gaze elsewhere. Captain Schur, there are times I genuinely wish to strike you. You know that is not what I intended to inquire. Oh, really? I find that hard to believe. Steve shook his head. This pricing is not my decision. It is dictated by history. That is not what I meant. Sam slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Steve's words. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. Veins bulged on Sam's forehead, teetering on the edge of eruption. Meanwhile, Steve maintained his enigmatic demeanor, though he swallowed hard, his atoms apple-bobbing. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more, punctuated only by a heavier breath. Moments later, Sam, grinding his teeth, expressed, "Why don't you give me a copy? I thought we were friends." "All right, you freeloading scoundrel," Steve stood up, nodding. "We are indeed friends. Yet, this time it is rather inappropriate. I have unspoken grievances." Sam shifted off the table, standing on the floor. What does that mean? Our Captain Schur, are you feeling bashful? Impossible. How could I be bashful? Steve picked up his shield, shaking his head. Sam extended his hand, seeking to procure. Then hurry and give me a copy. I want in high definition, quickly. Allow me to ask you something. Steve took a step back, producing a disc and placing it on the table. Can you accept your wife appearing in it? Sam's expression darkened. He took the disc for himself and moved closer to Steve. What? Say that again. I didn't hear you clearly. With each word, he advanced quicker. Steve hastily retreated. The next moment, the two were in a scuffle, exchanging punches and kicks, shattering the glass walls of the conference room. A figure tumbled down the stairs. Steve stood at the edge, shaking his head with an air of disdain. I could do this all day, both with you and your wife. The scene shifted. Sam plummeted from above, crashing through a glass wall reminiscent of an airport boarding corridor, then smashing into a newspaper stand below. Finally rolling a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. Bucky rushed over from the side, supporting him. "Buddy, are you all right?" The camera shifted again. Sam leaned against a tree trunk, clutching a spot just below his heart, his face etched with pain and fury. The video concluded, leaving Sam in the live stream space visibly distressed. No, he was always of darker complexion. With nowhere to vent his feelings, he grit his teeth and muttered, "This damn Avengers team, if I join, I'd be a fool. Joining this league, I fear I might have a heart attack one day. I'm still young. I have time ahead of me, and I certainly don't want to rely on a pension." Meanwhile, Steve pondered what questions the video might raise and what the mentioned work could entail, hoping it wasn't what he feared. Beside him, Deadpool wore a constipated expression. Even with a mask, the look of someone burdened was evident beneath it. "If this sells, I've at least lost $100 billion. By the way, wouldn't Black Widow or Scarlet, which be worth more? I believe I have some leaked photos of you, Captain Delicious Pants. To be honest, I'm still a bit less capitalized than the great Deadpool." Chapter 118. Captain America versus Wonder Woman. Although Steve was oblivious to the specifics of Deadpool's ramblings, he could surmise the general situation. It was well known that Deadpool's conversations were filled with crude jokes and jests about other narratives or characters. It was highly likely that another version of Steve Rogers from a different world had ventured into the niche celebrity circuit. Listening to Deadpool, Natasha Romanoff might have been involved as well. Not knowing how to respond, Steve chose to feign ignorance. Stark, witnessing Steve's discomfort, seized the moment to taunt, "Captain, I know a director who specializes in small films. If you have aspirations in that direction, I can introduce you to him. He has collaborated with many stars, and I believe you would be quite popular in that industry with your current look." Stark chuckled haughtily. He continued, "Don't dwell on the new member's wife. She is too innocent. Ah, no wonder he met his demise at your hands. It all makes sense now. Everything has come together, and I knew, Captain Steve, you're not a good person. You have taken another man's wife and sought to kill others. If you are not Hydra, who is? Iron Man. I shall go and film with your wife when I return." Steve, unable to tolerate any further, retorted fiercely, "Ha ha, void detection cannot be selected. I have no wife." Stark feigned sincerity. "I am merely looking out for your best interests. Consider it. If you were to retire, there would be no Captain Hydra. You could star in Captain America versus Wonder Woman melody. Just think, isn't that quite thrilling?" Steve hurled his hammer towards the incessantly chattering Stark. "I'll take you to film Brokeback Mountain instead." The hammer was swiftly pulled back by the system. Suddenly, the system initiated a question-and-answer segment. Question: Where is the Cosmic Cube currently located? Option 1, Sokovia, a landlocked country in West Asia. Option 2, San Antonio, Eagle Country. Option 3, Neuhaus, New Mexico, USA. Option 4, Portishead, Germany. Each round, every participant has one opportunity to buzz in. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Those who answer correctly will earn live broadcast points. Those who answer incorrectly will face random penalties. Please answer carefully. Wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. The 4 locations provided by the system were all unfamiliar to those present. Moreover, the video indicated that all sites were in New York, offering no additional clues. It could be said that this question was purely speculative, a matter of luck to discern the correct answer. At SHIELD headquarters, in the command room of the airborne mothership, Black Egg perked up at the question. Hydra must have hidden these mysterious artifacts in their most secretive headquarters. Moreover, their newly developed weapons in recent months primarily relied on another form of mysterious power. According to staff analysis, the technology did not belong to the Chitauri, but rather stemmed from a completely different technological direction. Having battled Hydra for so long, Black Egg believed it unlikely that the enemy could construct a new technological tree, especially one that surpassed current Earth civilization by such a margin. He was acutely aware of the opponent's capabilities. It was highly probable that the Cosmic Cube was the source of their power. Coupled with the numerous revelations from the system, it was evident that Steve would shift to Hydra's ranks because of the Cosmic Cube, solidifying Black Egg's suspicions. Such a crucial item, capable of enabling Hydra to dominate Earth, must certainly be hidden within their headquarters. Once the answer to this question is revealed, the true lair of Hydra could be discovered, allowing for their complete annihilation. However, thus far, the most crucial factor is speed. It is possible that Hydra possesses similar screens to gather intelligence, or perhaps there is a traitor within SHIELD who has leaked information. Meanwhile, in the realm of live broadcasting, silence enveloped the crowd. No one wished to be the first to speak. Even the newcomers, Bucky and Sam, seemed to sense that something was amiss. This time, they refrained from impulsively responding. The 30-second countdown swiftly elapsed, leading to the segment for selecting a random participant. The spotlight rotated among the attendees before ultimately resting on one individual. Regrettably, Clinton Barton, you have been chosen. Your 30 seconds to respond begins now. Me? Barton, in disbelief, pointed to himself, convinced that he must possess some hidden aura of misfortune. Wherever he was, it seemed he was destined to be the unluckiest soul. He had lost count of how many times he had been selected. Just as he was about to turn to Natasha, hoping her super intellect could help him devise the optimal answer, he recalled one of his unfortunate traits, the jester aura. Everything he did to please the one he cherished inevitably culminated in tragedy. Instantly, he quelled the impulse surging within him. The effects and mechanisms of this aura had yet to be thoroughly tested. Speaking hastily could very well lead to his undoing. Barton, trust your instincts. Just like the previous question, there's no issue, he encouraged himself. After adjusting his emotions, he raised his right hand and declared, System, I choose the fourth option, Portishead. Barton had his reasons for this choice. As the birthplace of Hydra, it might very well be nurturing a new Hydra leader. However, in recent days, he had not heard of any tales involving a $50,000 loaf. Yet, one could never dismiss the possibility of someone failing an artistic examination. After providing his answer, Barton resigned himself to fate. Alas, fortune was never kind to him. The system's judgment echoed. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is selecting a random penalty. The punishment took effect, and Clinton Barton received a good guy card. Chapter 119. Symbiote, Toxin Good Guy Card. Active equipment, the bearer of this item, upon confessing to their loved one, will inevitably expend one card, resulting in a polite rejection expressed as, you are a good person. We are not suited for one another. Note, each individual may only consume one card. Once expended, the two will be forcibly bound in a friendship. Barton lamented, finding a partner is already an arduous task. Ever since I was dumped, I have not encountered a girlfriend in over a year. To expect me to pursue 10 only to be rejected? Do they think I am yet man? I despise this system. May the world swiftly meet its demise. I'm weary. All right, folks. Mr. Barton has once again eliminated an incorrect answer for us. Stark spoke in a flat tone. Let's not squander his goodwill. The probability of winning is currently 2/3. If you have any opinions, please voice them swiftly. By the way, Mr. Barton, next time, you need not sacrifice yourself so. Simply share the answer you have chosen without entangling yourself. Are you being courteous? Barton clenched his teeth in frustration. He was well aware that his error rate was the highest, yet there was no need for such humiliation. Was he regarded as an infallible machine that eliminates incorrect answers? Stark, with a playful grin, added, All right, do not be upset. I was merely jesting to lighten the mood. A hush fell over the room. Suddenly, Deadpool erupted into laughter. Ha ha. As he realized the gazes of those around him were fixated upon him, his laughter diminished, perhaps out of embarrassment. He then spread his hands and exclaimed, Well, do not be angry. I was simply trying to inject some levity into the atmosphere. You all are quite dull, Barton retorted. With this delay, the 30-second countdown restarted. The overhead lights rotated once more, ultimately halting on one individual present. Regrettably, Thor Odinson, you have been selected. Your 30 seconds to answer begins now. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Thor was still preoccupied with managing the yellow-skinned creature. Suddenly, without warning, the collar on his character card emitted a sound. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is initiating a random penalty. The penalty took effect. And Thor Odinson received the talent, Super Hormone. What? Wait, I have not even begun to answer. Thor released his grip on the yellow-skinned creature, staring in astonishment at the system's display. What exactly is this super hormone? Super hormone. It will amplify the host's own hormones infinitely, greatly enhancing attraction to the opposite sex of the same species, perfectly embodying the notion of wanting to procreate at first sight. Validity period, 453 days, 21 hours, and 36 seconds. Thor checked the validity period of his character card. Indeed, the duration matched precisely with his experience card. It could be said that when the experience card expired, this reward would also conclude. Currently, he possessed another character card to cancel this identity. He would need to equip the alternative one, which was the crocodile version of Loki. But then the question arose, which was preferable? Being pursued by a dog or chased by a crocodile? Thor released Pikachu and cursed to the depths with this. I want neither. System, I wish to file a complaint. I did not answer the question earlier. I want to respond again and retract your punishment. The cold, unyielding 30-second countdown resumed. Natasha abruptly spoke the truth. You must have been pondering it in your mind. When Steve was silenced, he could still respond reasonably upon reflection. I contest this. When I was barking like a dog, the system completely disregarded my thoughts and insisted I bark to pass. Thor reminisced about his youthful audacity when he dared to provoke the divine beings on high. In those days, even the sound of barking dogs filled him with shame. However, having grown accustomed to his present circumstances, such feelings had long since dissipated. Initially, he had contemplated offering a retort, but upon reflecting on the system's virtues, he chose to remain silent. The thought of bestowing upon him an even more formidable superpower companion, named Gene Voles, sent a shiver down his spine. The system's earlier prophecy of true love was destined to manifest in an entirely different manner. Imagining such a scenario made Thor's skin crawl. Very well. I have selected the third option. You may continue with your inquiries. In light of the assistance he received from his companions in dealing with the Dark Elves, Thor refrained from concealing any clues, candidly articulating the thoughts that had crossed his mind. Soon after, he delved into the subject of hormones, questioning the amiable turtle and Pikachu. Do you perceive any scent emanating from me? There is a hint of body odor. Pikachu replied in a voice reminiscent of Deadpool. I'm not referring to that. I mean my unique scent, one that others lack. It smells like a dog, came the response. Meanwhile, Natasha, having just received Thor's answer, interjected, Hey team, do you have any thoughts? While the others pondered their responses, she raised her hand and declared, System, I choose the second option. Congratulations, that answer is incorrect. The system is now randomly selecting a punishment. The punishment took effect, bestowing upon Natasha Romanoff a voice reminiscent of an overly suave middle-aged man. A voice echoed, All right, team, I've unearthed the final answer for you. System, I choose the first option, interjected Stark. 111, Sokovia, system. No one paid heed to Natasha's predicament as Stark and Steve spoke in unison. After a brief pause, Banner, seemingly late to the realization, proclaimed system. I select the first option. Damn it, I was first. You fool, don't come at me. You're trying to take everything. Do you believe I 1T return to the past and have Howard pin you to the wall? Just as the two were about to argue, the System S results were announced. Congratulations, that answer is correct. Tony Stark has earned 550 reward points and has triggered a random reward. Symbiote, Venom. As the system's voice faded, a jar encased in transparent glass materialized. Inside, a thick, red substance seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing with appendage-like tendrils. Even through the glass, it pressed eagerly against the side adjacent to Stark, incessantly battering the surface as if yearning for escape. Stark refrained from recklessly engaging with this unknown entity, particularly as the sight of the symbiote elicited a sense of revulsion. On the other side, Steve vociferously expressed his discontent, questioning why Stark received the reward when they had both answered simultaneously. Natasha, upon realizing the alteration in her voice, had long succumbed to seclusion. Women possess an innate desire for beauty. Even as a spy, she was no exception. That greasy, uncle-like voice had undoubtedly diminished her allure by several degrees. A new video materialized on screen, revealing the familiar conference room where discussions regarding the Sokovia Accords took place during Captain America: Civil War. Chapter 120. Steve, your father has transitioned from cavalry to infantry. Sam and Rhodey stood facing the wall, their shoulders brushing against one another, resembling two men at adjacent urinals. Their expressions bore a hint of displeasure, and the atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated by the sound of water flowing. Rhodey, shivering slightly, broke the silence. Did you employ a dilator, Lucian? He glanced at Sam, who stood to his left, his tone tinged with reproach. Why must you be so obstinate? I dare to assert that Western beauty is unparalleled. Must you contest my opinion? Sam, seemingly unable to endure further, turned to Rhodey. pointing an accusatory finger. Listen here. I have a penchant for Japanese aesthetics. It is evidently the most exquisite, as anyone with eyes can perceive. At that moment, the camera shifted to the rear, where a sharply dressed individual, seemingly a high-ranking official, interrupted their exchange. Enough, gentlemen. Cease your bickering. I am here to announce this year's village chief. In the conference room, Steve, Natasha, Stark, Barton, and others sat upright at the mention of this news. The official, hands clasped behind his back, approached the head of the conference table. This year's candidate for village chief has undergone a change. Through my unilateral and impartial election, Tony Stark has garnered the most votes. He shall be this year's chief. A look of discontent washed over Steve's face as he lowered his head slightly, his expression darkening. Are you seeking retirement, old man? Every year, I have been the leader. What trickery is this? Do you wish to relinquish your position? His words were laden with veiled threats. Unfazed, the official sauntered about the room, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Times have changed, Captain. Your father has transitioned from cavalry to infantry. It is no longer the same. Steve raised his gaze to the official, inquiring, what does that imply? It signifies his downfall. He was apprehended for solicitation. The official wore a smirk, half mocking, half derisive. Stark had reported him, and the evidence was irrefutable. He had achieved the primary success. To reward Stark, the organization has deemed it fitting for him to assume the role of decision-maker this time. Stark sat silently behind Steve, not uttering a word. Steve shook his head. I disagree. Your dissent will only result in your expulsion from the equation. A high-ranking official made a gesture as if playing golf, seemingly oblivious to Steve's feelings. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Steve turned a glance back at Stark, who appeared somewhat guilty. Upon meeting Steve's gaze, he quickly averted his eyes. The video concluded. Captain, I shall take the reins this time. Henceforth, refer to me as Captain Stark. He chuckled. Stark had received a reward, successfully usurping it from Steve. Although the symbiotic toxin appeared rather dubious, the satisfaction derived from witnessing Steve's misfortune was exquisite. Your old acquaintance possesses such peculiar tastes. I must introduce you one day to a fine establishment where capture is improbable. Meanwhile, the world outside had turned tumultuous. The primary focus was on Sokovia, where S.H.E.L. DS peacekeeping forces intervened in the Civil War, initiating widespread searches. Fury had dispatched the agency's finest to board aircraft destined for Sokovia. Observing the cacophony of superheroes on the screen, he contemplated recruiting new heroes to form a second Avengers team. Otherwise, during critical moments, these individuals vanished for various reasons, significantly hindering progress. The lively group in Hell's Kitchen appeared promising. Were they not known as the Flying Tiger, Power King, Iron Fist, and Night Monkey? They had formed an organization called the Defenders Alliance. According to investigations conducted by Barton and Natasha, they were currently embroiled in a conflict with Kingpin, the origins of which traced back to the reconstruction efforts in New York. Since the Battle of New York, the city had been ravaged by the Chitauri forces, and the reconstruction was entrusted to a construction company named Willia. The process was riddled with shortcuts and bribery. Ultimately, Willia profited immensely, only for all executives to meet untimely ends, with the funds mysteriously disappearing. It seemed that Night Monkey had rescued one of the executives and had obtained incriminating evidence regarding the illegal activities during the reconstruction. All evidence pointed to Kingpin, leading to Night Monkey's subsequent entrapment and severe defeat at the hands of Osborn's corporate military alliance. However, these matters bore little relevance to S.H.E.L.D., whose primary mission was to safeguard the planet's security. Issues of corruption and illegality fell outside their purview. Additionally, it was noteworthy that Osborn's company appeared to be researching superhuman serum and technology akin to Iron Man's suit. Fury had glimpsed some design schematics. Osborn's group was struggling with a miniature energy problem. The energy-consuming aircraft and armor were separate entities, seemingly intended to take the form of glider wings. Fury gazed contemplatively at the luminous screen, pondering the necessity of contacting that spirited group to assess their potential for heroism. Within a livestream space, various discussions surrounding genitalia abound, primarily articulated by Steve. In mere seconds, Steve's friend Howard found himself subjected to numerous insults and betrayals. Stark was unable to interject, his face flushed with anger, nearly on the verge of combusting. Though his tongue was sharp, he could not match Steve's vitriol. He frantically scoured the marketplace for items that could nullify the curses of the system. Steve's foul-mouthed tirades were rife with vulgarities pertaining to anatomy. Thus, Stark resolved to locate a cursed item that could transform Steve's mouth into that very object he so frequently invoked. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system interrupted Steve's relentless barrage of greetings directed at Stark as parents. Question: what caused the Sokovia incident? Option 1. The Hydra invasion of S.H.I.E.L. Option 2. Steve becoming Captain Hydra. Option 3. Tony's Ultron Global Defense Initiative. Option 4. The Insight program of the terrorist organization Hydra, leading to the downfall of 3 aircraft carriers. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Chapter 121. Hawkeye. Cross-eyed, could someone elucidate what the Sokovia incident entails? Moreover, was Stark's Ultron Global Defense Initiative the catalyst for the Ultron crisis? Barton transformed into a curious child, inquiring incessantly. Regrettably, the system had never voluntarily responded to inquiries, not even once. This instance was no exception. Stark and Banner exchanged glances, silently communicating. They had no plans pertaining to Ultron Global Defense. Their current agenda only included the Shockwave Initiative and the Desperate Virus Project. These 2 plans bore no relation to the Ultron crisis. I always knew Stark was no good. He is invariably at the heart of any turmoil. Steve quickly identified his point of attack, pointing a finger at Stark and berating him. Little Black, your true colors have been revealed. Captain, it would be wise for you to refrain from further comments. Upon our return to reality, I hope you voluntarily confine yourself. Leave the handling of the Tesseract to us. Barton interjected. Now that the future was known, there existed a chance to alter it. As long as Steve avoided the mention of Sokovia by the system, he should be able to evade the fate of becoming Captain Hydra. One could only hope he would comply. However, reality seldom unfolds as desired, particularly for someone like Steve, a master of profanity. Upon hearing the first half of Barton's statement, he erupted in fury. Warning: Hawkeye, if you wish to avoid blindness, I suggest you remove yourself from my sight. This is none of your concern. You lot are utterly useless. Even the Tesseract was pilfered by Hydra. I'm truly astounded by your collective incompetence. Did you all graduate from the Academy of Foolishness? Entrusting tasks to you, inept individuals, only hastens my demise. The Cosmic Cube is destined for destruction, as I have proclaimed. Even Jesus cannot salvage it. A barrage of words left Barton utterly speechless. Steve, indeed, lives up to his title of Captain America, his words reeking of arrogance. At this moment, the 30-second countdown initiated by the system was nearing its conclusion. Yet again, the question posed offered no clues whatsoever. Most individuals were bewildered, unable to deduce the nature of the Sokovia incident. Furthermore, given the atmosphere in the live broadcast space, had it not been for the system's intervention, an impromptu reenactment of Captain America, Civil War would have unfolded. There is no possibility of calmly sitting down to discuss solutions. As the lights above rotated, tension mounted among the crowd, each hoping not to be selected. The saying goes, a friend of a friend is a friend, yet the relationships among them were far from harmonious. Everyone wished to avoid being chosen. However, there were exceptions, such as Barton, who, in his silent prayers, included Natasha in his hopes. In the next moment, the countdown concluded. The system's voice resonated. Regrettably, Clinton Barton, you have been selected. You now have 30 seconds to respond. Barton thought, what? This cannot be happening. He mused. The jester's aura had clearly manifested. The other auras of assured victory paled in comparison to this farcical one. Yet, the system showed no mercy. It did not slow or halt the countdown due to his jester status. The vivid red digits reflected in his eyes. As time dwindled, Barton realized that under the influence of the aura, the outcome of his answer was likely to be incorrect. He called out, everyone, share your uncertain answers. I can help eliminate one wrong option, but time is running out. Silence enveloped the arena. No one dared to speak. Had the art of deception in answering become so rudimentary? Barton was truly deluded. As the timer ticked down to its final second, even Natasha, who trusted Barton the most, remained silent. Perhaps it was due to ignorance of the answer, or perhaps the nature of competition. He chose the second option. Barton could only select the answer he deemed most probable. Steve's transformation into Hydra-S captain was indeed influenced by the Cosmic Cube during the Sokovia incident. The coincidence of these two events occurring in the same obscure nation struck Barton as highly plausible. In the next instant, the system's verdict rang out. Congratulations. Your answer is incorrect. Random penalties were being selected by the system. The penalty took effect, granting Clinton Barton a cross-eyed condition. Barton's head was instantly adorned with a multitude of question marks. What did this mean? Was this to render him incapable of his Hawkeye prowess? In the next moment, his vision blurred, as if veiled by a mist, rendering everything indistinct and unclear. He lifted his gaze to Natasha, standing 5 meters away, now appearing as a dual silhouette. Hazy and indistinct, those standing at a distance could only discern vague outlines. His eyes failed him, and even his ears struggled to grasp her voice. It was over. Steve's words had truly cursed him, leaving him blind. Barton clenched his jaw and resolved that upon returning to his original world, he would certainly draw his bow and unleash a fierce arrow upon Captain's alluring posterior, justifying it as an act to prevent the shapely form from swaying toward Hydra. The countdown above him continued to tick away, leaving only 3 possible answers. Each option was intricately linked to Hydra, and Sokovia bore connections to them as well. Their headquarters was likely established there, making the first and 4th options the most plausible. Natasha's super intellect swiftly pieced together the clues from the previous questions, deducing the most likely answer. Meanwhile, Sam observed the group, noting their lack of martyrdom, and scoffed at these so-called superheroes. With such demeanor, they might as well join the ranks of the boys as celebrities before entering the live broadcast space. Sam had been haunted by dreams of being a superhero in another universe, known as the Locomotive, a member of the Super 7. His speed was extraordinary, capable of outpacing and overpowering most of the superheroes present. Initially dismissing it as merely a dream, he was astonished to discover the existence of the boys' universe upon arrival. Yet, he was not as twisted as he had been in his dreams. He was a soldier of the 3rd Airborne Division, a firm believer in heroism. Resolutely, Sam declared, "I choose the 4th option." The Hydra S Insight plan caused the downfall of 3 aircraft carriers. He was well informed about the sheer enormity of DS airborne carriers, which floated above major cities for easier management, armed with numerous lethal weapons. Should they crash, New York would surely face calamity, and the casualties would be significant. Chapter 122. Falcon, your daddy looks unattractive with bunny ears. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is randomly selecting a punishment. The punishment took effect, bestowing upon Sam Wilson the condition of selective albinism. Selective albinism. Your skin will uncontrollably shift towards a white hue, a process that is irreversible and confined solely to the skin. You are now attempting to strip away my very identity. I am not one to succumb to such indignities. If the system were to render me incomplete, I could accept that. Sam was instantly infuriated, his pride in his skin color unwavering, indifferent to such trivialities. Even if his former idol were to look down upon him, it would not alter his perspective. He noticed a small white spot appearing on his hand, slowly expanding outward at a languid pace. In the span of a day, it was enough for one of his arms to turn white. How could this be deemed a punishment? Is the system harboring a bias against races? Why is turning white considered penalty? Upon hearing this, Steve could no longer contain his outrage. The system must be biased. I detest those who harbor racial discrimination. It is utterly repugnant. Sam replied, "You dare to speak of such things?" The most loathsome aspects are twofold. First, the abhorrence of racists. Second, the disdain for those who refuse to discriminate against their own kind. Furthermore, who wishes to don such a pallid exterior? Imagine returning home for Christmas, feeling utterly out of place, the only one adorned in white amidst a sea of others. Meanwhile, Natasha, without hesitation, raised her hand and declared, "System. I choose the 1st option, Hydra's invasion of S.H.I.E.L.D." To her, this answer seemed assured. Despite her deep voice causing her some embarrassment, she understood that only through diligent answering could she amass enough points to rid herself of this wretched punishment. In the next moment, the system's cold voice echoed, "Congratulations. Your answer is incorrect. A random penalty has been selected." The punishment activated, bestowing upon Natasha Romanoff the affliction of excessive hair growth. Suddenly, Natasha felt an itch on her chin. Upon touching it, she discovered the prickly sensation of hair sprouting. Looking at her previously smooth arms, she watched in disbelief as hair proliferated at an alarming rate, resembling the coarse growth on a man's legs. Barton stared in astonishment at Natasha's transformation, his fleeting admiration evaporating in an instant. Who is this bearded man? He appears more masculine than I do. Without waiting for others to react, Thor spoke up, his reflexes sharper than anyone else present. Previously, he had been caught off guard by Stark, never anticipating the cunning of both Stark and Steve. This time, he was prepared for Natasha's question, knowing only one answer remained, and the result was evident. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Thor Odinson receives a reward of 550 points. As the crowd turned to him, Thor spread his hands innocently, saying, "My friends, I must take responsibility for the people of Asgard. Ragnarok is imminent, and I must be ready. If there were a magical artifact capable of resurrecting my father, then all would be resolved." Previously, when I brought the Avengers back to Asgard, Thor had borrowed a spell from Banner. Yet alas, the enchantment was unable to liberate his father from the clutches of mortality. This was the sole instance in which the spell failed, perhaps due to insufficient power levels, or perhaps for other reasons. Thor's first thought was to accumulate points to exchange for more costly items that could either resurrect or prolong life. As long as King Odin still exists, there shall be no unforeseen events. The safety of Midgard and Asgard can be assured. Observing his softened demeanor, the others, aside from Steve, chose not to speak further. A holographic screen appeared, and Steve ceased his absurd proclamations of wanting to become Thor's stepfather. The video continued to play. At the opening of Captain America: Civil War, Captain America and Wanda are surveilling outside a police station, poised to apprehend the mercenary Rumlow. Location: Lagos, Nigeria. Steve was hiding behind a curtain, peering out the window with a rather lecherous expression. "Ah, that red dress truly suits her. It looks stunning. Wow, it's windy." The camera shifted. Sam, donned in his flight suit, was perched on a rooftop keeping watch. He heard Steve's lewd voice crackle through his earpiece. With a scoff, he remarked, "Oh, Captain Steve, who are you spying on now, looking so pleased?" Steve, motionless behind the curtain, replied, "Your father." Sam activated the Red Wing drone behind him, issuing commands. "Track Steve, target the source of his distraction, and eliminate it." Upon hearing this, Steve's expression shifted dramatically. He dashed downstairs, riding his motorcycle at breakneck speed. As he sped away, he muttered, "You little rascal, your ambitions are truly pathetic." However, I must say, those pink bunny ears do not suit him. The scene shifted once more. Steve leaped from height, landing atop a car before swiftly dismounting. "Lucian, I admit my fault last time. I request your assistance. Then say something nice, and I might consider it." Sam stood on a nearby rooftop. In the next moment, Wanda flew in using her magic, landing beside him. Steve decisively stated, "Foster father. Son, I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Sam turned and bolted. "You little Moroccan pancake," Steve exclaimed in frustration. He turned to another for assistance, addressing Wanda. "Hey, do you still have strength left?" Wanda's hands emanated a crimson glow as she summoned chaos magic, enveloping Steve in a red mist. She then said, "The sister is not weary, but the brother is worn out. Let's go. Lift me up and keep watch downstairs. If you see Lucian's mother, be sure to alert me immediately." As she raised her hands, she effortlessly propelled the incessantly chattering Steve to the 4th floor. Steve, brandishing his shield, shattered the window, and upon entering the room, he executed a roll to dissipate the impact. Instantly, several beams of green laser light illuminated the interior, emanating from the laser sights of firearms. "Where are my pink bunny ears?" "My apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room," Steve remarked as he rolled back, appearing as if in reverse motion, and leaped out of the window once more. After landing, he continued to mutter to himself, "Damn Lucian, how dare he provide me with false information? Your father is already an adult. Why does he concern himself with such trivial matters?" Chapter 123. Paid video on demand. Normal video. Video playback ended. Thank heavens. It has finally concluded. Sam exhaled deeply, his toes curling in embarrassment as he watched, feeling utterly mortified. Does Steve really have such a quirk? My father is certainly not a weirdo. Why would he wear pink bunny ears? It seems I must tread carefully. Just as Steve was about to inquire about the identity of the woman who had appeared, who seemed to move with a hint of sorcery, he found the words stuck in his throat. Suddenly, the system's interface illuminated. Question: what is the true nature of the video above? Option 1. Steve is spying on Sam's father. Option 2. Steve is peeping on Tony Stark, intending to sabotage his Ultron project. Option 3. Steve is watching Natasha bathe. Option 4. Steve is observing Crossbones from Hydra, wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. The question appeared immediately. In the next moment, Stark raised his hand to respond. System, Option 4. Steve is spying on Crossbones from Hydra. A moment later, the system's judgment echoed. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Tony Stark receives a reward of 550 points. This time, no random rewards were triggered. Hearing the delightful sound of the system, Stark reveled. Come on. Guys, has anyone here ever watched a spy or cop film? How could you not answer such a straightforward question? It's blatantly obvious that Captain was hiding behind the curtains to monitor certain individuals. If it weren't for the system, that Crossbones would still be at large. Stark's tone was insufferably smug. Even the good-natured Barton felt the urge to punch him, let alone the ridiculed Steve. However, at that moment, the system's voice and interface illuminated simultaneously. Ding! Member cumulative points have surpassed 10,000. The system has activated the On-Demand feature. On-Demand feature allows precise viewing of any person, any event at any time, as well as the ability to observe the original storyline as it unfolds. On-Demand cost, 100 points per instance. Limitations, none. The On-Demand feature? Thor furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the others present. What does this mean? Is it a direct glimpse into the future or events occurring elsewhere? Oh my goodness! How could one treat a child who adores pink Barbie bears in such a manner? Deadpool covered his mouth with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief at the prospect of losing his job. Yet, he was still free and could engage with the system, which meant his advantages remained significant. At worst, he could pay to work in the future. After all, Deadpool had plenty of money. Meanwhile, Stark stared blankly at the screen, murmuring to himself, is it truly possible to see the plot of anyone, anything, at any time? Thoughts began to brew within him as he gazed at his reward points, which had surpassed 1,000. Could he uncover the truth behind his parents' demise? Beside him, Steve's face reflected hope upon witnessing the playback function. He yearned to know if he could genuinely return to the past and fulfill that long-overdue dance invitation from 70 years ago. Everyone in the system's space harbored their own private concerns, each burdened by an unspoken past filled with unanswered questions. This newly emerged function could potentially aid them in resolving these enigmas that had long since lost their answers. Nearby, Thor hesitated, his Shiba Inu-like expression betraying uncertainty. 100 points was not a substantial amount for him at present. He wished to ascertain the whereabouts of his brother Loki. Where had he gone? And was he alive or dead? Over a year ago, Loki had vanished without a trace, transmitted to another location by the Tesseract. Thor had often speculated that Loki might have altered his appearance through illusion and infiltrated Asgard, yet Heimdall had been unable to detect his presence, as if he did not exist within the Nine Realms. With no target in sight, Thor had no choice but to set this matter aside. Now, the weight of Asgard rested heavily upon his shoulders. The prophesied Ragnarok approached, yet the All-Father Odin lay in slumber, and it was uncertain how long it would be before he departed for the afterlife. Thor had to rely solely on himself to avert disaster. Thus, he fervently answered questions in the streaming space, hoping to accumulate points to exchange for high-level longevity artifacts. If only Odin would awaken, he would not have to bear the burden of Ragnarok alone. Yet, what if he inquired about Loki's location and discovered a corpse instead? What if, at the onset of Ragnarok, he found himself just 100 points short? Thor's mind was inundated with countless possibilities. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Stark seized the opportunity. Unlike Thor, Stark bore no such reservations. His philosophy was simple. If one has an idea, act upon it. Otherwise, dwelling on past uncertainties would render achievement unattainable. The issue had ensnared him for an extended period. From the age of 10 to 40, it had consumed nearly half of his life. It was on the verge of becoming an obsession within him. Stark understood that at any moment, the truth would be revealed, and his fingertips began to tremble slightly. He gazed at the luminous screen and spoke each word with intent. System, I request to access the footage. I wish to see the moment preceding my parents' demise. In the next instant, the system responded. Ding! 100 points deducted from Tony Stark's account. Ding! The visual record of the Howard couple's final moments has been acquired. Ding! The video commences playback. The screen flickered, and the images began to materialize. The video begins to play. On a tranquil night, Howard Stark and his wife Maria were driving home, having just concluded a charity gala. The car was filled with the sound of their light-hearted conversation. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister conspiracy was stealthily approaching. The vehicle continued its journey along the road. Suddenly, a vehicle at the roadside, having stalled, illuminated its headlights. The oncoming glare blinded Howard. In the next moment, the roar of an engine echoed. The headlights surged closer. Howard, alarmed, swiftly turned the steering wheel, maneuvering onto a side road just as a collision loomed. As their vehicle scraped against the other, the occupants sustained no injuries. However, Maria, in a panic, began to weep uncontrollably, having never witnessed such a scene. After driving a short distance, Howard realized that darkness enveloped them. The vehicle that had threatened them did not pursue. He exhaled in relief, reaching out to stroke Maria's hair, reassuring her, "It's all right." Chapter 124. The truth behind the death of the Howard couple. With a thunderous crash, the sound of shattering glass filled the air as the passenger side caved in. Howard's car was struck on the side, forcibly halted at a secluded intersection. Moments later, Howard struggled to open the door, only to be violently ejected from the vehicle due to his severe injuries. At that instant, a figure emerged from the shadows, his steps heavy and purposeful. Upon hearing this sound, Howard immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He attempted to rise and flee, but it was too late. The figure was none other than the brainwashed super soldier, the Winter Soldier. His eyes were devoid of emotion, focused solely on his mission. He approached Howard, seizing him by the throat and lifting him from the ground. In his other hand gleamed a cold, metallic arm. Howard attempted to negotiate, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. In the next moment, the Winter Soldier struck Howard's face with his mechanical arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Howard's eyes glazed over as he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, the Winter Soldier did not cease his assault. Rather, he continued to rain blows upon Howard's face. Within moments, Howard had succumbed, devoid of any signs of life. The front passenger, Maria, was filled with terror, having sustained severe injuries from the collision. She had lost the ability to move. After dispatching Howard, the Winter Soldier slowly approached the passenger seat, effortlessly prying open the mangled door. He seized Maria by the throat, applying such force that she did not have time to utter a final cry before her life was extinguished. Having completed this grim task, the Winter Soldier did not linger. He raised his weapon and shattered the surveillance camera, then turned and vanished into the night, leaving behind two motionless vehicles engulfed in flames and two innocent corpses. The video concluded. The atmosphere within the live broadcast space grew heavy, all eyes fixated on Stark and Bucky. Stark's fury burned within him, his eyes shimmering with rage. Confronting Bucky, his voice nearly erupted. "It was you. You killed them." A glimmer of confusion flickered in Bucky's gaze. His voice emerged low and hoarse. "Mr. Stark, I do not remember, but I was brainwashed. I could not control myself." Stark's wrath rendered him nearly uncontrollable. He clenched his teeth, his gaze ablaze with hatred directed at Bucky. "You cannot control yourself? That is merely an excuse. My parents, they perished at your hands. While you live on, they were just ordinary people, and you beat them to death with your mechanical arm." A shadow of pain crossed Bucky's eyes as he attempted to explain. "I did not wish for this, Tony. Like you, I am a victim." But Stark's fury had reached a boiling point, his words laden with accusation. "A victim? You slaughter my family and then claim you are a victim?" Bucky's fists clenched tightly. He recognized the irreparability of his past transgressions, yet he still sought forgiveness. "I know I cannot change the past, but I can prevent this from happening again. I can help you, Tony. Hydra still lurks in the shadows." "Mr. Stark, please calm down," Natasha interjected, having previously received data on Bucky, aware that his actions were largely devoid of memory. Stark's current state posed a significant risk for irrational behavior. Just as she intended to offer comfort, she was interrupted. Stark's anger gradually gave way to sorrow, his voice thick with emotion. "Calm down? How can I be calm? My parents endured such torment in their final moments." Was S.H.I.E.L.D. aware of this? The cameras present recorded the events, although the Winter Soldier had destroyed the last camera. The recordings should remain in storage. In other words, his father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was a pivotal figure in the nation at that time. Such a tragic accident surely warrants a thorough investigation. Perhaps the footage of this incident resides within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why conceal it from him? Can he not discern the truth from the past? Natasha inhaled deeply, aware that no words could assuage the gravity of the situation. Yet she persisted, saying, I'm not privy to this matter. You must inquire with Director Fury. However, it is indeed true that Mr. Barnes possesses no memories. I do not care about that. He retorted. I demand that he accompany my parents in their resting place. Whoever dares to stop me shall not escape my wrath. A flicker of hesitation crossed Stark's eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. He understood that, despite Bucky's innocence, the painful memories could not be forgotten. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. After uttering these words, Bucky offered no rebuttal. The atmosphere gradually calmed. Yet at that moment, Steve reignited the flames, stating, Iron Man, if you wish to kill Bucky, you must first contend with me. Hydra's captain, Hydra's winter soldier, 2 peas in a pod. I swear I will eliminate you both. Just wait and see. Stark's animosity towards Steve now eclipsed any feelings he harbored for the assassin winter soldier. This individual continually provoked him, believing that his status as a philanthropist would prevent him from taking lethal action. Upon returning, he would devise a suit capable of countering Thor or find a way to prevent Steve from wielding the hammer. The crowd finally understood from the footage on the screen where the scene of Bucky and Steve ganging up on Stark's Mark armor originated. Given the current trajectory of events, they would soon be compelled to beat some sense into him. Although Banner stood on Stark's side, he felt it was inappropriate to intervene, offering no words of consolation. Only silence. At that moment, the system once again interrupted their conversation. It seemed that no one opted to consume the advanced viewing, prompting the system to swiftly release new content. The screen began to display fresh footage. The video begins to play. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory, Banner, Stark, and Steve are present. The storyline from Avengers: Age of Ultron concerning the Mind Stone and the creation of Ultron. The floating screen reveals analytical data regarding the Mind Stone. In the next moment, the camera shifts to Stark's face, slightly furrowed as he inquires. Captain, if I recall correctly, you come from a blended family. Chapter 125. I truly wish to teach you a lesson. Steve, with his wristband secured, furrows his brow upon hearing this and asks, Iron Man, what exactly are you trying to convey? Speak plainly. It's nothing, Stark dismisses with a wave of his hand. He then turned to Steve with a sincere gaze and explained, I merely wish to inquire. You come from a blended family, correct? Steve nodded helplessly, appearing to have little patience left. Very well, Stark continued upon receiving the affirmation. I have a question. He inquired, why is it that your social circle only features your mother, yet lacks any mention of your stepfather? Steve clenched his jaw in silence. At that moment, Dr. Banner, who had been engrossed in studying the Mind Stone, interjected, No, my friend, you are mistaken. He did not post that to his social media. Do you recall when his phone was hacked last time? Steve was extorted for $1 million. He even borrowed money from you. Yet it seems he ultimately did not pay the blackmailer, and the photos were released. How could Steve possibly share such things online? Stark, bewildered, asked what photos were released. He glanced at Dr. Banner, who was still focused on the Mind Stone. Come on, if you don't want to lend money, just say so. I never intended to pay it back anyway, Steve remarked, unable to tolerate Stark's pretentiousness, forgiving the matter with grace. Are you referring to that? Stark, somewhat slow on the uptake, scratched his head and said, What are you guys filling your heads with? I'm talking about the stepfather, the adoptive father. Do you understand? Idiot. I'm leaving. Stop bothering me. Steve tightened the strap on his wrist and shot Stark a fierce glare. He then threatened otherwise. My social media will feature photos of Howard and a group of muscular men tomorrow. Understand? Son of a queer, the great iron artist. Just as Steve was about to depart, Dr. Banner called out to him, Wait, Captain, I have one more question. Spit it out, I'm busy. Steve halted and turned to face Dr. Banner behind the research table. Banner hesitated, seemingly embarrassed. Just as Steve thought the question would be difficult to articulate and surely not a serious topic. He was on the verge of leaving the lab when Banner finally spoke up. Captain, what is your dream? After a moment's contemplation, Steve candidly replied, To have Black Widow sooner. After uttering this statement, Steve intended to leave, but paused halfway, returning to add, Oh, and one more thing. He poked Stark in the chest with his finger and declared, Tomorrow, we will have an 11-round duel. No one else is to be called. With that, he left the lab without looking back. Text appears on the video, the next day. Within an abandoned building, Armored Tony found himself besieged by Steve and Bucky. The knight executed a left-sided kick, targeting Tony's groin, causing his armor to momentarily lose balance. Tony stepped back, regaining his composure, and raised his right hand, preparing to retaliate with his palm cannon. At that moment, Steve swung his shield, completing a full 360-degree turn, and struck Tony's face forcefully, exclaiming, "Iron Man, you come from a complete family, don't you? Do you look down upon those from divorced households?" The scene shifted to the familiar office, where the same three individuals continued their study of the Mind Scepter. Donned in battle attire, Steve confronted Stark, asking pointedly, "Iron Man, do you harbor grievances against me?" Stark gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, before turning his attention back to Steve. His face was etched with confusion, and in a tone of resigned exasperation. He replied, "Captain, the entire SHIELD cafeteria only has 5,000 meals. Yet you managed to consume 6,000 alone." Steve, incensed, seemed on the verge of striking Stark. Just then, Bruce Banner interjected to diffuse the tension. "Indeed, Captain. Director Fury has fainted from hunger after owing you 1,000 meals." Steve turned to cast a deep gaze at Banner, his expression softening. He realized he could not best the man in front of him. At that moment, Stark opened a pack of gum, popped a piece into his mouth, and chewed while saying, "Old Ice Pop, I genuinely wish to set things right with you." Steve stood still, his gaze dropping until he noticed Stark closing the gum container and pocketing it without offering him any. His expression darkened as he jabbed a finger into Stark's chest, declaring, "Tomorrow, we shall settle this one-on-one, and no one is to interfere." With that, he exited the lab without looking back. Text on the video screen read, "The next day, inside a derelict building, Armored Stark was besieged by Steve and Bucky. Bucky delivered a fierce left kick aimed at Stark's groin, causing his armor to falter once more. Stark retreated a step, regaining his footing, and raised his right hand, charging his palm cannon for a counterattack. Just then, Steve swung his shield, completing another 360-degree turn, and struck Stark's face, challenging, "Do you have a problem? Want to take me on? Bring it." The scene shifted again to the familiar lab, with Stark, Steve, and Banner still engaged in their examination of the Mind Scepter. Clad in his battle suit, Steve stood before Stark, pressing, "Iron Man, if you have something to say, speak up. Once you're done, we will settle this one-on-one." Stark replied, "Whoa, Captain, could you please temper your aggression?" Stark maintained his previous lifeless demeanor, lost in contemplation, before finally speaking. "I merely have a question to clarify. If I did not miss here last night, you were once again on my rooftop, correct?" "It wasn't me." "You have no evidence to accuse me," Steve vehemently denied, jabbing his finger into Stark's chest. "Be cautious, or I shall retaliate." At this moment, Banner interjected, "Indeed. Mr. Stark, do you possess any proof that it was the captain?" Stark pondered for a brief moment before replying, "I heard that remark." "What remark?" "Women are akin to fine wine. They become more exquisite with age." Chapter 126. "You have Friday. I have Bucky. A duel is no issue." Steve's face exhibited a slight, unusual shift as he was about to defend himself. At that moment, Banner whispered beside him, "Captain, if you truly wish to confront." Lowering his voice further, Banner cautiously glanced at Stark and continued, "You could always come to my place for a confrontation. I wouldn't mind." Stark feigned ignorance, popping a piece of gum into his mouth. Chewing, he remarked, "I hope you won't resort to underhanded tactics this time. A true man confronts head-on. If you have the guts, step forward." Steve left with a parting remark, "We shall duel, just as you wish." Text on the video appeared. The next day, inside an abandoned building, Stark, clad in armor, was besieged by Steve and Bucky. Bucky delivered a fierce kick to Stark's groin, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. Stark stepped back to regain his footing, raising his right hand to charge his palm cannon in preparation for retaliation. Just then, Steve swung his shield, executing a complete 360-degree turn, delivering a resounding blow to Stark's face. Simultaneously, he shouted, "A duel, is it? You won't let me charge, will you? Bucky and your Friday will duel. I shall face you, Stark. No problem." The video concluded. The atmosphere in the livestream room was stifling. Stark's attention was entirely fixated not on the video, but on Bucky and Steve. He possessed 46 intact suits of armor. Soon, he would confront these two adversaries and relish in dismantling them. As for others, he had already persuaded those he could. Natasha and Barton were not particularly familiar with Stark, although they were comrades in the same alliance and had once participated in the Battle of New York together. Their subsequent operations had largely been solitary endeavors. Months could pass without a meeting, leaving them not particularly close. Were it not for Steve's familiarity with them and their numerous joint missions, they would not have waded into this murky situation. As for Sam, who stood beside Bucky, he was unfamiliar with anyone present. To be frank, he was quite unclear about the unfolding events. Thor, on the other hand, was contemplating whether to trace Loki's whereabouts, hoping that his brother had not encountered misfortune. Despite Loki's numerous transgressions, which were beyond reckoning, he remained, after all, his brother with whom he had shared 5 millennia of life. Thor harbored a glimmer of hope to find him and guide him back to the righteous path. As the system was about to present the issues of the current video, Thor gritted his teeth and opted for the video playback. Should a problem arise, followed immediately by a new video screening, he would have to endure yet another cycle of video and inquiries, uncertain of when the system would cease its operations. He feared that if Loki were trapped somewhere, in dire need of rescue, he would surely regret his indecision. With this thought in mind, he called out to the light screen, "Mother, are you watching? I wish to inquire about Loki's whereabouts. Please see if anyone outside can locate him. If it proves too perilous, I shall wait until my return to seek him." The scene was being broadcast live. Thor was confident that someone was watching in the temple before the light screen. By transmitting his message, those outside would naturally know what actions to take. The small screen beneath the light screen soon displayed a message from Frigga. "Frigga, follow your heart's desire. Do not overthink it. Your mother will always support you." The light screen then fell silent, with no further messages from others. Thor nodded and addressed the screen. "System, I wish to inquire why Loki has transformed into this state and where he has gone." Although Loki was not an admirable character in his daily life, his behavior during the Battle of New York had been exceedingly peculiar, marked by an alarming shift in personality and a terrifying surge in power. There had to be unseen forces at play behind the scenes. As the system received Thor's inquiry request, a mechanical voice resonated. "Ding, deducting 200 points from Thor Odinson. Ding, acquiring footage of Loki Odinson's drastic personality change. Ding, acquiring footage of Loki Odinson's whereabouts. Ding, video playback commencing." On the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, the battle reached its zenith. Loki, wielding the sword of mistletoe, shook his head. "I almost succeeded, father." Then he turned and plunged into the Rainbow Bridge. Loki's body spun in the void, enveloped by the mysterious energies of the Rainbow Bridge. Within his field of vision, stars and light coalesced into a blurred vortex. He experienced an unprecedented fear, a dread of the unknown, a terror of death. However, just as he believed he would drift eternally in the abyss of a universe, a fleet of Chitauri spacecraft appeared within his sight. The spaceship's exterior was formidable, imbued with a sense of otherworldly technology. A vessel swiftly approached Loki, extending a mechanical arm to retrieve him from the void. Loki was drawn into the interior of the Chitauri spacecraft, his body floating in the weightlessness of space. Inside, countless Chitauri bore cold, mechanical visages devoid of any emotion, their focus solely on the ruthless execution of their mission. Loki gradually thawed. The frigid temperatures of the cosmos posed no threat to the frost giant's form. He was dragged a considerable distance before being unceremoniously cast onto the floor. Struggling to raise his head, he beheld a figure seated upon a black throne constructed of metal, a being larger than the typical Chitauri, presumably of a leadership stature. The voice that emanated from him, distorted through a translator, was harsh and mechanical. "You Loki, the god of mischief, pitiful wretch, have you been forsaken?" The Chitauri leader feigned profundity, turning his back to Loki. With a sudden sound of a blade piercing flesh, he continued, "You a filthy insect, what right do you have to bargain with me?" Loki had plunged the mistletoe blade into the leader's side. His strength was steadily replenishing, and his injuries began to heal. Chapter 127. Loki's past the mistletoe blade incessantly siphoned the Chitauri leader's vitality, channeling it back to Loki. His condition visibly improved at an astonishing rate. The nearby Chitauri soldiers, having received their leader's orders, were caught off guard. The Chitauri leader's form rapidly withered and aged, transforming from a robust entity into a decrepit version of himself. In mere moments, the desiccated corpse began to decompose, parasitic mistletoe sprouting from the decaying flesh. Disgusted, Loki discarded the body. As he observed the approaching Chitauri soldiers armed with laser rifles, a contemptuous smile graced his lips. The scene shifted. Loki's visage was splattered with green blood and remnants. His golden hair, now matted with viscous gore. As the camera pulled back, the ground was strewn with the remains of Chitauri soldiers, a grotesque array of organs and severed limbs. At that moment, the very spaceship Loki occupied began to tremble violently, the instruments indicating that it was under attack. Loki turned and entered a pod resembling an escape vessel, muttering, "This ship lacks even an energy shield. What ancient relic of a starship is this?" A small craft was launched, breaking through the blockade of the external warships as it ventured into the vastness of space. The scene shifts once more. 8 celestial bodies orbit a crimson-hued planet, known as the Teo system. This is the 4th planet of the Teo system, Saka. The camera swiftly zooms in, traversing the cloud layers, revealing the intricate topographical environment below. Rock formations, deserts, volcanoes, wastelands, archipelagos, lakes, and oceans. The diversity of life is astounding, populated entirely by bizarre extraterrestrial creatures. A red, 4-eyed humanoid monster, equipped with 4 hands, lunges at a dirt-yellow, eyeless canine entity, which has 2 erect ears. The 4-handed creature pounces from behind the yellow beast, using 2 hands to grasp its neck while the other 2 tug at its upper and lower jaws. With a powerful yank, blood sprays forth as the jaw is violently torn away. In the wake of such a grievous injury, the canine creature collapses helplessly. The 4-handed monster lets out a primal roar, reminiscent of a gorilla, pounding its chest with its fists. In the next moment, a colossal hawk-like creature swoops down, its talons gripping the monster's shoulder and lifting it high into the skies. The camera pans again. This desolate world is rife with such scenes of carnage. Moving towards the mountains, the situation improves considerably, with signs of settlements beginning to emerge. However, violence remains the prevailing norm in this land, even within seemingly advanced communities. Conflict can erupt at any moment. At the rim of a volcano, Loki's figure appears, seemingly evading something. Yet, at that instant, a black warship suddenly materializes in the sky. Initially, it appears as an invisible silhouette, but as a red beam scans the volcanic terrain, its true form is revealed. The vessel is entirely black, emblazoned with a claw mark insignia. Hidden within the volcano's mouth, Loki murmurs upon sighting the ship. The dark sect, what brings them here? The warship hovers ominously above, and a white beam of light descends, landing before Loki. In the next moment, an extraterrestrial wielding a legendary blade steps forth from the beam, blocking Loki's path as he attempts to flee. Asgardians, you have no ties to the dark sect. Why do you wish to slay our kin? However, this is of little consequence now. I merely need to take your head back with me. By the way, I am General Deathblade. Loki, having studied various alien languages, comprehends the words spoken. Before he fully grasps the situation, the assailant charges at him. Anger surges within Loki as he brandishes the mistletoe sword and retaliates. The scene shifts again, depicting Loki wielding the legendary blade and the mistletoe sword, unleashing chaos upon the wasteland archipelagos. He was covered in blood, both his own and that of others. His once magnificent armor lay in tatters, having lost all ability to protect him save for modesty. A colossal hand descended, its size dwarfing Loki entirely. The ground beneath him sank over 3 feet, the tremors palpable even in the distant mountains, while the sea surged violently against the shore in response to the force of the blow. A towering ape withdrew its fist, gazing disdainfully at Loki, now reduced to a mass of flesh, before turning to depart. Just prior to that fateful punch, Loki had desperately hurled the legendary blade far away. Nearby, Loki's ethereal form, devoid of any attire, bore wounds and blood that vanished in a thin air. The 100-meter-tall ape suddenly roared in fury, scratching its back. Yet its size rendered it incapable of reaching the area. There, Loki's fingers were embedded deeply in the ape's skin, while the mistletoe blade had long since penetrated its body. Before long, this once dominant creature fell, consumed by rage. The scene shifted once more. Loki found himself encircled by a menacing group, each member exuding a formidable presence. His legendary blade hovered above him, manipulated by telekinesis, slowly drifting towards a creature with a purple head. This being was a large, black alien wielding a massive hammer. Another, resembling a footless octopus, stood rigidly, controlling the telekinetic force. A long-limbed alien, brimming with animosity and evidently female, stood amongst them. The purple-headed figure grasped the legendary blade, scrutinizing it closely before coldly inquiring, Where's the blade of death? How'd it come to be in your possession? Prince of Asgard. Dead by my hand, Loki replied, aiming the mistletoe blade at the purple creature, his demeanor unfazed. Then you shall perish, declared the elongated figure, brandishing its weapon as it lunged toward Loki. Just as the attacker closed the distance to within 7 paces, the purple-headed entity unexpectedly stepped sideways, positioning itself between them. With a swift motion, it seized a long spear from the other being's grasp and flung it away hundreds of meters. Loki seized the moment. Holding the mistletoe blade, he lunged toward the throat of the purple-headed creature. Chapter 128. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. The mistletoe blade was suspended in midair by telekinetic force. Loki's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to reclaim his weapon. However, the purple-headed figure turned back, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Loki's countenance paled in an instant. In the next moment, the blade, pinned in the air, was sent flying away by a swift motion of the opponent's hand. The creature seized Loki by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The power within Loki swiftly waned, leaving him increasingly aware of the stark disparity between himself and the formidable figure before him, whose suffocating presence grew ever more intense. Just as he faced impending doom, the figure hurled him away with a powerful swing. Loki soared several meters before crashing to the ground, bouncing twice before gradually coming to a halt. As he attempted to rise, Thanos loomed over him, brandishing the Mind Stone, pressing it against his forehead. I am not negotiating with you. I am commanding you. Lead the Chitauri army to invade Earth and gather the stones for me. The video abruptly concluded. Why was I suddenly deducted 200 points? Thor lamented, on the verge of despair. The two questions posed were clearly capable of being articulated within a single segment of the video, yet they had been unnecessarily divided. He cradled his head in his hands, his face contorted in frustration. Yet, this situation did provide a glimmer of hope. It demonstrated that Loki was not willingly orchestrating the invasion of Earth. Natasha interjected emphatically. However, he personally killed at least 200 individuals, and the total number of lives lost at the hands of the Chitauri he brought amounts to 34,561. What about that individual? Had he not also taken countless lives? Thor found himself at a loss for words, only to be reminded of Bucky's brainwashing. He had witnessed firsthand as Bucky, armed with a grenade launcher, stormed Stark Industries, resulting in numerous fatalities. The next moment, silence enveloped the space, with Stark's unwavering gaze fixated on Bucky. He was already contemplating 1,000 ways the Winter Soldier might meet his end. Natasha quietly chided Thor for his ill-timed remarks, pondering how he could oscillate between brilliance and folly. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Record of Loki Odinson's directional influence obtained. Ding! Video playback commencing. Inside Stark Industries, a box containing the Tesseract slid to a point not far from Loki. A beam of golden light unlocked the code, effortlessly extracting the Tesseract from within. It glided directly to Loki's feet, while the S.H.I.L.D. agents escorting him remained oblivious to its presence. Bound in handcuffs and silenced by a gag, Loki glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Swiftly, he retrieved the Tesseract from the ground and opened a portal, transporting himself to the top floor of Stark Industries. His confiscated legendary blade and the mistletoe sword awaited him there. As he rummaged through the area, he finally grasped the mistletoe sword, regaining his powers and breaking free from his restraints. Just as he intended to continue his search, he was blasted away by Stark, clad in his nanotech armor. Immediately following a flash of lightning that struck Stark, a thunderous sound echoed. Loki, sensing danger, swiftly utilized the Tesseract to teleport away. In a vast expanse of the Mongolian Gobi Desert, a portal abruptly opened in the sky. A figure descended like a meteor, crashing onto the sandy terrain. With a thud, Loki, along with his weapon, landed headfirst into the grains, leaving only his legs protruding. At that moment, 3 middle-aged women clad in Mongolian attire approached. Hearing the commotion, Loki hastily extracted his head from the sand, seized a protruding stone, and brandished the sword of mistletoe as he rose. He gazed down at the 3 perplexed women, a proud expression adorning his face. I, the god of mischief, Loki, Prince of Asgard, command you to heed my call and become my servants. I bestow upon you the gift of immortality. What is this individual saying? It sounds utterly incomprehensible. I understand a bit of English. He claims to be a servant of Asgard. Did he fall from an aircraft and lose his mind? Loki furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, have I truly departed Midgard? Or have I learned the dialect of Midgard? Never mind. Since these individuals refuse to become my servants and have witnessed my disgrace, this shall be dealt with. However, at that moment, 3 more figures emerged, fully armed, their equipment unmistakably of non-earthly technology. They stepped through the suddenly materializing portal. The first to emerge crouched down, promptly employing a device to examine the fallen tesseract. Mortal, dare you touch my treasure? Prepare to meet your doom. The armed individuals tightened their grips on their weapons as another portal materialized, revealing a black woman. Clutching a device, she began to assess the surrounding conditions. Anomalies in temporal branching rate, instability in temporal branching stability, extreme volatility in temporal slope. Furrowing her brow, she surveyed her surroundings. What on earth is happening here? Such numerous indicators are abnormal. How has the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau failed to detect this? This cannot be the result of a mere temporal offender. Loki felt a surge of indignation at being overlooked. How could he endure such disrespect? Raising the sword of mistletoe, he aimed for the woman's head. Suddenly, the flow of time decelerated 16-fold, and Loki's movements were similarly slowed. In the next instant, the woman, unfazed, retrieved her baton with measured speed. A blow struck Loki's face. Time offender, I represent the Temporal Variance Authority, and I arrest you for violating the sacred timeline. Loki's hair billowed as his face remained in a state of shock from the impact, still caught in the slowed flow of time. Despite this, he still yearned to resist. With a twist of his wrist, he reversed his grip on the mistletoe sword, attempting to thrust it towards the ebony-hued woman before him. However, under normal temporal conditions, he might have succeeded. Yet, in this 16-fold deceleration of time, his expressions and actions appeared rather grotesque. Chapter 129, Loki, I am innocent, if you seek answers. Then come forth. The woman produced a collar-like device and fastened it around Loki's neck. She then leisurely seized the mistletoe sword from his grasp. With a press of a button on another instrument she held, Loki was suddenly jolted as if struck by electricity, convulsing to the ground as the flow of time returned to normal. He bore a curse of mental influence that the device was designed to dispel. The woman surveyed her surroundings, sensing the situation was beyond their control. After issuing a command, she turned and opened a portal of light, intending to report the aberrant timeline to the cosmos. Meanwhile, several armed figures lifted Loki as if he were a lifeless pig, one raising a hand while another lifted a foot. The last individual placed an hourglass-shaped object on the ground. As the sand within the hourglass defied gravity and ascended, a mysterious force distorting time began to radiate. Colorful lights emanated from the ground, rapidly expanding outward. When this wave reached several local onlookers, they appeared bewildered, scratching their heads in confusion about their presence in that location. Soon after, that force was restrained and forced back into the hourglass. The scene shifted. Inside the Temporal Authority, Loki had long regained consciousness, his eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to discern the current situation. As he was nudged forward by the woman behind him, he protested, I am Loki of Asgard. If you are wise, you shall release me at once. Otherwise, when the iron hooves of Asgard tread upon this place, your fate is sealed. No one paid him heed. The woman behind him pushed him again. Hurry up, I have other matters to attend to. They arrived in a hall-like area, where people resembling ordinary office workers continuously exchanged documents. At that moment, a man proclaiming his allegiance to Goldman Sachs was thrust out from a nearby room, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. As soon as Loki spotted an opportunity, he swiftly made his escape while no one was watching. However, when a woman produced an instrument and pressed a button, Loki found himself reset to his original position. This occurred repeatedly, leading him to sigh in resignation. Finally submitting to the situation, the woman dragged Loki to the front desk, presenting the tesseract to the staff there, carelessly slapping it down as if it were merely a child's toy. Hey, be careful. That is the tesseract, Loki remarked with a hint of disdain. He pondered the origins of these dim-witted individuals who had seemingly emerged from some obscure corner of the universe, unaware of the legendary tesseract. If it were to be carelessly treated and shattered, the consequences would be unfathomable. Who bestowed such a foolish name upon the tesseract? The male staff member, unfazed, casually set it aside. Just as he was about to inquire with the woman escorting Loki, she interrupted him. There's a problem with the universe. The timelines there are in disarray. Why has this not been detected? The front desk staff shrugged, indicating his ignorance. He had been stationed there for as long as he could remember, receiving all information from the Management Bureau, and was unable to answer her queries. The woman pushed the bewildered Loki towards an area resembling an elevator, rudely shoving him inside. Upon entering, he encountered a massive machine adorned with mechanical tendrils wielding various tools. It prompted Loki to change his attire. Before he could express that he was clad in expensive Asgardian leather, a laser swept down upon him, stripping away all his garments and adornments in an instant. Suddenly, the floor of the room opened up beneath him. Caught off guard, Loki fell, and when he rose again, he found himself clad in a simple gray outfit. In this sealed chamber sat a bearded man. "Mr. Loki, please sign here to confirm the words you have spoken throughout your life." Before the bearded man lay a thick stack of papers. The top page filled with the words Loki had just uttered upon entering the Time Management Bureau. What? Loki seemed not to have heard correctly. The nearby printer whirred to life, producing a printout of his last statement. "This is impossible. I will not sign. Where's this place?" Loki stepped back, scanning the room for an exit. The printer then spat out another sheet, inscribed with his words. With a resigned expression, Loki stepped forward to inscribe his name. Just as he was about to speak again, the floor opened once more, and he plummeted down yet again. This is a gate resembling a security checkpoint, with a small figure standing beside it. "Where's this place?" Loki's patience is nearly exhausted. "This is where they verify whether you are a machine. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau does not handle mechanical life." The small figure looked down and wrote Loki's name in his ledger, then lifted his gaze to see Loki's expression of disbelief, and added, "Some individuals are unaware of their mechanical nature from the moment of their creation." Loki recalled his origins, never considering himself a frost giant, and swallowed hard. Is it possible that he might also be a robot? The small figure, noticing his anxiety, reassured him. "There's nothing to fear. This machine will only instantaneously dissolve robots, and you will feel no pain." Loki closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stepped through the security gate. A flash of yellow light occurred, and he felt nothing at all. The scene shifted. He arrived at a courtroom. A female judge presided over the proceedings while Loki stood in what resembled a defendant's box, a fully armed guard positioned behind him. The judge smiled and declared, "We protect the sacred timeline and detain all offenders who disrupt time. Time offender Loki, what is your appeal?" Loki wore a calm smile on his face, tilting his head to gaze at the judge above. He then revealed a classic, mischievous grin. "My charge? I have no need to appeal." Immediately, Loki extended his arms to the sides, a sign that he was about to unleash his magic. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he suddenly clenched his fists. "This is my answer to you." In the courtroom, there was an eerie silence. Nothing transpired. A hint of embarrassment crossed Loki's face as he noticed the guard did not intervene. He promptly relaxed his hands, then clenched his fists once more. The judge, perplexed by Loki's performance art, noticed a juror in the back beginning to laugh. "Silence. Let us see what he intends to do." "Madam, he seeks to wield his power in defiance of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau's judgment." The guard interjected at the opportune moment. The judge understood immediately and explained, "Mr. Lawfeson, magical powers are ineffective here. There is no need to exert yourself in vain. Remove him for reinitialization." Next case. The guard seized Loki and began to drag him out, reminiscent of an execution scene. The screen faded to black, and all that could be heard were Loki's anguished cries. "Wait, what is reinitialization? You don't intend to execute me, do you?" The video concluded. Thor's eyes widened in shock, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "What is the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau? Is it an organization of yours on Earth?" He must promptly visit the Time Management Bureau to locate Loki. Should Loki indeed face execution, it would pose a significant dilemma. The facilities within the Bureau bear a striking resemblance to the structure of human society. Whether it is the reception area, security checks, or the judicial process, they closely mirror the institutions of the Midgard realm. Thor immediately thought of an organization akin to SHIELD on Earth. Moreover, their technology is remarkably advanced, having master machines capable of manipulating time. Additionally, they possess knowledge of a universe's designation. "Thor, calm yourself. This is evidently not any faction we are familiar with," Natasha interjected. At present, Natasha functions as a supercomputer, having access to the vast archives of SHIE. LD. It is certain that no technology currently exists that can manipulate time, nor has any such organization come to light. Natasha reminded everyone. Do you recall their dialogue in the court? They are the guardians of all cosmic timelines, indicating that they are not merely an organization within our universe. Furthermore, we should consult Mr. Wilson as he transcends the cinematic universe. With these words, most turned their attention to Deadpool. I told you, they won't come after me, right? Regardless, it's an opportune moment to explore other timelines. Deadpool scratched his head and confessed. All right, future Chubby, cease your concerns. You cannot save Loki. Unless you manage to escape the predetermined narrative, like yours truly, you will not encounter them. Then why Haven T they sought you out? Natasha swiftly identified the crux of the matter, her brow slightly furrowing. It doesn't make sense. Our world is in disarray. Yet they have not intervened to uphold the so-called sacred timeline. Shouldn't our circumstances resemble those depicted in the spoiler videos? However, many events have indeed been altered. Deadpool was at a loss for words. According to the narrative, he should be perched upon a grave, wielding a metal detector while excavating Wolverine's resting place. Instead, he finds himself trapped in this dismal locale. Furthermore, any items present should have been confiscated by the Time Management Bureau. He had not encountered Transformers or Pikachu, nor Captain Soldier in any Marvel film or comic. He believed that the figure that had vanished from the pedestal ought to have been the primary target for confiscation. That mischief maker clearly did not belong in this world. Stan Lee certainly did not resemble that figure. Stark, indifferent to the surrounding events, was entirely focused on rummaging through the marketplace, seeking items capable of tracking individuals' locations. Ethereal artifacts, technological devices, magical items. Should he return and discover that Captain Marvel and Bucky had fled, he would undoubtedly struggle to apprehend the two. Moreover, Bucky has just entered the fray, and his accumulated points and experience are insufficient. This is indeed the moment when both he and his companion are at their weakest. Should time pass and Bucky acquire some form of indomitable superpower, the pursuit of vengeance would become exceedingly challenging. At that juncture, the system's voice resonated once more, and a holographic screen materialized with a query. Question: what was the outcome of the battle following the rift between Stark and Steve? Option 1, Bucky dies. Option 2, Steve dies. Option 3, Stark dies. Option 4, Stark is gravely injured, Bucky is missing. Each participant is granted one opportunity to answer. Should no one respond, the system shall randomly select a guest to provide an answer. Successful respondents will earn live stream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please answer with caution. Wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. Upon encountering this question, Natasha couldn't help but curse the system under her breath. Was it bent on complicating matters beyond resolution? Regardless of the answer chosen, it would only exacerbate the existing conflict among the three, intensifying the discord. Deadpool, upon seeing the question, appeared momentarily taken aback. The answers were evidently not reflective of events within the cinematic realm. Whichever option one selected, none could be deemed a favorable outcome. He mused to himself, confirming his earlier suspicions. This system was indeed a source of chaos. The others fell into silence. Stark's expression grew grave, his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Steve, undeterred, raised his hand to respond. System, I choose the outcome of Stark's demise. As his words lingered in the air, Stark's countenance darkened. This audacious individual had dared to provoke him when he had initially contemplated holding back. Once he returned, he would summon all his armor. If it was a showdown Steve desired, then he would match him blow for blow. The system's judgment echoed forth. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system initiated a random penalty. The penalty took effect, stripping Steve Rogers of his mercy, as the system's decree was pronounced, although Steve's exterior remained unchanged. An air of severity enveloped him. Whether through his gaze or posture, he emanated an aura of formidable danger. Yet, Stark was no stranger to threats. He had encountered far worse in his lifetime. This minor display of menace failed to intimidate him. Observing that the conflict had not resulted in his own defeat, he swiftly retorted, Old popsicle, relic, you'd best find a place to hide once you're out of here. Chapter 131. Welcome to Free America. Peace every day regardless of the outcome. Stark would not easily relent in his pursuit of Bucky. Contemplating this, he felt an urgent desire to discern the result of the battle, no longer willing to await the completion of the 30-second countdown. Stark declared directly, System, I choose the first option, Bucky's death. The mechanical voice of the system swiftly responded, "Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is currently implementing a random punishment." The penalty took effect, diminishing Tony Stark's physical prowess by 1/3. Stark's pupils constricted sharply, and doubts began to fester within him. With his capabilities, as long as he remained alive, even if Bucky allied with Steve, they would struggle to contend with him. This conflict would result in either Bucky's demise or his own. Yet, neither had occurred, leaving him to ponder what might transpire next. However, in the next moment, his drastically weakened state interrupted his thoughts. He felt as if he had been bedridden with a severe cold for over a week, now suffering from a relentless fever. His body was utterly drained and excruciatingly sore. Stark felt himself on the brink of slumber, a sensation difficult to articulate. In the next second, Natasha, unable to bear the sight any longer, opted for what appeared to be the most favorable outcome among the 4 choices. System, I choose the 4th option. Bucky is missing, and Stark is gravely injured. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Natasha Romanoff receives 600 reward points. Meanwhile, Thor paid no heed to the trivialities of this earthly charade. His thoughts were consumed by the whereabouts of Loki. What precisely did that woman from the Time Variance Authority mean by reset? Surely Loki had not been slain. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Thor contemplated whether to expend additional points to glimpse the outcome regarding Loki. Having already spent 200 points, he had only received an ambiguous result concerning Loki's fate, not much better than his previous ignorance, perhaps even worse. The thought that his hesitation might prevent him from rescuing Loki filled him with dread. He feared he might regret it for a lifetime. The cost of a query was not exorbitant. As long as he answered one question correctly, the points he would acquire could allow him to inquire 5 to 6 times. It was likely that a small price could save Loki. Just as Thor lingered in uncertainty, Stark found himself hesitating as well, torn over whether to inquire about this civil war. Being gravely injured with his enemy missing, didn't that imply a peaceful end for the assassin Bucky? He was loath to encounter such a conclusion. The issue of his injury was easily resolvable. With a charm in hand, no wound would pose a problem. Yet the notion of his adversary having fled was intolerable. If he were to inquire about the Civil War in advance, knowing both friend and foe would ensure victory in battle. Preparedness would allow him to stifle Bucky's chances of escape at the outset. However, Stark hesitated, knowing that the inquiry would be visible to all. Bucky and Steve would undoubtedly glean insights from the unfolding battle. The preparations of individuals will inevitably be exposed. Once these 2 individuals realize they are not adversaries, they may likely choose to retreat into obscurity. Such an outcome is not what Stark wishes to encounter. Just as both are caught in a moment of hesitation, the system's display flickers and commences the normal screening of a video. The video continues. In the soft light of dawn, the city's streets bustle with activity, the cacophony of car horns and human voices weaving a vibrant tapestry of urban life. Suddenly, a blinding white light pierces the sky. This is followed by a deafening roar as a missile hurtles through the air, soaring above the nearby street. A vehicle, fortuitously halted at the street corner, is instantly engulfed by the searing fireball. The shockwave of the explosion, akin to a wrathful beast, rends the tranquility asunder. Car debris scatters like raindrops, while shards of glass glisten with a deadly brilliance in the sunlight. The surrounding pedestrians are gripped by terror. Screams and cries drown out the city's clamor. Instinctively, people scatter in all directions, some rushing towards the nearest buildings, others attempting to squeeze into the subway station, while some, accompanied by children and the elderly, stumble in search of refuge. Traffic on the streets collapses into chaos, with cars, bicycles, and pedestrians intertwining in a tumultuous sea. At this moment, Steve's voice emerges from the backdrop of the scene. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Free America. Peace Everyday segment. Soldier Boy here. I am Captain America. Let us see where the most affected area is today. The scene shifts. A sharp shriek pierces the silence as missiles shoot forth from the clouds, like swords striking at this peaceful territory. The sunlight reflects off the missiles' metallic surfaces, their trajectories unmistakably directed towards the main building of a villa. The missiles explode above the villa, illuminating the surrounding sky with fiery brilliance, while the shockwave, akin to a tempest, uproots nearby trees, shattering glass windows and sending fragments flying. The villa's structure teeters precariously under the impact, enveloped in smoke and dust. A deafening roar reverberates through the sky, as a colossal shadow obscures the sunlight. Thanos' spaceship, a vast and futuristic battleship, descends like a dark behemoth. The background noise in the scene falls silent for a moment, then becomes sharply indignant. Oh, the disaster zone is my home. Goodness. The scene shifts once more. The Avengers assemble on an unknown planet. A glance reveals a host of renowned heroes gathered here, with the Wakandan army having already arrived. Steve, his face blackened by gunfire, stands at the forefront of the group. His body bears numerous wounds, clearly a testament to a fierce battle endured. He gritted his teeth and gazed into the distant shadows of the Dark Order, muttering through clenched jaws, "Thanos, I curse your mother." Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, Mjolnir flew into his grasp, seemingly eager to witness the spectacle of a heroic clash. The scene shifted dramatically. Thick smoke billowed as flames roared, filling the air with acrid fumes and the scent of charred debris. The blaring of alarms and the wailing sirens of ambulances echoed through the streets, intertwining with the terrified cries of the populace to compose a symphony of despair. The setting was one of chaos, reminiscent of a battle in New York, with people scattering in all directions. Yet, Natasha and Barton remained steadfast, standing their ground. Natasha brandished dual pistols, firing incessantly. With a moment's pause, she inquired of Barton, "Hawkeye, do you possess any particular techniques for killing?" Barton, with an impassive expression, drew his bowstring taut and replied, "The captain taught me to target the elderly and the children first." He released an arrow aimed at a slow-moving target. The sound of a pained cry and the sickening thud of steel meeting flesh resonating in the background. Natasha nodded slightly, transforming into a veritable gunslinger, her weapons firing as though equipped with infinite ammunition. After a brief interval, she blew the smoke from her gun's muzzle and smiled alluringly. "You are right. Fixed targets are indeed easier to hit. I've struck 101. The scene transitioned again to a moment earlier when Steve sped through the jungle on his motorcycle, discarding a captured foe as the sickening crunch of bone echoed in the air. "Look what I've discovered. Oh, it's the elderly and the children. Let me take care of them first," he exclaimed, exhilarated. Suddenly, Loki, filled with rage, stood up from the ground, glaring fiercely at a particular direction. The setting was Stark Industries. Hulk charged forward, momentarily halted by Loki's furious roar, gradually slowing to a stop not far from him. Loki's expression was one of profound indignation. "You pathetic Marvel pretenders. I just bought a ticket to watch Captain Marvel 2, and I assert that it is, at this juncture, the finest film Marvel has produced, bar none." In the next instant, Loki was seized by his leg and slammed down on the ground. Hulk, with disdain, turned away, muttering, "Your wife's film is dreadful. Loki is the best," he added. As the video concluded, Barton remarked, "Is this truly all they have left? Even regurgitating past events for filler. What does it matter if they have anything left? What is Captain Marvel, anyway? I hope it's not another Steve Rogers affair," Natasha replied. In the next moment, a profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to utter a word. An air of awkwardness hung in the atmosphere. However, just as the light screen began to flicker, signaling the emergence of a question, the previously silent Thor suddenly spoke. "System, I wish to inquire about Loki's current predicament." This time, he articulated his query with precision, determined to avoid the previous mishap that cost him dearly. As his words faded, the character's question on the screen were retracted, replaced by the system's emotionless mechanical voice. Ding. Deducting 100 points from Thor Odinson. Ding. Acquiring a visual record of Loki's present state. Note. Time flows differently, and the footage is not continuous. Ding. Video playback commencing. Inside a sealed chamber of the Time Management Bureau, Loki stands alone before an immense display of time flow, where countless luminous points and timelines intertwine, creating a complex tapestry of cosmic history. Loki casually clicks on a segment of the video. It is a familiar scene, the Battle of New York, where his figure is ensnared amidst the Avengers. Numerous weapons are aimed at him. Loki smiles faintly before selecting the final timeline video. Thanos, the merciless cosmic conqueror, appears aboard a spaceship. Loki sees himself, dagger in hand, attempting to assassinate Thanos. But the disparity in power is overwhelming, and his eyes are filled with despair. The gauntlet on Thanos' hand emanates a red glow, the dagger suspended in midair. In the next instant, Thanos is cold. Violet eyes fixate on Loki, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk, as if mocking Loki's frailty or ridiculing his audacity. Panic washes over Loki's face. Yet the red glow not only restrains the dagger, but also begins to envelop his body. In an instant, Thanos' hand lunges forth, gripping Loki's throat with brutal force. Nearby, a bloodied Thor lies incapacitated on the ground, his mouth gagged and one eye blinded. Straining to raise his head, he gazes at Loki, his eyes wide with horror, veins bulging on his forehead. Despite the gag, his furious cries can still be heard. Within the spaceship's cabin, bodies lie strewn about, all familiar faces of his guardians, including Heimdall and Sif. Loki stands before the Time Management Bureau screen, his body rigid and his heart pounding like a drum. He witnesses himself struggling against Thanos, gasping for breath, until the light of life gradually dims from his eyes. The corners of Loki's mouth twitch as he endeavors to mask his inner shock and fear. Yet his emerald eyes betray his anguish and rage. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering bones reverberates through the air. Loki was taken aback, his anger dissipating, replaced by panic and disbelief. He averted his gaze from the screen, unable to bear another glance. The room echoed with the sound of his racing heartbeat and heavy breaths. The video abruptly ceased. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Was this his future, or rather Loki's? He lay gravely injured, while all the citizens of Asgard perished aboard that escape vessel. And Loki, too, met his end right before him, strangled by that purple-skinned alien, utterly devoid of any power to resist. Thor immediately recalled a certain figure, Thanos, the ultimate antagonist who pervaded many of the videos. Moreover, Stark and Rogers, who had previously traversed from the future, along with the overweight version of himself, were all in search of the Infinity Stones to confront Thanos. Loki's bloodthirsty transformation was undoubtedly orchestrated by this foe. Ragnarok must be prevented. Thor believed he had unearthed its source. If he could eliminate Thanos, peace would return to Asgard. With the certainty that Loki was unharmed, he resolved to gather resources to treat his father. Once Odin awakened, he would be the pinnacle of cosmic power, and Thor was confident that no one could rival his father. At that moment, the screen illuminated once more. The video resumed, revealing an elderly man in a suit with white hair, wielding a baton that emitted a yellow glow, cautiously entering the room. Loki sat in a corner, his expression one of desolation and regret. Even as the man approached, Loki exhibited no reaction, as if he were deaf to the world. Seeing this, the elder halted. Suddenly, Loki, lost in thought, murmured, "I cannot return. Can I?" Back to my timeline. Chapter 133. Mobius the old man remained silent, slowly lowering his weapon, his demeanor becoming less vigilant. Loki lifted his head, casting a forlorn gaze at the elder. "Mobius, I do not truly enjoy causing harm to others. I act as I must. I have no other choice." Mobius nodded, softly encouraging, "Speak on." For this was the grand illusion of the weak, a cruelly crafted ruse, a tool of fear wielded by the powerless. "We exist to uphold the stability of time," Mobius countered, shaking his head, not in agreement with Loki's assertions. Loki picked up the tesseract beside him, self-deprecatingly remarking, "The Time Variance Authority, indeed a magnificent and enigmatic organization. Even infinite resources hold no value here, and they might as well serve as mere paperweights. I'm a villain, utterly and irredeemably so. Now that you have found me, do you intend to lead me to my destruction?" Mobius sheathed his weapon and shook his head, stating, "Loki, I cannot offer you salvation. My intention in bringing you here was not to rescue a wayward lamb." Mobius revealed his true purpose. Amidst the convoluted and chaotic timeline, a mysterious time criminal has emerged, proving to be quite troublesome. Our Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau has already lost many members at his hands. Loki instantly grasped the implication, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then inquired, "Do you require the God of Mischief to assist in dealing with him?" "But why me?" Mobius candidly replied, "Because the time criminal we are pursuing is, in fact, you." The video abruptly ceased. Loki now appeared significantly more composed. Thor remarked, relieved to see his brother alive, allowing the weight on his heart to finally lift. However, he soon realized that this Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau intended for Loki to act as a mercenary, executing their tasks. Although Thor had transformed into a Shiba Inu, he still prided himself on his Asgardian heritage, refusing to be coerced into actions against his will. Even within S.H., He would reject Nick Fury's unreasonable demands. Yet, it seemed that the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau was leveraging Loki's life to compel him into performing certain tasks, akin to capturing or eliminating foes. Mercenaries would not engage in such foolish endeavors, and we are entitled to compensation. This clearly resembles the treatment of medieval serfs. Upon hearing Thor's words, Deadpool immediately leaped forth to defend his profession. He was aware of the ensuing plot and the dealings within this so-called Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Loki's status there was hardly comparable to that of a mercenary. Meanwhile, Deadpool pondered why this cinematic universe had descended into chaos. Why had the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau not intervened to rectify the timeline and restore order? According to the script he possessed, they would not make an appearance until at least Avengers 6. Presently, he was undeniably a time criminal. Why had no agents from the Bureau come to interrogate him? The video resumed. Mobius, how long have I been away from my original world? There should be fine, right? Loki reclined leisurely in his chair, perusing the materials issued by the Bureau. Across the table, Mobius scrutinized the documents in his hands. The written content pertained to the recent attacks on Bureau members. He vexedly closed the file, shut his eyes, and rubbed them, saying, I do not know. The Temporal Variation Bureau experiences a flow of time that diverges from the external world. It is devoid of regularity or reference. Perhaps in your current realm, merely half a second has elapsed, or perhaps a century has passed. No one can ascertain. However, this is now of no consequence to you, as returning to your original universe is beyond your reach. The Bureau has severed that segment of your timeline, rendering you an extraneous entity in their eyes. The true Loki did not flee. Rather, he was escorted back to Asgard and confined within a subterranean cell. Mobius relentlessly assailed Loki's psyche, endeavoring to dissuade him from his fanciful dreams and urging him to confront reality. Yet, Loki offered a derisive smile, asserting, the weak can only manipulate the weaker. I believe your pruning was a failure. Upon hearing this, Mobius merely smirked, dismissing the remark as inconsequential. Unperturbed by Mobius's scorn, Loki continued. The Avengers have introduced numerous beings and artifacts that do not belong to our universe. Yet I have not witnessed your efforts to rectify the timeline. Mobius replied matter-of-factly. The Avengers' incursion during the Battle of New York was a sacred event in the timeline. It does not constitute a disruption. That is not what I am referring to. Loki retorted, gently tapping the table with his fingers. What I mean is, they are aware that the entire universe unfolds like a cinematic narrative, with comprehensive knowledge of all future occurrences. Mobius was momentarily taken aback. What was a movie? Yet, Loki pressed on, moreover. The concept of the multiverse should not encompass adjacent realms, such as those of the Black Cloak, Transformers, or Jackie Chan Adventures. Should it? What? Mobius was perplexed, tilting his head as if he had not quite grasped the words. What are you speaking of? Black Cloak, Transformers, Jackie Chan Adventures? What are these things? Loki grinned widely, asserting, it seems that your so-called three lizards are perhaps inferior to that individual brimming with special effects. No wonder no one pursued the Avengers. It was evident they had powerful backing. Loki slammed the table, feeling an unsettling imbalance within himself. Mobius began to doubt the sanity of the captured Loki. After hearing the disrespectful remarks, he corrected him. Those are timekeepers, not lizards. Loki quipped, close enough. They resemble that foolish turtle quite closely. I suggest a paternity test, for they may very well be relatives. Just then, a previously encountered black woman approached briskly. Mobius, another squad has been slain by Loki. We have received orders to take you both for an investigation. Mobius glanced at her identification badge and declared, 15, I intend to bring Loki along. Chapter 134. Help me clean my suit. As the video concluded, Thor remained motionless, gazing intently at the screen, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him, Pikachu and Blastoise whispered quietly to each other. Blue Lizard, do enlighten me. What manner of place is this, and what type of Pokemon are you? Asked Pikachu. Yellow Rodent, even I am uncertain of my lineage. However, it appears we cannot return. You are currently in the third position, so I suggest you adopt a more respectful demeanor. Otherwise, we might be feasting on Cantonese cuisine tonight, Blastoise retorted. Meanwhile, Natasha and Barton were engaged in their own discussion. This Loki is indeed a nefarious character, attempting to divert misfortune our way. The Mind Scepter merely amplifies one's darkest thoughts, incapable of conjuring negativity from thin air. Captain Rogers must have been harboring a desire to curse for quite some time, and it seems he has found the perfect excuse to unleash it now. Noticing the hushed murmurs from the duo, Barton slightly parted his lips, recalling something, only to close them once more. Steve's demeanor was undeniably off, so he refrained from speaking further, wishing to avoid adding to their troubles. At that moment, the system interface illuminated, accompanied by a prompt sound. Question: which of the following movies is the worst? Option 1, Black Panther 2. Option 2, Shang-Chi. Option 3, Captain Marvel 2. Option 4, Eternals. Each round, each participant has one opportunity to answer. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. Please respond judiciously. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Within the livestream space, question marks hovered above everyone's heads. What a bizarre inquiry to pose to these cinematic characters regarding which film was the least impressive. Was the penalty for a wrong answer a ticket to view these films? None of the titles were familiar to them. If inquiries were to be made, they should have included films they recognized, such as the Avengers series. Instantaneously, nearly all eyes turned to Deadpool. This fellow claimed to be knowledgeable about the plots, and perhaps he had seen these films, enabling him to discern which was the most lackluster. Deadpool spread his hands wide, adopting an expression of feigned helplessness. You all know my time is precious. Even with an offer of popcorn and soda, I would not deign to watch any of these films. I could spend that time far better, perhaps by stuffing Natasha's battle suit in a Hawkeye's room. Barton looked at him with exasperation. Do you think you're amusing? Just then, Thor raised his hand. I believe Captain Marvel 2 is the most lackluster. I choose the third option. In the next moment, the system's verdict resounded. Congratulations, you have answered correctly. Thor Odinson has earned 600 reward points. A random reward has been triggered. One ticket for Captain Marvel 2. This ticket allows access to view the narrative film in reality. Note, this ticket is mandatory and cannot be declined or negated by any system abilities. On this occasion, nothing descended from the high platform. Instead, a beam of light appeared, and Thor vanished from his location. In less than 2 seconds, Thor tumbled from the air, snoring. Drowsily, he opened his eyes, his expression akin to that of a bewildered Sheba Ingla. Is the movie over? No. Can this even be called a movie? Just as Thor blinked, he was transported to the cinema. There he found himself immobile and voiceless, seated in the front row, gazing at the film on the screen. Watching it, he soon fell asleep, as it was exceedingly dull. Throughout, he only recalled a pair of large nostrils, like abysses, staring back at him. Thor, your reflexes are truly remarkable, Natasha remarked. What? How long have I been gone? Thor inquired of the slow-witted turtle. Upon receiving an answer, he speculated. It must be a matter of the flow of time, akin to Loki's recent film. I spent a considerable length of time in another world. Natasha was not referring to the film itself, but rather to Thor's rapid response. However, recognizing the misunderstanding, she chose not to clarify. With her arms crossed, she continued to gaze at the floating screen. The live broadcast space fell into a brief silence once more, creating an awkward atmosphere. This discomfort did not linger long, as it was soon interrupted by the video on the screen. The video continues playing. Captain America 2, Steve converses with Sharon, niece of Agent Carter. Steve Rogers sits on the sofa in his apartment, holding an old photo album, his eyes filled with nostalgia for the past. The apartment is simply yet warmly decorated, adorned with a few pieces of art on the walls. At that moment, Sharon Carter, his friend and Agent Carter's niece, is tidying up clothes in preparation for laundry. Hey, champ, Steve's voice is gentle yet firm. If you don't mind, could you wash my underwear? Oh, and my suit as well. Sharon paused her task, turning to Steve with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She understood Steve's desire to help, but she also respected his past, realizing he might not be accustomed to modern life. Yet such words can be somewhat offensive no matter the context. Sharon, holding the laundry basket, tilted her head slightly and replied, Then you need to give me a reason. Steve set down the album, rose, and approached Sharon with a smile, saying, You know, I'm quite the handsome fellow. Sharon looked at him, her eyes reflecting understanding and warmth. You know what? You look like a handsome man reborn from the ashes. She approached Steve and began to articulate her thoughts, saying, How can I describe it? It feels as though I've just emerged from the amniotic fluid. That is indeed a rather unique metaphor. It is the first time I have heard someone characterize themselves in such a manner. Steve opened the door, intending to retrieve his blue suit. As Sharon sorted through her belongings, She engaged in light-hearted conversation. I am merely describing you. By the way, she continued, stuffing items into the laundry basket before heading toward the laundry room. You should remember to take a moment to reflect on yourself in the mirror. You might conjure such descriptors. Realizing that this candid remark was not a compliment, Steve's demeanor shifted to a cooler tone. Don't push me to slap you. The fervent Captain Rogers. Without further ado, Sharon entered the room. Chapter 135. The mass production plan for super beings. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Steve momentarily dazed. After a considerable pause, Steve finally spoke. Just wait, you brat. The video concluded. Within the live streaming space, silence enveloped the atmosphere. No one uttered another word, except for Deadpool, who rambled incessantly about his previous commissions. Damn it, the Serpent Society shorted me $100 when I return. I'll make that little brat regret crossing me. The rest remained taciturn. Thor pondered the forthcoming plans. He was determined to extend Odin's lifespan. Ragnarok must not come to pass. Additionally, there was the matter of Loki, who was being manipulated by a mysterious organization to undertake perilous tasks. He could not fathom what dangers might arise. Based solely on Thor's understanding of his brother, Loki would undoubtedly not embrace a compliant role. Even if the negative effects bestowed by Thanos had ceased to affect him, the god of mischief from Asgard was not to be underestimated. He would not simply obey commands. It was highly likely he would feign compliance while plotting treachery behind scenes. Thor's greatest concern was Loki's inability to recognize his own limitations. Clever tricks could not bridge the gap in strength. Should Loki recklessly betray the time variance authority, Thor dared not imagine the consequences. This issue required urgent attention. Meanwhile, Stark was strategizing which armors to mobilize upon his return and what methods to employ in locating Bucky, contemplating what resources he could utilize. Upon his return, he would seek vengeance for his parents. If the foul-mouthed captain dared to intervene, Stark would show no mercy. On the other hand, Bucky had not given Stark much thought. Worrying was futile. He had little knowledge of Stark. After being captured by SHIELD, he was taken to a secure area for treatment and had little opportunity to engage with the outside world. In the days that preceded, his memory was largely a void. The brainwashing techniques of Hydra were exceedingly sophisticated, leaving most of his recollections anchored in the era of World War II. After undergoing various treatments, he found himself in this enigmatic realm. Concepts such as Stark Industries, Iron Man, and the Mark armors were utterly foreign to him. His understanding of Stark was limited to the figure encased within that metallic box in the videos he had seen. Indeed, he appeared quite formidable. However, in the footage, he merely endured blows from himself and Steve, evoking no fear. Bucky's primary concern revolved around the inexplicable changes occurring within Steve. How could this good friend transform from an exemplary young man into such a state, even joining the very Hydra organization they had once eradicated? Bucky, having endured decades of torment at the hands of Hydra, was acutely aware of their inhumanity and fervently wished to prevent Steve from falling into their clutches. Clint and Natasha refrained from voicing their thoughts. The situation was overwhelmingly chaotic and intricate. Their involvement risked complicating matters further, and Natasha herself found her voice uncomfortable. Choosing silence instead, she resolved to undergo a hair removal procedure upon her return. At present, her physique bore no semblance of femininity, and anyone encountering her would hardly perceive her as a woman. As a spy capable of seducing foes with her allure, this was indeed a blow to her identity. Sam, being the newcomer, was perplexed by the convoluted intricacies at play. As he observed the increasingly absurd videos, his capacity for acceptance grew. Yet his inclination to join the Avengers waned. These individuals seemed distinctly off, and entangling himself with them posed the risk that, instead of saving the world, he might struggle merely to save himself. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed through the air. Question: what projects is Hydra currently experimenting with using the Mind Stone and the Tesseract? Option 1. Winter Soldier Program. Option 2. Mass production of super soldiers. Option 3. Cosmic technology. Option 4. Mind and thought control devices. Each participant has one chance to buzz in. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Successful respondents will earn livestream points, while incorrect answers will incur random penalties. All participants are urged to answer with caution, wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. As the announcement concluded, a palpable tension enveloped the live stream space. Silence reigned, and the members of the Avengers felt an overwhelming fatigue. The duration of this broadcast had stretched excessively long, and the relationships among the members had been fractured by the system's machinations. There was no need to exit the space. If the system were to lift its restrictions, conflicts would surely erupt on the spot. Thor, burdened by thoughts of Asgard, felt the weight of his responsibilities pressing down upon him like 1,000 pounds. After a simple elimination of the answers, I casually selected the one that seemed most plausible. System, I choose the fourth answer, the mind and thought control device. Although this answer resembles one of those extravagant project titles used by gluttonous research departments to swindle funding, Thor still deemed it the most likely. The Winter Soldier program had long been leaked, and with Bucky's capture, Thor had gained insight into a portion of the information. How should one put it? It was akin to cultivating super soldiers, bland yet regrettably wasteful. Furthermore, the mortality rate was high, and the requirements for the subjects were stringent. Those injections were not something that could be mass-produced. In short, it was utterly useless. Even a mere Shiba Inu like Thor could wreak havoc among a horde of Winter Soldiers. Therefore, this answer could be dismissed. Coupled with the previous Mind Scepter's control capabilities and the Cosmic Cube's wish-granting power, it became evident that Hydra sought to control the entire Midgard rather than annihilate the world. The ability to dominate the minds of all individuals, thereby ensuring their subservience, was indeed the correct choice. Just as Thor was convinced of the infallibility of his reasoning, the system's voice echoed, a sound he was reluctant to hear. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is randomly selecting a punishment. The punishment was enacted, and Thor Odinson received a ticket to Captain Marvel 2. What? Thor barely comprehended before he was teleported away. 2 seconds later, he returned, appearing significantly haggard, as if subjected to great torment. System, I choose the second answer. Hydra is mass-producing superhumans. Before Thor could fully materialize, Stark had already spoken up. Congratulations. Your answer is correct. Tony Stark has earned 600 reward points. A random reward has been triggered. Symbiote armor research design materials. Stark's face bore no expression as he indifferently accepted the dossier that the system delivered. It was a disc. Chapter 136. Warriors kill the archers first on the other side. Steve, witnessing Stark's correct answer, felt a weight in his heart. With each increment of strength in their enemy, their peril escalated. Suppressing the foul words that threatened to spill from his lips, he continued to observe the luminous screen. He too needed to answer questions quickly. Upon returning, he would first deal with the nuisance that was Stark, then take Bucky to the Hydra base to obliterate the Cosmic Cube. He could not fathom the possibility of the Cosmic Cube resurrecting and turning him into Captain Hydra. Steve's confidence was not unfounded. Was not Hydra engaged in the study of superhumans? Yet, he must not forget the character card he possessed from the world of the Black Cloak, the Soldier Boy. One of the attributes of this character card was the ability to nullify the superpowers of others. This ability is a perfect match for the superhuman program of Hydra. No matter how many come, they are merely delivering provisions to him. Furthermore, based on the description from Soldier Boy, he is essentially a Superman without the ability to fly. The alien technology of Hydra will likely only serve to scratch his itch. As for Stark, he is hardly worth mentioning. Clad in that armor, he possesses the capability to extract opponents from their suits. The moment Stark dares to land, he can expect a visit to the hospital. When Barton and Natasha witnessed Stark answering the question, they were equally astonished. Their surprise did not stem from the correctness of his answer, but rather from the outcome it revealed. Particularly for Barton, a member of the Avengers, who still lacks superpowers while the enemy has already begun to attempt mass production of superhumans. How can this be tolerated? In that instant, Barton contemplated writing an autobiography, already having a title in mind. In a world full of superhumans, I became a hero without powers. Meanwhile, the Shiba Inu slapped its face with determination, encouraging itself. Cheer up, Thor, you can do this. The film's spiritual pollution is indeed overwhelming. After watching it twice, Thor still couldn't endure the first half hour. He never anticipated that the movie could turn out like this. In the real world, it would undoubtedly be a box office flop. Moments later, the system's screen illuminated. Video playback, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. On a street, Sam and Bucky walk side by side. Sam appears somewhat agitated, animatedly discussing something. The camera gradually zooms in. One can hear Sam, the pressure monster, eloquently declaring, "I've told you countless times when fighting as a team, the warrior should take out the marksman first. Don't chase after that meat. Don't you realize how much health that fully equipped opponent can regenerate with that excessive yellow shield? You're dealing damage slower than they can recover. Sam's expression darkens, nearly ready to confront Bucky beside him. I ended up with a 0-33 score because of you, and you dare to report me? I was on the verge of leveling up, and you handed me 66 deaths that caused my failure. Suddenly, the blaring sirens of a police car pierce the air as it halts before the two officers exit the vehicle. The stout white officer immediately places a hand on his gun. He addresses Sam, saying, "Hey, you don't move." The other slender white officer approaches as well. "I just heard you've killed someone, right?" 66 people, in fact. The stout officer draws his weapon, commanding, "Get down and cover your head." Sam, visibly irritated, remains unperturbed, confident in his abilities. Yet, due to an instinctive reaction ingrained in his genes, he begins to explain. "We are merely discussing the realm of gaming. Is it wrong to talk about killings within that context?" The portly officer approached Sam, standing a couple of meters behind him, extending a hand in a gesture of reassurance. "No matter where you are, murder is a crime, and I hope you comprehend that." Sam, filled with indignation, retorted, "What nonsense! Are the officers of the Six Gates this intellectually challenged?" At this moment, the previously silent Bucky interjected, "Take him away. I do not know him. He has been hurling insults at me all along." Sam protested, "What are you talking about? It's clearly your fault. You sent 66 heads." "Hey, gentlemen, let us maintain some decorum," the portly officer urged, his demeanor noticeably softening. He turned to Bucky, addressing him with respect. "Sir, did this man truly commit murder? You need not worry. We are here, and the bullets are already chambered." "Indeed, he did murder someone in the canyon," Bucky replied, lowering his gaze and absent-mindedly kicking a stone underfoot. "You fool, I won't let this slide. Don't even think about me taking you for ranked matches again." Sam fumed. The slender officer whispered to his companion, "This fellow, just by his appearance, seems like a murderer." The portly officer murmured, "I believe I've seen him on television, but I can't recall which program. Could it be from a legal commentary show? Perhaps he is a fugitive," he speculated. Sam, overhearing this, felt his temper flare, veins throbbing at his temples. "I was on television when I received my commendation. If memory serves right, didn't our president stand beside me then?" "Your appearance raises suspicion," the portly officer stated, producing handcuffs. "I apologize, sir, but despite your accolades, someone has reported you for murder, and you must accompany us to the precinct." As the video concluded, Sam was left speechless. This marked the 5th or 6th time he had been unjustly vilified. With his reputation already tarnished, was there any need to further sully it? Upon returning home, he vowed to suggest to the engineers that the Falcon suit be redesigned to be fully enclosed, even if it couldn't withstand bullets. Concealing his appearance would provide a semblance of protection. Sam reflected that he hadn't been estranged from society for long. He returned home for Christmas every year and had never perceived such animosity towards black individuals. Moreover, observing the video, he noted how much he and the Iron Giant had aged, clearly a recording from many years later. He pondered how he had become entangled with that individual. Meanwhile, Stark had also made this observation. However, he speculated that if Barton had survived until that time, it implied that his original self had failed to eliminate him. Or perhaps they have never uncovered the truth surrounding their parents' demise. Chapter 137. Spoilers for the 3rd stage of the plot have been revealed. Query: when will the Hydra's mass production plan for superpowered individuals be completed? Option 1. In 2.5 years. Option 2. Today. Option 3. September 1st, 2011. Option 4. September 25th, 2011. Each participant has one opportunity to answer. If no one responds, the system will randomly select a guest to answer. Those who answer correctly will be awarded live broadcast points, while incorrect answers will incur a random penalty. Participants are advised to answer with caution, wishing everyone an enjoyable quiz experience. The screen soon displayed the question for this round. Upon seeing the query, Natasha and Barton exchanged a grave glance. This matter had escalated significantly. The answers were no more than 30 days away, indicating that they would soon face a formidable group of adversaries. If they possessed powers akin to Deadpool, dealing with them would be manageable. However, should they wield abilities related to mind control or soul attacks, the situation would become dire. As for the 2.5-year option, Natasha and Barton's instincts told them to dismiss it. This number had previously appeared in other questions or videos, undoubtedly holding a unique significance. Yet it was not a concern for them at present. "I choose the fourth option," Natasha declared through gritted teeth, answering first. "Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The system is now imposing a random penalty." The penalty took effect, stripping Natasha of her marksmanship prowess. The system's retribution swiftly followed. Barton then spoke up. "System, I choose the third option." "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Clinton Barton earns a reward of 600 points. A random reward was triggered. Lucky aura, in any endeavor. You will experience heightened fortune at the cost of absorbing the luck of those around you, thus amplifying their misfortune." Both Barton and Natasha's expressions shifted. They had merely 10 days remaining before Hydra's project would come to fruition. Moreover, it remained uncertain how many superpowered individuals they had at their disposal. After all, the system's description of the query was far from clear. In the next moment, the live broadcast screen dimmed, then new content emerged. Spoilers for the third stage of the plot have been achieved. The system space will close in 10 seconds. All guests are advised to prepare, as the system will transport everyone back to their original locations. During the closure of the spoiler live broadcast space, shopping points will still remain valid. Guests may interact with the system's marketplace through their wristwatches. Rewards or penalties incurred within the space will remain effective after exiting. The summoned creatures, pets, and other living entities acquired by guests will be stored in the system's space, allowing for immediate summoning at any time. The system's on-demand feature remains fully operational, enabling guests to interact with the system via their wrist devices, using points to summon the system's holographic displays nearby. Note, the cosmic timeline is currently unstable. All guests are advised to refrain from time travel in the near future. As the countdown ticked away, 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, 0, Natasha hurriedly cautioned Mr. Stark. "There must be some misunderstanding regarding that matter. Promise me you won't act rashly upon your return. The director will handle this issue." With her words spoken, everyone in the live broadcast space vanished simultaneously. At Stark Industries, the moment Stark appeared in the studio, he called out for Jarvis. "Jarvis, deploy all available mark armors." "Understood, sir." Banner rushed in, urging, "Tony, you need to remain calm. There may be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Banner, I consider you a friend. I hope you won't interfere in this." Stark spread his arms, allowing the components of the wayward armor to fly onto him. In mere seconds, he donned the armor and took off, soaring outside. On the rooftop of Stark Industries, Pepper was startled by the commotion. Observing over 40 suits of armor ascending into the sky, she quickly dialed Stark's communication device, only to be met with rejection. Concern etched on her face. She gazed at the departing fleet of armor. Aware of the events in the live broadcast, she knew that no amount of persuasion would suffice. Tony was blinded by rage. Her only recourse was to devise a plan to mitigate the fallout. Pepper understood that the politicians would not let this opportunity slip away. They had long coveted Stark Industries. Even though the previous congressman had perished alongside Hammer Industries, one had fallen, but many remained. While they may not have been as overt in their pressure tactics, the subtle traps they laid were plentiful. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Steve waved the hammer in his hand and nonchalantly remarked, "Let him come. I shall ensure he has no return." Director Fury, exasperated, noted how quickly this newly formed team was falling apart. He was truly astonished. Bucky pulled Steve towards the deck's helipad, insisting, "Steve, I've followed your lead before. Now just listen to me this once. Let us leave here and address the Hydra situation first." Reluctantly, the others boarded the aircraft. Fury watched as the plane departed, regretting that Bucky had been allowed to leave. He remained under observation and had not yet been deemed a non-threat. However, he was equally reluctant to witness Stark's arrival at S.H.I.L.D., where confrontation with Steve awaited. Given their current abilities, coupled with their rising tempers, it was all too easy for the situation to escalate fatally. By evening, Stark returned empty-handed to Stark Industries, burdened with over 40 suits of armor. Upon his arrival at the aerial carrier, he realized that the fighter jets had departed several minutes prior. Compounded by Fury's obstinacy in withholding any information, he discovered too late that the Winter Soldier had already escaped. Subsequently, he pressed Fury for answers regarding the truth behind his parents' demise. The latter candidly admitted to being aware. After the elimination of Hydra's base in Velis, they had unearthed a recording within the Winter Soldier project depicting the moment the Winter Soldier killed Howard and Maria Stark. Upon hearing this revelation, Stark forcefully shoved Fury aside and ascended into the sky. Upon returning to Stark Industries, he immediately retrieved the data on the symbiotic armor from his system's database and retreated to his laboratory. He resumed his research on the dire virus and the unique metallic life form known as Megatron. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 138. The dire virus armor. Stark sat within his high-tech laboratory, surrounded by an array of intricate machinery and monitors pulsating with data and graphs. His gaze was unwavering, entirely focused on the samples of the dire virus. This was an uncharted territory for him, yet the hatred simmering within propelled him to delve deeper. The dire virus, a mysterious substance derived from nanotechnology, possessed the ability to self-replicate and alter its host. However, the information he obtained from Killian indicated that the virus was intended for application on human bodies, fundamentally opposing his original vision of empowering humans through armor. His true design philosophy lay in integrating the dire virus with the armor. Stark understood that mastering this power would bestow his armor with unparalleled potential for enhancement. He began to analyze the virus's molecular structure, seeking pathways to incorporate it into his armor. Utilizing advanced molecular simulation software, he constructed models to explore the interaction between the virus and metallic alloys, striving to identify points of fusion. Concurrently, he conducted countless experiments within the laboratory, mixing the virus with various metallic materials and observing their reactions. Each failure deepened his understanding of the process, bringing him closer to success. After several days and nights of diligent work, Stark finally discovered a unique alloy capable of forming a stable symbiotic relationship with the dire virus, preventing it from entirely consuming the host. He integrated this alloy into his armor design, enabling the suit to self-repair and adapt to environmental changes. Following this breakthrough, Stark commenced experiments on his latest suit, meticulously injecting the dire virus into its minuscule structures. As the virus spread, the armor began to display an unprecedented agility and adaptability, as if imbued with life itself. The following day, Banner stood outside the isolation chamber, gazing solemnly at Stark within. "Tony, I believe it is not yet the opportune moment for human trials." Stark, clad in a fitted high-tech suit, served as the foundation for the activation of the nanotechnology armor. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he focused on the holographic projection before him. "I trust myself. Just monitor the situation and ensure nothing goes awry." This was his new armor, the Crisis Virus Armor, a fusion of nanotechnology and viral properties. As Stark slowly extended his hand toward the crimson armor, the holographic representation began to disassemble, transforming into countless minuscule nanobots. They coalesced into a silvery mist in the air, swirling around him as if they were living entities. The moment the mist made contact with his skin, Stark felt a surge of intense warmth, as if myriad nanobots coursed through his veins. These nanobots, like a sentient liquid, sensed every cell within Stark, seeking the perfect path to harmonize with his body. He closed his eyes, attuning to their touch, feeling them weave around him like invisible weavers. Beginning at his feet, they gradually enveloped his entire form. Every component of the armor, from the reinforced structures on his legs to the flight thrusters on his back, and the intelligent helmet on his head, quietly materialized, adhering to him as if it were second skin. This process resembled symbiosis, the nanotechnology merging with Stark's body, sharing his perceptions and comprehending his every movement and desire. Every detail of the armor instantaneously responded to his consciousness, whether enhancing his strength or augmenting his defenses. It felt like a natural extension of his being. When the final vestiges of silver dissipated, Stark reopened his eyes, a strange brilliance flickering within them. He sensed his strength augmenting, his senses sharpening, and his thought processes accelerating to an unprecedented degree. His heartbeat quickened, yet the virus swiftly regulated it to an optimal state. He raised his hand, observing the metallic appearance of his fingers. A gentle motion elicited a corresponding response from the armor, showcasing astonishing agility and power. Stark turned and approached the laboratory's isolation window. A light touch shattered the glass. Banner instinctively recoiled several steps, eyeing Stark with apprehension. "Do not fear. I am remarkably lucid now. The experimental process has proceeded so smoothly that it is almost beyond belief." Stark retracted the armor, revealing himself clad in specialized attire. He grasped the nearby railing, effortlessly squeezing it, causing the metal to contort under his grip. Is this the power that the flesh can command? It is an entirely different sensation compared to wearing armor. Tony, how do you feel? Banner inquired, his brow furrowed. With the protective charms of the dog and horse beside him, he remained unperturbed by any unforeseen events. Approaching Stark closely, he scrutinized his counterpart. Stark smiled and remarked, I feel confident. I could effortlessly dispatch 2 hormone warriors with a single punch. Stark's gaze grew cold, and in an instant, countless crimson fluids seeped from his skin. Immediately, the armored virus suit enveloped him entirely. The surface of the armor shimmered with a profound red luminescence, as if composed of liquid metal. Under the light, subtle shifts in light and shadow danced across it, reminiscent of living skin inhaling and exhaling. This luster fluctuated with every movement of the armor, akin to a sentient being. From certain angles, the armor's red hue transformed into a dark crimson, almost approaching black, imbuing it with an aura of mystery and menace. The design of the armor was sleek and unembellished, with each curve and edge appearing perfectly proportionate. It adhered to aerodynamic principles while reflecting Stark Industries' design ethos. The joints were meticulously crafted to facilitate intricate movements without compromising agility. The helmet retained the classic Iron Man style, yet the armored virus helmet was notably smoother. The eyes beneath the visor glowed with a distinctive red light, a hallmark of the armored virus. The shoulders and back of the armor featured streamlined reinforced structures, with a pair of retractable wing-like apparatuses integrated into the back. Just as Banner reached out to touch the cold yet lifelike armor, silver beams suddenly erupted from the propulsion system embedded in the back, resembling intricate veins. The armor propelled Stark skyward, shattering the concrete ceiling above him. Soaring through the night sky, he streaked like a meteor. The night was as dark as ink, dotted with stars. Steve Rogers led his team, akin to phantoms in the darkness, stealthily advancing toward Hydra's underground base. He crouched behind a thicket, his eyes piercingly observing the terrain ahead through night vision goggles. This was Stark's hideaway, where the Tesseract was concealed. The plan for mass-producing that superhuman must be thwarted. Chapter 139. Iron Nail Steve's gaze was fixed intently on the device in his hand as he whispered to Natasha and Barton, We are nearing our target. Stay vigilant and adhere to the plan. Natasha nodded, her eyes glimmering green behind the night vision goggles as she replied, I have identified the vulnerabilities in the security system and prepared an infiltration route. Follow my lead. Hawkeye perched atop a treetop, his bowstring taut, gestured towards the distance. I see several guards. I am ready. Taking a deep breath, Steve's hammer gleamed coldly under the moonlight as he silently approached the first guard, delivering a precise blow that incapacitated him. Natasha followed closely, moving with feline grace, swiftly subduing another soldier who had made a move, her actions swift and decisive. The last remaining extra was about to raise his weapon in retaliation when he caught sight of a pair of emerald green eyes. Instantly, his gaze lost focus, and his finger, once poised on the trigger, slowly withdrew. He then removed the card from his person and swiped it to activate the elevator leading to the underground base. This was a newfound ability of Natasha's, a power of mind control following her telepathic skills. It bore a striking resemblance to hypnosis. Thank you, handsome, Natasha murmured as she approached the extra and effortlessly crushed his throat. From a vantage point above, Hawkeye took aim, his arrow tracing an arc through the darkness, striking the distant alarm with precision and rendering it silent. He spoke softly into the communicator. Clear the obstacles, proceed. The trio, guided by Natasha's decrypted path, cautiously infiltrated the underground base. Steve led the way, gripping his hammer tightly while scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Natasha nimbly navigated the corridors, bypassing electronic doors with ease. Meanwhile, Hawkeye moved through the overhead ventilation shafts, his arrows at the ready to target any potential threats. Steve encountered no resistance and paused at a monitoring room, smashing the console with his shield. Natasha swiftly connected her device, beginning to breach the system. Hawkeye fired an arrow from above, striking a Hydra Patrol soldier who had sensed something amiss. We've taken control of the surveillance, Natasha's voice echoed through the communicator. Something feels off. Why are there so few soldiers here? Even in the monitoring room, there are hardly any personnel. Never mind that. We simply need to locate the Tesseract. The energy detector has picked up its energy fluctuations. It must be hidden here, Steve replied nonchalantly, confident in his godlike powers that could easily decimate any Hydra member. Should they fall into a trap, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. That character card would be enough to turn the tide in his favor. Such arrogance. Natasha inwardly scoffed. If not for the lack of other allies, she would have been reluctant to collaborate with him. Nevertheless, the Hydra super soldier initiative must be dismantled. Having already infiltrated, they could not abandon their mission due to potential dangers. Natasha reminded Barton to remain vigilant and report any developments. Within the base, the labyrinthine tunnels stretched out like a maze, dimly lit by flickering emergency lights that cast an eerie blue glow, creating a stifling atmosphere. The walls were adorned with surveillance cameras and various sensors, constantly monitoring every corner of the facility. The cold, hard metal floor bore sporadic stains of dried blood and damaged equipment, signs of fierce battles that had once transpired here. Under normal circumstances, a base would never appear in such disarray. The current scene resembled that of an abandoned facility. With each step, Natasha felt an increasing sense of dread. Suddenly, the voice of Barton echoed through the headset. I have reached the hall ahead. It feels rather peculiar, as I see no one here. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve dashed forward. Exiting the corridor, he spotted Barton advancing along the ventilation duct, standing atop a prominent rock platform. Before them, the base appeared as though the entire ground had been hollowed out. A cylindrical space unfolded from top to bottom, revealing countless layers stacked upon one another. With a central void that allowed a clear view to the very bottom, at least 100 stories high, they stood upon a circular corridor, encircled by numerous passageways reminiscent of an ant colony. As Natasha entered the underground base's corridor, the steel door behind them suddenly slammed shut. All passages on the same level were instantaneously sealed. A rocket propelled towards their position, the explosion sending them hurtling. Upon landing, Steve quickly regained his footing, wielding Mjolnir before him. Natasha found cover, rolling into a secure spot before standing alert, scanning their surroundings. Damn it, we've walked into a trap, Steve murmured, his gaze sweeping over the Hydra soldiers emerging from the surrounding floors, now charging towards them. Their numbers were meager, only a few dozen, truly pitiful for such a vast base. Natasha drew her sidearm, responding, prepare for battle. Hawkeye, provide support from above. Hawkeye immediately leapt onto a nearby platform, bow in hand, targeting the enemy with precision. Unleashing arrow after arrow, the explosive tips generating intense heat to seal their escape routes. His rapid-fire technique proved invaluable at this moment. After firing 10 arrows, he retreated into the ventilation duct just as the Hydra soldiers began shooting at him. He had already tested the range of his lucky aura, ensuring he maintained a safe distance from his comrades during the fray. Mjolnir sliced through the air, conjuring bolts of lightning with every swing from Steve. As Hydra soldiers fell like autumn leaves before tempest, Natasha deftly evaded attacks. Though her physique was somewhat frail, her capabilities surpassed those of her peers. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual air current and promptly warned, Steve, watch your back. Steve turned just in time to deflect a spinning blade hurtling towards him with Mjolnir, sending it spiraling back to the corridor 3 stories above. From the shadows emerged a tall, muscular Asian figure, stepping forward until he reached the edge of the corridor railing. His skin bore an unusual green hue, complemented by a close-cropped black hairstyle. Most striking was a gaping hole in his chest, as if something had hollowed it out. Yet, there was not a trace of blood, nor did it impede this individual's actions in the slightest. The eyes of Iron Nail glimmered with an ominous light as he scoffed. Captain America, do you truly believe you can thwart Hydra? Steve hurled Thor's hammer, dispatching the last soldier that charged at him, then turned to confront this foe. Who are you? With an air of confidence and pride, Iron Nail replied, my name is Shunran. You may refer to me as Iron Nail or the Harbinger of the Year Beast. Steve raised his middle finger, offering an international gesture of camaraderie. FKU. Shunran. Chapter 140. The Year Beast walks among us. Veins bulged on Iron Nail's forehead as his hands sprouted a multitude of dark scales. His fingertips transformed into beastly claws, radiating a chilling light that attested to their sharpness. The long blade he wielded similarly became enveloped in a sheen of metallic scales. Shunran was a well-trained operative and a skilled fighter. Having immigrated to America with his parents at a young age, he successfully ascended to a mid-level position within S.H.I.E.L.D. under his father's guidance. However, during a mission, his comrades fell victim to the Year Beast. and he was pierced through the chest, miraculously surviving. Under the Year Beast protection, he acquired several superhuman abilities. He could metamorphose into a human-like dragon, though he bore a closer resemblance to a lizard, and could transform parts of his body into weapons, such as turning his hands and feet into blades. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., he anticipated showcasing his abilities and making a significant impact in his role. However, what awaited him were endless research studies. Even Nick Fury, of the same rank, had ascended to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., while he remained a mere subject of research. S.H.I.E.L.D. imposed specific regulations to restrict him, and a dedicated supervisor was assigned to oversee him, conditions more severe than those of a prisoner. Thus, he became a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. Drawing upon his experiences of outsmarting and battling Hydra, he successfully interviewed for a position within the organization and rose to an executive role. The acquisition of the Tesseract further augmented some of his powers. Now, Iron Nail leapt into the air, crossing a vertical drop of 3 stories, a distance of approximately 50 meters. He flung his blade toward Steve. In an instant, his scales shifted, transforming him into a humanoid lizard creature. Steve swung the hammer to intercept the incoming blade. Upon contact, arcs of lightning erupted, and the scales covering the blade oscillated violently, morphing into a creature the size of a medium dog. Its claws grasped the hammer of Thor, and it opened its maw wide to bite at Steve. Steve discerned the creature's facade. It was merely an exterior shell composed of black scales. At that very moment, Iron Nail approached, his right arm morphing into a massive axe, raised high above his head, and swung down toward Steve, who was entangled with the creature. With a swift whoosh, the piercing arrow struck his forehead, creating a shower of sparks against the scales, yet failed to penetrate. The immense force sent the Iron Nail flying, cascading down from the towering 100-story building. Steve slammed Thor's hammer onto the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of thunder that shattered the monstrous scales which clung to the hammer. Observing that the creature had ceased to exist, only remnants of shattered scales and a broken long knife lay scattered. He then approached the edge of the railing, eager to ascertain whether the jester had met his demise. Suddenly, with a resounding crash just a meter behind him, a drill-like appendage burst through the ground, accompanied by writhing tendrils. Steve, caught off guard, felt the edge of the drill slice into his shoulder just as he swung the hammer in retaliation. He stumbled back several meters. In the next instant, the Iron Nail, supported by several tentacles, emerged from this level. Behind him, multiple appendages reminiscent of Dr. Octopus extended, composed of black scales. The drill-like tentacle, stained with blood, bore a tattered piece of blue fabric, leaning closer to the Iron Nail as face. It flicked out a serpentine tongue to taste the blood, then grinned and remarked, "What a nostalgic flavor, super serum, a relic of the past." Steve straightened his posture, warily inquiring, "What manner of monster are you?" The Iron Nail chuckled softly. "Monster? No, I am an existence that transcends monstrosity. I am Iron Nail, Shunran, a terrestrial embodiment of the divine beast Year." Steve gripped Thor's hammer tightly, bracing himself for the next onslaught. He understood that the adversary before him was no ordinary Hydra operative, but a terrifying entity endowed with supernatural powers. He realized that relying solely on the strength bestowed by the super soldier serum would not suffice to conquer this foe. Observing Steve's resolve, Iron Nail taunted, "Do you truly believe your meager strength can defeat me? Such naivety, Captain Rogers." Steve maintained his composure, retorting, "I have faced foes far mightier than you, Shunran. You will neither be the first nor the last, and I shall be your final adversary." As his words lingered, Iron Nail's tentacles surged forward with alarming speed, akin to living weapons, launching an assault on Steve. He deftly evaded while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Perhaps influenced by his transformed state, Iron Nail bellowed, "Let me see what you are capable of." Harnessing the power of Thor's hammer, Steve conjured bolts of lightning, striking the tentacles relentlessly. Yet, it appeared that Iron Nail's scales were exceptionally resilient, as the lightning inflicted minimal damage. Observing the battle from a distance, Natasha pondered, "I must identify his weakness." She recognized that her current physical prowess was insufficient to engage in such a fierce conflict. During the skirmish, Steve noted that while Iron Nail's tentacles were formidable, the points of connection appeared relatively vulnerable. He resolved to exploit this insight. "That's the spot." Steve leaped suddenly, evading the assault of the Iron Nail, then adjusted his posture in mid-air, bringing the mighty MJ Leonard down forcefully upon the connection of the Iron Nail's tentacle. In an instant, the tentacle severed, scattering countless black scales. The next moment, the Iron Nail transformed into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, forcefully toppling Steve to the ground. A barrage of Natasha's bullets and Barton's arrows rained down. The scattered scales reattached themselves to the creature, while two of its tentacles coalesced, wrapping around the surface of MJ Leonard. The Iron Nail then straddled Steve, ensnaring his hands with its own, pinning him to the ground. Their posture bore an ambiguous nature. Simultaneously, two tentacles slithered out from behind, akin to venomous serpents, swiftly piercing into Steve's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Steve felt the power of the super soldier serum within him rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Natasha and Barton, witnessing the tide turn, exerted all their strength to halt this calamity. Alas, the Iron Nail's legs morphed into suction cups, immobilizing the two in place, rendering them utterly still. Enjoy the sensation of being overlooked and cast aside, the Iron Nail sneered, observing the gray creeping into Steve's temples and wrinkles emerging upon his face. In the next moment, Steve shouted, "System, deploy character card, Soldier Boy." Chapter 141. Captain America transforms into Soldier Boy. The Iron Nail suddenly noticed the aging man beneath him undergoing a dramatic transformation, reverting to a youthful visage. Yet, it was not merely a return to youth. His appearance underwent significant alteration. In mere moments, he transformed into a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Handsome though reminiscent of the original Steve, yet exuding a roguish charm in his eyes. The tentacles siphoning the super serum from Steve were crushed by his newfound robust musculature. Steve's injuries healed instantaneously, while his blue battle attire morphed abruptly into a green uniform adorned with a metallic device at the chest. The Iron Nail inwardly cursed, realizing that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of the mysterious live-streaming system his superior had mentioned. Just as he intended to rise and distance himself from Steve to gauge his combat prowess before determining his next course of action, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his chest. A hand clad in green gloves pierced through his chest and emerged from his back, grasping the pulsating heart, along with the interconnected veins and nerves. Blood gushed forth as though it were of no consequence. Iron Nail felt his strength swiftly dissipating. Without a hint of hesitation, scales rapidly enveloped the hand of Steve that had impaled his heart. Portions of these scales lifted and spun with haste, attempting to sever Steve's right hand, while others enveloped the heart, striving to reclaim it. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as blood erupted from the tightly coiled black scales, accompanied by bits of flesh and sinew. Iron Nail momentarily froze, realizing his heart had been crushed. He felt his vitality being rapidly siphoned away, and his vision dimmed to darkness. In the blink of an eye, Steve, who had been subdued, effortlessly rose to his feet. He placed his hands on either side of Iron Nail's head and gradually applied pressure. The power bestowed upon him by the Year Beast enabled Iron Nail to endure for a brief period, even after his heart had been shattered. Yet, that was all it could afford him. The pressure upon his skull was something he could hardly withstand even at his peak, let alone in his current state of grievous injury. With a dull, watermelon-like explosion, gore splattered across the ground, some even hitting Steve's face. Iron Nail collapsed, his head reduced to mere fragments. "Done. You worthless fools, come with me. I never thought I would have to use a character card after all. Had I known, I would have used it sooner." Steve spat, a bit of the splatter having found its way into his mouth. Without pausing, he vaulted over the railing and descended below. Natasha and Barton exchanged glances, uncertain whether this transformation was for better or worse, as Steve's demeanor seemed to have soured considerably. As they passed the headless corpse, the scales on Iron Nail's body had vanished. The power granted by the year had returned to its essence upon his death. The two harbored no empathy for the remnants of Hydra. They followed Steve down to the lower levels, of course, lacking the ability to leap from hundreds of meters high. Instead, they descended step by step. Upon reaching the bottom, they found a clear path, encountering no Hydra guards or soldiers. Steve awaited them before a formidable steel door that obstructed their passage. The door, forged from super alloy, bore numerous indentations from fists, likely made by Steve himself. "I'll find a mechanism to open this door," Natasha stated, activating the display on her arm. Steve replied coolly, "No need, just step back a bit." He positioned himself before the door, took a deep breath, and the device on his chest glowed with a blinding red light, its intensity growing ever stronger. Even from several meters behind him, Natasha sensed the lethal threat emanating from it. A resounding boom echoed as a beam of crimson light struck the door, followed by a violent explosion of radiance. The underground facility trembled under the force of several shocks. As the light dissipated, the alloy door vanished, and a substantial section of the surrounding concrete walls appeared as if corroded. Steve exhibited no sign of discomfort and proceeded through the violently open passage. Behind him lay several identical alloy doors. Employing the same method, Steve effortlessly entered the next chamber. Natasha and Barton were filled with trepidation. They feared Steve might succumb to madness and unleash his fury upon them, undoubtedly leaving no trace. They were also anxious that such brute force might trigger a collapse, entombing them within the depths. At several hundred meters underground, the pressure would likely render all but Steve incapable of survival. The trio arrived at a more expansive laboratory. Within was a completely metallic space, 300 meters wide, filled with hundreds of metal containers, each brimming with a green solution. And floating within were experimental subjects adorned with oxygen masks. To Natasha's astonishment, she recognized a familiar face, Crossbones, Rumlow. Wasn't he supposed to be confined in A.S. de prison? With this question lingering in her mind, Natasha ventured further inside. The atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the hum of electricity within the containers. "Step aside. I intend to obliterate this place," Steve declared, a red glow igniting from his chest. For reasons unknown, the sight of artificially cultivated superhumans stirred a turmoil within him, instilling a fervent desire to annihilate everything present. "Hey, Captain Rogers, please calm down," Barton urged, attempting to grasp Steve's shoulder to temper his impulsiveness. However, upon seeing the fierce expression on Steve's face, his hand froze mid-air, then sheepishly withdrew. "Captain, let us first apprehend the Hydra leader. We can deal with these superhumans later. The system has indicated that this plan will not succeed swiftly. We have ample time. Do you recall why you are here? The Tesseract, remember?" After much persuasion, Steve relented and continued deeper into the experimental area alongside Natasha. It was evident that Hydra had not anticipated an intrusion. All their resources were concentrated here, and thus, no containment measures were in place. The trio advanced until they stood before an imposing figure. Chapter 142. Soldier Boy vs. Extremist Armor Baron Helmut Zemo, clad in a purple battlesuit and wearing a metallic collar, seemed to have anticipated Steve's arrival and understood the transformation he had undergone. Seated high upon a throne, he cradled the Tesseract in one hand while wielding a silver handgun in the other. With a sense of ennui, he aimed the weapon at Steve, the sound of gunfire echoing sharply in the silence. The bullets clattered to the ground, and Steve remained steadfast, motionless, gently patting his muscular chest. "You are the heir to the Red Skull. You may perish." Without uttering a single superfluous word, he strode purposefully towards Baron Zemo. Even though Zemo had injected himself with the super soldier serum, Steve possessed the strength to effortlessly decapitate him. He was acutely aware that his current power surpassed even that of the Hulk. Only a handful within the cosmos could potentially impede him. The perfected character card was indeed extraordinary, despite having some minor adverse effects that did not detract from his combat prowess in the slightest. Zemo, unfazed, discarded his firearm and, cradling the Tesseract with both hands, proclaimed, "Tesseract, I beseech you to bestow upon me unparalleled power, or face annihilation alongside me." The Tesseract held the capability of wish fulfillment and reality alteration. Barton was fully aware of this, yet he remained uncertain of the potential repercussions. Over the past few days, he had refrained from experimenting with it. However, Hydra was different. They were capable of any treachery. Barton, without hesitation, surmised that this group had already discovered the Tesseract's usage. Upon hearing Zemo's wish, he quickly drew his crossbow and aimed for Zemo's forehead, only for the latter to evade effortlessly. Zemo's reaction speed was beyond that of an average person, indicating he had indeed utilized something akin to the super soldier serum. "Captain, you must stop him," Barton urged. Yet, Steve remained undeterred, gazing at Zemo with keen interest, seemingly anticipating a formidable opponent's emergence. Moments later, Zemo, holding the Tesseract aloft, appeared increasingly awkward as nothing transpired. Though concealed by his mask, it was evident that beneath it, he was likely seething with indignation. He squeezed the Tesseract with both hands, intent on shattering it. Hydra's researchers had assessed the Tesseract's durability to be akin to that of ordinary tempered glass, and Zemo was confident in his ability to destroy it. Nonetheless, he tempered his strength, merely wishing to intimidate the deity within the Tesseract. However, Steve would not indulge him. A brilliant light surged from his chest. "Allow me to assist you on your final journey." Zemo's eyes widened in alarm, and he sprinted to the left, clutching the Tesseract, believing Steve was merely attempting to frighten him. With the Tesseract in his possession, it was akin to holding a crucial hostage. He doubted that Steve would dare to act. Suddenly, a few shattered crystals fell, and Zemo evaporated into gas. The entire event unfolded with startling swiftness. Neither Barton nor Natasha had time to react before the Tesseract was struck by a laser beam. Gazing at the few shattered crystals that had tumbled to the ground, the two stood in stunned silence. "Captain, what have you done?" Barton retorted. "I have done what was necessary. The mission objective has been accomplished. I shall eliminate the remnants of Hydra outside, while you take care of things here," Steve replied, turning away, his expression devoid of emotion as he patted Barton's shoulder, a clear indication of threat. Barton fell silent, casting a glance towards Natasha. She shook her head and utilized the communicator on her arm to report the situation to Director Fury, enabling him to dispatch S.H.L.D. agents for the cleanup. This operation had been clandestine, known only to their small contingent. However, with matters now nearing conclusion, it was only natural to send reinforcements. Once the traitors realized that Hydra had been vanquished, they would no longer receive their salaries and would inevitably be compelled to work diligently for S.H.I.L.D. Undoubtedly, it would not be long before Hydra became a mere memory. The technological advancements here would naturally be theirs to inherit. A resounding explosion echoed from the laboratory outside. As expected, it was Steve purging the dormant superhumans. The base trembled twice before falling silent. Barton felt a pang of conscience. "Natasha, should we not intervene and stop Steve? Some of the test subjects might be innocent. They could have been captured by Hydra. Steve's state of mind is questionable. Perhaps we could attempt to save them." Natasha, however, appeared resigned. "How we stop him? Should I rely on my mind control? I have no influence over him. Even if we summoned all of S.H.I.L.D., it would be difficult to subdue him." Barton insisted, "We must do something. I cannot simply stand by and watch." In the next moment, a green figure crashed into the room, shattering several high-tech instruments. This spectacle startled the two. Steve's previous invincible demeanor was etched deeply in their minds. Yet, merely 5 seconds outside, he was sent hurtling back. Who could possibly be out there? A series of laser beams shot in, striking the still-lying Steve and sending him flying once more. Outside, a streamlined figure clad in red armor soared in. Although the exterior had undergone a significant transformation, exuding a sense of advanced technology, the familiar red and yellow color scheme unmistakably revealed the identity of its occupant. "Where is Steve? Who is this person? Killing innocents outside, and you do nothing?" Stark's indifferent voice resonated. Upon noticing the two's silence, he instantly comprehended. A character card? No wonder this person is so detestable. "I will ask only once more. Where's that guy?" As his words hung in the air, Steve shattered the ground beneath him, launching himself at Stark like a missile. The dire virus had fused Stark with his machinery. He swiftly activated the impact beam emitter, initiating the force field shield mode. The gauntlets on his hands grew cumbersome and colossal, while a diffusion force field shield emerged around him, unleashing shock beams that struck Steve. However, Steve, already prepared, was halted in his advance and landed, his feet plowing 2 deep trenches of 5 to 6 meters into the ground, stabilizing himself. Stark's back manifested an amplified shock cannon. Unlike the nanotech armor, which revealed several hovering mechanical devices, instead, it resembled a 6-winged angel, constructing wing-like amplifiers on the back of the armor. The shock beams surged in intensity several-fold, propelling Steve into the alloy wall. Fortunately, Natasha and Barton evaded in time. Otherwise, they would have long met their demise. Chapter 143. Stalemate. Steve deftly rolled away from the shock beams, dodging the searing white flame beams that surged toward him as he lunged at Stark. Instantly, The two became entangled within the combined wall, with shock beams scattering chaotically in every direction. Natasha and Barton could no longer afford to spectate or mediate, desperately seeking cover to evade the onslaught of beams. In mere moments, the small experimental base was reduced to ruins, with Steve and Stark grappling their way toward the laboratory housing the cultivation vessels. Parts continuously fell away, only to reassemble and merge back onto Stark. Stark's entire being transformed, manifesting multiple shock beam amplifying cannons, enhancing the standard shock beams. Particle streams relentlessly battered against Steve, leaving scorching marks and a sense of impact upon him. His outer garments had long since melted away, yet Steve's rapid healing abilities allowed him to disregard such assaults, as he clung tightly to the core of the armor, attempting to forcibly extract the reactor. However, at that moment, Stark was one with the armor. He was the armor. With a mere thought, he concealed the core within the other components of the suit. Simultaneously, the suit transformed like a symbiotic entity, continuously generating a plethora of weapons: plasma cannons, shock piles, laser-cutting devices, stabbing blades, curved double-edged swords, straight long knives, and a quad-structured vector thrust engine on his back, among others. At this juncture, the suit had morphed into a relentless killing machine, adept in both offense and defense. Had Steve been an ordinary man, he might not have even comprehended the armor before being sent to meet his fate. Realizing he could not inflict harm upon Stark, Steve noted that each metallic cell possessed its own unique consciousness. Even if he exerted great effort to dismantle them, they would soon return to Stark's body. Their battle wreaked havoc, shattering numerous cultivation vessels, some of which housed awakened subjects, while others had succumbed to lifelessness. Steve's expression turned cold as he abandoned the notion of depriving Stark of his armor's core, instead wrapping his arms around Stark's waist. Concurrently, a pulsating red glow began to coalesce within the gaping hole in his chest, as the external metal apparatus had already been melted by the shock beams. "This is your doing. Let us perish alongside this wretched assembly of artificial superhumans." Stark, through the analysis relayed back from the armored suit of desperation, discerned with clarity that the unknown forces converging upon them could not be withstood by the current metallic integrity of his body. In an instant, miniature missiles emerged from the tri-wing apparatus, morphing from his back, employing a multimodal composite guidance system. The missiles detonated in the surroundings, radiating a brilliance as intense as the sun, accompanied by a cacophony of high-frequency noise. These missiles, while possessing a measure of lethality, primarily served to disrupt the enemy's perception through a combination of sound, light, and smoke, particularly devastating for sensory superhumans. As the smoke billowed, Steve's vision and hearing were simultaneously obliterated. Yet, he merely closed his eyes, hastening the accumulation of a destructive beam at his chest. Stark liberated himself, delivering a heavy blow to Steve's face with a multipolar shockwave field cannon, the very punch that incapacitated Thanos. Concurrently, a portion of the desperation virus metal differentiated, creeping up Steve's arm to forge a counter-grip mechanism at his palm, forcibly prying his fingers apart. Although this did not last long, in a battle of such magnitude, a great deal could transpire in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity, Stark merged and extended a cylindrical high-thrust engine from his feet, abruptly enhancing the suit's velocity and successfully extricating himself from Steve's grasp. In the next moment, Stark pivoted and launched a capture net, forcibly restraining Steve's movements. However, the light emanating from Steve's chest had reached its zenith. In the following instant, Stark felt the devastating feedback from the armored suit of desperation. He propelled himself at full speed, traversing past several shattered vials, casually firing capture ropes to lead a few experimental subjects with residual life signs into the passageway. These individuals were shielded by a thin layer of defense formed by the desperation virus along the ropes, sustaining no serious injuries even as they collided with surrounding structures. A torrent of violent energy surged from the passage, nearly engulfing Stark in its wake. It was only after traversing 100 layers of the subterranean base and resurfacing that the energy finally waned. Stark, panting heavily, discarded the experimental subjects onto the ground, then levitated in midair, initiating a scan for subterranean life signals. Simultaneously, he was taken aback by the current capabilities of Steve. How had this fellow become so formidable? What precisely was that character card? With a thunderous roar, the ground began to cave in, Stark hastily retrieved the experimental subjects, ensuring they were not consumed by the Earth. Below, no life signals remained. After scanning thoroughly, Stark remained skeptical that this version of Steve could perish so easily. Perhaps he possessed some form of spatial traversal ability. In conclusion, the level of pressure exerted was insufficient to vanquish that monstrous individual. Stark did not linger in this place. His desperate armor still lacked the necessary strength and required further enhancement. Despite the earlier exchanges with Steve, no genuine harm had been inflicted upon one another. Even the fleeting wounds were completely healed within mere milliseconds. Stark returned directly with several test subjects, among whom was a woman he recognized from a video, seemingly wielding magic. Shortly after Stark's departure, agents of S.H.L.D. arrived, gazing in astonishment at the gaping abyss. As Coulson prepared to report the situation to Director Fury, a command echoed. Everyone return. Natasha and Barton had already made their way back. Coulson, bewildered, pondered how they could have returned from a distant island thousands of kilometers away from New York. Just moments ago, he had received orders indicating that Steve and Natasha were on a mission there, requiring his assistance. He mused aloud. Could Thor have come to help? ISNT he occupied in Asgard? Meanwhile, aboard the helicarrier, Barton and Natasha placed the Mind Scepter on the table. Here's what transpired, they explained. Fury, having listened intently, found himself perplexed. Could it be that someone from Arkham Asylum intervened, resulting in your sudden return to S.H.I.L.D.? What exactly happened? And where is Steve? Natasha casually remarked. The moment he returned, he leapt from the helicarrier without uttering a word. He must be seeking Stark or Bucky. Director, I believe we must elevate Captain Rogers' threat level to catastrophic, at least on par with an enraged Hulk. His transformation is alarming. He has become an exceedingly dangerous, violent entity. She then handed over the footage from the battle to Steve. After reviewing the entire recorded sequence, Fury's expression grew grave. Nevertheless, he stated softly, with the destruction of the Tesseract, the prophecy of the Hydra captain should no longer hold true. The root of Steve's severe temperament likely lies within that character card. Do you think a psychologist could rectify his current state? Chapter 144. The Hydra captain Steve plummeted from 10,000 meters directly into the city. The sheer force of his descent soon attracted a crowd of onlookers. In this Marvel universe, where superheroes abound and superhumans are commonplace, the populace exhibited a remarkable capacity for acceptance. Some individuals, seemingly oblivious to the peril, approached in hopes of capturing a photograph. With a stern expression, Steve gently pushed one aside, sending them flying several meters away, which sent the gathering into a frenzy as they scattered in fright. This individual undoubtedly exudes the essence of a villain. In stark contrast, Steve appears nonchalant, meandering in a random direction. His memories are currently a chaotic jumble, necessitating a serene space to untangle them. At the park, Steve settles on a bench, pondering deeply for an extended period before finally stitching together the fragmented recollections. I am the leader of Hydra, an infiltrator dispatched by Hydra into H.I.L.D. My mission is to lead Hydra in conquering the world. The immediate objective is to eliminate the obstructive S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers. During my last assignment, I failed to prevent them from slaying the leader of Hydra. No, wait, why do my memories feel so disordered? What transpired afterward? I cannot recall, Steve agonizes, clutching his head in torment. In the next moment, a girl composed of energy materializes beside him. However, it seems as if Steve is oblivious to her presence. As the girl places her hand upon his head, Steve's expression turns cold, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He coldly declares, I must establish contact with Hydra members and ruthlessly eliminate all the Avengers. With that, he rises and departs. The girl watches him leave, then vanishes in an instant. Moments prior, as destructive energy flooded the underground base, advancing toward Natasha and Barton, a girl of pure white energy emerged from the shattered Tesseract. Natasha and Barton wished to exclaim, but as the girl raised her hand, their memories were erased, and they, along with their belongings, were transported to the aerial carrier. Steve's memories were similarly altered and whisked away. All she recalled was that this scoundrel had attempted to kill her and had destroyed the Tesseract she had been harboring. Casually accessing an earlier memory, she discovered that this individual possessed a sense of justice and sought to eradicate Hydra. Thus, She decided to elevate him to the position of Hydra's leader, directing him to slay those he deemed significant. Restoring his memories later would undoubtedly be most entertaining. Stark returned to Stark Industries with several unconscious test subjects in tow. Banner was still engaged in research concerning Megatron's body and the Tesseract. Upon seeing the individuals Stark had brought back, he displayed a look of confusion and inquired, "Tony, what is this?" Unsure how to interject into the matters between Steve and Stark, he chose to remain on the sidelines, opting not to assist anyone, as he wished solely to pursue his scientific experiments. However, should the situation inadvertently involve innocent individuals, Banner would not readily acquiesce. Stark provided an honest explanation, subsequently restraining the subjects with metallic shackles before transporting them to the medical monitoring facility. The remaining personnel in Stark Tower had long been dismissed by Stark, who granted everyone an extended 1.5-month vacation, including the security staff. This tower, situated in the heart of the city, stood as a testament to Stark's influence. Now, only he and Banner remained. "How are things?" Banner inquired casually. "A bit dire. I'm afraid that Steve Fellow will soon come seeking vengeance." Stark, klatin kazuada tira. Awakened Jarvis and sealed the entire Stark Tower. He continued, "That man has gone mad. He just killed at least 500 people, even if some were Hydra soldiers. I can assure you, there were plenty of civilians among them." "You killed Bucky?" Banner exclaimed, astonished. "No, that guy seems to have vanished. There's not a trace of him anywhere in the network." At this point, Stark slammed his fist down on the lab table, collapsing it completely. He chuckled sheepishly. "I still haven't quite adjusted to having such abilities without the armor." Then, with a serious demeanor, Stark asserted, "We need to expedite our plan. Otherwise, we have no idea what consequences await us when Steve arrives." "But this is an experiment, not a production line. Rushing will not help," Banner replied, shaking his head. At that moment, a fiery, circular portal suddenly appeared beside them. Stark instantly went on high alert, donning his extremis armor and aiming the proton cannon at the anomaly. In the next instant, Strange materialized on the other side and stepped through. "It seems someone requires my assistance," he remarked. A moment later, Strange appeared troubled. "Manipulating time with magic. The dangers it poses are incalculable." He then shifted his tone, saying, "However, for your sake, I shall attempt to slow the flow of time here." Stark's spirits lifted, as he too held a tentative hope. To his surprise, Strange actually agreed. He urged Strange to prolong the passage of time, providing them ample opportunity to study the symbiote and the magic of the Sorcerer Supreme. This notion came to Stark, given that Strange possessed the Eye of Agamotto. Although he was uncertain why the bald woman had so swiftly entrusted this relic to Strange, he dismissed such thoughts. The problem was already on the verge of resolution. Why ponder further? Stark then employed the scanning function of his extremis armor, intending to analyze the energy and attributes of the Eye of Agamotto. However, he inadvertently discovered residual energy from the Mind Stone, still present in New York. Instantly, Stark's curiosity was piqued. Previously analyzed by Jarvis, the Mind Stone could potentially resolve the issue of autonomous thought in artificial intelligence. He called for both men to pause the experiment, declaring his intent to retrieve the Mind Stone while remaining wary of a possible ambush from Steve. After inputting Steve's current facial recognition into Jarvis, he prepared for the next steps. Stark proceeded towards the position of the airborne aircraft carrier. Chapter 145. The Time Traveler Under the Veil of Night. Stark, donned in his extremis armor, silently descended upon the periphery of the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, utilizing a magnetic adhesion device. He secured himself to the outer armor of the vessel. This advanced suit employed cutting-edge cloaking technology, rendering him nearly invisible in the darkness. The golden and crimson hues of the armor flickered faintly in the moonlight, yet it evaded detection by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar systems. Inside, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. continued their duties, oblivious to his presence. Stark effortlessly sensed the energy emanating from the Mind Stone. Confident that Steve and his companions had indeed returned, he recalled having encountered the stone within the collapsed base. At that moment, there had been no time to dwell on it. The absence of any disturbances surrounding the Mind Stone suggested that the other three were safe as well, causing Stark to feel a surge of anxiety. In the next instant, Stark employed the high-tech scanning system integrated into his armor. Swiftly analyzing the base's defense layout and personnel distribution. Engaging in silent communication with JARVIS through the suit's communication system, he promptly devised the optimal infiltration route. Following JARVIS's guidance, Stark deftly navigated a series of security measures, including infrared detection, laser grids, and drone patrols. His armor glided through the air with agility, akin to a silent night hawk, leaving no trace in the shadows. It wasn't until he adhered himself to the side rotor of the helicarrier that he utilized the magnetic adhesion device to secure his position once more. Subsequently, he employed nanotechnology to generate a laser cutting tool from his arm. Within 3 seconds, a high-temperature beam swiftly carved an aperture large enough for him to enter. Guided by JARVIS and aided by the suit's X-ray analysis capabilities, Stark briefly infiltrated SHIELD's security system, granting himself elevated access privileges. The Mind Stone was situated within a high-security glass case, surrounded by a complex array of electromagnetic fields and laser defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, Stark activated the electromagnetic pulse function of his armor, momentarily incapacitating the surrounding security systems. He then utilized nanobots to manipulate the mechanical lock, safely extracting the Mind Stone from its case. However, just as he prepared to depart, an unknown alarm was triggered, and the sound of sirens erupted. SHIELD agents began to converge on the location. Listening to JARVIS's reports, Stark remained unruffled, instantly transforming his armor into a form resembling that of the War Machine. In the next moment, after revealing himself to the agents, he detonated a missile, blasting open an exit to the outside world. He soared into the sky, leaving the agents staring in bewilderment. Nick Fury, roused from slumber by the explosion, awakened to the chaos. He initially believed that it was the last-ditch retaliation of Hydra and hurriedly armed himself with a gun, heading towards the control room of Stark Industries. Having just retrieved the Mind Stone, Stark placed it upon the table and declared, "All right, Sorcerer, we may commence." Banner, unaware of Stark's intentions moments prior, suddenly grasped the situation upon the sight of the Mind Stone. It dawned on him that Stark had indeed turned to thievery. The Mind Stone had previously been in the possession of Hydra. It was inconceivable for it to have found its way near New York, which served as one of SHIELD's main headquarters. Should any error arise, the Mind Stone would inevitably fall back into SHIELD's hands, most likely transported to their base. Coupled with Stark's hasty journey to distant lands to exact vengeance upon Steve and his companions, the unfolding events became clear. It was but a matter of Steve seeking out Hydra's stronghold, intent on either destroying or reclaiming the cosmic cube that rendered him Captain Hydra. The Mind Stone had undoubtedly been brought back during that endeavor. Thus, the situation crystallized. Stark had stealthily infiltrated SHIELD. Banner voiced his concerns. "Tony, I feel this is unwise. We hold no grudge against Director Fury and his team. You have pilfered the Mind Stone, and we..." Stark furrowed his brow and interjected, "The creator of new life, a new existence that safeguards the global human population. Will you not explore this? The opportunity is singular." After a moment of contemplation, Banner donned a lab coat from the table, saying, "Very well, Sorcerer, the outcome now rests in your hands." Observing that Master Gu had not intervened, Strange felt reassured. This must have been an implicit approval from her. He then cautioned, "The magic of time is perilous. During the casting process, I must not be disturbed, for the consequences of any interruption are unknown." Strange's demeanor was grave. Stark promptly summoned his extremis armor, fully equipped to guard him, asserting, "With me here, no one shall harm you." Strange gestured with his fingers. The mechanical structure of the Eye of Agamotto at his chest began to rotate, gradually revealing the Time Stone radiating a green aura. The gem's power began to permeate the surroundings. Just then, a white blur streaked past, sending Strange flying and shattering the laboratory glass. As the figure came to a halt, it revealed a man clad in white medical attire, clutching the Mind Stone, casting a mocking glance at Stark. "No one can touch him?" "I beg to differ." Upon recognizing the familiar face of the experimental subjects he had rescued, Stark's expression shifted dramatically. "I should have never shown mercy. I should have never saved you. How did you escape the medical bay?" "Tony Stark, you have slain our parents, and I shall take your life in return." In that moment, a woman's fierce roar erupted from beside him. Stark turned to see the woman he had rescued, and he instantly felt as though he were the unluckiest man alive. Were these lunatics so deranged that, prior to developing their superpowers, Hydra had warped their minds? One after another, they all seemed to be in this state. Wanda's hands ignited with a crimson glow, and a red aura was unleashed, hurtling directly towards Stark. It struck his armor, having no discernible effect. In the next millisecond, Quicksilver struck the armor with his staff as well. The impact left him shaken, his arm numb, nearly causing him to lose grip on the staff. Stark remained unfazed, seizing Quicksilver's wrist with a cold demeanor. "Enough," he declared. "I do not care whether your minds have been brainwashed or your memories altered. For now, you will remain calm while we address the matters at hand, and then we shall deal with you." Stark raised his hand, preparing to launch a containment net at Wanda. However, in the next instant, a sudden shift occurred. Strange, interrupted in his incantation, was astonished to find the eye of Agamotto still operational. He sensed something amiss. Just as he intended to forcibly shut it down, he discovered that the eye, no, the time stone, was autonomously gravitating towards a certain direction, as if drawn by an unseen force. Suddenly, a burst of green light erupted, enveloping everyone present. It swiftly spread outward, first engulfing all of New York, then the entirety of America, and ultimately the world. The velocity exceeded that of light. In the blink of an eye, it affected every individual across the globe. Stark listened to the incessant alarms ringing in his ears, then lowered his gaze to inspect his own body and the surrounding environment. No harm had been done. Wanda and Quicksilver stood frozen, aware that their powers stemmed from the Mind Stone and the Tesseract. They comprehended the terror of such a primordial force. Banner examined his own body, checking the talismans for protection and finding nothing amiss. He then asked, bewildered, what has transpired? Strange peered into a brief glimpse of the future through his divination magic. His eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "This is grave. Time travelers from alternate dimensions have arrived." Stark, belatedly grasping the situation, marveled, "Temporal turbulence. The system has warned us against time travel for the foreseeable future." A 13-year-old boy clutched a superhero magazine in his hands. His name was Peter Parker. 3 years prior, he had been saved by Iron Man, and he aspired to become a superhero himself. Suddenly, his form vanished, seemingly devoured by time. In his stead stood a slender man in his 30s, his expression rife with astonishment as he struggled to comprehend when he had fallen victim to this predicament. He donned a web shooter on his wrist and surveyed his surroundings. "Mysterious adversary, I have found you. What tricks do you intend to employ this time?" In Queens, New York, Eddie pushed open a door to find himself in an unfamiliar hotel room. On the television screen, a report featuring Iron Man's photograph declared a formal war by the Ten Rings gang. Suddenly, a viscous black liquid erupted from Eddie's neck, adorned with large, white, feline eyes and a mouth filled with sharp fangs. Venom gazed at the Stark Industries building on the screen and remarked, "Eddie, I detect a familiar yet strange scent. It seems to belong to my grandson." Eddie, unable to contain himself any longer, retorted, "Brother, we just dispatched your son. We nearly perished in the process. How can you possibly have a grandson? Are you all so prolific?" A man, his back adorned with mechanical octopus tentacles, abruptly appeared atop Kingpin's corporate edifice. He surveyed a man before him with a target on his forehead, and another whose body resembled smooth stone. Behind them loomed a muscular behemoth. "Who are you?" Kingpin inquired, leaning on his gilded cane, seemingly unfazed. "What brings you to intrude upon my company?" Dr. Octopus elevated himself with his mechanical appendages, casting a watchful gaze over all present. He fixed his eyes on Kingpin and demanded, "Who are you? Where is Peter Parker? I just witnessed him flee into this establishment." Moonlight bathed the beach as a figure emerged slowly from the dunes, composed of countless grains of sand. His form shifted with the breeze, at times coalescing, at others dispersing, until he transformed into a towering sand figure of approximately 30 meters. The Sandman, known as Michael Morbius, recalled being in the desert when he suddenly heard the sound of water. Suddenly, ripples spread through the air, and a figure emerged from the lake at the beach's edge, his body made entirely of pure water molecules. As he moved, droplets danced around him, gradually forming an equally imposing 30-meter-tall creature. The water level in the lake noticeably receded. The Sandman noticed this uninvited guest his sandy eyes glimmering with vigilance, while the waterman observed him with curiosity. Under the moonlight, they faced each other, each presence uniquely remarkable. The waterman, with a friendly demeanor, abruptly raised his hand, launching a column of water towards the Sandman. In an instant, his expression turned ferocious as he drew upon the lake's waters, charging at the Sandman. The resounding clash of their battle drew the attention of the surrounding residents. In the shadows of Hell's Kitchen, within a dimly lit warehouse, Deadpool extracted his blade from the heart of an unwary thug. As a wave of green light washed over him, he was momentarily taken aback, then glanced towards the Stark Industries building, pondering, what on earth is this fellow up to? Is he concocting some secret weapon against Captain Booty? Is he aspiring to be the next Batman? Shortly thereafter, Deadpool shook his head and remarked, forget it. That scoundrel Captain Booty had the audacity to keep me locked away, leaving a fragile young lad like me languishing in that dark, damp, and lonely system space for a full hour, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, 20 milliseconds, to be precise. I shall not concern myself with him any longer. There are more pressing matters at hand. With that, Deadpool strode towards the exit without looking back. In the next moment, he abruptly turned, firing several shots from his Desert Eagle at a pillar in the distance. My dear, I discovered you. Come forth, and let Deadpool show you his grand treasure. At that instant, a man clad in a costume strikingly similar to Spider-Man's emerged boldly from behind the pillar. Where's this place? Why am I here? Who are you? The man's costume was devoid of black and blue accents, instead of vivid red, with only the mask and shoulders adorned in black, resembling a figure steeped in blood. Deadpool clasped his hands to his face in astonishment, exclaiming, good heavens, it's the Scarlet Spider. Is this world not the domain of the baby pajama hero? How on earth did you arrive here? The Scarlet Spider, extending sharp spikes from his wrists, approached Deadpool and coldly repeated, I shall ask once more, where is this place? Why am I here? Who are you? Hey, buddy, I know a fantastic Mexican burrito joint nearby. Let's discuss things over there, shall we? Deadpool retreated while speaking. In the next heartbeat, the Scarlet Spider leapt forward, crashing onto him. Deadpool, caught off guard, felt the spikes pierce his heart, clinging desperately to the Scarlet Spider's arm. He gasped, with great power comes great responsibility. Soon after, Deadpool succumbed to his weakened state and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 146. The completion of the Megatron plan. Not long after the Scarlet Spider departed, Deadpool nonchalantly rose from the ground, gazing in the now desolate doorway. He mused, that fool is rather easy to deceive. By the way, isn't he a character from comics? How did he suddenly appear in the cinematic realm? Deadpool scratched his head, unable to fathom the reason behind it. However, he quickly cast the thought aside. Ever the agent of chaos, he relished the tumult and set off towards the warehouse exit. I wonder if that loquacious lad in the underpants has also made his way here. I must investigate. In Central Park, New York City, the Guardians Alliance encountered the villainous Green Goblin from another universe. Iron Fist struck the ground with a thunderous punch, creating a gaping chasm in the earth, aiming to disrupt the Green Goblin's balance unexpectedly. The Green Goblin leapt into the air, deftly maneuvering his flying glider while casually hurling 2 pumpkin bombs downwards. The ensuing clash transformed the park into a desolate wasteland, instilling terror among the citizens, who, alongside the bewildered police, could only call for reinforcements. In Los Angeles, War Machine engaged in a fierce aerial battle with Magneto, a villain from the police universe. When the armored suit collided with Magneto's magnetic prowess, Rhodey found himself incapacitated in the struggle. Fortunately, Magneto had no interest in dealing with such a minor adversary. He treated the streetcars like mere toys, casting them at the obstructive officers before making his escape. In London, the King faced off against the Witch from WandaVision, their magic intertwining with dark forces, creating twisted beams of light that illuminated the night sky. Simultaneously, members of the Guardians of the Galaxy clashed with Star-Lord, a rogue from another universe, their spacecraft tracing luminous arcs across the Earth's atmosphere. Global astronomical phenomena were being reported with great fervor. Meanwhile, the villainous Maguire's Spider-Man darted between the skyscrapers of New York, engaging in an aerial chase with Eddie, transformed into Venom. The world was in chaos. Far beyond Earth, a fleet adorned with the insignia of the Dark Order emerged. Simultaneously, the Dark Order, originally in orbit near Titan, was consumed by a temporal rift, leaving no trace of its presence. On the flagship of the Dark Order, Thanos wielded a double-edged sword, addressing the Black Order with unwavering resolve, full speed ahead to Earth. This time, we shall afford them no opportunity. My future self was mistaken. Merely eradicating half the population will not suffice to halt the universe's descent into annihilation. In the high-tech laboratories of Stark Industries, Strange felt a surge of panic. Acutely aware of the turmoil unfolding outside, we must send them all back to their original universe. Otherwise, the multiverse will attract one another, leading to the simultaneous destruction of all worlds. Stark summoned Jarvis, instructing him to scour all reports detailing the chaos outside. He observed the surreal sight of sand and water taking humanoid form, engaged in combat. A humanoid lightning creature loomed over a high-voltage power station. One individual ruthlessly snapped a bridge in half, obstructing several oddly dressed pursuers. A figure, seemingly indifferent, glided through the sky on a hoverboard, laughing maniacally. Approximately 30 blocks away, an iron rhinoceros clashed with a man clad in a crimson bodysuit. As Stark scrolled through the thousands of newly emerged videos and news reports, he was met with unfamiliar villains and superpowered beings. With a furrowed brow, Stark pondered, how do we send them back? I doubt they would sit down and discuss matters amicably. With so many individuals involved, even if they were willing, notifying them all would be no simple task. Stark glanced towards the arc reactor, then at the imposing figure of Megatron, murmuring, we need more allies, Sorcerer. Only then can we resolve the calamity we have unleashed. The hand of Strange, poised to draw the portal, came to a halt. On the other side, the Mischief Makers Quicksilver and Wanda realized that they could still not best Stark. They could only make a hasty retreat, fortunate that they did not return to disrupt the temporal magic once more. In the vicinity of Stark Industries, time flowed at an exceedingly sluggish pace. Stark stood intently before a colossal holographic display. On the screen, a virtual model of Megatron flickered amidst the interplay of light and shadow, while complex streams of data and algorithms whirled around, forming a three-dimensional tableau of technology and intellect. Tony's hands danced in the air, manipulating the holographic interface. Beside him lay the towering body of the Transformer, countless mechanical conduits entwined with it, pulsating with an ethereal blue glow. JARVIS. Analyze Megatron's code structure and identify its self-evolution mechanism. Assist me in deciphering and resolving its cognitive patterns. Though Tony did not vocalize his thoughts, his fingers etched commands in the air, engaging in a silent communion with JARVIS. His entire being was infused with the desperation virus, his computational prowess rivaling that of a supercomputer, and his interaction with JARVIS was merely a conduit for data transmission. The data on the holographic screen began to accelerate, with JARVIS analytical results materializing in a three-dimensional model. Tony scrutinized every detail, endeavoring to uncover Megatron's vulnerabilities, or at the very least, the critical points that could curtail its development. He had no desire to create an uncontrollable entity that would deliver yet another devastating blow to this fractured world. Megatron's self-learning algorithm appeared predicated on a nonlinear recursion, enabling it to learn and adapt swiftly from every interaction, and it harbored a stubbornly entrenched cognition that would be challenging to eradicate. Tony mused aloud, his gaze sweeping across the screen in search of potential solutions. Meanwhile, Banner and Strange were engaged in decoding the sequence of the Tesseract. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. The chaos outside, involving superheroes and villains, temporarily subsided. After all, even they would grow weary from their skirmishes. A brief truce allowed ordinary people a moment to breathe. Furthermore, those superheroes and villains who had arrived in this realm had come to grasp their current predicament over these few days, and many began to seek solace in unity, looking for assistance among their kind. However, Stark Industries was a different story. While only 3 days had elapsed outside, nearly 3 months had passed within. Megatron sat upon a vast platform, contemplating something as he gazed at his mechanical hand. Stark stood before him, dwarfed like a mere insect. Suddenly, a viscous white liquid erupted from Megatron's shoulder, ensnaring a nearby coffee cup before deftly delivering it into his grasp. This was the symbiotic serum. Stark has integrated the symbiotic armor data from the system into his own desperation virus. The current Desperation Battle Armor has seen its offensive and defensive capabilities enhanced severalfold. The situation is as follows. We are your creators, and your mission is to uphold peace on Earth and shield humanity from supernatural threats. Having spoken, he turned and departed, leaving Megatron in contemplation. Presently, Stark Industries continues to manufacture Transformers, albeit with a height of around 5 meters. The raw materials are procured from the system marketplace. For reasons unknown, the metallic components of the Transformers are remarkably inexpensive. Stark intends to first produce a batch of elite robots, followed by a larger quantity of standard models crafted from ordinary alloys. Subsequently, he will imbue them with life using the Tesseract in a similar manner. For capturing weaker, superpowered individuals, the standard Transformers will suffice. Once these matters are resolved, he plans to confront Steve. Ultimately, Jarvis managed to trace a lead online regarding the other party. Meanwhile, Megatron remained motionless in the laboratory, seemingly pondering Stark's words or perhaps grappling with his fragmented memories. The blue truck protects the world's Tesseract. Chapter 147. The spoiler livestream for Phase 4 commences. The SHIELD convoy arrived at the somewhat unusual plaza in front of Stark Industries. Nick Fury exited the vehicle with a grim expression. He activated a specialized communicator and began to speak. He had unraveled the mystery surrounding the earlier theft of the Mind Stone. Initially, he suspected that the military might be involved, especially given the numerous witnesses to the Patriot armor, an undeniable fact. However, upon negotiating with the military, he was informed that the War Machine was stationed at their experimental base that night, undergoing weaponry upgrades. Fury was unconvinced and exerted pressure on the military to surrender the Mind Stone, which consumed considerable time. Ultimately, he discovered that the armor in question was not the War Machine. The War Machine had been modified from the Mark II suit. Although it had undergone 3 upgrades by the military, all focused on enhancing firepower, the Mark II stealth capabilities could evade even fighter jet radar. It was therefore capable of silently approaching SHIELD headquarters and infiltrating it to abscond with the Mind Stone. Subsequently, Fury turned his attention to Stark. After all, according to the battle reports brought back by Natasha and Barton, Stark's machines had undergone significant upgrades, now rivaling the nano-armor Stark from the future. A closer investigation revealed that Stark had not made any public appearances during this period. The entire Stark Industries had granted all employees an extended leave. Fury deduced that Stark was undoubtedly plotting something sinister. After all, such a debonair scion, based on his analysis, would not spare Bucky. Meanwhile, within the grand confines of Stark Industries, Stark was collaborating with Strange to fabricate a capturing device. They needed to return those interdimensional travelers to their original worlds, which necessitated their initial capture. With the capabilities of Transformers, dealing with relatively weaker superhumans posed no challenge. However, confronting formidable entities, such as those enigmatic elemental beings, might render it exceedingly difficult to secure their complete return. They could only place their hopes on magic, employing teleportation spells to transport individuals to the detention chamber. Stark envisioned repurposing high-speed cruise missiles for this task, confident that no one could elude the grasp of his capturing device. Yet in the next moment, Jarvis alerted him to an attempted breach of Stark Industries' communication system. A reverse trace revealed it to be Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Stark opted to allow the intrusion. Instantly, a 3-dimensional projection materialized before him, depicting Nick Fury's visage. "Mr. Stark," he admonished, "engaging in thievery is hardly commendable. I also lament the circumstances surrounding your parents. Resorting to violence as retribution is certainly not a viable solution. Had Mr. Howard been alive, he would have never permitted such actions. I am stationed outside your building. Shall we converse?" Stark remained silent, pivoting to shatter the glass as he leapt from the towering edifice. During his descent, he activated leg, armor, and flamethrowers, then hovered directly before the imposing convoy, confronting SHIELD agents with an unwavering demeanor. He retracted his armor and landed gracefully from a height of nearly 10 meters. Nick Fury maintained his inscrutable expression, inquiring, "Is the Mind Stone in your possession?" Before Stark could respond, a gentle breeze whisked Fury's figure away, rendering the prior events as mere phantasm. Fury's face registered astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings, then a thought struck him. "Coulson, accompany me to Stark's office for a brief inspection. The 4th act of a narrative has been unveiled. The system space will reopen in 10 seconds. Please prepare accordingly." The spoiler livestream has successfully commenced. The current universe, This broadcast will reveal events related to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Special guests include Iron Man, Tony Stark, who has accepted the invitation to join the live stream, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, Ant-Man, Scott Lang, Black Panther, Chaka, Father of Chala, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The Amazing Spider-Man, Peter Parker, the Main Universe Spider-Man, Peter Parker, Star-Lord, Peter Quill, and Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff. The live content featuring Avengers, Infinity War, and Avengers Endgame will officially commence in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. 30:29. Within this live stream space, numerous new faces have emerged, including several characters from the multiverse. The three iterations of Spider-Man exchange glances, their spider senses nearly overwhelming them amidst the presence of so many formidable figures. Outside the live stream space, at the moment of Stark's disappearance, it seemed that the towering presence of Stark Industries had finally grasped its purpose. It immediately rose to action upon discovering intruders attempting to breach the Decepticon training base. Its eyes glowed red. In the live stream space, Stark, upon encountering his adversary, was filled with ire. However, in this strange environment, he found himself unable to act. He could only taunt, "You truly excel at hiding. Just don't let me find you." To his surprise, this time, Bucky remained silent, and Steve similarly chose to disregard him. Stark, feeling disheartened, turned his attention to the many new faces in the live stream space. Without a doubt, some were time travelers, while others were individuals he either knew or did not recognize. From previous experiences, it was evident that these individuals were members of the Avengers. Stark felt a sense of foreboding. If that were indeed the case, his quest for vengeance would become significantly more challenging. Meanwhile, Strange cleared his throat and spoke aloud. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are curious as to why you have suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar world in space. Fear not, for this is all the result of an unforeseen incident, and it will soon be rectified. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Stephen Strange, a surgeon, as well as a sorcerer. I can return you to your original world, and if there are no objections, please come in New York." As he spoke, a shimmering screen began to display a video, abruptly capturing the attention of the newcomers. As the video begins, the system first introduces the version of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, portrayed by Tobey Maguire, the original cinematic iteration. Text appears on the screen. Maguire exchanges glances with the other two, as the extraordinary version of Peter Parker presses his hands down. "Can someone explain to me what this place actually is?" The version played by Tom Holland gasps with excitement, exclaiming, "Mr. Stark? You're Mr. Stark, aren't you?" Stark, wearing a puzzled expression, has no idea who this young man is. However, he refrains from harboring any ill will towards these superpowered youths. "Who are you?" The Holland version responds hurriedly, "At the industrial exhibition, that little boy. You saved me from fire. Do you remember? I was wearing the Iron Man mask." Stark, upon hearing this, feels a sense of confusion. The events from 2 years prior are somewhat hazy in his memory. Yet, the boy he recalls was no older than 8 or 9, and this 17 or 18-year-old in front of him seems to be attempting impersonation, unless, of course, the individual grew up in a realm where time stood still. Doctor Strange appears to perceive Stark's bewilderment and explains, "Mr. Stark, he may have traveled to another world. The flow of time in the multiverse varies." As he contemplates recruiting this young lad into their ranks, he considers that a youthful enthusiast still clad in baby pajamas, eager to be a superhero, undoubtedly possesses a heart for justice and would be ideal for aiding in apprehending interdimensional visitors. However, before he can voice his thoughts, a visual display emerges. The video plays from Spider-Man 2, where Peter Parker visits a doctor after losing his powers. The doctor is examining Peter's body, using a tongue depressor and flashlight to inspect his mouth and throat. "Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I'm not really a specialist in this area, but it looks like there's nothing serious. Just rest for a couple of days." At this, the doctor taps his own head. "Also, I work in proctology, so I think you might want to have your brain checked first." "No wonder there's a foul taste in my mouth," Peter muses. The doctor removes his yellow gloves, setting down the tongue depressor and flashlight. Then he states plainly, "You may have some psychological issues. Perhaps I can assist with that." "Go on, I'm all ears," the doctor prompts. "Oh, I have a friend. Let me clarify. It's a friend of mine," Peter replies. Seeing the doctor nod without suspicion, he continues, "He can't shoot out the web," whispers. The doctor, evidently having missed the earlier part, remarks, "Well, that sounds quite serious." Peter continued to elucidate. He had previously possessed remarkable prowess, a source of immense pride for him. Yet recently, inexplicably, that ability had vanished. The doctor, suddenly enlightened, nodded slightly. So, you are referring to an issue in that regard, am I correct? Peter vigorously shook his head in denial. No, it is not me, but rather a friend of mine. His predicament is quite severe, and recently. He has lost all of it. The doctor remarked. Your friend must be enduring considerable distress. Indeed, it is rather troubling. Without that ability, he has lost all motivation and spends his days contemplating how to regain it. Peter furrowed his brow and stated, Well, I comprehend the situation. The doctor took a medical record and inscribed Peter Parker's name upon it. He then inquired, How many times a day does your friend engage in such activities? Peter candidly responded, When not working, perhaps 2 or 3 times a day. During work, at least several hundred times. I have not kept count. The doctor appeared astonished, scrutinizing Peter from head to toe before jotting down notes in a medical record. He then asked, And what is the duration? I mean, the length of each occurrence. Peter's eyes drifted as he recalled and calculated the timing of his web slinging, then replied, Within 2 milliseconds, I hit the target before it even realizes what has happened. The doctor silently set down the medical record, nodding in agreement. That is quite normal, considering the frequency. Subsequently, the doctor moved to sit beside Peter. Such issues are largely influenced by the environment. External factors can significantly impact such matters. The doctor, much like Peter Parker, plopped down on the hospital bed and curiously inquired, If you don't mind my asking, who was present when your friend engaged in those activities? Peter, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Once, he was battling a creature clad in green armor. At this point, Peter paused momentarily before continuing. Later, he discovered that beneath the armor was the father of one of his close friends. The doctor exclaimed in astonishment, wiping the sweat from his forehead, repeatedly expressing his amazement. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. With your close friend's father? My boy, you must have quite the appetite. Doctor, are you complimenting me? Peter wondered if his identity as Spider-Man had been revealed and inquired. I did not comprehend what you were saying. Chapter 149. The Amazing Spider-Man, the doctor gasped, patted Peter on the shoulder, and then leaped off the bed. He discreetly wiped his hands on the pillow of the hospital bed. What happened next? Peter's mood slightly dimmed as he recounted. Eventually, his close friend severed ties with him, donned a new suit of armor, and sought vengeance. That is quite understandable. The doctor nodded affirmatively and remarked, There is a saying that resonates well. A father and son fight side by side. One does not enter a family door unless they are truly a family. Although there is no scientific basis for the notion that such inclinations are hereditary. A friend of mine has experienced a situation quite similar to yours. His circumstances were identical to yours, or rather, to your friend's, yet ultimately, he triumphed over it. Peter, his face alight with surprise, inquired, Is that truly the case, doctor? The doctor replied, Indeed, it is true. My friend was plagued by this issue for an extended period. Can you guess how he ultimately resolved it? Peter asked, Doctor, may I be so bold as to inquire if this friend of yours is, in fact, you? The doctor vehemently denied, then added, Child, I stand before you as a bona fide man, not as you might presume. Returning to my friend, he continued. He diligently watched a specific type of instructional video daily. No, not instructional, rather, it was practical footage, allowing his mind to internalize that sensation. The doctor spoke as though recounting his own personal experience. What was most crucial was that my friend would remind himself each day, as a man, to stand tall and never succumb to weakness. At this juncture, the doctor nodded emphatically, as if to affirm the truth of his words. This is what my friend imparted to me, and I believe you can relay this wisdom to your, friend. Their symptoms are quite similar, and I trust this experience will prove beneficial. Truly, believe me. The doctor fixed his gaze upon Peter's eyes. I shall recommend a few films for you shortly, which you may take back for your friend of you. They should be able to aid in his recovery. Is that really so? Thank you, doctor. No need for gratitude, my friend. You are the true hero here. The scene shifted. Peter sat upon his bed, the flashes of lightning illuminating his face while he bore an expression of unwavering determination, as if deep in contemplation. His eyes betrayed no discernible emotion, marked instead by the bold words, Focus. The scene transitioned again. Clad in a red and blue suit, Spider-Man swung between towering edifices using his webbing. Wow, I can shoot webs again. The video concluded. As the protagonist, Maguire, felt the corners of his mouth twitch in irritation, he muttered, "I ought to sprinkle a bit of ash in your eyes." Who edited this video? The seasoned individuals took it in stride, accustomed to such antics. While the newcomers remained preoccupied with their unfamiliar surroundings, their focus largely diverted. The question arose, what was the cause of death for the green monster mentioned in the video? Option 1, HIV infection. Option 2, severe hemorrhage in the proctology department. Option 3, perish beneath his own glider's blade. Option 4, killed by his son in a noble act of justice. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience in answering. As the question emerged, Strange eagerly buzzed in, declaring, "System, I choose the third option." Amidst a plethora of absurd responses, the correct answer became glaringly evident. The system's judgment resounded. "Congratulations, you have answered correctly." Stephen Strange was awarded 800 points and activated a random bonus, Double Magic. Instantly, Strange felt a newfound mastery over various spells. Contemplating that this system had indeed been a fortuitous encounter. Before anyone else could react, the luminous screen flickered back to life. The video commenced, introducing the alternate version of Spider-Man, Peter Parker, from the Amazing Spider-Man 2, where Peter saves the yet-to-be transformed Electro. On the streets of Manhattan, New York, a car was seen flipped, apparently the result of a violent accident. A bespectacled black man, clutching a stack of blueprints, stood frozen in shock. He seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, positioned squarely in the middle of the road. If fate had not intervened, the incoming vehicle would surely have reduced him to a mere pulp. In that very moment, clad in his red and blue suit, Spider-Man made a sudden appearance, enveloping the bewildered man and executing a roll to evade the oncoming car. However, Spider-Man could not resist the urge to quip, "Hey, buddy." The man, still dazed from the fall, gazed vacantly at the large, white eyes of the masked hero. As Spider-Man helped him to his feet, his comments were less than flattering. "Get up, you self-destructive fool." The black man, now standing but still disoriented, continued to babble. "Peter Parker, I'm your biggest fan." Spider-Man adjusted the man's glasses and casually replied, "Oh, really?" The man corrected himself. "Oh no, wait, you're my idol." Spider-Man shot out a web, collecting the scattered design blueprints from the ground and stuffing them into the man's arms. "Ah, Diao Meow. It seems you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not fond of that." Clumsily clutching the blueprints, the man, now with his glasses properly adjusted, looked perplexed. "How do you know my name is Diao Meow?" Spider-Man pointed to the name tag pinned to the man's chest. "This is your badge, right? So, you really are named Diao Meow. Do you hold a grudge against your parents?" He then added with a chuckle, "Oh, buddy, you resemble an African catfish." "Do you get what I mean? An African catfish." The man was still in a daze, clearly unable to process the events that had just transpired. Spider-Man, however, cradled the man's head and remarked, "Tidy up that retro hairstyle of yours and scuttle back home, shall we?" He proceeded to smooth down the man's disheveled Mediterranean hairstyle. "Now, stick out your tongue and let out a web of spider goo to tidy up that noodle-like hair of yours, all right?" Spider-Man dabbed a bit of his saliva with his glove and wiped it across the forehead of his opponent. He then shoved the individual towards the sidewalk, stating, "Now that you're all tidied up, go home and find your mother to nurse you. Promise me you won't come out to harm others again, all right? Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike you anew, understood? Now be gone." Spider-Man pushed the person away, leaped into the air, and shot out webs, departing swiftly. Chapter 150. Regret. The screen went black, and the video concluded. The extraordinary Peter Parker explained, "I did not say that. Truly, I swear, this video has been edited." Despite his fervent explanations, only the other Peter Parker, a youthful version, seemed to care about his words. "Is this your own suit? It's so cool. I want one just like it for my superhero attire." The youthful Peter Parker donned a red cotton outfit that, although in the classic red and blue color scheme, resembled pajamas. He appeared to be quite the chatterbox, continuing, "However, it's wrong to discriminate against others. Even though you just saved his life, you should comment on his skin color or appearance." The extraordinary Peter Parker, now in his 30s, looked like a weary office worker after removing his mask. For the first time, he sensed that his incessant chatter might cause unnecessary annoyance. He had once been like this young boy, but after Gwen's death, he had changed. Reflecting on his youthful days, he fell into silence. An issue arose with the screen. Question: which famous villain will the character in the video transform into? Option 1, African catfish. Option 2, Electro. Option 3, Dr. Octopus. Option 4. The Green Armored Monster. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Aside from Deadpool and the extraordinary version of himself, no one present had any knowledge of the answer. For a moment, no one dared to buzz in. Steve, as usual, inquired of Deadpool, who immediately shook his head in denial and pointed at the youthful Peter. I've only seen this guy's movie. Indeed, you should have been part of your Avengers team. Come on, Deadpool, with your busy schedule. Who has time to constantly watch movies and read comics? Who knows which comic universe this guy hails from? Steve held his doubts. Based on his experiences, at least half of what Deadpool said was a load of nonsense. Now, he was making an effort to explain and seemed quite composed. He suspected something was amiss. The extraordinary Peter Parker watched the crimson countdown on the screen. Although he was unaware of the potential penalties for a wrong selection, he adhered to Uncle Ben's adage, with great power comes great responsibility. He knew the answer to this question. In that moment, he did not hesitate. He stepped forward, emulating the demeanor of the stranger who had responded earlier. Addressing the system, he declared, I choose the second option. The system's verdict appeared. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Peter Parker, extraordinary version, has been awarded 800 points. A random reward was triggered. Regret remedy, single-use item. At that instant, a surge of information suddenly flooded the mind of extraordinary Peter. Regret remedy, single-use item. By utilizing this item, you may return to a specific juncture in your life, armed with your existing memories, and commence anew. Note, this item can only be used upon returning to your own universe. Extraordinary Peter gazed at the small blue pill resting in his palm. His expression one of bewilderment and disbelief. Is this system for real? Just then, the question on the luminous screen vanished, only to be replaced by a new scene. Video playback. On the bustling streets of New York, skyscrapers towered and neon lights flickered. Suddenly, a brilliant blue lightning bolt pierced the night sky, soaring skyward. The Lightning Man, enveloped in electric energy, rampaged through the city in fury. Peter Parker, clad in his red and blue suit, descended from above, landing deftly atop a car behind the Lightning Man, attempting to engage him in conversation. Hey, pizza, calm down and come over here. Spider-Man's voice resonated in the Lightning Man's ears. The sound was drowned out by the howling wind and the thunderous crackle of electricity. The Lightning Man turned, blue currents flickering around his form, his eyes filled with anguish and rage. I'm socially anxious, the Lightning Man's voice boomed amidst the electric tumult, his body trembling with the shock of energy. Spider-Man glanced back, noting that several concerned citizens had been cornered on a staircase, their faces awash with fear as they looked toward the two of them. You have become a source of terror for society, he remarked. So there is no need to be afraid. They are all socially anxious now, just like you. The city's alarms and the screams of the populace echoed around them. Feigning nonchalance, Spider-Man perched himself atop the car, extending his hands. Listen, stubborn one, come to Daddy and let me embrace you. Daddy will take you out for a treat. After saying this, Spider-Man leaped down from the car's roof, approaching the Lightning Man. The Lightning Man appeared visibly anxious, retreating several steps before responding, I don't eat instant noodles, and I avoid expired products. Oh my, you are quite the picky one, Spider-Man reassured him. Open options are acceptable too. Come here, and I'll guide you toward adulthood. The Lightning Man pondered for a moment before finally speaking. I want a man, just like you. Oh my God, you are being choosy. It's a miracle you even found someone. Perhaps you should take a look at yourself in the mirror and consider your current state. Spider-Man clasped his head with both hands, his tone laced with agitation. You simpleton. Have you not heard that red and blue have been rivals since time immemorial? The Electro, his expression tinged with annoyance, retorted, I am blue. You are red. There is no escape for you. Good grief. You are truly repulsive, Peter exclaimed, turning to the distant onlookers. Listen up. This fool claims he is still on the bottle at this age. What do you think? Is he not disgusting and utterly worthless? The crowd's fervor swelled instantly, chanting Spider-Man. Take him down. Spider-Man, take him down. Electro, too, felt the mounting outrage from the crowd, his fury reaching a boiling point. You have brought this upon yourself, Spider, he declared. In the next moment, he extended his hands, ready to unleash a surge of electricity. However, Spider-Man was just a fraction quicker, deploying his web shooter to aim at Electro. Behold my spider's venom. Electro countered with his own incantation. Thunder God, lend me your strength. The clash of lightning and web met with explosive force, sending Spider-Man hurtling away. The video abruptly concluded. The extraordinary Peter was now devoid of any desire to explain. His mind consumed by regret. He frantically searched the system shop for items. The 800 points granted by the system were sufficient to exchange for numerous valuable treasures. Chapter 151. I still believe in Qin Shi Huang. Question. How did the dagger become Electro? Option 1. Fell into a mutated eel tank. Option 2. In a dark alley, witnessed his parents murdered by robbers, vowed to seek revenge. Option 3. Kidnapped by terrorists and forced to develop mutation drugs in a cave. Option 4. Became a disciple of the Thunder God. Wishing everyone a pleasant quiz experience. The livestream space fell into silence, soon disrupted by a cacophony of voices. I choose the first option. Fell into a mutated eel tank. The system responded almost simultaneously, 1111. The answer to this question was glaringly apparent. Dismissing the absurd and the familiar, the first option stood as the only viable choice. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Tony Stark has received a reward of 750 points. A random reward was triggered. 10 rings, forced extraction, 10 rings. Forcefully extracted from its original owner, it belongs to the realm of thought energy weapons. Its power varies according to the wielder's intent. Radiant light coalesced around Stark's wrist, forming 10 iron rings aglow with an ethereal luminescence. The despair virus within Stark, a swarm of nanobots, began to spread towards the 10 rings. The reaction between the despair virus, the symbiote, and the 10 rings was known only to him. However, from the outside, it appeared he had gained significant advantages, his armor exuding an uncontrolled golden aura. Once again, the audience in the live stream expressed their dissatisfaction. Why is it that everyone answered the questions correctly at the same time, yet all the rewards went to Stark? Nonetheless, the live system disregards the multitude of opinions. Shortly after the rewards were diminished, the screen once again illuminated with imagery. The video begins to play. This system requires an introduction to the Holland version of Spider-Man. Peter Parker, the third generation of the film. The video officially commences. Spider-Man 1. As the young Spider-Man has just acquired Stark's suit. Amidst the towering skyscrapers of New York, Peter Parker, clad in the standard red and blue spider suit, weaves through the buildings. In the bustling chaos of New York, it is Peter Parker who determines the order. With the classic Spider-Man landing, he leaps to the edge of a rooftop, gazing down below. His eyes narrow slightly, as if he has spotted something of interest. Spider-Man leaps into action. The scene shifts to a man riding a bicycle swiftly along the sidewalk, occasionally glancing back. Spider-Man swings down on his web, landing before him. Hey there, handsome, here's a little gift for you. Spider-Man affixes his web to the man's chest, simultaneously spraying webbing that binds them together. The cyclist, still in disbelief, has yet to react. As Spider-Man releases his grip, the man is lifted 2 meters into the air by the retracting web. Spider-Man catches the falling bicycle and calls out to the surrounding crowd. Hello, esteemed citizens of New York, good morning. The Peter Parker shop is now officially open, offering free bicycles. Anyone interested? Passers-by, engrossed in their phones, pay him no heed. Only one man, sporting headphones, dismissively remarks, I still believe that Qin Shi Huang appointed me as a general. Oh my goodness, is this truly the New York I once knew? Spider-Man exclaims in astonishment. The scene transitions. Spider-Man swings through the air, his chatter echoing as he lands atop a 4- or 5-story building. Taking a deep breath, he muses, indeed, this is the peaceful and wonderful New York. The people here are so friendly. At that moment, a voice calls out from below. Hey, that red plastic bag. Are you planning to jump? Spider-Man looks down to see a portly vendor from a hamburger stand. Yes, you little African paleface. The vendor glances at his watch and continues to shout. Please commence your performance, will you? I'm in a hurry. Spider-Man feigns a jump, only to regain his balance firmly on the spot. What are you expecting? Spider-Man chuckles. Just teasing you, my friend. The vendor gestures in a friendly international manner. Don't eat the sour radish. The scene shifts again. Spider-Man appears to be directing an elderly lady. As the video zooms in, their conversation becomes audible. Remember, old chap, you must take the number 2 bus home, then with your bank card. Board the 50 bus to the Swiss bank and transfer 500,000 to this car number. Do you understand? Otherwise, at midnight, I shall be perched upon your ceiling, masked, merely observing you. Comprehend? The elderly lady nodded repeatedly and hurried away. Spider-Man scanned the surroundings, seeking any lost seniors. He had no qualms about directing them homeward, though he would appreciate a modest reward. The scene shifted. A shifty-looking individual loitered beside a luxury vehicle. Glancing around while retrieving tools from his pocket to pry open a window, Spider-Man leaped down from above, landing atop the car right in front of the miscreant. Startled, the thief attempted to flee. However, Spider-Man shot a web, ensnaring the thief's hand to the vehicle. Subsequently, he shot another web to adhere to the thief's face, pulling forcefully, causing the thief's forehead to collide heavily with the car door. The incessant banter continued. "Hey, Che Guevara, your car is quite stylish, but it belongs to me now. Your watch too." A few more strands of webbing secured the thief to the car, rearward. The remarkable stickiness and tensile strength rendered the thief immobile. The car's alarm blared incessantly. Spider-Man, chattering away, stood beside him. "What other valuables do you possess at home? Hand them over." He scrutinized the thief's physique and remarked, "Oh, you are quite the peacock. Let us hope no brother stroll by, or you might find yourself needing a proctologist." Suddenly, a window on the second floor opened. An elderly lady leaned out. "Hey, what are you doing outside so early? It's quite noisy." Spider-Man retorted, "Are you mistaken?" He spread his hands, exasperatedly explaining, "I haven't even gone up there. How could I disturb you? Let us be reasonable." The lady hurled a pillow down. "Silence, you red-clad peacock." Chapter 152. I caught a panty thief, the wealthiest in Gotham. The scene transitioned. Spider-Man swung through the skyscrapers. Wow, another splendid day. He touched down. Thud. Spider-Man looked down to find a blob of obscure dark brown substance stuck to his shoe. Oh, the beautiful day had come to an unfortunate end. Which dog had relieved itself without a modicum of decency? The video abruptly ended. The Holland version of Spider-Man, evidently still youthful, felt his face flush upon viewing the footage, despite the individual in the video wearing a uniform distinct from his own. However, both his physique and voice unmistakably reveal his identity. "I swear, I would never engage in such a despicable act," the Dutch Spider-Man earnestly attempted to explain, even with the mask obscuring his features. Those present could easily envision the flustered expression hidden beneath it. "Do not fret, dear child, this video has always been like this. It will soon be over, and others will face the same." Natasha, the wise and caring older sister figure, reassured the young Spider-Man. From their prior conversation, it became evident that this young lad hailed from this universe, but had been transported to a realm with a significantly accelerated flow of time due to a recent incident, where he had resided for a considerable duration. Just as she was about to inquire further, the holographic screen posed a question. Question: who crafted the suit for the main universe Spider-Man? Option 1. Tony Stark. Option 2. His stepfather. Option 3. He made it himself. Option 4. He found it in a trash can. Wishing everyone a delightful answering experience. I have been fostered by Aunt May since childhood, as my parents had passed away. The Dutch Spider-Man was on the verge of elucidating this matter. His mother had already died, thus making the existence of a stepfather impossible, eliminating that possibility. However, at this juncture, he belatedly recognized that he regarded Aunt May as a mother. Cursed be it. Which scoundrel dared to? He pondered whether any unforeseen calamities had befallen during his time away from home. Meanwhile, the others clearly held no expectations for this befuddled individual, turning their gazes toward the previous two iterations of Spider-Man, whose suits bore a striking resemblance to that seen in the video. Without a doubt, the answer was that they had crafted their own. Natasha, seizing the moment, promptly answered the question. In the next instant, the system's penalty was unleashed as promised. Congratulations. Your answer is incorrect. The system will randomly select a punishment. The penalty took effect, stripping Natasha Romanoff of her mastery over her altered voice. In the blink of an eye, her words reverted to the rough tone of a rugged man. Damn that system. It had taken her over a month of diligent practice to master the art of mimicking a feminine voice, and now it had stripped her back to her original state. A sharp retort nearly escaped her lips. Just then, the holographic screen began to play a video. The video officially commenced. Captain America, Civil War. Stark intercepts Captain America and others at the airport. Stark, clad in his Mark armor with the helmet retracted, cupped his hands to form a megaphone and shouted, "Peter Parker." As his voice echoed, a crimson figure, reminiscent of a plastic bag, executed a somersault in mid-air, shooting out webbing to ensnare Captain America's shield. Retrieving it to his own hand, with the shield in his right hand, he gracefully landed on one knee, poised above a van like a true hero. He proudly raised his head, exclaiming, "Grandfather is here. Please call me Captain Spider." Stark and War Machine exchanged glances of exasperation, with Stark casually remarking, "Enough with the theatrics. Handle the thief inside the building and make haste." Swinging on his web, Spider-Man arrived at the glass facade of the terminal, inquiring, "May I take them down?" Stark replied, "Yes, but exercise caution." As Spider-Man crawled along the glass exterior, he caught sight of Falcon and Winter Soldier racing inside. His voice brimmed with excitement as he said, "Thank you, Dad. I will be careful." The perspective shifted to the two inside the terminal. Winter Soldier, while sprinting, glanced at the creatures scaling the glass wall, moving faster than their full-speed run. Having not watched horror films during his years in the military, he felt no fear. He casually asked, "What is that thing?" Falcon stole a glance, disdainfully observing the sturdy glass, and remarked, "Looks like a red plastic bag." "Enough of that. Our lives are at stake. If Iron Man's little buddy catches up, we're in trouble. Let us run." With a whoosh, Spider-Man shot out 2 strands of webbing, propelling himself to the parallel glass surface ahead of the duo. He unleashed 2 more webs, launching himself like a slingshot, shattering the glass curtain wall to enter the terminal. Landing a kick that sent Falcon flying. He chattered incessantly, "Kids, Daddy's here. Is my flying kick strong enough?" Turning around, Spider-Man skillfully intercepted Winter Soldier's serious punch, unapologetically forcing his arm aside. "Wow, buddy, are you Steel Arm Astro Boy? How did you wander into reality?" "I have a question. Though I'm unsure if I should ask," Spider-Man whispered. "Is your lower half made of steel? If so, that's really cool." At that moment, Falcon charged at Spider-Man, who was engrossed in conversation with his friend. His jetpack roared to life, propelling him forward. He scooped Spider-Man off the ground, declaring, "Friend, let her go." "No, wait. Little B is mine." As Spider-Man was lifted, he quickly pushed Falcon's face away, saying, "Hey, wait. I still haven't gotten an answer. Keep your distance, you Black Batman. Let me go." With his wings spread wide, Falcon clearly struggled to contain the writhing Spider-Man. Spider-Man shot a web to the ceiling and yanked himself free from Falcon's grasp. As he departed, he kicked Falcon, stating, "I dislike black." Upon returning to the ceiling, Spider-Man didn't forget to encase Falcon's jetpack nozzle with a glob of webbing. In the next moment, the malfunctioning pack retracted its wings. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the Falcon could no longer maintain his equilibrium, crashing into a newsstand before tumbling to the ground. Shards of glass lay scattered about. As the Falcon rose and attempted to depart, Spider-Man swung in on his web. Alighting upon a pillar in the terminal, he expelled webbing, ensnaring the Falcon's right hand upon the railing. "Hey, everyone, guess who I've caught?" he proclaimed. "No, it's not Lucian. Indeed, it is the affluent Batman of Gotham, and astonishingly, he is a thief of undergarments." Spider-Man chattered to himself, seemingly explaining to the audience, "No, it's not Jean Benihan, the one who pilfered Mr. Stark's underwear. It is the wealthy Batman, equipped with wings and skin enhancements. There's no mistaking it. Open your other eye and see clearly. Child, I am the Falcon, not some bat spirit." The Falcon struggled against the webbing binding his hand, retorting with bravado. Chapter 153. "So, are you free tonight? I invite you to slumber." Spider-Man's large white eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning icy. "Is that so? Then you must perish." With that, Spider-Man swung forward, delivering a kick towards him. Bound to the railing, the Falcon had no means of escape. At that moment, Bucky rushed in, shouting, "Don't worry. Brother, I'm here." Bang! Both were sent tumbling down by Spider-Man's kick, with the railing and glass shattering upon impact. Following this, 2 strands of webbing descended, securing the upper bodies of both the Falcon and Winter Soldier to the ground. Bucky, glancing at his similarly positioned comrade, inquired, "Did you not say this was merely a red plastic bag?" "It is just a red plastic bag with a bit more strength," the Falcon retorted defiantly. The video concluded. Was this fellow truly so formidable? Bucky's initial impression upon viewing the footage was one of astonishment. Having witnessed numerous outrageous videos, he had come to understand the nature of the system. While absurdity lingered, a portion of the video remained rooted in reality. His mechanical arm had been effortlessly caught by that unassuming sleepy baby. Moreover, it had appeared remarkably effortless. He had even caught a glimpse of his own incredulous micro-expression in the footage. According to Steve, had it not been for the system's unexpected intervention, their real lives might have mirrored those portrayed in the video. Of course, excluding the ridiculous voiceovers and editing. Contemplating this, Bucky turned to Steve, who now emanated a peculiar aura. his gaze filled with indifference. It was as if the Steve he recognized had been supplanted by another, unable to fathom the reason. Bucky attributed it all to the negative effects of the character card, which seemed to have altered his corresponding personality. Meanwhile, the Holland iteration of Peter Parker had long since become estranged from this world. Among the multitude of heroes present, most were unfamiliar to him, with Stark being the only one he had seen in person before. The atmosphere felt distinctly off, and he sensed it keenly. To avoid inadvertently causing trouble with ill-chosen words, he chose to remain silent, observing quietly. Soon, a query appeared on the projection screen. In this scene, did Spider-Man, Peter Parker, successfully intercept the Winter Soldier and Falcon? The options were as follows. 1. No successful interception. 2. Successful interception. 3. Only intercepted the Winter Soldier. 4. Only intercepted the Falcon. Best of luck to all participants. From the video, it was evident that the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Bucky and Sam were no match for Peter Parker, having been defeated in less than 3 seconds. Excluding the banter and taunts, the conclusion showed both of them ensnared on the ground by webs. However, the outcome of a battle is not solely determined by strength. Luck and experience are also pivotal factors that can alter the tide of confrontation. Perhaps at any moment, the two might spring into action and successfully defeat that red plastic bag. Consequently, few in the space felt inclined to respond. As the 30-second countdown concluded, the system began the selection process. A mechanical voice announced, "Regrettably, Clint Barton, you have been chosen. Your 30 seconds to respond begins now." Upon hearing this, Barton remained silent for a long while. His aura of luck seemed to be merely a fade as it had landed on him. With at least a dozen individuals in the live space, a 1 in 10 chance still resulted in his selection. He was left speechless, resigned. He realized that every answer carried a 1 in 4 probability. Barton closed his eyes and randomly selected option 1 without contemplating the answer. Shortly thereafter, the system's verdict echoed. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Clint Barton has earned 800 reward points." This time, no random rewards were triggered. Upon hearing this announcement, Barton was astonished to see his points increased by 800 on the marketplace interface. He could hardly believe the description of his luck aura. It was dependent on absorbing the luck of those around him. In other words, every time he experienced good fortune, someone nearby had to suffer misfortune. A sudden flatulence interrupted the moment, emanating from Steve's direction. He stood impassively, observing the crowd with a cold demeanor. Meanwhile, Deadpool, in front of everyone, pinched his nose and remarked, "Hey, did you just let one slip? I hope you're not like your old man." In an instant, blood erupted as Deadpool's head exploded, transforming into a headless corpse before rapidly regenerating. Steve retracted his fist and sighed. Finally, a moment of peace. Almost simultaneously, the issue with the light screen vanished, revealing a video display. The scene remained before the terminal, where Iron Man, War Machine, Black Panther, and others confronted Steve. Spider-Man, clutching Steve's shield, knelt atop a van. Gazing into the distance at Steve, casually greeting him, "Hey buddy, how's it going?" "I'm well," Steve replied. Spider-Man paused, seemingly pondering his words before continuing. "You see, I've watched many of your works. I'm a huge fan. I adore you." "I only love my sister, not my brother," Steve retorted. The scene shifted. Spider-Man contemplated the flight trajectory of Steve's shield, questioning its adherence to physics. Crouched behind a semi-truck, Spider-Man appeared remarkably at ease. "So, do you have time tonight? I invite you to sleep." Opposite him stood Steve, inexplicably holding his shield once more. "I have time, but that's not my preference," Steve responded. Spider-Man's large white eyes narrowed slightly as he ready to strike. "I've seen it all. You're lying." Without hesitation, he feigned an attack, launching a web aimed at Steve's face. Chapter 154. 400 ants and 400 Buddy. Spider-Man shot a web from his right hand, attempting to obscure Steve's vision. However, as expected, Steve raised his shield in defense, intercepting the web mid-flight. Immediately, Spider-Man shot another web with his left hand, ensnaring Steve's legs. With a powerful tug, he sent Steve crashing to the ground, the immense force propelling Steve several meters away. Spider-Man's banter continued unabated. In a mocking tone, he taunted Mr. Stark provided me with a plethora of your works. He claimed your back door could accommodate a train, prompting me to focus on your lower half. Spider-Man shot another web with his right hand, securing it to a cart. With a gentle pull, he swung his body towards Steve, delivering a kick. Just as Steve Losing his balance, attempted to rise. Spider-Man's leg knocked him over. 400 ants flying kick. Oh dear. Steve collided with the front of a transport vehicle. The tremendous impact caused him to lose grip on his shield, sending it flying 5 or 6 meters away. Clearly, Spider-Man had no intention of genuinely fighting. He executed a forward roll upon landing, absorbing the impact, and refrained from immediately attacking Steve. It was only when he saw Steve rise, reaching for the shield, that Spider-Man shot 2 webs, securing Steve's arms and halting his advance. Wait, don't leave. I wish to convey to you that my physique is rather impressive. Would you care to indulge in an exceptional experience? Spider-Man observed Steve from behind as he was positioned in a power stance, his muscular form and physique entirely on display. He exclaimed, "Wow, has anyone ever informed you, Captain, that your physique is undeniably alluring?" Steve glanced back, his expression obscured by his mask. Yet his tone betrayed a hint of anger. "This is self-inflicted. I shall summon 400 admirers to entertain you, dear Annie." Steve ceased his struggle with Spider-Man, executing a graceful aerial spin, unexpectedly lifting Spider-Man off the ground and hurling him aside. Spider-Man gasped in surprise, tumbling beneath a boarding bridge. Rising swiftly, he wasted no time. Shooting 2 webs to adhere to the bridge, and with a vigorous pull, launched himself onto the overhead passageway. His banter continued unabated. "You possess such strength. I find myself increasingly fond of you. One can only imagine what it would be like if you were in bed." Perched atop the passageway, Spider-Man squinted down at Steve, who stood with his shield. Steve remarked, "Kid, you appear quite youthful." Spider-Man replied, "Do not let my youth deceive you. I weigh 120 pounds. Suddenly, he executed an unexpected backflip, shooting a web to latch onto the passageway, altering his trajectory to charge at Steve once more. "So, are you intrigued?" Steve leapt into action, spinning around to deliver a kick. "Intrigued, indeed, but you must rest for a while first." His kick struck Spider-Man squarely, sending him flying backward, crashing into a support pillar beneath the terminal. Immediately, Steve brought his shield down upon the pillar, causing the entire passageway to collapse. Spider-Man had no choice but to brace himself against the descending structure, straining to hold it up. Taking back his spinning shield, Steve observed Spider-Man's physique with keen interest. "Ah, you are indeed well built. You seem quite immobile now. Allow me to fetch 400 admirers for you. Just wait." The scene shifted. Spider-Man lay on the ground, appearing as if lifeless. Stark, clad in his armor, descended and approached him cautiously. Just as he reached out to touch Spider-Man's arm, the latter jolted awake, panic evident in his demeanor. No, I'm not 400 annies. Please do not come." "Peter Parker, it is I, your father." "Calm down," Iron Man reassured, seizing Spider-Man's flailing arms. "Now it is my turn." The video concluded. What is this? A chaotic brawl among admirers. What was the catalyst for such an event? The contention over the ownership of the back door, or perhaps the sequence of events, was met with a jest from Ant-Man, Scott Lang. Presently, he found himself unfamiliar with any of those around him. Although he had encountered members of the Avengers, particularly during the Battle of New York, he remained oblivious to their identities. Engaging in light-hearted banter, he inquired, "Could someone explain how we exit this place? Is there perhaps a back door?" At that moment, he activated his shrinking device, and within the blink of an eye, Scott vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the version of Peter Parker portrayed by Tom Holland instinctively covered his head, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my goodness, he has gone. Did he just leave?" A cold, detached voice cut through the air, Tony Stark's. "Kid, don't be too astonished. He merely shrank down and is still right there." In the next instant, Scott reappeared, seemingly deflated, his expression tinged with a hint of reproach directed at Stark for interrupting his moment. Simultaneously, the screen displayed the current video question. Question: who knocked out the Spider-Man of the main universe? Option 1, Captain America. Option 2, Ant-Man. Option 3, 400 Rascals. Option 4, Iron Giant. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. In the video, Ant-Man's appearance was limited to merely a fleeting second, serving as little more than a background figure. If one were not particularly observant, they might have overlooked his presence entirely. After dismissing the absurd options, the correct answer became glaringly obvious, requiring no further contemplation. The responses in the live chat quickly devolved into chaos. I choose the first option. System: it was Captain America who knocked out Spider-Man. I'm going with the first option too. I answered first. Don't steal my answer. The voices collided in a flurry, and soon after, The room fell silent, each participant eagerly awaiting a fair verdict from the system. Before long, the system's judgment echoed through the space. Congratulations, your answer is incorrect. The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere tensed as all who had responded braced themselves, silently hoping that this opportunity would pass to another. The system initiated a random penalty. The penalty took effect, stripping Bruce Banner of his doctorate in physics and related knowledge. In an instant, Banner felt utterly incapacitated. The others exhaled in relief. Ah, bunny, what badluk. You really fell for it this time, Thor chuckled. However, the system's pronouncement did not cease there. Penalty enacted, deducting 300 reward points from Thor Odinson. As the words settled, the points in the upper right corner of his store page diminished by 300. In a live space, everyone was left in shock. No way. This ridiculous system actually did that. Chapter 155. Are you prepared for self-redemption? The penalties have taken effect, resulting in Natasha Romanoff's testosterone levels surging tenfold. The penalties have also stripped Tony Stark of his 5 rings. Furthermore, they have rewarded Clinton Barton with an inscription on his forehead proclaiming, "I'm a team battle mascot, valid for 30 days. The penalties have rendered Steve Rogers devoid of his exceptional combat skills, and Sam Wilson has been deprived of his drones. Red Wing. A cascade of radiant lights descended, illuminating the entire livestream space as if it were transcending realms, enveloping the majority of the participants. The once dark space now shone as brightly as day. I selected the second option, Ant-Man. Congratulations, your answer is correct. Peter Parker, main universe, has earned 800 reward points. A random reward has been triggered. Iron Spider Suit, enhanced version. In the next moment, the Holland version of Peter was enveloped in nano armor, for metallic appendages extending from his back, lifting him off the ground. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. This newcomer appears far more striking than we ever were, Dr. Banner remarked. The majority of the rest in the livestream space gazed at Peter in astonishment, causing him to feel a wave of embarrassment. Before long, those who had been penalized began to curse the wretched system in their hearts. How could it be so unfair? Answering correctly only granted a reward to one individual, while a wrong answer punished everyone collectively. Wasn't this an egregious exploitation of the honest? Yet under the oppressive might of the system, no matter how discontent they felt, they could only simmer in silence, too fearful to criticize the seemingly unscrupulous figure or his abominable system, lest they provoke further penalties. Dr. Banner found Scott somewhat familiar, and the miniature technology surpassed his comprehension. He casually inquired, "I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before." Scott, upon hearing this, vehemently denied, No, we have not met. I am merely an employee of an ant relocation service, and it was only after gaining a bit of superpower that this bizarre entity brought me here." Out of professional habit, Scott instinctively averted his gaze, not wishing for anyone to see his handsome face. "Really, I swear, I feel I have encountered you before, Doctor." Banner persisted, still unable to recall. The system offered him no time for contemplation. Soon, the livestream display commenced. The video begins to play. Ant-Man 1, featuring Hank Pym, the inventor of the Ant-Man suit, seeking Scott's assistance. The video backdrop appears to be within a sealed indoor space. The walls are adorned with weapons and ammunition. There are only 2 individuals present, an elderly man and a young one, Hank Pym and Scott as Ant-Man. Both men wear serious expressions, seemingly engaged in a discussion of great importance. Pym fixates on Scott's eyes, speaking meaningfully. "Are you prepared for your own redemption?" "I am fully prepared." Scott's expression was equally grave, as if he had already resolved to embrace his mission, replying, "I am completely prepared. Since my release, I have turned over a new leaf. The days of breaking into others' homes to steal are utterly behind me. I am ready to become a superhero." At this juncture, Scott took a deep breath and inquired, "What would you have me do? No matter how arduous the task, I shall accomplish it." Dr. Pym maintained his serious demeanor, enunciating each word. "I need you to break into someone's house and steal something." The scene shifted, dressed in the Ant-Man suit and shrunk to the size of an ant. Scott stood on the ground muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me." "I have seen you for quite a while, Sam," clad in his combat gear, replied with an expressionless face. It was then that Ant-Man reverted to his normal stature. "I extend a friendly greeting. Hey, how are you? I am your father." "What brings you here, father?" Sam crossed his arms, scrutinizing the red and white figure before him. "A certain Captain Steele." who goes by the name of Shiliuxiang, requested my services, Scott explained. What services are you referring to? Sam interrogated. What services? What do you think? Scott smacked his lips and said, I can be large or small. Would you care to experience it? Sam nodded. Of course. Is it free? One payment per experience? No credit, Ant-Man responded. Put on Captain Shiliuxiang's tab. He has a pension. You can ask him for 2 payments later. Sam gestured toward a location. There's a warehouse. Let's go there. All right, lead the way, Scott replied. The scene transitioned again. Sam descended from the sky, retracting his wings, and entered the house with a cheerful demeanor, evidently pleased with the notion of size alteration. The scene shifted once more. Scott shook hands with Steve, excitedly exclaiming, You truly live up to your reputation, Captain. Who told you that? Steve, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, displayed his exaggerated pectoral muscles. It's common knowledge now. The photos on your phone have been leaked, Scott replied, gripping Steve's hand firmly. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon Steve's impressive chest. Oh wow, it really is substantial. Yours is equally impressive. You are quite well endowed, Steve politely acknowledged, glancing at Scott's chest. Scott looked down at himself, humbly admitting, I may have shown off a bit, Captain. Oh, it truly is splendid. His tone held a hint of flirtation as he unconsciously stole another glance at the pectoral muscles, then licked his lips. Behind them stood Wanda and others, her expression one of exasperation. However, Scott had no intention of letting her off the hook. He turned to Wanda, saying, Oh, do you wish to join us? Ha ha ha, not a chance, you brat. Upon concluding his statement, he turned to pat Steve's impressive chest once more, exclaiming, Marvelous, Captain. Are you free tonight? Chapter 156, Sunshine, Rainbow, Little White Horse. Ding ding to Steve nodded ambiguously, a cryptic smile adorning his face. Observing this, Scott reciprocated with a similarly suggestive expression. That's splendid. By chance, his gaze fell upon Sam, who stood behind Steve, arms crossed, and an expression that clearly indicated his discontent. Scott greeted him, Hey thief, how's my service? Sam responded indifferently, Hey, cellmate, you old pervert. The two appeared to have aged since their last encounter. A considerable amount of time must have elapsed. Scott, surveying him from head to toe, incredulously inquired, I never anticipated you would be released so soon. Did you bribe the judge? Sam managed a strained smile, replying resignedly, I merely assisted Captain America in stealing a pair of underwear. I've already confessed, and now they are after him. Upon uttering this, Sam gestured towards Steve, a hint of relief washing over his face. Underwear? Scott's expression shifted, his gaze darting towards Steve, incredulously exclaiming, It wouldn't be mine, would it? Bingo. You got it. It's yours, Sam nodded slightly. Faced with this revelation, Scott gazed at Steve in utter disbelief. The scene transitioned. Situated within a peculiar realm, the inhabitants donned red robes, their faces concealed by crimson veils, revealing only pairs of glowing eyes, a clear indication that this was no ordinary place. 2 individuals were encircled in the center. One was Scott in his Ant-Man suit, and the other, a man clad in a light brown outfit. Ant-Man surveyed his surroundings before addressing the man before him. Are you a mind reader? The man's forehead momentarily glowed. Then he replied, Indeed, I genuinely wish I weren't capable of such mind reading. After this, he cast a glance at the surrounding red-clad figures, explaining, What everyone is thinking is quite repugnant. The camera shifted to Scott's face, rendering him momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the man's forehead illuminated again. His expression shifted to one of anger, and his tone grew harsh. Please refrain from thinking such things. Scott furrowed his brow, instinctively uttering, I apologize. For heaven's sake, don't do that. The man's forehead flickered once more, his face a portrait of resignation. Scott felt a tinge of embarrassment, admonishing himself, don't think about it. Do not entertain such thoughts. The man's forehead glowed again. I don't wish to, Scott clarified. The man's forehead gleamed once more, and his tone turned menacing. It seems you are quite eager. Scott, with a look of innocence, kept his mouth shut and stared at the man. The video concluded. Within the live broadcast space, Scott exclaimed in surprise, Is someone secretly filming me? Upon uttering these words, he noticed that the gazes of those around him were rather unsettling, compelling him to further explain, No, he is just playing a prank on me. Only after this declaration did the intense stares begin to wane. To be candid, the audience still perceived Scott's video as lacking in impact. Compared to the previous victims Steve and others in the live stream, the intensity had diminished significantly. Should Scott falter, It would only imply that there would be ample challenges awaiting him in the future. No one responded to his inquiry. All eyes remained fixated on the luminous screen, awaiting the emergence of the question from the video. Question: what is Scott Long's primary occupation? Option 1, employee and ant relocation service. Option 2, ice cream shop attendant. Option 3, mail service worker. Option 4, thief. Wishing everyone a pleasant answering experience. Based on the usual absurdity of live broadcast dialogues, it was clear that few would deem the conversations to be genuine. In that moment, the audience found it challenging to determine the correct answer, resulting in no one daring to respond. Scott, upon seeing the question above, was acutely aware of his profession. Although he had worked at an ice cream shop for a time, he was truly unable to handle the eccentric customers. One had come in requesting a turkey noodle dish. Can you believe it? After less than a day on the job, he had gained insight into the diversity of worldly species and humanity. He might as well return to his life as a rogue. System, I choose the fourth option. Scott hesitantly raised his hand, mimicking the others as he provided his answer. Upon finishing, he glanced at those around him, asking, is this correct? This should be how we respond, right? Having watched numerous adventure films, Scott surmised that the points accumulated in this live broadcast space might be linked to their future ransom requirements. Failing to redeem himself could likely result in being trapped here indefinitely, assigned tasks to slay monsters until meeting his demise in the process. Soon, the system's verdict arrived. Congratulations. You have answered correctly. Scott Long has received 700 reward points. Upon witnessing the shop system pop up before him, revealing an additional 800 points, Scott was taken aback. He then began to mimic the others, browsing through the offerings, when he discovered that 1 point could be exchanged for a staggering $10,000. His eyes sparkled like light bulbs. The others in the space exchanged glances, particularly Sam, who had been jokingly labeled a thief. Yet, none expected a genuine thief to actually infiltrate their midst. The video screen illuminated. The footage continues with Spider-Man, Homecoming. In the tunnel, the young hero clung to the ceiling, secretly observing an extraterrestrial technology weapon deal unfolding below. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and chimed. Sunshine Rainbow Little Pony, ding ding ding. Who are you? The young hero hastily retrieved his phone and silenced it. The screen displayed a note. White Lotus Little Rascal can be licked. However, the gangsters below had already heard the sound and were looking around anxiously. In their heightened state of tension, fearing that the opposing gang leader might resort to betrayal, they drew their weapons at one another. Damn, what was that noise? Is it your people? Little Black, do you want me to send you to Myanmar? I'm also part of the underworld, and let me remind you, they don't accept our kind there, plus I'm HIV positive. In the midst of this standoff, where gunfire could erupt at any moment, the young hero leaped down from above. Hey, good evening, folks. It's your friendly neighborhood ringtone. Sorry, my wife is calling, telling me not to come home too early. Even after work, I need to sit in my car and wait until after 10 to return. I never listen to my wife. The young hero squinted, suddenly speaking rapidly. So I must hurry home, just because of the impending attack. He shot a web toward one man's groin. Chapter 157. Do not worry. We are the local 00 society. The struck individual clutched himself, momentarily forgetting everything else. The remaining members raised their guns and fired at the young hero. He skillfully dodged, leaping off the walls, landing right in front of the group of gangsters involved in the deal. I'll take 50% from each of you. I assure you all will sleep well tonight. The young hero activated his verbal sparring skills once more. He approached from behind a man rummaging in a vehicle, intending to deliver a punch to grant him the same quality slumber as the baby. Just as he prepared to strike, he reminded, by the way, I'm Spider-Man, don't forget. Unexpectedly, the man turned and produced a glove-like device from inside the vehicle. It was evidently extraterrestrial technology emanating a pink glow. Before the gauntlet could strike him, it unleashed a shockwave that propelled the young hero several meters away. He appeared dazed by the impact. The individual wielding the glove wore an exaggerated grin as he hurriedly returned the device to the vehicle, exclaiming, "Youth is truly wonderful. They can just fall asleep." Swiftly, two of the gang's vehicles sped away from the scene. The scene shifted. Inside a bank, a group of individuals donned Avengers masks, frantically withdrawing money from the ATM and stuffing it into bags. Suddenly, the voice of a little spider echoed from the side. Hey, pardon my intrusion. Are the thieves preoccupied? The little spider casually leaned against the doorframe, inquiring. The robbers, hastily stuffing money into their bags. were startled by the unexpected sound and all looked up. Upon recognizing their masks, the little spider exclaimed, "Oh my, are you members of the League of Unruly Acts? Has SHIELD ceased funding you, or are you here to take matters into your own hands?" Noticing their tension, he reassured them, "Hey, don't be anxious. I only seek lives, not riches. Can we maintain some composure?" Just as a few robbers reached for their weapons, the little spider swiftly shot out strands of webbing and leaped in front of several of them. Spotting a figure adorned with a Thor mask, he instinctively countered with a punch, which the little spider effortlessly blocked. "Thunder God, you've weakened," he mused. "Your appearance remains striking, though you could use a hammer." In the next moment, the little spider swung upside down from the ceiling, evading 2 punches from another masked individual resembling Iron Man. He then casually delivered a blow that sent the attacker crashing down. "Iron armor, I'm not a spider detective. Do look closely before striking me." At that juncture, a robber donned with a Captain America mask brandished a bizarre weapon resembling a blending propeller affixed to a gun, aiming it at the little spider. A powerful force of attraction ensnared the little spider midair, causing him to collide intermittently with the ceiling and the floor as the robber wielded the weapon. Yet, amidst this chaos, the little spider could not resist bantering. "What on earth is this? It's causing quite the cerebral stimulation. Captain, are you free tonight? I invite you to rest. Please cease your antics." With great effort, the little spider shot a strand of webbing that struck the robber's face, yanking it down to meet the floor. Only then did the pulling force dissipate. At that moment, someone tossed Iron Man's cardboard mask into the little spider's arms. "Give this a try," taunted the robber clad in the Hulk mask, cranking the weapon's power to its zenith. Noticing the ominous glow at the weapon's muzzle, the little spider felt a surge of dread. "Oh no, what are you planning?" he shouted, attempting to intervene. A beam of reddish-brown light sliced through the bank's ceiling and surged towards the street. The scene shifted. The streets lay in disarray. The bank was no exception, with U.S. currency swirling in the air, some ignited in flames. The little spider gazed at the unfolding chaos outside, lamenting, "I truly am a failure." Outside, police sirens blared, their red and blue lights casting a flickering glow upon the little spider's face. The camera shifted. That night, the night monkey was rendered unconscious by a mysterious assailant and subsequently transported to Mexico. This location resembled a prison or detention facility. Peter Parker, clad in a tight black suit adorned with a yellow work coverall, slumbered peacefully. Nearby, several other men in yellow work attire sat, their faces still bearing traces of paint. Peter Parker awoke abruptly from his slumber, and upon noticing the individuals beside him, he urgently inquired, "Who are you? Where am I?" 2 of the workers engaged in conversation. "Hey, buddy, don't worry. We're part of the local crew," one reassured him. "Yeah, I just checked you out, and you're in great shape." The worker remarked with an ambiguous gaze towards Peter. "What do you mean?" Peter responded, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. At that moment, the worker seated to Peter's right suddenly spoke, startling him. "What they mean is, you'll never let out a single sound again." Peter instinctively tightened his clothing around him and, in a state of panic, asked, "What have you done to me?" "Relax, buddy. We're just making some adjustments," was the nonchalant reply. Upon hearing this, Peter felt a wave of dread wash over him, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope. "Are you all together?" "Certainly not," came the reply. Peter exhaled slightly in relief, only to hear the voice continue. "The one lying down is sick. He has no strength." "What the?" Peter exclaimed, rushing to the cell door and shouting through the bars, "Hey, let me out. I need to see a doctor." At that moment, the very man who had previously claimed to check him out spoke again. "Kid, relax. We're clean and sanitary." "Clean? You're delusional. Just wait." Peter forcefully twisted the door lock until it broke. Chapter 158. A call for aid to my respected guardians. Without hesitation, Peter pushed the door open and, before departing, left behind a parting remark. "Just wait. Captain Steve will be fond of you." The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the police officer at the duty station across the way. He peeked out, dressed in uniform but wearing the Black Knight monkey mask. Failing to see Peter escaping, the officer directed his attention to the prisoners and asked, "What is happening here?" The workers in yellow coveralls silently closed the open cell door, responding, "Oh, it's nothing." The wind blew the door open. The video concluded, followed by a series of questions. Question: why was Peter Parker apprehended by the police? Option 1. For aiding Stark in stealing Steve's suit. Option 2. For illegal immigration. Option 3. Wearing a black mask, he was mistaken for a robber. Option 4. Imprisoned for his inability to repay damages incurred to a bank building. Wishing everyone an enjoyable experience with the questions, Stark, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "System, I choose the second option." The rationale behind his decision was twofold. Firstly, this answer appeared to be more credible. Secondly, Peter seemed to be regaining consciousness after appearing dazed, and the accents and appearances of those nearby unmistakably suggested they hailed from Mexico. Naturally, Stark opted for this conclusion. In the next instant, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. "Congratulations, your answer is correct. Tony Stark has been awarded 800 reward points." Just as the mechanical voice concluded, the question on the luminous screen vanished, replaced by new content. The video commenced officially. The Avenger Stark, lost in space, is rescued by Captain Marvel and brought back to Earth. A spacecraft, engulfed in flames, traversed the sky at a notably sluggish pace. Inside the Avengers base, "Look, Captain, the deity has manifested. Make your wish quickly." Scott's voice echoed. "May the deity bless those who leave positive reviews." "Shut your mouth, Scott. If they are blessed, how could they bless me?" "This is clearly." Steve's voice trailed off lightly. As the spaceship drew closer, the onlookers realized that a luminous humanoid figure was supporting the entire vessel. A woman with long hair, adorned in a blend of blue and gold, descended. "Who on earth bought a Xiaomi 7? Well, may you find success and prosperity." Steve and the others hastily retreated. "Half price," Captain Marvel remarked nonchalantly. "Whatever amount you have, esteemed goddess, I will take it." Steve hurried back. "Can we use the SHIELD ship as collateral first?" In the next moment, Nebula was seen assisting a weakened Stark off the ship. "Goodness, Iron Man, what happened to you?" Steve rushed forward, taking Stark from Nebula's grasp. "I nearly perished," Stark said, his face marked with lingering shock. "What transpired? Was it that thrilling?" Steve inquired in agreement. "Not exactly. I rented an apartment, and when it was time to vacate, the landlord came over with a lamp to assess damages." Stark articulated slowly and deliberately. Under Steve's perplexed gaze, Stark choked up, saying, "I am in debt. The entire corporation has suffered losses, and I nearly lost my life there." "Who is the landlord?" Steve asked. "Thanos." The scene shifted. A metallic creature with red skin lay on a bed, clutching its abdomen. "My king, I request a leave of absence." Black Panther cast a glance at Vision, who lay on the bed with a stab wound to his lower back, and indifferent remarked, "It seems you are in dire need of a large rubber stick." "Fear not, everyone. Thanos is here for him. It has nothing to do with us in Wakanda." Having said that, Black Panther led his guards to the doorway, reminding them, "Ensure these two are escorted out." Standing by the window, Steve, wielding a triangular vibranium shield, gazed in astonishment at Black Panther. The scene transitioned to the outskirts. Steve pressed his earpiece and exclaimed, "Hello, everyone, this is Steve. Thanos is approaching, and I am in a state of panic. Requesting assistance." As his words faded, Thanos, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet and 4 gathered gems, emerged through a portal. Steve quickened his speech. "I will repeat myself. Dear comrades, I request your aid." Meanwhile, the Avengers were gathered, with only Steve absent, indulging in fried chicken at a fast food establishment on the streets of New York, looking utterly disheartened. Sam and Bucky were nearby, with Sam responding, "Hey son, what'd you say? The signal is poor. I can't hear you clearly." Steve felt a surge of frustration. Bucky, holding a fully loaded firearm, gazed at the sky and remarked, "The weather is splendid today. I senti it." Understanding his teammates were unreliable, Steve raised his shield and charged towards Thanos, proclaiming, "Since it has come to this, let me show you the prowess of the sliding tackle. I once took down 300 tigers in one go." In the blink of an eye, Steve grasped Thanos' 2 fingers, his face strained, clearly at his limit. As he noticed Thanos raising his other fist, he implored, "Father, do not strike my face. I invite you to rest." With a thud, Steve found himself on the ground, his posture unmistakably American. The camera panned out, revealing a scene of chaos. The scene shifted again. Captain Steve is still alive. Bucky joyfully embraced Steve as he descended from the ship. As Jesus once said, "I shall always outlive you by a year," Steve replied, embracing his close friend. "Keep your nonsense to yourself. My mood is quite pleasant today, and I do not wish to argue." Bucky patted Steve's back with his mechanical arm. Surveying the surrounding faces, Steve smiled and said, "I've been struck. Assist me in reclaiming my honor at Thanos' lair. Just say the word, and I have summoned numerous allies." "No," Black Panther replied without hesitation. The scene transitioned. On Titan, Thanos, appearing as a humble farmer, plucked a fruit to take home for cooking. Suddenly, the barren walls of his abode were breached, and several figures stormed in, firmly seizing his arms and neck, restraining him. "Well done, team," Steve strolled in from the entrance. "What do you want?" Thanos struggled to speak, ensnared by Captain Marvel-esque grip. "Hand over the money," Steve commanded coldly. "Did you hear that?" "Surrender the gems," Rhodey, clad in his War Machine armor, stated, though his helmet muffled his voice. "Dream on. I shall not yield a single one," Thanos declared resolutely. Chapter 159, I am Iron Man, and I am heading to Avengers 6. Sever his hand, Steve directed towards Thor. Without hesitation, Thor raised his Stormbreaker and brought it down decisively. The hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, rolled to the ground. Thanos cried out in agony. "I shall inquire once more. Will you comply?" Steve's gaze remained steadfast, unblinking. "I have already stated that I shall not yield a single thing to you." Despite the pain, Thanos' resolve proved more unyielding than the Infinity Gauntlet itself. He braced himself, directing his attention towards the Hulkbuster, which matched his stature. "Understood," came Banner's voice from within the Hulkbuster, tinged with excitement. With a swift kick, he sent Thanos sprawling several meters away. "You are nothing but a band of ruffians," Thanos exclaimed, propping himself on the ground, cursing furiously. "Silence your foul mouth." The Hulkbuster's fist met his face, twisting his head askew. "You are utterly inhumane." Thanos continued his tirade. "Thank you for recognizing my humanity," responded the Hulkbuster, delivering another brutal blow. "Enough." Thanos' tone softened slightly. "Go to hell." The fist came crashing down once more. "This torment is unbearable. If you possess the courage, grant me a swift end. Otherwise, you shall never seize me," Thanos threatened. "I shall have you fed to the dogs," Steve retorted coldly. "What? How dare you?" Thanos' native tongue faltered before the axe fell decisively. The bald purple head rolled on the ground. "Next," Steve announced, turning to depart. The scene shifted. On the battlefield of desolation, Steve's side had gathered a multitude, appearing somewhat disheveled. "I summon the mighty Mjolnir," Steve declared, raising his hand. "Avengers, leave none alive. Kill." In the next moment, War Machine soared over a vast green expanse, where a protective shield had been breached. Countless entities surged through the opening, armed with dual machine guns and a Gatling gun slung over his shoulder. War Machine unleashed a barrage upon the masses below, exclaiming with exhilaration, "So many from Wakanda. We shall never run out." I caught sight of the security personnel. Black Panther, with arms crossed, summoned his battle suit and led his comrades into the fray. The perspective shifted again. Banner lay sprawled in a pit, and Doctor Strange and Wong approached curiously, observing the fading green of Banner's form. "What on earth happened to you?" Wong inquired. "It's a long story, somewhat difficult to explain," Banner replied. "Who left you in this state?" Wong pressed further. I couldn't see clearly," Banner shook his head. "While I was providing support in Wakanda, a helper arrived from Black Cat's side, and he uttered but a single phrase. 'Nothing is more important than family.'" "What? A family hero?" Doctor Strange leaned against Wong, intrigued. The scene transitioned once more. "We swore to protect this sanctum with our lives, and now your friend has created a gaping hole here. You think it will be easy to take him away?" Wong stated. Stark nonchalantly replied, "I also swore that I would never eat ice cream. Since the introduction of the ice cream I named, it has been savored by many." "What kind of ice cream is it? A large scoop with strawberry gummies?" Doctor Strange inquired. "I relish Hulk's sweet laughter," Wong remarked, noticing Doctor Strange's gaze upon him. "This is the newly released ice cream." The scene shifted once more, returning to the desolate battlefield. Thanos, wielding a double-edged sword, gazed at everyone before him, grinning maliciously. "Captain, with your sugary words. I shall play a game with your 10 clans. This is bad, you fools. Stop him at once." Steve exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage. "It's too late," Thanos declared, unhesitatingly, snapping his fingers. A crisp sound echoed, yet there was no immediate change. Thanos' expression faltered, silently questioning how this was possible. Then, from Stark's direction, a sound of anguish arose. Stark, donning his shattered nanotech armor, knelt on the ground as a radiant light surged from the 6 infinity stones in his grasp. The brilliance coursed through Stark's body like electricity, inflicting immense pain upon him. "No, return my stones." Thanos attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Stark gasped for breath, a faint, strained smile emerging on his face. Struggling, he declared, "I am Iron Man, and I am off to assemble the Avengers once more." The snap was made. Thanos sank helplessly to the ground, gazing at Steve. "Is it truly over, Steve? I am so reluctant to accept this." With those words, he disintegrated into dust. The video concluded. "Is this my cause of demise?" Stark murmured. Shortly thereafter, a holographic screen malfunctioned. Question 1. Did Thanos' side disintegrate, or were they reset to their rightful timeline? Option 1. Disintegrated. Option 2. Reset to their rightful timeline. Question 2. How can the Soul Stone, obtained by sacrificing Natasha's life, be returned to its original timeline? Option 1. Jump another person in. Option 2. Simply throw it back into the abyss. Option 3. Feed it to Red Skull and then discard him. Question 3. Is Iron Man Snap the sole method to defeat Thanos in this timeline? Option 1. No. It is merely that Strange does not wish Stark to steal the lead role from him in the detective story of Sherlock Holmes. Option 2. Yes. Question 4. In the narrative, if the Hulk snaps and those who vanished 5 years ago return, yet the events of those 5 years remain unchanged, what happens when a spouse who has moved on suddenly reappears? Open-ended response, with rewards based on answers. The audience in the live-streaming space exchanged puzzled glances. After an indeterminate duration, the entire space began to dissipate. The spoilers for the 5th phase of a narrative have been achieved. The system space will close in 10 seconds. Please prepare, esteemed guests, as the system will transport you back to your original locations. During the period when the live broadcast space is closed, the mall points will remain valid. The system's on-demand feature is fully operational, allowing guests to interact via their system wristbands to summon the system's holographic display using their points. Note, it has been detected that the power surpassing that of the divine race has been stripped from the creators, and the system may disengage from this world at any moment. Please utilize your system points promptly. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, 0. Chapter 160. The Crisis of Ultron and the Onset of Infinite War. As Stark's vision blurred momentarily, he found himself back at the plaza in front of Stark Tower. Gazing at the pervasive smoke and ash, he remained unaware of the events that had transpired. Banner and Strange stood beside him. The trio turned their gazes backward to witness Stark Industries transformed into a grotesque mechanical nest. The original structure was now adorned with numerous menacing robotic appendages, accompanied by the cacophony of machinery, grinding and whirring. "Jarvis, connect to the existing network and investigate what has transpired during my absence," Stark commanded as he summoned his extremis armor and ascended into the sky. Hovering aloft, he finally beheld the entire city, shrouded in smoke. Though signs of battle were scarce, with only a few floors collapsed, the situation was significantly better than the Chitauri invasion of previous years. At that moment, Jarvis began to relay the events that unfolded during their absence. Footage had been captured on a mobile device, showcasing a large screen in New York Central Square. Megatron had invaded, and the screen displayed his imposing figure. Addressing the camera, he proclaimed, "Frail humans, tremble in fear. You shall endure the agony of enslavement. From now on, the earth shall be under my dominion." In the next instant, Megatron's colossal form descended upon the rooftop of a skyscraper, crushing a corner of the television screen. He continued, "Listen closely. You will toil for 8 hours each day, receiving only 3 meals and snacks. Milk will be available solely in the morning, with a mere hour for lunch. Bonuses will be dispensed thrice a year, and you shall be granted only 2 months of vacation annually." Megatron chuckled menacingly as he spoke. As he concluded this grim declaration, he suddenly lowered his head, his crimson gaze piercing through the throng below. "The cruelest fate awaits you. Your salaries will only increase once every 4 months. Overtime will yield merely triple pay, and you'll be compelled to exercise for an hour after work, with only 1 day a week allocated for psychological counseling. You shall be utterly exhausted and perish." After delivering this tirade, Megatron raised his arm and unleashed a barrage towards the adjacent skyscraper, demolishing several floors in a devastating display of power. The rebels, inevitably, faced such a fate. In an instant, he leaped into the air, transforming into a fighter jet. soaring back to his original position. It appeared he was heading elsewhere to declare his dominion. At that moment, a crimson aircraft hurtled towards Stark with a thunderous roar. As they made contact in midair, a massive explosion erupted. Just as Strange contemplated ascending to provide assistance, he witnessed Stark emerging unscathed from the flames, clutching a mechanical head. "Gentlemen, we have a significant problem on our hands. Within a certain base of S.H.I.L.D., Nebula found herself imprisoned, her expression one of alarm. What are you doing? We are allies. Why do you all act as if you don't recognize me? Mechanical Nebula? Perhaps you're an ally of the Avengers from another universe, but you're not one of us." Natasha approached Nebula, gazing into her mechanical eyes, and slowly spoke. "We have reviewed segments of a narrative from Avengers. In-game, you are an infiltrator who has traversed back in time, correct?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Nebula retorted. Standing beside her, Barton interjected, "I have a question. When you traveled through time, did you not consult any guides?" Seeing that Nebula remained obstinate, Barton continued, "This is 2014, not the 2024 you and Thanos intended to reach. Moreover, you should not have arrived in our universe. We have yet to gather the Infinity Stones. This likely pertains to the temporal disturbances mentioned by the system." Nebula fell silent, lowering her head as if contemplating how to relay some information, but Natasha interrupted. "Do not bother. Your information cannot be transmitted back. This area completely blocks all signals." Simultaneously, Fury, with his arm in a cast and slung around his neck, declared, "Summon all superheroes and inform them that Thanos is coming. If they wish to survive, they must stand ready now. Also, Stark needs to clean up his own mess." Above New York, the Dark Order's warship hovered ominously, unleashing countless small vessels that surged in all directions. Yet, suddenly, numerous identical models of F-15 Eagles, F-22 Raptors, and F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighters appeared, intermingled with various other aircraft types. On the ground, identical fire trucks, police cars, and sports cars emerged, racing towards the warship in the city center, just as the Dark Order soldiers prepared to crush this fragile civilization. They were met with the shocking realization that these adversaries were not metallic beings that the current civilization could produce. In an instant, the skies above the city erupted with thousands of explosions, with metal limbs and down vessels raining from above, as skyscrapers bore the brunt of the chaos. On board the Dark Order's command ship, Thanos, accompanied by the Black Order, scrutinized the unfolding battle reports. He muttered to himself, "What in the world is this place? Is Nebula's memory a trap?" Everything here diverges from the recollections he gleaned from Nebula's mind. Logically, the so-called Avengers should have gathered all the Infinity Stones by now. Perhaps they had already snapped their fingers, thereby obliterating the future he once knew, a plan that resulted in the annihilation of half the universe's population. His purpose for coming here was to extinguish that hope entirely. If everyone perished, there would be no room for unforeseen accidents. "You five, proceed to the base where Nebula went missing," he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Thanos suddenly noticed the scene before him dissolving like snowflakes under the sun, and instead emerged a desolate battlefield, replete with the acrid scent of smoke. Above, the colossal Death Star loomed ominously, its rings now in contact with the planet upon which they stood. A chaotic magnetic field surged through the air, as if each individual bore the weight of an immense burden upon their shoulders. This was the consequence of gravitational forces colliding. The Death Star was on a collision course with the planet, destined for mutual destruction. Thanos gazed down at the double-edged sword in his hand and the armor adorning his form. His eyes then shifted to the opposing side, where the members of the Avengers stood. Among them was a figure clad in a red, form-fitting battle suit, striking a flamboyant pose at the center of the battlefield. Thanos' attention was wholly captivated by the Infinity Gauntlet in Deadpool's possession, its 6 stones gleaming with an otherworldly brilliance. The reason for their presence here was abundantly clear. It was this individual who was causing the commotion. Just as he intended to seize the gauntlet, Deadpool, without hesitation, snapped his fingers. In an instant, Thanos was reduced to ashes, only to reappear moments later. Deadpool seemed to have turned the snap into a rhythmic beat. Little Thanos lives. Little Thanos dies. Little Thanos lives. Chapter 161. The infinite war has concluded, yet our battle remains unfinished. Upon being resurrected once more, Thanos paused, fixing his gaze upon Deadpool and inquired, What on earth do you intend to accomplish? A cheeky voice emerged from beneath Deadpool's mask. Meanwhile, from the other side, Steve remarked, "P.S. still plotting the Hydra resurgence. What are you doing here?" Deadpool retorted, "Is this still in our homeland?" In the next moment, Deadpool snapped his fingers again. This time, Thanos did not vanish. Instead, a middle-aged man with a metallic arm appeared, adorned with an array of weapons and munitions. This man was Cable. His expression was one of confusion. Moments ago, he had been pursuing that insufferable nuisance, and now he found himself here. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with extraterrestrials, and a multitude of robots were engaged in combat against spaceships overhead. "Hey there, darling." Cable suddenly heard that familiar voice emanating from below. He looked down to find the insufferable nuisance lounging at his feet, pointing to a strange purple sweet potato, saying, "I found your father for you." "Yes, right over there." Deadpool drew his sidearm from his waist, poised to fire, only to be whisked away the next moment. He rose, addressing Thanos. "You just witnessed it. Your son bears an uncanny resemblance to you, and he is in my grasp. Should you defy me, I shall make a swift gesture across my throat." With that, he declared, "Enough chatter. The final battle commences now. Any who dare strike the referee shall receive a red card and be sent off the field. The victor shall be rewarded with 100 deluxe Mexican chicken wraps." With a snap of his fingers, chicken wraps descended from the heavens, landing perfectly between the opposing factions. Natasha shook her head at Barton, lamenting, "I knew we should not have entrusted the Infinity Gauntlet to this unreliable fellow." In preparation for Thanos, a few fortunate individuals ultimately decided to exchange the Infinity Gauntlet and the 3 missing Infinity Stones. They also procured some immortal items for the undying Deadpool, including a charm for a dog. It was agreed that after vanquishing Thanos, Deadpool would seek to become his mercenary, with S.H.L.D. no longer concerning itself with him. Thus, the scene unfolded. In an instant, the two sides clashed violently. Thanos' lifeless body and the members of the Dark Order, alongside the Decepticons, were buried beneath the ruins of Star Heaven. The Avengers returned to Earth. Some perished in the battle, only to be resurrected by the Infinity Stones. Deadpool claimed to have destroyed the Infinity Gauntlet, yet whether it was truly obliterated or merely hidden remains a mystery. In this war, aside from New York suffering once more, the overall losses were minimal. A fortnight later, the temporal chaos had dissipated, and the system informed them that time travel was now possible. "All right, Peter Parker, bid farewell to yourself." They needed to return. Strange cast a spell, preparing to send the last 2 interdimensional travelers back to their original universes. The extraordinary Peter Parker safeguarded his regret remedy, while the other Peter Parker shared an embrace with Holland's version before bidding him farewell. Just as they departed, Strange patted the shoulder of the casually dressed Peter. "So, how has life been since your return?" "It's been all right. Aunt May is just having a tough time accepting that I vanished for several days and suddenly came back so much older," Peter replied. All the Avengers were present at the scene. The objective of returning the visitors to the multiverse had been accomplished. Now, the focus shifted to reconciling Stark and Bucky. At that moment, the system's display suddenly activated, yet failed to draw them back into the live broadcast space. The video began to play. The Avengers send Steve off to return the stones. "After you left, who else could possibly take on the mantle of the first Captain America with a perfect posterior?" Sam accompanied Steve on his departure. Steve gazed at Sam with deep affection, nodding, "I entrust my shield to you." "Really? Wow." Sam's expression revealed a hint of excitement. However, Steve continued, "Play for 5 minutes, then return it to Bucky and ensure he keeps it safe, lest it fall into the hands of certain groups." Sam's expression darkened. The scene shifted. An elderly man sat on a bench by the lake. Sam approached. "Excuse me, are you Captain America?" "Fool, I am not," the old man replied, turning his head. Some his demeanor soured. Nevertheless, he persevered. "Captain America is no longer here. Have you considered who might succeed him?" "Ah, you've reminded me," the elder replied, opening the backpack at his feet to reveal the star-spangled shield. He looked at Sam and said, "Here, give it a try." "Really? Wow," Sam exclaimed, excitement flashing across his face. "Not a chance," the old man retorted, zipping up the backpack. "Just teasing you, turtle. You really want to take it?" Sam's smile shifted to the elder's face. The scene transitioned once more. Back at the lakeside, the old man said, "I'm not joking this time. Come and try it." Sam hesitated, but extended his hand. As expected, the elder swiftly pulled his hand away. "You truly are incorrigible. If you want it for free, dream on." "Ha, happy April Fool's Day." Sam's face darkened as he shoved his hands into his pockets. The final scene shifted. "Take it. After much contemplation, I believe you are the most suitable," the elder stated, opening the backpack to reveal the shield. "Spare me your theatrics," Sam coldly remarked without glancing. "I know you will snatch it back and insult me. This time, I truly mean it," the elder said earnestly. "Are you suggesting?" Sam, having accepted the shield, raised an eyebrow in amusement. "The bitter has turned sweet." The elder replied, "You do realize it was intended for the Winter Soldier?" Sam's expression darkened. Yet, the elder continued jovially, "After much thought, you are best suited to run errands. Now go and give me old Hawkeye a surprise." The scene focused on Bucky, standing at a distance. The video concluded. Ding! The Infinity War has ended, and the system is about to return, releasing the seal on the father-level combat power at Arkham Asylum. Next stop, the cosmos. Farewell, everyone. And thus it concludes. Stark's gaze turned towards Steve in the distance. The power bestowed by the system had not dissipated. Thor soared directly towards Arkham Asylum, having just rescued his father and exhausted all his points for Loki's return to reality. Little did he expect that upon their return, they were whisked away by a mysterious force. Now, it is highly likely they find themselves within that so-called Arkham Asylum. Steve gazed at the distant figure of his elderly self, accompanied by the small girl in his grasp, who appeared almost inhuman. As he beheld the Winter Soldier, Stark summoned the extremist armor, declaring, "The Infinity War may have concluded, yet our battle endures." Thus, this book comes to a close.